I, a proud time traveler, originally thought that holding the golden key of entertainment works from my previous life would lead me to the pinnacle of life, but at this moment, I was instead being ridiculed by everyone at the company. As soon as I arrived at the company, I heard that the department was facing the threat of being merged, and then during the meeting, because I didn't understand the rule that newcomers can't just sit anywhere, I casually took a seat, instantly attracting countless gazes. Those mocking glances and sarcastic words pierced me like sharp blades. The once imagined glory stood in stark contrast to the current embarrassment and awkwardness. Watching the director start the meeting with a blank expression, I knew that to change this terrible situation, I could only rely on my own real skills. But the road ahead would not be easy, and I couldn't help but clench my fists. Chapter 1, Saying Goodbye to the Past. Chen Feng, from now on we will no longer have any contact. I wish you find someone better. In a cafe somewhere in Guangqing, a woman wearing a mask and a hat, concealing her sturdy figure, handed the necklace in her hand back to the man in front of her. The man stared at the necklace on the table in astonishment. Before he could say anything, the woman stood up and left. After a moment, the man put the necklace away inside. Chen Feng didn't feel much sadness over the woman's departure. In fact, he came from Blue Star and had transmigrated into this world after dying in an accident. After a few days, Chen Feng had more or less come to terms with it. Regarding the original host's past, it could only be described as tragic. Since university, he had been juggling several part-time jobs to support his girlfriend in pursuing her dreams in the entertainment industry. He even gave up the major he loved for that woman, dedicating himself entirely to the path of music. After graduation, he had written a pretty good song, which helped that woman take her first step forward. However, such things often end cruelly, fleeting like a blooming flower, then fade into insignificance. Now, he works as a minor composer at a company. Since then, his girlfriend Yen Shueru seemed to have leveled up overnight, quickly becoming a second-tier idol singer, while he was already on the verge of being fired. In the end, a high fever took him away in loneliness. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed, putting away these emotions. This was also a good thing for him, a farewell to the past. From this moment on, he was a brand new self. It was time to go to work. Taking a week off, the team leader was probably already thinking about how to fire me, right? Chen Feng frowned as he walked out of the cafe. By the time he returned to his lodging, it was already late at night. Over the years, Chen Feng had been living in a shabby single room. Even so, in Guangqing, the rent was not cheap. With a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, he usually only kept 2,000 for himself, 1,000 for rent, then the rest for food and drink for the month. The rest he gave to Yin Shui. How foolish. Chen Feng complained to himself, opened his phone, and checked the balance. There was still more than 4,000 yuan left. It seemed he needed to change his apartment first, but he had to see what the situation at the company would be tomorrow. Soon, the night passed. The next day, Chen Feng put on his backpack and took the bus to the company building, Huanyu Tower. This world is very similar to Blue Star, and in terms of entertainment, it has almost reached the peak of audience acceptance. It can be said to be an era of entertainment prosperity. But the difference is that the entertainment works in this world are completely different from those in his original world. The entertainment works from Blue Star do not appear in this world. After traveling to this world and calming down, Chen Feng had already thought about what he could do. It can be said that he truly possesses the qualities of a child of destiny. The original host's learning ability was impeccable. Although he didn't manage to carve out a great path in music, his fundamentals were very solid. He also had moments of brilliance in songwriting and arranging. With these abilities, Chen Feng combined them with the entertainment works from his previous life on Blue Star and found that fully recreating those works was not a problem at all. After all, in his previous life, he had also played music for a while and knew quite a few instruments. In his last life, he was also a person of great attention. After experiencing life under the spotlight, Chen Feng realized that such a life was very exhausting. This time, Chen Feng just wanted to quietly make money, staying low-key as much as possible. And right now, this path seemed pretty good. On the 12th floor of the Huanyu building, as soon as Chen Feng stepped out of the elevator, he immediately felt the company's atmosphere was very serious. Everyone was sitting silently, lost in thought. Chen Feng cautiously approached his desk, and just as he sat down, his colleague Li Yan leaned over with a mysterious look. "You finally showed up," Li Yan whispered to Chen Feng, "but today is not a good day for you. Something big has happened." Chen Feng glanced around at his colleagues and asked puzzled, "What is going on? Is the team leader causing trouble again? This time it's not her, it's someone higher up. The director is furious. Our 12th floor hasn't produced a top 10 work for half a year, and apparently, the higher-ups have already issued a notice. If the new song chart next month still shows no results for the 12th floor, it will have to be merged into the 13th floor." Li Yan sighed. Chen Feng nodded upon hearing this. Thinking about it carefully, it did seem to be the case. Huanyu has had a tough time these years, with market share declining year after year, and the company's 3 departments haven't performed well either. Their 12th floor was especially dismal. There used to be a top composer, but he was poached not long after. Stop playing dead, everyone. Be in the conference room in 5 minutes for a meeting. At this moment, a woman walked in, clapped her hands, and said angrily to those present before turning and leaving. This person was Zhang Yan, the director of the 12th floor. Young and just over 30, she had already risen to the position of director. She was indeed very capable, but unfortunately, the quality of singers launched by Huan Yu had been declining over the years. Chen Feng's impression of this woman was that of a strong career woman. If it weren't for her holding things together, the 12th floor would probably have been merged into other departments long ago. Everyone packed up their things and headed towards the conference room. Chen Feng followed the crowd, while Li Yan beside him kept chattering non-stop, only stopping when team leader Wang, who was walking ahead, glanced over at him, scaring him into silence. Team leader Wang Jing gave Chen Feng a sharp look, then turned her head away without saying a word. Seeing the disappointment in her eyes, Chen Feng sighed. The reason he had managed to get by here for a few years was largely thanks to Wang Jing, the woman who had recruited him back then. He was just a flash in the pan and didn't he have the drive himself. Soon, all the composers on the 12th floor entered the conference room, each finding a seat, while some stood on the side. There are some unspoken rules in this industry. Newcomers are not entitled to sit during meetings. After all, there are only so many seats in the conference room. However, Chen Feng didn't pay attention to this and casually took a seat as soon as he entered the conference room. For a moment, many pairs of eyes stared at him. Awesome! Li Yan nearby gave Chen Feng a thumbs up, praising him. Only then did Chen Feng realize that such ridiculous rules existed in this world. But after thinking it over, he didn't stand up and step aside instead, he continued sitting. Before long, Wang Jing and several other team leaders followed Director Zhang as they walked in. After a few people sat down, Wang Jing finally noticed Chen Feng on one side and immediately frowned. The other two team leaders also noticed Chen Feng nearby and immediately laughed, saying, "I didn't even know, Sister Jing, that your team has produced another senior composer." At that moment, everyone burst out laughing. Wang Jing looked at Chen Feng with an embarrassed expression. Seeing that Chen Feng had no intention of getting up, she was so angry she wanted to slam the table. "Alright, stop arguing, the meeting is starting." Zhang Yan, sitting at the head of the table, glanced at Chen Feng, then interrupted this farce and threw a stack of documents onto the table. "We are already facing the situation of being taken over, yet you still have the energy to fight among yourselves. Take a look at these documents." Zhang Yan said expressionlessly. Chapter 2, Selecting People. After Zhang Yan's sharp reprimand, everyone fell silent and then picked up the documents on the table. Information about the singers? It seems to be all information about the company's singers. Everyone present exchanged and browsed through these singer profiles, quickly noticing a problem. They were all profiles of newcomers or D-level singers. What's going on? Are they preparing to promote singers? Many people started discussing. Didn't they say next month we have to compete on the charts? Balancing that with developing new artists, do we even have the energy for that? Watching everyone chime in one after another, Zhang Yan spoke up at the right moment. "With the way you all are right now, do you really think the company will entrust you with developing new artists? These are the singers we have available now. I'll let you figure out why some aren't being used. Next month's chart competition, these are the only singers you can choose from." "No way?" Immediately, everyone looked at Zhang Yan in disbelief. "No need to look at me, it's useless even if you do, so you all better think carefully about what kind of song can be written next. If solid singing skills are required, there probably aren't many suitable singers," Zhang Yan said honestly. "Moreover, next month is theme month, and millions of fresh graduates will be leaving school. It's best to write something that fits this reality." As Zhang Yan finished speaking, the conference room instantly filled with wails of despair. "This is simply a month from hell. Are we really going to be merged into the department of those guys on the 13th floor? Everyone felt hopeless. Zhang Yan sighed and said nothing more. She had done all she could. "Anyway, this month our department can only use these singers. If you have finished writing, just have your respective team leaders arrange for them to come for auditions." With that, Zhang Yan stood up and left the meeting room. Amid the bustling crowd, Chen Feng quietly sat aside, flipping through the profiles of these singers, but nothing could be discerned from the information. Regarding this theme, a song fitting the occasion suddenly came to Chen Feng's mind. After the meeting ended, Chen Feng returned to his seat and quickly wrote down the lyrics of the song in his mind. After confirming there were no mistakes, he began composing the music score. He spent the entire morning doing this. Although he had a solid foundation, integrating memories from two worlds at once was initially somewhat challenging. Fortunately, thanks to the original host's solid fundamentals, Chen Feng quickly completed both the lyrics and the music score for the song. When he came to his senses, his colleagues had already gone downstairs to eat. Chen Feng checked the time, packed up his things, and went downstairs alone. While waiting for the elevator, he happened to run into Wang Jing coming over. Wang Jing was looking down at her phone. When she looked up and noticed Chen Feng waiting for the elevator beside her, her expression immediately turned displeased. Thinking about Chen Feng's behavior that morning, Wang Jing was furious but sighed inwardly and didn't show it. Chen Feng thought he would be scolded by her, but unexpectedly, Wang Jing said nothing. The two were silent. When they got out of the elevator, Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "Sister Jing, I need to use the music room this afternoon. Could you please help me arrange a teacher?" Wang Jing, who was walking ahead, paused and turned back, saying, "You have a new song?" At this time, what you should be thinking about are the new songs for next month's theme month, not other types of tracks, Wang Jing said. It's the theme month songs. I already finished the lyrics and composition this morning. I want to arrange the music first, then select some singers, so I still need Sister Jing to arrange some audio from the singers for me. Wang Jing looked at Chen Feng in disbelief, was silent for a moment, then nodded. What type of singers do you want? I'll arrange the music studio for you this afternoon. Ethereal, with strong penetration. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "Got it, I'll send it to you this afternoon." Wang Jing said, then turned and left. Chen Feng had thought he would be ignored by Wang Jing, but seeing that she treated everyone equally, he couldn't help but feel a bit touched. In the workplace, such leaders are truly rare. Soon, after finishing his meal and returning to the company, Chen Feng had just sat down when he received an email from Wang Jing. Opening it, he found information and audio files for 4 singers. Chen Feng noticed that 2 of them were male singers and suddenly remembered he hadn't made it clear to Wang Jing not to include male singers. Still, he listened to the audio of both male singers. After listening, Chen Feng sighed. The results were not ideal. Finding suitable candidates among a group of low-quality singers seemed not easy. Next, Chen Feng opened the audio files of the female singers to listen. While listening to the audition, Chen Feng also flipped through her profile. However, the result was still unsatisfactory. Not to mention singing skills, the tone was only somewhat close, but not quite suitable. Chen Feng could feel that Wang Jing was indeed seriously helping him select. It seemed there weren't many options among this batch of singers. Looking at the audio of the last female singer, Chen Feng sighed and clicked on the audio. The next moment, the expression on Chen Feng's face changed. Ethereal and melodious, with a penetrating power. This is exactly what he wanted. Chen Feng looked excited, not expecting to actually come across it. However, the singing skills were somewhat lacking. For Chen Feng, this was not a big problem. The main point was that the singer's timbre was too close to the original. Name, Li Fei. Age, 24 years old. Level, newcomer. Representative works, none. Chen Feng looked at the singer's profile and was surprised to find that he was still a newcomer, with no works at all. Having been in the industry for 2 years without any works, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to make it in this field. However, this kind of tone is indeed difficult to match with a song. After some thought, Chen Feng roughly understood the reason behind it. It's you, cheap and suitable, simply the perfect catch. Chen Feng immediately sent a message to Wang Jing to finalize the singer. In the office, Wang Jing was looking at the computer with a worried expression. The phone beside her rang, and upon seeing the message from Chen Feng and the singer he chose, she was somewhat surprised. But at this point, she no longer held any hope, not expecting Chen Feng to write any song anymore. I informed her, and then the music room will be available at 3 p.m. I told her to go directly to music room number 3 at that time. Chen Feng quickly received a reply and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In the entertainment world here, the composer's share is higher than the singer's, which means that for a song to become a hit, the composer is even more important. The lyrics, composition, and singer can be one person or several people. For them, it is possible to handle both composing and lyric writing, but often these tasks are separated because being able to compose does not necessarily mean you can create matching lyrics. Similarly, writing lyrics does not necessarily mean you can create matching music. In the entertainment industry, there are lyric gods and composition gods, but those who excel at both are very rare. Chen Feng sat in front of the computer, going through some company onboarding documents, mainly wanting to clearly understand how the revenue is shared between him, the singer, and the company. In the end, Chen Feng roughly understood a price. According to his current status as a rookie composer, the higher level the singer he collaborates with, the less his share, at most less than 20%. When collaborating with singers who are also rookies, negotiation is possible. Normally, the singer can only take up to 40%. Hiss. That's still too much. Chen Feng immediately felt displeased. I need to talk to her later. Chapter 3 Li Fei. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Feng arrived at recording studio number 3. The music arranger was already busy here. Chen Feng didn't waste any time and directly handed the arrangement to the teachers, then prepared to start recording the arrangement. When the teachers saw Chen Feng at that moment, they couldn't immediately recall that the company had such a figure, but out of professional courtesy, they didn't show any emotion. Taking Chen Feng's sheet music, the few of them looked it over, and their expressions instantly showed some surprise. This seems to have something special, let us quickly give it a try. The teachers realized this might be a good arrangement and promptly began preparing. Then I'll trouble you teachers. Chen Feng smiled and then stepped aside to wait. Excuse me, are you teacher Chen? At this moment, a gentle voice came from behind Chen Feng. Hearing this, Chen Feng turned around, and what met his eyes was a very beautiful girl, pure and carrying a hint of aloofness, momentarily distracting Chen Feng. The girl before him instinctively overlapped in his mind with the image of a certain singer from his past life. It's truly fate. Chen Feng thought to himself. Yes, you're here. Wait a moment first. After the arrangement is done, we'll start testing the sound. Chen Feng nodded, then turned his gaze to the teachers not far away. The girl quietly stood aside upon hearing this, curiously watching the boy in front of her. The other party looked about the same age as himself, not expecting the teacher to be so young. The next moment, the music started, and the girl was instantly stunned. As the gentle piano music began, she held her breath, feeling the music. Chen Feng did not expect these teachers to have such strong skills. As the music continued to play, the accompaniment flowed seamlessly until the last note fell, and the final product was unexpectedly perfect. After the teachers saved their work, the expressions on their faces were full of shock. They didn't expect the final product to be so good. It had been a long time since they encountered such an excellent piece. The group spoke with lingering enthusiasm. How is it, any problems with the first take? A teacher asked Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head and exclaimed, not a single problem, really great, the completion is perfect. That's good, this is really a nice piece, I think the final product will definitely be a very good song. Then we'll leave the rest to you, we won't disturb you anymore. The teachers said with satisfaction. Li Fei beside him came back to her senses and asked Chen Feng in disbelief, is this the song I'm going to audition for? It's really beautiful. Alright, let us go for the audition now. Chen Feng nodded, then handed the lyrics to Li Fei to familiarize herself with. Teacher, I'm ready. Half an hour later, Li Fei recovered from her shock and excitedly told Chen Feng. Soon, the audition began. The moment Li Fei's voice sounded, Chen Feng knew he had found the right person. Li Fei's voice matched the original singer perfectly. Although the singing skills were somewhat lacking, it could still reach about 90% of the original. That was enough. Although Chen Feng had a musical background, there wasn't much he could teach in terms of singing skills. After the first round ended, Li Fei nervously looked at Chen Feng, waiting for his answer. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction and said, it's you, but before that, I have something else to tell you. Great, thank you, teacher. Li Fei's anxious heart immediately relaxed. So much so that she completely ignored the rest of Chen Feng's words. Ahem. I haven't finished yet. Chen Feng cleared his throat, interrupting her emotions. Sorry, teacher, you said I can definitely do it. Li Fei looked at Chen Feng anxiously. The commission is too high. The most I can offer you is 10%. I don't know what you think about that. Chen Feng said casually. Actually, Chen Feng wondered if he was being too harsh. After saying it, he watched Li Fei's expression. So that's the matter. No problem at all. Even if it's for free, I really want to sing this song. Li Fei said to Chen Feng with a big smile. Looking at the other person's pure smile, Chen Feng sighed inwardly, regretting that he should have taken all the songs from the start. But after all, this is his first song, so he still has to be a decent person. Alright, let's continue and start recording. Before we begin, there are some issues to pay attention to and try to improve. Chen Feng pointed out some problems from the first take, doing his best to have Li Fei make improvements. In this way, they recorded 5 takes continuously. On the 6th take, they finally produced a version that Chen Feng was most satisfied with. Good, this is the version. You need to remember the singing style and emotion of this version, don't forget this feeling. Chen Feng copied the finished product with satisfaction. After several hours of recording, Li Fei didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue and kept thanking Chen Feng. After the recording, Chen Feng was about to go find Wang Jing, and Li Fei walked out of the studio, following behind Chen Feng. You don't need to follow me anymore. Just go do your own things from now on. I have great confidence in this song. Let us give them a surprise together. Chen Feng said with a smile. I believe the teacher's song this song is amazing. Thank you, teacher, for giving me this opportunity. Li Fei said, her eyes red as she looked at Chen Feng. Seeing that the girl was about to cry, Chen Feng hurriedly said, alright, go back now. I'll talk to the team leader. Okay, thank you, teacher. Li Fei bowed deeply before turning to leave. Returning from the recording studio, it was already 7 in the evening. Almost all the other colleagues at the company had left work. Chen Feng thought that Wang Jing should have finished work, so he prepared to go home first. Unexpectedly, Wang Jing's office light was still on. Sister Jing, is this a good time for you? Chen Feng first sent a message to Wang Jing on his phone. After a while, Wang Jing replied to the message. I'm still at the company. Is there something you need? My song recording is finished. Do you want to listen? I just came back from the studio. Come to my office. After receiving the reply, Chen Feng took the USB drive and knocked on Wang Jing's office door. Come in. Sister Jing, I've already finished recording. Chen Feng pushed open the door and handed the USB drive in his hand to Wang Jing. Wang Jing said nothing, took the USB drive from Chen Feng and set it aside, then continued with the documents at hand. After a moment of silence, she spoke, "Leave it there. I'll listen to it tonight, I still have things to do now." Seeing this, Chen Feng didn't say much either. "Alright, then I'll head back first. You should get off work early too." After leaving Wang Jing's office, Chen Feng tidied up and then left the company with his bag on his back. The commute from the company to his residence took about an hour and a half. This hour-and-a-half journey was truly a bit of a torment. Sitting on the bus, Chen Feng began searching for some housing listings on an app. At the very least, he needed to move somewhere closer, then set a small goal first and earn that small goal. At this moment, in the Huanyu building, among the scattered lights, only Wang Jing's office on the 12th floor still had its lights on. I don't know how much time had passed when Wang Jing put down her work, tiredly stretching her muscles, her gaze falling on the USB drive beside her. After a moment of silence, Wang Jing plugged the USB drive into the computer and then opened the folder on the drive. Fleet of Time? The song title is not bad, but probably that's the only good thing about it. Wang Jing recalled Chen Feng's works over the years every time. The only thing that caught people's attention was the song title. Thinking of this, Wang Jing did not hold much hope. After the meeting ended, Chen Feng was still the first to submit his work on the 12th floor. However, out of a responsible work attitude, Wang Jing still clicked to play it. At first, it was the piano, followed by the violin. After several dozen seconds, the moment the singing began, Wang Jing was completely stunned. Chapter 4, The Eve of the Ranking. That night, Chen Feng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Regarding that song, Chen Feng was not worried at all about it being overshadowed. Joking aside, it was a hit from the previous life on Blue Star, performed by the famous diva. Coincidentally, this song was also the theme song of the movie, which perfectly matched the current needs. What kept Chen Feng awake was the lingering emotional fragments left by the original host. At this moment, Chen Feng realized that the original host had truly left a big mess that now required him to fix. It still comes down to money, gotta make money, just endure for another month and it'll be fine. Chen Feng whispered, unknowingly falling asleep. The next day upon waking, Chen Feng instinctively grabbed his phone and saw more than a dozen unread messages and missed calls, feeling a bit dazed. Sister Jing? Seeing the calls and messages from Wang Jing, Chen Feng paused, assuming she must have already listened to the song. At this moment, Huanyu building. Wang Jing arrived at the company early in the morning and saw that Director Zhang's office door was open. Without even putting down her bag, she walked straight towards Director Zhang's office. What is going on so early in the morning? Zhang Yan looked at Wang Jing, puzzled. Listen to this song. Wang Jing closed the door and handed Director Zhang a USB drive, which was Chen Feng's. Zhang Yan looked at Wang Jing suspiciously, took the USB drive, and plugged it into the computer. A few minutes later, Zhang Yan calmed down and came to her senses from the shock, looking at Wang Jing in disbelief. Whose is this? Could it be that some senior composer has suddenly broken through? This could possibly win a gold medal. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing's expression was somewhat strange. After a moment of silence, she said it was Chen Feng's. Chen Feng? Zhang Yan couldn't react immediately. After pondering for a moment, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind, and she said in disbelief, wow, he suddenly broke through? Although his song back then was passable and showed some talent, after a few years, is he going to be just a flash in the pan again? That said, Zhang Yan thought for a moment and said, no matter what, this time he really saved our 12th floor. When he comes to the company later, you should have a talk with him. I'll go talk to the publicity department first and try to secure some resources for this song, no matter what. I just thought of some old classmates before heading out, Zhang Yan said with a bitter smile. Wang Jing nodded. She wanted to say that she almost had insomnia last night. This song combined with the singer's voice instantly pulled her back to the past. She didn't even know what those guys in the dorm were doing now. Wang Jing murmured to herself. At 9:29, Chen Feng arrived at the company right on time. As soon as he sat down, Li Yan leaned over and said, Sister Jing was looking for you just now. She asked you to go to her office as soon as you get to the company. Alright, got it. Chen Feng also happened to have something to discuss with her. When Wang Jing saw Chen Feng arrive, she immediately put down her work. After Chen Feng sat down, she looked at him in disbelief, and the two stared at each other for several minutes. Sister Jing, you're making me nervous like this. Chen Feng said with a wry smile. Have you been going through something recently? Wang Jing asked abruptly. Chen Feng was a bit puzzled upon hearing this and asked, no, nothing. What's wrong? Then that's strange. Your song is great and bound to be a hit. You can't write something like this without some experience. Wang Jing exclaimed. The song has already been shown to Director Zhang, and she is very satisfied. She has also gone to the publicity department to request resources. I have to say, you really are going to become a hero on our 12th floor. Wang Jing looked at Chen Feng with satisfaction. Chen Feng thought for a moment and then said, I happen to have something to discuss with you, Sister Jing. You speak. Wang Jing was in a very good mood at this moment. Don't use my real name as the author of my work. Also, don't announce to the public that I wrote this piece, Chen Feng said. Wang Jing suddenly froze, staring intently at Chen Feng, and asked, "Isn't this a great opportunity for you to announce your debut to the outside world? Giving up such a rare opportunity, are you serious?" "I don't want to be in the spotlight, I just want to quietly make money. Also, I've discussed the song's royalties with Li Fei, she'll take 10%, Chen Feng said seriously. Wang Jing confirmed he wasn't joking, sighed, and said no more. What name will be on the credits? It was raining in summer. Chen Feng had already decided on the credit name. Alright, I got it. Now we just wait for the charting day, which is in 2 days. You really are full of surprises, Wang Jing said without further ado, congratulating Chen Feng in advance on the song's success. Alright, I'll head back first. Chen Feng nodded and got up to leave the office. A few minutes after Chen Feng left, Wang Jing received a message from director Zhang Yan. Although not much, I believe in this song. Let's look forward to it together. In the following 2 days, the entire Huanyu building was very busy. The 3 composing departments were competing with each other, while Chen Feng idly wasted time, casually looking for a new house. Soon, the last day of June arrived. On this day, the company was brightly lit, with the operations department and the publicity department both making preparations, waiting for midnight to come. This time, the 3 composing departments of Huanyu produced 12, 14, and 7 songs respectively. The 12th floor produced the fewest, only 7 songs, and the company's senior management focused their attention on the other 2 departments. At this time, Chen Feng had already finished work. Today, he had arranged to meet a landlord and had come to a neighborhood nearby to look at a house. "Hello, I've arrived, just downstairs of the community." Chen Feng arrived at the entrance of a community and then called the landlord. "Okay, please wait a moment." On the other end of the phone, a lazy voice came through. After a while, a woman dressed in casual home clothes walked over. It was not until the other person walked up to him that Chen Feng realized this slender, handsome woman was the landlord. "Are you Chen Feng?" She sized him up. "Yes, sorry to trouble you." Chen Feng took a breath and said calmly. "Yuan Shan." She nodded and said, "Follow me, let's go take a look at the house." Chen Feng followed behind her, unable to help but sigh in his heart. If he were to score this woman, he would give her 99 points. She was a completely different type from Li Fei. Are there really many beauties in this world? 1 bedroom and 1 living room, facing south while sitting north. Both the location and the layout were excellent. Take a look. Yuan Shan yawned and leaned against the wall, taking out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket and lighting one for herself. Chen Feng went inside and took a look around, feeling very satisfied with this house. What is the rent? Chen Feng thought that if it was acceptable, there was no need to look elsewhere. 3,000, 2 months deposit, comes with its own decoration, quite good, right? She said calmly. Indeed, then I'll come to sign the contract tomorrow and bring my luggage over at the same time. After some consideration, Chen Feng made his decision. Alright, call me when you come over tomorrow. Yuan Shan nodded. Leaving the residential area, Chen Feng rubbed his brows and estimated his total money less than 4,000 yuan left. In front of the bus stop, Chen Feng let out a heavy sigh. He could only borrow some for now. Chapter 5, Those Hasty Years. By the time he boarded the return bus, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Chen Feng looked at the scenery rushing past the window, feeling somewhat dazed, not knowing how long it had been since the last time he took the bus like this. Perhaps it had been some time since he came to this world, and Chen Feng felt that he had almost forgotten some of his past. On the bus, a few scattered people sat there, heads down, looking at their phones. Before long, at the next stop, a few girls got on. They were chatting and laughing, and after sitting down, their conversation turned to the new song chart at midnight tonight. On the last day of June, the number of college students on the streets gradually increased. Guangqing ranks among the top in the country in terms of the number of universities, with millions of fresh graduates, and Guangqing accounts for at least hundreds of thousands of them. Many new songs will be released at midnight tonight, and many companies have already announced their new songs in advance. Have you been following them? A girl with a bun hairstyle stared at her phone without blinking. I had already pre-ordered my idol's songs in advance, no more, no less, just 10. Your idol released that many songs? No, I have many idols. What about you, Xiaoya? Which songs are you following? My goddess Yan Shui is releasing a new song tonight, so I'm only following her songs. Chen Feng, standing nearby, heard the name and his expression subtly changed. He opened his phone and quickly saw Yan Shui's name on Meiyu's Weibo. It still seems to be the C position. Meiyu has announced 20 songs this month, led by their 2 top-tier singers. It looks like they are aiming for a good ranking this month. After browsing through other companies' Weibo accounts one after another, Chen Feng realized that although his song was excellent and he was absolutely confident, the entertainment world seemed very powerful. It's not that one song of his could sweep through all the competition. Although Chen Feng had never heard of the entertainment works of this world before coming here, he did not become arrogant because of it. On the official Weibo of Huanyu, Chen Feng had to scroll all the way to the bottom of the song list before he could see his own work. Classics will never be buried, Chen Feng thought to himself. Amidst the undercurrents, time quickly reached midnight. At the stroke of midnight, the operations and publicity departments of various companies all sent out the finalized copy. The night of July 1st was destined to be restless. Alright, done and dusted. The Wanyu operations department quickly packed up and left after posting the last piece. In previous years, they would have stayed a bit longer, but now Wanyu isn't doing so well, and with chart rankings, not many people pay attention to what happens in the hours after a release anymore. Anyway, I'll know when I wake up and go to work the next day. At the moment the new song was released, Chen Feng had already finished washing up and gone to bed. Like everyone else, he didn't take care under the vast night of Guangqing. Only a few people were paying attention to his new song. In a certain residential area, Li Fei was lying on her bed wearing bare pajamas, refreshing the charts over and over again. After more than 10 minutes, she became a bit nervous, afraid she might miss teacher Chen Feng's new song. Hey, got it! Soon, Li Fei finally saw Song Nanyan beyond the 150th position. Although her ranking was near the bottom, she was very satisfied. At a certain night market in Lido, Shelley, tired, found a food stall to sit down at. After ordering her dishes, she opened her phone to listen to this month's new songs. She had a habit when listening to music not used to playing songs one by one, but rather skipping around to pick. Most of the time, she preferred to look at the titles before listening. Amid the bustling crowd, Shelley sat alone scrolling through her phone. After listening to 5 or 6 songs, she wasn't very satisfied and felt that this year's songs were just so-so. Let's see what other songs there are. Shelley's hand swiped quickly down, when suddenly a song flashed by, making her stop immediately, then scroll back up. Fleet of Time, It's You, this name is okay, quite artistic. She clicked on the song and then paid to play it directly. Although there was a preview, she usually paid to listen once she picked a song. Accompanied by the piano playing, followed by other instruments, it was as if a magic force pulled her back from the present to a long time ago. Those fleeting years of ours reference, Those Fleeting Years by Fei Wong. How many times did we say it? Delaying again after goodbye. Those fleeting years of ours. Left abruptly in a hurry. Promises too hard to bear. The melody and lyrics of this song are touching, combined with the singer's voice, ethereal and melodious, as if telling a story from many years ago. A few minutes later, Shelley stared blankly at the passing crowd, thoughts flooding her mind, recalling her younger self. After a while, once she had calmed down, Shelley added this song to her July playlist and wrote a brief introduction. The first recommended song of July is here. How many fleeting years have we forgotten? This song is worthy of the stories from those hurried years. Just a few minutes later, fans immediately noticed Shelley's update. Hundreds of fans rushed in at once, and upon seeing there was only one song, they felt somewhat surprised. Are the top influencers really going to start begging for money? Sister Shelley, you are my only Pure Land, please don't let me down. I'll listen first out of respect. This name is passable, but can someone tell me, who is Xiaoshi Yu? Who is Li Fei? Many fans started joking around in the comments under this post, but quite a few still clicked on the music. However, in less than 5 minutes, the first group of people who spoke up all freaked out and rushed back to follow the thread. It blew up. I suddenly want to call a few of my close friends. I cried. I remembered that year in senior year of high school, the memory of the beautiful girl next door seeing my pants fall down and me falling flat on the ground. Memories of the dead suddenly attack me. Oh my god, what a divine song this is. I can't be the only one attacked by memories of the dead, I have to share it with those carefree friends. As the July playlist of the million-follower influencer Shelley fermented with only one song, many bloggers on other music platforms also took notice. Many bloggers entered Shelley's playlist and without exception, after a few minutes, they were all convinced and added this song to their playlists. While many night owls were active, many companies were still focused on the data at this time. The first hour of the new song chart. Among the top 10 on the chart, Meiyu from Guangqing occupied 3 spots, Daeyul from Beijing occupied 3, and the remaining 4 spots were taken by 4 other companies respectively. In the Meiyu headquarters building, Yan Shuet and several seniors remained very calm upon seeing this ranking list. Taking the top 3 is our real goal. Alright, everyone, go back and rest. It looks like Meiyu is destined to shine this month. Yan Shui did well. I will have the publicity department allocate more resources to push you into the top 5. Thank you. Yan Shui nodded, feeling extremely excited inside. As long as she breaks into the top 5, if she can win the upcoming singer competition, she will be able to challenge for first-tier singer status. That night, many people were sleepless. Chapter 6, Astonishing Data. On the first day of July, the streets were clearly lively. Chen Feng leaned by the window, watching the scenes rushing by outside, while the noisy chatter around him was mostly about last night's new song chart. Chen Feng did not expect such a level of engagement. But after some thought, he roughly understood. With the integration of some memories, Chen Feng recalled that this world, compared to Blue Star, was much larger. Although there seemed to be no difference in geographical location, the population was greater, and the territory was more extensive. almost twice the land area of Huawei in the last world, with a population close to 2 billion. Because of preconceived notions, Chen Feng treated this world as a template of the previous life as Blue Star, but in reality, this world is much larger. The flourishing entertainment industry is naturally stronger than that of Blue Star. The crowded bus, fully loaded, was packed with young people, yet many were heard discussing the new songs released at midnight. Chen Feng leaned in to listen, wanting to hear how everyone viewed the new song charts, but unfortunately, it was too noisy to catch a single clear point. By the time he got off, the bus that was full of people at departure now had only 3 or 5 left. Chen Feng got off the bus carrying his bag, looked up at the Huanyu building in front of him, and seeing the dirty and messy exterior walls, he couldn't help but sigh at how the once renowned 3 heroes of Guangcheng had now declined. The Huanyu building has 17 floors in total except for the floors below the 10th which are rented out. Floors above the 10th are all used by Huanyu itself. The 11th, 12th, and 13th floors are respectively the 3 major departments for composing and lyric writing. Floors 14 to 15 are the singer departments, but although many singers can be seen on ordinary days, they are basically all newcomers. Chen Feng thought for a moment, and at least in his impression, it seemed that apart from Li Fei, he hadn't met many other singers. Arriving at the 12th floor, Chen Feng noticed that the emotions on everyone's faces seemed somewhat varied. Some colleagues looked disappointed, while others appeared very excited. "Here I am, good news." Li Yan saw Chen Feng and greeted him in a familiar way. As soon as Chen Feng sat down, he leaned over and whispered, "One good news, one bad news." After saying that, he looked at Chen Feng with an expectant expression. The two stared at each other for more than 10 seconds before Chen Feng suddenly realized and asked, "Then, as usual, let's hear the bad news first." Seeing Chen Feng speak, Li Yan continued satisfied, "Our 12th floor was almost completely wiped out this time. There are very few who made it into the top 100. Chen Feng himself didn't even know how many entertainment companies there were in the entire Xia country. With such a monthly chart, there were at least a few hundred songs released, so not making it into the top 100 was quite normal. Although Huanyu had some weight behind it, decline was still decline. What about the other floors? Chen Feng asked. Sigh. Li Yan sighed and said, "There are 4 songs from the top 100 on the 13th floor, currently pushing into the top 50. On the 11th floor, 12 new songs have entered the charts. It's very intense. At our peak, Huanyu could compete in the top 10 charts. But there are other factors this year as well," Li Yan said after thinking for a moment. Chen Feng said thoughtfully, "Is it because of the singers?" So you actually pay attention to company matters too?" Li Yan looked at Chen Feng with some surprise. Thinking about it a bit, it's clear. After all, our entire Huanyu only has 2 gold cards now, and there is only 1 top-tier singer, on the 13th floor. Chen Feng rummaged through past memories as he spoke. "Good news?" Chen Feng asked, looking at Li Yan's expectant expression. "Hey, I just used almost, right?" Li Yan said mysteriously, "Seeing you like this, I can tell you didn't check the charts first thing after waking up. Let me tell you, our 12th floor is rock solid this time. Chen Feng, come to my office for a moment." At some point, Wang Jing appeared behind the two of them. "Okay." Chen Feng nodded and got up to follow Wang Jing. "You should have let me finish." Li Yan looked at the two leaving with a face full of grievance. In the office, Wang Jing put down her shoulder bag, plopped down heavily on the chair, and let out a deep breath, feeling much more relaxed. "You kid, you're really unpredictable." After coming to her senses, Wang Jing looked at Chen Feng with complete confusion. Seeing Wang Jing so startled, Chen Feng wondered if his song had really taken off so quickly. Although he was confident in this song, becoming famous overnight was indeed something special. Could it be that the company had provided a lot of resources? However, this speculation was quickly shattered by Wang Jing. Wang Jing sighed and said, "I originally thought the director had secured some resources for you, but I only found out this morning that the so-called resources were just an official announcement list. It seems the 13th floor is causing trouble for us again," Wang Jing said indignantly. "Let me ask you first, have you looked at the list?" Wang Jing felt that Chen Feng was a bit too calm. Chen Feng shook his head. "No wonder, I thought something was off. I wouldn't dare to see it so quickly either." Saying this, a smile spread across Wang Jing's face. "Guess how well Song Song did this year?" Wang Jing said mysteriously. Seeing Wang Jing's familiar expression, Chen Feng thought, "Isn't this just like Li Yan's expression? Already over 100? Chen Feng estimated it after all. He was very confident that as long as there was an audience, he could basically convert them into fans. You kid, that's some confidence. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Just take a look yourself." Wang Jing said, opening the notebook, and suddenly the expression on her face changed once again. No way. It changed again this time. It had only been an hour since the last time, yet the rankings had changed by several places. Wang Jing took a breath, full of admiration, and turned the computer over to Chen Feng to look at. Hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel curious. His gaze swept over, and he quickly found those hasty ears. Hiss. Seeing the ranking above, Chen Feng double-checked and rarely showed a hint of surprise on his face. The company really didn't give me any resources? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Yeah, I was really shocked when I saw it this morning. There have been very few surprises like this in my entire career. I checked, and it turns out that a top influencer with millions of followers promoted your song, and the first song on her entire July playlist is yours. As of now, her playlist only has 4 songs. Then a series of curiosities gradually evolved into what it is now. You really are something else. Chen Feng took the mouse and browsed on it. On the cloud platform, below each song, the corresponding playlist collections are displayed. Chen Feng scrolled down and was surprised to find that his song had been added to thousands of playlists. And the song's comments had also reached 60 to 70,000. Fleet Year Li Fei recommended. Fleet Year Wang Fei. Views, 2,762,001. Downloads, 1,820,045. Favorites, 2,014,752. 3 data points surpassed 1 million. This astonishing number pushed Fleet of Time to the 13th position. Chapter 7, Section 5. Fleet of Time is about to become a hit. Those who noticed this song have all realized this issue. The several companies battling for the top 10 are now all paying attention to this song that is about to hit them hard, and when they saw it was produced by the declining Huan Yu, they were not exactly surprised. After all, back then he had a certain standing, and occasionally releasing a hit song is understandable. But who exactly are Xia Shiyu and Li Fei? Many people familiar with Huan Yu are speculating that for such a hit song, the composer and lyricist didn't even use their real names. Could it be an alias of some big shot? At this moment in the Huan Yu building, Zhang Yan was extremely happy, but she still remembered what Wang Jing had said that Chen Feng did not want to appear in the spotlight. Early in the morning, she ruthlessly turned down everyone who came to inquire about the news. Even those so-called old friends and colleagues who called to chat, Zhang Yan simply said she didn't know them and told them to ask her team leaders instead. Chen Feng was slightly surprised by such data, but since he had unintentionally been propelled into fame, it was considered a normal occurrence. This song won the Golden Melody Award in the year on Blue Star. Starting off with a song like this, Chen Feng felt it was a small ace up his sleeve. While everyone was encouraging these fresh graduates with their singing, who would have thought that Xia Shiyu would bring back those friends who had graduated many years ago? A reverse move. For a time, this song quickly climbed to the top of the trending searches. Many middle-aged people, from all walks of life, whether successful or not, are all reminiscing about those college days. Youth is full of regrets. These regrets are not only about college days but also about high school, middle school, and even elementary school. Under the trending search, a comment shot to the top of the list. I suddenly really miss the friends in kindergarten with whom I could be honest and open nowadays. Trust is completely gone. 666. You mean the opposite sex friends with whom you could be honest and open, right? Indeed, trust is gone nowadays. Either they ask for a dowry of hundreds of thousands, or just 200 yuan. Upstairs, my friend's phone is broken. Can you help me ask where the girl with 200 yuan is? Comments like this appear in major communities and forums. Among the top 10 competing companies, no one expected that while they were distracted, refreshing the page again, the song Those Bygone Years had already disappeared. Director. Rushed up to 5th place. What, so fast? That's great. After arriving at the company this morning, Yan Shui stayed in the operations department at the Meiyu building. Hearing the exclamation beside her, she hurriedly looked toward the big screen. It was that song Fleet of Time that rushed up to 5th place. A colleague from the operations department said nervously beside her. Yan Shui's face turned ashen, and she looked further down, only to find her own song was in 7th place. What about resources? Didn't you invest any resources? Yan Shui said with a biting tone, looking at the song from Huan Yu. Seeing the words Huan Yu, the image of that incompetent figure appeared in her mind. Isn't that guy Chen Feng from Huan Yu? When he first joined Huan Yu, the first song he wrote was for his own self in Meiyu. But Yan Shui remembers that Chen Feng's stage name was Luo Shui. She helped come up with that name back then, thinking he could make good use of some time, but unexpectedly it was just a flash in the pan, and the following years were filled with some trash works. Thinking of this, Yan Shui sighed. Luckily most of the evidence between them had been almost completely erased. Even if Chen Feng is unhappy, he can't really cause much trouble. But who is this Xia Shiyu? This is something we can ask Chen Feng about, to make use of his remaining influence. Keep going, invest resources, and take him down. Yan Shui's voice echoed through the operations department. There's no other way, this is the budget approved from above. If we spend more, the budget will be exceeded. Director Ho from the operations department said, somewhat dissatisfied on the side. If it weren't for the fact that this woman in front of him was favored, he would have kicked someone out long ago. At this moment, in the Huan Yu building, Chen Feng had just come out of Wang Jing's office. Wang Jing looked at Chen Feng's calm face, feeling a bit overwhelmed. His calmness was really not an act, he genuinely didn't care. Thinking about how excited she had been just now, Wang Jing felt a bit embarrassed. Watching the data all approach 3 million, Wang Jing took a breath. It seemed that no song from Huan Yu had ever had such explosive numbers on the first day. Back when the company's two top-tier singers were breaking into the top tier, they only managed to reach the top 10 and a few times the top 3, which Wanyu seemed to have achieved a few times. But that was on the charts during ordinary months. Returning to her seat, Li Yan came over and continued the conversation from earlier. Ask again, start over. Li Yan said impatiently. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at him and said, got it. The company doesn't know which expert, but a song shot into the top 5. Boring. Li Yan immediately lost interest. By the way, what did the team leader want from you? After a moment of silence, Li Yan asked. Let's talk about life. Chen Feng said. Li Yan's eyes lit up and he whispered, team leader, could you be related to someone? Maybe a relative? Stop, you've asked that before. Chen Feng looked at the computer and ignored Li Yan. It's just that you didn't get an answer before. After all, you've been here for quite a while, right? During this time, quite a few people have been kicked out. The implication was that what Li Yan didn't understand was why Chen Feng wasn't the one being kicked out. Chen Feng was replying to Li Fei's messages. Just now, Li Fei had sent him several messages telling him that quite a few people were asking about him. But she had refused all of them. By the way, teacher, a few people have approached me, wanting to be my agent. Chen Feng thought for a moment and replied, send me their information, and I'll take a look for you. Okay. Soon, Li Fei sent over the files. If it were someone else, Chen Feng naturally wouldn't have the right to interfere with who they wanted to find as an agent, but with Li Fei, he had to intervene. Chen Feng didn't want Li Fei to encounter an unreliable agent who would ruin her path. The file sent by Li Fei contains information on 5 agents. Chen Feng flipped through and found that these 5 agents were all seasoned veterans, each managing 1 or 2 senior clients, and had been cooperating for quite a long time. None of these 5 people have ever brought a newcomer. Obviously, these 5 people are probably not very suitable, Chen Feng thought to himself. During the lunch break, Chen Feng went downstairs to the coffee shop to sit. In his previous life, he was used to ordering a cup of coffee and then sitting there daydreaming. The first floor of the Huanyu building is all commercial, and usually, it is mostly people from Huanyu building who shop downstairs. Chen Feng chose a seat towards the back and sat quietly, lost in thought. Don't worry, I will definitely fight for it. It's only the first day, and I've already received a notice. It will definitely get even more popular later on. When I become her manager, you'll have your share. A voice sounded from behind Chen Feng. Chapter 8, this relationship is worth 18,000. Chen Feng was about to get up and leave, having no interest in such matters, but the other person's next words made him sit back down and listen. I have already thoroughly investigated her. She has a younger sister who is attending an art school, and the tuition is a significant financial burden. Their parents are divorced, and she is the one supporting her sister's expenses. A girl like that, just give her a little sweetness, and is there any fear she can't be handled? After a brief silence, a male voice spoke. But Sister Wang, Li Fei has become a big hit with just one song now. I'm afraid the company will focus their attention on her, and if there's any problem, it will be easily noticed. What is there to panic about? If I were her manager, wouldn't I still be the one overseeing things if anything happened? The two exchanged words, while Chen Feng, sitting in front, listened calmly. Although he had never been involved in the entertainment industry, Chen Feng knew how important it was to have a reliable assistant. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Feng got up and left the cafe. After leaving the cafe, Chen Feng did not rush back to the company but went to a nearby jewelry store. The staff in the CBD business district had long developed sharp eyes. Some seasoned veterans knew what kind of person Chen Feng was within less than 10 seconds of his arrival. Many people continued playing on their phones and chatting casually nearby, showing no intention of coming over to serve him. May I help you with something? Finally, a new clerk approached Chen Feng enthusiastically and asked. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, then took out a necklace from his pocket. Do you buy gold jewelry here? Chen Feng handed the necklace to the clerk in front of him. The clerk took the necklace and examined it, then said, we do. I'll call the store manager to take a look. Please wait here for a moment. Saying this, the clerk returned the necklace to Chen Feng and then turned to walk towards the office. Chen Feng sighed inwardly and waited on the side. Chen Feng? At this moment, a voice came from behind. Hearing this, Chen Feng turned around and saw that the one calling him was a couple who had just walked into the store. It's really you. I thought so. I wouldn't mistake that back of yours. The girl took off her sunglasses, somewhat surprised to meet Chen Feng here. Looking at the fashionable beauty in front of him, Chen Feng searched his mind for a moment before recalling her. Long time no see, Kaoxin. Yeah, it's really been a long time. Back then, being able to get with Shuer was like my ancestors' graves smoking with joy. She sized up Chen Feng, her words full of mockery. What, did you make a few thousand yuan again to buy a gift for Shuer? Well, next month is Valentine's Day. Kursen was Yan Shue's best friend in college, but obviously, they were only close during college. It's clear that Yan Shui didn't tell Kursen they had broken up, and probably didn't talk much about it. No. Chen Feng didn't mention anything about the two of them, and he didn't really want to bother with Kursen either. After all, during college, when he was pursuing Yin Shui, this guy caused no end of trouble, blowing who knows what nonsense into Yin Shui's ear. By the way, what is Yin Shui doing now? Who knows? If you have time, go ask her. Chen Feng said, haven't you kept in touch since graduation? So what if that's the case? She chose you because she was blind, even having to work for months just to buy a necklace. Saying this, Kirsten linked her arm with the man beside her. Darling, let's go take a look at that necklace. Buy it, it's just a necklace. The man had a middle part hairstyle, looking greasy, wearing a suit in the middle of summer. Watching these two walk together, Chen Feng wanted to laugh inside. What is this? In the previous life on Blue Star, weren't there high-quality humans? This guy fits perfectly. Several shop assistants enthusiastically served the two, completely ignoring Chen Feng standing nearby. Chen Feng was used to this and waited quietly on the side. After a while, the young female shop assistant came out, followed by a middle-aged woman. Where? The middle-aged woman looked at Chen Feng lazily, her gaze falling on the necklace in Chen Feng's hand. Let me see it. Hearing this, Chen Feng handed the necklace to her. The next moment, the woman waited, checked the purity, and said, 9,000. Chen Feng was somewhat stunned. When he bought it, this necklace had cost him 18,000. Now, it was being sold at half price. It cost nearly 20,000 when bought, right? The middle-aged woman saw through Chen Feng's thoughts at a glance and said, if you sell it as gold jewelry recycling, it's probably only about 7,000. The extra 2,000 is considered the fee for processing this cheap stone. If you want to sell it, Xiaolan will register it for you. After saying that, the middle-aged woman put down the necklace and left. Did I hear that right? Kirsten, who was looking at the necklace, tilted her head to listen. When she realized Chen Feng was here to sell the necklace, it was as if she had discovered a new world. Could this be the necklace you gave to Yin Shui before? What, are you so desperate now that you have to sell necklaces? Did Yin Shui make you sell it? Is it that bad? Let me take a look. Kirsten grabbed the necklace from the table, examined it, and the next moment threw it back with a look of disgust. TCH, a necklace from a few years ago. How much is the buyback price? Kirsten asked the clerk beside her. The clerk glanced at Chen Feng beside him and said to her, 9,000. 9,000? Kirsten was a bit surprised, carefully scrutinizing Chen Feng before shaking her head. Chen Feng frowned slightly, looking at the necklace he had bought years ago after working several jobs. Now, selling it for 9,000 really made one sigh. As for Kirsten, who was nagging beside him, Chen Feng simply treated her as an invisible person. Obviously, Chen Feng's calmness made Kirsten very unhappy. The guy who used to be meek and humble was now acting aloof in front of her? Seeing this, she suddenly had an idea. She picked up the necklace and said regretfully, sigh, once sold, it's hard to buy it back. I'll just be a good person and help you keep it. 10,000 yuan, consider it a little support for you. Chen Feng, who was struggling with his thoughts, looked at Kirsten and hesitated for a moment before saying, forget it, it's too cheap. I won't sell it after all. Saying that, Chen Feng was about to take it back. 11,000. Seeing Chen Feng's reaction, Kirsten immediately added another 1,000. Forget it, it's still too little. I originally bought it for 18,000. Let me keep it as a memento. Chen Feng said hesitantly. 15,000, this price lets you earn 2 months' salary extra, you should be secretly pleased. Kirsten said coldly, determined to have this necklace. This is the first gift I gave to Shuer, I wouldn't even part with it for 15,000. Chen Feng struggled internally, looking at the necklace with a pained expression. Alright, I'll buy it from you at the original price, just consider me doing a good deed. Who told you and Shuer to be this poor? Kirsten said with a smug face. Okay, then transfer the money to me via WeChat. The next moment, Chen Feng's payment code was handed to Kirsten. Chapter 9, The Way of the Salted Fish. Kirsten looked at Chen Feng with a face full of astonishment and instinctively transferred the money over. When she came to her senses, Chen Feng was already standing at the door waving his hand. Shuer and I will remember to say okay to you. After saying this, Chen Feng left without looking back. If only I had bought a few more back then, I didn't expect it to hold its value so well. Watching Chen Feng leave, Kirsten felt somewhat unwell. She couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but she just felt that something was off. In the afternoon, the entire Huanyu building was filled with polarized emotions. Some were wailing, while others were relieved. The team leaders on the 12th floor had lost count of how many calls they had received. But whether in the group chat or around the company, no one knew who Xia Shiyu was. On the other side, Li Fei was being approached by quite a few agents. Originally, agents were usually assigned by the company, but because favoritism often occurred, now the artists choose for themselves. Chen Feng originally wanted to ask Zhang Yan or Wang Jing to arrange something for Li Fei. But they on the 12th floor had no qualification to get involved in this matter, it was the artist department's business. After thinking it over, Chen Feng sent a message to Li Fei, telling her to first choose on her own, relying on her instincts, and after picking a few, send them to him for help in reviewing. Recalling the two talents he met at the cafe today, Chen Feng absolutely would not allow such people to be Li Fei's agents. The entire afternoon, Chen Feng was slacking off, idly browsing the news of the world. The group chat on the 12th floor occasionally became lively. The popularity of Rush to the Past surged wave after wave. At 6 in the evening, director Zhang Yan walked out of the office. Everyone, those bygone years, has rushed up to third place. Hiss. Terrifying, all three metrics have surpassed 4 million. Which expert has unleashed their power? Many people were amazed while occasionally glancing at their colleagues around them. Chen Feng, the person involved, didn't take it seriously. Instead, he quickly packed up and left. First, he had an appointment with the landlord Yuan Shan to sign the contract today. Zhang Yan watched Chen Feng leave right on time and was somewhat thoughtful. On today's bus, there were even more people discussing the new song. Generally speaking, the popularity of a new song usually peaks on the first day. Each subsequent 100,000 in data is extremely difficult. Chen Feng squeezed through the crowd and finally heard the discussion about those hurried years. This classic, loved by both young and old, did not overlook these fresh university graduates just entering society. Packed on the bus were those who had interviewed all day and those whose legs were weak from running business errands. For people like them, the only time their hearts were truly quiet was during the bus ride to and from work. Listening to many voices on the bus discussing the hurried years, Chen Feng unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he still cared. Back in the shabby little room, Chen Feng didn't even eat and started packing his luggage. After fussing around until 9 o'clock, Chen Feng dragged 2 suitcases, carried a backpack, glanced at the single room that had accompanied him for 4 years, and then left. As for checking out, it will still take another week. When arriving at the residential complex to move in, Chen Feng had already informed Yuan Shan over the phone. Since it was the first time moving in, the landlord needed to accompany her. After a short while, Yuan Shan, who was out for a night run, leisurely jogged towards the entrance of the complex. Wearing a tracksuit and sweating profusely, Yuan Shan waved at Chen Feng, signaling him to follow. Chen Feng realized that this landlord had a different kind of beauty every time he saw her. Her delicate features, combined with a graceful figure, truly seemed like a gift from heaven. I think if you debuted, you could take off in less than a year, Chen Feng said, carrying 2 suitcases as he followed Yuan Shan, unable to help but sigh. Hearing this, Yuan Shan, who was walking ahead, stopped, slightly raised her chin, thought for a moment, and said, "That is true. But being a star is so exhausting, it's much better to be a salted fish." Yuan Shan firmly defended her belief. "I agree with that, being a salted fish is the best." Chen Feng wholeheartedly agreed. Yuan Shan looked at Chen Feng with satisfaction, giving a thumbs up. "Great, a kindred spirit, then let's be salted fish and play games together." "I'm not like you, just lying around collecting rent." Chen Feng rolled his eyes at her. "Then you help me collect it, so I can save the time I spend dealing with tenants' trivial matters every day," Yuan Shan said excitedly. "Forget it, this kind of salted fish doesn't suit me." Chen Feng thought about it and said, "My current salted fish ways are quite good." "Well, you are always welcome here, I am lacking a nursemaid, come over and be a nursemaid for me later," Yuan Shan said. After the exchange, it turned out that Yuan Shan is still a fan of online games and still likes to play the output kind. The online games in this world are also very developed. Chen Feng recalled that when he first went to college and didn't meet Yin Shui, he was also a fan of online games and often went to internet cafes to stay up late to play copies. In the blink of an eye, the game has also unconsciously fallen behind. "Turn around, I'll go play a milkmaid and be a rich woman's thigh pendant," Chen Feng said as he cleaned up his room. Yuan Shan was smoking a cigarette on the balcony. "Very good, I like such an eye-catching pendant." Yuan Shan comfortably exhaled smoke rings and looked at Chen Feng, who was tidying up his room. After half an hour, Yuan Shan yawned and left on her own. Chen Feng arranged his things, and when he came back to his senses, Yuan Shan had already gone back. "This guy, the rent hasn't been picked up and the contract hasn't been signed yet," Chen Feng said helplessly. After taking a comfortable shower, Chen Feng sat lazily on the small sofa and transferred $9,000 to Yuan Shan on WeChat. Ding. "Okay, come find me after work tomorrow to sign the contract, this will be the time when sister will be chasing the drama." Not long after, Yuan Shan sent a message. "Go to sleep." Chen Feng stared blankly at the night outside the balcony, got up and stretched his muscles, then returned to his room to lie down. The next day, 8 o'clock. Chen Feng woke up out of habit, only to remember that he had moved, and it was only half an hour's commute from the company, so he was ready to continue to catch up on his sleep. However, the cell phone on the side was ringing non-stop. Early in the morning, is the group so lively, who got married not? Chen Feng picked up his cell phone and clicked on the group of 99 messages. Li Yan, blowing up. Paranoid, who else? Lu Meng, 12th floor, finally raised eyebrows, who dares to force Lai with us in the future? Looking at this group of rowdy guys, Chen Feng in addition to Li Yan is not impressed by any of them. But obviously, there should be something good happening. Thinking about it, Chen Feng opened the microblogging, and immediately realized that his song had already topped the hot search list. Scrolling through it, he found that it had even been aided last night by the country's great director, Director Lee. Looking at the song appointment invitation sent by the other party, Chen Feng did not pay attention to it, but instead opened the music app and found that his song had rushed to the top of the list. The three figures surpassed 5 million, leading the second place by 200,000. Watching the number of downloads break through 5 million, Chen Feng instantly stopped being sleepy and instantly popped up and sat up, leaning on the bed and started calculating the share he would get. After roughly calculating the revenue after the share, Chen Feng immediately became excited. I drop a good boy, at least 2 million revenue. Chapter 10 Rules. The famous and unknown composer and singer were paired together, and for a time the entire entertainment circle was paying attention. Shengshire entertainment, although piled into the circle of many people, but the real god-level composition, lyrics is very little. Nowadays, there are only a few people in China who can be called the god of lyrics and the god of music, and there are less than 10 of them when counted down. There are fewer than 10 people, and those who have a strong level of both composition and lyrics are even fewer than the number of legendary gods, which can be counted on one hand. Any potential seed that could become a legend was naturally attracting the attention of many companies. In fact, without waiting for other companies to make a move, Phantom Entertainment's executives had already found Zhang Yan to ask about who Xia Shiyi was, while Li Fei was similarly pursued by many. Chen Feng at the moment was about to go out after washing up in a happy manner, when suddenly a phone call came in. How is it her? Chen Feng looked at Yan Shui's phone and was somewhat surprised. This woman with a higher heart than the sky is now what madness is looking for herself again? Chen Feng thought about it and connected. Who is the summertime rain in your company? The phone came from the other end of the Yan Shui's voice, hit over the target directly. Chen Feng frowned, looked at the phone, confirming that the caller was Yan Shui, said, I don't know, you want to find yourself to find a way to find it. 100,000. What 100,000? Chen Feng fumbled his mind and asked. I said if you can push his contact information to me, I will give you 100,000 reward. Yan Shui said. Chen Feng was stunned and stroked his chin. 100,000 ah. Chen Feng sighed, as if 100,000 was nothing to this woman nowadays. I don't know, this is something you should ask our company leaders. With that, Chen Feng was ready to hang up the phone. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and after a dozen seconds, Yan Shui opened her mouth and said, Did you meet Kuxin? Did she look for you? Chen Feng was a bit surprised. She didn't look for me, she just went around in the classmate group saying that I let you sell the necklace you gave me to her for money. Yan Shui said in an icy tone. I hope that there is nothing between us that cannot be passed, each other to give each other freedom, do not delay each other, you can understand what I said, right? Chen Feng sniffed and said, of course, so you should not call me and harass me in the future. With that, Chen Feng hung up the phone. Guangqing, a high-end district, Yan Shui looked at the phone with an unbelievable face. That guy Chen Feng would even hang up his phone? What's wrong? Does he know something? The broker on the side came over and asked. Yan Shui shook her head. He doesn't know, it seems like it should be some new composer that Phantom Entertainment has scooped up. It can't be helped, I'll think of another way to get closer, after all, there are a lot of people who hit on this composer's idea today. The agent said. At this time as squeezing the bus, Chen Feng did not think that he has now become the meat and potatoes. Arrived at the company, according to the usual a bit, he put down the bag and then came to the restroom to touch the fish, although nowadays the summertime rain has become the company's hot topic. Today's Mirage Entertainment building was a lot more lively, and many of his peers came over. However, being arranged by the illusory entertainment mansion, a receptionist just dealt with them. After a while, Chen Feng received a message from Li Fei. Li Fei's song burst into flames, notices came to her door one after another, and the girl who no one noticed in the past was as beautiful as an elf. The company's brokers were even breaking their heads trying to bring her in. Looking at the information sent by Li Fei, Chen Feng looked at it and did not expect that among the intended brokers sent by Li Fei, there was the talent that he encountered in the cafe that day. The one surnamed Wang can't work, the other four, leave Chen Yu and Su Wei. Chen Feng returned. Understood, teacher. In a short while, Li Fei returned the message. For Chen Feng's words, she was convinced. Originally, Chen Feng was guilty of not bothering with these things. After all, he was a composer, and what the singer would become in the future didn't have much to do with him. However, Li Fei is pretty enough, and the diva of Blue Star is too much like her. Chen Feng can't let Li Fei mix poorly on this point alone. After dealing with Li Fei's matter, Chen Feng returned to his seat, thought for a moment and opened his computer to download the game. Not long after, Zhang Yan sent a message in the group, asking everyone to gather in the conference room. There seems to be a big order. Li Yan whispered. When everyone came to the conference room, Chen Feng once again sat down at his own pace. Many people looked at him in surprise. Li Yan gave a thumbs up and called out 666. I don't know when he started, but Li Yan realized that Chen Feng, who used to be so obedient in the past, was not following the rules anymore. Many people looked at Chen Feng, just waiting for director Zhang Yan to speak. However, Superintendent Zhang Yan glanced at Chen Feng and didn't say anything. Instead, he asked his assistant on the side to distribute the information in his hand to the people. Director, I think there is a need to straighten out the company's environment. If this continues, I'm afraid that when we go down to the meeting, we senior composers won't even have a place to sit. Seeing that Zhang Yan didn't have an attack, someone faintly opened his mouth and said, "Yes, if this goes on, we have no rules on the 12th floor, so that other floors know what to say about us." At once, someone agreed. Immediately afterward, everyone spoke one word at a time, and in their words, they were all almost explicitly talking about Chen Feng. Chen Feng, on the other hand, looked down at his cell phone on the side and was checking out the strategy. It had to be said that the online games in this world were no worse than Blue Star, and the environment was also good. Chen Feng had long had itchy hands. Wang Jing frowned and spoke in dissatisfaction. When did it become your turn to point fingers at the people in our group? In the end, what kind of bull rules are these? Rules, how come I didn't see your songs get a place to sit when we hit the charts? Chen Feng put down his cell phone and looked at the crowd blandly. Bull. Li Yan behind him couldn't help but marvel in a low voice. What are you talking about? Chen Feng's words immediately caused the crowd to blow up and accuse him. Who are you? Did your song enter the top 100? Chen Feng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him suspiciously. The other party was choked by Chen Feng's words, pointing at him with an exasperated huff, and spoke only after half a night. When we hit the charts, you don't even know where you're breastfeeding yet? Does that mean you are old and useless now? Chen Feng laughed. Seeing that the entire conference room was about to stage a big mess, Zhang Yan slapped the table and said, "Enough, like what? I didn't ask you guys to fight. If you guys are capable, use your strength to speak to these juniors." Zhang Yan frowned at the crowd. For a while, everyone stopped talking and quieted down. Look at the material in front of you. This is Director Cheng's movie. Don't say you weren't given a chance. Chen Feng directly ignored the blank stares of the crowd and picked up the information on the desktop. A few moments later, someone was surprised. $200 million, this is a big production. On the side of Chen Feng after reading this information, for a moment some trance, this historical masterpiece, the struggle for power, the harem chaos. Looking at the stills wearing golden armor, Chen Feng had a song for the first time. Is this about to throw a king bomb? Chapter 11 Wang Jing's silence. Flamboyant and ornate costumes and props, all that stuff about dynasties fighting for power and favor. Blue Star did have one such work, and the composer, lyrics and singer were all at the level of a great god. The song was even hotter than the movie at one point. The deadline was 1 week, and Director Chang was picking from 3 companies, so if he could make the cut, he would undoubtedly be able to go further. Originally, our illusory entertainment was not qualified to be selected, thanks to Summertime with Rain. Zhang Yan swept his eyes at Chen Feng before getting up to leave. When the director left, there was naturally no need for the others to sit here. Chen Feng yawned and got up to leave. Returning to his seat, Chen Feng thought about writing out the lyrics of the song first. After humming it in his mind and finding the feel of the song in his heart, Chen Feng was glad that he had a solid foundation. Let's go, let's eat. At noon, Li Yan came over and called on Chen Feng. It was the first time that Chen Feng went to eat with his colleagues in the company, so he did not refuse, and the two of them came to the cafe to sit after eating. With regards to what happened in the conference room today, Li Yan was in awe of Chen Feng. Those rules should have been eliminated a long time ago. Li Yan said indignantly. In response, Chen Feng just smiled faintly, not affected in the slightest by today's conference room matter. After the two of them chatted for a few moments, they returned to the company. In the afternoon, Chen Feng took the lyrics to Wang Jing's office. Sister Jing, regarding Director Cheng's play, I have a new song, Chen Feng said, handing her the lyrics in his hand. Wang Jing was busy coping with the various interpersonal relationships she had to deal with every day, and once she heard that Chen Feng had a new song, her entire being was not well. Immediately, she took the A4 paper handed by Chen Feng and looked at it. Your tears are soft with wounds. The bleak moon bends and hooks the past. When she first saw the first 2 words, Wang Jing thought it was some kind of love song, but as she looked closer, the expression on her face became more and more grave. After a few minutes, Wang Jing put down the paper in her hands and exhaled heavily. She looked at Chen Feng and remained silent for a few minutes, not knowing what was going through her mind. I will definitely make Director Zhang Yan fight for the corresponding resources. Wang Jing could only hold back such a sentence in the end. By the way, who are you going to let in for the compositions? Wang Jing asked. Chen Feng shook his head and said, I'll do the composing, and for the singer, it should be a male voice with a distinctive tone as much as possible. Having said that, Chen Feng felt that it might not be easy to find. Zhou Dong Ah. To find a singer like Blue Star's Dong Zhou in this world, I'm afraid there is, but it's hard to say if there is one in this company. A unique vocal tone? Wang Jing nodded thoughtfully, then said, the soundtrack room is at 3 as usual. Good, I'll score the music and then wait for the singer. Chen Feng nodded and said. Coming out of Wang Jing's office, Chen Feng returned to his seat and realized that the game he downloaded today was also ready. Let me see how the standard of the game is now first. Chen Feng was instantly interested. Li Yan, who was on the side, came over and saw the game on Chen Feng's computer, and his gaze towards Chen Feng changed instantly. Li Yan frowned in thought, thinking when Chen Feng was so wild. Moreover, the group leader had been looking for him recently. At first, he thought it was a lecture, but he could see that he had guessed wrong. A relative? Unlikely, there was no need to wait 3 or 4 years for relatives to reveal themselves. Hiss. Could it be that? In the next moment, Li Yan's gaze towards Chen Feng became different. There was only one truth. Chen Feng, who was in the process of registering his account, did not notice in the slightest that Li Yan beside him had brainstormed a good show. Quickly registering his account, Chen Feng turned off the computer sound and then opened the game. Nothing to touch the fish, occasionally writing songs, this salted fish way how comfortable ah. Chen Feng realized that he liked this kind of salty fish life. The only bad thing was that this location was close to the aisle. However, Chen Feng just thought about it, but the movements of his hands did not stop. After entering his account and logging in, Chen Feng came to the selection page. This game was somewhat similar to Blue Star's Warcraft, but unlike Warcraft, this game was much more convenient, and spell casting wasn't as stiff. The game had 7 professions to choose from, which Chen Feng had learned about earlier. When he found the spiritist of the auxiliary class, he pinched a small beautiful character. Spirit is a character similar to the elves, has a handsome appearance. Chen Feng always liked female characters in the game, so he pinched a small beauty. After pinching the character and entering the game, Chen Feng started playing and found that it was not difficult at all to familiarize himself with such a game. Seeing that it was almost 3 o'clock, Chen Feng turned the game off, and then went towards the soundtrack room. When he arrived at the soundtrack room, the ones waiting here were still the same few teachers from last time. When they saw Chen Feng's arrival, they were a bit surprised, then immediately said excitedly, "Brother, the score you brought last time is so hot now." When they saw Chen Feng, they remembered that the score for Rush Hour was brought by Chen Feng. "I brought it again this time, please." Chen Feng gave them the score in his hand. A few people took the sheet music, and after reading it, a few people immediately felt stunned. Another good piece. Could it be that this time around, it was another one by that summertime rain god? A few people mysteriously inquired. Seeing this, Chen Feng nodded his head slightly and said, "I hope that a few teachers will not mention it to outsiders. Xiao Big Brother likes to keep a low profile." Understood, understood. The few people nodded solemnly. The true great gods were all low-key. Then let's start, we must do our best to match it. A few people were full of passion and immediately began recording. Chen Feng locked the door and then waited quietly. Last time, he had noticed that the strength of these few teachers was really strong. It wasn't known if Wang Jing had deliberately arranged it, or if the soundtrack teachers of Illusory Entertainment were just that fierce. An ancient-style song echoed in the music room, giving Chen Feng the illusion of being in the Blue Star. At the end of the first recording, the teacher specifically asked for Chen Feng's opinion. Chen Feng recalled the feeling of the entire song and pointed out some subtle gaps, making several teachers impressed. If it wasn't for his own skills in this area, Chen Feng wouldn't have been able to detect the gaps between the two. Soon, the second recording ended. "How is it? I feel that I have improved a lot this time. Brother, you can do it." Chen Feng was very satisfied with the second recording. "Thank you, I've worked hard for a few teachers, this time it's perfect." Chen Feng felt that these teachers really played a great role. "We thank you, recording this kind of good music is the greatest enjoyment of this job." Several people chatted for a long time with similar interests. Returning from the soundtrack room, Wang Jing had already sent the singers information. This time there were a dozen copies. Chen Feng randomly opened the audio data of one of the singers, and after listening to it for a dozen seconds, his brows immediately furrowed. This? It did count as a unique voice in some sense. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. The first singer had surprised him, ghostly as it was, and he even thought that Wang Jing was joking with herself. Chapter 12: Choosing People. With Zhou Don's song, choosing a person was a difficult task. Chen Feng had already anticipated some of the problems he would encounter when he thought of this song. However, when listening to the dozen or so audios, one did not meet his requirements. It was normal that Phantom Entertainment didn't have anyone like this. Chen Feng sighed, he should have thought of it long ago. There was just no way to release the song without the right words. Not settling was Chen Feng's motto. Either don't do it, or do it to near perfection. Luckily it wasn't any other song, this one at least had a clear bite, and the match wasn't too difficult. Chen Feng sent a message to Wang Jing, informing her that this batch was unqualified, so she could only be bothered to keep looking. Received, I will continue to look for the next, collect good first time to send you. A few minutes later, Wang Jing wrote back. Close to the end of the day, Wang Jing sent another batch of information. Chen Feng just moved his but ready to retreat. Seeing that the newly sent information is only 4, so he sat down to listen to the end. Still not working, the voice is best some biting problems, with the possibility of tuning. Chen Feng pondered and sent a message to Wang Jing. Problems with biting words? Wang Jing looked at the message sent by Chen Feng with a stunned face. These people, we are afraid that our company doesn't want them, right? It's hard to say, these years Phantom Entertainment has fallen, so maybe they will dig these people in. Wang Jing thought about it and picked up the phone to call her old friend in the artist department. 15th floor, artiste department. Wang Mo was interviewing newcomers when the phone rang, and he was a bit surprised to see Wang Jing's call. What's wrong, so free to find me? Wang Mo picked up the phone and opened his mouth to ask. Sorry, hold on a moment. She apologized and looked at the newcomer on the other side. It's fine, teacher, take your time. A few newcomers were sitting down and didn't dare to have a problem with this in the slightest. Foam, I have a song to choose someone, but the current singers are not very good. I want to ask you still have a collection not? Wang Jing said. I'm not sure if you have a collection? Wang Mo frowned, dissatisfied, said, nowadays the upper head but let me not delay your 12th floor. All the singer information are all open to you, how, this is not suitable? Wang Mo was a little surprised. Wang Jing sighed and said, this time the requirements are higher. The song of that great god Xia? Now that there is a great god on the 12th floor, the whole company knows about it, but the other party picked a newcomer that everyone didn't expect. Yes, I picked out a dozen for him, and none of them were satisfactory. What is the requirement? Tell me, I'll help you look at it. Wang Mo saw that it was a song from a great god and got on board. The bite is not clear, but it can be tuned. Wang Jing on the other end of the phone said after a moment of silence. What? The bite word is not clear, but it can be tempered. Wang Jing repeated. You this dead girl looking for things, to ask me if there is no bite word is not clear singer, there is this kind of singer, our phantom entertainment shall not close down. Wang Mo cursed and said, then hung up Wang Jing's phone. Really, this girl doesn't follow the routine every time. Wang Mo shook his head. Let's continue. After calming down, Wang Mo continued the interview of the three people in front of him. That one interviewer trembling raised his hand and whispered, teacher is looking for a singer whose bite is not too clear. I am. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Wang Mo frowned and looked at the boy in front of him and asked, do you know Wang Jing? The boy shook his head in confusion, don't know. What was your name again? Wang Mo asked. Zhou Qi. Good, give me a paragraph to listen to. The boy smiled inwardly and sang a verse, and the few people present had strange faces for a while. It seems that the phantom entertainment has indeed fallen. Wang Mo thought inwardly. In the past, this kind of biting words do not dare to submit their resumes to them. After thinking about it, Wang Mo found Zhou Qi's audio material in his mailbox and sent it to Wang Jing. 12th floor. Wang Jing originally thought that this matter seems to be unable to find for a while, can only go outside to look for it. When she saw Wang Mo sending the email, she didn't think much about it and forwarded it to Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng was crowded in the pile of people, and when he received Wang Jing's email, he opened the audio. In the midst of the noise, the moment the singer's voice rang out from the Bluetooth headset, Chen Feng's face rejoiced. Good guy, really found it? Chen Feng also thought that this matter would have to be shelved. I didn't expect Wang Jing to be so powerful and really found it. Soon after, Chen Feng sent a message to Wang Jing. He's the one, please ask him to come over tomorrow to try out the song. Wang Jing, who was driving her car, saw her cell phone light up as Chen Feng's message crossed over. Seeing that he finalized the one he had just sent, he immediately pulled over and stopped the car. Wang Jing's expression became subtle as she had also listened to this audio just now in the garage. For this voice condition, Wang Jing was not favorable. However, since Chen Feng had finalized it, Wang Jing had no choice but to call Wang Mo. As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Jing did not wait for the other party to open their mouths, and then asked Wang Mo to arrange for the singer called Zhou Qi to come to the 12th floor tomorrow to try out the song. Wang Jing hung up the phone without even saying a word to Wang Mo, who was holding back a bunch of words she wanted to say. It seems that I can't find her in the last few days. Wang Jing laughed bitterly. Wang Mo was a bit skeptical at the moment. But after calming down, she called out to Zhou Qi, who was ready to leave. Zhou Qi was already wondering where he was going to sing in the open air tonight, but the next moment he was told by Wang Mo that he could go and try out the songs. For a moment, Zhou Qi was so excited that he was trembling. Thank you, teacher, thank you for your trust. Zhou Qi happily said. No need to thank me, I originally thought it was not suitable, but it just so happens that there is a song that seems to need a voice similar to yours. Wang Mo said, leaving the conference room without looking back. At the moment, she just wanted to go have a good drink. After the commute time changed from an hour and a half to half an hour, Chen Feng's entire body felt much more comfortable. The bus stop to the neighborhood was also just less than 5 minutes away. When he returned to the entrance of the neighborhood, a Ferrari suddenly flashed its lights towards him. Chen Feng frowned and looked over, only to see a slender hand reaching out from the car window to wave at Chen Feng. Eh? Chen Feng looked around to confirm that the other party was calling himself, so he walked over. Only when he went up did he realize that it was Yuan Shan sitting in the car. Hiss. Sister Shan, you drive a Ferrari? Chen Feng was shocked. Nonsense, a few $1 million car is still a small problem. Yuan Shan took off her sunglasses and said, get in the car and take you to eat something delicious. I'll be there. Without saying a word, Chen Feng opened the door and fastened his seatbelt. Do not ask me why I take you to eat? Yuan Shan laughed. My generation does not go through some tests, how to achieve great things. Chen Feng said righteously. Besides, if Sister Shan wants to eat my tofu, I still reluctantly agree. Yuan Shan gave Chen Feng a blank look, then drove the car towards the city. Chapter 13, A Night of Tossing and Turning. From the neighborhood out, not much time, the car parked in front of a downtown villa. Looking at the lights inside, it was obviously a party. Chen Feng was surprised to look at Yuan Shan, asked, could it be what classmates' reunion? Yuan Shan took the satchel, faintly laughed, guild party, you are not going to give me as a nanny? What's the matter? Guild party, what guild? Chen Feng didn't react for a moment. That. Yuan Shan pointed to the sign on the side. Sanctuary Area 73, Follow Your Heart Guild Offline Gathering? Chen Feng was instantly speechless, this an online game guild party or so luxurious? At this time, many people were chatting at the entrance of the villa, and when they saw Yuan Shan coming down from the Ferrari, they greeted each other. A few men who looked like successful people even jogged to Yuan Shan's door. I thought you weren't coming tonight, Shan. This party wouldn't be much fun without you. A few people were scrambling to perform in front of Yuan Shan with one word or another. Chen Feng got down from the passenger side and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Looking at Chen Feng, who was dressed in cheap clothes, the crowd was a bit strange, only thinking that this should be Yuan Shan's little brother or something. Who is he? A man couldn't help but ask. Our guild's milkmaid, he'll be joining the guild in a few days. Yuan Shan said. You're finally here. Not long after, several girls with the same exquisite appearance came out from the villa and happily ran over to hold Yuan Shan's hand. A few people immediately became chatterboxes and walked towards the small attic. Make yourself at home. Yuan Shan said to Chen Feng. You are such a cutie. Chen Feng was helpless, and when the other men saw a few big beauties go in, they also followed. As for Chen Feng, they felt that they were not a threat at all. Chen Feng was happy to see such a scene, shelved in the novel, this shall not be stepped on by all kinds of. This is really a harmonious society. When the crowd dispersed, Chen Feng wandered around the villa on his own. The entire villa was wrapped in a garden, and the dining table was set up in 2 rows. All sorts of Western pastries, seafood, and liquor were constantly supplied. Since coming to this world, Chen Feng hadn't even had the memory of enjoying a large meal like this, and immediately took a plate and began to enjoy it. Although they were guild gatherings, they each had their own small circles. In groups of 3 or 5, they gathered to chat. The content of the chat was all in the game at first, but gradually it pulled into reality. Women are only cosmetics in various variety shows, love beans. Men are almost always about cars and beautiful women. That Li Fei who recently burst into flames, she's really stunningly beautiful. Yeah, you've been paying attention too? Maybe it's a fairy. A group of men gathered to discuss Li Fei, who recently exploded in popularity with her song Rush Hour. I didn't realize you guys were following Li Fei too. The girls who were chatting about their favorite beans instantly joined the discussion. Behind the crowd, Chen Feng, who was peeling a large lobster, paused and said to himself, I didn't expect this girl to catch fire so quickly. It seems that the spread of entertainment is still very fast. Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang. Jenny Chen? Chen Feng thought about it and was surprised. Cousin? This kid, under the impression that it seems like he and himself have always been at odds, why would he give himself a call? Chen Feng, are you in Guangcheng? The phone was connected. Not waiting for Chen Feng to open his mouth, the Qinjiewen on the other end of the phone opened her mouth and asked. What's wrong? Chen Feng said suspiciously. Come to Heartland, hurry up. After saying that, Chen Jiewen on the other end of the phone hung up. Chen Feng was puzzled. This cousin of his was not a stable master. Originally, Chen Feng also did not want to take care of these relatives, but how to say is also considered a cousin. If the complaint to their own mother, it is not good to explain. After all, about the family, Chen Feng is not mentally prepared to contact them. Alas! A mess. Chen Feng sighed, sent a message to Yuan Shan, and then took a taxi to leave. It just so happened that this centrifugal world wasn't far away, and 10 minutes later, Chen Feng arrived at the centrifugal world. Located in the vicinity of the CBD's rich district, there were many upscale shopping malls in the vicinity, and Heartland was one of them, covering shopping, food and entertainment in one. Chen Feng! A voice came from behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned around and looked. The one calling himself was none other than Jiewen Chen. Behind her, there were 5 or 6 young people. A group of men and women were gathered together, dressed in fashion. But the scene was not too good to look at, that is, except for Chen Jiewen, who could be said to be a beautiful woman. The other few gave Chen Feng the feeling that they were ugly. Chen Jiewen walked up with a disgruntled face, patted Chen Feng's shoulder, and said to the other few people, this is my cousin, he is working at Illusion Entertainment. You tell them if you work at Illusion Entertainment. Jenny Chen said to Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at Chen Jiewen with a helpless face. You called me here in a hurry just for this? Otherwise, they don't believe me, so I called you over. Chen Jiewen spread her hands and said. Calling me over doesn't necessarily mean I'm working at Mirage Entertainment, there's no evidence. Even if it is, it's possible that it's also a sweeper or a security guard? The people present laughed. It is not, he is there to compose, surely no Li Fei can get a photo autograph. Chen Jiawen anxiously retorted. Only then did the Chen Feng at the side understand what was going on. Dare this girl go around bragging to people that she is working at Illusion Entertainment, thinking that she is helping to get autographs. It was like calling in her senior brother after a fight when she was a child, making Chen Feng unable to help but laugh a little. Thinking of this, Chen Feng pulled his crotch and said regretfully, "They're right, your cousin, I'm working as a handyman at Illusory Entertainment now. Sorry, cousin, there's no way I can get you an autograph." Saying that, Chen Feng rubbed Chen Jiawen's head inside. Ah! Chen Jiawen's face instantly turned blue. Ha, I told you, look at this, it's impossible to get close to Goddess Li Fei. Go, I did not expect you to lie to us, but also said what composers, a miscellaneous, you wait for me to tell the family. Chen Jiawen instantly looked disgusted. Anyway, I didn't say anything wrong he does work in the Illusion Entertainment, the bet is not considered a loss. Chen Jiawen looked at Chen Feng in disgust, then led the crowd away. But then again, maybe as a handyman there is a chance to take a look at Goddess Li Fei. Chen Feng was stumped in place, watching the crowd leave. This Nima, I'm bitter. Chen Feng didn't know who he was messing with. How did he get off work for the night and be called around by people? Standing dumbfounded for a few minutes, Chen Feng walked towards the bus. Thinking about how many people were talking about Li Fei tonight, Chen Feng was a bit puzzled and opened the music platform, only to find that Li Fei's interview was already online. In the video, Li Fei had a long dress, matching her tall figure, and the light makeup she wore made her whole temperament even further. Even Chen Feng was lost in thought for a moment. It had to be said that innocence and high coolness could really be combined in one person. July 2nd. 2 days after hitting the shelves, Rush Hour continued to pull ahead, far ahead, approaching the 6 million figure. This is the threshold line for golden songs. Chapter 14, Zhou Qi's Song Trial. Composers, lyricists have ranks. Singers likewise had. Even though Li Fei's song had exploded in popularity, in the eyes of the gang in the entertainment industry, it could only be considered a newcomer who had suddenly risen to prominence, and there were not a lot of such people in these decades. A song burst into popularity, and then bumble through a large number of the future. Only by constantly standing on one's feet with one's works could one be called a first-line singer, a top-stream singer, or even be called a superstar, a heavenly king, or such a level. Today's Li Fei was at best a third-tier singer, and if she could punch her way into the golden melody standard with this song, then only then could she be called a second-tier singer. It was just that these were all temporary. The next song was the key. Chen Feng naturally wouldn't know about these things. At the moment he was biting into a bun as he walked into the office building. Wang Jing had sent him a few messages this morning, informing him that today's audition for the song would come at 11 a.m. and that he would be in Studio 3 at that time. Chen Feng sat down and listened carefully to Zhou Qi's audio, realizing that this kid was really malleable. Although his bike was unclear, he had a unique charm. It looked like many of Zhou Dong's classics were going to be cheap for this kid in the future. Chen Feng feels that if Zhou Qi can be well tuned, his future achievements will definitely not be low. Let me, this mediocre blue star porter, give the world a little surprise. Chen Feng suddenly felt that this matter was quite interesting. The entire 12th floor was extraordinarily lively today, many people were thinking hard, and occasionally someone rushed into the team leader's office with a piece of A4 paper in high spirits, and walked out with their heads hanging down a few minutes later. In the movie and television industry, director Chang is notoriously strict. He especially loves literary dramas and is bent on making movies with substance that will make a name for themselves in movie history. In this fast food era, making such movies is often a thankless task. After 3 years, Capital has once again asked him to come out, and the song selection for this movie becomes especially important. Right, director Chang's appointment song this time, how much is it? Chen Feng suddenly thought of something and asked Li Yan, who was beside him. Li Yan, who was burying his head in thought, looked up at Chen Feng and said with a strange expression, $3 million, you are interested? Hiss. Big project. According to the 37 split, he could take a small amount of $2 million. This would solve a lot of things at once. At almost 11 o'clock, when Chen Feng arrived at the recording studio, he saw Zhou Qi, who was ferrying back and forth at the door. How to put it, Zhou Qi was quite handsome, but not handsome enough to be a star. Chen Feng carefully read his profile. Before this work profile is in the street singing. Even in the bar singing has not been much of a resident. At this time his nervous back and forth Zhou Qi heard footsteps behind him, reflexively turned back. Teacher? Zhou Qi carefully asked. This kind of questioning he has been doing all morning. The supervisor asked him to come at 11 o'clock, he arrived at 9 o'clock this morning. Well, go in and get ready. Chen Feng nodded and pushed open the door to enter. Zhou Qi on the side clenched his fists and hissed silently. Finally waiting. Zhou Qi felt his entire body's cells tense up. Walking into the recording studio, he was on the verge of tears when he saw a bunch of professional-grade hardware. Once upon a time, his dream was to record a song of his own in such a recording studio. Such a day did not expect to finally wait for himself. Zhou Qi took the lyrics handed over by Chen Feng and read them once before an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Old teacher, are these the lyrics that we're going to try today? As a fan of national style, Zhou Qi felt beautifully mesmerized by the words. It was as if he was in the middle of that era, witnessing the fragile strand of love in a chaotic world. Well, you familiarize yourself first, I'll debug the equipment. Chen Feng skillfully opened the various recording equipment and debugged. Okay. Zhou Qi exhaled heavily and began to focus after taking a few minutes to calm down. Chen Feng, who was debugging, looked back and was satisfied to see Zhou Qi enter the state of concentration so quickly. A person could be big-headed, but he had to be dependable at critical moments, and it was obvious that Zhou Qi possessed this. Soon, the trial song began. Your tears, soft with wounds, quote, Chrysanthemum Terrace J. Cho. The bleak white moon curves and hooks the past. The moon is too long condensed into frost. Who's in the attic in cold despair? When Zhou Qi's tune rang out, even though there were still some differences, Chen Feng knew he had picked the right one. It was thanks to Wang Jing that such a singer could be picked. A few minutes later, after the first song, Zhou Qi nervously looked at Chen Feng waiting for an answer. Chen Feng was silent for a moment and clapped his hands. It's just you, even though there are still quite a few problems, they can all be solved. Before we officially start, let me talk to you about a few things. Phew. Hearing Chen Feng's approval, the tightly tensed Zhou Qi's entire body loosened up at this moment, exhaling heavily. In the next moment, he continued to focus and be serious again. You said, teacher. Chen Feng nodded his head and spoke roughly about the commission and about not exposing the information about having rain in the summertime in the future. The focus was on the commission. Chen Feng was slightly conscientious this time and gave a little 50%. It can't be. This is Big Brother Xia's song. I told you it's too excellent, it's completely not inferior to those golden songs. Big Brother Xia. Xia Big Brother. Zhou Qi knew that this was the composition and lyrics of Xia Shiyu Yu's song. The whole person was stunned. How could he be chosen by Xia Big Brother? Zhou Qi muttered, suddenly realizing something. He fiercely looked towards Chen Feng, who was sitting there. Zhou Qi was just about to say something when Chen Feng interrupted his intentions. Since there's no problem, let's continue. Before we start, there are quite a few issues I have to talk to you about, trying to get it done today. Chen Feng looked at the time and moved a stool for Zhou Qi to sit down. How can I put it? Your bite is a disaster for other people, but it's just right for me. For this song, you have to try to make yourself as clear as possible and grasp the speed of speech before you try again. Chen Feng made his thoughts as concise as possible. Not long after, the official recording of the first take began. Zhou Qi sang according to what Chen Feng had said this time, and the effect could instantly be felt to improve. After this recording, Chen Feng was quite satisfied and gave him a score of 88 according to the percentage. It's not enough, it must at least reach the 93 points I requested. Chen Feng clapped his hands and said, Understood, I want to get 95 points. Zhou Qi said with full confidence. Next, the two started recording over and over again. By the time they got back to it, it was already 3 in the afternoon. During this time, Wang Jing called in, and Chen Feng directly reserved this recording studio for a day with her. Drink some water and take a break, Chen Feng said. Zhou Qi was tired and sweaty, but there was a satisfied smile on his face. Teacher, continue, I think I'm in the right state for this. Zhou Qi was unwilling to let go of any opportunity to possibly improve. Good, then continue, Chen Feng said as he looked at the score changes on the book. The light of your tears, soft with wounds. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, there seemed to be a chance this time. Chapter 15, Bull Spectacular. At this moment, Zhou Qi was mesmerized by the music and sang deeply. It wasn't until the music stopped that the two came back to their senses. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction and said, Passed. This time, Zhou Qi sang well enough. Take a break and do it again later. What I want is not this kind of outburst in an extreme situation, but a level where you can reach this state at all times, Chen Feng said. Zhou Qi took a deep breath to calm his agitated mood a little. He knew that this song of Mr. Xia's was going to explode in popularity. No one was more sure of this matter than he, who had sung it dozens of times, and the singer would be himself. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng drank some water and said, Come on, one last time, I hope it's the same as just now. Okay. Zhou Qi nodded and walked into the recording studio. As the accompaniment sounded, this time, Zhou Qi had no one to let Chen Feng hope. A song that could reach the level of 95 points, Chrysanthemum Terrace, was sung by Zhou Qi, and the moment Chen Feng pressed the end of recording, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. And the sky outside had already darkened. Chen Feng simply cleaned up, looked at his cell phone balance with heartache, and said, Let's go have a meal together. Zhou Qi sniffed and nodded excitedly. The two of them came out of the company. Chen Feng picked a big stall, and walked over with Zhou Qi. At night, in the neighborhood of the CBD, this night market street was already the only one. Almost every night, it was overcrowded. Many of the office workers who worked in the neighborhood would sneak in here for some kebabs with a bottle of beer when they worked late. Feel free to order, and then take me to a 5-star hotel to taste the flavor after you become red, Chen Feng said. Understand, I will certainly not let down the teacher's expectations, but also will give my bite word unclear to properly correct. Zhou Qi nodded solemnly at his words. No, no, no. Chen Feng hurriedly stopped Zhou Qi's grandiose words. Your voice can be high and low, although the bite is a little unclear, but with your voice, it is also considered to be a characteristic, which will be your unique advantage. Do not give up at will. Chen Feng said. He did not want Zhou Qi to suddenly learn himself out of existence. Like this? Zhou Qi thought seriously, then nodded heavily and said, I see, the bite is my unique advantage. Right, that's it. Chen Feng was satisfied to see him get the hang of it. However, what Chen Feng did not know was that in the future, this sentence once became Zhou Qi's motto. Jerking around until 10 in the evening, the two of them touched their stomachs before getting up and leaving in satisfaction. Before leaving, Zhou Qi could no longer hold back his curiosity. Driven by alcohol, he asked Chen Feng, Teacher, are you Xiashi Yu? Yes, I am Xiashi Yu. Chen Feng nodded, and without waiting for Zhou Qi to get excited, he said in a low voice, but I like to live a low-profile life, so don't reveal my identity. Just treat me as an ordinary teacher. Zhou Qi nodded cautiously, understood, I won't tell anyone who asks, even my parents won't let them know. That's good, go back, I will send the song tomorrow. This time it is the song of the director. If it is selected, you have to perform well, sing well even if it is a repayment to me. I'll leave now. Chen Feng said and got into a cab and left. Zhou Qi was stunned in place, his mind buzzing, echoing the words that Chen Feng had just said. Only after a long time did Zhou Qi come back to his senses. I have to have my mom go to the ancestral tomb to pay her respects. Zhou Qi muttered, thinking to himself that if it wasn't smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves, how could he be chosen by Big Brother Xia and then be able to score a song for director Cheng's movie? The next day, Chen Feng took the finished product to Wang Jing, who called Zhang Yan without saying a word after listening to it. Soon, in the office, Wang Jing and Zhang Yan both looked at each other wide-eyed. This is Zhou Qi? Wang Jing was incredulous. Who was Zhou Qi? Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. As for Chen Feng, who composed the music and wrote the lyrics, the two of them no longer wanted to spit it out. Regarding how Chen Feng could burst out with two gold-level songs one after the other, this matter was too brain-deadening. After a long time, Zhang Yan opened her mouth and said, this time the operations department and the propaganda department dared to trip me up, just wait for me to scold them to death. Send it to director Cheng first. Wang Jing said. At this time, a film and television base in Yanjing, director Cheng is already angry and babbling. What entertainment heyday, even a decent song can't be written, what kind of bull is that? I think it's correct to call it the end of entertainment. Director Cheng cursed with hatred. Seeing that the movie has been finalized and is being slotted, it turns out that not a single song can be picked out. Everyone else who saw this didn't dare to chime in, and not long after, an assistant came up cautiously. Director Cheng, another new song has been sent. The assistant whispered. Which company? Director Cheng said angrily. The assistant looked at the mailbox and said, it's from Guangqing Mirage Entertainment. It's the same company that wrote Rush Hour. The assistant specially added. However, Director Cheng didn't buy it and said in dissatisfaction, what bull company, none of the 9 songs sent by their company can be listened to. But after all was said and done, he still asked the assistant to download it and listen to it. Soon after the assistant finished, he brought the headphones to Director Cheng. Director Cheng sighed, took the headphones and put them on. Just as the crowd thought that it was another substandard work, they were surprised to find that Director Cheng's expression had changed. Only to see Director Cheng's face focused at this moment. After a few minutes, he came back to his senses, pulled the headphones out, and said to the crowd, listen to this song, everyone. As the music started, it didn't take long for the crowd present to fall into it. It's unbelievable, this song is superb, and it fits our movie so well. I don't know who broke the silence. Immediately after that, one after another praised it. How dissatisfied Director Cheng was earlier, how happy he would be. He had a premonition that this song would feed his movie, and it was definitely an unmissable classic. Call Phantom Entertainment and let me speak. Director Cheng hurriedly said. The assistant saw that the director was so happy and hurriedly dialed the number left on the email. Not long after, the call was connected. The number left on the email was Wang Jing's phone number, and when she saw the call from Director Cheng's assistant, Wang Jing was a bit nervous. How is it? Sister Sue, is there any news? Wang Jing asked nervously. Great. The voice that came from the other end of the phone was that of Director Cheng. This is the song, it's great, this is the song. Who? Wang Jing breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Feng on the side. Chen Feng had a calm face, his thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. It's like this, I feel that this kind of perfect song would be best if there was a singer and songwriter present when it was released then. Look, I wonder if I can ask you guys to arrange it. Director Cheng hesitated. This Wang Jing looked at Chen Feng on the side. Zhang Yan sniffed and pulled Chen Feng. Chen Feng came back to his senses, shook his head, and said, just let Zhou Qi go over, I'll forget about it. Chapter 16 Hot Search. Director Chang was sorry to learn that Mr. Xia didn't have time to be there. Wang Jing and Zhang Yan felt the same way about this. After all, director Cheng's movie would be a national roadshow, with extremely high foot traffic and exposure. Soon enough, director Cheng's play had been finalized for the song, and for a while it made many people speculate. It wasn't long before the news that Summertime with Rain's song had been chosen by director Cheng spread throughout the circle in the blink of an eye. Out of nowhere, first a song pushed Li Fei to the top of the wave, and then in less than a week it took the theme song of director Cheng's movie. Even though the song hadn't been revealed yet, everyone involved in this project knew exactly how difficult it was. If it's not Big Brother Vest, then I'm afraid a new god is going to be born in the next few years. One would have to go and squat for it. Many people set their eyes on Phantom Entertainment. The day after director Cheng finalized the song, many people appeared squatting downstairs of the illusory entertainment building, occasionally inquiring about news from the people inside. Chen Feng walked in with a bun in his mouth, and as a result, no one thought twice about asking him for news. Seeing these agents comparable to paparazzi being so frantic, Chen Feng felt if it was necessary to think of something. For example, opening an account on the internet to divert the attention? For the next few days, Chen Feng tried to keep a low profile, even Wang Jing's office was less frequented. Recently, some people in the office had been looking at him with strange eyes, sending Chen Feng into a frenzy. As for Li Fei, she would take the initiative to send messages to Chen Feng from time to time. The contents were all daily, such as the agent she picked was treating her well and thanking Chen Feng for helping with the selection. Then what announcements she ran today and what interesting things she encountered. Seeing that Li Fei was on track, Chen Feng revealed a fatherly smile and felt a sense of accomplishment within. Phew, tired. After a leisurely afternoon, Chen Feng got up and stretched his muscles, then went to the lounge to get a cup of coffee to go. Seeing Chen Feng walking away, Li Yan came up and looked at Chen Feng's computer and couldn't help but sigh, having a relationship is good. Look, going to work is playing games. Li Yan looked at the second group and fell into a deep thought. Chen Feng has been playing online games as soon as he can in the past few days, rushing to catch up with the progress under the urging of Yuan Shan, the goddess of the house. Yuan Shan would take him on quests during the day from time to time, and then stuffed him with so much equipment in his head. Chen Feng cried and laughed a little, this feeding was really fragrant. Now that he has a sanctuary character, his level hasn't even caught up yet, and his equipment is already matched. Okay, go on, just watch the movie after this chapter of quests. Chen Feng felt that this salty fish was too comfortable. Returning to his seat, Chen Feng was about to continue when he saw that the company's group had been jumping around. Director Cheng's movie MV was released. Feeling numb in just a few minutes, Big Brother Xiao was too scary. The national style is played so skillfully, it is really worthy of being a great god. The entire MV was only 90 seconds, the theme song created by Xia Shiyu and sung by Zhou Qi appeared for 30 seconds. These 30 seconds set off the entire microblog at once. Released in less than an hour, it rushed to the top of the charts. Whether it was the beautiful lyrics or Zhou Qi's surprising voice, there was some incredible magic. The first time I felt the bytes were unclear. It's the singer who feels the bytes are unclear the second time around. Hands, don't want to listen. Ears, don't listen to deafen yourself. 30 seconds of singing, Zhou Qi voice shortcomings and strengths revealed undoubtedly. As for the artist department, Wang Mo, who was in charge of recruitment at the beginning, was a bit tired at the moment, so much so that when her subordinates inquired with a pile of resumes, she subconsciously asked if there were any bytes that were not clear. Wang Jing sent a message to tell Chen Feng about this. Seeing this, Chen Feng quickly replied, "But don't, Zhou Qi, that is a special case, is that I just happen to have a similar song match to him. Spitting clearly is a condition for singers, and it's not good to bring a crooked atmosphere." Chen Feng does not want to press some name to people at the time, incurring unnecessary trouble. At night after work, Zhou Qi sent a bunch of messages. Chen Feng swept a glance and replied, "Seriously, do a good job as a singer. As for the agent, you find Li Fei, her agent seems to be good." Understood, received. Zhou Qi replied back in seconds. "Teacher, will you come, Chang, director of the roadshow?" "No, you can just go. Say hello to Director Chang for me." Rarely regaining his life, Chen Feng did not want to be watched at all times. Thinking back to his previous life at Blue Star, he had made it to the top in several industries, and the scenery was endless. And behind that radiance were countless eyes staring. It was too tiring. This time, Chen Feng only wanted to be a porter. When he returned home, before the door opened, Yuan Shan's room door opened, and Yuan Shan, who was wearing yoga clothes, opened her mouth when she saw Chen Feng and said, "Come up at 12 o'clock later to play a copy." "My sister, I thought I hadn't leveled up yet." Chen Feng had to admire Yuan Shan's game spirit. "I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get the job done, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get the job done," he said. Yuan Shan said blandly. "Okay, I will come over later." Chen Feng sighed, feeling like he was going to become a gaming fanatic. After taking a shower, Chen Feng laid on his bed and looked through Weibo, surprised that even Zhou Qi had become one of the hot searches. As for his pen name, it was automatically ignored by Chen Feng. In less than a day, Zhou Qi had been dug up, or he graduated, his school passed, or he had been stationed as a singer. All of this information came pouring out like crazy in just a few hours. Chen Feng's passion for this world was further felt. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Eh? What son is this? Chen Feng was somewhat baffled when he saw Ko Xian's call. Are you regretting this? Chen Feng connected and was the first to speak. The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, and said, Saturday is a class reunion, and it just so happens that there are quite a few classmates in Guangqing, so remember to come. There is also Yan Shui, remember to notify her, the address I will send you later. After saying that, Ko Xian's phone hung up. Not long after, Ko Xian sent the address. Looking at the message, Chen Feng was in a bit of a trance. This is my pattern is small ah. Chen Feng laughed bitterly, thought about it, sent a few messages to Yan Shui, then threw the phone aside and fell into a deep sleep. You are actually sleeping. I don't know how long it took, but a voice rang in Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng opened his eyes in a daze and looked at Yuan Shan, who was standing in front of him, somewhat stunned. How did you get in, Sister Shan? Chen Feng looked at the doorway. Could it be that he left the door open? Of course I took the key and opened the door to come in. Hurry up and get up for me, then come over to fight the group. Yuan Shan gave Chen Feng a blank look and left the room. My good boy Chen Feng rubbed his eyes and looked at the time on his cell phone. Isn't this still half an hour away? Chen Feng shook his head and got up to walk towards the restroom. After spending 20 minutes re-showering, Chen Feng held his computer and went out the door. Why do I feel like I've done this before? Chen Feng didn't recall when it was for a moment. Chapter 17 Class Reunion. Yuan Shan herself lives in a house of nearly 200 square feet, a luxurious duplex. Chen Feng cannot help but sigh, rich women are good, salty in such a comfortable environment. Less nonsense, on the number. Yuan Shan pushed the snacks away from the table and gave Chen Feng a seat out. I'm so glad you're here. Chen Feng is not polite, sit down, skillfully open the computer to register. The so-called guild group, in fact, is similar to the monster attack. In the sanctuary, the guild has its own base, and then the base is able to DIY itself. At this moment, hundreds of people had returned to the base and were waiting for the event to begin. The little milkmaid operated by Chen Feng was meditating on the side, and from time to time, people came up to hit on her. Miss has a CP? A Minotaur character jumped around in front of Chen Feng. Piss off, I like females. It's starting, just rub an assist on every monster. Yuan Shan put down the chips in her hand and said. Only to see dense red dots appear in the map, a bunch of monsters appeared in the base. It was a group game that went on until 1 o'clock. When the event was finished, Chen Feng realized that he had a bunch more gift packs in his backpack. This was the end, right? Chen Feng yawned and organized the props in his backpack. Well, these gift packs can open up quite a bit of experience. Yuan Shan was in high spirits, staring at the computer. I'll go back first then. Chen Feng shut down the computer, then went back to his nest. Remember to upgrade. Yuan Shan looked up at Chen Feng and instructed. This night, Chen Feng slept exceptionally well. In the following days, Chen Feng comfortably fished around. Soon, director Cheng's movie was officially released. On the first day of release, the box office achieved an unexpected opening. Chrysanthemum Terrace also detonated the entire internet in an instant. Zhou Qi became a hot newcomer for a while, with notices coming in one after another. In July's new songs chart, there was a strange phenomenon. Rush Hour and Chrysanthemum Terrace repeatedly jumped sideways at the top of the chart. Li Fei and Zhou Qi's fans competed with each other. As for the others, they became accompaniments. Yan Shui hated Phantom Entertainment's two newcomers who had suddenly emerged at the moment, and had thought that they could lay the foundation for rushing to the top. She hadn't thought that this sudden emergence of Xia Shiyu with the two newcomers had taken away everyone's attention. So much so that her song was already in the 9th position. Yan Shui, who was running notices outside, sat in the commercial vehicle with a gloomy face, looking at the message sent by Chen Feng. After thinking about it, she messaged back, "No time, if you're going, please don't mention about me." Chen Feng was dawdling in the cafe, seeing Yan Shui's message. After thinking about it, he replied back with a good, and then he stopped talking about it. He and Yan Shui, it was hard to say what there was to hate or not. It was also considered a good separation, so naturally, Chen Feng would not feel the need to inherit the residual memories of his host. The entertainment industry was a place, right, and there really weren't many who could maintain their hearts and minds to do so. This was the reason why Chen Feng was unwilling to appear in the spotlight. Sometimes, you can't help yourself. Saturday. Chen Feng got up early and after cleaning up, he went out. Today was the day of their college party, and it was also the first party in Chen Feng's memory. The address was booked at a private club in Guangqing, one of the more upscale places. This party was led by Su Jiaqing, the socialite of the class. In reality, Chen Feng did not want to come, but there was a stall that needed to be taken care of. A stall that was left behind during college. Not long after, arriving at the location that Ko Xian had sent, Chen Feng saw that quite a few people had already come to the entrance of the clubhouse before he even got out of the car. Among them, Ko Xian was in the crowd. Chen Feng came down from the car, causing quite a few gazes for a moment. Someone soon recognized Xin. Wasn't this Chen Feng? An obese woman pointed at Chen Feng and said. Chen Feng followed the voice and said after a pause, "Long time no see, we Strange, the impression is not so fat Chen Feng muttered inwardly. Chen Feng swept his gaze across and smiled slightly. "Hello everyone, long time no see." The crowd present didn't have a few people to hitch a ride. "Long time no see, Chen Feng." In the crowd, a girl wearing glasses walked out to greet Chen Feng. "You still haven't changed." Seeing this girl, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Are you also in Guanqing now?" This girl with glasses, who had been sitting beside him at the beginning, was called Yang Xiaoshi. At that time in college, Chen Feng felt that this girl gave him the feeling of petite and delicate. Now that a few years had passed, it still hadn't changed a bit. Yang Xiaoxi smiled slightly. "You have changed, then the university that will become more stable." Chen Feng gave a slight lurch and smiled. Xian in the crowd looked around, not finding Yen Shue's figure, opened her mouth and asked, "Where is Yen Shue?" "She wasn't available and asked me to speak to you guys," Chen Feng said. As soon as Yen Shue's name was mentioned, many people immediately came into the spirit. "Shue is really surprising I didn't realize that nowadays, she is on the verge of becoming a first-tier singer. It's a pity that she's not coming today, otherwise a photo would be able to show off for a whole year." "Yes, fellow idol star," many people exclaimed. Xian's face turned blue. Hearing everyone's words, she glared at Chen Feng. "Well, go in, there are quite a few here today as well, there are more than 30 people present." Not long after, Su Jiaqing walked out from inside. As he spoke, he saw Chen Feng and walked up to greet him. "I heard Xian say that you and Yen Shue have been together?" Su Jiaqing's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, stopping their steps to look back at Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head and said calmly, "She is a big star, how could she look at me? Don't listen to Xian's nonsense. I told you, how could you possibly be worthy of her?" Su Jiaqing laughed, turned around and walked towards the inside, no longer bothering with Chen Feng. At this moment, Xian was furious as her heart was heaving. She had a mouthful to say. Originally Yen Shue and Chen Feng were together. This matter not many people knew. The key was that she didn't even have Yen Shue's contact information. Seeing Chen Feng so calmly denying this, Xian walked up, side by side with Chen Feng. "Do you think this is funny?" Xian sneered. "What are you referring to?" Chen Feng asked in disbelief. "Is it the necklace you bought me at the original price of $18,000, or is it the fact that Yen Shue and I are a couple?" "Both." Xian looked at Chen Feng with an angry face. "Although I did a few group projects with Yen Shue back then, how can people look at me? As for that necklace, but you bought it voluntarily, it has nothing to do with me Chen Feng looked at Xian with a wary face and said. Xian gasped and glared at Chen Feng, frozen and unable to say anything. Su Jiaqing had chartered a floor of this clubhouse, and as the crowd took their seats, the waiters began to serve the food. Chen Feng found a table with fewer people and sat down, his eyes searching for something in the crowd. Alas! Chen Feng sighed and retracted his gaze, his thoughts racing. Chapter 18, Listen to Me Sing a Song. In the crowd, Chen Feng did not see that classmate. Guangqing Xingyue University, the same university that Chen Feng had attended in the beginning, belonged to the front of the pack in the country. Initially, Chen Feng had come here for fine arts, but eventually, by mistake, he had changed direction because of Yen Shue. Star Moon's music department was also quite good, and many people who were unable to get into the three major music colleges would settle for Star Moon as a second best option. Chen Feng took the music department back then, but actually listened to classes in the music department most of the time. Those who study music and engage in the arts love to compare in their bones. Chen Feng is no exception. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. When the other students in the class looked for trouble with him, Chen Feng would look for those weaker than him afterward. Unluckily, there really was one such person in the class. Wang Xian was such a person. Obese body, wearing thick glasses, coy, weekdays is an invisible person. And while the other students of this invisible man were not interested in bullying him, he did not let himself go. Throughout college, Chen Feng could be said to have bullied him in general, simply because he himself was bullied by others. This was one of Chen Feng's messes. If it wasn't for Xian's appearance, Chen Feng would have almost forgotten about this matter. This party was lively under Su Jiaqing's control, but Chen Feng seemed out of place. At first, there were a few people at his table, but slowly they all ran off to join in the fun. Chen Feng was happy to be idle. Originally he came over today just for Wang Xian. Yang Xiaoshi, who was sitting at the second table, looked at Chen Feng from time to time, hesitated for a moment, and got up to walk towards Chen Feng's table. "Are you in a bad mood?" Yang Xiaoshi came to Chen Feng's table and sat down. Chen Feng came back to his senses, silent for a moment, asked Xiaoxi, "Do you still remember that classmate I often bullied at that time?" Yang Xiaoshi thought that Chen Feng was moping because of what happened just now, but she didn't realize that it was about Wang Xian. For a moment, Yang Xiaoshi did not know how to reply. Seeing Yang Xiaoshi like this, Chen Feng felt that she should know and said, "Do you know about his state over the years?" He has had a very bad life. Occasionally I have heard news of him. The most recent time has been more than a year ago. Yang Xiaoshi. A classmate saw him on the street. He seemed to have a problem with one of his feet. Yang Xiaoshi sighed. Are you looking for him? Yang Xiaoshi asked. Chen Feng nodded and didn't deny it. Perhaps it was the price of receiving this body. Some memories surged up from time to time, reminding him. Seeing this, Yang Xiaoshi regretfully said, he should have left. When I saw him, at that time, he was holding his luggage. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng fell silent. There were some things that were not easy to fix. Yang Xiaoshi seemed to have read Chen Feng's heart. After knowing about Wang Xian's situation, Chen Feng had no desire to stay. After chatting with Yang Xiaoshi and exchanging contact information, Chen Feng excused himself and left. The few people from Su Jiacheng who were drinking didn't care much when they saw the departing Chen Feng. He seemed to have changed a little. I don't know who said this, but everyone present more or less noticed it. He had become steady and not overbearing. Su Jiacheng blandly said. At this, everyone did not refute it. Leaving the clubhouse, Chen Feng did not directly take a taxi to leave, but instead walked down the hillside. It was a rare cool day in the summer of July. Chen Feng felt a bit hot. It was the memories that were heating up. Coming down the hillside, across the street was a commercial street, probably because it was less crowded during the day. Waiting for a cab on the side of the road, Chen Feng was attracted by the sound of a song coming from the opposite side, and after some thought, he walked towards the opposite commercial street. This low voice made Chen Feng somewhat familiar and unfamiliar. Inside, an unspeakable emotion surged through his heart. Crossing the street, Chen Feng followed the sound of the song and eventually saw the singer at the mouth of a corner alley. Less than 3 people parallel to the alley, 1 person, a guitar, a stereo, and a microphone. Standing there, it was as if he was isolated from the world. Chen Feng's heart was beating fast as he approached step by step and came to the other person. The moment he saw the other person's appearance, Chen Feng finally understood the reason why his heart was beating so fast. Wang Xin. Chen Feng was stunned. The moment the other party saw Chen Feng, he suddenly quieted down. The two stared at each other for tens of seconds, and the other party put his sunglasses on and was about to pack up and leave. Chen Feng came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled Wang Xin. Wang Xin, it's really you. Chen Feng was both happy and felt mixed emotions. The emotions of the two memories mingled. You've mistaken me for someone else, I don't know you, and I don't call myself Wang Xin. The other party broke free of Chen Feng's hand. Talk about it, since the heavens let us meet coincidentally. Chen Feng calmed down and opened his mouth. We are classmates, isn't it worth sitting down and chatting? Wang Xin was stunned at his words and looked at Chen Feng incredulously. What do you want to talk about? Wang Xin laughed to himself, chatting about how I became like this? By the way, my leg is still lame, perhaps we'll be lame for life. Wang Xin said, putting down the guitar in his hands and leaning against the wall. He looked at Chen Feng with a bitter smile. Chen Feng rubbed his eyebrows, squatted down and leaned against the wall, habitually touching his pocket trying to find a cigarette. Only after a while did he remember that he didn't smoke. Suddenly, a cigarette was passed in front of Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng looked up at Wang Xin and took the cigarette, then waited for Wang Xin to light it before taking the fire and lighting it for himself. When did he learn to smoke? The one who opened his mouth was Wang Xin. It seems like a long time ago, and it seems like I just learned. Chen Feng said to himself. Wang Xin didn't understand his words, but didn't bother to dwell on them. Anyway, meeting here is amazing enough. We're meeting at the clubhouse on the opposite side of the hill today, and I'm attending. Chen Feng opened his mouth. Really, you'll be attending? It's amazing. Wang Xin looked at Chen Feng. You've changed. Really, changed what? Chen Feng looked at him curiously. Not the same you from back then. Wang Xin said indifferently. Chen Feng did not say anything, looked at the guitar on the side and took it and stroked it. I haven't played it for a long time. Saying that, Chen Feng tuned it. You like to ask the teacher for advice in school, but you haven't played it even once, right? Wang Xin remembered this very well. Chen Feng froze and said, really, I don't have any impression. You like to sing? Chen Feng asked. Wang Xin shook his head and wanted to deny it, but then nodded. The two of them chatted about everything. No one brought up the memories of that time. Let me play a song, you can listen to Cantonese, right? Chen Feng suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Of course, I can sing too. Wang Xin laughed. The language of this world is almost similar to Blue Star, and Cantonese is considered a very popular language. Chen Feng smiled slightly and said, listen to this song of mine. As the words fell, the guitar slowly sounded. Sitting alone on a roadside street corner, the cold wind blew to wake up. Citation, goodbye ideal beyond. Silently accompanied by my lonely shadow. I just want to embrace the guitar and tell my sorrows. Chapter 19, Goodbye to the Ideal. The heart of an impulse to break through. I'm not worried about reality. It's like having everything around you. Seemingly building a barrier with others. Late afternoon, the sunlight, the song from the alley, as if there is magic like a small street. In a cafe, a few girls sitting together in the office heard the voice. Unwilling, not yielding, not bowing down, but also never complained. No matter how long it has been, the ideal in your heart has never changed, and you will meet again someday. Imo Guanglan stopped the movement of his hands, and there was a moment of dawning. After this project, let us resign? She suddenly said. Several others bowed their heads in silence, struggling internally. In the end, someone spoke up and said, forget it, my child is about to be born, I cannot afford to toss it. I can't afford it. Me too, I have a mortgage next month. I can't afford it. Imo Guanglan only felt that his heart was blocked by something, and sighed silently. But you're different, you don't have a family, you don't have a mortgage, if you want to do it, go ahead and do it. Several girlfriends unanimously cheered her up. Waiting for one day, the burden on us to let go, will definitely go to you. The young people who are lying down in the small hotel, the young employees working in the stores. The bosses who were kowtowing to their melons and hadn't had a few customers all day. The song came from nowhere, but it was sung into everyone's heart. Before long, someone got up and went looking for it. Soon someone found the source. Gradually, the alley was crowded with people who came to watch and listen to the song. Seeing that it was a young man who was singing, the crowd felt incredible. It was expected to be a middle-aged man who had experienced the baptism of years. A few minutes later, the song ended. Chen Feng put down his guitar with quite a bit of satisfaction, and only then did he notice that the surrounding area was crowded with people. Pat. Awesome, this is the first time I've heard this song, could it be an original by Little Brother? For a while, the applause continued. Seeing that the singer was so young and handsome, a group of people came up and wanted Chen Feng's contact information. Even a few good-looking girls came forward to ask for their phone numbers. Chen Feng was afraid that he would be recorded by someone else and hurriedly helped Wang Xian pack up his things. In the end, it took a while for the two of them to leave from the crowd. After escaping, Chen Feng stopped a car and without saying a word, stuffed Wang Xian's things in and told the driver to drive. Gallant sell. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, remembering that there was still some fear. Wang Xian, who was on the side, hadn't even come back to his senses at the moment, and looked at Chen Feng dumbfounded. That was your original? He looked at Chen Feng incredulously. Just what kind of life had Chen Feng gone through to change into another person? Reflecting on that song, the corners of Wang Xian's eyes glistened with tears. It was as if Chen Feng had tailored the song after seeing him. What was being told was the bits and pieces of his life over the years. In response, Chen Feng did not think of how to answer him, and when the car arrived, Chen Feng took out a $100 bill and gave it to the driver. Send him another ride. Chen Feng looked for the driver and borrowed a pen to write a number to Wang Xian. Next week when you have time, go to the Illusion Entertainment building and look for me, this is my phone number. See you next week. Chen Feng waved his hand and turned to leave. That night, Chen Feng came back and the game didn't play, all relaxed. This was the most relaxing night since he came here. Having solved a mess, his heart was all much more comfortable. The moment he heard Wang Xian's voice, Chen Feng had figured out how to build Wang Xian. His low voice and high notes were both highly infectious and very suitable for rock. When he woke up the next day, Chen Feng didn't even go out much and spent the entire Sunday playing games with Yuan Shan. And director Cheng's play also drew a peak in these 2 days. Over the 2 days of the weekend, the average daily box office reached $50 million. Zhou Qi followed director Cheng on roadshows all over the place, while Li Fei was running around with announcements and was too busy to arrange for a while. This July, no one dared to come out with a new song and have a hard time with Summertime with Rain at this time. 2 songs brought 2 newcomers to fly, no one dared to underestimate this kind of ability. The top management of Mirage Entertainment had never been so hardcore as they were during this time. No matter what event they attended, they would be mobbed by people inquiring about that mysterious big brother of their company. Chen Feng had been waiting for Wang Xian's call for the past 2 days, even though he had also left Wang Xian's number. But Chen Feng wanted to see how his attitude towards singing was. After thinking about it, Chen Feng got up and walked towards Wang Jing's office. Walking to have tea? Li Yan chimed in from the side. Chen Feng stumbled and turned back to glare at Li Yan. Wang Jing was a little surprised to see Chen Feng come over. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to find himself. Chen Feng sat down and looked around, waiting for Wang Jing to speak. This is not like you, Wang Jing said in a twisted manner. Ha! Chen Feng rubbed his hands together and said, I just said that I wanted to ask when the commission for the song would be sent out. Wang Jing sniffed, nodded, and said, according to the process, it's the 5th of next month. This way, ah. Chen Feng sighed. You need money? Wang Jing thought about it. It seemed like the previous Chen Feng didn't seem to have a high salary. I can lend you here first, Wang Jing said. That's great, $500,000. Chen Feng directly opened his mouth. Wang Jing was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and asked Chen Feng to send the account number. Soon, Chen Feng received the 500,000 transferred by Wang Jing. As for why Chen Feng needed a considerable amount of money, Wang Jing did not ask. Chen Feng came out of Wang Jing's office and returned to his seat before looking at his computer in a daze. Until the end of his shift, Chen Feng did not receive a call from Wang Xin. Although Chen Feng felt some regret, it was only the first day and there was no rush. Next, Phantom Entertainment's rhythm began to return to normal. The difference was that a lot more projects came to the door. Chen Feng spent his days at the company just playing games to catch up on progress, and when he returned home, he would often be pulled by Yuan Shan to play copies. At first, Chen Feng was afraid that his frequent visits to Yuan Shan's room in the middle of the night would cause misunderstandings. Until one day he came across two neighbors chatting about this in private. Xiao Shan, the game maniac, seems to have found a little brother. Yes, but I hope it's not the same young man who approached Xiao Shan in the name of gaming. I remember that he later moved away after being beaten up by Xiao Shan's callers. When Chen Feng heard this, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought that this girl is really wild. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. While everyone was rubbing their fists thinking about what they were going to do on Friday night, Chen Feng was a little disappointed inside. If Wang Xian had listened to that song but hadn't managed to put something down, perhaps he didn't like singing much. In that case, all one could do was to give him a sum of money to treat his leg. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Feng looked at the time from time to time. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to 6 o'clock, Chen Feng shook his head, grabbed his cell phone and got up to walk to the lounge. It seems like you already have a choice, so all I can do is treat your leg. Chen Feng pressed out Wang Xian's number and dialed it. He was not some kind of saint, although there was this mess, it was not about babysitting this kind of thing. If each other were given the opportunity and one party didn't seize it, then perhaps it was destined to be so. Chapter 20 Sorting It Out. The phone rang for nearly 20 seconds. After connecting, the other end of the phone fell into silence. Where are you staying? Come out for a drink tonight. Chen Feng opened his mouth. Western suburb, Dongmen Village. Wang Xian whispered, it's far away, I'll stop by when I'm free to go to the city. Chen Feng was just about to say something when his mind suddenly remembered this place. Dongmen Village, there was a theft and injury incident that happened last month, and it was on the news at the time. From Dongmen Village to the city center, the journey takes nearly 2 hours. Did you not come to me because it was too far? Chen Feng asked. At this, Wang Xian did not deny it. A few tales of broken silver, it is difficult to defeat how many people in the past and present. Chen Feng didn't say anything more, it was too late to go over there tonight to specify. Tomorrow morning I will go over to your side, remember to answer the phone. After saying that, Chen Feng hung up the phone. After packing up his things and coming out from the company, Chen Feng rubbed his brow, these days were a bit chaotic. However, just as the thought had risen, Chen Feng's phone rang. Looking at the phone call from his mom who was far away in Yangming City, Chen Feng's usual calmness was somewhat flustered at this moment. After taking a deep breath, Chen Feng connected the phone. Hello, Mom. Little Feng, are you off work? A hoarse voice came. Chen Feng's heart trembled, 2 lifetimes, parents are always a hurdle that cannot be crossed. I just got off work, I was about to go eat, what's wrong with your voice, do you have a cold? Chen Feng asked. Nothing. Mom laughed, followed by the opening said, 2 days ago, your aunt called me. Xiao Feng, I conveniently ask about your work? Mom's voice was a little small, but it was not difficult to hear that she was asking for Chen Feng's opinion. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, thinking that it was his cousin who had done the deed. Good, my recent performance is very good, next month there are a lot of commission. Chen Feng calmly said. That's good, that's good. The mom on the other end of the phone was relieved. I don't want to talk about it, your dad is back, I'll call you back, not enough money to me. Said, the phone was hung up in a hurry. Chen Feng smiled bitterly, the family this, but also as soon as possible to put on the agenda. Back home, Chen Feng only felt tired, headfirst into the quilt. Cell phone rings from time to time, Chen Feng thought to himself who will find himself. Taking over the cell phone to take a look, gotta. Big sister has come with a message. Get on the number. Copy. Where is she? Come quickly, or I'll open the door. Chen Feng sighed, the energy of this house goddess is just extraordinary. After struggling for a moment, Chen Feng got up and opened his computer. After 2 weeks of fighting, his little nanny had caught up with the big boys. In front of Yuan Shan, he was the dutiful little nurse, and in front of the other men in the guild, he was the little fairy. No, as soon as he came online, a few big old men sent messages. Xiaoyu, coming to play a copy? I'll take you. Xiaoyu, I have a few pieces of your equipment here, I specially grabbed some to snuggle over for you. Chen Feng in front of the computer smiled faintly and replied, thank you big brothers, I will repay you. It's okay. It's a small thing, it's fine. This kind of hiccup happens every day when you go online. With the heart, into the group. Summertime with rain, come on. Chen Feng took the equipment from all the bigwigs and turned his head to join Yuan Shan's group. It has become a habit to come back from work every day to be a nurse for Yuan Shan. The game Sanctuary, I have to say, is a lot stronger than those Blue Star games. When he came into contact with Sanctuary, Chen Feng knew that he couldn't be a mover and shaker in this part of the game. It was only until 2 o'clock late at night that Yuan Shan was satisfied and got off the line. Chen Feng got up and exercised, then took a shower before lying down and falling asleep. Waking up the next day, Chen Feng went out early. There were a bit too many things to do today. On the way to Dongmen village, Chen Feng checked online for a few hospitals that were better at treating legs. After 2 hours of driving, Chen Feng felt like his entire body was in a daze. After getting out of the car, he had to walk for another 10 minutes or so before finally seeing this dirty little village. And Wang Xian didn't know when he was already waiting here. He was carrying a guitar on his back, sitting on the stone pier at the entrance of the village, and despite being so down and out, he kept his appearance tidy at all times. Over the years since graduation, everyone has changed quite a bit. Wang Xian was also the same, and the image of that fat man back then had differed greatly. It could be seen that he had the management to keep his body in shape. Seeing Chen Feng, Wang Xian had a smile on his face as he limped towards Chen Feng. Phew! A cripple also had friends to find? Behind him, several young men walked out from the village. Chen Feng frowned as he looked at these few fancy men and women, not much different from those non-mainstreams in Blue Star. Hee, it was still a handsome guy. A little too young girl sized up Chen Feng and said in surprise, "Could it be that all handsome men are good at this? What are you guys talking about? Don't talk nonsense, this is my classmate." Wang Xian saw a few people mocking Chen Feng and immediately opened his mouth. "Who knows, I heard that some handsome men still like to find old men." Chen Feng smiled faintly and looked around, his eyes landed on a thigh-thick piece of wood and walked over to pick it up. Chen Feng, who was dragging a meter-long piece of wood towards a few people, looked a little scary for a moment. "I don't believe you dare to fight." A redhead with a nail in the corner of his mouth puffed out his chest and said. In the next moment, Chen Feng raised the wood. "Count on you to be ruthless, wait for it." A few people saw this and put down their vicious words and ran away. "I will send you all to your ancestors today if you take a step slower," Chen Feng said with a spit. "Well, let's go, follow me today on the line." Chen Feng threw away the wood and said to Wang Xian. Waiting for the car downtown, the two waited for half an hour. Chen Feng kind of understood why Wang Xian did not find him, just this toss, in his place, he was also lazy to go. "Where are we going?" Wang Xian could not help but ask. "Don't ask, follow today, what I say you do," Chen Feng said. Chen Feng had booked 3 hospitals today. After more than an hour, the first orthopedic hospital was reached. Chen Feng looked at Wang Xian and said indifferently, "I am helping you as well as myself, don't say anything more. After doing this, I will naturally tell you how you need to repay me." Chen Feng's words suppressed all the doubts in Wang Xian's heart, so he just followed Chen Feng silently. "Big old man, don't cry for me, disgusting," Chen Feng said with disgust. Good. Wang Xian wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. The inspection was smooth, and 3 hospitals were inspected one after another in the morning. In the end, the treatment plan for Wang Xian's leg was roughly the same. The good news was that it fortunately came in time, and the even better news was that the treatment ended with a recovery as good as new. Chen Feng chose a hospital that was closer to his site of residence. After paying the fee, Chen Feng said, "The wine will be lazy, start today." With a 1-month cycle, Chen Feng didn't want to waste any time at all. There were quite a few things he needed to sort out, and starting today, it was going to be taken care of one by one. Chapter 21, Going Home. Wang Xian's treatment was going to last for a month, and the cost was fortunately just enough. After dealing with him, Chen Feng handed over some things and left the hospital. If a knot in the heart could be solved with $500,000, that was really the best solution. As for Wang Xian's pretense, Chen Feng directly ignored it. Back home, Chen Feng sat in front of the computer. Today he rarely opened the game. Director Cheng's movie had combined online and offline staggered release. And it just happened to be officially released tonight. Chen Feng spent $6 to pay for it, and then brought some snacks to sit in front of the computer. The movie was close to 120 minutes long, which was not too long, but not too short. This kind of long movie is very difficult to control the rhythm. Instead, it's a costume movie, no more than a popcorn movie in a sense. The plot is largely about a harem feud modeled after one of the dynasties of this world. The protagonist returns from war and falls in love with a courtesan at a banquet, while the head of the country also likes the courtesan. With this, a series of fights unfolded. Wang Jing told Chen Feng that originally the theme song was another song, and Director Chang wanted an ending song. But after Chen Feng's song was handed over, Director Chang changed that idea. This ancient-style song, composed by Summertime with Rain and sung by Zhou Qi, ran through the entire movie. When Chen Feng spent 2 hours watching the movie, his personal opinion was that it wasn't good, not bad. It was moderate, and the costumes and scenes in the drama subverted people's perceptions with splendor and luxury. The songs that rang out 3 times during the period also blended in nicely. After watching it, Chen Feng went to Weibo to check the relevant heat and found that the song was much hotter than the movie. Jochi and the roadshow made it even more enjoyable, and many people were instantly enamored with the tone of his voice. On the music platforms, the top of the charts were occupied by Jochi all week. Occasionally Rush that year would retake the top spot, but it would be snatched back within a few hours. Watching the two legends' songs compete with each other, Chen Feng was in a bit of a trance. In late July, with the arrival of summer vacation, the entire city became more energized. Chen Feng also entered a state of prolonged groping. During this period, the company took on a few projects, but Chen Feng had no intention of taking any action and just wanted to feel the fish properly. In the blink of an eye, August came. On this day, Chen Feng exited the game as usual and then came to the lounge to sit and wait for the end of his shift. Ding! Suddenly, his cell phone rang with a text message tone. Chen Feng casually looked at it, and after a few seconds, a smile spread across his face. Just moments ago, his bank card had arrived with $2.47 million. However, this happiness did not last for a few minutes. The expression on Chen Feng's face collapsed. Chen Feng opened his calculator and counted and counted. The next moment, Wang Jing sent a message. Does it feel wrong? Because the tax rate in our business is very high, close to 45. Chen Feng, who was ready to go and ask Wang Jing, saw the message she sent, and the whole person was not good. Chen Feng secretly sighed. However, this was only spat out in his heart, and he still had to accept it honestly on the surface. Well, I know, paying taxes is an obligation, who made our business so profitable? Chen Feng replied. In fact, he really didn't think it was profitable. There were many more profitable industries than this. The two chatted for a while, and Wang Jing inquired, there is a talent show variety show in the middle of the month, so if you want to try it out at that time, say something to me. In the middle of the month, that will have to look at the situation. Wang Xian's side of the treatment has been good lately. If you can catch up, then Chen Feng is just ready to take this opportunity to build Wang Xian. Although all of a sudden earn 2 million huge money, but this money spending also but not fast. Returned Wang Jing 500,000, the remaining more than 1,900,000, Chen Feng has not thought about how to use. At night, Mom called. The two chatted for 10 minutes, the phone came from his dad Chen with the voice. Mom heard, then and Chen Feng said, right, your cousin will be married on Saturday, I do not know if you have time to come back. So soon to get married? Chen Feng that cousin is only 1 year older than himself. Fast, are like you to now even a girlfriend have not. Dad Chen used to yell at the side. Go, little Feng love when defined. Mom said dissatisfied. Chen Feng smiled bitterly, his ex-girlfriend or a big star, who knows? Then I will take the evening high-speed train back from work tomorrow. Chen Feng thinks it is just right to go back. Really, your company side is okay, right? Mom heard a sudden happy asked. It doesn't matter, I'm very idle. Chen Feng laughed. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng was silent for a moment inside. When he first entered the university and temporarily changed his major, his parents knew about it. There was also a big fight with his dad over this. That normally quiet man had a rare long quarrel with him over this. Afterwards, Mom told Chen Feng, his dad for this, a few days did not eat well. The truth is also true, after graduation, despite having written an okay song, through which to enter the illusion of entertainment, but that's all. His choice was a failure. Yan Shue's departure, his own decline, and what followed, then no longer belonged to the original Chen Feng. The more Chen Feng thought, the more angry he became. Women really affect me to touch the fish. Chen Feng indignation. Friday after work, Chen Feng gave Wang Xian a phone call, roughly chatted about the mid-month talent show, then and Wang Jing asked for a vacation. A day or two back home was definitely not enough time. Chen Feng booked a high-speed train at 7 p.m. and went directly to the high-speed train station with his bag after work. From Guangqing back to Yangming City, the high-speed train also took 3 hours. Perhaps it was summer vacation time. Chen Feng got on the train and found that there were not many people. Chen Feng chose the window seat, and after finding the seat, he found that his seat was occupied by a girl. Looking at the other corner of the eye with tears, looking out the window dazed, Chen Feng simply lazy to take care of. After sitting down, Chen Feng sent a message to his mom and squinted to sleep. Sorry, can you give way? I don't know how long it took, but a soft voice came from beside him. Chen Feng opened his eyes in a daze, put his feet away, and then continued to sleep. I said, are you up to something? Finally, Chen Feng couldn't help himself. This girl in the neighboring seat was pretty, and could be considered a great beauty. However, Chen Feng was not so interested in the other party because of this. After all, Li Fei, Yuan Shan, as well as Yan Shui, were all first-class superb beauties. This girl had been staring straight at herself since she came back from the restroom. Sensing the other party's line of sight, Chen Feng had wanted to pretend he couldn't see it, but he couldn't help it. The girl was startled by Chen Feng's sudden opening and lowered her head and whispered, I've seen you before. Eh? Chen Feng was stunned, carefully looked at this beauty, shook his head and said, no impression, I haven't seen you before. The other party saw that Chen Feng did not seem so scary, tilted his head and looked at him, then said, that day you sang in the mid-mountain town. Chapter 22 Mo Guanlun. Chen Feng was a bit stunned, this world was really small. However, he had no impression of this beauty in front of him. Really, what a coincidence, Chen Feng nodded without saying much. Sure enough, it's really you. She looked at Chen Feng excitedly. I looked for that song for a long time afterward, but I couldn't find it. Is that your original? She asked incredulously. Yes. Chen Feng didn't deny it, thought for a moment and said, the man who was beside me that day will sing it in the future. Oh. But it should be pretty good if he sings it. The girl said. Chen Feng was a little surprised, asked, he often sing there? This will, Chen Feng just remembered that the mid-levels town is not far from Dongmen village. The girl recalled the first time she met Wang Xin and said, I've seen him there a few times, and I've stopped to listen to him once in a while. How, singing is not bad, right? Chen Feng, this will also come to the interest, and this girl chatted up. This girl is called Mo Guanglan. From her mouth, Chen Feng learned that Wang Xin had gone there to sing since half a month ago. However, every time he went over there, Wang Xin would pick a place with fewer people and sing there alone. Mo Guanglan often worked at the nearby cafe because he was stationed there with his team. The first time she met Wang Xin, it was because she took the wrong road and went through that alley. How to say, he sings okay, and his voice is quite good, I've heard it a few times, but I always feel that it lacks something. Mo Guanglan said. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully, although he had never heard Wang Xin sing a complete song. But when they met that day, he had roughly heard something. What Wang Xin was conveying was too decadent. The so-called singer had to convey the meaning expressed by the song. Once the personal feelings were too strong and covered up the song itself, then the original intention would be lost. It's okay to be hysterical, but you can't let the listener just feel your hysteria. But the song you sang that day was far superior. You sang about us listeners, conveying as if it was our state of mind. Mo Guanglan exclaimed. It was because of hearing Chen Feng's song that day that Mo Guanglan chose to resign. It was not an easy thing to run to one's dream. She looked at Chen Feng and did not voice out this thought of hers. Chen Feng rubbed his eyebrows and said to Mo Guanglan, he will be better, you will see it soon. I know, he has a great voice, and he'll be better if he changes those things. But I think you are still the best, if you sing the song for him in the future, I believe your version is the best. Mo Guanglan was very convinced of this. Chen Feng laughed, thank you for the compliment then. I heard you say that you seem to know quite a bit about singing? Chen Feng looked at Mo Guanglan curiously. I love singing, but my dream is to be an actor. Mo Guanglan laughed. Looking at the scenery flying by outside the window, she sighed, but being an actor isn't easy at all, it must be hard to start all over again, right? Chen Feng did not answer Mo Guanglan's question. What was difficult was more than just being an actor, much more. Back then, he drank until he was hospitalized in order to sell a set before he cheaply got an opportunity. Where are you returning to? Mo Guanglan saw that Chen Feng did not speak and opened his mouth to ask. Yangming City. Chen Feng replied. When Mo Guanglan heard this, his eyes widened in shock. I am too, what a coincidence. Let me start, I am Yangming City, Lufang District. Mo Guanglan said. Chen Feng looked at her in surprise and said, me too, Road Square District, Xiaolin Town. Mo Guanglan was completely dumbfounded, and after a while, she said incredulously, Shaolin Town, Baiyuan Village. Shaolin Town, Shaozhai Village. Chen Feng was also stunned. After this exchange, the two of them were actually separated by just one village. Hiss. It turns out that the phrase, the world is sometimes small, was verified. Mo Guanglan smiled. How much is your WeChat? Mo Guanglan took out his cell phone and handed it to Chen Feng to enter the number. What are you doing back this time? The work in Guangqing is done. Chen Feng took the phone to enter the number, while asking. Mo Guanglan shrugged his shoulders and said, you sang a song and left. Since I knew that the two were so close, the distance was much closer. Air. Chen Feng was stunned, embarrassed, said, poetry in faraway places, not necessarily in the faraway places. Poetry and far away? Mo Guanglan pondered over Chen Feng's sentence and his eyes lit up. This sentence was so meaningful. She looked at Chen Feng curiously, you always say something very interesting. Chen Feng frowned slightly, thinking, could it be that this sentence was not found in this world? With regards to some of the differentiations in this world, Chen Feng had not compared them too carefully. Next stop, Yangming City Station, please pay attention to the passengers getting off the bus to bring their belongings and prepare to get off the bus. Without realizing it, the car had already arrived at the station. It was only when they heard the announcement that the two stopped and then packed up their belongings in preparation for getting off. Then I will see you later and have dinner together in Guangqing sometime. After getting off the bus, Chen Feng and Mo Guanglan said. Well, definitely. Mo Guanglan smiled and nodded, my friend came to pick me up, need to come together? Chen Feng looked at the car not far away and shook his head, I have friends coming to pick me up. Well then, see you later. Mo Guanglan nodded at his words, waved with Chen Feng and walked towards his girlfriends. Mo Li looked at Mo Guanglan walking, joked, you will also be accosted by handsome Fall Time? Mo Guanglan heard, face slightly red, said. It is my initiative to accost people, just not long ago encountered, and then again in the car encountered feel amazing. Is it just that simple? Emoli bad smile looking at her. Well, quickly get on the car, go back and then give me a good talk down. Not long after Mo Guanglan's car left, Chen Feng's phone rang. Exit A, red car. Chen Feng looked at the caller and was somewhat speechless. Why does mom keep thinking of solving problems in this way? Calling Chen Jiawen here, Chen Feng felt that not only would she not be able to deal with the conflict, but would instead increase it. As expected, after Chen Feng found her car at exit A, the contradiction came just after he sat in the car. Don't sit in my co-pilot, go to the back. Chen Jiawen said with a look of disgust. She was very impatient with this, because today was called by her dad to pick up Chen Feng this matter. Chen Feng saw this girl face stifled look, said, by the way to go to a supermarket. Go to what supermarket, to go you turn back to go yourself. Chen Jiawen, who was driving the car, suddenly exploded. Why, that I have to talk to my aunt and uncle. Chen Feng said with a serious face. Chen Jiawen hated the teeth itchy, simply directly do not talk. Looking at the changes in this girl Chen Jiawen, Chen Feng inwardly sighed, thinking that it was really a woman who had changed. Both changed in character and appearance, that is. Chapter 23 Home. Passing by a supermarket, Chen Jiawen stopped and got off the car, waiting on the side. Chen Feng purchased some gifts and household items. This time, it would take about 4 or 5 days for him to return. When Chen Jiawen saw what Chen Feng had bought, she frowned slightly but managed to hold her tongue. In her opinion, Chen Feng might have used the little money he had left to buy gifts. On the way, Chen Feng surveyed the changes in Shaolin town, which had become a little different over the years of leaving home. With the square in the center of the town as the center, the entire surrounding area had been commercially developed. Looking at the brand new residential buildings in the neighborhood, Chen Feng wondered if it would be cost-effective to buy a house here. Although there were some good supporting facilities, his parents still preferred a quieter place. Soon, Xiaozhe village arrived. Returning to this small village of less than 60 households, Chen Feng's heart was a little strange. Less than 100 meters from the entrance of the village, a small 2-story building located there is his home. And not far away, his own parents were standing there. I will not go, Chen Jiawen said, stopping the car. Chen Feng took down the luggage and gifts, and said to Chen Jiawen, thanks, go sit down at your place some other time. Under the dim streetlight, Mom Xiulian walked quickly with a flashlight. Mom, how to still stand here, I do not know the way. Chen Feng smiled and walked over. Xiulian came to Chen Feng's front, took the luggage, sniffing, bored face looked back at Chen Feng's father. It's fine, it's just in front of the house anyway. Dad, I'm back. Chen Feng said to the silent Chen Yuan on the side. Chen Yui grunted, turned around and walked towards the house. Having not seen her for a few years, Xiulian had some endless words as if she had been talking to Chen Feng about the events of these years, asking long and short questions. The moment he stepped into this house, Chen Feng was somewhat dazed inside. First go take a bath, then come down to eat, I will go to heat up the meal. Old Mom Xiulian said. Chen Feng's room was on the second floor, and there was just one room on the second floor, which was 50 to 60 square feet. Seeing the empty room, the neatly arranged bedding, Chen Feng remembered something. There was only one room on the second floor, and it had to start from when this house was built. When it was his first year of high school, he came back one day and kept talking about how big his classmates' room was in front of his parents. That night, Chen Feng a face of excitement and Mom Xiulian, Chen Feng said if his room is so big, what will do? A year later, the home was torn down and rebuilt. At the beginning of the design, Dad Chen with insisted on the second floor on a room is enough. Then get 2 rooms downstairs. Even when the relatives persuaded him, he didn't care. Anyway, there is only one son, where is the need for so many rooms? Chen used to refute them. However, at that time, Chen Feng had pretty much forgotten about it. What a blessing to be in a blessed place and not know it. Chen Feng sighed. After putting down his luggage and taking a shower, Chen Feng changed into a casual outfit and went downstairs wearing the old slippers prepared by his mom. Mom Xiulian was busy warming up the dishes in the kitchen, and Dad Chen Yong was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Hearing the footsteps, he looked back at Chen Feng, said, wait a moment, to go out to eat after dinner first. Chen Feng opened his mouth and said, I came down to sit down, waiting to eat Mom's handiwork. Chen with some consternation, nodded, I continue to watch the TV. From before, their father and son did not have much to say. Chen Feng mind do not know how, think of a vague figure. It seems that when he came back for 1 or 2 years, he basically put down his things and went out, often staying out at night. Who is it? Chen Feng was a bit fuzzy. However, Chen Feng did not dwell on this matter and came to sit beside his dad to watch TV together. On the walkway, Xiulian's figure tiptoed back and returned to the kitchen with a smile on her face. I told you that little Feng would be more understanding, Xiulian said to herself. Not long after, Mom's voice came from the kitchen. Little Feng, come and eat. Coming. Chen Feng got up and said to his dad on the side, Dad, do you want to eat something together? Accompanying you to drink a couple of cups is still possible. Chen Feng laughed. Chen used to shake his head and said, "You go eat." "That's good, we'll have a good drink together tomorrow," Chen Feng said, coming to the kitchen. Entering the kitchen and seeing the table full of dishes, Chen Feng bitterly laughed. "This is not the new year, what if it is wasted? It's fine, it's fine. Xiulian is very happy tonight." Chen used to sit in the living room, and when he heard this, his face expression twitched, thinking to himself that he usually had to be talked about for a few days for whatever he had left over. This meal, Chen Feng ate a very satisfying meal. Mom was sitting on the side, looking at Chen Feng in a very cozy manner. "Little Feng, what is your girlfriend doing now?" Xiulian hesitated to open her mouth and asked. Well, Chen Feng paused and said, "We broke up a few months ago. She has a better life." "I am sorry, it is my fault for talking too much," Xiulian quickly said as soon as she heard. "Mom, what is wrong with that? You are my mom, what can't you ask or say?" Chen Feng did not care at all. "I figured it out, making good money and letting you enjoy your happiness is the right thing to do," Chen Feng said with a serious face. Xiulian on the side heard the words, the whole person stopped, "Don't look away," wiped the corner of his eyes. "Really, what are you saying? You are doing well on your own," she said happily. Saying this, Xiulian turned her head back and glared at Chen Yu, who was hiding on the sidelines and eavesdropping. Chen used to look around awkwardly. These little thoughts of the two were not noticed by Chen Feng. After dinner, Chen Feng wanted to help wash the dishes and was driven out by his mom. Chen Feng had no choice but to sit in the living room and talk to his dad from time to time. Not long after Xiulian cleaned up, brought a bunch of snacks and fruits to put down, and then pulled Chen Feng's ass non-stop. Chen Feng also enjoyed this moment. Until 1 o'clock late at night, Chen Feng only interrupted his mom's interest, letting the two go to bed. "Good, it's time to sleep. Tomorrow is your cousin's wedding, still have to go over early to help," Xiulian said reluctantly. "Then the two of us will go to sleep first, you also have an early rest." Xiulian pulled Chen Yang beside her, and the two of them got up and walked towards their room. Waiting for the two to go back to their room, Chen Feng got up and closed the door, turning on the small light at the entrance. Returning to his room, Chen Feng could not help but slowly fall asleep as well. Overnight. Early in the morning, Chen Feng heard the sound of firecrackers coming from the village. In this small village, the slightest movement could spread all over. It was clearly the firecrackers from his own second uncle's house. Chen Feng rubbed his eyes and stretched his muscles before getting up and starting to wash up. The one getting married this time was the second uncle's eldest son, Chen Lunan. This cousin who only knew how to follow punks when he was a kid, nowadays he didn't know what kind of woman he had found. Chen Feng is not interested in these things, but etiquette should still be in place. In their own wash this will, mom and dad also in the preparation. Not long ago, mom's voice came from downstairs, "Xiao Feng, we first passed your second uncle, later you directly over." "Good, I'm washing up, we'll go over by myself later." Chen Feng returned. From their own home to walk over, only a few hundred meters of things. Chapter 24, Meeting Again at the Wedding. When Chen Feng leisurely arrived at his second uncle Chen Yu's house, the entrance was already bustling with activity at the moment. Quite a few people were coming in and out, and since it was a joint event between the two families, the women's families were all here as well. It was only last night that Chen Feng realized that Chen Lunan's wife was from Baiyuan village, just a village away. It was only then that Chen Feng remembered, Baiyuan village, isn't that Mo Guanlan's village? Speaking of which, it was really a bit of a coincidence. Chen Feng thought to himself, maybe there is someone else on the female side here who knows Mo Guanglan. Chen Feng didn't really like the hustle and bustle, and after seeing his parents, he found himself a seat. In the back kitchen, at this time, Chen Yuan was helping with the cooking. When he was young, he was also considered a chef, and had done some time in a not-so-small restaurant. While he was busy, his second brother Chen Yu hurriedly walked in and called Chen Yu out. "Do you still have money? Lend me some more?" Chen Yu said anxiously. I'm sorry. Chen Yu frowned, a little hesitant. Seeing this, Chen Yu opened his mouth and said, "Can you bear to see that boy Xiaonan cannot get married? He will go to pick up the bride, still need to change the fee of 50,000 yuan, you can take it to him first, anyway, Xiaofeng is not in a hurry." "But Xiaofeng is not small, I have to leave him some money Chen used to hesitate. "What is his hurry, besides, he may not be able to find it." Chen Yu said. "Who can't find it? Don't say anything if you don't know how to speak." Chen Yu was dissatisfied when he heard it. "Wait, I will ask Xiulian." Chen Yu finally softened his heart, wiped his hands and headed for the door. Chen Feng found a seat at the door, saw his dad walk out, was about to say hello, when he saw him walk towards the side. After 10 minutes, he left the second uncle's place and went home. Chen Feng found his mom Xiulian asked, "Dad, how to go home?" Xiulian faced some bad, forced to smile. "Alright, is your second uncle called him to do some favors? By the way, the second floor came a lot of relatives, you go up to sit and chat to go." "See, mom does not say," Chen Feng did not ask, "do not think it must be money again. After all, in addition to money, there is nothing to talk about, the second uncle of this family." "Good, then I go up and sit down," Chen Feng said, and walked into the house. Not long after, Chen used to fold back and give a newspaper wrapped thing to Chen Yu. Chen Yu took it and left in a hurry without saying a word. Chen Feng, who was on the second floor balcony, saw this scene and sighed. This relatives, sometimes there is nothing else to talk about except profit. Speaking of oneself, these relatives are also strange, cousin or not, cousin or not. Poor is far, rich is close. Poor always want to take advantage of another poor. Their parents, over the years, also try to help them, but these people do not have a little gratitude. Not long after the second Uncle Chen Yu left, a car drove in from the village entrance and came over towards this side. Chen Feng recognized this car at a glance. Wasn't it his cousin Chen Jiewen's car? Why would she come? Chen Feng was a bit puzzled. Eventually, Chen Jiewen's car stopped in front of her house. Seeing this, Chen Feng turned around and headed downstairs. Who was this person? It looked a bit familiar, but had little impression. The relatives who were chatting looked at Chen Feng, who was walking past, and were a bit curious. It's Uncle San's child. A man said. Oh, it's been a long time. Looks like he's settled down quite a bit. Chen Feng went downstairs and walked towards his home. Chen Jiawen was about to call Chen Feng when she saw Chen Feng walking back from across the street. What's going on? Chen Feng asked. Chen Jiawen pointed to the back of the car and said, My dad asked me to bring you some dry goods, go get them down yourself. Oh, good. Chen Feng paused, moved down a box of dry goods from the trunk of the car, surprised. So much? It is estimated that there are more than 10 pounds, this must be thousands of dollars. Thank you, I'll look down tomorrow night to go over to your place to sit down. Chen Feng said. Chen Jiawen nodded, did not say anything, looked at the crowd that was not far away from the wedding, and drove away. Looking at the still high and cold Chen Jiawen, Chen Feng didn't bother to ask her why she was also at home during this time. After putting things away, Chen Feng prepared to go over for dinner. This time, Chen Feng also did not go to the second floor to stay, and casually found a table to sit and play with his cell phone. These days, Li Fei and Zhou Qi could be said to be getting more and more popular. Rush That Year and Chrysanthemum Terrace went down the new songs list, and then killed the hot songs list. It had only been a week in August, and the two songs had come to number 50. It was important to realize that there were some songs from many superstars on this list. Chen Feng felt that it was not bad. If these two songs were sung by someone else, they really could not have this effect. It was not until noon that the wedding caravan returned. More than a dozen medium to high-grade luxury cars came from the village entrance, attracting everyone's attention. Eventually, these cars were parked in the open space at the entrance, and the atmosphere was instantly lively. Chen Yu hurried back on his motorcycle, his face full of smiles as he busied himself. Chen Feng cut out on his melon seeds and watched the fun. Suddenly, Chen Feng saw a familiar face in the crowd. Mo Guanlan? Chen Feng. Wearing a bridesmaid's dress, Mo Guanlan and a few sisters stepped out of the car and looked towards the house, and the first thing they saw was Chen Feng. The two of them looked at each other. Chen Feng smiled slightly, waved his hand, and stopped paying attention to that side. What are you looking at? A sister saw Mo Guanlan staring blankly inside and looked over curiously. Handsome. Where? There are really handsome men, especially conspicuous in the crowd. A few people soon found Chen Feng in the crowd, knocking on a melon seed. At this time, Chen Feng was looking at his mom. What handsome man? At this time, the main wedding car sat down a man. He followed the gazes of several people and saw Chen Feng. You guys aren't talking about this guy, are you? He's my cousin, now he's in Guangqing, I don't know where he's doing odd jobs, right? Lunan, why don't you pick up the bride and get off? Chen Yu walked up and said hurriedly. Right. Chen Lunan then remembered the main event and hurriedly started to welcome the bride off the bus. Mo Guanlan frowned, a dissatisfied look on her face, very dissatisfied with Chen Lunan's words just now. If it wasn't for the fact that today was her best friend's wedding, she would have pushed back long ago. Not long after, the bride stepped out of the car and walked into the house under the cheers of the crowd across the fireplate. A group of young people kept setting off firecrackers. The children of the woman's family were asking for red envelopes from Chen Yu. Upstairs, the bride was sitting in her bedroom. The best man was making a scene and got excited when he saw the quality of the bridesmaids. The most conspicuous one, Mo Guanlan, became the primary target of the best man's group. A group of people took advantage of the game and tried their best to fill Mo Guanlan with alcohol. For this kind of vice, Mo Guanlan held back his unhappiness and politely refused as much as possible. Xiao Feng, do not go up to see it, you can understand the process of marriage in advance. Xiao Lian from upstairs down, see Chen Feng meaningful. Chen Feng pulled the mom hand said, anxious what, and so almost I will give you to find one. That's good, found to bring back to me to see. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, she said. Chapter 25 Conflict. Trouble you self-respect line? At this time, upstairs, came an angry rebuke. While the crowd was in a state of jubilation, the upstairs suddenly quieted down. Chen Feng happened to be at the stairway and heard Mo Guanlan's voice. Not realizing that this kind of wedding bad habits existed in this world, Chen Feng shook his head and was about to leave. However, the next moment, Mo Guanglan walked down the stairs with a bad look on her face. What is the meaning of being a bridesmaid and moving your hands? Mo Guanglan said. As a best friend, you don't speak out even if it's okay, but you still think it's normal for your friend to be moved? Mo Guanglan was disappointed in her own best friend's thoughts. After walking down the stairs, she met Chen Feng's gaze head on and Mo Guanglan was stunned. What would Chen Feng think? These were his relatives, right? At this time, the newlyweds upstairs and a group of groomsmen and bridesmaids followed them down. Mo Guanglan instantly made the atmosphere of the entire wedding scene become awkward down. However, Lu Nan and his wife spoke up first and said, "It's just a normal procedure for a wedding. You're too sensitive, aren't you? Really, if I say my boyfriend is here? You ask my boyfriend if he agrees or not, right?" Mo Guanlan walked up and took Chen Feng's hand. This sudden interlude. Chen Feng blackened his face, not expecting this girl to be so good at finding things for herself. At this moment, the atmosphere of the scene became very subtle, the crowd felt very surprised, and the two newcomers were discussing a lot. The best man who had just made a move was even more embarrassed. It appeared that he was just like a hooligan. Xiao Lian, who had heard and understood the reason for the incident, happily sized up the girl beside Chen Feng and became more and more satisfied. "Little Feng, what is this girl's name?" Xiao Lian asked. "Xiao Feng?" Mo Guanlan looked at Chen Feng and instantly reacted, followed by blushing to his ears. He himself was acting in front of someone's mom. "She?" Chen Feng pondered for a moment and said, "Mo Guanlan, a friend of mine." "Understood." Xiao Lian smiled and nodded. The next moment, Xiao Lian's face changed, filled with anger, and said to Lu Nan's group, "Didn't you hear me? She's here to be a bridesmaid, not to accompany you guys to frolic and play. I was kind enough to be your best man, and now you've embarrassed me so much. This can't be settled like this. You say what to do, Chen Lu Nan." The several people in the best man's troupe were infuriated, not caring about the people present, and looked at Chen Lu Nan with cold eyes. Seeing this, Chen Lunan hurriedly stood out and accused Chen Feng, "What are you stirring up here? It's not a big deal. You'd better not make trouble at my wedding. It's not like there's a piece of meat missing if you touch it. What are you kids saying? She is Xiao Feng's girlfriend. You wanna not let your wife go to someone else as a bridesmaid, be touched a few times?" Xiao Lian angrily rebuked. At this time a group of people gathered around, but all intentionally in the drama, did not intervene. And the second Uncle Chen Yu also stood out to accuse Chen Feng when he saw this. Chen Feng frowned, "This thing I did not expect the bride to be so cold. It seems that this girl's best friend is a plastic best friend To say that other people say it, as a best friend of the bride so," Chen Feng sighed. In my eyes there is no difference between relatives. If you have nothing to do not blame me for not showing mercy." Chen Feng suddenly opened his mouth. The crowd went quiet for a moment. Who had thought that the cowardly Chen Feng would say this? Chen Lunan's face was red with anger, and he stood out to make a move. Chen Feng's eyes drifted over, instantly leaving him somewhat at a loss for words. "Let's go. It's fine if you don't want this bosom friend, then I will send you back," Chen Feng said to Mo Guanglan. Mo Guanglan sniffed, looked at the indifferent Mo Li, and a disappointed look appeared on his face. "Let's go, I won't be this bridesmaid," she said blandly. Chen Feng nodded, then was about to lead her out of here. "Wait, did I tell you guys to leave?" The few best men invited by Chen Lunan rolled up their sleeves and walked out. Having been flicked off one after another, they had long since been seething with anger, and it had never been their part to cross others in the town. To put it nicely, they were the best men for Chen Lunan, but to put it badly, they were the ones who came to pick up girls. As for Chen Lunan, he was usually a little brother in their eyes. "Since your girlfriend is not willing, let the old woman next to you to replace the bridesmaid," the young man at the head of the group said smilingly. Chen Feng sniffed, stopped and looked around, saw a bamboo pipe placed on the side, walked over and picked it up. Bang! The next moment, Chen Feng raised the pipe and smashed it towards the young man in charge. With a muffled grunt, the young man covered his head and crouched down. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Chen Feng held the bamboo pipe and smashed it against the four men. Throughout the entire process, Chen Feng was expressionless and terrifyingly calm. The four people cried out and howled, caught off guard and were smashed head to head. This sudden turn of events left everyone flabbergasted. Quickly stop I don't know who shouted out, and instantly, someone reacted and rushed forward to pull Chen Feng. He smashed at the young man in the lead a dozen times before finally relieving himself and throwing some bamboo tubes. "If this is in my house, I will smash you alive, do you understand?" Chen Feng said with a calm face. Regarding the consequences, he was not worried in the slightest. The self-defense system in this world was sound. As long as it was in a reasonable scenario, it was fine to kill someone in self-defense. Especially if it was a home invasion. It was only because this was Chen Yu's home. If it was in his own home, Chen Feng designated to smash him into a stupid dog. Looked at the four people lying on the ground, ghost howling appearance. Chen Feng did not pay attention to it again, is about to take the old mom and Mo Guanglan leave. Not long after, Chen used to come from the crowd in a panic. He seems to conflict on the side of his wife and child. He hurriedly asked, "Is everything alright? What happened?" Chen Yus, look at what your son and wife have done, beat my son's guests into what? If you don't take care of it for me, don't think of leaving, and don't think of calling me in the future. Chen Yu came back to his senses, saw Chen Yu, and was furious. Then Chen Yu did not pay attention to him, and asked his wife Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian, with a furious face, told what had just happened. Chen used a gloomy face, looked at Imo Guanglan, and then picked up the bamboo pipe on the ground. Immediately afterward, under the stunned faces of the crowd, Chen Yui gave the few people lying on the ground a few more patches. Alright, go back. Chen used to throw away the bamboo pipe and said indifferently. Chen Feng secretly wiped his sweat. This cheap dad of his was not a character that could be rubbed at will. One could only say that he was too kind. Without touching the scales, basically will not explode. Just like this, the four of them left the scene in full view of everyone. Chen Yu shouted furiously behind him, but could only watch them leave. In the end, the people present were wide-eyed. I have something to do, so I'll go back first. Congratulations on the new marriage. Saying that, a few guests left in a hurry. Me too, congratulations, leaving first. Me too. For a while, there were fewer and fewer people. The bride also got into the car without a word, and when Chen Yu's father and son returned to their senses, there weren't many people around anymore. Looking at the few people lying on the ground, Chen Yu staggered back a few steps, so angry that he almost turned his back. Dad, what to do? Call the police to clean them up. Chen Lunan said anxiously. Looking at his son's appearance, Chen Yu slowed down after a long time. The whole person was disheveled. It is really infuriating, your second brother is really a good brother. Returning home, bitterly laughed. You guys wait for me at home first, if they dare to come to find trouble, directly according to the burglary to clean up before. Chen Feng said, and then was about to take Imo Guanglan away. Ah. Xiaolian hurriedly pulled a face blindfold at Imo Guanglan, glared at Chen Feng. What's the hurry? In our place to borrow a night is nothing, right, Xiaolian? Xiaolian smiled. Imo Guanglan calmed down. Hearing this, she lost her mind for a moment. Without waiting for her to reply, Chen Feng interjected, no, it's not safe. I'll send it back. With that, Chen Feng pulled Imo Guanglan towards the door to send her back. Xiaolian tried to call out to the two behind her, only to have Chen Feng trot away pulling Imo Guanglan without looking back. This child is really. Xiaolian laughed bitterly, but a smile soon appeared on her face, and said to the side of Chen Yu, what do you think? Well, not bad. Chen Yui said in silence for a moment. Chapter 26 Buying a House Plan. Where did Chen Feng know his parents, these little 99? He was currently pulling Imo Guanglan to the street outside the village, and it just so happened that a car passed by and directly stopped it. And without waiting for Imo Guanglan to try to say something, he stuffed her into the cab. Don't do this kind of thing in the future, I will go to my parents to explain clearly. Chen Feng said. When Imo Guanglan heard this, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes and she nodded in silence. Sending Imo Guanglan away, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, women really only affect me, it seems that in the future, I have to stay away from women. Returning home, Chen Feng just entered the house and saw Chen Yu's family sitting in the house, along with a few other relatives. Seeing Chen Feng come back, Chen Lunan immediately got up and pointed at Chen Feng, opening his mouth to curse, you really have a poisonous mind, can't see me marrying a good wife. He cursed, not caring that there were other elders sitting there. Chen Feng coldly glared at him, and the scene instantly quieted down. When he thought of what Chen Feng had just done, Chen Lunan broke out into a cold sweat. He now did not doubt for a second that Chen Feng dared to beat himself up. For a while, the scene fell into silence. Alright, everyone is together, just clear up any misunderstandings here. I don't know how long it took, but the eldest uncle who hadn't said anything got up and spoke. Chen family 5 siblings, Chen with is the youngest, above 2 brothers and 2 sisters. At this moment, all the people have come together. Today, this is a big deal. I'm afraid that Xiao Nan's marriage is blown, but also let the whole village people look at the joke. Moreover, those few young people don't know if they will find trouble with us afterward. You said you did this. Chen Wei, the eldest uncle, said in a serious manner. Inside and outside the words, they were all accusing Chen Feng's family. Chen Feng listened, the heart is really wondering, their own family of 3, did what so not entertained it? The dead cheap grandfather to give less land, not to mention, over the years, their parents to help less? When I was young, I earned a little money, but also lent out almost. Is it because it is small? Chen Feng sighed and only felt really sad. For these things, Chen Feng does not want to say anything more. Having seen the attitude of his dad, Chen Yu, he knows that he does not need himself, his parents can also handle it. Mom, I will go back to my room first, call me again if there is anything. Chen Feng said, and went upstairs. Said you child now without respect? The few elders present saw this and accused. However, Chen Feng didn't even look at them. Look at it, look at it. Chen Wei said angrily to Chen Yu. He's my son, do as he pleases, it's not your turn to point fingers, is it? Chen Yui, who had been silent all along, spoke up at this time. This argument eventually lasted for more than an hour, and nothing came out of it. The crowd dispersed unhappily, and even threatened not to have dealings with the Chen family in the future. In response, Chen Yui laughed at himself and said, "I don't think you guys thought of me as your brother in the first place." Chen Feng was lying on his bed and was looking at his cell phone. Recently, Wang Xian's treatment was quite effective, and according to the doctor, it wouldn't take more than a week before he could be discharged from the hospital to recuperate. Mid-month rookie competition. This competition brought together dozens of top entertainment companies and was broadcast live by several media outlets together. Every year, the winner of this competition would be at least a second-tier singer in the future. Yan Shui was the winner of one of the installments. Chen Feng had also taken the time to listen to the song he had written for Yan Shui back then, and it was quite okay overall. Yan Shui's voice and appearance were all first class, and her ability to get to where she was today was considered a strength. Since the theme would not be declared until the day before the competition was approaching, Chen Feng had not thought about what song he would give to Wang Xian. Up number. Just as Chen Feng wanted to look at the past replay, Yuan Shan sent a message. Seeing this, Chen Feng had no choice but to turn the game on. The game was important, writing a song was secondary. Chen Feng secretly said before joining in the sanctuary army. After sparring until dinner time in the evening, Chen Feng stopped and then went downstairs to eat. During the meal, all three of them tacitly did not mention what happened today again. On the contrary, it was the topic of Mo Guanlan that old Mom Xiulian brought up from time to time. Chen Feng and her explained, but both of them laughed without saying anything, nodding their heads on the surface, but in their hearts, they clearly did not think so. In the end, Chen Feng can only smile bitterly, no longer explain. Anyway, in the future Mo Guanlan cannot see a few faces. There were no words for the night. The next day, Chen Feng got up early, and Mom said hello, then went out. "If there is time, bring back for dinner ha," Xiulian said with an expectant face. Xiuzhai village is only less than a kilometer away from the town center square, and although it has changed quite a bit, it is also quite noisy. After yesterday, Chen Feng decided to buy a house in advance to finalize this matter. Came to the square near the property around a circle, Chen Feng is not very satisfied. Walking out of the sales center, Chen Feng searched his mind for properties in the vicinity. "Are you Chen Feng?" Suddenly a voice called out to Chen Feng. Chen Feng sniffed and searched for the voice. Seeing the visitor, he was surprised. "Zhao Mei? Sure enough, it's you. I thought I had misrecognized you." A beautiful woman in professional clothes came forward. "It has really been a long time, more than 10 years, right?" Chen Feng sighed. Zhao Mei, his classmate in junior high school. The two would still sit together, often writing homework together. After moving up to senior high school, the two hadn't seen each other since. Zhao Mei sized up Chen Feng and laughed. "I didn't expect you to become handsome, it's really a big change." "You are also a big beauty ah," Chen Feng said. "Are you looking at a room?" Zhao Mei asked as she saw Chen Feng walk out from inside. Chen Feng nodded and was about to speak. "I see, don't see anything suitable? This place is a bit expensive, over $600,000 a set, but you should have saved some money over the years, right? If there are difficulties, I can help you to apply for a loan, it is considered a friend to help you," Zhao Mei said. Chen Feng originally wanted to say that this place is too small, not satisfied. Seeing that his old classmate had opened his mouth, he simply asked, "It's okay if you can." Zhao Mei sniffed, frowned, and said, "Don't worry, it's definitely possible. But you also know that your condition itself is not possible, because I help to have a chance. For the annual interest rate, it's 20 points, a very good price," Zhao Mei said. About Chen Feng, she had occasionally heard some rumors, muddled, seemed to have an income of only $5,000 or $6,000 a month. How could he have $500,000 or $600,000 to buy a house? Chen Feng was stunned. This elementary school classmate really didn't take him as an outsider. "I'm sorry, did you say 20 points of annual interest?" Chen Feng thought he had heard wrong. "Loan sharks don't dare to play like this, right? I borrowed $200,000 and the interest is $40,000 a year. Are you kidding? This is not high. Many people want to borrow have no chance, because it is you I help," Zhao Mei said with a calm face. After being sure that this old classmate of his was not joking, Chen Feng said with a gloomy face, "Sorry, I don't think I need it." With that, Chen Feng turned around and was about to leave. You're being a bit insensitive, giving you a chance and not even wanting it, what a lifetime," Zhao Mei said with dissatisfaction. "On a few $100,000 a set of not have the money to buy, those villas in the back of the sea, a few million a set of you are afraid to enter cannot go in to see a glance." Walked out of a distance Chen Feng heard, muttered, "The original development of the back sea that side is not a piece of wasteland?" Chen Feng is worried about where to buy, did not expect sleepy people remind. Chapter 27 New Residents. The back sea is a street along the coast around Xiaolin town, if not reminded by Zhao Mei so, Chen Feng do not know. Coming to Hohai, this place is brand new and completely changed. Several kilometers of coastline is full of villa areas. Previously a deserted area, now not only built a villa area, the commercial support is also very perfect. Chen Feng strolled around, very satisfied, and then came to the sales center. At this point, there were quite a lot of people looking at properties. There were people coming in and out at the entrance from time to time. Chen Feng came in and looked towards an employee who was idling, thinking that the other party would come over to receive him. However, when the other party came into contact with Chen Feng's line of sight, he didn't react, but looked down at his cell phone as if he didn't see it. One look at Chen Feng's attire in slippers, in addition to being a little bit more handsome, it seems that he came to dilly-dally again. Recently, a lot of people who have nothing to do come to the sales center to dabble in food and drink, has been very common, and even, maybe the company called to see the part-time head of the part-time head. This kind of people, come here with their own home, do not rub a business meal feel that this money earned a loss. Sales of this move makes Chen Feng feel dismayed. This is a crime, to see a rumor ignored, I'm at least face value online, right? It's hard not to really have to drive a luxury car, wearing designer labels to be able to do? Chen Feng himself to be angry laughed, so he looked around. At this time, not far from a girl is guiding customers, see Chen Feng seems to need help, then walked over. Sir, can I help you? She asked with a smile. Seeing this, Chen Feng nodded and said, I would like to learn about the houses here, I wonder if you can help me find someone to receive me. Upon hearing this, the girl in front of her paused and looked around, seeing a few salesmen who were idling around indifferently. Even so, she still maintained a polite smile and said to Chen Feng, if you don't mind, I can introduce you. She was clearly a bit nervous when she said this. Today was her third day of internship, so she was arranged to guide the traffic at the entrance. Good, then trouble you, mainly for my parents to live, they like quiet, it is best to have a yard at the door to plant something. Chen Feng said. Yes, we have all of them here, speaking of which, there is a very good one in the tail street, the yard is big enough, although there is some distance from the door. By the way, my name is Little Lazy. She said with a slight smile. Hello, then I'll trouble you. Chen Feng felt that this girl was just fine. Soon, under Little Lazy's lead, the two arrived at the villa cluster on Hohai Tail Street, and before they even approached, Chen Feng had his eye on the villa in front of him. The yard was larger than the others, leaning against a small slope, but it was quieter. Walking into the front door of the villa, on both sides was an open space, planted with some flowers and plants, in the middle of which a small river was made, a unique flavor. The overall decoration of the interior was mainly Western style. The main focus was simplicity. 5 rooms and 2 halls, 3 floors, refined configuration, directly to move in. Chen Feng strolled down, his heart already had an idea, said to Xiao Laos, this is the one, how much is it? I thought that Chen Feng looked at it so quickly, it is estimated that the heart is not too satisfied. Here Chen Fengness, small lazy in place, back to God, quickly said, 3.87 million, down payment of 30%. Chen Feng counted in his heart, million to down payment still hold up. Then, go to the signing, and then help me to arrange for a person to clean up. Chen Feng said. Next, Chen Feng followed the small lazy back to the sales center, straight to the office, signed the contract, paid the down payment, a series of operations down, the past more than half an hour. After getting it done, Chen Feng also does not linger, leaving the sales office will take a ride to the home. As for those dumbfounded salesmen, Chen Feng is not interested in what they think. After returning home, Chen Feng directly called his mom and dad together. At night, the living room was lit up, the TV on the side was playing a skit, while Chen Yui and Xiulian were still digesting what Chen Feng had just said. After a few confirmations, the two had to believe that their son had actually made a few $1,000,000, and had even secretly bought them a villa in the back sea. Little Feng, do you mean that the recent song Chrysanthemum Terrace and Rush Hour were really written by you? Xiulian still somewhat felt that it was too dreamy. After all, those 2 songs, even she, a middle-aged person who didn't know much about the internet, had heard them. And they are quite good. Of course, can still cheat you not, payroll I also showed you guys. Chen Feng said with a bitter smile. That's good Xiulian heard, can no longer strain, shed tears. This day, the two of them look forward to quite a long time, originally thought that their son this life is so. Who would have thought that today has become so good, so considerate, completely changed, become a better person? Chen used to pat Xiulian's back, said, the child has become better cry what, no matter what he has accomplished, as long as good, do not do bad things on the line. This night, the 3 people tossed and turned. When they woke up the next day, the family began to busy themselves. This one don't want it. This one to keep, it's Little Feng's 5th grade clothes. Keep this one too, and bring it over. Xiulian was packing up the old items of the house early in the morning. Today was the day they were moving to their new house in the backwater. Originally, they wanted to make some kind of ceremony, but in the end, all 3 of them didn't feel the need for it. After spending the morning packing up, Chen Feng called for a van and then loaded everything on it before the family of 3 left the village. The entire village pretty much knew about Chen Yu's family's busy schedule in the morning. Seeing that they were moving away, many people felt surprised. Why did the blood brothers have to get to this point? In response, Chen Yu closed the door tightly early in the morning. Want to find me to pay the debt, don't even think about it. Chen Yu's family hid in the house, fearing that Chen used to come to the door to collect debts. Before departing, Chen Yu looked at his second brother's house with its tightly closed door and sighed inwardly. Over the years, the reason why he didn't have any complaints was because his dad left early, and back then he happened to be in high school, so he was helped by them. It was just that this kind of favor, as everyone got too old, gradually turned sour and became an excuse to ask for favors. Until noon, when Chen Feng left the village with his parents, no one came to knock on Chen Yu's door. Chen Yu's father and son peeped cautiously from the balcony and saw that the car had really left the village. Ho hi! When the van stopped in front of the villa, both Chen Yu and Xiu Lian were stunned by the environment. Wanted, all there was. Xiu Lian happily planned out what the 2 plots of land at the entrance would be used to plant. The first night of the new residence, Dad Chen, with a special show of their own skills, served a table of colorful and fragrant meals. A family of 3 so quietly ate the first meal of the new residence. Chen Feng picked the second floor by the balcony of the room. And Mom and Dad still like to live on the first floor. They feel that if there is anything, it is convenient to respond in the first place. This reminded Chen Feng of when he was a child and his old house was very broken. Chen Feng slept in the room on the first floor. As a result, he woke up in the middle of the night one day and a thief was rummaging through his bed looking for something. Chen Feng was instantly frightened and cried out. In the middle of the night, Chen used to rush to see the dagger-wielding thief, chose the safest way to dispose of the thief, let the thief leave. The next day, Chen with a machete in hand to go out, and later Chen Feng heard that day Chen with a knife in hand, in the neighborhood of 2 villages looking for the thief. Froze the thief to scare themselves to surrender. Since then, Chen used to sleep on the first floor. So many years have passed, but also developed a habit. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night. Soon, back home for a few days' time, the vacation will end soon. Chen Feng these days are lying flat to touch the fish, in addition to playing the game is to eat and drink, living a happy life. This trip back, at least the family dealt with a lot of problems. The family in the future, there will be no one to pester. Cousins, basically not a few people know where Chen with the family moved, but it is the cousins have spread the word. Since Chen Jiawen's family came once, Chen Feng has money, bought a villa for his parents, more and more mysterious things. Fortunately, the identity of Xia Shiyu was not exposed. In the face of Chen Jiawen's life torture, Chen Feng could only pull through with 1 sentence in the east and 1 sentence in the west, but this girl clearly no longer believed Chen Feng's words. Chen Jiawen felt at this time that this cousin of hers was definitely not doing odd jobs, and if she could earn a few $1,000,000 to buy a villa by doing odd jobs, then she, Chen Jiawen, would apply for a job tomorrow. Seeing that Chen Feng refused to say, Chen Jiawen could only think of a way to wait until she went to Guangqing to inquire about it. August 11. This was the day that Chen Feng returned to Guangqing. Chen Yui and Xiu Lian got up early in the morning and prepared a lot of things for Chen Feng, all kinds of specialties, and even insisted on sending Chen Feng to the train. Until the train departed, the 2 people were reluctant to leave. Looking at the 2 people holding hands, Chen Feng smiled from the bottom of his heart. The mood is inexplicably very comfortable. The moment Chen Feng stepped on the land of Guangqing again, he knew that he would be busy for some time to come. At 10 o'clock at night, Guangqing was brightly lit. The rookie competition that started on August 15th had spread its advertisements all over the place, and some of the major buildings in Guangqing had billboards for the rookie competition. After 10 years of touring, the rookie contest returned to Guangqing and was held with unprecedented grandeur. Whether it was the number of people, the investment, or the judges, it was the largest edition. With 4 days to go, everyone is getting excited. It's so hot that someone on Weibo joked that you can meet a singer at any time when you walk on the road in Guangqing. Chen Feng was waiting for a car on the road, and it didn't take long for him to attract a lot of stares. This was probably also a singer who had come to participate in the rookie competition. This little brother was quite handsome. But just by looking at him waiting for a car, he knew that his strength might not be too good. It was hard to get into the car, but the driver would also ask a curious question. Chen Feng could only sigh, handsome has handsome troubles. Returning to his residence, Chen Feng was already exhausted and fell into a slow sleep. When he woke up in the second half of the night, Chen Feng looked at his cell phone. Yuan Shan had sent quite a few messages, however, his old mom had also sent a few, and there was even one from Chen Jiawen. There were no words in the night. On the 12th, there were still 3 days until the rookie competition. The first thing Chen Feng had to do today was to pick up Wang Xian and then go to the company to register Wang Xian's professional identity. In this regard, Wang Xian had already prepared himself early, and after packing up his things early in the morning, he waited at the door for Chen Feng's arrival. After seeing Chen Feng come, he even jogged a few steps in front of Chen Feng to prove that he had no more problems. Whether there was a problem or not had to be asked to the doctor. Chen Feng gave him a blank look before going to ask the doctor about his exact condition. After chatting for more than an hour and confirming the various problems at the later stage, Chen Feng led Wang Xian away. Before he came, Chen Feng had already found a good house for Wang Xian. It was also Yuan Shan's house, which was in the next building. Wang Xian also silently listened to Chen Feng's arrangements. He closely remembered what Chen Feng had said. If he wanted to repay, then he would repay him in the area of singing. After taking care of everything and putting their things away, the 2 of them hoofed it to Phantom Entertainment. Returning after a week, Li Yan looked at Chen Feng with a befuddled expression. Bull. After tens of seconds of silence, Li Yan could only give this one comment. Not only did he go dashing around for a week, he also brought back one more person. Chen Feng didn't bother with their strange gazes and brought Wang Xian to Wang Jing's office, allowing Wang Jing to arrange everything behind him. After doing all this, Chen Feng seriously looked at Wang Xian and said, "Don't forget the beginning, that's the best way for us to repay each other." Wang Xian quietly looked at Chen Feng, her eyes were red, everything was in words. Just as Chen Feng took Wang Xian to work on these things, news about the theme content of the rookie competition was spreading in all sorts of ways. This rookie competition, almost every composer and lyricist of illusory entertainment had united to participate in it. This kind of competition could not only make a singer burst into flames, it could also make the composers and lyricists behind them burst into flames. In the evening, Chen Feng and Wang Xian were simply eating kebabs together at the stall downstairs nearby. For the future, no one was going to talk about what they could achieve. It was unnecessary to even thank anyone. The two of them ate and drank their fill, and each went back to their own homes and fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, the 14th. The advertisements for the rookie competition were all over the place, with advertisements throughout Guangxing and even the whole country. Weibo even continued to dominate the hot searches. Not long after, the official microblog of the rookie competition spoke out. The theme song requirements for the rookie competition will be announced at 12 o'clock noon, so please get ready to sing a new life on the stage in the limelight. As 12 noon approached, Chen Feng was very out of place in the silent atmosphere and got up to go eat. When he returned to the company after eating, the originally silent office was already abuzz with people. Many people were combative, while others were wailing. Chen Feng sat down and curiously pulled over Li Yan and asked, What is the theme out?" Li Yan was looking sad and said, "With the theme of life situations. This is too difficult to figure out, without a certain life experience, it is difficult to write something good, alas." Li Yan shook his head, feeling hopeless. Chen Feng frowned, "This directly takes goodbye ideals?" But the next moment this idea was vetoed by him. In the selection team, there were too many from the north, and there was still too little knowledge of Cantonese, many people couldn't speak or sing it, and it wasn't popularized enough. To say such a song, there were definitely quite a few, but Chen Feng couldn't think of the most apt one for a moment. Just as the crowd was thinking, Zhang Yan gathered everyone together. "The singers you submitted have all been registered. Next, tomorrow it will be held at the Guangxing Town Hall. Before that, all you have to do is to make a name for our illusory entertainment 12th floor." Zhang Yan said to the crowd. "What?" Zhang Yan looked at the dead team and said helplessly, "Also, the senior management put out the word that if you can make it into the top 10, you will be rewarded with a $2 million bonus. Good. Finish them off with a bang and do right by the 12th floor." Chen Feng raised his arm and shouted. The scene was silent. Those who originally wanted to show some solidarity also silently lowered their hands. "What's wrong? For 2 million, punch him," Chen Feng said with great interest. This night, everyone was so nervous that they lost sleep. Chen Feng was no exception, he was playing copies of the whole thing with Yuan Shan. August 15, Saturday. The much-anticipated rookie competition arrived as promised. Chapter 29 The last two. The periphery of the Plaza Assembly Hall was already packed early in the morning, with hordes of reporters. Even though the program didn't start until the afternoon, the images of the contestants entering the arena were essential. There were more than 30 entertainment companies across the country, plus audition singers from all over the country. There were only 100 or 200 singers who would eventually make it this far, and a portion of that was taken up by 30 more companies. They were supposed to go over together at the company, but Chen Feng didn't want to make another trip to the company. While the crowd had already departed, Chen Feng and Wang Xian were sitting in the breakfast store downstairs in the neighborhood. After eating breakfast, the two of them leisurely walked towards the bus stop. Wang Xian was carrying a guitar on his back, and his entire body had been given a makeover, coupled with his almost 1 meter 8 height. Walking on the road, the two could be said to have an extremely high rate of return. Chen Feng pondered, this guy changed a little bit is quite good, how come he is so miserable? Of course, he himself was like this before. Compared to Chen Feng's relaxed look, Wang Xian couldn't help but be nervous inside. If he hadn't heard Chen Feng sing, Wang Xian might have been able to feel a bit more relaxed. That song Hidden in the Alley was still fresh in Wang Xian's mind. Even though Chen Feng had said several times that he didn't want to be famous and had no interest in being famous, Wang Xian thought that Chen Feng would be even more powerful and shocking if he came on his own. But that could only be thought about. Wang Xian could see that Chen Feng really wasn't interested at all, and even chatted with him about the game. Just as the two of them were slowly setting off, the Guangzhou City Assembly Hall had already pushed the atmosphere to its peak. With the arrival of the judges from all sides, everyone felt fried. Sister Su, the Heavenly Queen, and the Heavenly King Rao Kejie. Superstars, and there were quite a few first-tier singers as well. Every time one came down from the car, the reporters and fans at the scene went into a frenzy. The cameras in the hands of the reporters were pressing the shutter for no money. This kind of feast is not often seen. It took nearly an hour for the judges and guests to enter the stage. After that, it was the turn of the participating singers to line up and enter the stage. At this time, all the reporters were moving. Although these singers were still new, no one dared to underestimate the composers and lyricists behind them. Some of the newcomers were backed by big companies, and almost all of them had senior, perhaps gold medal level composers and lyricists behind them. No matter who sings it, it's worth looking forward to when it's written by this kind of author. At the scene, to distinguish those who had good heat, just look at the reporters surrounding them. Dynasty Entertainment from Kyoto sent out a girl with nearly perfect face value, and behind her was Dynasty Entertainment's gold medalist in support. Also from Kyoto were Daffy Entertainment, Latin American Entertainment. Among them, Guangcheng, which was the venue, also had these powerful companies. For example, American Entertainment, in recent years, has been the leader in Guangzhou City. When the one that made the most noise today was Phantom Entertainment in Guangcheng. The mysterious author that came out of nowhere, two songs that set the internet on fire and made Li Fei and Zhou Qi overnight popular. For a while, numerous reporters surrounded them. May I ask who among you is Xiaoshi Yu? Did Xiaoshi Yu come today? He should have attended as well, right? Hello. A reporter disliked the microphone to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man reluctantly smiled and said, "Sorry, I don't know, go ask Director Zhang on the 12th floor of our company." With that, he pointed to Zhang Yan who was on the side. Zhang Yan immediately frowned, glanced at the middle-aged man, and calmly said, "Whether it has come or not, we know when the competition comes?" Ergo, the reporter didn't expect both of the people in this company to be so cold, and proceeded to target the other people in Illusion Entertainment. "May I ask if you know who Mr. Xia is?" "I know," Li Yan said with a smug face. I don't know." As the reporter was about to move the microphone away, then suddenly reacted and hurriedly asked in a small voice, "May I ask where he is?" Li Yan pushed the glasses, mysterious smile, said, "Just in our 12th floor among the ranks, you find it yourself." A group of reporters were attracted over by Li Yan, and for a while, a dozen pairs of eyes swept through the ranks of Phantom Entertainment. However, no one knew exactly who it was. When the crowd entered the assembly hall, the colleagues on the 12th floor of Illusory Entertainment couldn't help but come over. "Good, you actually know, quickly say it. In the end it's that great god among us who hides so well." Li Yan smiled bitterly. "I also want to swindle him, hidden is also too good." "It can't be you, right?" Li Yan looked up and down at the colleague in front of him. Cut. The other party gave a blank look, then cursed and walked towards the backstage. Li Yan pondered behind him, thinking, this should not be, at least the age may be around 30 to 40. At this age, there were less than 10 people on the 12th floor, who could it be? Li Yan was interested in this. As the team gradually entered, at 11 o'clock, there were already not many people outside the assembly hall. "Let me see what good material we have shot today." A reporter was organizing the photos outside the venue. Not long after, two more people walked in not far from the main entrance. "Harm, this driver must complain hard about him, the main door to the back door to go, far away a long way." Chen Feng took his cell phone and was writing the word of complaint. Wang Xin nodded on the side, if not they would have arrived long ago. When the two came to the door, in addition to one or two reporters fiddling with their cameras, there was only the registration at the door left. "If you are registering, then hurry up, you are the last two." The two beauties who registered looked straight at Chen Feng and Wang Xin. Although quite handsome, it was only at this point that the exposure was gone. The two felt sorry for this. "Is it from the audition, or is it from the company?" the beauty asked. "Illusion Entertainments." Chen Feng registered himself with his real name, also as a composer. A reporter who was fiddling with his camera heard the word Illusion Entertainment and looked over. However, seeing that the two were nothing but handsome, he shook his head. These two were out of the question. Despite this thought, the next moment he picked up his camera and took a side view of the two who walked in. Good, call it a day. Entering into the assembly hall, Chen Feng did not join Wang Xin and handed over the already prepared soundtrack to Wang Xin. "Next, it's up to you to break in on your own. This song has a recording of me, the singing is not very good that is, but I believe that you are more suitable than me," Chen Feng said in a serious tone. "My requirements are not high, top 10. Chen Feng admonished Wang Xin. Wang Xin received Chen Feng's USB flash drive with a stunned face, and only then did he see the song Chen Feng had prepared for him. "Never tried it, there won't be a problem, right?" Wang Xin was even more nervous for a moment. "Not have I recorded it, in the stage before you have two chances to try to sing, I believe you." Chen Feng made a cheering gesture and then ran away in a puff of smoke. Chapter 30 Rules of the Competition. Wang Xin's entire body felt stupid and could only take the USB drive and walk towards the backstage by himself. He was the last one to come in backstage, and the atmosphere was somewhat quiet. Everyone was closing their eyes and using it to keep their final state. Wang Xin came in with his guitar on his back and not many people noticed him. After looking around, Wang Xin saw the staff who had been squeezed into the corner, so he walked up to the staff to borrow a recording studio. There were 5 recording studios set up in the auditorium, which were used to provide the contestants with the ability to maintain their status. However, almost no one would use the recording studios at this juncture. Wang Xian's words attracted a lot of attention, and many people looked over, feeling in their hearts that this contestant was no good. Had they known that going to audition at the last minute would only disrupt their feelings? Okay. The staff reacted, then opened the back door and led the way in front. Buddy, you're not being funny, right? This is still going to audition for the song. When you officially sing later, your feeling will be messed up. Someone couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw this. Wang Xian sniffed, a little stunned. There is such a saying. Thank you for reminding me. But I haven't auditioned for this song yet. Ah, come on, another one who came to mix things up. The other party shook his head. Wang Xian smiled nervously and didn't say anything. The staff brought him to the recording studio, handed over some notes and left. Wang Xian didn't know what song Chen Feng would prepare for him. Maybe it was that Cantonese song. If it was that song, it would definitely be fine, Wang Xian thought. At this time, Chen Feng came to the lobby and didn't go to the area of Phantom Entertainment. Instead, he casually found a seat and sat down. At this time, the host was speaking. Next, we will be announcing the rules of today's competition, so please focus your eyes on the big screen. As the words fell, the big screen in the assembly hall lit up. The host looked at the contents of the big screen and said to the crowd, the number of people participating in the rookie contest today totaled 217. The first rule of the contest, 217 people will be automatically disrupted by our system to draw numbers, and will appear according to the number of numbers. The second rule of the contest is divided into 3 rounds, the first round of direct scoring by the judges, and the judges do not have to wait for the contestants to finish singing. The third rule of the contest, singers who enter the second round will be scored online, and the top 30 singers will enter the third round. The third rule of the contest, the third round, the final round, will be a collaboration between the composer, the lyricist, and the singer for the second song, with a time limit of 3 hours. Above, over. The host's words fell, the whole scene was in an uproar. This sudden rule caught everyone off guard. No way, this competition was so strict? This has never happened before. A time limit of 3 hours to create a song, this was probably the biggest disaster of all. This rule was a bit difficult even for the judges and guests sitting at the judges' table. However, the chairman of the rookie contest, Li Qian, looked at the crowd with a smile and had yet to say anything. When the crowd was almost done talking, he took the microphone and interrupted the clamor of the scene. I'm sure everyone feels that this competition is very difficult. To be honest, I also feel it's great. Therefore, let me properly talk about the rewards of this competition here. There are 3 levels of rewards for the winner of this competition. The first level, we will provide the winner with the God of Songs and the God of Lyrics to give the winner a chance to customize a song. No way! A customized song by the God of Song and the God of Lyrics, which 2 gods are they? As soon as Li Qian finished his words, everyone in the audience boiled over, realizing that among the companies in the scene, there were not many that had both the God of Song and the God of Lyrics. To be able to invite the 2 gods, it was a multi-million-dollar level to start with. Li Qian looked at the crowd's reaction with satisfaction. For the second tranche, we will give the winner a nationwide promotion in all aspects of packaging for a period of 1 month. The second reward caused the same sensation, and many people finally understood what would be so strict. As far as these 2 rewards were concerned, there didn't seem to be any problem with being strict. For the third slot, we'll be assisting Raider in trying to push internationally, but of course there's no way to ensure how well that will work. Now, does everyone have no problems? Li Qijin finished and looked at the crowd with a smile. At this point, the stage was silent. After a minute or 2 of silence, some people came back to their senses and took out their phones to call the company. Hurry up and get all those senior, gold composers who aren't involved to come out and get ready for me. Tell those guys in the company that I have $10 million in prize money for them to come and get. For a while, the representatives of each company began to make preparations. Sitting in the crowd, Chen Feng's eyes were glowing at this time, staring at the $10 million gold owner who had just stared at him. Hiss. I don't know if it's okay to take a second, 10 million ah. Chen Feng wiped his saliva and was somewhat moved. This action of Chen Feng was just seen by Wang Jing. Wang Jing, who was looking for Chen Feng, saw the scene and immediately had a bad feeling. Superintendent Zhang, look over there, Wang Jing whispered to Zhang Yan beside her. Zhang Yan looked in the direction, only to see Chen Feng sitting there thwarting his hands and looking at the people in the front row with an excited expression. Wasn't that someone from Dafei Entertainment? Zhang Yan frowned and suddenly thought of something, quickly asking Wang Jing to go and call him back. Wang Jing sniffed and hurriedly got up to go to Chen Feng's side. Chen Feng, who was searching for how to speak at this moment, was tapped by someone and turned back to see Wang Jing standing by his side. Sister Jing? Chen Feng was a bit surprised. Was it possible that this Sister Jing had specially found herself? Wang Jing said to Chen Feng with a calm face, you can't sit around here, this is their Dafei Entertainment area. Go back to our Illusion Entertainment side to sit. Chen Feng sniffed and looked around, so it was like this, well, let us go over there then. Waiting for the 2 to leave, not long after a number of people also got up and followed. What else is there to divide into areas? What an idle pain in the ass. These people cursed and went in search of their company's location. When Zhang Yan saw Chen Feng coming, she hurriedly asked him to sit beside her. Wang Jing, who was beside him, looked at Zhang Yan with an innocent face, thinking, isn't that his seat? Team leader Wang, why are you still standing? Go back to your own seat, Zhang Yan said with a calm face. Wang Jing sniffed and looked around, deciding to go and wreak havoc on others. Chen Feng sat down, feeling Zhang Yan's enthusiasm, and was a bit uncomfortable. When had the iceberg superintendent been so enthusiastic? Zhang Yan even cared about whether he was tired in the company, whether his computer was stuck playing games, and whether he wanted to change it. Chen Feng sniffed, that properly change one. White whoring does not smell good? Director Zhang treats me like this, I can't thank you enough. Chen Feng said gratefully. Chapter 31, The Strictest Session. Nonetheless, Chen Feng secretly sighed, if Wang Jing had come a step later, he might have been chatting with that gold master. But $10 million, it wouldn't be too good to take. Soon, the big screen started drawing numbers, and for a while, the venue was quiet. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was drowsy and squinted his eyes to rest. As a professional sleuth, Li Yan took it all in. For a while, Li Yan began to brainstorm. Looks like I guessed in the wrong direction, there is only one truth, and that is the superintendent. Li Yan straight away exclaimed that he was careless. No wonder Chen Feng either didn't come to the company or was playing games, so it turned out that there was this relationship with Superintendent Zhang. Then that time in the conference room made sense. When the numbers were drawn, the contestants who were backstage could also be the first to hear the announcement on the stereo. In the recording studio, Wang Xian only felt a fire inside at the moment. The song that Chen Feng had given him had made his blood boil, and his entire being was in a state of excitement. It wasn't until the staff came knocking on the door that Wang Xian reluctantly stopped. But luckily, he had found the state of the song and felt confident that he could sing it well. Coming out of the recording studio, in the passageway, Wang Xian happened to hear his name coming from the stereo. Wang Xian, number 133. Hearing his name, Wang Xian was a bit puzzled and looked at the staff at the side. Does this number refer to the first one to appear on stage? Right, are you Wang Xian? You can just go backstage later and get your number plate. The staff said. Backstage, Wang Xian squeezed into the crowd and quickly found his number plate. After the announcement of the number plates, the official match started 10 minutes later. At this point in the crowd backstage, the center of attention was undoubtedly the first person to appear on stage. Contestant number 1 felt like a national treasure at the moment, being stared at by hundreds of people. Please welcome the number 1 contestant, Jia Nai, to the stage. At this time, the host's voice came from the other side of the stage. Jia Nai? This name has a set. Backstage, a group of people cheered this Jia Nairan brother on stage with strange gazes. Due to the rules of the competition, during the first round, all the contestants were not showing their faces. The masks would be put on the contestants' faces during the live broadcast and would only be removed when the online judging took place. This is to prevent viewers from early canvassing behavior. Brother Jianai, I think it's okay. Is the first one that awesome? Just based on that name, I have to give him a vote later. At this moment, all the major live broadcasts were flirting with the name as they heard it. As Brother Jianai took the stage, after the host's introduction, the accompaniment sounded. The stage also quieted down. Just as soon as Jianai opened his mouth, the judges at the judges' table frowned. The rhythm of the song was still okay, but the words were not so good. Halfway through the song, a judge interrupted and spoke directly, "You're too nervous. If you're nervous just because you're the first one to make an appearance, you're not qualified. You can go next." This judge could be said to not give the contestant any face at all. However, the rules required that only half of the judges agreed to directly interrupt the contestant's singing. Obviously, this was out of order. This kind of interruption would cause the contestant's state to drop in vain. Chen Feng was curious as to how they exercised this mechanism, and when he saw the flat panel in front of them, it became clear. On the screen behind the contestants, a score appeared. With 50 judges, the final 1535 interrupted the contestants' singing. Brother Jianai walked off the stage with a disheveled look on his face. The contestants backstage could no longer laugh, they were all a bit flustered after seeing the judges' attitude. If they didn't sing well, they didn't even have a chance to sing the chorus. At this moment, the pressure was given to the second contestant. The second contestant was a girl with a sweet look, but at this moment, she was shaking her legs nervously. When the crowd present saw the second contestant take the stage, many people still thought that they could at least have a bit of a chance. However, the result was surprising. Singing to the chorus, it was interrupted by the judges, and ultimately could only exit the stage in disgrace. Chen Feng under the scene felt a little sorry. This girl can still be, voice conditions are good. But obviously not a good song. This kind of competition, the singer alone cannot, the song is the most important. Chen Feng felt that if he was allowed to come, there would be at least 7 or 8 songs suitable for this girl. 2 contestants in a row were interrupted, making everyone realize that the difficulty of this competition was hellish. The third singer, who came up right after him, with trepidation, quickly got into the groove after the accompaniment started. Everyone was nervously watching until a few minutes passed and the song was finished. The crowd was relieved. Contestant number 3, Lord Wang. Song, All the Way Forward. Score, 72. Although the score wasn't high, at least the first scoring of the opening round came out. This made the mood of the contestants at the back a bit lighter. As the match progressed, the atmosphere of the venue grew more and more enthusiastic, with many people under the venue looking forward to their players taking the stage. On the internet, the heat of the major live streaming rooms skyrocketed, occupying the top of the list. After each contestant sang, the online audience would fiercely discuss the contestant's performance. It was until 6 p.m. when the competition went to 85, at which point the competition temporarily entered the rest phase. At this time, the contestants could only rest in the backstage, and the meals were sent over by the staff. The other people in the arena, on the other hand, went to take care of themselves. At 7:30 p.m., the match would continue to begin. Chen Feng fell asleep in the middle of it, a pair of hands patted him. Li Yan stood in front of him at an unknown time. "It's time to eat," Li Yan said. "Oh, dinner is ready, that's good." When Chen Feng heard the word dinner, he was instantly energized. For dinner, Chen Feng and Li Yan found a fast food restaurant to settle. After dinner, the two didn't rush back, but took over a few bottles of beer and enjoyed themselves. "I see that you are not in a hurry at all?" Chen Feng curiously said. Li Yan sniffed, depressed, took a sip and said, "What's the hurry? That singer of mine has already made his debut." "Guess how many points?" Li Yan said. "I have no idea," said Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not have any impression, said, "Look at this expression, you know at most pass line, 60 points up and down." Li Yan silent for a moment, thumbs up, said, 61 points. 61 can be, showing that the song you wrote can be qualified in their eyes. Chen Feng laughed. With these words, Li Yan did not know whether he should be happy or not. He was just 2 songs away from being a senior composer. It was just that the level of this pass line, it was really not happy. "It's almost time, go over." Li Yan looked at the time and got up and said. The two of them walked slowly towards the assembly hall. "Speaking of which, I remember you wrote a song in the past. It's quite good. It's for that singer from American Entertainment, right?" Li Yan suddenly said. Chen Feng was a bit surprised. He thought that no one had paid attention to it, but it was true. "Then how come you didn't go to American Entertainment?" Li Yan was a bit puzzled. "Because she said not to be together, this will cause criticism," Chen Feng said. This matter, at that time, he also wanted to go to American Entertainment. Just before he could open his mouth was rejected by Yen Shui. So much so, that he wrote that song in Mirage Entertainment later and gave it to Yen Shui privately. Chapter 32, The White Hot Second Half. That song, giving it to Yen Shui, in Chen Feng's view nowadays, was nothing. After all, the self-degradation in the back was indeed his own problem. Li Yan was tempted to open his mouth and ask if Yen Shui and Chen Feng were having an affair, or perhaps had at one time. It was just that this question was not important nowadays. After returning to the assembly hall, Chen Feng looked at the big screen. According to this progress tonight, it was estimated that the first round would be finished. More than 200 contestants, this feast today, can make people listen to vomit at once. Chen Feng was not interested in listening to it. If there was a better one, that would be another story. After taking his seat, Chen Feng continued to squint and sleep. At this point in time, the number of people in the auditorium had already gone quite a bit, and the unsuccessful composers and lyricists had no desire to stay. For their authors, losing the election was the end of everything. No listener would bother to remember their songs. Illusory Entertainment had 3 floors, 6 departments, and 20 participants, and at this point, more than a dozen had already lost the election. This result made Zhang Yan and a few other executives realize that they were still the same old phantom entertainment. If there wasn't a rain in the summertime, then they wouldn't necessarily be able to get a spot in this competition. It was time to reform. Lei Lu, the vice president of Illusory Entertainment, sighed. Before he left, he had bragged with a few fellow veterans that phantom entertainment was not what it used to be. No, the slap in the face simply didn't come too quickly. Lei Lu turned back and found Zhang Yan in the back row and waved to her. The sleeping Chen Feng beside Zhang Yan was also in his eyes. Because of this, it's impossible to dish it out. Lei Lu secretly thought. The vice president suddenly looking for himself? Zhang Yan was a bit surprised and got up and came to sit beside him. "Mr. Lei, is there something wrong?" Lei Lu sighed. In a serious tone, he said to Zhang Yan, "Our Illusory Entertainment is completely planted this time." He looked at Zhang Yan, wanting to hear something different. Being in the workplace, guessing the mind of the boss was a kind of practice, and as soon as Lei Lu opened his mouth, Zhang Yan knew what he wanted to hear. It was just that this would make it difficult for her. Did Chen Feng compete this time? Wang Jing had told her that Chen Feng had taken a spot to go, so that meant he had entered. Then the question came up, had his singer debuted yet? Thinking about this, Zhang Yan had the best answer in her heart. Mr. Lei, it's still too early to tell who the winner will be, even if there's only one left, it's enough to get the results. Let's see the end, I hope there will be a surprise. Zhang Yan said. Lei Lu was confused instead. What did this subordinate of his own say? What do you mean it's too early? There are already a dozen left. The number of people on the field hasn't even passed the halfway mark. At this rate, it won't take long for the second half to be a total loss. Well, I hope you're right. Layla nodded and then asked, did that summertime rain come? I am not sure. Zhang Yan answered quickly this time. Too many people had been inquiring about Chen Feng lately, and she and Wang Jing were busy as hell. It was only when the rookie competition started that they stopped for a while. Even as company executives, Zhang Yan and Wang Jing couldn't disclose Chen Feng's identity. As far as Chen Feng's contract was concerned, he could just pat his ass and not show up the next day. If you offend this big man, you'll cry when the time comes. Alright, nothing more to do then. Layla frowned and didn't dwell on this matter. Anyway, he was now not optimistic that Phantom Entertainment would be able to hit the ground running in this competition. Oh, right. Layla called out to Zhang Yan and said, the one sleeping next to you is from your 12th floor, right? That's bad influence. Layla said, he felt that Zhang Yan should know what to do. Zhang Yan paused, nodded, and returned to her seat. Wake up, little Feng. Zhang Yan woke up Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened his eyes in a daze and asked, what, is it over? No, there are still a few minutes to go before it starts. I wanted to ask you to sleep in the seat behind me, so that the camera can't take pictures. Zhang Yan kindly said. Chen Feng sniffed and thought it made sense, then got up and switched to the seat behind him to continue sleeping. Lei Lu. Soon, the host took the stage, and at 7:30 p.m., the second half of the competition continued to begin. As the host called out the numbers, the contestants began to take the stage. At the same time, the scores for the first half were listed. After more than 80 people competed, the highest score so far was 87, a score that wasn't too high or too low. Compared to the last few installments, it was considered a top 10 score. Everyone knew that this score could not stand. As expected, the first contestant of the night gave a stunning performance to the crowd. Even Chen Feng listened slightly more attentively. 91 points. The host announced the score. For a while, it caused quite a bit of buzz. The first contestant to reach the 90-point threshold tonight had a company, not a casual player. Including the previous few high scores, they were all company players. On the contrary, the contestants from the C election hadn't made a push so far. After a 90-point contestant appeared, everyone tensed up. Next, it was no surprise that all the contestants at the back would have to use this score as their standard. The top 10 would definitely not be able to go below this score. The first round of the competition had officially entered the white-hot stage. Chen Feng also woke up and began to focus on the performances on the stage. As if the masters were all concentrated in the second half, the dozen or so contestants in the succeeding rounds all performed at a good level. Number 103, 92 points. Eventually, number 103 entered the second 90-point threshold, and it was still not a low 92 points. Further up, every additional point was a very difficult thing to achieve. Backstage, Wang Xian sat in the corner with a calm face, more excited than nervous. He was still in the state of that song. Number 109, 92 points. Number 117, 93 points. Number 128, 94 points. The highest score was constantly pulling up, and with every point that went up, everyone's mood became a tad more nervous. Next, please invite contestant number 133 to the stage. Wang Xian heard the radio ringing his number plate, took a deep breath and walked towards the stage. The moment Wang Xian stepped onto the stage, the gazes of several people in the arena looked towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng ignored these people's gazes and looked at the stage like it was nothing. Contestant number 133, Wang Xian, from Phantom Entertainment. Performing the song, Chasing Dreams Red Heart. Music. The actual accompaniment for this song was quite uncomplicated, and Chen Feng had pondered for a long time before deciding to come up with this song. It couldn't be said to be the best, but in terms of heart and theme, it was still a good match for Wang Xian. As the live music played, everyone present quieted down. At first glance, the soundtrack was passable. Where exactly is the world full of flowers? Quote, Dream Chasing Red Heart Gala Band. If it really exists, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. I don't care if it's a cliff. Wang Xian's smoky voice echoed throughout the large venue, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 33 The Champion. Initially, the people at the venue did not feel anything, but as Wang Xian sang the chorus part, everyone was jolted. It was like a person who had lost a good memory suddenly recalled it in a certain situation. This illusion caused the judges at the judges' table to fall into silence. Was this song good? They felt that they couldn't describe it as good, as they feared that it would be a big hit if there was no accident. In a few short minutes, the judges or the conference organizers seemed to have thought a lot. Soon after the song was finished, Wang Xian's voice came to an abrupt end. The crowd that came back to their senses felt bad. Hearing it once was not enough, wanting to hear it a few more times. But they were guests, judges, and face figures representing each company, and could not lose their temper. Instead, the live broadcast room completely exploded. The dense pop-ups made the live broadcast room stuck, and it took a few minutes to see the pop-ups in the back. Do it again, listen to my blood boiling. One more time. Still want to listen. Pop-ups such as these filled the entire screen of the live broadcast. What a mind-blowing song, so let's ask the judges to score it. The host was the first to come back to her senses. As the venue resounded with her voice, the judges only began to discuss with their heads down. Not long after, the results from the judges' table came out. With 50 judges, the average score was 99. In the end, Wang Xian's score was 995, a score that surpassed history, a figure that the later ones despaired of seeing. Wow! This score was too terrifying. It seemed that this year's winner was afraid that he had no chance. Everyone present understood one thing, that the winner had already appeared. Wang Xian, from Mirage Entertainment, a big boy with a superior face value. The people from Mirage Entertainment had mixed feelings at the moment, because this song they had exchanged rounds to find out that none of them were each other's. In other words, that summertime with rain has struck again. What's up, did you find out? Xia Sure you? Where is he? Rubbish, what's the point of inquiring about this kind of news, can't I guess it myself? Go dig it out for me. By the way, I've signed all 3 of his singers together. I don't care if it rains in the summertime or in the winter, all I want to know is what he looks like. The whole arena clamored. In the end, it was only after the convention chairman stepped in that the competition was allowed to continue. However, there were quite a few people who went on the field next whose confidence was half gone. Especially those singers who were aiming for the top spot, with the golden song writer behind them. At this moment, they felt that there was little hope. After Wang Xian stepped down from the stage, it took 7 or 8 minutes for the clamor to stop. The competition continued in an orderly manner. A few high scores also appeared one after another in the back, and a few singers from big companies did show their caliber. 10:30 p.m. The competition came to an end with the last singer singing, and the first round came to a close. Next, at noon the next day, the 70 singers who had reached the passing line would be judged online without mosaic. The final top 30 would enter the final round of the competition. Chen Feng felt thrilled to winning because the song really fit the theme of the competition. It was important to realize that this song was still the theme song of a certain competition that year in Blue Star. That competition was about the same size as this one. Besides Chasing Dreams Red Heart, there was another song that scored 975 points. It was a girl with an extremely high face value. Chen Feng felt that this was one of the best beauties he had seen since coming to this world. The other party's song composition and lyrics were both very strong. Chen Feng had heard talk about her when she entered the arena, and behind her was the gold medal composer and lyricist who had been famous for a long time. It seemed that the other party was also preparing to utilize this song to impact the great god position. One could only say that it was unfortunate to have encountered the unexpected summertime with rain, a mysterious person behind the scenes. When the backstage dispersed, Wang Xian was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by this beautiful woman. You're good, but you won't be so lucky in the 3rd round. She glared at Wang Xian with an exasperated look and rushed off. Wang Xian scratched his head and was at a loss. This woman who came out of nowhere knew him? But he didn't care, and left in a hurry. Because the backstage had just gone crazy with a bunch of people looking for themselves. However, at this time, Chen Feng had already gotten into the car to go home. Not long after, Wang Xian's phone call came. Brother, where are you? Wang Xian at this time hiding in the road under a tree asked. Hush, you cannot expose me, I will go back, there is something you solve it. Chen Feng at the end of the phone said hastily. Duh. Wang Xian looked at the phone that had hung up. Did you just call Ms. Xia? Let me see. Just as Wang Xian was about to hitchhike away, a few women rushed out from the bushes on the side. Quickly, drive. Wang Xian was scared out of his wits by these women. The driver took a look at the situation and was so scared that he flew off with his foot on the gas. How many boats do you have your foot in, little brother? No, they are brokers, right? Wang Xian said with fear. Broker? Oh, right. The driver just reacted to the fact that there is a singing competition being held at the town hall today. Seeing how popular you are, it looks like you're going to be a big star in the future. The driver laughed. Wang Xian froze. Ever since he met Chen Feng in the mid-levels town, his life had undergone a shocking change. His leg was cured, and then tonight he had the honor of singing such an excellent song. All of this was thanks to Chen Feng. Thinking of this, Wang Xian said that he had met the nobleman of his life. The summer's hot and dry night was cooled by a fresh breeze. With an hour after the end of the rookie competition, the internet had set off an unprecedented craze. Many people acted spontaneously to go to the second round of canvassing for their favorite singers. This night, many people were destined to have trouble sleeping, and so was Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng was in Yuan Shan's house, the two of them sitting opposite each other, their eyes staring at the computer as it operated. Late tonight, deduct DKP, Yuan Shan said faintly. Chen Feng gave a blank look. How this game played with a kind of return to the blue star when playing Warcraft Illusion. That will be the head of moving to deduct DKP, perverted, their head with handwritten book registration. 1 to the end of the month, on the flip book, the word written and thief ugly. At that time, their regiment under the regiment once wanted to find a way to steal the head of the handwritten book. After so many years, remembering this, Chen Feng couldn't help but miss those old friends. I wonder what they are doing nowadays. Chen Feng muttered to himself. Yuan Shan, who was cleaning up her equipment, looked up and asked, why, who is doing what? No, just remembered some old classmates. Chen Feng shook his head and said. Speaking of old classmates, I did remember something. Yuan Shan sized up Chen Feng and said. There is a reunion next weekend, you and I will go there. Eh? Chen Feng was suddenly stunned, and after a few brief seconds, he decisively refused. 5-star dinner, then, the appearance fee of 5,000. Yuan Shan simply and roughly stated the conditions. Deal. Chen Feng did not hesitate to agree. It is just to pretend to be a boyfriend, I am good at this. Chapter 34 Intermittent Jumping Boats. This night, Chen Feng was depressed because tonight's copies were hard to beat. Since catching up with the progress, he realized that these copies were no easier than the Warcrafts, and recently Yuan Shan's group had been stuck in the second level of the copies for a week. Chen Feng's little milkmaid had been killed by that old 6 of the replica no less than 100 times. It's a nightmare to run the map. It wasn't until 2 o'clock late at night that Yuan Shan ended this raid, and after turning off the game, she looked at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say that you were great at playing games during your gaming days? That Shadow Man, every time he goes around the back and kills you, it's like killing a child. It seems like I have to match a 410 to you to make it work. Yuan Shan said helplessly. Chen Feng lowered his head and pondered, then surprised, this can be had, steady. Yuan Shan covered her forehead and waved her hand helplessly, ending the night. Chen Feng hemmed and hawed, putting away his computer and retreating. Leaving the room, Chen Feng stretched his muscles, the fatigue on his body instantly relieved. Although the game was fun, it had to be said that staying up all night to play it, he was a bit unable to keep up with the intensity. After sleeping until 12 noon, Chen Feng opened his eyes in a daze. And at this moment, the entire microblogging, short video platform was eagerly waiting for the second round of the rookie competition to begin. At 12:05, the rookie competition's Weibo, forums, and official website and other channels announced the information of all the contestants for the second round of the competition. In a flash, the relevant topics rushed to the top of the list of all platforms. Flush for Li Qiaoer. I don't love anyone but little brother Wang Xin. For the rookie contest, the rules for the second round are that the online listeners will punch their votes, and the first contestant's profile and mosaic less obscured singing video will be uploaded starting at 05 minutes. Next, the next one is updated every 5 minutes going forward. These fateful 5 minutes were crucial for the contestants, and everyone was staring at the screen, expecting a miracle. To say who was the most nervous at this node, it was none other than the top management of Illusion Entertainment. In the illusory entertainment building, Wang Jing and Zhang Yan sat in front of their computers with nervous faces. Is Chen Feng here yet? Saying that, Wang Jing got up and walked to the glass door and swept her eyes. Has he come? Zhang Yan asked without lifting her head. Wang Jing frowned and said, he didn't come, but others came. In the next moment, several leaders from the operations department and artist department pushed open the door and walked in. Not long afterward, the leaders of the agent management department also came. For a while, Zhang Yan's office was seated with 6 people, making it seem a bit crowded. Everyone, it's a matter of nothing today, Zhang Yan laughed. Hey, I'm here, no more nonsense, let me be the first to say it. Wang Mo from the artist department opened her mouth. Said, she took out a contract and put it in front of Zhang Yan. Wang Xin, this person, I have investigated, the bottom is very clean, and it seems to have become more handsome. After graduation, he was also stationed in some streets or bars, but mostly on the streets, and then, a few days ago, joined us at Mirage Entertainment. Handled by your department's Wang Jing? Wang Mo looked at Wang Jing curiously. Wang Jing, who was being coy at the side, was stunned at the words and said, yes, this is my handler who was hired in. That's right then. Wang Mo lowered her head and thought about it. Even though she was curious about who Xia Shiyu was, there were more important things at the moment. The contract you inducted him into was a junior contract, and the liquidated damages were only tens of thousands of dollars. Wang Mo said. At once, the people present understood the important matters. Wang Xin's contract was so low that any company would have a chance to knock him out. Wang Jing also certainly understood this matter, just like today's contract between Li Fei and Zhou Qi, which was promptly given a change in the first place. Zhang Yan on the side looked over the contract and didn't say anything, but handed the contract to Wang Jing. Generally speaking, this matter of contracts, there was no need for Wang Mo to personally handle a trip. Wang Jing opened the contract and flipped to the last entry, immediately frowned and said, "This matter, I'm afraid it's not something I can handle. The contract is a big contract, and even wants to create a god, but this, involving the payment of at least 3 songs to be provided by Xiaoshiryu for this purpose in the coming year, isn't it a bit over the top?" "I believe you." Wang Mo smiled slightly. "No, don't ever trust me, I don't even trust me myself." Wang Jing shook her head and placed the contract back on the desktop. "Just kidding, that guy Chen Feng, is he in her control?" When Wang Mo sniffed, her face darkened and she put her eyes on Zhang Yan. The experienced Zhang Yan was silent for a moment and said, "The contract is a good thing, and in the whole aspect, it seems that there is also no harm to Xiaoshiryu. This is something that can be conveyed by Wang Jing, but how exactly, let's see what the other party thinks." "That's also right, then let's do it like this, let me know as soon as there's news." Wang Mo nodded, this result was the best it could be. "Then it's my turn." When Wang Mo finished speaking, the director of broker management department, who had been waiting on the side for a long time, Zhu, couldn't interject first. He took out 3 points of information and handed them to Wang Jing, smilingly saying, "Because the outside world doesn't know if Wang Xian has an agent right now, I'm going to arrange one of these for him. These 3 have all been in the field of senior brokers for a long time, and I have a hunch that Wang Xian's boost can bring them to the next level. Our company has a chance to give birth to a gold medal broker." Zhu couldn't be confident about this. "Where in the world is the world full of flowers? If it really exists there, then I will definitely go." Right at this moment, a large screen to the side played Wang Xian's song. The few people present quieted down and gazed at the screen. Once the accompaniment of Pursuing Dreams' Red Heart came out, the entire live broadcast room fell into dead silence. Zhang Yan and a few others thought that there were no pop-ups. Was no one watching? However, the screen lost response box popped up. "You can't do it with this computer." Several people looked at Zhang Yan speechlessly. Zhang Yan frowned, refreshed with the mouse a few times, but still card, "Not right, well, at least when I bought it also $10,000. Now the computer is updated very quickly." Shu can't say on the side. "Well, there." Tossed a few minutes, the screen finally showed up. "What is this?" Only to see the dense pop-ups blocking the entire screen, nothing could be seen. The moment Wang Xian's video and information were uploaded, the entire internet exploded. The clean and handsome face and the light smoky voice made the listeners feel the song on a higher level. Immediately afterward, the votes began to be recorded. At this point, among the 20 or so contestants in front of them, the highest number of votes was 930,153. The number of votes for Chasing Dreams' Red Heart saw a bizarre pull-up. At first, 27,631 votes, then it came to a standstill, and as the crowd was puzzled, the number of votes suddenly jumped again. 238,491. A few minutes later, 928,347 votes. A few minutes later, 248,7231 votes. Chapter 35 Salty Fish Pose. All the people who were paying attention to this vote were dumbfounded. Never seen the number of votes still rise like this. With this kind of gameplay, even Wang Xian himself, who was sitting in front of his computer, was confused. He was sitting in his dormitory at the moment, but he had actually gotten up early. While hesitating for half a day to call Chen Feng, his own video and information had already been uploaded. The information was still complete after he received a call early this morning. The information Chen Feng had given Wang Jing initially only had a simple name, Wang Xian. Age, unknown. Experience, singing. At the request of the conference organizer, Wang Xian added some past experiences. 10 minutes online, more than 2 million votes. Wang Xian felt that he was a little short of words at this point. And in another room in a building apart, Chen Feng was lazily sitting on the small balcony sunbathing at this time. Just an hour ago, he received a call, an unexpected call. Yan Shue's call. However, Chen Feng hung up without listening to a few words from her. It was nothing more than asking for his help in introducing that big brother Xia. What was different was that it wasn't as vulgar as last time. The last timer gives so tens of thousands of dollars in favor of the fee, this time it is quite lofty, give $1 million. Alas, quite fragrant recommendation on $1 million, this money is really good. Chen Feng sighed. Just this 1 million is afraid that it is not good to earn, not handled well. I am afraid that it will have to be endlessly harassed. After thinking about it, Chen Feng still dismissed the idea. Besides, he did not have the heart to write a song for Yan Shui. This girl was pretty, and her condition in this aspect of singing was also passable. Lying on the shaded chair, Chen Feng was mentally calculating how his income was these days, and in the end, he came up with a staggering figure. Next month, there would be at least almost $5 million of income. It could be enough to pay off the back installment of that villa at home in one go, and give his parents a sum of money along the way. Good. Very good. The next goal is to buy a set in Guangqing, and then lie flat in a beautiful way. Chen Feng's plans for the future felt bright. Bang! Brother, are you awake? Just as Chen Feng was swimming in his salty fish dreams, the door to his room was knocked on and Wang Xian shouted from the doorway. This guy, what can't you say on the phone? Chen Feng lazily got up and walked over to open the door. Brother, did you see it? As soon as Chen Feng opened the door, Wang Xian hurriedly said, my votes, my votes. What votes? Chen Feng looked at him with a puzzled expression. Chen Feng's expression made Wang Xian's head full of joy and words go down instantly, flabbergasted in place. After a while, he lit up the screen of his cell phone and handed Chen Feng his current number of votes to see this one. Look at it, it has gone up a few 100,000 again. Wang Xian said with a stifled face. This feeling, obviously went up again, but how can I not be happy? Wang Xian felt that the whole person was not happy, but could not say why. Chen Feng glanced at the number of votes above, the whole person suddenly excited, I rely on, this has to earn how much money This amount has to be $1 or $2 million in revenue, right? Wang Xian glanced at the number of votes above and whispered, brother, this one doesn't have any money. Chen Feng sniffed and looked at the little cutie. Like looking at Wang Xian and said in a serious tone, no. But it's just 7 or 8 million votes, look at your interest, as a singer, things should be calm. Wang Xian. I understand, brother. Wang Xian was even more puzzled. Come on, go to my house and move a chair over to sit. Chen Feng lazily said, turning towards the balcony. Wang Xian had a calm face, nodded, and went to the house to move a chair. A few minutes later, the two were lying on the small balcony, leisurely basking in the sun, their cell phones thrown aside. Beep. Not long after, Wang Xian's cell phone rang. Wang Xian squinted at the cell phone screen, didn't bother, and closed his eyes again. Beep. Duh. You don't answer your cell phone when it rings? Chen Feng asked while lying on the side. Oh, is Jing's sister called? Nothing more than to report the good news, there is no need. Wang Xian calmly said. Is thinking is not an ex-girlfriend called Chen Feng heard, the whole person is frozen, open your eyes curiously looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, who felt Chen Feng's gaze, said in disbelief, what's wrong, brother? You cow. Chen Feng held back a sentence. Not long after, Wang Jing's phone call subsided, and the two continued their salted fish laying flat. Ding. Chen Feng's phone rang. Picking up his cell phone, Wang Jing called himself. Chen Feng thought about it and picked up the phone, the amplification was put aside. Hey, little Feng, you're awake, right? On the other end of the phone, Wang Jing asked in a small voice. Wake up, what's the matter, Sister Jing? Chen Feng asked. Wang Jing on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and opened her mouth to say, it's like this, there are probably two things, one about Wang Xian, and one about you. Or rather, it is the same thing. Wang Jing said. Chen Feng sniffed, but came to some interest, sat up and asked, say it together, Wang Xian is here with me in the sun. Wang Jing. Doesn't he have his cell phone with him? Wang Jing said suspiciously. Chen Feng looked aside. Wang Xian said, in it, just do not want to pick up, just delay us sunbathing. Okay. Wang Jing directly pulled away from this topic, she was really powerless to spit. Immediately after, Wang Jing told Chen Feng what happened in Zhang Yan's office an hour ago. When it was said that the company wanted to change Wang Xian's contract and configure a senior agent to give Wang Xian a god-making activity, Wang Xian, who was lying on the side, went numb. For a moment, Wang Xian did not know what to say. However, the next words made him instantly calm down in a silent mood. Because of this contract, about Xiaoshi Yu, that is, Chen Feng needs to help him write at least 3 songs for boosting in the coming year for this reason. Chen Feng was Xiaoshi Yu, and this was only known a few days before he participated in the rookie competition. Wang Xian had lost sleep directly that night. At this time, Chen Feng did not immediately answer this question from Wang Jing and was thinking about something. Sorry, no. A minute later, Chen Feng gave Wang Jing his answer. Wang Jing, who was on the balcony of the Mirage Entertainment Mansion's expression was instantly lost, but quickly recovered. In that case, I understand, I will speak to the top. Well, then I'll trouble you, hang up first if there's nothing else, Chen Feng calmly said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng continued to squint and lie down. The two were silent and speechless. After a while, Chen Feng opened his mouth and said, will you feel lost? Lost for a few minutes. After a dozen seconds, Wang Xian opened his mouth and laughed. Student period, that little thing, where is the debt or not, you helped me to cure the leg, it is already regenerative grace. Wang Xian said with a serious face. Chen Feng turned sideways to look at Wang Xian. That's good, the fact that you can think like this shows that I haven't misjudged anyone. Chapter 36 Singing is as important as the game? Actually, Chen Feng did not tell Wang Xian what he thought. Regardless of Li Fei or Zhou Qi, if the time was right, he wouldn't mind continuing to write songs for each other. Wang Xian was certainly no exception. But he, Chen Feng, just didn't like to be constrained, and once he compromised once when someone tried to constrain him, he could no longer be a quiet salted fish. So Chen Feng rejected Wang Jing. Lying until the afternoon, the two people only breathlessly get up and go out to find food. As usual, the stall outside the neighborhood, kebabs plus a few bottles of beer. The difference is that in the past, the crowd that bragged about it, now many people have their heads down looking at their cell phones. Up again, finally up to 39th place. Our little goddess has also risen one place, reaching 50th place. Every listener who follows the rookie contest has a singer they support, silently contributing. The big TV in the big stall also followed the trend of connecting to the internet tonight, playing the live broadcast of the rookie competition. Chen Feng drenched in beer with one hand and kebabs with the other, and inadvertently swept over the big TV. Quite fierce, ah! Seeing the data of the unique file at this moment, he was a little surprised. There were more than 70 contestants, and Wang Xian's Dream Chaser Red Heart had reached 198,223,343 votes. 20 million votes to break through. A new record of votes. It was incredible, the combination of the singer, the song, and the creator, and then there was the missing environment. Many people in the entertainment industry at that time were paying attention to this rookie contest. Across the board, 3 songs, 3 different feasts. Li Fei's Rush Hour. Zhou Qi's Chrysanthemum Terrace. To now Wang Xian's Chasing Dreams Red Heart. 3 songs in different categories, 3 songs that can be called classics. This is not to say that no one can do it, many of today's great gods have a wide path, but the key those great gods are not so fierce ah. Some people realized that although Phantom Entertainment had picked up the treasure, they didn't necessarily keep it. Book me a ticket to Guangcheng. In a luxurious office building in Haidu, Kana, who is usually known as the iceberg queen of the entertainment industry, said to her assistant. With a mixed blood of 3 countries and a stunningly beautiful face, it was often said in the entertainment industry that if she made her debut, she would basically be a step up to quasi-superstar level. Kana never paid any attention to this kind of talk, she only had one goal, to build an entertainment company that stood in the international arena. Sharp intuition told him that owning that Xiaoshiryu would be the same as owning a business card to go international. Ah Chio. Chen Feng, who was grilling the skewers and preparing to go home to contribute to the head of the old 6, rubbed his nose, who was cursing me, let me know that I will set the sack in a minute. Wang Xian was carrying a bunch of kebabs behind him like a little brother, this was Chen Feng's snack for tonight's game. Right, brother, then the next round, what am I going to do? Wang Xian suddenly remembered the rules of the 3rd round. Chen Feng smiled faintly. In the next round, I will directly beat everyone. Chen Feng was simply not afraid. But in the 3rd round, I heard that it was created together. Wang Xian said. Ah. Chen Feng was stunned, lowered his head and contemplated for a moment, and immediately had a solution. As usual, a USB flash drive to get it done. After separating from Wang Xian, Chen Feng came to Yuan Shan with a barbecue. The latest copy of the Sanctuary Raider, the 56th time has begun. By the way, that one is your tank. Yuan Shan said to Chen Feng. Only to see an extra tank come out of the game from the group that was gathering. Aren't you an assassin? Chen Feng asked as he typed in the game. Blah blah blah, the leader asked me to use the assassin's mindset to help you fend off Lao Lu. Very good, clear thinking. Chen Feng could only respond in such a way. At 8 p.m., the troop had gathered and everyone was ready to enter the copy. A large group of tanks, the 2nd round results of the rookie competition are over, and I'm the only one who's paying attention? Sassy nurse, I'm also paying attention, little brother Wang Xian is bullish. Not walking output, Li Chaoer is also very cow, but unfortunately still slightly worse, if there is no dream chasing Red Heart, certainly won the championship. Yuan Shan, singing is important with the game? Yuan Shan, everyone prepare to stack buffs and begin. As soon as the troop leader opened his mouth, everyone started to focus on the game. While everyone was busy with their hands, Chen Feng's character was jumping on the map, and he found a problem, the map was not good. For example, there was a cliff that had to be specifically grabbed at a point in order to make it work, and his little nurse was so light that she jumped over her head in one jump. Eventually, the assassin couldn't stand to watch, lured a monster, and 2 skills sent Chen Feng's little milkmaid up. Chen Feng called out 666 when he saw this. A few minutes later, finally came to the 2nd level, before entering the boss, they needed to solve 5 small monsters, it was these 5 small monsters that dragged them for a week. At the beginning, the 2nd and 3rd T went up to pull, the big T circled around the back, and the 4 T watched over the milkmaid. Yuan Shan began to command in the voice channel. Is there a 4 T tonight? I've never heard of it. Did the leader shout it wrong? The troop members who heard Yuan Shan's voice felt that Yuan Shan had probably shouted wrongly. However, after opening it, the crowd finally realized the difference. The teammate whose output was more flirty in the troop surprisingly didn't go to play with positioning today, and even surrounded a small milkmaid. 3 minutes into the progression, the Shadowbringer disappeared. Tips appeared on everyone's screen, and at this time, Chen Feng's little nurse was milking Yuan Shan on the cliff when he suddenly felt a tightening of the chrysanthemums. Only to see the Shadowbringer appear behind him. In the next moment, a big move slammed over. Chen Feng thought that he was going to be blasted by Old Six again, however, an assassin appeared across the room and caught Old Six's move with a brief 5-second invincibility. Old Six was afraid that he hadn't thought that there would be an assassin to protect the milkmaid, and as his big move was blocked, the hatred was quickly pulled away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I have a feeling that I'm going to pass tonight. Me too. Me too. Half an hour later, with old Six beaten to death by the crowd, they finally passed the level. The crowd was in tears, it wasn't easy. After analyzing the reason, the crowd was stunned, and for a while, the voice channel cheered. The troop leader is wise. The troop leader is wise. Troop leader wise. Chen Feng said that he was hurt. His little milkmaid had put in a lot of effort. Looking at Yuan Shan's blood level that was full from start to finish, Chen Feng felt that he should let Yuan Shan go as a tank. Good, well done. Yuan Shan was in a happy mood tonight, and after finishing her activities, she lazily leaned on the sofa and ate a kebab. Speaking of which, what do you do? Yuan Shan asked Chen Feng other questions in an unprecedented manner. Chen Feng looked at Yuan Shan with a stunned expression. I'm a composer and I work at Illusion Entertainment. Chen Feng did not hide this. Oh. Yuan Shan nodded her head before getting up to take a shower. Remember to leave time for the weekend. Don't worry, boss. Chen Feng said righteously, then packed up and left. He thought Yuan Shan would ask what songs he had written and whether he should tell her, but he didn't realize that Yuan Shan wasn't interested in knowing at all. Another busy night. Chen Feng looked at the moon hanging overhead and sighed. Chapter 37 Wang Xin Is there rain in the summertime? The third day of the rookie competition. The Plaza City Assembly Hall, today here would usher in the final third round of the competition. After a day of intense remodeling, at this time, 30 recording studios were temporarily set up at the Plaza Assembly Hall. From over 70 people to 30 people, there was only one day. As of 12 o'clock noon of the third round, all the online voting data had come out. Wang Xin was unsurprisingly in the sole slot. Nowadays, Wang Xin's every move had been closely watched by the media. In response, Chen Feng didn't walk with him anymore and left on his own after handing him the recording before leaving the house in the morning. The third round, unrestricted. In a short 3 hours, bring out your potential and then let the judges judge it. This tests the singers as much as the composers, the lyricists. Because none of the 30 contestants in the room have a band to dub them on the spot. The singers took the sheet music, the lyrics, and then took the stage according to the ideas they had communicated in their matter. This exciting rule made everyone tense up with it. Outside the assembly hall, all 30 contestants began to enter at this point. Hundreds of media cameras were frantically filming. Wang Xin walked at the very back, but was the most dazzling. Even though there were no fans in the infield today, many of them were his fans. The reporters loved the song. Seeing this formation, Wang Xin felt a little scary. No wonder Chen Feng didn't like this kind of occasion. Wang Xin, look at this side of the camera. Wang Xin, please pose, I'll give you one. The reporters kept calling him off, so much so that in the end, the conference staff could only call the reporters off and let the contestants leave first. Chen Feng, who had entered the inner court first, felt shivering when he saw this crowd. Not long after, the host walked onto the stage. Before starting the third round of the competition, he first announced today's data from yesterday's votes. First place Chasing Dreams Red Heart 245876331 votes. Second place On the Road 1548625 votes. Third place Never Give Up 112453736 votes. 10th place Adversity 7451236 votes. Even though the crowd under the stage had a rough figure in advance, they still sucked in cold air at this moment. In previous years, the top 10 million was considered very high, and this year, almost all of the top 10 had rushed into the 10 million level. Li Chao's On the Road is very unfortunate, but it is also considered to lose a fair and square. The host stood on the stage and waited for the emotions of the crowd underneath to almost calm down, then began to announce the next round of matches. Well, the clock will start ticking in 5 minutes for the next round, so let's ask the singers and creators to start entering their respective studios. As the host's words fell, all eyes were focused on Studio 30. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire venue was unusually quiet. It was as if the air had frozen. Even the other contestants stopped in their tracks for a moment and looked in Wang Xin's direction. Wang Xin moved. As Wang Xin got up and then walked towards the recording studio, he was the only one in the entire process. All the way until Wang Xin walked into the recording studio and closed the door. He was Xia Yu was him, and then he was also a singer. Case solved. Must sign him at all costs. The entire venue was abuzz. No one had expected that the original Xia Yu, whom they had been looking for half a day, was actually the singer himself. The crowd of Phantom Entertainment was also dumbfounded at this moment, and the crowd looked at Wang Jing, hoping that Wang Jing would give a confirmation. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Wang Jing didn't know how to answer their questions. In fact, she was also very confused at the moment. Chen Feng was sitting right beside her, but she didn't dare to ask. Could it be that she too had been hoodwinked by Chen Feng, and that this guy was a puppet launched by Wang Xin? Fellow contestants, there are still 2 minutes left on the clock. The host's voice pulled the crowd back. The contestants took a look and rushed into their studios. Alright, next, please keep quiet and try not to disturb the contestants. The host said, returning to his seat. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the third round of the rookie contest officially began. After the start of the competition, the live broadcast of the competition was also officially opened, but it corresponded to only the live room with the number plate hanging. For the third round of rules, the judges, guests, and online netizens worked together to make the selection. When 3 hours had passed, the songs for the third round would begin in the order of the number plates. The contestants will not appear on stage, but will instead outperform the studio sound. For the contestants, their stage is in the studio. Except for the people in the big venue who know the contestant corresponding to the number plate, the listeners on the internet do not know. This kind of online and offline selection was how various competitions had come about in recent years. Chen Feng sat in the audience, his thoughts turning, and he had no idea as to how far Wang Xian could go in the future. To be honest, he didn't want to let Wang Xian stand too high at once. After all, he couldn't be the person behind Wang Xian all the time. If he could, Li Fei, Zhou Qi and Wang Xian, Chen Feng would like to see them go and sing other people's songs in the future. Chen Feng had tapped them out, also because of their conditions. In Blue Star, there was that saying. 1,000-mile horses were often found, but bull was hard to find. Li Fei and the others were like 1,000-mile horses, and Chen Feng was nothing more than acting as a bull's role. Recently, both Li Fei and Zhou Qi had been chatting with him. Moreover, the agent had secured gold medal level composers from the company for the two of them to write lyrics for customized songs. The two of them were also competitive and didn't rush to rake in the money after a song became a hit. While maintaining a certain amount of notices, they were also working hard to improve their abilities. This was the point that Chen Feng valued the most. So what song should Wang Xian prepare for the third round? Chen Feng had really spent a lot of time thinking about it. It was important to maintain the standard and not stand too high, causing the people arranged by the company at the back to not know how to write a song for him. Wang Xian's voice was suitable for singing rock and ballads. Thinking back to the scene where he sang in the alley, Chen Feng thought of a ballad. At this time in the recording studio, all the contestants were exchanging urgent words, despite having roughly prepared before they started. But with 3 hours, what they could do was tight. Wang Xian sat in the middle of a pile of instruments, looking at the USB drive in his hand. After sitting there for a few minutes, he plugged the USB drive into his computer and opened the file that Chen Feng had packed. The recording studio was equipped with the most top-notch listening equipment, and Wang Xian wore headphones and clicked play. Today, it was a bit hot. Chen Feng leaned back in his chair and squinted, saying blandly. Wang Jing sniffed and turned her head. Chen Feng had already fallen asleep. Watching Chen Feng fall asleep so easily, Wang Jing did not know what to say for a moment. Rather, it was the several top executives of Illusory Entertainment who were baffled by Chen Feng's words. Director Zhang, I don't think the people under you are managed very well, a senior said to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan reluctantly smiled and said, I'll tell him to pay more attention. Don't be like this next time. That senior was at a loss as to how to reply to Zhang Yan's words. During these few short minutes, the contestants in the recording studio almost didn't make much progress. Only Wang Xian's recording studio was incredibly silent. The solid wood floor, falling tier after tier, the memories that came to his heart clogged there, Wang Xian cried. Chapter 38 Memories. Silence is terrible, only a faint sound echo. It was only after 10 minutes that Wang Xian's mood calmed down a little. He had experienced a terrible college career. There was even a time when Wang Xian felt that he should drop out of school and find a place where no one would spend the rest of his life. For a while, hating Chen Feng was a norm. But whenever he saw Chen Feng's humble appearance in front of other people, Wang Xian felt that they were all the same. In fact, what Chen Feng said about making amends, Wang Xian had never felt the need to make amends for himself for anything. But it also doesn't make sense the year he graduated, Chen Feng rarely went to trouble him anymore. Even the class barely came over, others didn't know, but Wang Xian did. Chen Feng is studying music and has a very beautiful girlfriend. For has the love of Chen Feng, Wang Xian is very jealous, why they do not deserve to have this kind of idea until graduation. He went out to look for a job. After meeting Huang Chia changed. It turns out that you can also have love. The two found a job together, the same company, and then naturally together. After work, Wang Xian would go out and sing a little, taking up residency on the streets. In the beginning, there were very few people, and no one would even stop to watch, but Huang Chia would accompany him. That year was the happiest year of Wang Xian's life. One day Huang Chia told him that he wanted to create something. Without saying a word, Wang Xian gave her all his savings, helped her find stores, and begged people to give him some low-priced goods. At that moment, he was very humble, but Wang Xian did not feel bitter at all. The girlfriend's creation started out very difficult, and she had to come back very late every day. Wang Xian was very understanding, always encouraging her, even if Huang Chia became very irritable, but also will accommodate. Then later, Huang Chia's entrepreneurship suddenly improved. Early to go out and late to return. The dialogue between the two became less and less interactive. I don't know when it started, but Wang Xian realized that he hadn't seen Huang Chia for a long time. One day, the breakup happened. Wang Xin agreed in a daze, because he was too tired to say a word he wanted to say. Some people said that they saw her girlfriend always going in and out of the hotel with different men. Some people say that his girlfriend's business is doing very well today, the scale is getting bigger and bigger, very powerful. Who said it, what they said, whether it is true or false does not matter. Starting that day, Wang Xin resigned, left that city, and then began to sing on every street, going to the bar to beg people to give themselves a chance to sing. Numb and disheveled. Wang Xin felt that life was just like that. But when God let him meet Chen Feng again, Wang Xin felt unlucky. Until Chen Feng took his guitar and started singing. Hiss. Phew. Wang Xin breathed in heavily and then exhaled before he began to deploy the microphone and soundtrack. After a few minutes, Wang Xin looked at the lyrics on the computer screen and slowly opened his mouth along with the accompaniment. After the first time he sang, the melancholy in Wang Xin's heart was hard to remove. The second time, Wang Xin felt that he had released some of his feelings. Third time. Fourth time. I don't know how many times I sang, but the sound in the recording studio was suspended. Please get ready for contestant Wang Xin. In 5 minutes, all the equipment will be connected again, and the third round of the competition will officially begin. The sound spread to the entire venue, the major live broadcasts of the network. It was finally Wang Xin's little brother. Oh my god, he turned out to be in number 30. Is this considered the finale? I wonder what song he'll bring. Looking forward to a new song from Big Brother Xia Yu. If it doesn't come out, it's a classic. I'm going crazy for Mr. Xia. Not only is he a great songwriter, but he's also a great picker. Weibo, official website, live broadcast. At this moment, all the listeners were frantically brushing the pop-ups, and Wang Xin's heat reached a terrifying height. Even a lot of middle-aged people were paying attention, thinking that this young guy sang quite well. Wang Xin would be a bit confused. It's my turn? Looking at the time, Wang Xin was a bit dumbfounded. Without realizing it, it was already more than 7 in the evening. He sang and stopped halfway through, occasionally looking for the mood and adjusting some of the problems with his singing. Since it was just himself, he didn't bother to pay attention to the time. Surprisingly, it's already my turn. Wang Xin was a bit nervous, getting up and walking back and forth a few steps. What should I do? Oh, right. Wang Xin touched his throat and picked up the water on the side and drank furiously. A bottle of water bottomed out in no time. There were still 2 minutes left. Wang Xin stared blankly in the direction of the door, his mood calming down all of a sudden. Really, if I let him see this appearance, he will be very disappointed. Wang Xin laughed to himself. There is still 1 minute left, so get ready to start. Wang Xin sat on a stool, holding the microphone, his heart recalling the experiences of these years, very quiet inside. Across the wall, everyone in the large venue slowed their breathing and waited for Studio 30 to move. Across the screen, the listeners who supported Wang Xin, the listeners who supported the other contestants were waiting for the long minute to end. Chen Feng was sleeping. Wang Jing thought about it and woke him up. Is it over? Chen Feng rubbed his eyes and woke up in a daze. The next moment, in the assembly hall, a comfortable accompaniment rang out. When Chen Feng heard the familiar accompaniment, a smile appeared on his face as he propped one hand on his cheek and focused on the recording studio. Let me hear it, your potential. Chen Feng whispered to himself. Wang Jing, who was sitting on the side, frowned slightly, puzzled by Chen Feng's smirk. The accompaniment that rang out from Studio 30 was not exactly short, tens of seconds long. The ups and downs were somewhat large, but it was unexpectedly comfortable to listen to. Spending love recklessly. Quote, too much Chen Guanpu. What do you have to count when your heart is broken? Whatever you want, let you take it away. If you think freedom is joy. Love is guilty of weak and stale mistakes. Too many excuses, too many reasons. For love I also betrayed all. Wang Xin's voice echoed throughout the venue, as if he was talking about something that happened a long time ago, but also as if he was standing in a third-party perspective telling someone else's story. It was like shouting, but also like whispering to his former self. The crowd under the scene was silent, and they felt some pain in their hearts, as if something buried for a long time had been discovered by someone's panic. Guangqing, a shopping mall, is holding a man shopping luxury store. Woman heard a side of the computer said the name, some surprise. She walked towards a few attendants who were looking at the computer. Wang Xin? Is that the name of the contestant? A few waiters who were piled up together watching the competition smiled awkwardly and said, yes, tonight is the final round of the rookie competition, and now Wang Xin is starting to have to sing. Unsurprisingly, if he can do well in this song, he will be the champion. Saying that, a few waiters looked envious. Whoever could be his girlfriend, how happy would they be? I wonder if he has a girlfriend. No, the information says that he is single. The waiter on the side said excitedly. What does he look like? A complex emotion crossed the face of the woman who asked. Wait, he's going to start singing. A few waiters didn't even want to do business, they just wanted to hear the song. Not long after, Wang Xin's song rang out. When the woman heard that familiar voice, her whole body was like being struck by lightning. This song, it's good, it's really good. The moment the music ended, she was already in tears. Chapter 39, Scoring begins. Time is a very strange kind of thing. It could not be touched, could not be seen, but it was passing all the time, destroying the mental defenses of those who were in it. Huang Qia was one of them. Love is certainly very sweet, but love can't be a meal, love can't get what you want. Everyone wants to hide such things in this way, but Wang Xian's songs bring these things out. Maybe it will live well, maybe it will disappear without a trace. What do you care? As the music ended, the scene fell into silence, and after a minute, applause rang out like thunder. This kind of song that tugs at the heartstrings, even if it's a rival, is well worth giving the applause it deserves. The host applauded, and when it was almost time, she got up and walked onto the stage. She looked at the crowd on the stage and joked that it seemed everyone had loved more or less liberally. But the past is the past. Now that all 30 singers have finished singing, then, please ask the judges and guests on stage to gather their feelings and prepare to score. The host's voice reached every recording studio at the same time. At this moment, the contestants, composers and lyricists in the recording studio were all unaware of the other's situation. It was because none of them had played and listened to the other's songs. After they finished singing, the sound equipment was cut off, and they were waiting for the others. Wait a little. At this time, the chairman of the conference judges, Li Qian, suddenly spoke up. He took the microphone and said, "Waiting inside this kind of rule can almost be changed. Next, let's ask the contestants, composers, and lyricists to come out to the stage." Facing their achievements head-on is not a tough thing to do. The crowd on stage heard this and felt that Li Qijin's words still made sense. So, the contestants came out of the recording studio and stood on the stage, lining up in order. The first thing many people did when they came out was to look for the opponents they cared about in the crowd. Wang Xian was the center of attention. Almost everyone looked at him, trying to find something. At first, all the players were a bit stunned, followed by a shocked expression on their faces. Some thoughts surfaced as they seemed to realize something terrible. Li Chaoer looked at her colleagues from Dynasty Entertainment at the bottom, her eyes seeking an answer. The Dynasty Entertainment representative sitting at the bottom smiled bitterly and spread his hands. He honestly didn't know himself. Was Wang Xian having rain in the summertime? If so, it was too scary. The singer, composer and lyricist were all him. This would be destined to become an unstoppable heavenly king. So, please, judges, guests, start scoring. Li Qian smiled slightly and returned the microphone to the host. Contestant number 1, please start scoring. For this competition, the scoring is synchronized online and offline, and the big screen will synchronize the two scores. The host reminded the crowd. At this time, the judges on the stage, the guests began to be discussing. Within a short time, there was a result. Only on the big screen, the scores of the guests and judges gradually appeared. 79, 81, 82, 78. At the same time, the scores on the internet were also being updated at all times. In the end, the score for contestant number 1 was as follows. Judges' average score, 855. Average audience score, 815. Number of participants, 1473, 121. Contestant number 1 was disappointed to see this score. Obviously, this score is a failure. The contestant who got the score steps back and hands the stage over to the next contestant. Contestant number 2, the scoring begins. The host said. 5 minutes later, the scoring for contestant number 2 came out. Contestant number 2 scored as follows. Judges' average score, 86. Average audience score, 855. Number of participants, 243, 7821. Each scoring time was only 5 minutes, which made everyone nervous. It was as if the scales of judgment were scrutinizing them. The crowd on stage was the same. A good score meant that their company's singers would develop better. It wouldn't just bring the singer to fame, the composer, lyricist, and company behind them were all beneficiaries. A little bit of time passed. The scoring of the 13th contestant began. Li Chaoer. Song, wrong. It was Li Chaoer's turn, and for a while everyone was looking forward to this girl's ceiling. It had to be said that Li Chaoer was really strong, but it was a pity. It should have been Dynasty Entertainment's seeded player, the one to win the title, but nah, there was a Wang Xian. 5 minutes quickly passed and Li Chaoer's score came out. Judges' score, 95 points. Average audience score, 93 points. Number of participants, 734, 5122. The current highest score, and the highest score in the final round since the previous sessions. This score surprised the crowd a bit and was higher than expected. The crowd from Dynasty Entertainment looked at this score and were both happy and nervous. If there was no Wang Xian, with this score they would have already jumped up and down to celebrate Li Chaoer's win. But nowadays, their hearts were really not in the right place. Chen Feng looked at the girl with interest, and it was somewhat amusing to watch her look at Wang Xian with a complacent face. It reminded him of a certain actor from Blue Star. There was a dexterity, a sense of playfulness, very malleable, and unsurprisingly the future prospects would not be very low. Looking at Wang Xin again, but at this time, he was tensing up. Chen Feng instantly frowned. This guy also didn't trust himself too much, right? Although Li Chao's score is very high, but is not still a lot short of a perfect score? After Li Chao, a few high scores appeared behind her as well. Until the 20th, there have been 490 points. Even the judges and guests had to sigh. It was really a session of the gods. If these people were staggered, they would all be the favorites to win the championship. It's a pity that they are all crammed into this year's edition. But fortunately, the number of viewers this year is high, and it's an opportunity for them. Next, please start scoring contestant number 29. The host looked at Wang Xin and said to the crowd. Many people felt their breathing intensify. Because it would soon be Wang Xin scoring, how many points would this anticlimactic guy end up getting? Contestant number 29, Yang Lin was frustrated at the moment. This number, it was really a sad number because everyone's attention was on the next number 30. He was more like a transitional item. Thinking of this, Yang Lin sighed and waited for this torturous moment to pass quickly. Finally, 5 minutes passed. The host looked at the score on the screen and said, "A good score, ah." Contestant number 29, Yang Lin. Judges score, 93. Average audience score, 915. Number of participants, 6,452,137. On the network, the listeners who participated in the scoring were also seriously evaluating. When Yang Lin saw this score, he suddenly had the joy of being a beneficiary of this score, a score that he really didn't expect. The other contestants also envied him, because at the moment, many people were focusing on the final number 30, and thus would also notice the previous person. It was Li Fei and Zhou Qi. They had also come. At this moment, the scene got a little agitated as a few people came in from the entrance. Li Fei and Zhou Qi appeared together. Chapter 40, Desperate Scores. Li Fei and Zhou Qi arrived, followed by their managers. After entering the venue, the two low-profilely came to Phantom Entertainment's area and sat down. This scene was also captured by the camera and shown in the live broadcast room. For a time, the entire live broadcast room boiled over. Oh my god, Li Fei without her beauty face, even more beautiful, like a fairy ah. Zhou Qi was also handsome, the two looked so good together. Is he here to cheer for Wang Xin? Chen Feng looked at the two of them and averted his gaze. He panicked a lot and even wanted to go home and play a game. Exposing himself on such an occasion was something he definitely did not want to see. Li Fei and Zhou Qi chose a seat and waved their hands towards the camera before gazing at the stage. It seems that everyone is looking forward to the next final selection. The host laughed. Then let's not whet everyone's appetite. Contestant number 30, Wang Xin. Please start scoring. The host's words fell, and the scoring interface on the network was opened. However, the technicians were dumbfounded the next moment. Only to see their software go down in an instant, scaring the crowd into dealing with it on their hands and knees. A large number of users poured in, clicking at the same note of time. This quantity was something they hadn't touched before. An entire tens of millions of people clicking at the same time, it was terrifying. A technician wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In this regard, they did not dare to slack off in the slightest. These 5 long minutes touched the hearts of many people. While the crowd was nervously looking at the big screen, a few more people came in at the entrance of the venue. A woman who could be described as stunningly beautiful entered the venue wearing sunglasses and then found a seat alone. Li Qian swept his gaze and was a bit surprised. The iceberg queen of the entertainment industry had also come? It should be known that he had invited this iceberg queen twice without being able to invite her. As the countdown ended, the host was all a bit nervous. She, who was supposed to announce the results, looked at the scores on the tablet and didn't immediately relay the scores over. She looked at the backstage. Backstage, a staff member was holding up a sign that said to wait another minute while it was processed. Okay, so guess what kind of amazing statistic this is going to be, or is it just surprising? The host said mysteriously. She glanced at the judges' scores on the tablet and her whole body froze. Just when she thought she couldn't hold it together, the backstage finally gave an OK alert. She hurriedly refreshed the tablet. This? The host didn't know what to say all of a sudden after seeing the data. Alright, the scores are out, so please look at the big screen. The host turned the data from the tablet around. The crowd under the stage wanted to curse. This host was dragging his feet. In the next second, the entire large venue was silent. Contestant number 30, Wang Xin, scored as follows. Judges score, 995 points. Average audience score, 99 points. Number of participants, 34587,413. Some removed their glasses, wiped them off and put them back on, afraid if they were blinking. It's 8 digits, I'm not mistaken, am I? Some people confirmed to the colleagues beside them. Yes, I counted it twice. The number of votes, it's scary, Mom. Dynasty Entertainment, Daffy Entertainment. A few people from the big companies completely despaired after seeing this score. A score that was unprecedented, and I'm afraid there's no one to come after it. The faces of the other players were bleak, they knew that the winner of the match was no longer in doubt. However, they were eager to hear what kind of song Wang Xin had actually sung. With this score and number of people, Chen Feng was still a bit surprised, and he had an intuitive perception of the level of entertainment participation in this world. $2 million had arrived. Chen Feng's heart was happy. What happened next, he did not care about. Looking at Wang Jing beside him, Chen Feng got up to leave. While passing through the aisle, Chen Feng noticed the woman sitting alone on one side. Hiss! Chen Feng could not help but get a little carried away. This girl in front of him, her face value was truly heaven-defying. This was almost the most beautiful woman he had ever remembered after coming here. Regardless of temperament or figure, it was impeccable. A certain star? Chen Feng guessed in his heart. However, that was all. Chen Feng did not look at it much and left the large venue straight away. At this moment, Kana, who had returned to her senses, looked at the departing Chen Feng's back, not knowing what she was thinking. However, Kana's attention was still on Wang Xin on the stage. On the way here, she had been paying attention to the information over here, and it seemed that Wang Xin should be summertime with rain. Both a singer, composer, and lyricist. This made Kana even more interested. As Wang Xin's scores were announced, the process of the competition continued. The organizer compiled the rankings and then began the awards ceremony. What happened next was unknown to Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng was already walking alone on the nearby commercial street, leisurely strolling around. After coming back to Guangxing, he had also been busy for a while. Now that the event was over, he was going to be salty for a while next. Next weekend, there was a part-time job with Yuan Shan, and he could still earn 5,000. There is money, there is a big meal, not earning is a little cute. Strolling around, Chen Feng found himself in a nearby film and television base. The movie and television base in Guangxing was still quite famous. Many blockbusters had been filmed here. Chen Feng remembered that when he had just graduated, he had also come over here to try it out, but the taste was really bad. Every day, hundreds of drag queens piled up here, waiting for a job, living a life of getting by. Waiting for paychecks, and then in less than a few hours it all goes to the neighborhood bar street. Thinking back to that meeting, Chen Feng found a bar and ordered a cocktail to sit in. Because it was nighttime, the bar street was packed with people at the moment. This bar that Chen Feng had chosen had dozens of seats, and it did not take long for it to fill up. Listening to the noises coming from his ears, Chen Feng suddenly heard a familiar voice. Come on, have another drink. You acted well today, I have high expectations for you. Director Su, when will you give me a role too? You, don't worry, it'll all be there. It's up to you to catch it. Right, Lon? Come on, let's drink. No, I'm busy. I can't drink. You don't even give face for a drink. I don't think you're fit to be an actor with that attitude. Chen Feng heard this series of conversations very clearly, as it came from behind him. In the next moment, Chen Feng curiously turned around. Immediately after, soon after, Chen Feng turned back again. Damn, what is the situation? Sinful fate ah. After thinking about it, Chen Feng felt that it was better to leave, so he got up and prepared to leave. Splat! The next moment, a crisp voice rang out. Trouble you to show some self-respect, my big deal is that I'm not going to act. Mo Guanglan coldly glanced at the man in front of him and turned to leave. Trouble getting out of the way, thank you. Mo Guanglan said to the back figure standing on the aisle. Handsome man? Mo Guanglan saw that the other party didn't move and shouted. Suddenly, she felt that this figure looked somewhat familiar, and curiously came over. Only to see the man in front of her hastily cover his face and sit down again, making way for her. Mo Guanglan looked at this strange person with a puzzled face, and suddenly, she saw the bracelet the man was wearing. In her mind, a person surfaced. The next moment, Mo Guanglan left the place with a meaningful smile on her face. Bitch, you think it's enough not to act? The man who was slapped stared viciously at Mo Guanglan who left. Chapter 41 Remembering a certain deceased person. That bit of business in this entertainment industry is quite normal. Chen Feng got up and looked at this middle-aged fat man before turning around to leave. He didn't want to care about this kind of at all, and even, he was afraid of trouble. After looking around and confirming that there was no figure of Mo Guanglan, Chen Feng also did not linger in this neighborhood and came outside to stop a car to leave. As the car stopped at the intersection waiting for the red light, Chen Feng looked out the window in boredom. A few tattooed young men were hooking up and frolicking on the side of the road, stopping passing girls and asking for WeChat. This scene caused a familiar figure to flash through Chen Feng's mind immediately. Chen Jiner? After a long time, Chen Feng muttered, remembering the name of a person. This name caused Chen Feng's mood to become lost all of a sudden. After getting out of the car, he walked listlessly towards the neighborhood, and did not know how he managed to return to the dormitory. This night, the entire Guangxing was as if it was hosting a feast. Almost all the young people were discussing about the rookie competition. The awarding of prizes was proceeding in an orderly manner, and every contestant would have a different life after tonight. Chen Feng lit a cigarette and glared at the small balcony. A different life? But there was a life that was completely destroyed by this guy. Chen Feng smiled bitterly, finally remembering what he was doing during that time. During that time, he had been hanging out with those youngsters from society, sneaking around outside every day and hitting on pretty girls when he saw them. But one day, when he woke up and tried to escape this life, it was as if he had already fallen into a quagmire. A few punks began to threaten him, making a mess of his life. Even so, Chen Feng still chose to refuse, facing the beating of a few people. He did not dare to fight back, only wanting the other party to beat him up. But unexpectedly, the appearance of a girl complicated things. That night, from the taekwondo learning back from the Chen Jinair, several people met Chen Feng as being beaten, alone ran over to relieve him. Seeing this, a few punks simply molested Chen Jinair. But Chen Jinair did not give in at all, picking up a stone to the side of the stone punks smashed over. That night, something happened. Chen Jinair was stabbed in the abdomen. Then immediately afterward, Chen Feng's brain was in chaos, and he selectively forgot about this matter. Phew! How strange, why can't I remember? Chen Feng heavily exhaled a smoke ring, full of doubts. It was reasonable to say that he had occupied this body and his memories had taken over, but there were quite a few things that he was unable to think of in the first place. This would remind him of this, and Chen Feng was in a complicated mood. To be honest, there were some things in the past that he really didn't want to specifically fix, but after taking over this body, there were some things that would always have a lump in his heart if he didn't dispose of them. Even a salted fish would feel bad. Thinking of this, Chen Feng took his cell phone, rummaged around for a while, and dialed the phone number of his only heir in this world. Chen Feng exhaled, and not long after, the caller picked up. Phone Z? The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds and spoke uncertainly. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Feng laughed. Why, Lazy? My voice shouldn't have changed, right? It's really you, where are you now? You came back to Yangming? Lazy asked excitedly. A while ago to go back to participate in the wedding of a relative, which is not because the work is busy, come and go in a hurry. Chen Feng sighed, I thought you might have changed your phone number. He lay, Chen Feng's good brother in high school. Nowadays, it seems that the relationship between the two is still very iron. The two chatted a lot for a while, and without realizing it, more than half an hour passed. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng opened his mouth and said, Lazy, this time it is me who has something to find you. It is like this, in a few years ago Chen Feng put a few years ago that thing complete to Yilei said again. You are really an asshole. Yilei listened to it, cursed on the phone, and then fell into silence. A moment later, said, but people find after you have to apologize. Don't let me down, Fengzi. Otherwise, I will have to cut ties with you. Yilei said nonchalantly. Of course, I will take care of it. Chen Feng calmly said. Then wait for my news. Yilei sniffed and didn't talk nonsense. With him staying in Yangming for so many years, he was still sure of finding someone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng's entire body felt relieved inside in relief. Looking out at the nighttime colors of Guangqing, Chen Feng hummed a little song that he had often hummed when he was in Blue Star. Things were in order, so it was only a matter of time before they were dealt with. Chen Feng washed up and lazily lay on his bed, flipping through the microblogs around with interest. In the 2 hours since leaving the large venue, the internet was already in full swing. The title of Wang Xian winning the championship occupied the top of the list. The title of Wang Xian being Summertime with Rain followed closely behind, and then, only then, were the other contestants' hot searches. Rising goddess Li Fei and Zhou Qi appeared together at the rookie competition to cheer on their mentor. For songs, pushing everything across the board, is Xiaoshi Yu qualified to be crowned a god? Li Qiao and her gold medalist writer behind her regret to encounter Xiaoshi Yu and lose. The Iceberg Queen descends to the grand venue for Xiaoshi Yu. Looking at these hot searches, Chen Feng was surprised, but then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Wonderful. This is very good. Wang Xian, this is your best reward for me ah. Chen Feng was very satisfied with how this matter had developed. There were no words for the night. The day after the rookie competition ended, Chen Feng began to stay home and do quests. Nowadays, the sanctuary was in the most intense stage of opening the land. Before entering the second level of the boss, the entire team went online every day just to collect and make medicine. It was just that after this going online, Chen Feng felt that something was wrong. Only to see that he was gathering medicine in a plain, which was also quite crowded, with people often coming here to see the scenery and wild PK. Today, these people were as if they were possessed. Wang Xian my love, CP drip, too many requests to sing well. Chen Feng feels that this person is more or less a big disease. However, the next moment, the chat channel immediately flooded with a whole bunch of similar IDs. Too many excuses, me, I sang all night last night. Too many excuses, Missy look at me, I sang until my throat was hoarse. Seeing this, Chen Feng silently blocked the chat channel. All day long, Chen Feng played the game in front of the computer, picking herbs while finding some comedies from this world to watch. During this time, Wang Xian, Li Fei, Zhou Qi and the others all called him, but were hung up by Chen Feng without chatting for 2 sentences. It wasn't until the evening that Chen Feng got up and stretched his muscles before going out to forage for food. Alas, it was time to eat a big stall alone again. With today's Wang Xin, Chen Feng didn't dare to let him follow him. Ordering some kebabs and getting a few bottles of beer, Chen Feng leisurely ate alone. At this time, the phone rang. Chen Feng pulled out the phone and saw Lei Zi's incoming call. It seemed that there was a result. For what he would hear next, Chen Feng did not have the slightest bit of bottom in his heart, but he understood that there was no fear of being late. Chapter 42 Gathering. Feng Zi, there is news. Coincidentally, she is also in Guangqing nowadays. Her work address I sent you by SMS, specifically, it is up to you to confirm it. I have something important to do, so I'll hang up first. Da. As soon as the phone was connected, he crackled a bunch of words and hung up. Chen Feng looked at his cell phone dumbfounded. This Lei Zi was worthy of his own style. Not long after, a message was sent over. The content was an address, relatively remote, a place that Chen Feng had not been to. In the message, Lei Zi told Chen Feng that if he really decided to go to her, then he had to be mentally prepared to settle this matter. This passage made Chen Feng look a little apprehensive. However, Chen Feng did not rush to go to this address to take a look. Since he knew the location, the person could not run away for a short time. Soon, Saturday arrived. Woke up early in the morning, Chen Feng began to clean up his own clean face, changed into a set of casual clothes Yuan Shan bought for him, the whole person temperament soared. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Feng felt that he was handsome as hell. Not long after, Yuan Shan sent a message. Chen Feng came to the entrance of the neighborhood, saw Yuan Shan's car, and called out excessively. This time, she had changed to a new luxury car. Yuan Shan surveyed Chen Feng's line, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, get in." The place to be today was in the suburbs. Where exactly, Yuan Shan did not say. In the car, Yuan Shan told him that this was her college reunion, and Chen Feng's task was to stop those extra people from harassing her. To this, Chen Feng said small problem. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of a luxurious villa. The entire villa covered an area of at least thousands of square feet, with a large yard, just like a private estate. Let's hurry up and get it done and go back to playing copies. Yuan Shan simply wiped a lipstick and opened the door to get out of the car. Yuan Shan this nature, Chen Feng is considered to understand one thing. Despite the fact that he can often enter and exit her boudoir, he will definitely not have any strange thoughts. Face, very beautiful. Body, very overwhelming. But Chen Feng had absolutely just no other thoughts about her, simply a good friend. So can't get my handsome awe. Chen Feng secretly thought. The two of them got out of the car and walked side by side towards the villa. The handsome man and beautiful woman immediately made many people unable to resist looking over. Yuan Shan. The rich and handsome man beside him, so eye-catching. A few beauties looked over, their gazes instantly attracted by Chen Feng. Hearing a few beauties talking from afar, Chen Feng thought to himself, this is only normal. Otherwise, he would have thought that the beauties in this world didn't like handsome men. Yuan Shan's arrival instantly caused many people to come over. Students were the center of attention on campus, even after graduation. A group of students quickly chatted with laughter. Chen Feng noticed that there were quite a few who brought their boyfriends and girlfriends over. However, Chen Feng did not consciously go and sit with them, but instead strolled around the large villa. The more he looked, the more satisfied Chen Feng became. The overall layout, as well as the surroundings, were all described as perfect. Obviously, a villa like this in Guangzhou City must be sky-high. Chen Feng's actions attracted the attention of quite a few people. Seeing this, one of the men who was pestering Yuan Shan came with a red wine, a faint smile on his face, and said, "How is it, this villa is okay?" Chen Feng looked back at the man, nodded and said, "Indeed, it is very good, the layout is also good, the location is good, very quiet. Of course, the best villa complex in Guangqing, there are only 33 of them, and each one costs $300 million. He sighed, "Earlier I also wanted to buy one, but I didn't succeed in the bidding, it's a pity." Hiss. Quite expensive ah. Chen Feng calculated that it was unrealistic to buy a villa here. Said, he looked at this guy, did not expect to be a rich man. It seems that Yuan Shan's group of students, not a simple. From the entrance to now, just half an hour, Chen Feng noticed that from time to time, there were luxury cars stopping at the entrance. Those who came down from the cars were all owners who were not poor in money. On the contrary, Yuan Shan's assets, Chen Feng did not have a concept. It seems that the entire neighborhood is hers, and by the looks of it, it is estimated that there are other places. So it seemed that Yuan Shan had at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Seeing these rich people, Chen Feng felt that he was still too poor. By the looks of it, you are also interested? The other party saw Chen Feng's silence and opened his mouth to ask. Chen Feng spread his hands and said, "No, too big, afraid of ghosts." With that, Chen Feng left on his own and went to eat a big meal. For today's party, this group of rich people had invited a few chefs, and there was a constant supply of top-notch steaks and various fine wines. Chen Feng had long been drooling. Seeing that the crowd were all still chatting, without any sense of wanting to eat, Chen Feng simply sat down nonchalantly and let the four chefs serve themselves a bit. The entire banquet seemed boring to Chen Feng. It was nothing more than showing off wealth and exchanging money making tips. During this time, there were quite a few people who came over to find Chen Feng to strike up a conversation, talking about how awesome they were. Bro, what about you? What do you do? Me, I am a soft eater. Chen Feng said with a calm face. The people who had come to pick a fight saw that Chen Feng was not the least bit oily, there was no way to do anything about it, and one by one, they all left with a black face. It continued until the evening. It's been a long time since we sang. I remember that in the past, Xiaoshan used to sing the best in the class. Let's all applaud and let Xiaoshan sing for us once more, right? At this time, a handsome-looking man stood out and said, "Good, this one can be had. I haven't heard Yuan Shan sing for a long time either, and I've always felt that if Xiaoshan was willing to make a debut, she would definitely be a superstar nowadays. Let's have a song. School grass, why don't you go pick a song?" Someone called out. "Good, then I'll pick it, haha." The man saw this and with a smile on his face, he walked to the side of the console to choose a song. In the crowd, Yuan Shan's face was very bad at this time, but because a group of students were here, she couldn't have a fit. Seeing that the crowd had been uproarious, Yuan Shan frowned and looked at Chen Feng, who was looking at his cell phone on a side sofa chair. Chen Feng, who was watching anime, did not notice the situation on Yuan Shan's side. Recently, he had discovered something very interesting, and the anime in this world was also very well done, very much to his taste, and it was very enjoyable to watch. Suddenly, the next moment Yuan Shan came in front of him and collected his cell phone with a creepy smile on her face that made Chen Feng creepy. "Dear, didn't you say that you sing very well? My throat is not feeling well lately, sing a song instead of me?" Saying that, Yuan Shan pulled Chen Feng towards the crowd. Chen Feng, who hadn't come back to his senses yet, looked at her with a stunned expression. "When did I say I sing well?" Chen Feng asked in a low voice. "Help me top it. To add money. Add 5,000. Yuan Shan whispered. "I can sing just fine." Chen Feng said with a smile on his face. Wang Kai, who had already ordered a song, saw this scene and looked at Chen Feng with a gloomy face, and in the next moment, as if he had changed his face, he walked over with a smile on his face. "In that case, let Xiao Shan's boyfriend have a song for everyone to enjoy," Wang Kai said, silently deleting a bunch of selected couple duet songs. Chapter 43, Yuan Shan can sing too. When the music started, Chen Feng was flabbergasted. He hadn't heard it before. In fact, after coming to this world, Chen Feng hadn't listened to a few songs in their entirety. After 10 seconds or so, the lyrics appeared. However, Chen Feng held the microphone and did not open his mouth. Instead, he put the microphone down and handed it over to the beautiful woman at the side. "Sorry, I don't know this song." "Ah, you don't even know this song?" The beauty looked at Chen Feng with a surprised face. This was the famous song of Diva Violet. Diva Violet? Chen Feng thought about it and shook his head, not recognizing it. "It's okay, there's more." Wang Kai on the side smiled and switched to the next song. After 10 seconds or so, Chen Feng continued to shake his head and said, "Still don't recognize it." Wang Kai frowned and continued to switch. "Do not recognize." Chen Feng continued to shake his head after listening to the accompaniment for a while. A dozen songs in a row switched down, and the crowd present all looked at Chen Feng with a surprised face. "Little brother, if you don't want to sing, just say so. Why waste everyone's time here?" Someone opened their mouth and said. Chen Feng sniffed and nodded, feeling that it made sense. "Right-o." Chen Feng looked at the man who opened his mouth and said, "Then Yuan Shan doesn't want to sing. Why are you guys up in arms? You like to sing, you won't come and sing yourself?" Chen Feng said while looking at the chef's side. "I'll talk to you later." Chen Feng looked hurried and walked out from the crowd towards the door. Everyone thought that he was going to leave in disgrace. As a result, in the next second, Chen Feng sat in front of the chef and received a freshly fried steak with an expectant face. "This kind of top-quality steak, I haven't tried it before." Chen Feng was still looking forward to this kind of food. Just now, during his chat with the chef, Chen Feng realized that the top-quality steaks in this world were different from those in Blue Star. Receiving the steak, Chen Feng couldn't wait to pick up the knife and fork and cut off a small piece into his mouth. Paired with the red wine from the country of France, a bottle of red wine was only used on 3 pieces of steak. The moment he entered his mouth, the light acidity of the red wine paired with the toughness of the steak, Chen Feng felt that today's trip was worth it. The crowd that had been left out to dry by Chen Feng had a bunch of words stuck in their throats that they couldn't get out. Yuan Shan looked at Chen Feng, the corner of her mouth slightly up, this kid, and said he was a composer, but in the end, he has not heard a few songs. "Don't force Shan." At this time, a beautiful woman came out and said, "But I haven't heard Shan sing for a long time." Shan was the lead singer of the school band at the time, and I'm afraid that if she had made a debut, she would have become a big star by now. Yuan Shan's eyes retracted from Chen Feng, helplessly said, "Li Yameng, you also want to make trouble with them?" The beautiful woman called Li Yameng heatedly smiled. "This is not really a long time, have not heard it. Just sing a song to satisfy us." Just one song, I'll take my pick. Yuan Shan was silent for a moment and took the microphone. Wang Kai said, I'll help you choose what you want to sing, he said. Although he really wanted to sing a love song with Yuan Shan. I'm sorry. Yuan Shan said calmly. The light accompaniment sounded, the scene was quiet, and the next moment, Yuan Shan opened her mouth and the song sounded leisurely. Chen Feng, who was enjoying his food, was a bit surprised when he heard this song and turned back to see Yuan Shan, who was singing. This song, it was quite good. But what made it good was more important was the person who sang it. Yuan Shan's voice, and the caliber of her singing, made Chen Feng feel surprised. He had thought that she was just a rich woman who liked to play games, but he had never thought that she was quite good at singing. If she had started out as a singer, I'm afraid she would have been a first-rate singer by now. Chen Feng sighed. Yuan Shan's conditions were really good. But what's the point of being a singer when you have money? Thinking of this, Chen Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. In his place, he would have gotten a villa to lie flat and play games every day. This scene was seen by some people in the hall. After Yuan Shan finished singing, someone immediately came out and said to Yuan Shan, your boyfriend seems to think it's not good. He listened to it and shook his head. Yes, I saw it too. He obviously doesn't know how to sing, and he hasn't even heard a few songs, but he's learning to sing like others. Yuan Shan sniffed, looked at Chen Feng, who was eating, and said, everyone has the right to evaluate. Besides, I really can't sing nowadays. I think he is simply pretending. Wang Kai sneered, can't even sing a song, how would this kind of person know how to listen to a song? Right, that's right. This kind of person is too pretentious, I don't know how you can find this kind of person. Everyone had one sentence each, and Chen Feng, who was sitting outside, listened in a strange way. Is this some kind of judgmental party? Chen Feng muttered, but ignored them. Ignoring these people would only make them jump around even more. Seeing Chen Feng like this, the group of men who were holding back their thoughts felt stifled, but there was nothing they could do about it. In the end, the crowd could only divert their attention and continue to start showing off their achievements over the years. Soon, Chen Feng had eaten and drank his fill. After standing up and moving his body, Chen Feng looked at the sky, not realizing that it was already afternoon. Seeing that the crowd chatted endlessly, occasionally soaring to a song. Chen Feng felt that this kind of party was quite boring, so he found a quiet place to sit down and took out his cell phone. Let me see, where are you? Chen Feng opened the map and localized to that address that Lei Zi had sent. The next moment, Chen Feng was a little surprised. Because the positioning shown above was less than 5 kilometers away from his current side. So close? The location shown in the address was a commercial street. Chen Feng was a bit hesitant. At this location, it was less than half an hour from here. Just as Chen Feng was hesitating whether or not to make a trip over, Yuan Shan walked over. Do you want to go back? Yuan Shan asked. Returning to his senses, Chen Feng nodded and said, see what you mean, I don't even care, don't you want to talk to your old classmates more? There is no point, it is better to go back to play copies. Yuan Shan said bitterly. Why don't you go back first, I want to go to the nearby commercial street, you send me there for a bit. Chen Feng said. Okay, let's go then. Yuan Shan nodded and greeted a few classmates before leaving with Chen Feng. Before leaving, Wang Kai hurriedly came out and said to Yuan Shan, Shan, I have to go back to Guangcheng to develop recently, let's come out to have a meal together then, in Guangcheng, maybe I still need your help. Yuan Shan frowned lightly and said, Seeing Yuan Shan so cold, Wang Kai didn't care, as long as he returned to Guangcheng, by then Yuan Shan would be able to understand the gap between himself and that little white boy. For himself to have become an imaginary enemy, Chen Feng did not care at all. The car slowly drove away, and within a short time, the two arrived at a nearby shopping street. Thanks, the copy might be late tonight. Chen Feng said, getting out of the car. Deduct DKP, Yuan Shan said faintly, then drove away. Chen Feng looked at the departing car with a bitter smile, took a deep breath, and then walked towards the commercial street. Chapter 44, Chen Feng's Troubles. On a weekend night, there were not many people here. It was estimated that it was a suburb. In fact, the commercial street here was a developer supporting in, and those who were strolling around were almost all residents of the neighborhood. All rich people. Chen Feng was a little curious as to what Chen Jinair was doing here. Following the address given by Lei Zi, very quickly, Chen Feng found the store mentioned in the message. A music dining bar. Inside, some people were eating, and on the front side of the bar, a stage was made, with people arranged to sing on it. Chen Feng stood at the door and did not go in. Because he saw a familiar figure, a girl with a thin figure, dragging a bag of dishes towards the back door of the restaurant. At this moment, Chen Feng was a little flustered inside, as if the original host's memories were resisting. Chen Feng had thought of quite a few images, but definitely had not thought that Chen Jiner was now a back kitchen helper. Silently following Chen Jiner's figure to the back door of the restaurant, looking at all of this, for a moment, the idea of wanting to go up and say hello, swept away. All along, Chen Feng had found it easy to think that he wanted to clean up this kind of mess. For one thing, he didn't have much of a sense of guilt, and solving these problems was to make a brand new future for himself. Secondly, things that could be solved with money really weren't a big deal to him. Money was gone, he could always earn it. However, this age-old matter in front of him was too heavy. For a long time, Chen Feng sighed, turned around and left. When he passed by the entrance of the restaurant, he hesitated for a moment and pushed the door into the restaurant. In the next moment, the waiter came over and inquired, "Sir, how many?" Chen Feng touched his stomach and said, "One person." "Then follow me." The waiter smiled and brought Chen Feng to the seat next to the window. "You look at the menu first." "No, I see that the single set menu at the door just now is quite good, just serve me a single set menu," Chen Feng said. Waiting for the waiter to leave, Chen Feng's eyes surveyed the environment of the restaurant. At the stage, a singer walked onto the stage. Then, "Next, let's sing you a song that's been very hot lately." As the words fell, the accompaniment slowly sounded. "Will love be squandered with impunity? My heart is broken. What more do you need to count?" Chen Feng was a bit surprised to hear the song. It had only been a day or so and he didn't expect it to have spread. But the singer on the stage sang in general, not good, and not bad. Resident singers in these dining bars are considered qualified. Not long after, the waiter brought up the dishes, and Chen Feng, who had already eaten, only felt a little tired when he looked at them. Nonetheless, Chen Feng still reaped some of what he wanted. During the meal, in the passageway of the back kitchen, Chen Feng saw Chen Jiner's figure from time to time. Especially when the singer was singing on stage. Chen Jiner would always stand there carefully, her eyes looking at the singer on the stage. This action was caught in Chen Feng's eyes. These years, it was obvious that Chen Jiner had lived a hard life. Those eyes, however, had not changed. Gentle, kind. Before leaving, Chen Feng asked the waiter about Chen Jiner. Who expected the waiter to hear, immediately bared his teeth and laughed out, "A poor person, in short, things are very long, I'm not good how to say is. See that resident singer? People love each other, the man is singing, the woman is working as a kitchen helper." The waiter laughed. Chen Feng was stunned. Interested in earning $1,000? Chen Feng pulled out a stack of $100 bills and waved them in front of him. The waiter's eyes glowed and he nodded his head in a hurry. "You want to know specifically about Chen Jiner, right? Wait a moment, you wait for me at the door." The waiter was clearly a human savant. A few minutes later, he changed his clothes and came out of the restaurant. Without even needing Chen Feng to open his mouth, he was already leading the way in front. "There is a milk tea store in front, go sit there, quite a quiet store." After arriving at the milk tea store, he lightly ordered 2 cups of milk tea. "That, brother. Money is really going to give it, right?" He hemmed and hawed, his eyes looking at the banknotes in Chen Feng's hand. "Of course, you can take it now." Chen Feng took out $1,000 and placed it in front of him. The waiter took the banknotes and instantly put away his playful face, becoming very serious all of a sudden. "Well, let me start from when the two of them first found their way to our store. It was about 2 years ago, on the eve of Christmas, when our store had just finished preparations and was looking for a resident singer. Summer day, night. The breeze was light. Holding a cup of milk tea, Chen Feng leaned back in his chair with his feet on the table, expressionless as he looked at the couple that was frolicking not far away. Not long after, the couple noticed Chen Feng's gaze and were so frightened that they hurriedly checked out and left. Immediately afterward, Chen Feng looked at another couple. A few minutes later, this couple felt Chen Feng's weird gaze. The man wanted to get up and find Chen Feng in trouble, but was pulled away by his girlfriend. Just like that, after the two couples were scared away by Chen Feng, the innocent waitresses finally couldn't help themselves. A girl tremblingly came forward and inquired, "Handsome man, may I ask if it's our milk tea that's not good?" Chen Feng, who was looking out of his mind, sniffed and turned around to look at the girl in front of him. "Milk tea? It's a bit too sweet." Chen Feng shook the milk tea in his hand and said. The girl tilted her head, frowned lightly, thought for a moment and said, "Why don't I treat you to a cup, and I'll help you pick one?" "You wait a moment." Said, she trotted towards the store. Not long after, she came over with a cup of milk tea and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked around and couldn't find where the store had written about the free milk tea activity. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Feng took the milk tea. Could it be that handsome people could also drink milk tea for free? Chen Feng muttered in his heart. Try it? The girl did not go, but stood aside and looked at Chen Feng. For a time, Chen Feng was instead embarrassed. What the hell was this try? In the other party's blazing anticipation, Chen Feng tasted a mouthful and then gave a thumbs up and said, "Very good, really good recommendation, thank you." "That is good, life is like this milk tea, there is always a cup for yourself." The girl clenched her fist and encouraged. With that, she turned around and left, returning to the store. Throughout the entire process, Chen Feng was dumbfounded. However, Chen Feng was not in a better mood because of this, looking at the crowds of people coming and going in a daze. After a while, Chen Feng sighed heavily and got up to leave. Chen Jiner's matter, whether to deal with it or not, Chen Feng hadn't thought clearly for the time being. Anyway, he had also left that waiter's phone number, so if there was any situation, he could inquire about it at any time. Thinking of this, Chen Feng was in a much better mood. In the milk tea store, the two girls on duty curiously looked at the departing Chen Feng. This guy, he's quite handsome. The reason for his loss of love I think should be that aspect. I heard that people who are handsome aren't necessarily strong in that area. What that aspect? Another girl asked in disbelief. At this time, Chen Feng was waiting for a car. If he knew that he was being evaluated like this, I am afraid that he would be skeptical of life. How can he drink a cup of milk tea and not be able to work in that area? A few minutes later, a cab slowly came and stopped in front of him. Chen Feng was about to get into the car. The driver rolled down the window, embarrassed, said, "Handsome, can you spell a person?" In this suburb, it is not easy to call a taxi. This matter of carpooling, Chen Feng naturally would not mind. Seeing this, the driver quickly thanked him. Soon, a figure hurried over. Chen Feng, who was sitting in the front row, turned his head to look, and in the next moment, both of their expressions were somewhat surprised. Chapter 45, Li Fei and Zhou Qi's new song. Chen Feng was a little surprised inside. The person who wanted to carpool was none other than Chen Jiner. And at this moment, standing there with a puzzled look on her face, Chen Jiner was because she felt that the person in front of her looked familiar. Nowadays, Chen Feng had not changed much from before in terms of appearance, but his temperament had changed greatly. Not long ago, those acquaintances who saw him again had this illusion that Chen Feng was completely like a different person. Chen Jiner carefully sized up Chen Feng and saw that Chen Feng also had a surprised look on his face, further verifying her thoughts. However, Chen Feng quickly turned his head away and did not look at her again. The driver looked at the two and opened his mouth. "Girl, get in the car." "Oh, okay. Chen Jiner returned to her senses and lowered her head as she got into the car. After the car started, it was very quiet. Chen Feng gazed out the window, avoiding the curiosity of Chen Jiner in the back seat. At least at this time, he did not want to connect with Chen Jiner. Fortunately, Chen Jiner's curiosity quickly subsided, and after confirming that Chen Feng was not otherwise different, that sense of familiarity also diminished a lot. Until Chen Feng got out of the car, Chen Jiner was unable to see who this man was. Perhaps she had seen him in the store not too long ago. Chen Jiner thought about it, and this was the only thing that made sense. After returning home, Chen Feng touched his chest and was inexplicably surprised that he felt slightly flustered. Chen Feng's appearance happened to be seen by Yuan Shan, who came back from outside. "This is the love of spring?" Yuan Shan said quietly. Chen Feng, who came back to his senses, laughed and said, "Spring has long since passed, so what's the point of thinking about spring?" Yuan Shan said. Chen Feng's whole person is much more relaxed. The two of them chatted for a while and then returned home in unison. 10 minutes later, see you in the game. Tonight, Chen Feng played a bit late. Because it was open time, it wasn't until 3 o'clock late at night that the entire team disbanded. But unfortunately, they had been killed by this boss all night long to the point where people were numb. After tidying up his backpack, Chen Feng got off the game and opened his browser to look at the entertainment news of the past 2 days. The rookie competition had a strong aftertaste, and the amount of topics had continued to rise. Among them, the 2 topics of Wang Xian and Summertime with Rain had been the center of everyone's discussion. Chen Feng opened a video in which Wang Xian and an extremely beautiful beauty were explaining something. This video made Chen Feng's teeth itch as he watched it. "This bastard, he won't borrow my name to pick up girls, right?" Below the video, the title was Iceberg Queen about Wang Xian. This woman, Chen Feng had seen a glimpse of her when he left that day, and indeed she was beautiful beyond words, and could almost be said to be the most beautiful woman he had seen so far. After searching her information, Chen Feng is even more admired. Starting from nothing, she had created one of the top 5 entertainment companies in the country today, and with ambitious goals, she had always wanted to lead the company to break out of the country and have a place in the international arena. Obviously, Xia Shiyu was a very good card. Chen Feng suddenly fell silent. Recently he realized that his name was getting hotter and hotter. Many people were trying to dig him out, even those guys from the company were mulling over this. Wang Jing had also approached him several times, wanting to give him a better contract. In response, Chen Feng did not directly agree. He was satisfied with the current contract, and if he wanted to leave, he could do so at will without any worries. As for Wang Xian's contract, Chen Feng did not interfere. When Wang Xian called to inquire, Chen Feng also let him make up his own mind. This day and night, Chen Feng had to rethink his salted fish life and how to avoid trouble. Soon, the weekend passed. For the next few days, Chen Feng was almost always staying at home. For this reason, Chen Feng specially got a big TV and bought a latest model host, playing host games during the day, and little nurse warming up the boss at night. Just like this, for 5 whole days. Late at night, a burst of cheers came from the headset. Chen Feng and the many members of the group were relieved to see the fallen second-level boss. It took 5 days for them to take the second level of progress. And at the back, there were still 3 more bosses waiting for them. The difficulty of this copy was undoubtedly hellish. Chen Feng couldn't wait to go up and prepare to touch the corpse, and all of a sudden, all sorts of greetings came from the headset. "Don't ah! Little nurse forbids touching corpses. First black hand of the regiment, stop it." Even, some mages changed their mode and directly interrupted Chen Feng's little nurse with a skill. Seeing this, Chen Feng pulled a face and retreated to the side, muttering, "What black hand, who gave me the nickname? It wasn't just touching those old sixes and touching out a bunch of my milkmaid outfits, it's clearly red-handed." Chen Feng was very unconvinced by this. At this time, Yuan Shan spoke up in the voice channel. "Currently, we are the first to clear the second level, so let's take a break. The third level won't be open until next week, so let's work hard to improve our equipment." Chen Feng sniffed and was a bit surprised. He didn't expect his team, or the earliest, to reach this progress. That's right, these guys are all rich. Chen Feng looked at his equipment, which was actually not cheap. After turning off the game, Chen Feng took a cigarette and got up to the balcony. He didn't know when, but he always had a pack of cigarettes on him. Smoking the cigarette and looking at the night view of Guangzhou City in the distance, Chen Feng was a bit dazed. It had already been some days since he came to this world. In these recent days, Li Fei and the few of them had sent quite a few messages, but Chen Feng usually swept them away without taking a closer look. This would take out his cell phone and swipe it. Only then did Chen Feng react to the fact that tonight, Li Fei and Zhou Qi's new song would be hitting the shelves at 12 o'clock. Chen Feng looked at the time, and as it happened, it would already be 5 minutes past 0. "Teacher, my song has already hit the shelves," Li Fei's message came immediately after. "Brother Feng, my new song has hit the shelves along with Fifi's." Zhou Qi's message also came 10 seconds after Li Fei. "Well, I just saw the message and was about to go listen to it," Chen Feng replied. Opening the music platform, the home page was the promotion page of Li Fei's and Zhou Qi's new songs. Chen Feng clicked on Li Fei's new song Night Play. A few minutes later, after listening to a song, Chen Feng savored Li Fei's new song. The whole is okay, but the positioning seems to be not too clear. In terms of the song, it was okay. However, it failed to blend well with Li Fei's characteristics. It could only be described as a qualified song, but it fell short of Chen Feng's expectations of Li Fei. Immediately after, Chen Feng listened to Zhou Qi's song. Compared to Li Fei, Zhou Qi's new song was even worse, and Chen Feng even felt that this so-called golden melody teacher hadn't thought about Zhou Qi's characteristics at all. It was similar to the scenario where Zhou Dong sang about dying to love. After listening to the two's new songs, Chen Feng felt very awkward and hesitated for a moment before calling their manager. Su Wei. This person was also selected by Chen Feng in the first place, and ultimately chosen by Li Fei herself, and in fact, did do a very good job. Not long after, the phone went through. "Hello." Su Wei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Regarding Chen Feng, Su Wei didn't know that Chen Feng was summertime with rain. Chen Feng thought for a moment and opened his mouth to say that the two of them's new songs weren't very good. Was there a problem with the strength of the people the company had arranged for, or was it that they weren't serious? In the face of the sudden accountability, Su Wei, who was sitting in front of her computer, was somewhat stunned. Soon, she reacted. "Was it Mr. Xia?" Su Wei was surprised that Xia Shiyu had approached her. After a short period of surprise, Su Wei quickly calmed down. It was obvious that teacher Xia was very dissatisfied with these two new songs. In fact, Su Wei had just finished listening to them as well, and they were very awkward. "I can't say it's bad, I can only say that it's not suitable for Li Fei and Zhou Qi." "Sorry, Mr. Xia, I also just finished listening to it, and was trying to find the company side to ask about the specifics," Su Wei said truthfully. Chen Feng sighed as he heard this. "If it really doesn't work, in the future, their new songs, let me listen to them first. If they are still songs of this caliber in the future, then Li Fei and Zhou Qi's path will end here," Chen Feng said. "Of course, I am also following up. This time it was me who neglected it." Su Wei was full of apologies for this. After hanging up the phone, Su Wei looked at the comments underneath the song, frowned, and called the head of the company's composition department. Chapter 46, Troublesome Matters. This time, Li Fei and Zhou Qi's new song, it was Su Wei who fought for the company's two gold medal composers and lyricists. Just this effect, this finished product, is really unsatisfactory. Su Wei carefully listened to a few times. The song can only say okay, even if the right person to sing can only say okay it. After dialing the phone, Su Wei had not yet opened her mouth. The company side understood its intention. "Su Wei, I think so, at this stage, or let them focus on the circular side. I recently received a few variety shows, intend to let them go up." The director of the creative department spoke up. Hearing this, Su Wei was a bit stunned. Was this something that the creative department could decide? "Xiao Wei, this is my decision." At this time, another person's voice came over the phone. Several leaders from the artist management department were also there. "Let's put it this way, it can't be helped that this new song lost. It's hard to find suitable songs for the two of them with their characteristics, and it's good to have a few songs to maintain the heat once in a while. I think it's the best option to let them shift their positions in time." On the other end of the phone, a few people spoke one by one. Su Wei didn't even interject a few words before the call hung up. At this moment, Su Wei's face was gloomy. In this matter, she definitely wouldn't let the company mess around haphazardly. The best result, or to go to the company to communicate properly. If it doesn't work, then talk to Mr. Xia? Su Wei was a little hesitant. Should she talk to Mr. Xia? Saturday, the sun shines brightly. Chen Feng followed Yuan Shan back from her run and was ready to take a shower and go back to sleep. when suddenly a phone call came in, disrupting his thoughts. Looking at the caller, Chen Feng was a bit surprised. "What's wrong?" Chen Feng asked. "Brother Feng, the two of them quarreled. Just now I saw Chen Jiner leaving in tears. Looking at the meaning, it seems like the male party is also ready to leave our store." Night Colors waitress Xiao Wang said hurriedly on the phone. "She won't do anything stupid, I see her like that kind of person." Chen Feng sniffed, frowned, and said, "You follow her first, I will be right there." "Holler, no problem," Xiao Wang said excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng put on his clothes and hurriedly went downstairs to take a taxi. Unexpectedly, Chen Jiner's matter came so quickly. Her problem was destined to be a thunder that could explode at any time. Lowering her voice for that man, the little money she earned from her part-time job was all taken to support the man's career as a singer, and even the man's residency at Night Colors was something she begged for. This kind of humble love let Chen Feng some surprise. It seemed that the genders were reversed. In Blue Star, it was usually the male party that did this. From Wang, Chen Feng learned that not only was Chen Jiner like this, she seemed to have physical problems as well, occasionally covering her stomach with a somewhat painful expression. Unsurprisingly, I'm afraid that it was a problem left over from back then. Alas! Chen Feng sighed heavily. The driver's big brother saw this, said quietly, "Young man, what is there to sigh? Things happen, deal with it." This unexpected convincing words, Chen Feng felt that this driver big brother is a talent. Half an hour later, Chen Feng came to the vicinity of the Night Color restaurant. Chen Feng got out of the car and gave Xiao Wang a call at the first time. "In the neighborhood along the river avenue, you come quickly," Xiao Wang whispered. Hearing this, Chen Feng helplessly opened his cell phone navigation, and when he rushed over, the two figures embracing not far away surprised Chen Feng. For a time, the atmosphere was awkward. Xiao Wang's eyes looked around and quickly noticed Chen Feng, and hurriedly waved his hand towards him, signaling him not to come over. Chen Feng wanted to put a sack on this brother. However, seeing that Chen Jiner would not be doing anything for a while, Chen Feng stood not far away and watched. This scenario, it was estimated that Chen Jiner wanted to do something impulsive and was stopped in time by Xiao Wang, and then, that was it? After watching for half an hour, seeing that the two of them were still chatting away to each other, Chen Feng smiled helplessly, sent a message to Wang Jiachang, and then left. Judging from the results, it seemed like things had gotten interesting. Seeing that this matter had suddenly evolved into this, he himself was also considered a pusher, right? Wang Jiachang was not a bad person, and Chen Jiner's appearance was also that of a beautiful woman, considered to be a man and a woman. Because of his own appearance, finally let the two accidentally together, Chen Feng think this is quite good, and also get rid of that scum man. After Chen Feng left, he found a coffee shop and sat down, waiting for Wang Jiachang to fix things over there and then come over for a chat. However, just as he sat down, another call came in. There seemed to be a lot of calls today. Chen Feng muttered and took out his cell phone to see that it was Su Wei's call. After connecting, the Su Wei on the phone was silent for more than 10 seconds before she opened her mouth and said, "Mr. Xia, there's something I don't think I can do without talking to you." "What is it?" Chen Feng was a little surprised. Su Wei can still have something to find himself? She wouldn't want him to help write a song, would she? If this is the case, I'm afraid he doesn't have the heart to do so in the near future. It's like this: last night after the phone call, I looked for the leader of the company's creative department, and then that side notified me of some things. Su Wei elaborated on what happened last night and what happened this morning after she went over to the company with Chen Feng. Nowadays, the company's attitude over there was that they felt that Li Fei and Zhou Qi's conditions weren't good for writing songs, and that their new songs weren't well received, so they were planning to let them take advantage of their residual heat and move on to variety arts. Even the company has already helped them pick up notices. This matter right, originally Su Wei felt that the song is not good, that is the problem of the creative teacher, but the two teachers feel that the song itself is good, it is Li Fei and Zhou Qi cannot. After Chen Feng heard this, the expression on his face immediately became gloomy. "Then what does it mean now, they don't go, can't they?" Chen Feng asked. Su Wei sighed and said, "Their contract is just signed, a new contract, I'm afraid that they really do not go, cannot, the liquidated damages are also quite high." "You first wait a moment, I make a phone call." Chen Feng suddenly remembered Wang Xian's contract. After hanging up the call, Chen Feng gave Wang Xian a call. After a dozen or so rings, the call was answered. "Brother Feng, I've missed you, I've been crazy busy these last 2 days," Wang Xian sputtered madly. Chen Feng interrupted his ranting and asked, "Have you signed your contract at the company? I mean the new contract." "A new contract?" Wang Xian paused and said, "If it was the last one, it wasn't signed, but they gave me a new one." Wang Xian said, "Do I need to show it to you?" Wang Xian felt that Chen Feng would not ask this for no reason. "How much is the breach of contract?" Chen Feng asked, picking the key points. "Wait, let me take a look," said Wang Xian on the other end of the phone, rummaging for something. Not long after, the phone came Wang Xian's voice, "I just looked at it, if you leave, you need $25 million in liquidated damages." "This is so high." Wang Xian was dumbfounded when he saw this amount. He really didn't know that he signed this contract with such a high liquidated damages, and if he didn't pay the liquidated damages, then it would take 5 years to expire. Hiss, brother Foam, I'm not going to do anything wrong, Wang Xin said with some panic. Chen Feng's heart went cold when he heard this amount. Damn, just focusing on his own laying flat but not thinking about their situation. Chapter 47 One Piece at a Time. Chen Feng had to admit that at first, he had really not thought about taking them on single-handedly. Li Fei's agent and Zhou Qi's agent, choose Chen Yu or Su Wei. But don't pick who, this was something he got involved in because he heard Chen Yu's thoughts himself. After all, he was the one who wrote the song for them, so if he knew that there were some scheming and ignored it, what was the difference between that and a stupid bird? However, further down the line, Chen Feng was the one who never bothered. From time to time, Li Fei and Zhou Qi would look for him to chat and share with him some of the things he encountered as a singer, and Chen Feng liked this way of communication. Nowadays, what to do? After thinking for a while, Chen Feng called Wang Jing. Wang Jing seemed to have anticipated that Chen Feng would look for her, and as soon as the call was connected, she sighed and stated the reason for it. It was nothing more than two things. The first thing, they felt that Li Fei and Zhou Qi's condition of choosing songs was too troublesome and required the company to specifically find a teacher for them, which was not cost-effective, so they might as well transform. The second thing was this matter of Chen Feng. The company wanted to give Chen Feng a new contract, as well as wanting Chen Feng to come to the forefront. They didn't mind if Chen Feng continued to keep a low profile if they signed a new contract. This was a matter for the creative department and the artiste department, and the company's boss side had nodded. This was because too many singers in the company wanted Mr. Xia to write songs for them, but this mysterious Mr. Xia could not be controlled and was not even willing to write songs for other singers. Hearing this, Chen Feng sort of understood. That means you and Zhang Yan are unable to speak? Chen Feng opened his mouth and asked. Unknowingly, the name calling had changed. Wang Jing's heart went half cold when she noticed the change. She found out early on that Chen Feng was a very persistent person. When he wrote a song for Yen Shui of American Entertainment and approached him on his own, Chen Feng was the one who had no regrets about it. Not afraid to be scared. However, from Li Fei's rush hour, Wang Jing found that Chen Feng had changed. Become more spontaneous. Wang Xian was not Xia Shiyu. This matter was clarified a few days ago, and because of this, the executives who had signed a contract with Wang Xian and were secretly rejoicing were annoyed. They felt that this Xia Shiyu was just playing with them. Thinking about it again and again, Wang Jing was helpless and looked at Zhang Yan, who was on the side, and opened her mouth to say that it seemed to be the case at the moment. Chen Feng, who was sitting in the coffee shop, sniffed and said nothing more. Then I know. Chen Feng calmly said before hanging up the phone. Chen Feng rubbed his brow, somewhat despondent. He felt that he might have unintentionally destroyed two classic characters. But this would really not be a solution. He himself was all relaxed, doing whatever he wanted to do, the tens of thousands of dollars in liquidated damages, to hell with it. Anyway, his own salary from the other day had already arrived. Now Chen Feng has nearly 7 million in cash on hand, and the main earnings still come from Rush Hour and Chrysanthemum Terrace. For Wang Xian's two songs, the proceeds would have to be seen next month. Thinking about these things, Chen Feng forgot to call Wang Xian for a while. After sitting in the coffee shop until the afternoon and having something to eat, Wang Jiacheng's phone call came in. Once connected, Wang Jiacheng said in a happy tone, "Brother, have you gone back?" "No, the neighborhood coffee shop. I will wait for you here," Chen Feng said. Right now, the matter of Chen Jiner was resolved first. No matter what, Chen Jiner was stabbed because she saved herself, and by the looks of it, she seemed to have left behind some kind of hidden disease. It was not known if this hidden disease could be cured after all these years had passed. At least to pay for his cowardly self back then. Not long after, Wang Jiacheng came, still wearing the staff outfit of the restaurant bar. As soon as he entered the coffee shop, he immediately saw Chen Feng and walked over with a big smile. "Brother, I'm here." Wang Jiacheng was very grateful to Chen Feng at this moment. It was because Chen Feng had asked him about Chen Jiner in the first place that he had been paying attention to her to the point that he had unconsciously fallen in love with this girl. Even though he felt that he was somewhat riding the wave. As soon as he sat down, Wang Jiacheng thought a lot in his mind, and as he looked at Chen Feng, whose face was full of worry, he thumped inwardly. There was another ah. Wang Jiacheng suddenly remembered Chen Feng. Chen Feng inquired about her for no reason. Could it be that it was because he liked Chen Jiner? Chen Feng's thoughts would be a bit chaotic, and he was calming down, so he didn't know that Wang Jiacheng had thought about it so much. By the way, what is the situation between you two? Chen Feng remembered that thing in the morning and asked. Wang Jiacheng, who was thinking wildly, sniffed and cautiously said, "Brother, what do you want us to be?" Wang Jiacheng looked at Chen Feng, trying to see something. In the next moment, Chen Feng frowned and said, "What do you wish to be the situation? I am now asking what is the situation between you and her." "Ah." Wang Jiacheng had a tangled face and said, "It was when she tried to do something stupid, then I rushed over to hug her, and she ended up hugging me and crying all the time." "Brother, what do you think of this situation?" Wang Jiacheng asked cautiously. Chen Feng was a little puzzled by Wang Jiacheng's whole thing. It's hard not to believe that the two didn't have a love affair because of this. If this is the case, his own calculations are not all in vain. In this regard, Chen Feng looked at Wang Jiacheng with dissatisfaction and said, "Don't you have any idea?" This Wang Jiacheng heard, "Really Chen Feng also like her?" "There is a little bit, I do not know if it is okay. If not, I will forget about it." Wang Jiacheng was a little desperate. Chen Feng was handsome and seemed to be rich, and by the looks of it, he also knew Chen Jiner, maybe she was some kind of classmate, so he had no hope at all. If Chen Feng really wanted to intervene, then he also knew himself. What to forget, strike while the iron is hot, work hard, I only have one request, be good to her. Chen Feng said with hatred. Ah? Wang Jiacheng was confused by Chen Feng's words and didn't react for a moment. After 10 seconds or so, he asked excitedly, "Brother, you support both of us? Then what else? I thought if you two were a done deal." Chen Feng said, "But thinking about it, it is too fast, it is not realistic to become so fast. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I think it's a good idea." Only then did Wang Jiacheng understand that Chen Feng wanted him and Chen Jiner to be together, and he was suddenly as happy as a child. "Brother, I like Chen Jiner, I'll work hard." Wang Jiacheng was confident. Chen Feng calmly looked at Wang Jiacheng, confirmed Wang Jiacheng's heart, said, "Good, boldly go, if you need money I will also help you. Chen Jiner and I have an affinity, I owe her something, and now the only thing I can make up for is money." Chen Feng said seriously, "She seems to have some physical problems, you take her to have a look, if you need money, look for me directly. Also, I will help you guys get a small business, you don't have to do it here. By the way, don't let her know that I am helping her behind the scenes." Chen Feng said in a serious tone. Wang Jiacheng didn't know what had happened between Chen Feng and Chen Jiner, but he knew that what Chen Feng said was true. "Don't worry, brother." Wang Jiacheng nodded solemnly and said, "I still have some savings from all these years, I will take her to have a good look. Then, time is getting late, I have to go back first, if there is anything you need, remember to give me a call at the first time." Chen Feng said, getting up and preparing to leave. Before leaving, Chen Feng told Wang Jiacheng some things, such as that he and Chen Jiner were from the same hometown. Chen Jiner's matter could not be rushed, but at least it was moving in a good direction. Chen Feng sighed in relief, then it was time to deal with another matter. His salted fish career, how was he going to deal with it? Chapter 48 Movement and Static. For the next few days, Chen Feng did not even show up at the company. During this period, Wang Jing had approached him a few times, hoping to talk about it, but Chen Feng had refused. Chen Feng's casual attitude, Wang Jing and Zhang Yan pressed to take him no way. After all, the tens of thousands of dollars of liquidated damages for Chen Feng is really not a little threat. August passed in a hurry. Wang Xian's Dream Chaser and Too Much occupy the top of the charts of major music platforms. While Li Fei and Zhou Qi's new songs, with their influence, were still barely in the top 100, but near the bottom. This situation caused many eyeing companies to speculate that something was wrong within Phantom Entertainment. At that time, in a certain coffee shop in Guangzhou City, Kana, who was known as the iceberg queen of the entertainment industry, was looking at the information sent by her assistant. Last time, she directly asked Wang Xian out, but she didn't realize that Wang Xian wasn't Xiaoshi Yu. These days she stopped by to visit some friends in Guangqing. Today was ready to leave Guangqing back to Haidu. But right now it seems that some problems have occurred in the Illusion Entertainment. This is a strange atmosphere that can no longer be concealed. Li Fei and Zhou Qi, who were promoted by Xiaoshi Yu, lost their new songs without any public relations. Wang Xian, who took the rookie competition, also appeared to be resisting announcements. At this time, the entire Guangzhou city did not know how many senior circle members of the entertainment industry were stationed there. Kana was looking at the information, and not long after, a figure landed in front of her. "Nana, doesn't your company care anymore?" An equally beautiful girl sat in front of her with a smile on her face. Two beautiful women with exploding face value sat together. The eyes of the entire coffee shop could not help but be attracted over. Being in the CBD section, those sitting here at high noon were usually executives of nearby companies. It is very common to be worth $10 million, and there are many hundreds of millions of dollars. Rarely are these various industries of the top of the flow of people. At the moment, in the face of two of this level of beauty, no one dares to go forward to talk to. Especially the one who was flipping through the information. Her face was perfect, but her temperament was as cold as ice, intimidating people. As for the one who just sat down, she looked lively and energetic, but these workplace veterans could tell at a glance that this kind of girl wouldn't give you face at all. Kana frowned, not expecting to meet this Lu Lei fellow here. Lu Lei, the daughter of Haidu Fei Hua Entertainment, could now be considered the next generation leader of Fei Hua. The two have always had a business rivalry. "What, something's wrong?" Kana said lightly. Lu Lei sniffed, her eyes moved back from the information in front of Kana, and said quietly, "Something's wrong, I came to see how you're finding Xiaoshi Yu. Fiwa also needs a creator? I thought that Fiwa is all about cultivating its own, the cradle of creativity in the entertainment industry." Kana laughed softly. "Talent is not afraid of abundance, right?" Lu Lei said mischievously. The two were wide-eyed, and in the end, Kana chose not to say a word, deciding not to pay any more attention to this guy. Lu Lei rubbed her nose and sat for a while before getting up to leave. Her rivalry with Kana wasn't a one-time thing, and oftentimes, it was their mutual understanding to quietly split the difference. Rain in summertime? Lulei smiled. Originally she really wasn't interested in this whatever mystery person, but this would be so many people interested in this, she also came to be interested. The entire entertainment circle of Guangzhou City was inquiring about Phantom Entertainment. In these 2 weeks, Chen Feng had no idea about the outside world. Entering September, students started going to school, the outside was quiet again, and Sanctuary entered the third level of the strategy. The Labyrinth of Crossroads. This was the third level of Sanctuary's newest copy, and when Yuan Shan's team came to this copy a week ago, their team of 25 could only choose a path in groups of 5. As Yuan Shan's little nurse, Chen Feng naturally followed Yuan Shan's group. The problem came. Yuan Shan herself felt that there was no problem because she was used to it, and with Chen Feng's little nurse following her, she was full of security and never worried about dying. But Chen Feng's little nurse will die. In the past, Yuan Shan had arranged for tanks to protect him, but this time, because they hadn't mapped out the situation, they had grouped themselves randomly, resulting in right now, their first group had a mage, an archer, and 2 assassins. Then, there was Chen Feng's little milkmaid. Of the team's 3 Ts, Yuan Shan didn't bring any of them. Yikes! As the little nanny's desolate cry came from the speaker, Chen Feng clicked the resurrection button with a black face before continuing to run the map again. It had been more than a week. 5 teams, and just last night, the 4th had already passed through the maze. After another failed attempt, Yuan Shan put down the mouse and lay helplessly on the sofa, looking at Chen Feng with a calm face. Feeling Yuan Shan's silent rebuke, Chen Feng awkwardly scratched his head. This game planner is more or less a bit sick in the head. Chen Feng laughed bitterly, arranging old 6 everywhere. I suspect that the planning is from old 6. Chen Feng swore that he had never encountered such a pitiful game. While running the map, a stealthy monster would suddenly sneak up on him, and then if he didn't die in one hit, the monster would become stealthy again. Just when Chen Feng thought he had escaped, another old 6 rushed out and grabbed him for a beating. This tragic scene reminded Chen Feng of a certain famous quote from Blue Star. Life is like, when you can't resist, then enjoy him. It turned out that running the map was also such a thing. Looking at Yuan Shan frowning lightly, thinking about something, Chen Feng stared at her for a while and said in surprise, "You will have a mermaid feeling with this posture." For the first time, Chen Feng realized that frowning Yuan Shan had a sad beauty. The next moment, Yuan Shan stared at Chen Feng. Yuan Shan found a problem. Recently this kid seems to have not gone to work. Curious, you resigned? No, just rarely go to the company anymore. Chen Feng shook his head. Speaking of which, it seems like half a month. Oh, the game did not affect the inspiration, right? Yuan Shan remembered that last time Chen Feng said he was a composer, but these days, it seems to be playing games. It didn't affect, but it affected my mood. Chen Feng looked at the black screen computer and exhaled heavily. Yuan Shan held her chin and looked at Chen Feng with an unbelievable look, saying, "Why don't you try a tea suit? A small milkmaid out of a tea suit seems to be fine." Chen Feng heard this and fell into deep thought. In Sanctuary, there was indeed a tea suit that could be worn by a milkmaid, because there was a big cow clan whose character was a cow that was also a milk, but belonged to the half milk. This kind of big milk outfit was also wearable by his little milkmaid. After pondering carefully, Chen Feng looked at Yuan Shan with a wise look. Maybe this guy was really a game genius. Soon, Chen Feng resurrected back to the city and acquired a big milk outfit with Yuan Shan's financial support. This game had an interesting point. The wearing of the equipment would change the size of the character, a feature that at first Chen Feng was shocked to find too interesting. In Chen Feng's impression, in the Blue Stars game, equipment changes could only change the appearance. But nowadays, in Sanctuary, if you wear a very large equipment, then your character height will change. If you wear a lowly form of equipment, then your character will become a lowly. Thus, a new species was born in Sanctuary on this day. A milkmaid with a bloated body like a 200-pound fat lady staggered towards the replica at a shaky pace and eventually disappeared at the entrance of the replica. Chapter 49 Meet and Chat. This night, Yuan Shan fell into silence as she watched Chen Feng's milkmaid. Not long after that, someone in the voice channel spread the news that Yuan Shan's raiding team, a new species had appeared, suspected to be Yuan Shan's exclusive little milkmaid had become a big milkmaid. Yuan Shan and the others were already waiting at the exit of the labyrinth, and at this time Yuan Shan was sitting beside Chen Feng, watching Chen Feng operate his big nurse and running the map. As promised, old 6 slashed at Chen Feng's nurse with a flat A, only to see the blood bar drop by a single frame. And the character had a total of 10 frames of blood. Chen Feng calmly returned a mouthful of milk and ran towards the exit with a shake. A shocking scene then appeared. 4 old 6s were chasing after a suspected big bull's milkmaid in the back and hacking away at her, while this milkmaid didn't even turn her head back for a moment, walking a few steps to take a sip of milk and staggering a few more steps. Looking at this scenario proposed by herself, Yuan Shan felt that she might have created a very new playstyle. Just like that, Chen Feng's milkmaid finally passed through the maze and smoothly rejoined the group. It was just that the group members at the exit fell silent when they saw this bloated milkmaid. Only Chen Feng felt that this was a perfect discovery. Starting today, my milkmaid is going to be invincible, Chen Feng said with great excitement. Yuan Shan walked away in silence. Having cleared the maze with great difficulty, Yuan Shan ended the activity early tonight. After getting off the game, Chen Feng cleaned up as usual before returning to his room. Yuan Shan, on the other hand, stretched her muscles, washed up, and continued to catch up on her drama. This cozy salted fish life, Chen Feng felt very satisfied. Wasn't this what he wanted? Returning to his room, Chen Feng washed up and lazily lay on the sofa, picking up his cell phone after a long time to swipe it. Recently, Li Fei and Zhou Qi had looked for him, and the tone of the two was very guilty. The new song had lost and the results weren't ideal, and Su Wei had made it clear to the two of them about what had happened recently. In response, Li Fei and Zhou Qi were both angry and helpless. I'm afraid that not many companies were willing to pay out for their breach of contract. Li Fei and Zhou Qi had been very clear in their hearts that they were able to get where they were today, all because of Chen Feng. In the face of the company's prying, the two did not say a word. Even if they were snowed in, they recognized it. Regarding the matter of the two, Chen Feng did not lose his mind, but let the two of them do what they should do. At least at the moment they still have value. The company will not arbitrarily make these things to be snowed. Wang Xian's problem was on the contrary a big trouble. Chen Feng stared blankly at his cell phone. In the past 2 days, Wang Xian had sent a lot of messages. The general idea was that he would not give in, and he refused all the notices arranged by the company. In the end, it had gotten ugly. It was common knowledge that Wang Xian was on a variety show, insinuating and accusing the company of being utilitarian. Phantom Entertainment was thrust into the limelight. The executives were furious. A thin camel is bigger than a horse after all. Phantom Entertainment was provoked by a singer under their banner, and their underlying arrogance could not tolerate it. As a result, all of Wang Xian's announcements were rejected. Except for the 2 songs that were still hanging at the top of the major charts, because it was Chen Feng's copyright and the company had no right to intervene. Things had gotten to this point without a sound. It seemed like there wasn't any explicit fighting, but the dust was already about to settle. The weird thing was that Chen Feng didn't seem to be involved in the entire process. Chen Feng felt as if he had missed out on some big drama. Just as he was thinking, a long overdue phone call came in. How big of a red packet was it going to be this time? Chen Feng picked up the phone and asked slyly. There was a silence on the other end of the phone. Not long after, Yan Shui opened her mouth and said, "Come out and talk?" After almost a month, Yan Shui found herself, "Actually want to go out to chat?" Chen Feng was somewhat dazed. However, Chen Feng did not refuse, because the matter between him and Yan Shui, the dust had also settled. "Where are you? I'll come pick you up." The starry, hot summer night of September. In an upscale music restaurant bar, Chen Feng and Yan Shui sat in the corner by the window. Since the last time they met, Chen Feng felt as if the two of them hadn't met for a long time, and the calls were only a few simple ones. Yan Shui took off her mask and hat, ruffled her tresses and looked at Chen Feng. "Did you not ask for that necklace back?" Yan Shui suddenly asked. Chen Feng was a little surprised, really did not expect this woman to ask about this. Which who came? For a moment, Chen Feng forgot about the gold owner who had repurchased his necklace. Yan Shui seriously looked at Chen Feng's demeanor. His heart was a little surprised. Chen Feng's words, not like a joke, he really forgot. Thinking of this, Yan Shui sighed in her heart. It seemed that this guy had become more spontaneous after leaving himself. "You know who Summertime with Rain is, right?" Yan Shui opened her mouth and asked. "If you don't say anything, I'm going to think that you're here to catch up on old times." Chen Feng smiled at his words. Yan Shui frowned and opened her mouth slightly, but eventually held her tongue. Seeing this, Chen Feng said, "Originally, if this was the case, I might have replied the same way as I did on the phone before. But today is different. Today I would like to hear something different." Chen Feng calmly said. "You know him, listening to your tone, it seems quite familiar?" Yan Shui savored Chen Feng's words and was somewhat surprised. She and Chen Feng did not know each other for a short time. If Chen Feng knew, then there was no reason why he would hide himself before separating, unless he knew him after breaking up. In that case, it made sense. "You made the call?" After pondering over Chen Feng's words, Yan Shui asked. Chen Feng shook his head, looked at this former girlfriend in front of him with a serious expression, and said blandly, "If you want to say like letting me talk to him face to face, then we'll just talk about this between us. Say it, there are quite a few people who are looking for him nowadays, and even though no one has found their way to me, I am still quite interested in what price you are offering him." Yan Shui saw such a Chen Feng for the first time. After a dozen seconds of silence, Yan Shui said, "As long as Mr. Xia is willing to come over, not only will we come up with the top contract in the industry, but we will also settle his default in Mirage Entertainment. In our May Entertainment, Mr. Xia can be respected and treated generously with the highest treatment." Chen Feng listened with a calm expression. When Yan Shui finished speaking, he didn't take a stance but said, "I know, I'll talk to him about it. If it's fine, then let's call it a night." Chen Feng was a bit tired, and the sense of anticipation that he had felt before leaving the house had vanished. Looking at this quasi-first-tier idol singer in front of him, with a high face value, known as the goddess of Guangqing, Chen Feng only felt as if she was just passable. Face value, not to mention far away, close by, Yuan Shan and Li Fei were not worse than Yen Shui. From afar, the woman he met that day at the big meeting place was indeed the best of the best. Now Chen Feng has become immune to the word beautiful. Voice conditions, Yen Shui's voice could only be described as good, malleable, and today's status matched. But other than these, Chen Feng couldn't think of anything else worth helping her with. Ex-girlfriend? Chen Feng felt that this advantage was instead the least advantageous. If it was a stranger, Chen Feng would have slightly chatted a few more words. Feeling this cold attitude of Chen Feng, Yen Shui's heart beat faster for no reason. Suddenly, she felt that Chen Feng had changed, become very thorough. It seemed that their past had really passed, and that dead-hearted Chen Feng had not become more disheveled because of the breakup. An emotion of suffering and loss surged into Yen Shui's heart. Until Chen Feng left, Yen Shui did not chase after him to ask if he could introduce Mr. Xia. Yen Shui could not open her mouth, because she had no advantage at all, and the identity of her ex-girlfriend, even now, had become a factor that got in the way. Chen Feng, who left the restaurant, did not directly stop the car to leave, but sat in the nearby square. Not far away, a girl was in residence, singing the very song he had written Too Much. This was the first time he had heard a girl's version of Too Much in this world, and Chen Feng subconsciously stopped and sat down to listen to the song. Chapter 50, Per Luor. This girl had short, ear-length hair and strummed her guitar. A gentle breeze blew the ends of her hair. In the midst of people coming and going, the sound emanated leisurely, like a large invisible net, gathering passers-by over. Many people stopped and gathered around. When the song was finished, many people were caught up in reminiscing, suddenly realizing that too much of this song actually had another side. It was different from Wang Xian's. If Wang Xian's Too Much was sad and helpless, then this girl's Too Much was like recounting her old memories. With a casual attitude. The audience surrounding the audience unanimously applauded after listening, full of surprise to be able to unintentionally hear this version. The girl nodded slightly before cutting to the next song. When the accompaniment sounded, the people who were ready to leave stopped again with curiosity. Because the accompaniment that rang out was Li Fei's Rush Hour. The people who stopped were curious as to what would be the difference between the two when compared to Li Fei. The moment the girl's song rang out, the audience was first stunned, and then afterward, felt reminiscent of the past. Simply because the girl's voice, as if it carried a magic power, made people unable to resist wanting to sing along with the chorus. Without realizing it, Chen Feng had listened to several songs here. When the moon was hidden, the stores near the plaza turned off their lights, and the people were almost gone. At this time, the girl began to pack up her things. Chen Feng yawned. He actually felt a bit sleepy tonight, knowing that normally this would be the time when he would still be delivering warmth in the sanctuary. The girl who was packing up her things noticed Chen Feng and said with a smile on her face, "If you like what you hear, I will still be here tomorrow as well." At the very beginning, she realized that it was Chen Feng who stopped first and then kept hearing the end. This handsome man seemed to have some stories, perhaps he had been touched by his feelings. Li Loer did not think that this handsome man stayed because he liked his singing. Chen Feng, who was about to leave, heard this, and the little thought that had been dispelled in his heart surfaced again, so he asked, "You sing quite well, you like singing a lot?" This statement was a bit redundant. But Chen Feng still wanted to hear what this girl would say. Li Loer was stunned and shook her head. "I don't like it, because singing doesn't make money, and I need money badly. But singing, it can make me forget about my immediate troubles." She smiled bitterly. This unexpected answer was something Chen Feng did not expect. "This is very interesting." Chen Feng smiled as he heard this, and after a moment of hesitation, he took out his cell phone and said, "Can you leave a contact? I feel that our destiny has not yet ended." Lai Luor looked at the cell phone that Chen Feng handed over and subconsciously opened it to scan his QR code. Lai Luor? Not a bad name. Chen Feng smiled slightly before waving his hand. "I believe that the day we meet again won't be too long." Only after Chen Feng left did Lai Luor come to her senses and vigorously slapped her cheeks. "Li Luor, did you commit nymphomania?" Lai Luor reminded herself. Right now she had a lot of things to worry about. Chen Feng was currently sitting in the car, recalling the song he had just heard, and another song came to mind. This song, in Blue Star, could be considered a hot mess. It was extremely widely sung and had a refreshing rhythm. Chen Feng did not doubt for a second that when this song came out, it would definitely be able to push a person alive to a first-tier singer. But this is not the right time. The matter of writing a song would have to be slowed down again, and the matter of phantom entertainment at the moment, it was better to deal with it. Tonight, Yen Shui's words made Chen Feng realize that there were quite a few people looking for him. Since phantom entertainment wasn't working, then a new place would be, but before changing places, Chen Feng still hoped that there would be a solution to the matter of Li Fei and the three of them. Things happen. If you can deal with it, deal with it. If you can't deal with it, there's nothing you can do about it. Chen Feng does not want to be too ruthless. At the same time, he felt that if necessary, the future in his associated singers, or try to help them control a little. After all, brokers were sometimes unable to say anything. There were no words for the night. The next day when he woke up, Chen Feng washed up, ate breakfast, and then after a long time, carried his bag to take the bus. Looking at the hurried commuters squeezing up, Chen Feng had some illusion that he hadn't been to work for what seemed like years. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed like it had really been years. Chen Feng rarely remembered that period of time in Blue Star, his gaze leisurely, looking out the window. The several little sisters beside him obsessively sized him up from time to time. Several times, one of the little sisters took out her cell phone and hesitated, never daring to strike up a conversation with Chen Feng. Until he got off the bus, Chen Feng did not wait for the little sister to accost him and sighed in his heart. Handsome also have handsome troubles, ah. Chen Feng sighed. When Chen Feng reappeared on the 12th floor, apart from a few people, most people did not notice him. Fringe people were not socialized. Except for Li Yan, who looked at Chen Feng dumbfounded and rubbed his eyes incredulously, fearing that he was looking at the wrong person. After a long time had passed, he opened his mouth and asked, "You're going on paid vacation?" Chen Feng nodded at his words. It's really a person who is more angry than a person. Li Yan despised. Do you want to come and fight sanctuary with me? Chen Feng joked. Li Yan straight shook his head. I can't compare with you. If you don't come for a month, the team leader and director won't say anything. In the morning, Chen Feng was playing the game. At noon, he went out for lunch with Li Yan, sat in a coffee shop for a while, and then came back to work. Only then did Chen Feng get up and go to Wang Jing's office. Li Yan, who was thinking hard, looked back at Chen Feng and continued with his creation. This morning, Wang Jing was restless. Until Chen Feng knocked on her office door, Wang Jing knew that Chen Feng should have made a decision. Come in. Chen Feng sniffed and pushed the door in, sitting across from Wang Jing. Wait, I'll call Director Zhang to come over. Without waiting for Chen Feng to speak, Wang Jing spoke first. Not long after, Zhang Yan also came. After Zhang Yan sat down, Chen Feng sighed and spoke, thinking carefully, I can be quiet and salty for so long, thanks to the help of the two leaders. For this, I am grateful. Chen Feng said seriously. Wang Jing and Zhang Yan, however, listened with uneasiness. Immediately after, Chen Feng continued to speak, a lot of things have happened in these days, I came over today to solve the problem. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan immediately felt that there was still a turnaround in the matter and was pleasantly surprised. That's good, if there's a solution, there's a program. Director Zhang, I don't think there is a turnaround on this matter. Chen Feng said with a serious look, my solution is that I will officially leave Phantom Entertainment today, and the liquidated damages will be delivered. Up to this point, Chen Feng singled out. Wang Jing and Zhang Yan were first stunned, and then their faces were ugly, and finally had to accept this fact. Was there really no way out? Zhang Yan sighed and inquired. Chen Feng shook his head. Then, I know. Seeing this, Zhang Yan knew that it was useless to say more, and only hoped that in the future, those few executives wouldn't regret it to no end is all. Blocking it again means that I won't be a human being. Zhang Yan smiled bitterly. Wang Jing was silent and speechless. Procedures for the very fast, Zhang Yan and the Ministry of Personnel greetings, Chen Feng went through a process, things are handled almost. The final ring, Chen Feng and the Ministry of Finance to do the formalities, everything will be over. Looking back on their own these 5 or 6 years, Chen Feng felt very affordable to this company. He would stay, solely because Chen Feng decadent those years, Wang Jing did not fire him for it. When he left, Chen Feng did not go in Wang Jing, Zhang Yan to say hello, but back to the seat to put away his computer. Today, Director Bu of the Finance Department didn't leave work early on a whim, and sat leisurely playing games in his office. Not long after, a girl hurriedly knocked on the door and walked in. Director Bu, there is a matter that I feel the need to let you know about. The girl held a form in her hand and uneasily handed it to the disgruntled Superintendent Bu. What is it worth panicking about? Director Bu took the document with a stern face and looked down. The next moment, his face changed drastically. Chapter 51 Silence. A company's finance is often the most permeable department. To whom they paid and how much they paid, their hearts were as clear as a mirror, and the stars in the company, how much they earned on a regular basis, were also clear. Just now, the financial department in the resignation of a creative department of people to deal with the follow-up wages, commission, all of a sudden was shocked by the flow of water. It wasn't because they hadn't seen this kind of tens of millions of dollars of running water before in their fuss, but after verifying the identity, they discovered something shocking. The person who had resigned was called Chen Feng, and from the personnel structure, he was nothing more than a bumbling creator who had been in the company for 5 or 6 years. But in the last few months, the water flow was all in the tens of millions. This immediately made the people in the finance department a bit uncertain, and when the source of funds was checked, it turned out to be derived from the copyright income of several songs. Rush Hour, Chrysanthemum Terrace, as well as Dream Chaser and Too Much, which were accumulating large amounts of water. For songs that had recently captured the limelight were all written by this obscure creative failure? Since then, the finance department realized that they had found something wrong. When Director Bu saw these streams and saw this name, then he reacted and quickly asked, "You mean he has already resigned and finished handing over?" "Yes, already signed the documents and left for a while," the little girl said carefully. Bu Weilai sniffed, angry, but could not vent, took the form in hand and hurriedly left. Soon, the call came to Zhang Yan and Wang Jing's side. This afternoon, a few of Phantom Entertainment's top executives were blue in the face, and Vice President Layla stared at Zhang Yan for half a day, but he didn't know what to say. In fact, Xia Shiriyu's identity was not difficult to find out, it could even be said to be very simple. But because of this, the company's top management followed Zhang Yan's advice and didn't bother with this number. This young man, those present had seen him before, and even met him casually. Who would have ever thought that such a person would be the rumored Xia Shiriyu? At this point, Layla realized a very serious problem: they had missed out on an extremely excellent potential creator. By the time he realized this, the other party had already left. Wang Jing, we are willing to show all our sincerity, Lei Lu opened his mouth. However, it was already too late at this point. Wang Jing sighed and said, I'm sure we can all guess some of his character, and there are plenty of companies that can show all their sincerity. Layla hadn't thought that Wang Jing would say this, nakedly hitting them in the face. Lei Lu couldn't find a single reason to refute it. After discussing to no avail, what lay before them was a very awkward question. Since the person had already left, what attitude should they use to announce it to the public, or rather, should they announce Chen Feng's identity? In the end, the few executives present all reached a common point. That was not to leak any news to the public, and since Chen Feng wanted to be quiet, then they would make it quiet. It would be best if no one knew where Chen Feng had gone. In response, Wang Jing and Zhang Yan looked at each other and remained silent. Carrying a computer bag, Chen Feng leisurely came out of the company, regretting that there was no way to get rid of Li Fei and the few of them, I'm afraid. Lilian Mansion, the headquarters of Lilian Entertainment, one of the movie and television companies in Guangqing, was located at the opposite side of the Mirage Entertainment Mansion. Mo Guanglan and a few of his colleagues were talking and laughing as they walked out from the company building, and were about to get into the car to leave, when suddenly, Mo Guanglan inadvertently glimpsed a back figure. Looking closely, wasn't it precisely Chen Feng? As he watched Chen Feng walk out of the Illusion Entertainment building, Mo Guanglan pondered. However, Mo Guanglan did not go up to greet him, but got into his car and left after being reminded by his colleagues. When the car passed in front of Chen Feng, Mo Guanglan saw Chen Feng's front face and was convinced of some of his suspicions. It is said that Illusion Entertainment has been very lively lately. A bunch of agents are squatting at their entrance. A girl said as she looked at the Illusion Entertainment building. Yes, it seems like that mysterious Mr. Xia has a conflict with the company. Hearing these words, Mo Guanglan withdrew her gaze from Chen Feng and frowned lightly. She had heard Chen Feng sing songs. It seemed that Chen Feng was also a songwriter. That unseen song caused Mo Guanglan's heart to suddenly beat faster. Could it be that Chen Feng was that Mr. Xia? The more this thought was born, the more Mo Guanglan felt it to be true. But even so, she was only guessing, and did not want to ask for proof. Chen Feng didn't seem to treat her very well, and Mo Guanglan didn't understand why. Perhaps the incident that happened when Yang Ming was a bridesmaid had made Chen Feng a little dissatisfied. The two were like parallel lines that occasionally intersected and missed each other, but it was like one of the ends would never meet. That night, Mo Guanglan saw Chen Feng when she rejected that disgusting director. Chen Feng must have seen her as well, yet he did not greet her, meaning that Chen Feng did not want to get too close to her. Thinking of this, Mo Guanglan sighed. At least when the time was right, the two of them were perhaps not destined to be together. Chen Feng was a bit surprised at the moment. Just now a car passed by and he seemed to see a familiar face. But when he thought about it carefully, he didn't have much of an impression. Not long, the car came. When he returned home, Chen Feng put down his computer and felt relaxed. The first time he lazily lay on the sofa. Until the night fell. Chen Feng hazily opened his eyes, looked outside in the dark, confusedly rubbed his eyes, then took a jacket and went out to forage for food. Originally, Chen Feng intended to just find a random place to eat. When he walked out of the neighborhood, he unknowingly remembered what that girl said last night. Lai Luor. It seemed that she would be going to a residency there today. Thinking of this, Chen Feng stopped a car. The location was the square last night. When he arrived at the plaza, it was already around 8 o'clock in the evening, which happened to be the time when there were the most people. Chen Feng came to the place where Lai Luor sang last night. Li Luor, who was setting up her equipment, noticed Chen Feng's line of sight and turned her head to look over, smiling slightly and waving her hand. Chen Feng nodded slightly and found a seat. Tonight's Li Luor was dressed in a light green crushed long dress, and that head of short hair with ears matched up, adding an air of coolness. This face value alone attracted many people to stop and watch. Chen Feng felt that Li Luor's beauty was just right. Under the crowd's scrutiny, Li Luor hung up her guitar, smiled faintly, and then began tonight's singing. The first song performed was the hit song of a certain diva. Even though Chen Feng had never heard of the song, it was not a bad song, one of the few good songs Chen Feng had heard in this world. Li Luor's singing was as steady as ever, her voice full of charisma, infecting those present. It started at 8 o'clock and continued to sing until almost 11 o'clock. Throughout the entire process, Li Luor almost never took a break. For the first time, Chen Feng had listened to several hours of singing on this kind of occasion, and when the stores in the plaza began to close and the customers had almost left, at this point, only Li Luor and Chen Feng were left here. Li Luor looked at Chen Feng curiously and said, "It's over tonight." If it's tomorrow, I won't be coming. Do you owe a lot of money? Chen Feng asked. Li Luor nodded with a bitter face, probably a few $1,000,000. That was indeed quite a lot. Chen Feng was a bit surprised. How did a girl owe so much money? However, Chen Feng did not have much interest in this. Instead, he got up and walked towards Li Luor. Seeing this, Li Luor couldn't help but tense up inside and took a few steps back. Chen Feng looked at her in disbelief, then picked up the guitar on the ground and tuned it to his customary pitch gesture. After listening to your song for 2 nights, then I will also give you a song. Anyway, I won't have the chance to see you in the future. Chen Feng smiled slightly, then strummed the guitar. Chapter 52, I Want to Sing. Li Luor's face was slightly red, the words of retort unable to come out in her mouth. Only to see Chen Feng's movements were fast, tuning was skillful. Then, this strange listener actually wanted to give herself a song. Li Luor was very interested and opened the lazy stool she carried with her to sit down. The starting guitar accompaniment was very comfortable. It was like a breeze coming in, but with some faint sentimentality. Just a paragraph of guitar accompaniment, Per Luor thought a little dazed. Later, I finally learned how to love. Quoting Renee Liu. Unfortunately, you have long gone away and disappeared in the sea of people. Later finally in tears to understand. Some people once missed is not in. Gardenia, white petals. Falling on my blue pleated skirt. Love you, you whisper. Empty streets, only dim streetlights flickering. In the open space of the square, Chen Feng strummed his guitar. There was no microphone, there was no tearing, there was only Chen Feng singing with a calm face. Li Luor stared blankly, her entire being caught up in her memories. Until everything fell silent, Chen Feng stroked the guitar with satisfaction and marveled, this is a guitar that is cherished and loved, it is really quite good. Chen Feng looked up, only to see Li Luor squatting on the ground and crying. If it was anyone else, this would have definitely gone up to comfort and then something would have happened, right? But the one standing beside Li Luor was Chen Feng. Chen Feng gently put the guitar down, walked to the side of the chair and sat down, pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Li Luor cried for a while, rubbed her red eyes, and looked at Chen Feng blankly. Finished crying? Chen Feng said quietly, who does not have some sadness, crying is not a big deal. Put. Li Luor immediately pouted and laughed. She glared at Chen Feng and said, just like this, looking at a beautiful woman squatting there and crying, not even bothering to comfort her. Women will affect my happiness. Chen Feng glanced at her and said with a serious face. Hearing this, Li Luor was more and more curious about Chen Feng. What exactly are you? This song is the most comfortable song I have heard so far. Li Luor knew deep down what kind of song she herself had heard. It was just that such a song had come from a man who had come to hear her sing for 2 days. Li Luor thought that the song she had heard could be said to be 999 without 1,000, but such a song she had definitely never heard. Chen Feng looked at Li Luor with a calm face. To be honest, Chen Feng didn't know if he should give this song to Li Luor, because he didn't know what kind of attitude Li Luor would use to face her career as a singer. Later on, Chen Feng did not doubt the impact of this song in the slightest. A song that was destined to be widely sung, the impact it brought to the singer was also huge. In Blue Star, that singer, relying on this song could be said to have been popular for a decade or two. Compared to fame, perhaps that singer could not be counted as much, but as far as this song was concerned, many singers who were more popular than her could not come up with a song that was more widely sung than the one that came later. And this would be before Chen Feng had even thought about what to do next. This world's entertainment was very powerful, and the audience was even broader, not just singing, but film and television as well, and even writing and games had a very broad audience. Compared to the Blue Star, it could be considered far superior. He had come from the Blue Star and possessed nearly a planet's worth of classics, which was also the foundation of Chen Feng's establishment. But this planet also possessed many classic, even powerful works, and was no worse than Blue Star's. Later on, it would surely kill off the world quickly. The effects that would be brought about would naturally be strong, and Perlo's economic crisis could be resolved through this. In this brief moment, Chen Feng thought a lot. I will give you this song, you go to the debut, and a few $1,000,000 of debt is just a small thing. Chen Feng said. Per Luor, who was looking at Chen Feng in a daze, heard the words and suddenly the whole person was stunned. The serious Chen Feng clearly told her that this was not a joke. Why? Li Luor was puzzled and asked, why me? Because I am summertime with rain, finding a reason would be exhausting. Since I gave it to you, I should also let you know who I am. Chen Feng said with a bland face. This flatly said words, but Li Luor's entire body was dumbfounded. The person who had listened to herself sing for a few nights was actually Summertime with Rain. It was the one who had written Li Fei's Rush Hour, Zhou Qi's Chrysanthemum Terrace, and Wang Xian's 2 widely sung songs, Summertime with Rain. Feeling as if this was a joke from the heavens, Li Luor rubbed her cheeks vigorously. Feeling the hot sensation coming from her face, Li Luor realized that this was not a dream. Saying it like this, you should be able to understand, right? Chen Feng thought that it was easy to understand because he was someone who didn't care about the singer's popularity. But why me? Li Luor still didn't understand because this song was too understandable to her. It would definitely explode in popularity, and she herself would instantly become popular because of it. Chen Feng's brows were furrowed at the moment, and Li Luo's why made him become impatient. Trouble was a very troublesome thing anyway. Then pretend that I didn't say it, and that you haven't heard this song, so let's all be at peace with each other. Chen Feng didn't want to go overboard with explanations. What he wanted to do was simply to give the right song to the right person to sing, while he himself made money behind the scenes and then salted away comfortably. If every singer moved to ask why, he might as well sing it himself. Chen Feng suddenly felt that the company had the benefit of the company, at least it wouldn't ask why, because he just picked you. After putting out the cigarette in his hand, Chen Feng got up and prepared to go home. Li Luo was stunned, watching Chen Feng leave, staying in place for a while. Seeing Chen Feng walking away, Li Luo's heart was filled with a sense of loss. She hurriedly got up and chased after him, saying to Chen Feng, "I like to sing, I'm willing to sing." Chen Feng, who was thinking that he had missed out on a good voice, stopped at the words. "That's right, if you like to sing and are willing to be a singer, then all I can do is give you the right song, and you just need to do well and stand up to the word singer," Chen Feng said as he looked back at Li Luo. "The song soundtrack hasn't been perfected yet, I'll find some time in the next few days to perfect it. Because I have terminated my contract with the company, I am wondering which company you should go to, or if you have a company you want to go to, you can try it out, and I will give you the song then." What Chen Feng is trying to say is that if you find a good company, I'm going to mix in and be a salty fish. But it wasn't going to be easy. Then there was one last way left, he would be a freelance creator, and Perlo would find herself to collaborate in the form of a song appointment. There were quite a few ways, but at least Perlo's things had to be fixed before he could go ahead and implement them. Perlo listened attentively and nodded. "Yes, I have a company I want to go to, please give me some time, Mr. Xia, so that I can try to see if I can get in," Li Luo said with a firm face. "Very well, then there's no need to rush, I'll wait for your news." "Well, it's getting late, time to go back, I will contact you again in the next few days." Chen Feng looked at the time and said. Li Luo looked at Chen Feng, who got into the car and left, her heart seized with pain. Do not know why, but Li Luo understand that is Chen Feng does not like themselves, despite their short 2 meetings, but they even care about these things. Thinking of this, Li Luo smiled to herself. Li Luo, they are Mr. Xia, what qualifications do you have to make someone like you? Not long after, Chen Feng returned to the neighborhood. On the way back towards the neighborhood, Chen Feng saw a girl sitting under a bench not far away, and when he saw the other person clearly, Chen Feng was surprised. Chapter 53 Turning Point. Under the dim streetlight, the two were wide-eyed. After a few dozen seconds, Chen Feng turned his head, his expression regained its calmness, and walked towards the neighborhood. "You wait." Seeing this, the girl sitting on the bench hurriedly got up and chased after him, pulling on Chen Feng's clothes. "Is something wrong?" Chen Feng sighed helplessly and looked at her. "The famous iceberg queen is looking for me, is it hard to also ask me who is summertime with rain?" Chen Feng truly did not expect that this Kana would look for herself. Kana was currently sizing up Chen Feng with an incredulous face. Not long after, her cell phone rang with messages one after another. Kana pulled Chen Feng's sleeve and said, "Wait a moment." Saying that, Kana took out her cell phone and opened the message. After reading the message, Kana looked at Chen Feng with an even more determined look. Chen Feng was straightened by this look in her eyes. This woman was a bit uncomplicated. As expected, Kana's mouth rose slightly as she laughed. "I know who you are, your name is Chen Feng, you are Wang Xayan's friend, as well as Li Fei's and Zhou Qi's friend, and the benefactor of the three of them. I trust my intuition a lot." Kana did not directly point out Chen Feng's identity, but there was no difference between saying it and pointing it out. Chen Feng had a calm face, but waves had already risen within him. He never thought that he could hide behind it all the time, he just didn't expect that this woman, whom he had only met once, would be in this situation when he saw her again. As expected, it was just like the rumors. Chen Feng didn't want to find out how Kana had found out about himself, nodded and asked, "So what did you want to say when you found me? Shouldn't it be just to tell me that you figured out that I'm the summertime with rain thing?" Regarding this iceberg queen, Chen Feng only knew that she was the president of a certain entertainment company in Haidu, but exactly which company, Chen Feng really hadn't understood. Kana was a little stunned by Chen Feng's calm response, but on second thought, this was more indicative that this legendary teacher Xia was indeed very different. Being able to find out that Chen Feng was Xia Shiyu, to some extent, thanks to a side-by-side group photo, as well as the creator of the fantasy entertainment departure at this point in time. With the combination of the two, Kana vaguely guessed Chen Feng's identity. Before that, she was still a bit skeptical, as the information investigated showed that Chen Feng hadn't really done much during his years at Illusion Entertainment. Apart from writing a decent song for that Yen Shui from American Entertainment, then he had just spent a few years in a mediocre manner. Just a moment ago, her assistant had sent herself a video. A video of Chen Feng holding a guitar in his arms in a certain plaza, and even though she wasn't able to hear what Chen Feng was singing, it made Kana's guesses more believable. With her words just now, she was just trying to blackmail Chen Feng to see what the reaction would be. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng directly admitted it. Kana was inwardly ecstatic, but the words she had prepared were instead stuck all of a sudden. I would like to invite you to my company. After Kana said this, she instantly regretted it a little. It wasn't a smart saying. Everyone wants to invite me, but the conditions you can give are similar, or I should go, all depends on my mood. Chen Feng said quietly. Chen Feng felt that it wouldn't be long before he was afraid that there would be even more who knew him. The fact that he had been found out so easily didn't seem to be anything to be surprised about, and if his guess was good, I was afraid that those guys from Phantom Entertainment already knew about it. After all, the copyright income from the songs could easily be seen as the money flowing to himself. Chen Feng never thought that he could stay hidden. All he could do was try to keep a low profile, direct the spotlight on the singer, and be pretty good at being salty himself. As he watched Kana keep talking about what terms he could offer, Chen Feng kept getting lost in thought, barely listening to anything. When he came back to his senses, Kana was looking at himself with an expectant face. Chen Feng awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I don't have any ideas in the near future. Let's talk about this later. Maybe the time is right. I will take the initiative to look for you too." It's so late, you also hurry back. A girl, waiting for herself here in the middle of the night, it is indeed not very safe, and it is still such a stunningly beautiful girl. Kana looked at Chen Feng with an anxious face. "You can say your conditions, as long as you ask, I will do my best," Kana said with a firm expression. However, Chen Feng had no intention of discussing this right now. "You need to take a break even if you're hanging yourself, right?" Chen Feng shook his head and said, "I've said that I don't have any thoughts of going into the company or working with anyone right now. Can we talk about it after some days?" This time, Chen Feng's tone was somewhat impatient. Kana, who noticed the change in Chen Yuan's tone, instantly calmed down, and after a moment, opened her mouth and said, "I see, then when Mr. Xia you've rested enough, we'll talk again?" "Well, if I have an idea of wanting to cooperate, I'll look for you to talk about it." Chen Feng smiled and eased his tone. In fact, if Kanas had continued to pester just now, then Chen Feng would not hesitate to veto this company. Not long after, a luxury car drove up. A beautiful woman got down from the car and jogged to Kana's body. "President, how is it?" This beauty said, her gaze looking to the side at Chen Feng, filled with curiosity. "We made an appointment, we'll talk about it properly next time, now go back." Kana smiled faintly and then pulled her assistant's hand towards the car. The beautiful assistant was puzzled, not waiting for her to open her mouth, she was stuffed into the car by Kana. On the way back, the assistant Lisa was puzzled and looked at Kana with a puff of air, waiting for her explanation. Sitting in the co-pilot, Kana felt Lisa's gaze and smiled bitterly. He is indeed Mr. Xia, but at the same time, he is also a very peculiar person. Peculiar? Lisa was a bit puzzled. Someone who is very afraid of trouble and doesn't want to be pestered. Kana thought for half a day and felt that the feeling Chen Feng gave her was probably the case. If I continue to be pestered in that situation just now, I'm afraid he will never have the slightest thought of cooperating with us. When Kana thought about it, she felt a bit scared. Fortunately, she calmed down in time. Lisa, who was driving the car, was a bit surprised when she heard that How They Dream Entertainment also belonged to the top 5 existences in the country, and the contract that they could give was bound to be something that many companies couldn't give. Besides, it was still Kana's hand. Surprisingly, she was almost blacklisted by others. It sure is peculiar. Lisa spat out. Then what should we do next? Lisa felt that we couldn't just leave Broad City like this. Of course, we should stay and wait for him to contact us. Kana looked relaxed, recalling Chen Feng's words, feeling that she was still hopeful. Chen Feng smoked a cigarette and looked out at the night color of Guangqing, his thoughts running wild. What happened tonight? Even he did not anticipate that it would trigger many chain reactions in the future. The company was bound to not enter in the future to write songs in a collaborative way, but it was the easiest one. Right now, perhaps Kana was a good turning point. Chapter 54. Filming is so profitable? Chen Feng had recently discovered a new hobby. Near the neighborhood, there is a river surge with excellent water quality. Chen Feng often runs around there and always sees a bunch of old fishing buddies. I do not know if it is because the fish here is too fierce. Fishing old men simply set up a tent, not dead or alive. Today, Chen Feng online shopping fishing rod arrived. After doing a good job of debugging, Chen Feng took his lazy chair with him, and then picked a nest, joining the team of Never Air Force. Fishing this thing, how to say it? What I am fishing for is not fish, what I am fishing for is loneliness. Chen Feng agreed with this sentence. Recently, the new copies of Sanctuary had entered a rest period, and many of the raider teams had begun to prepare materials and medicines, so Chen Feng would only go online at night to dig down for materials. During the day, he was a bit idle. That was why Chen Feng thought to come fishing. Fishing was a time-consuming thing, blink and it would be dark. After this kind of day lasted for a few days, today Chen Feng got up and didn't go out, but instead sat quietly in front of his computer. This was because he remembered one thing, and that was that the score for the later song was still not ready. All morning, Chen Feng had been writing the music score, which was the most difficult thing he did every time he created something. In his previous life, when he was young, he hadn't read many novels. Other people's crossing systems were standard, and they were all about big gifts, and they were all about being good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But all Chen Feng had was a bunch of messes. Even though these messes hadn't erupted yet, and some of them had been dealt with, there were still quite a few troublesome ones. Relying on the memories of his previous life, as well as the musical foundation he had today, Chen Feng was lucky that he could still write these scores. This was fortunate. Of course, there were also unfortunate times. For example, in the later scores, there were some other instruments involved to match, and Chen Feng had some difficulties. There were too many songs in his head. Suddenly having to give a complete reproduction of a certain song from memory all at once clearly required a bit of calming down. After a few attempts, Chen Feng sighed and got up to walk to the balcony. Recently, smoking a cigarette on the balcony had become a hobby for Chen Feng. There! Just after lighting his second cigarette, Chen Feng remembered, then hurriedly ran back to his computer and continued his work. Finally, the later sheet music was completed. At this time, it was already afternoon. Stretching his lazy back, Chen Feng unplugged the USB flash drive and went out wearing a pair of slippers. Not long after, Chen Feng arrived downstairs at a soundtrack studio in Guangcheng. Nowadays, without a company, one could not whore out the company's recording studio, so the soundtrack could only go to a commercial recording studio outside. Chen Feng walked out of the elevator entrance. The lady at the front desk looked at Chen Feng with a smile on her face and joked, "It's been a long time since I've seen you. Promise to treat me to dinner. How about tonight?" Chen Feng returned. When the young lady heard this, she gave him a blank look and said, "Forget it, sister, I have a boyfriend now." "That would be such a shame." Chen Feng sighed. "All right, no more jokes." The receptionist beauty looked at the registration book in her hand and said to Chen Feng, "The fastest one recording studio will have to wait for an hour." "To wait? Business is good today." Chen Feng did not expect it to be full the last time he came, but it was just himself as a customer. The band here was pretty good though. Chen Feng nodded, took out his cell phone to pay the deposit, and instructed, "If it's possible, I want the West Garden Band to finish it for me." The last time he matched too much of that song, it was this band that he was looking for. The front desk beauty smiled and said, "Of course, they are very happy to do so, and always tell me, if you come, if you need anything, you must let them match it for you." "I am very curious, you let them match what tune, let them so miss?" "Who knows?" Chen Feng laughed, then walked towards the inside and found a seat. In the past few days, Li Luor had chatted with him a few times, and the head of the company she wanted to get into just happened to be in Guangcheng, and it seemed that the interviews were going well. Then there was Wang Jing, who had inquired about Chen Feng's recent situation. During that time, Su Wei had also looked for Chen Feng a few times, and there was only one word of misery in her words. Because of Chen Feng's departure, Li Fei and Zhou Qi had been stuffed by the company towards the variety side, and if it wasn't for Su Wei's mediation, I'm afraid that the conflict would have erupted long ago. Recently, Li Fei and Zhou Qi's patience had reached its limit. Su Wei was worried about the situation of the two. Chen Feng eventually called the two separately, allowing Li Fei and Zhou Qi to settle down for a while, at which time he would return to deal with the matter. Li Fei and Zhou Qi, the matter of the two of them was not difficult to deal with. What is difficult is the matter of Wang Xian. Wang Xian's agent Chen Feng does not recognize, after the variety event, Wang Xian is into a state of snow. In this regard, Wang Xian did not have the slightest desire to compromise his attitude. Although the outside world has been asking about Wang Xian's affairs on Mirage Entertainment's official website, Mirage Entertainment has never answered positively. Chen Feng had talked to Wang Xian once, for quite a long time. The result was that he didn't care. Wang Xian knew that everything he had was from Chen Feng, and he, in turn, had been given a great honor. He would rather have everything go back to the beginning than compromise on this matter. Regarding Wang Xian's attitude, Chen Feng was not angry. He had no right to arbitrarily control someone's emotions because of such a matter. Just the thought of Wang Xian's liquidated damages, Chen Feng could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Li Fei and Zhou Qi were only $10 million out. But Wang Xian's was $25 million. With this flurry of maneuvers down, nearly $50 million in liquidated damages, Chen Feng only felt a heartache, even if he did have the money to deal with this. Thinking about this, Chen Feng felt that he still earned too little. Right now, he had nearly $8 million of cash flow on hand, including the income from too many follow-ups in Chasing Dreams Red Heart, and the next 3 months would probably be the peak income period. Full count, in the next 6 months, the income would not be $50 million at most. Alas, you know what? Xiao Yuan seems to have gotten the female supporting role in Director AI's new movie, so it's really human to human. But it's not, and it's still a female supporting role. The pay is tens of millions of dollars. Director AI's drama basically is the box office $500 million bottom of the quality of the work. Chen Feng, who was calculating his income, heard the discussion of a few girls beside him, and was instantly energized. "May I ask, if it is $500 million at the box office, how much can that Director AI earn?" Chen Feng asked with a curious face. Startled by the girl who suddenly struck up a conversation, she turned her head to look over and saw that the one who struck up a conversation was a handsome man, and her face softened. "Don't you recognize Director AI?" She was a bit curious and said, "In terms of income, Director AI probably doesn't earn much. The investor behind him is the big head. AI directors' plays are generally exclusive investors invested, each time to earn but a lot of 500 million, at least can have almost 200 million income it. The girl had a face of envy. Chen Feng heard, some surprise. Can earn nearly 200 million? This is not so profitable in the Blue Star, right? Although Chen Feng did not understand, but the impression is that it is not as good as this side. Shooting a movie, huh? Chen Feng frowned. Shooting a movie, he really has not shot, do not know if it can work, but this matter, there are pondering. Not long after, the front desk lady came. Little brother, Studio 3, Mr. Shi Yuan and the others are on their way. The front desk young lady handed the key to Chen Feng. Chen Feng collected his thoughts and took the key and got up to walk towards the recording studio. Among the few little girls sitting beside Chen Feng, there was a girl who looked at Chen Feng curiously, always feeling that Chen Feng looked a bit familiar. Chapter 55 Going to. The moment Chen Feng entered the recording studio, she finally remembered why this person looked so familiar. In the recording studio, Chen Feng began to debug the equipment, and after more than half an hour of busy work, the door was knocked on. Chen Feng got up and went over to open the door. The next moment, several old men swarmed in, surrounding Chen Feng and looking him up and down. These 5 people combined, not 300 years old, were all 299. At this moment, they were looking at Chen Feng like a curious baby. You kid, really scary. Scary indeed. Agreed. So the 2 songs by Li Fei and Zhou Qi were also written by you? The 5 old guys had one sentence each, like a 360-degree stereo with no dead angles. Chen Feng had a helpless face and laughed bitterly. It's me. Calm down first, if something happens, I can't afford to pay for it. These guys cannot be young, in case of excitement up hanging, that would really be too wrong. Said and said, a few guys to calm down, put Chen Feng out. The next moment, one of the old guys had rushed to the computer and picked up the sheet music on the desktop and looked at it. Seeing this, the other few guys also gave up on surrounding Chen Feng and came over. Cheng Xiaoyu, who came in with water, looked at the situation in soundtrack room 3 with a stunned expression, carefully put the water down, and then closed the door and left. Chen Feng sat quietly on the side, waiting for a few old guys. A moment later, when the people from the West Garden Band looked at Chen Feng again, they only felt that this young man in front of them was truly terrifying. Let's start now. I can't wait, years of experience have told me that this is another unbeatable song. Of course, I can't wait either. Chen Feng nodded, then threw himself into the production with the 5 people. Because there had been 2 collaborations, this one was quick. There was silence. The next moment, the music started. It was as if they had matched countless times, and then the accompaniment of the song passed just twice. The first time, Chen Feng felt that it was enough. However, a few people felt that it wasn't enough, and that there was still a hint of flaw in some of the details, so they recorded it again. They were satisfied, and only then did they feel it was finished. Regarding the attitude of a few people, Chen Feng felt lucky to have found this band. After it was paired up, Chen Feng and the 5 people gathered around the computer and played it once. After a few minutes, the people present nodded in satisfaction. Chen Feng copied the file into a USB flash drive and was in no hurry to leave, but sat down and chatted with these 5 seniors who were over 100 years old. We had a concert of tens of thousands of people in our day, don't underestimate us, you kid. Bassist Yang Fei bragged. In the communication, Chen Feng learned that these seniors had such a glorious history. Bassist Yang Fei is now the leader of the band. Perhaps because they were chatting and remembering something sad, Yang Fei and a few other companions suddenly fell silent. Chen Feng, who was listening with great interest, looked at these people and realized that the most crucial one was missing. There was no lead singer. There were only 2 situations where a band did not have a lead singer, either they had broken up and the band switched to soundtracks, or the lead singer had left. Without waiting for Chen Feng to speak, Yang Fei recounted the past of their band. In the year when Shi Yuan band was at its peak, there was an incident between the lead singer, Lai Xing, and the drummer, Yu Lang. Yang Fei looked at Yu Lang on the side, and seeing that he didn't stop him, he was about to continue speaking. It's okay, it's not that complicated. Yu Lang laughed and said, but it was just that he pried my woman. Then he left, with that woman. Mentioning these past events, Yu Lang has long been relieved. If not this I would not have met today's wife. By the way, Xiao Feng, do you want to consider my daughter? Saying that, Yu Lang held Chen Feng's hand with an excited face. When you other few people heard this, they became anxious and hurriedly slapped Yu Lang's hand away. Little Feng, this is my daughter. Yang Fei took out his cell phone and opened a photo, coming up to Chen Feng. In the photo was a very pretty girl, a pair of dimples looking very cute. Only, this age seems a bit wrong. How old is your daughter this year? 17. Oh, isn't 17 unable to make a debut? Yang Fei asked as an afterthought. Guitarist Lu Min squeezed out Yang Fei, smilingly holding Chen Feng's hand, said seriously, my daughter, 23, just graduated, People and Beautiful, and then also graduated from the Conservatory of Music. Xiao Feng, this song, have an object? Yes, there is an object. Although there are no lyrics, but I believe it is absolutely no less than the last recording of the Dream Chaser Red Heart and Too Much. For a while, all 5 of them stared straight at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was stared at by these guys and his heart was straight. The song has an object, but if it is possible, I think there is still a good chance. It's a pity. Too bad. What kind of person is it? When a few people heard it, they were very sorry, but they felt that there was still hope, and they believed that Chen Feng would definitely give their children a chance if he had the opportunity. Chen Feng thought of Li Luo, and if he were to roughly describe it, it was the feeling of a girl next door. Of the girls that he had met over these past few hours, Chen Feng was surprised to find that each one seemed to have different characteristics. That's quite a suitable candidate. Yang Fei sighed and said, "Next time I will bring my girl to you to see if there is any chance." It was only when Chang Xiaoyu from the front desk pushed the door and that a few people stopped reluctantly. Chen Feng put away the USB flash drive, and after leaving contact information with a few seniors for each other, he paid the fee and left. Coming down from upstairs, Chen Feng was about to take a taxi when someone called out to him from the side. "Chen Feng? You're Chen Feng, right?" A girl in a student outfit walked up. Chen Feng frowned, not having much of an impression of this little beauty in front of him. "You are?" Looking at the appearance, at most, she was still in college. "Sure enough, it is you." As soon as Chen Feng opened his mouth, she was convinced that the person in front of her was Chen Feng. The next moment, her eyes were red and she looked at Chen Feng with gritted teeth. "Have you gone to see my sister?" "I'm sorry, your sister is? What's your name?" Chen Feng really couldn't recall that he had the impression of knowing such a person. "Oh, it seems like I was thinking too much, and rightly so." She laughed coldly, wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and said to Chen Feng, "My name is Chen Emor. My sister, her name is Chen Jinair." Chen Feng, who was still rummaging through his memories, was stunned when he heard this name. This girl in front of him was actually the little girl who, back then, had slapped herself. "I've seen her before, and I only recently realized that she was also in Guangqing, so I went to see her once, but I didn't recognize her." After a moment of silence, Chen Feng spoke. "When was this?" Upon hearing this, Chen Emor frowned and hurriedly asked after her. "It was about half a month ago." Chen Feng thought for a moment and said. The expectant Chen Emor's face was filled with loss when she heard this time and asked, "Since then, you never went to look for her again?" Chen Feng nodded his head. Chen Emor sniffed and said, "Recently, she seems to be a little unhappy and uneasy. Could it be because you went to see her and she knew about it?" Chen Feng was surprised. Looking at Chen Emor, he vaguely felt some uneasiness inside, so he took out his cell phone and called Wang Jiacheng. "Come to think of it, it hasn't looked for me for a while." Chen Feng muttered. Recently, when there were so many things, Chen Jinair's side of the matter was forgotten instead. Not long after, the call was connected. "Hey, how have you been doing lately? Why haven't you called me?" Chen Feng opened his mouth and asked. However, the other end of the phone fell into silence. After a while, Wang Jiacheng's voice came. "Brother, recently Chen Jinair wants to break up with me. What should I do?" Wang Jiacheng's tone was flustered. These days, Chen Jinair's attitude had changed a lot, and today she even proposed to break up with him. For a moment, Wang Jiacheng felt that the sky had collapsed and didn't know what to do. Just at this time, Chen Feng's phone call came in. Chen Feng frowned, and Wang Jiacheng chatted a few sentences, made an appointment, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng looked at Chen Emor in front of him, Chen Jinair's younger sister. Back then, after that incident happened, a person found his house and then gave himself a slap. This matter, Chen Feng was still annoyed by it. Now that he thought about it, it was a bit ridiculous. "Your sister's matter, I will take care of it, don't worry," Chen Feng said seriously. "It is best if what you say is true." Chen Emor said coldly, for this man, she had no good feelings at all. It was because of him that her sister was stabbed. Chapter 56, Li Kairan's Suggestions. Mid-September. Because of the hot weather, Chen Feng had recently stopped going as a fishing god. The sanctuary's datasheet hadn't been updated yet, so every day he just went up there to dig for medicines and then occasionally played group books with Yuan Shan. Chen Feng realized that he rarely saw Yuan Shan on weekdays. So much so that Yuan Shan was staying at home and didn't come out, or she had gone out. As for Per Luo, everything was going well, and she eventually entered the company that she really wanted to get into. Chen Feng asked which company Li Luo had entered. Li Luo told him with a mysterious face that company was controlled by a strong woman who was known as the Iceberg Queen in the entertainment industry. Regardless of her face value and ability, she was first class. When Chen Feng heard this, he wanted to spit out a sentence. Had he known that you were going to enter that girl's company, he might as well have spoken to the other party. But should I say fortunate or unfortunate? Li Luo had entered Kana's fantasy entertainment, and during this time, the second person who had found himself did not. Chen Feng could not help but fall into deep thought. Things had developed to such an extent that only fantasy entertainment had found himself, so did he still have to go through the trouble of comparing himself? The answer was obvious, of course not. Since then, Chen Feng had an idea in his mind for his next company. However, this did not mean immediately going to Kana. Chen Feng turned his head to continue indulging in the life of a householder, and occasionally, he would go to see what the current state of the music scene was. Li Fei and Zhou Qi were frequently appearing on variety shows, and their reviews were going straight down. It had been almost a month since Wang Xian disappeared from the public eye, and during this month, several major events had occurred. The organizers of the rookie competition had put immense pressure on Phantom Entertainment. Because Wang Xian had won the championship, the organizers of the rookie competition had to honor their rewards, and now Phantom Entertainment was finding reasons to shirk it 3 times over. As far as this matter was concerned, Phantom Entertainment's executives were so anxious that they could not wait to remove the 2 songs that Chen Feng had written for Wang Xian from the major music platforms. Throughout September, these 2 songs were still at the top of the charts. Phantom Entertainment was planning to go hard to the end on this matter, because once Wang Xian was allowed to participate in the rookie competition's building program, the $25 million breach of contract would not be a big problem for Wang Xian at that time. Moreover, nowadays, on all the major platforms, a hot few songs that brought Chen Feng and Wang Xian a huge amount of revenue. However, there was another matter at hand, the matter of Wang Jiacheng and Chen Jinair. The appointment between Chen Feng and Wang Jiacheng was tomorrow. Things became a bit confusing all of a sudden, but it was hard to beat Chen Feng. In his previous life, he had dealt with more things at the same time in Blue Star. At night, Chen Feng, who was running at night, received a call from Wang Xian. "Brother, there's something," the organizer side called me, Wang Xian said on the phone. "Organizer?" Chen Feng did not understand what Wang Xian was talking about for a moment. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xian was silent for a few seconds and said, "Chairman Li Kairan, the organizer of the rookie competition, just gave me a call." Hearing this name, Chen Feng's mind conjured up that bold look. This little old man, talking was quite interesting. How did he find himself though? Obviously, the one to look for is Xia Shiyu. It was possible. What was his phone number? Chen Feng asked Wang Xian to send the phone over. Delhi, right away. Hanging up the phone, Wang Xian immediately sent a string of numbers. It was supposed to be time to make a decision after all these hours. Chen Feng thought about it. If he wanted to fish out for Li Fei and the 3 of them, the breach of contract himself was definitely not willing to do so. But there were many companies that were willing to. Thinking of this, Chen Feng dialed the number. After ringing for a dozen seconds, the phone connected. "Is it Mr. Xia?" A neutral voice came. Chen Feng was stunned and said, "You can call me Chen Feng." No matter what, Chen Feng would not be arrogant in front of some seniors. People are still better to be humble. To this age, to this position, no one is simple. "Oh, that's fine, in that case, then I can call." At the moment is resting at home, Li Kairan said smilingly. "It is so, Xiao Feng, there is something, I have to see your attitude." Originally, this mattered to find Chen Feng. This is not a poll. But recently, the rookie competition side had little patience to communicate with the illusory entertainment side. Under such a high level of heat, Mirage Entertainment has snowballed people, which is really something that people can't figure out. What's the difference between killing 800 enemies and losing 1,000? Seeing that the side of the Phantom Entertainment cannot be negotiated, Li Qian would like to curse his mother. Now this group of guys in the entertainment industry is getting more and more grandchildren. In the end, or the bottom of the people nudged him a bit, whether to look for that Xia Shiyu. This said, Li Kairan only reacted, "Think about it, but also feel incredible. How did this guy avoid the entire whirlwind of public opinion?" Li Qian looked at his assistant in disbelief, expecting his assistant to say something. Unexpectedly, his assistant Shin actually said something useful. This Mr. Xia, whether it was Li Fei and Zhou Qi who were forced to transform or Wang Xian who was snowed in, never came out to speak, and it was even speculated that he had already had a conflict with the company, and whether he was still in the company or not today was a question. So the question is, why is this behind-the-scenes creator who pushed Li Fei, Zhou Qi, and Wang Xian onto the stage, unnoticed since the beginning? Assistant Xian felt that the main reason was that this Mr. Xia was not willing to come out in front of the public for this kind of thing. A person who was very afraid of trouble. Li Qian frowned, that fear of trouble, how else could he find him? Of course, there were plenty of ways. Assistant Shin pushed up his glasses and said that it would be enough for him to both solve the problem and remain invisible. Li Qijin wondered if it was time for him to retire after all these years. For something so simple, he had to be reminded by his assistant. After figuring out the reason, Li Kairan found Wang Xian, and then, this would finally wait for Chen Feng's call. Li Kairan gave 3 options. The first option, he helped to pay Wang Xian's liquidated damages, pulling Wang Xian out, 25 million, this was not a charity event. Li Kairan didn't continue, but Chen Feng could definitely understand. The second program is still pulling Wang Xian out, but after this for Wang Xian's creation, by the summertime there is rain for him to write a song, and is to haven't too much, chase the dream red heart almost the same quality of masterpiece. This is a more moderate program than the one above. And the third program is simple and rough. Li Kairan pulled out Wang Xian, Li Fei, and Zhou Qi, but Xia Shiyu to join their company, the contract to give the greatest sincerity, but hope that Xia Shiyu do not refuse to write songs for the 3 people outside. What do you think, Mr. Xia? After finishing these 3 options, Li Kairan set aside a few minutes for Chen Feng to think about it. Chen Feng, who was sitting on a park bench, would really be a bit moved by this. Regardless of which option, this was all very good, and it also had all the advantages and none of the disadvantages for himself. Chen Feng didn't know how strong Li Kairen's company was, but to be able to give these 3 proposals, he thought that it wouldn't be that bad, and I'm afraid that he wouldn't lose when comparing it to Kana's company. This proposal was very tempting. Chen Feng had to seriously think about it. However, Chen Feng remembered Per Luor, who was employed at Dream Entertainment. His brows lightly frowned, and for a moment, he felt that he could not make a good decision. What to do? Chen Feng's thoughts darted around, looking at the fishing old men on the slope below, only to see one of the old men bowing left and right, one fishing rod in each hand. For a moment, a flash of light gave him an idea. Chapter 57, Win-Win-Win Situation. From start to finish, Chen Feng was too fixed in his thinking. Why did he need to join a certain company? The night Kana approached him, he knew how he should cooperate. As a freelance creator, wouldn't it be fine to give his new songs, for the most part, to these 2 companies? Chen Feng told Li Qijin about this idea. When Li Qijin heard this proposal from Chen Feng, he found it a bit unbelievable. Because of the 3 proposals he had given, Assistant Shin, after listening to them, felt that they were not very realistic, because the trouble that Mr. Xia did fear was being pestered. As soon as he entered the company, it was unlikely that he would be able to hide. In fact, Assistant Shin felt that if at this moment Phantom Entertainment and Mr. Xia had fallen out, then it was highly probable that those at the top of Phantom Entertainment would know who Xia Shiyu was. Why didn't Illusory Entertainment publicize it? Because they also didn't want others to find this Mr. Xia, and since this Mr. Xia was so afraid of trouble, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to find a new company. This guess, absolute. Li Qijin had a surprised look on his face and had the illusion of being unable to see through his assistant. Regarding Chen Feng's proposal, Li Kairen felt that the proposal was within his range of acceptance, and without thinking too much, he verbally agreed to it first. Chen Feng and Li Kairen's phone conversation lasted for a long time, until the cell phone's power alert. Chen Feng interrupted Li Kairen's interest and hung up the call. The entire duration of the call, 2 hours. A night without words. The next day, he woke up at noon. Today was the day to meet with Wang Jiachang. Chen Feng washed up and moved his muscles, then grabbed his cell phone and sent a message to Wang Jiachang before heading out. Arriving at the Night Color restaurant again, there were still so few people. Since Chen Jiner broke up with that boyfriend of hers, the restaurant didn't want this resident singer anymore. During lunchtime, a few customers were dining, and 3 or 2 waiters were standing together whispering. Chen Feng did not see Chen Jiner and Wang Jiachang, and after thinking about it, he walked towards the street where the back kitchen was. When he turned the corner, Chen Feng had heard the voices of Wang Jiachang and Chen Jiner. The 2 seemed to be arguing about something. Just as Chen Feng was about to walk over, suddenly a figure came quickly. This person was wearing a hat and mask, his hands were in his pockets, and his eyes were dodging and flustered. However, in a hasty glance, Chen Feng saw that this person seemed to be holding a dagger in his hand, and a sense of foreboding immediately came over him. Sure enough, he is hooked up with a dogman. I caught him this time. A voice filled with anger came from the alley. Soon after, there came the movement of writhing. Seeing this, Chen Feng hurriedly stepped out from the side, and in the next moment, he happened to see Chen Jiner, his ex-boyfriend, pull out a dagger from his pocket. For a moment, both Chen Jiner and Wang Jiachang who were present froze. The 2 of them were at a loss for words as they looked at this man who had lost his mind. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab towards Chen Jiner's chest, Chen Feng ran over as fast as he could. At the most critical moment, he grabbed the man's wrist holding the dagger with one hand and pulled it towards his arms. Bared. The next moment blood slid down the dagger. Chen Feng's eyes were red, twisting off the other party's dagger, lifting his foot towards the other party's abdomen and kicking it. With a muffled grunt, the man instantly collapsed on the ground and convulsed. Injured? Chen Feng reached out and touched his chest, subconsciously slashing at his own chest as he pulled off the opponent's weapon. Fortunately, it was a 4 to 5 centimeter wound that did not stab in, otherwise it would be too dangerous at the heart position. Looking at the man rolling on the ground, Chen Feng stepped on the hand that the other party had just held the dagger with one foot, and suddenly came the man's wail. Call the police. Chen Feng said to Wang Jiachang who was stunned at the side. Soon, the police arrived, and Chen Jiner's ex-boyfriend who had committed the murder was also taken away. Even though Chen Feng felt that there was nothing serious, he still followed the police car to the hospital to get a bandage. Chen Jiner and Wang Jiachang, who had regained their senses, followed beside Chen Feng. You are Chen Feng? At this time, Chen Jiner finally remembered who this somewhat familiar-looking man was. Well, it's been a long time, Chen Feng nodded slightly. At this time, Chen Jiner's heart was filled with 1,000 thoughts, and 10,000 flavors flooded her mind. Every time she thought about that incident over the years, she did not regret it, but she was very offended by Chen Feng's cowardly timidity. In her opinion, this was the worst kind of man. As a result, Chen Jiner had changed in her choice of spouse later on, thus recognizing such a bad man. Thank you. After a long time, Chen Jiner opened her mouth and said, You saved my life. Compared to today's danger, back then, her own behavior could perhaps be said to be caused by her own impulsiveness. However, Chen Feng did not think so. After all, today's situation, there was a factor of his own, but he had saved her life, and also her boyfriend's matter was completely resolved, and the favor was returned. But this was not his own original intention. Chen Feng wanted to do some compensation, but right now was not a very good time. After bandaging up in the hospital and the three of them recorded their statements, Chen Feng left first. Before leaving, Chen Jiner asked for his phone number. In the next few days, Chen Feng became careful with his bathing. After a few days of recovery, the wound had also gotten a lot better. Today, Chen Feng had to go out and move around. At a certain coffee shop in Guangqing, Chen Feng ordered 2 cups of coffee and waited for Kana, the store that Yin Shui and Chen Feng had come to last time. This time, there was a new woman. A few sales clerks were dumbfounded when they looked at Chen Feng and another beautiful woman sitting in the same spot as last time. The one brought last time, despite the mask, could be seen as an extremely beautiful girl, and this time, it was even more so that they were all dumbfounded. As if the creator had pinched out the features with his own hands, not to mention, the figure was even more enviable to the women present. A woman who was perfect to the extreme in terms of her face, figure, and height was paired with such a powerful aura. The gods would all be jealous. After Kana took her seat, Chen Feng couldn't help but take a look at her. Having been used to seeing Yuan Shan's greatly grinning and plain look on weekdays, Chen Feng thought he was immune to beautiful women. Yuan Shan was also extremely beautiful. But when he saw the well-dressed Kana, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. He was really happy to be surrounded by so many eye-catching beauties. Compared to what Chen Feng was thinking about, Kana's mood was bugging out. Because Mr. Xia finally looked for herself. After waiting bitterly for almost a month, she thought if she was out of luck, but she didn't dare to go to Chen Feng. It was also not easy to remotely maneuver the business of Haidu for a long time. The only thing that she had gained from these days of waiting for Chen Feng was that a new girl had been recruited in by the artist department in Guangqing. This girl was interviewed by her personally, and Kana felt that if properly cultivated, the future would still be very good. After thinking about it, Kana took the lead in speaking. Mr. Xia, I don't know what your side is currently planning. Listen to my program first, and after that, I'll tell you one more thing. Chen Feng said, telling Kana his current thoughts. Obviously, Kana had thought more than Li Kairan. After listening to Chen Feng's proposal, she frowned slightly, neither raising some questions nor stating her conditions, but instead asked, "May I ask Mr. Xia to cooperate with another company? The other party is?" Straight to the heart of the matter. Chen Feng's appreciation for Kana had risen to another level. That little baldy wouldn't have considered this point, perhaps it was a different mindset in looking at things. Mr. Li Kairan. Chen Feng directly said the little bald man's name. Li Qiyan of the Starwood Group, he actually approached you? Kana was surprised to hear that name. I didn't ask him what his company was called, but we spoke on the phone the other day and reached a verbal commitment. Chen Feng said. Kana sighed, I didn't expect him to come along for the ride. It's hard to believe that this will be the time when he wants to get the business under the Staryu Group. He's going to fish out those 3 from Phantom Entertainment? Kana asked. You're really scary. I've rarely seen someone as perceptive as you, including men. Chen Feng looked at Kana, his heart heaving a little. In a way, working with someone like Kana, complicated things would become simpler. Chen Feng's compliments did not make Kana happy. She held her chin, her big eyes blinking as she asked, but it's not too difficult to find a singer for something like this, is it? According to your previous habits, you focus on finding the right person rather than the singer's fame. Good songs are not easy to find, but there are quite a few that can sing for people. Chen Feng nodded his head at Kana's analysis, having nothing to say in rebuttal. Seeing Chen Feng's approval, Kana continued, so the question is, my relationship with you, is it simply one more channel to find you about songs, or is there some sort of agreement between us? How about I say more about the contract I offered you, Mr. Xia? Kana looked at Chen Feng's eyes, wanting to see a little something. With a calm face, Chen Feng pondered for a while and said, I think what you said makes sense. Talking to you and cooperating is really a simple thing. By all rights, we should have an agreement. Chen Feng said. Kana nodded her head repeatedly. But in reality, an agreement is a constraint for me. I prefer verbal promises. Chen Feng lightly laughed. Have you recently recruited a new person? Yes, how does teacher know? Chen Feng's words changed, and it took Kana a few seconds to react. Could it be that Chen Feng had also been observing his company? Chen Feng saw the thoughts in Kana's eyes and said, how does a lazy person like me have time to observe you? In fact, I know the girl you recruited. Before she entered your company, I wrote a song for her. It was the day you waited for me downstairs in my house. Chen Feng said. Stunned, Kana opened the video that Lisa had sent her that day, and only then did she notice that beside Chen Feng was the very same newcomer that she had personally interviewed the other day, Perlo. Chen Feng glanced at Kana's phone before realizing that it had been filmed that day. So my first song will be released in your fantasy entertainment, sung by Perlor. Chen Feng said. Kana didn't expect things to turn out like this. Both times she had come to Chen Feng with full confidence, and as a result, things were uncontrollable. After a long time, Kana bitterly laughed, truly surprised and delighted. Disappointment was also inevitable. So, the 3 songs after this, will they be on Starry Eye's side? Kana hesitated and raised her question. No, my songs only depend on the person. If Li Fei and the others aren't suitable, then I won't give it to them, but the next song should in will be for them. This question, Chen Feng answered directly. Kana sniffed and nodded her head. Understood, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Kana smiled faintly and extended her hand. Let Perlo get ready, I will look for her in a few days. At that time, please arrange for the recording studio. Chen Feng said. The two of them had sort of reached a cooperation agreement. A win-win-win situation. Although there was some small disappointment, as far as the result was concerned, it was the best result that Kana could grab. Next, the two continued to chat for more than an hour, and as night fell, Chen Feng glanced at the message sent from his cell phone and ended today's discussion. Kana looked at the car that had already left, vaguely excited inside. October, who knew what kind of month it would be? At this moment, she couldn't wait to ask Père Luor what kind of song Chen Feng had written for her. It's about time there was a branch of our fantasy entertainment in Guangzhou City. After thinking about it, Kana felt that this matter had to be dealt with immediately. On this day, once 12 o'clock passed, 17 major music platforms in the country jointly released a heavyweight news. The October Wind and Cloud ranking was going to start. Chapter 58 Recording. The entertainment industry was never short of stages. When Chen Feng saw Père Luor again, she was much more introspective, managing her emotions better than the last time they met. However, when the agent on the side walked away, she changed back and looked at Chen Feng with a smile on her face. If it wasn't for Sister Kana looking for me, I wouldn't even know that you know her, humph. Li Luor had an aggrieved face. To know, she was flabbergasted by Sister Kana's sudden question, and if it wasn't for Sister Kana repeatedly making sure that what she said was true, she wouldn't have known. It turned out that Mr. Xia and Fantasy Entertainment had reached a cooperation. But Li Luor was still disappointed afterward. She kept thinking that it would be nice if Chen Feng could also join Fantasy Entertainment, that way she could become a colleague. It shows that you actually want to go for it, and you can still succeed. Chen Feng looked at Li Luo and said, your short hair image is quite appropriate. Get ready to come and try out for the song. Chen Feng came over today just to let Père Luor try out the song. Not long after, Sister He, the agent that Dream Entertainment had arranged for Li Luor, returned. Sister He said to Chen Feng, Mr. Xia, the recording studio has been arranged, so you can start at any time. Well, start now. Are you familiar with the lyrics? Chen Feng asked. Li Luor had a serious face, completely memorized. Well then, in the next recording process, if there is anything that is not right, I will ask to do it right all the time, so you have a mental preparation in advance. Of course, I will do my best. Li Luor said seriously. Sister He brought the two of them to the recording studio. The equipment needed had all been adjusted by professional masters, and all of the materials that could be used were also top of the line. Watching Chen Feng and Li Luor discussing, Sister He quietly sat on the side. Just the other day, when Kana found her and asked her to help bring in a newcomer, Sister He was puzzled. Although she, He Weilan, had been somewhat comfortable in the past 2 years, she was still a gold medal agent anyways, and the company had arranged for her to bring in a newcomer? However, she still chose to meet Li Luor before saying anything. After meeting Li Luor and talking to her, He Weilan felt that this little girl was very simple and persevering, and would have a good development if she was brought up properly. However, He Weilan was still not quite willing. However, this thought didn't last more than a few minutes before He Weilan changed, because Kana told her that there was rain during that summer time, and Mr. Xia had written a song for Perlo. You might as well listen to it before you decide? No, I can decide now. He Weilan agreed straight away. Today, she had finally seen that Mr. Xia, it was just the age that really startled He Weilan. Then get ready to start. A few minutes later, Chen Feng sat in front of the computer and made a gesture to Li Luor inside. Standing in front of the microphone, Li Luor felt like she was more nervous than ever at this moment. The same was true for He Weilan, who was seated on the side. She was wearing headphones and nervously looking at Li Luor. 1, 2, 3. As the countdown ended, the first song trial began. The later arrangement was also the first time for Li Luor to hear it, as the last time Chen Feng sang, it was a guitar solo. The moment the accompaniment sounded, Perlo's nervousness disappeared. Later I finally learned how to love. It is a pity that you have long been far away and disappeared into the sea of people. Later finally understood in tears. Some people once missed will no longer. Chen Feng was surprised as he wore headphones and gazed at Li Luor. Even though she had heard herself sing once last time, she could sing so well for the first time when paired with a complete arrangement. Li Luor's condition was even better than what Chen Feng had expected. How do you all remember me? With a smile or very silent. All these years. Is there anyone who can keep you from being lonely? Later. I finally learned how to love. At some point, Li Luor in the recording studio was already in tears, her voice slightly out of tune. Just when she was at a loss for words, Chen Feng gave her a gesture to continue. Just like that, a complete song was later sung. After the first singing, Li Luor wiped her tears as if she had done something wrong and lowered her head, waiting for Chen Feng's evaluation. At this moment, Chen Feng, his brows lightly furrowed, hesitating a bit. This version, slightly with a crying voice, unexpectedly sounded somewhat good. Compared to the original version he had heard, it didn't seem to be bad. Chen Feng took off his headphones and looked at Sister He at the side, wanting to hear her thoughts. He Weilan took a deep breath. She would, like something was blocked in her heart, desperately needing to relieve herself. After a few minutes, He Weilan, who had regulated her emotions, said incredulously, comparing with the rumored teacher Xia, the rumors are far less than you are. This was the least exaggerated sentence He Weilan had said since he walked into the entertainment industry. In the past 100 years in Xia, there have been a lot of talents, and there are many divas and kings who have ascended to the big stage of the entertainment industry, and the creators are even more great gods. But He Weilan dared to beat her chest to ensure that, like in front of such a young, write-a-fire song, she really have not seen. After all, everyone in the circle guessed that Mr. Xia was at least 50. Just a few minutes ago, He Weilan was still full of questions, and now she only has awe in her heart. Too strong, such a song full of experience, how to write it, really cannot understand. Then let's listen to another version and make a comparison together. Chen Feng faintly smiled, then signaled Per Luor to get ready. Before starting, Chen Feng opened the mic inside and said, "This time, you are not allowed to cry. Be good." Li Luor sniffed, her face slightly red. "This time it won't be." Adjust the mood. A few minutes later, the second trial song began. This time, Li Luor held back her inner emotions. After the song was finished, Chen Feng savored it, and then compared it to that diva from Blue Star, and the two had their own characteristics. And the second time was also perfect. The efficiency was so high that it made Chen Feng a little surprised. "What do you think? If I let you choose, which version do you like?" Chen Feng asked Sister He, who was on the side. He Weilan was a bit flattered that teacher Xia asked for her opinion, so she savored it seriously. "The first version is more infectious, but the second version is more perfect. The first version might be better sung live?" He Weilan said. Chen Feng sniffed and nodded. Sister He's opinion was the same as his. "Very well then, let's use the second version, a few transitions a bit faster." Chen Feng handed over some of the details on the second version to Li Luor, and then started the third round of recording. The third round of recording began formally. As the accompaniment sounded, Li Luor adjusted her state to her best, and after the song was finished, she nervously looked at Chen Feng. Until Chen Feng took off his headphones and made the OK gesture, Li Luor was relieved. She hadn't even been this nervous when she came to Dream Entertainment for the interview. "It ended in 3 times, it really made me not expect it." Chen Feng sighed. He Weilan looked at Li Luor, who was packing up the equipment inside, nodded and said, "Yes, a very excellent girl, I believe she will go very far." "Then I'll trouble you, Sister He, to watch over her more." Chen Feng was still very optimistic about this Sister He. A person's speech and behavior could probably tell the person's strengths and weaknesses. Sister He gave Chen Feng the impression that she was experienced and tolerant of others. Coming out of the recording studio, Chen Feng didn't linger. After taking a call, he left first. As Li Luor looked at the departing Chen Feng, she was suddenly furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. Seeing this, He Weilan on the side had a smile on her face, not knowing what she was thinking. Just a few minutes after Chen Feng's front foot left, Kana came and heard He Weilan say that the recording had ended and Chen Feng left, inwardly sighing that she was late. "Where is the song? How is it?" Kana asked with an anxious face. "Song ah?" He Weilan laughed, said to Kana, "I am afraid we have to get ready." "What preparation?" Kana heard, inside a burst of strange, "Listen to Sister He this said, is not good? Do how to deal with the sudden burst of fire Per Luora." He Weilan said quietly. Chapter 59 Pick up. Kana didn't expect Sister He to say this. One should know that Sister He's predictions were usually 9 out of 10, after all, without certainty, Sister He wouldn't talk nonsense. "October's wind and cloud ranking, this is now interesting ah," He Weilan exclaimed. While the two were talking, Li Luor quietly retreated to the side to sit and wait. However, all that was going through Li Luor's mind at the moment was the song that Chen Feng had written for her. It was really great, and being able to get it was one of the luckiest things ever. Only, Li Luor wouldn't ask Chen Feng why he chose her anymore. What was he doing? Li Luor was thinking about this. Chen Feng was taking a taxi to the high-speed train station at this moment. Just an hour and a half ago, his dad called him. The daughter of one of his comrades had gone up to Guangcheng and asked Chen Feng to help pick her up. This is something that Chen Feng agreed to without saying a word. An hour later, in the evening, Chen Feng arrived at the high-speed train station in Guangcheng. Because his dad had greeted him in advance and sent his picture of her, Chen Feng quickly found someone. Chen Feng looked at the picture on his cell phone and compared it. Light blue skirt, double ponytail, shark cartoon short sleeve, yes. After confirming that he hadn't recognized the wrong person, Chen Feng walked forward. "Hello, may I ask if you are Zhang Meng?" Chen Feng asked the girl in front of him with a smile on his face. Zhang Meng, who was pinching a cigarette with her right hand, heard someone calling her and was so scared that she hurriedly threw her hand cigarette aside and looked at Chen Feng with a stunned face. "Who are you?" Zhang Meng asked suspiciously. Zhang Meng's small action of throwing the cigarette naturally could not be hidden from Chen Feng, but this was the daughter of her dad's comrade in arms, and it was not his turn to say anything. I am Chen Yu's son, my dad, and your dad are comrades in arms. My dad asked me to pick you up. After saying that, Chen Feng felt strange. Because Zhang Meng's dad, 2 years ago in an accident gone. At that time, Zhang's family was very poor, his dad did not help Zhang's family. For this reason, his mom also quarreled with him a few times. Chen Feng occasionally think of this, always involuntarily thought, his father will not be a little what small mind, right? This time home, father and son drink, Chen With and Chen Feng mentioned this. Zhang Meng's dad, Zhang Yu, saved his life when he was in the army. In a life and death situation, if Zhang Yu hadn't saved his life, there would be no Chen Feng today. It can be said that Zhang Yu is not only kind to Chen Yu, but also to Chen Feng. When Zhang Yu has an accident, his wife follows him to someone else, leaving Zhang Meng to live with his grandmother. Although supported by Zhang Yu's pension, Chen Yu knows that a girl needs quite a few things to go to school, so he will sponsor some money to Zhang Meng's grandmother from time to time. Based on this relationship alone, Chen Feng couldn't refuse. After all, that dad of his own said there was no problem. If Zhang Meng's father hadn't saved his life, there would have been nothing behind it. So just now on the way here, his own mom also gave him a phone call, urged Chen Feng to take care of more. Zhang Meng heard that Chen Feng had come to pick himself up and frowned for a moment. Grandma must be looking for Uncle Chen again. I have said that I can take care of myself and make money on my own. Zhang Meng said. So there is no need to let Uncle Chen give money to Grandma. In the future, when I save money, I will also return a little bit to Uncle Chen. Chen Feng was a bit stunned. He thought that Zhang Meng would say something like don't need you to take care of it. Preconceived notions. Seeing Zhang Meng's small action of throwing cigarettes just now, Chen Feng thought that Zhang Meng might turn into a girl full of fireworks because of her family. Thinking of this, Chen Feng secretly apologized to her in his heart. I'm very much in favor of working on the side during your studies, but right now you've just arrived and are unfamiliar with the world, so it's not too late to consider all this after you enroll in school. Chen Feng said patiently. You're so nice to talk. Zhang Meng cocked her head and looked at Chen Feng. I thought that you would be just like Grandma, very forceful in asking me to go with you. Her wrinkled brows stretched out, but the next moment she became overwhelmed again. My friend said to come pick me up and take me to her place to stay first. She just happens to live not far from the school. Zhang Meng said. The next moment, Zhang Meng's cell phone rang. Just finished, she called it, estimated to arrive. Zhang Meng answered the phone and told the other party his location. Not long after, a car stopped in front of the two. Looking at this small car that had been explosively modified, there were 2 men and 1 woman sitting inside, and their appearance looked no different from those brats in the bar. It was Chen Feng's turn to frown. They are your friends? Chen Feng looked at Zhang Meng and asked. Zhang Meng obviously also did not expect there to be 2 other men. Aren't you the only one, Sister Xiaolu? Zhang Meng timidly asked. The woman sitting in the car with heavy makeup smiled and said, This is my 2 brothers, people are good, heard me say to pick you up, then volunteered to send me to. The man in the driver's seat smiled with a lewd face and said, Yes, it's very tiring to sit in a car so far away, come on up, you can't park here for a long time. The 2 men in the car looked Zhang Meng up and down, and did not put Chen Feng on the side in the slightest. Zhang Meng was at a loss for words and subconsciously stood behind Chen Feng. Seeing this, Chen Feng was somewhat glad that the girl did not go the wrong way. If Zhang Meng followed the car, then Chen Feng will not say anything more. As for Zhang Yu's favor, the big deal is to give a sum of money later on. There was no need to lick his face to serve others. Let's go, I'll take a taxi. Chen Feng stopped a car. Aha! Zhang Meng nodded and said to the woman in embarrassment, Sorry, Sister Xiaolu, my brother has come to pick me up. The few people in the car sniffed and became anxious. The woman with a face of heavy makeup stepped out of the car and said with a smile on her face, pulling Zhang Meng's hand, Harm, I've said that my family lives near the school. How inconvenient it is to live in your brother's place, or come to my place. Said, want to pull Zhang Meng on the car. No need, Xiaolu's sister. Zhang Meng at the moment with Xiaolu's strange cordiality made some fear, eyes looked at Chen Feng for help. Seeing this, Chen Feng stepped forward and kicked this dusty woman's arm. Ah! What are you doing, want to die? Almost being kicked by Chen Feng, the other party instantly cursed and glared fiercely at Chen Feng. Do you want to lie down and go to the hospital? The 2 men in the car immediately got out of the car when they saw this, and said viciously to Chen Feng. This set of operations, Chen Feng all laughed. If it wasn't for the Guangqing high-speed rail station sign hanging above my head, I would have thought that I was in some gangster-esque turf. Chen Feng took a few steps forward and reached out to grab this woman's hand. Do you believe that I will make a police call and hang at least 3 charges on you in minutes? I am her brother, who are you guys? You want to forcefully take her away in front of me? Chen Feng gazed at this windswept woman's eyes and asked coldly. At this moment, the windswept woman and the other 2 men were stunned. Good, you remember this is not over. The 3 men put down their harsh words and left resentfully. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Meng kept her head down and was very nervous. It wasn't until she got into the car with Chen Feng that Zhang Meng was able to get over her fear and looked at Chen Feng curiously. Chen Feng rubbed his brow and said, make friends at least understand clearly, or else if I am not here today, then others will not help you. Zhang Meng nodded guiltily, got it, brother. Well, then go back to my place first, then I will see how to arrange it again. Chen Feng looked at his cell phone and said. Just a few minutes ago, Kana and Li Kairan sent him a message at the same time. The wind and cloud ranking is still 2 days away. Chapter 60, Starry Night Entertainment. Kana had approached Chen Feng because she wanted to tell him that Perlo's new song was already being submitted to participate in the October's wind and cloud ranking. And Li Qijin approached Chen Feng because he asked him to keep an eye on tonight's news. Chen Feng was somewhat baffled. It took more than an hour to get back to Gallant District from the high-speed rail station, and it was during rush hour, with traffic jams on the road. Shortly after getting on the bus, Zhang Meng fell asleep. She quietly grabbed Chen Feng's clothes with one hand. Chen Feng noticed this action and a smile appeared on his face, as if it was really a brother leading his sister. When he returned to his place, all of a sudden, Zhang Meng was in high spirits. As soon as she entered this house rented by Chen Feng, the first thing Zhang Meng did was put her eyes on that balcony. This was too cozy. Zhang Meng put her backpack down and trotted to the balcony, lying on Chen Feng's lazy chair with a cozy face. There was also a small refrigerator on the side, holding not much, stuffed with some drinks, and then there were also chips at hand beside her. As night fell, Chen Feng turned on the lights on the balcony, and just like that, Zhang Meng looked out over the night view of Guangqing, not saying a word. Putting the suitcase away, Chen Feng moved out the folding bed he bought a few days ago, and after working for a while, he made a bed out in the living room. Brother, I don't need to sleep in your room, I'll just sleep outside. Zhang Meng lazily said to Chen Feng. On weekdays, she wasn't this lazy, I don't know why. Once she came to Chen Feng's place, the whole person relaxed all of a sudden. I know, this is your bed. Chen Feng glanced at her and said quietly. Zhang Meng was speechless, she was just being polite, she didn't expect Chen Feng to not be polite with her at all. But because of this, even when she met her dad's comrade in arms son for the first time, she wouldn't feel unfamiliar, as if it was like a real brother. Not considerate at all, there is no way you can find a girlfriend like this. Zhang Meng spat out her tongue and said. Chen Feng organized the bed, the whole person paralyzed on the sofa, lazily brushing the phone. What is the use of a girlfriend, affecting me salted fish? Downstairs there is a supermarket, what is missing you go to buy, your school still has a week to report, first take a good rest for 2 days before saying other things. Chen Feng took out a few $100s and put it on the table. If you are polite with me, I will not be twisted, so try not to be polite with me. Chen Feng said. Zhang Meng looked at Chen Feng curiously and nodded. Not long after, Zhang Meng got up from the lazy chair and walked over to Chen Feng's side, coming over to curiously look at Chen Feng's computer. Brother, are you playing this game as well? Zhang Meng saw the game on Chen Feng's computer and instantly became interested. Chen Feng, who was squinting and sleeping, said, do you also play? Well, I also play, but a lot worse than you, I have not even leveled up. Zhang Meng sat down on the ground and asked, can I play your character? Whatever you want. Chen Feng felt that he had found a new target for salted fish. Zhang Meng sniffed and began to operate Chen Feng's character with a focused face, from time to time praising Chen Feng's character for being powerful. Brother, there's a Yuan Shan who's pulling you into the team, Zhang Meng curiously said to Chen Feng. Chen Feng sat aside at this time, nodded his head and said, well, she is the president of our guild, often copies together, you go to fight instead of me, I still have some other things. At this moment, Chen Feng was a bit flustered inside, a smile on his face. Zhang Meng sniffed and joined Yuan Shan's team, and then in no time at all, she was dragged off to fight a copy. Every night at 8 o'clock, it was a small guild copy event. Nonetheless, the monsters of the copies were also still quite hard to beat, and Chen Feng was looking forward to how Zhang Meng played. Soon, the copy activity started. Zhang Meng, who was still looking silly, immediately changed the look on his face after the copy started. With a focused expression, Zhang Meng maneuvered Chen Feng's character and played with ease. After a 30-minute copy, not only did she not die once, her stats were superior. Chen Feng looked dumbfounded at the side. This copy, normally he would be embarrassed if he didn't die 3 to 5 times, while Zhang Meng came to play and didn't die once. Instead, it was a certain person who had died twice. Chen Feng saw the avatar that turned black on one side of the interface, and with a complicated expression, he simply got up and went to the balcony to lie down. After the event ended, Zhang Meng was helping Chen Feng organize his backpack, only to see the player named Yuan Shan send a few question marks. Yuan Shan? Zhang Meng looked puzzled and glanced at Chen Feng on the balcony and replied for him, what's wrong? Yuan Shan. What a strange guy, forget it, don't bother with her. Zhang Meng muttered in a small voice, then exited the team and got off the game with a satisfied face. Brother, I'm going to go downstairs to buy some daily necessities. Saying that, Zhang Meng picked up the few $100s on the desktop and went out. Chen Feng was looking at his cell phone at this time and simply answered. Tonight's entertainment circle was quite lively. There were only 2 pieces of news on the hot list of the major forums. October Wind and Cloud Ranking, officially accepting work registration, on time, starting at midnight on October 1st. Phantom Entertainment's huge change. Staryu Group officially announced that they welcomed Li Fei and Zhou Qi and Wang Xian to Staryu Entertainment. The three Illusory Entertainment singers selected by Xia Shiyu paid the liquidated damages to leave Illusory Entertainment, and Xia Shiyu joined Staryu Entertainment? The hot search list was instantly swept by these pieces of news. Staryu Entertainment, a subsidiary of Staryu Group, announced this news half an hour ago, and then dominated all the major forums and video hot lists. Not long after, Wang Jing's phone call came. "You know everything, right?" Wang Jing asked over the phone. Chen Feng was innocent. He wanted to say, "I don't know." Because he hadn't talked much with Li Jiren's side these days, and Li Fei and the others hadn't said anything to themselves either. Oh. No. Chen Feng thought about it. The few of them seemed to have said it, and he himself would have slept in a daze and said something about support and hung up. "No, it is not a big deal," Chen Feng calmly said. "This is also right. When playing this phone, I knew you would be this attitude," Wang Jing said quietly. "I am afraid that Phantom Entertainment did not even realize what they missed, and are still complacent about getting a substantial amount of money for breach of contract. It is really incorrigible." Wang Jing sighed. The company that he had worked so hard for more than 10 years was now mixed up like this, and he didn't know what the problem was. In response, Chen Feng said, "It is nothing more than going back to the time when I wrote Rush Hour. What is there to miss? Sister Jing should also understand that I will not stay in Phantom Entertainment for a long time." "Of course I know. I just didn't expect it to be so fast." Wang Jing sighed. The two of them chatted for a while, and after hanging up the phone, Li Fei and a few of their calls came in right after. Zhang Meng came back from outside and looked at Chen Feng, who had been on the phone and didn't bother, busy herself with her own things. A short while later, after taking a shower and coming out, Zhang Meng looked at Chen Feng on the balcony and did not expect to still be on the phone. This is the third call. Chen Feng is speechless. After Wang Jing, it is Wang Xian, then Zhou Qi. "Well, what a big deal. What kind of phone call? Disturbing my sleep." Chen Feng interrupted Zhou Qi's vocalization, then hung up the phone. "Da." Li Fei's call came in. "Luckily, there are only 3. If there were 7 or 8, I would have just pulled them over for a meeting." Chen Feng secretly spat and picked up the phone. "Teacher, I'm going to report to Xingyu Entertainment tomorrow," Li Fei happily said to Chen Feng. "The object is Li Fei." Chen Feng's tone is much more moderate, said, "I know. I said, will not let you stay there for too long. As long as you work hard, there will always be a good result. First go over and familiarize yourselves with it, and the things that follow will be arranged on the side of Xingyu Entertainment, as well as Su Wei. She should be going over with you guys." "Teacher, you're really amazing. How did you know that I wanted to beg you to bring Sister Wei along?" Li Fei on the other end of the phone asked curiously. "Who am I?" Chen Feng said quietly, "Well, it's getting late, it's time to sleep." Saying that, Chen Feng hung up the phone in the next second. After more than an hour on the phone, Chen Feng felt very tired and threw the phone aside casually, lying leisurely. But the Wind and Cloud list, shouldn't they write a song for the two of them? Chen Feng felt that if it was possible, perhaps it was time for a new song. Chapter 61, Mr. Xia's Song. For the next 2 days, Chen Feng's hut seemed lively. The old days of sleeping until noon had ceased to exist after Zhang Meng's arrival. In the morning, Zhang Meng woke Chen Feng up at more than 10 o'clock, saying something about a year's plan being in spring. So he pulled Chen Feng out. 2 days down the line, Zhang Meng brought Chen Feng around Guangcheng. Some of these places, Chen Feng did not even know after staying here for so many years. In the evening, the game Chen Feng did not play anymore and handed it over to Zhang Meng to play. Zhang Meng was very happy about this, as she herself quite enjoyed playing the game and wasn't too bad at it. With Zhang Meng playing on his behalf, Chen Feng felt even more salty. Of course, Chen Feng had specially instructed her that the one called Yuan Shan, the guild leader, to try to milk her when playing and not let her die. After Zhang Meng had played with Chen Feng's number that day, the next day, Chen Feng woke up from his sleep to find dozens of extra messages on his phone. All of them were question marks. Chen Feng felt Yuan Shan's silent oppression. When Zhang Meng heard that he wanted to milk her, he was full of displeasure and muttered, "She is not even playing as well as me, her equipment is so good, and every time she stands there, she does not move, and she does not know to move a position. Your brother I have this body of equipment is all sponsored by her." Chen Feng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said. Zhang Meng looked at Chen Feng with a skeptical face and eventually had to compromise. With Zhang Meng as a substitute, Chen Feng was just in time to think about how to deal with Li Fei and Zhou Qi's side of things. Tonight at 10 p.m. was the registration deadline for the Wind and Cloud ranking. The so-called Fengyan ranking was a music feast jointly created by a dozen music platforms with a membership size of 10 million in China. Whenever it came to this time, it could be described as a gathering of heroes. In this feast, there were singers as small as those who had just started their career, and as big as those who had been famous for a long time. The Wind and Cloud list has been held for 29 sessions, during which the 29 annual Best Golden Songs Awards had 10 songs from the Wind and Cloud list. It could be said that there was a high probability that the best golden song of the year would be born from here. Chen Feng had wanted to write a new song for Li Fei and Zhou Qi to participate in, but after communicating with Li Qiren, he temporarily dismissed the idea. Lee Kyron's idea was whether he could give a chance to others. But in the past 2 days, Lee Kian waited until he was on fire because the time was on the last day. It looked like Xia didn't have a new song. Lee Kian could understand, after all, the new song from the other day had been given to Fantasy Entertainment's side. What a pity! I was thinking that we, Starwood, could take advantage of this opportunity to play our first hand. Lee Kian sighed. Assistant Shin, who was beside him, rubbed his chin and said, "Can those gold medals from our company still write?" Lee Kian sniffed and looked at Shin. Looks like this guy turned back to normal. I told you how it's possible to look at the wrong person. Lee Kyron thought secretly in his heart. At this time, Chen Feng was lying on the balcony. Today, Zhang Mang was finally quiet and was obediently looking at a book. After getting along for the past 2 days, Chen Feng knew that Zhang Mang didn't know how to smoke and was only trying to act like an adult by holding a cigarette that day. This girl, when doing something, is very focused. Chen Feng stared blankly at the blue sky and white clouds outside, thinking, unknowingly coming to this world has been a period of time. Whether he was busy or idle, he hadn't thought much about those people and things in his previous life. Since he had come, he was at peace. But it was inevitable that he would think of some people, not knowing what they would think after learning about himself, whether they would miss him. People. A century or a day, there are some things that cannot be forgotten. On that day, Chen Feng was on his way to the airport, ready to send a friend out of the country, and that would be the last time they would meet. To live was the last time, to die was also the last time. Unfortunately, this last time did not go as planned. Blue Star that Chen Feng, stepping on countless people to the top, bloodless, silent war smoke, abandoned too much. That friend accompanied him from the beginning to the end. It wasn't until she called Chen Feng that day, saying that she was going to leave, that Chen Feng realized that such a life was too up. Not what he wanted at all. But he was getting old. Everyone was halfway through their years. Looking at his own appearance in the mirror, how he was when he was young, Chen Feng had forgotten. And then, because of being distracted, there was an accident. In those last few seconds, Chen Feng was thinking that it would have been better if he hadn't driven himself today. "Brother, don't you have to go to work?" It wasn't until Zhang Meng's voice came in his ears that Chen Feng came back to his senses. Chen Feng patted his cheeks, got up and said, "I freelance, but this will really need to do something. If dinner is served, you can fix it yourself. I might be a bit late coming back, and if the game is on, I'll leave it to you as well." Chen Feng said as he took his flash drive, then prepared to go out. "Roger that, no problem." Seeing this, Zhang Meng replied with a serious face. Before leaving the house, Chen Feng left a few $100s behind. After getting on the car, Chen Feng took out his cell phone and called Yang Fei of the West Garden Band. As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Feng hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, I have an arrangement to match. I don't know if you guys have time. I'll be on my way over to the studio." "I'm on my way to the studio now." There was silence on the other end of the phone for more than 10 seconds, and Yang Fei's joyful reply came. "Okay, then I'll go over and wait for you." Chen Feng sniffed and felt grateful. If it was a few seniors from West Park, it would be very efficient. Hanging up the phone, Yang Fei immediately called a few others before hurriedly packing up his things and heading out. After less than half a month, that kid had a new song. It was really scary. Several people were looking forward to what song Chen Feng would come up with this time. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng immediately called Li Qijin again. "I'm on my way to Little Nest Music Studio. Requirements, male. The requirements for the voice are a clear, penetrating voice, sufficient power in the walls of the pharynx, and clear spitting. Send it to me as soon as possible and see if you can make it before tonight's deadline." As soon as he got on the phone, Chen Feng immediately stated his requirements before the phone hung up. The entire process took less than a minute. And it took 2 minutes for Lee Kyron to slow down. "Quickly, find me male singers with clear, penetrating voices, sufficient power, and clear diction, and send their audio to me immediately," Li Qian hurriedly said to Shin, who was beside him. Without saying a word, Assistant Shin took out his cell phone and walked out of the office, immediately calling the director of the artist department. At this time, Chen Feng had already arrived at the Little Nest music room. Before he came, he had already booked a room with Cheng Xiaoyu, and as soon as he came in, Chen Feng asked for paper and a pen from Cheng Xiaoyu and dove headfirst into the recording studio. When the few people from the West Garden Band rushed over, Chen Feng was burying his head in writing the arrangement. Yang Fei's few people did not disturb him when they saw this, but gently stepped aside and waited. Yang Fei looked at a piece of paper on the ground and carefully picked it up. In the next moment, he was instantly captivated when his eyes landed on the content on the paper. Even though it was taboo for them to do recording work, and professional ethics did not allow them to look at the lyrics of the song, Yang Fei could not help but finish reading it. Yu Lang, who was by the side, pulled Yang Fei, and when he saw that Yang Fei was so mesmerized, he also came over. In the end, several people from Shi Yuan Band saw it. This lyric seemed simple and overly repetitive, but they could hit each other right in the heart and get people caught up in it. Right. Not long after, Chen Feng finally managed to fix the arrangement, and the entire person instantly relaxed. Chen Feng stretched his muscles and bones, seeing the few people behind him. He opened his cell phone in passing. In this hour or so, Li Kairen had made 7 or 8 calls and sent a bunch of emails. Chen Feng opened the messages. The last message from Li Kairen was, conforming, all of them in Guangqing. I told them to immediately rush to the small nest studio you mentioned. Hold on, I'm listening now. Chen Feng replied back with a message and then opened the email sent by Li Kairen. There were 16 audio copies. Several teachers, please take a look at them first. I'll listen to the audio first. I need to pick the right person as soon as possible. Chen Feng said to Yang Fei. Several people on the side, then put on the headphones and began to listen to the audio. Yang Fei, who had returned to his senses, didn't ink the lyrics and put them away, then took the arrangement on the desktop and began to familiarize themselves with it. For a while, everyone entered a state of great concentration. Chen Feng listened attentively to the audio sent by Li Kairen, because this time, this song was very significant to him, and in Blue Star, the singer was even more talented. Despite the fact that he had suffered some changes during his peak, there weren't many that could fight when he was at his peak. To pick a suitable person for this song of his, it really needed to be of a caliber to come. And at this moment, in the Star Entertainment office building, a dozen male singers stood in front of Li Qijin, with the same nervous faces, waiting. Receiving the message from Chen Feng, Li Kairen could only hold down his agitation and wait for Chen Feng's next message. What's the situation inside? You don't know? Teacher Xia has a new song, and they're waiting for Teacher Xia to make a decision. They're so envious. I told you, Teacher Xia must have worked with our Star U as well, otherwise why would Mr. Li sign Li Fei and the others, and I don't know who would be so lucky to be picked. Nowadays, in the creative circle, Teacher Xia's reputation is no less than that of a gold medal creator. Chapter 62, either one or the other. Today, Little Nest Music Studio was quiet. Cheng Xiaoyu, who was at the front desk, was bored and lying there brushing her cell phone. Once 12 o'clock passed tonight, the annual Wind and Cloud ranking was going to start. As a person engaged in the music industry, she was bound to keep an eye on this kind of information. I wonder if that Mr. Xia still has any new songs? Cheng Xiaoyu was looking forward to hearing Xia Shiyuyu's songs. For this reason, she had even joined a fan group, a group that revered and loved Mr. Xia, looking forward to one day being able to go to Mr. Xia's meet and greet. But the chances were slim as all. As a fan of Mr. Xia, Cheng Xiaoyu naturally knew that Mr. Xia didn't like to show his face. And Chen Feng, who was currently recording his arrangement, didn't realize that there was a little fangirl of his right at the door, and he was hesitating at the moment. He was looking at the last 3 audio copies left, but there was still no suitable one. Chen Feng took off his headphones and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. There were less than 4 hours left before the registration deadline. Several seniors from the West Garden Band were exchanging low voices and starting to debug their equipment. And if there was no suitable person in the end, then this song Chen Feng might put aside for the time being. After thinking about it, Chen Feng put on his headphones and turned on the 14th copy of the audio. A few seconds after pressing the play button, sound came from the headphones, and the expression on Chen Feng's face changed at this moment. Found it! Chen Feng felt happy. This singer's voice was already considered close. Chen Feng had wanted to just end the screening and settle on this person, but after thinking about it, he still finished listening to the remaining 2. No one would want to wait so hard and not even get a chance. Soon, the 15th copy began to play, but after listening to it for a dozen seconds, Chen Feng vetoed it. However, the voice was not bad, it just didn't fit this selection. There was still one last copy left. Chen Feng opened the last copy of the audio and clicked play. As the sound rang out, Chen Feng was stunned. This was a pretty famous song clearing. Chen Feng had also heard it before, but he still thought it was pretty good and listened to it a few more times. This voice coming from his ears made Chen Feng somewhat dazed. After the 2 minutes of audio ended, Chen Feng was in a tangle for a while. Compared to technique, the first copy selected seemed better. And compared to tone, this last copy was going to be more in tune with the original song. After hesitating for a while, Chen Feng sent a message to Li Qijin. The singers of both the 13th and 16th audio copies come over and try together. Ding! Li Qian, who was staring at his cell phone, saw that Chen Feng had sent a message and looked up to say to the singers standing in front of him, who are the 13th and 16th copies. The singers waiting for the results were shocked and happy to hear the results come out, as they didn't know what number they were, which meant there was hope. In the end, Li Qian looked at Shin, who was on the side. What's going on? Why is the information so sloppy this time? There's no name. Detective Shin sniffed and was lost. However, he quickly came up with a solution and said to the singers, is it 13 and 16, you all come here and listen. Shin opened the file sent by the artist department, found the 13th and 16th audio and played it. As the sound rang out, immediately someone's expression dimmed. Not mine. Not mine either. Some confident singers sighed and retreated to the side. In the end, there were only 2 singers left in the scene. The 13th copy is mine, Mr. Li. A man wearing glasses raised his hand and said with a slightly calmer expression. The 16th copy is mine. Immediately after, a man who looked a little haggard walked up and said. Li Qijin frowned as he looked at these 2 men. Forget it, Shin, take them to the Little Nest music studio first, don't delay, Lee Ki-jin sighed and said. Okay, then let's go quickly. Shin nodded and took the car keys to lead the two away. Okay, let's all disperse. Lee Ki-jin waved his hand feebly and dismissed the crowd. For a moment, the office was quiet. Already departed. Lee Ki-in sent a message to Chen Feng, and after thinking about it, he called the director of the artist department, come over to my office for a moment. A few minutes later, a man pushed the door and walked in. Just 10 minutes ago, Yuani got the news that the results of the selection came out, the two of them, Morning Glory Rain and Yujia. The moment he learned this news, Yuani knew that Lee Ki-jin would definitely find himself. This is not the case, already sitting in Mr. Lee's office. Lee Kairan gazed at the scenery outside the window, and after a while, he turned back to Yuani and asked, how is Yujia recently? Yuani sniffed and sighed. It cannot be said that it is not good, nor is it bad, it is just that over the years, it has always been lukewarm, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to return to the peak. It is also, but in the end, it is our Xingyu that owes him. Lee Kairan said calmly. With these words, Yuani didn't know how to answer. The two fell into silence, and after a long time, Yuani said, if he was chosen by Mr. Xia, maybe everything would be different. Yes. Lee Kairan was also vaguely looking forward to it. Why not him? Yuani thought about it and said tentatively. No, don't do such a stupid thing. Lee Kairan heard the meaning of his words, and immediately dismissed this idea of Yuani. Lee Kairan gazed coldly at Yuani, said in a serious tone, Yuani usually those small fights I will not intervene, but only this teacher Xia you do not get me to provoke to. Yuani, who was thinking about this, saw Lee Kairan's eyes, and his entire body gave a jolt. I understand, don't worry. That little bit of Yuan Yi's mind was suddenly gone. On the surface, Starwood Entertainment had fallen, but Starwood Group was flourishing. In the entertainment industry, who does not know the methods of Lee Ki-jin, once you provoke this old killing god, then the other party will be miserable. Then I will go back to work first. Yuan Yi just wanted to leave this office at the moment. Go. Lee Kairan nodded slightly before picking up his cell phone. Not long after, a luxury car stopped in front of the Nest Music Studio. After Shin parked the car, he took the two of them out in a hurry, entered the office building, and went straight to the 5th floor. Coming out of the elevator, Xin only saw a girl lying on the front desk sleeping, so he called Chen Feng. Cheng Xiaoyu, who was lying on the desktop, heard the movement outside the door and looked up to see 3 people coming to the door. May I ask if you need to rent a recording studio? Cheng Xiaoyu asked politely. Xin, who hadn't gotten through to Mr. Xia, looked at the girl and said, we're here to look for. Suddenly, Shin remembered that he didn't know Mr. Xia's real name. This was something that Mr. Lee hadn't told him about either. Looking for? Cheng Xiaoyu tilted her head and looked at Xin, waiting for his follow-up. As a result, there was no result. Xin could not say that he came to look for Mr. Xia. If he asked this way and something happened, he would not be buried alive by Mr. Lee. After thinking about it, he was ready to call Mr. Lee. The next moment, Mr. Xia's phone called back. Seeing this, Xin quickly connected and whispered, we are already here at the front desk. Good, we'll come right away. Xin nodded his head repeatedly and responded. Hanging up the phone, he asked Cheng Xiaoyu, may I ask where Studio 5 is? Cheng Xiaoyu was curiously sizing up these 3 people. She felt that one looked particularly familiar, but couldn't recall. Seeing the other person open his mouth to find Studio 5, it turned out to be Chen Feng's friend. The end of the corridor on the left, the first room on the left is it. Cheng Xiaoyu said. Xin sniffed, nodded, and led the two of them hurriedly towards recording studio number 5. Arriving at the door and knocking on the door, Xin said to Chen Guanyu who was beside him, you go in first to try out the songs and then go to Yujia. Remember, what to say and what not to say, his old man likes to keep a low profile. Shin admonished. Not long after, the door of the recording studio opened, an older man poked his head out to look at it and asked, are you here first? Morning Glory Rain took a deep breath to ease her nerves and said, yes, teacher. Then come in, the rest wait at the door. Chapter 63 Yujia. When Chen Guanyu entered the recording studio, his entire being was stunned. He had thought that this senior in front of him was Mr. Xia, but there were 4 other such old men in front of him. As for the young man sitting there, Morning Glory Rain automatically ignored it. For a while, Chen Guanyu didn't know who to address as Teacher Xia, and stood uneasily on the side, waiting for the arrangement. A few guys from the West Garden Band gathered around, looking Morning Glory Rain up and down. Just half an hour ago, they had recorded the arrangement, and at this moment, they were all excited inside. They had begged their grandparents for the opportunity to listen to it together live. Morning Glory Rain's entire body was uncomfortable by their look, his little legs were shaking all the time. For better or worse, he was also a second-tier singer, but this time he was actually scared. Well, stop, you want to listen to the quiet on the side sitting, I want to start. At this time, the side of Chen Feng opened his mouth. This is the lyrics, take it to familiarize yourself with it, 15 minutes, start the first trial song. Chen Feng handed him a copy of the lyrics, and then began to debug the equipment. Morning Glory Rain took the lyrics in a daze, sitting on the side and reading them, while his heart was in turmoil. Eventually, 15 minutes passed. Then start, Chen Feng said with a calm face. Morning Glory Rain, who had returned to her senses, turned pale and walked into the room uneasily. Prepare. 3, 2, 1. Chen Feng gestured, and then the accompaniment sounded. The few people from the West Garden Band excitedly looked at the Morning Glory Rain inside with great anticipation. However, the moment Morning Glory Rain's voice sounded, the crowd frowned. Chen Feng did not say a word and listened quietly. After hearing half of it, Chen Feng raised his hand to interrupt Morning Glory Rain's singing, shook his head, and said through the microphone, "Are you not ready?" Morning Glory Rain was in a complicated mood at this time, not knowing what to say. He looked at the young Chen Feng and thought for a moment and said, "Sorry, I just got distracted and didn't memorize some points." Chen Feng sniffed and frowned. It is now 7 o'clock, there is still someone waiting outside, and if it goes well, it is going to be taken to fight the wind and clouds list. If you are not ready, let the next person come in. For the last time, I will give you 10 minutes to regulate your mood. If it doesn't work yet, let the next one come in. When he was in a working state, Chen Feng did not want to waste any time at all. Finishing his work efficiently and qualitatively would allow him to be more comfortable with salting. Under Chen Feng's tone, Morning Glory Rain's entire body felt a bit confused. From the moment he came in, he was in a state of excessive tension. Eventually, during the second round of song auditions, Chen Feng replaced him. Walking out of the recording studio, Morning Glory Rain was dumbfounded. Next, Yang Fei looked at Xin and Yu Jie standing outside. Go. Shin patted Yu Jie. Yu Jie walked in with a calm face. What about you? What's the situation? Why are you gray? Xin frowned and looked at Morning Glory Rain in disbelief. At least is also a second-line singer, although 2 years did not produce a song. This how to come to try the song still messed up and died like a relative. Should be no more. Chen Guanyu laughed bitterly, he had an illusion about his own star. On the other hand, Yu Jie entered the recording studio and was also shocked by so many people. As he sized up the few people from the West Garden Band, the few people from the West Garden Band were also sizing him up. Yang Fei looked at Yu Jie thoughtfully, always feeling that there was something familiar about him, but he couldn't recall. Just about to ask, Chen Feng sitting there interrupted their thoughts. Lyrics, music score to understand, 15 minutes. Chen Feng said, giving Yu Jie the lyrics, the music score, and at the same time explaining to him some of the details of the singing process. Soon, the first recording was about to begin. Yu Jie took a deep breath, his cheeks were a little hot, and his heart seemed to be beating for the first time in a long time. Standing in front of the microphone, Yu Jie looked at the lyrics and sheet music in front of him, his thoughts going back to a certain afternoon. Chen Feng gestured outside, counted down, and began to play the accompaniment. When you say you're leaving, I don't want to wave. Quoting forget you forget me Wang Jia. Love is an empty game after all. Who says the past between us is all in vain? The moment the song started, Chen Feng's gaze was fixed on the expression on the singer's face. Yang Fei's few people glanced at each other and finally remembered who this singer was. Yu Jie. Emerging out of nowhere many years ago, he was so talented that he had gained a large number of fans as soon as his album came out. Such an extremely talented singer should have rocketed to the top, and was even a money tree for the company. But in the end, after less than 2 years, he chose to hide behind the scenes for the sake of a woman, and smashed all his resources to his girlfriend. The result is that his girlfriend is popular, and Yu Jie disappeared in the public's field of vision. Although there were only words, the actual situation, but also the parties themselves to know. Yang Fei, they were quite fond of this kid's songs back then, but they just didn't realize that in the blink of an eye, so much time had passed. If he remembered correctly, Yu Jie was already 35. A singer at 35 couldn't be said to be very old, but he was definitely out of his prime. Yang Fei and the others wanted to say, Yu Jie, you've missed out on the best years of your life. However, when this song came out of Yu Jie's mouth, the entire recording studio was silent, and in the West Garden Band, some people cried. The old guys who were over half 100 years old cried out without any argument. The tears were silent, but Yu Jie's song surrounded their ears. Don't forget I had you and you loved me. When you left me with wounds I didn't want to accept. Love is still a dream in the end. Don't say our worlds are too different. Let's just say you've forgotten me and you're leaving me. Who can tell me if I'm giving too much? Yu Jie's voice was like a vortex pulling at Chen Feng's heart as they felt a gripping pain. Once, it was sung with the effect that Chen Feng wanted. The moment the music stopped, a few guys from the Shiyuan band secretly turned around to wipe their tears. Chen Feng was in a somewhat trance-like mood. It had been a long time, and hearing this song again, he missed those people after a long time. Perhaps there was a heavenly will in the underworld. Whether it was the image or the voice, or perhaps having had similar experiences, Chen Feng knew that he had chosen the right singer. Even when compared to the one from Blue Star, it wasn't even close. Chen Feng looked at the information of the two singers sent by Li Kairan and was a bit surprised that the singer called Yu Jie was already in his 30s. If he had come across him a few years earlier, perhaps the peak of the Blue Star singer could have continued here. There was an illusion of sympathy across time and space. Thinking of this, Chen Feng smiled slightly. After the first time was over and a 10-minute break, Chen Feng exchanged some of the details that should be aggravated and mitigated with Yu Jia, and then prepared to start the formal recording. Before starting, Chen Feng said to Yu Jia in a serious tone, "Commission, 2 to 8, no problem, right? In the end, the money thing cannot be vague." On Yu Jia's side, he could give up to 20% to Yu Jia, and on Pai Luo's side, it was also 20%. When the apprehensive Yu Jia heard this, his inner uneasiness dissipated, and he nodded his head heavily and said, "No problem at all, even if it's free I would love to sing this song." "Free would be excessive, I am not that kind of black-hearted person." Chen Feng waved his hand and said seriously. Soon, the official recording began. This time, Yu Jia's state was better than the first time, singing in near-perfect condition. A song Chen Feng was very satisfied with, "Forget You Forget Me," was completed. By then, it was already 9 o'clock. Chen Feng packaged the recorded file and sent it over to Li Kairan, and the next thing was left to them to toss. When the recording was over, Chen Feng didn't have the heart to stay any longer. Before he left, he did not forget to instruct the few people present about the secrecy of his identity. After all, there were a bit too many who knew him recently. Coming out of the recording studio, Chen Feng saw the two waiting at the entrance, nodded slightly, and left. Not long after, Yu Jia and a few seniors from the West Garden Band walked out of the recording studio. Xin walked forward with a humble face and asked busily, "I wonder which one is Mr. Xia, I wonder if the recording went well." Yang Fei from the West Garden Band looked at Xin, greeted Yu Jia and left with their instruments on their backs. Xin was left in place with an embarrassed face, looking at Yu Jia on the side, looking at the red-eyed Yu Jia, feeling like things weren't going to be bad. "Mr. Xia has already left, the recording is over, the file has been sent to General Manager Li," Yu Jia calmly said. "Ah?" Shin was stunned for a few minutes, came back to his senses and scratched his head. "So who is Mr. Xia?" Morning Glory Rain, who was lost inside, said with a forced smile, "Congratulations, it seems that the proud son of the sky is coming back again." 10 minutes past 9. Li Kairan received the file sent by Chen Feng. He could not listen to it once, and uploaded it straight away, and so on. After registering the busy work, the time was already 9:50. Looking at the remaining last 10 minutes, Li Kairan's palms were sweaty, fortunately caught up. More fortunately, after an hour, Li Qian had a look of fear. If he had listened to it before uploading it, then he would have definitely missed the time. Because after he listened to the song, his whole body was depressed, and he fumed in his office for an hour before he got over it. Chapter 64 Wind and Cloud Ranking. On this night, many people had no desire to sleep. At 11 o'clock in the evening, all the major music platforms released their announcements one after another. For the first time, the songs entered in this year's Wind and Cloud Ranking had exceeded 1,000. Chen Feng glanced at the time. This was the first time he had gone home so late, and it was still because of work. Normally, at this point in time, Chen Feng was playing copies with Yuan Shan in Sanctuary. Tonight, he was much more relaxed. Zhang Meng was in front of the computer playing her copy with full concentration, and from time to time, she even yelled a few words in the voice channel, scolding whoever had a problem with their alignment. Playing the game so wildly, Chen Feng was taken aback. And at this time, a certain room a few rooms away, Yuan Shan heard the voice coming from the headset, and the whole person was stunned. "I said, why is this guy suddenly powerful lately? So this is it." Yuan Shan silently picked up the small notebook at the side and deducted a few points for Chen Feng's DKP. Chen Feng did not know that because Zhang Meng roared on so many voices, he was also deducted DKP, really people lying in the balcony, points unknowingly deducted. Everything is so cozy. Suddenly, Zhang Meng said, "Well, do not fight, the wind and clouds list will soon begin." Just as the crowd was ready to continue attacking the next level, Zhang Meng coldly quit the game. "Ah. I forgot about it if I didn't say it. My wife gave birth, so I'll stop here for tonight, Chairman. I suddenly remembered that I have to wake up early tomorrow, so I'll withdraw first." Eventually, one by one, the members of the team quit the game. After a few minutes, there were just a few people left. Yuan Shan had no choice but to end the night. It was rare for the night to end early. Yuan Shan got up and stretched her muscles, pulled out a cigarette and walked to the balcony, looking into the distance. "Brother, do you have better headphones here?" Zhang Meng frowned and looked at Chen Feng. "More than $100 of headphones are still not good, ah?" Chen Feng said breathlessly. "What is the difference between listening to a song on a $100 headset and dumping garbage into the headset?" Zhang Meng said quietly. "Forget about it." Zhang Meng muttered, and then started refreshing the page, waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive. Chen Feng picked up his cell phone and looked at it. There were still 5 minutes left before 12 o'clock. However, he wasn't interested in getting together. It wouldn't be too late to wait until tomorrow to listen. After thinking about it, Chen Feng got up and walked towards his room. "Good night," Zhang Meng suddenly said. "Go to bed early." Chen Feng froze and said, then closed the door and fell back to sleep. At this point in time, there were barely a few creators, singers, like Chen Feng, who were competing in the competition. This was because at this time, the vast majority of entertainment companies in the country were waiting for the last few minutes to arrive, waiting for the wind and cloud ranking to begin. At this time, the 17 major music platforms had already swiped the screen uninterruptedly. Of the 3 major music feasts in the country, the wind and cloud ranking occupied a seat, so one could see how hot the wind and cloud ranking was. For the Phongyun ranking, people's comments were like hell. Those who could kill out were often the pride of the heavens, and their strength was the best of the best. 1,000 songs was too much for this list. Not many people could listen to 1,000 songs. This meant that the size of the fanbase could determine the rankings in the first few hours. Apart from the singers and creators nervously waiting, more than that, it was the listeners who were in a mood of anticipation. There were countless listeners like Zhang Meng sitting in front of the computer at the moment. Soon, 12 o'clock arrived. In this instant, more than a dozen music platforms felt a huge technical pressure. Countless users poured in, constantly refreshing the page. The first user to refresh the page was around 05. This speed caused listeners to instantly spam the microblogs of these platforms. Fortunately, the speed finally picked up and many users had already refreshed. 1,000 songs, randomly disrupted, in no particular order. It would then start to be sorted according to the number of paid listens. The wind and cloud chart is just so cruel. In addition to the number of paid listens, whether or not the listener had listened to it in its entirety was also one of the criteria measured. The first half hour was the peak time for the singer's fan base. Fans who already had a goal in mind were the first to search for their favorite singers and then pay to listen. Of course, there were also many who were neutralists, listening to whichever sounded good. Right at this moment, Dream Entertainment and Starwood Entertainment released information on Weibo. Dream Entertainment's official website and Weibo successively released announcements. Teacher Xia's new song later joined hands with Girl Next Door Perlo to participate in the Wind and Cloud ranking. Later we finally understand, but you're long gone. And Xingyu Entertainment's official website and microblog also released an announcement. The proud son of the sky, Yu Jie, joined hands with Miss Xia's new song Forget You Forget Me to log in the Wind and Clouds list, who said our past is as far as we can go. The announcements from the top 5 domestic Dream Entertainment and veteran giant Staryu Entertainment were like deep water bombs. While everyone was paying attention to the wind and cloud chart, the news from these two companies caused a huge uproar a few minutes later. Even the organizers, the major music platforms, hadn't anticipated that Staryu Entertainment and Fantasy Entertainment would pull away some of the traffic at this time. Immediately afterward, something bizarre happened. The traffic monitors of the major platforms watched as the portion of traffic that had withdrawn poured back in after just a few minutes, and then the hot search list changed. The original new songs of several heavenly kings and queens dominated the hot search list, and now they were suddenly quickly topped by Later and Forget About You Forget About Me. This phenomenon was a miracle. At this time, October 1st at 1 a.m., the first hour of the Phongyun ranking began. In this hour, the general ordering of the Phongyun ranking was basically finalized. The top 100 were basically the new songs of the major entertainment companies' headliners and first-tier singers, and there were very few cases of second-tier singers in the top 100. Among them, Yan Shui of Guangqing May Entertainment barely squeezed in, surprising many people. Yan Shui, who was only newly promoted to a first-tier singer last month, was considered to have a relatively loyal fan base. And the rest were basically veteran singers. Just when everyone thought that there was basically no change in this ranking, 500 places away, 2 songs were as good as open. 10 million fans blogger Ninet's song list, This Song Is Not Red, God Will Not Forgive, This Month Only Push Later, Who Come to Me Does Not Work. 8 million fans blogger Don See You, Treasure Newcomers, To Go Against the Sky, Per Luo Later everyone quickly go to listen to it. 6 million fans blogger Don Sleep, Cry Me to Death, You Just Forget You Forget Me, Tear Collapse, Love Is Really Not a Thing. 30 million fans blogger over half 100 years, I declare, You Just Forget You Forget Me from now on is my main push song, my homepage only hang this song, damn, reminds me of love. Who would have thought that these bloggers who are active in all the major platforms would unanimously promote Later and Forget You Forget Me at this moment? These two very different styles of songs, in just half an hour, madly harvested the tears of the listeners. Late at night in Guangqing, Haidu, Yanjing, and Yucheng. Many people were either still working overtime, or on their way from work, or were lying on the sofa and bed in exhaustion because of the rare Friday night. Music became their spiritual food. They wore headphones and quietly listened to the music coming from the headphones, and no one thought that they would suddenly burst into tears. Li Luoers later rattled the memories of when they were young and foolish. And You Just Forget You Forget Me, but it seems to be talking about their unwillingness to love things, and how easy it will be to say does not exist on the non-existence. Each point in the listener, in this night, only feel what is blocked in the heart, hard to let go. 65 chapter Phantom Entertainment okay? The Wind and Clouds list was intense, like a silent smoke war. Some people stayed up until the middle of the night and eventually slept with disappointment. Some people, who had a sleepless night, bought a ticket to go and recover their memories at dawn. Guangqing, the sky is slightly bright. Yuan Shan yawned, extinguished the last cigarette, got up and walked towards her room. Looking at the photo placed on the bedside, Yuan Shan remembered some past events, sitting on the bed in a daze, smiled to herself and slowly fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already 12 noon. Chen Feng looked at his cell phone and ignored the dense messages, not realizing that he woke up so late today. Getting up and coming to the hall, Zhang Meng was still huffing and puffing. After simply washing up, Chen Feng went downstairs to the supermarket to buy some lunch pastries and slowly walked towards home. Li Kairan's phone call came through at this time. "What's the matter?" Chen Feng answered the phone and asked breathlessly. "You sound tired?" Li Kairan was full of joy, but after hearing Chen Feng's tone, he swallowed his words. "Change you sleep until 12 noon is also tired," Chen Feng said. Li Kairan suddenly felt that in the future, it is better to look for Chen Feng less to report good news, otherwise even the biggest happy events are tasteless. "Have you seen the wind and clouds list?" Li Kairan asked uncertainly. Logically speaking, he would definitely have looked at it. But listening to this tone, it didn't seem like he had read it at all. As expected, the next moment, Chen Feng said in a calm tone, "Not yet, did you get any good results? It is better for you to look at it yourself later. I will eat first, I am afraid that I will not be able to eat later," Li Kairan said in a moment of silence. Chen Feng was confused by his headless words, and after hanging up the phone, he opened the message. Only to see that from last night to now, there were a dozen messages from Li Kairan's, a dozen messages from Kana, a dozen messages from Perlo, and a dozen messages from Yu Jia, Li Fei, and Zhou Qi, Wang Xan, and others. All of them were awesome Gene class. Chen Feng ignored these messages and only looked at the keywords. In the end, Chen Feng sort of understood why Li Kairan and the others had called so many times. More than 1,000 songs on the Fengyun list. Later currently ranked 7. Forget You Forget Me currently ranked 9th. Hiss. This was a big deal. Chen Feng immediately opened the commonly used music platform. This time, the wind and cloud ranking was a data link-up of 17 music platforms. As soon as he entered the app, the page of the Fengyun ranking popped up. Chen Feng clicked in to take a look, and the 2 songs he created could be scanned at a glance. It was just that the ranking had changed again at the moment. Later on, it rushed up to the 6th, Forget You Forget I rushed up to the 7th. More than the rankings, what shocked Chen Feng was the data. When the rookie competition, Wang Xian's winning data, Chen Feng felt that it was horrible, but now that he looked at it like this, it was still a small pattern. The top of the Fengyun ranking was currently a song named Lu Yufeng, with paid subscription data reaching 30 million. This was only the first day. Even though the first day was the peak of the data outburst, the subsequent power-ups would definitely not be any lower. The later subscription data was over 15 million. Forget You Forget Me's subscription data was over 12 million. This meant that the paid revenue reached tens of millions. After deducting the platforms, as well as the companies and singers' side, and then after taxes, what Chen Feng could get his hands on was also a considerable amount of income. Beautiful. Chen Feng felt that his days were getting more and more promising. The villa at home he has paid in full, Dad and Mom also gave them $1 million last month. Right now he still has more than $5 million on him, and this month there is also the income from Wang Xian's 2 songs. Chen Feng suddenly felt that his income as a porter was really unceasing. The further down the line, as he wrote more and more songs, it meant that his copyright income would also increase, a thin stream. Oh, no! This should be a long flow of rough water. Chen Feng sighed. Returning to his place, Chen Feng woke up Zhang Meng and put his lunch on the table, then after a long time, he put on his headphones, intending to listen to the songs of this world. Although the charts did not necessarily accurately reflect the quality of the songs, they were not far off. Chen Feng listened directly from the top of the chart. The first song was Lu Yufeng's Voice of the King. It was an ancient style, and as Lu Yufeng's song rang out, Chen Feng lay on the lazy chair on the balcony quietly listening. A few minutes later, after listening to the song, Chen Feng secretly marveled inwardly, it was really a good song. Whether from the accompaniment or lyrics, or the singer's voice, are impeccable, belongs to a classic. This top of the charts is also considered to be a real thing. For the first time, Chen Feng felt that he had a long way to go as a porter. On this song of the King's Voice, at present, Per Luer and Yu Jia, I'm afraid there is no fan base, is really a bit hanging. Songs can be said to be not comparable, but Lu Yufeng is a popular idol singer. Already half a step into the ranks of superstars. Chen Feng's heart immediately had a bottom. This time the wind and clouds list, Per Luer and Yu Jia cannot win the championship, depending on luck. Immediately after, Chen Feng continued to listen along. He kept hearing Per Luer's later and stopped. As for the songs behind Forget You Forget Me, Chen Feng didn't have the heart to listen on. After listening to the first 5 songs, Chen Feng also knew where Per Luer and Yu Jia could go. The top 5 definitely didn't run. Judging from the audience, Per Luer's would probably be in the 2nd and 3rd place later on. Mainly the 2nd place Zhang Jia's might as well be somewhat similar to Per Luer's later in terms of style. And this little diva has a large number of fans, which is something that Per Luer is currently incomparable to. After a long time, Chen Feng took off his headphones, threw his cell phone aside, and lazily lay down. At this moment, Chen Feng was vaguely excited inside. If this world civic entertainment was not in decline, Chen Feng would instead feel that it was not very interesting, but now, this blooming world had made Chen Feng come to his senses. It was difficult for Chen Feng to predict what kind of chemical reaction would eventually arise from the collision of the two worlds civic entertainment. In the midst of the silent tussle, on this day, of the only a few people who became the center of attention, Summertime with Rain was one of them. I'm afraid the liquidated damages that a certain company complacently got don't smell good right now. Phantom Entertainment is crying in the toilet. Is Phantom Entertainment okay? While listeners, fans wrestle, the major entertainment companies are also secretly fighting each other. Among them, Phantom Entertainment cried miserably. Because of the parting of ways with Mr. Xia, it led to the departure of Li Fei, Zhou Qi, and Wang Xian, and then the wind and cloud charts couldn't even get into the top 100. Guangqing, one of the three masters, in the dead for many years to rejuvenate the new opportunity, but only a few months. You can't see the next door to the United States entertainment at least have a few singers killed into the top 100. Many of my peers have unconsciously flirted with Phantom Entertainment. Phantom Entertainment Mansion, at this time sitting in the conference room of a few executives, face like ashes, hate to itchy teeth. Refusing to write songs for other singers while in our illusory entertainment, but willing to write songs for people from Star U and Fantasy Entertainment, it's really vicious. I really can't endure this. How about we expose him? Several executives were discussing the current state of affairs. Since he wants to be invisible, then we'll be partial to exposing him, so that he won't be able to rest in peace every day. Several people agreed on the idea and immediately plotted, preparing how to expose Chen Feng, also known as Xia Shi Yu, so that those entertainment companies would go and pester him every day. Chapter 66 Exposure. At this feast, the appearance of Li Luo and Yu Jie was something that everyone did not expect. The crowd had previously been guessing whether it would be Li Fei or Zhou Qi, or Wang Xian, who was still carrying the aura of the rookie competition. But absolutely no one expected it to be Perlo and Yu Jie. One was a pure newcomer, and the other was an old singer who had gone out of fashion. It was these two people who were particularly eye-catching at the moment, making many people look very unhappy. The top 10 slots of the Wind and Cloud ranking A position that could be seen at a glance when entering the page, but it was inexplicably occupied by two people, and those singers who ranked behind the Later and Forget You Forget Me songs hated itching their teeth. After all, this list was too cruel. The entire Wind and Clouds list is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, the first 10 days there is only a total list, pull the end are required to pull a long time. Those singers who aspired to shine if they were gold were simply delusional. Even though some song-pushing bloggers and listeners will jump at the chance to find a song, very few will be killed off as a result. For singers outside the top 100, the second stage was their main battlefield. In the second stage, the overall chart will begin to split, categorizing songs with tags, and then split into multiple charts, each showing only the top 100. This was the opportunity to sprint in the second stage and split the listeners. So in the first stage many people pressed on, waiting for the second stage of the sprint. As for the third stage, the vast majority of singers were already ineligible to participate in it. The third stage would take the top 10 of each category and compete in a classification contest to select the Hot Guys category of the year. This is the most intense stage, often the golden song will also appear in this stage. The entire entertainment circle was a bit surprised. After calming down, many companies smelled the reason and began to take out their cell phones to contact acquaintances of Dream Entertainment or Starry Entertainment. This time, Xia Shi Yu wrote songs for singers from Dream Entertainment and Xingyu Entertainment, which meant that this mysterious Big Brother's way of writing songs had become diversified. They did not seek to recognize Xia Shi Yu, but sought the opportunity to make a song date. Seeing that he was at the center of the vortex, Chen Feng frowned, feeling that things were becoming troublesome. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. From the looks of it, one would have to push someone in the foreground in order to draw all the trouble to this person, or at least not harass himself. There seems to be one. Chen Feng turned back to look at Zhang Meng, who was listening to a song, and looked her up and down. Zhang Meng, who was discussing the songs of this Wind and Cloud chart intensely with her singing friends, suddenly felt a chill at her back. Sensing Chen Feng's afterglow, Zhang Meng moved her body. No, it's too small. Chen Feng muttered, retracting his gaze and taking another look to see if there were any more suitable ones. Just as Chen Feng was pondering how to find a body double to help him stay out of trouble, another death bomb was dropped on the internet. At first, there was little reaction to this bomb. The Wind and Cloud ranking was fighting with vigor, and the tired media withdrew from the battlefield, about to take a break, when suddenly and immediately, someone noticed a message that had been aired. For a moment, many people clicked over. Because it was an announcement made by Mirage Entertainment, and Mirage Entertainment was on the cusp of the storm at the moment, they were still interested in it and went to take a look. In the next moment, these media people were shaken to the core by this news released by Illusory Entertainment. The people who had slowed down immediately retweeted the article. In today's entertainment industry, spreading a matter could sweep the entire circle in just a few minutes. Chen Feng, who was out at a restaurant with Zhang Meng, received a call from Kana. Chen Feng looked at the incoming call and thought he was going to report another good news. I'll take the call, Chen Feng said to Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng was grabbing a few skewers in each hand and didn't have time to respond to Chen Feng, so she could only nod her head. Just like a starving ghost. Chen Feng gave her a blank look and got up to walk towards the door. Walking to the door, Chen Feng pressed answer, and just as the phone was placed next to his ear, Kana's anxious words came from the other end of the phone. Have you looked at Weibo yet? Kana asked. No, what's wrong? Chen Feng felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. You've been blown up by the people from Mirage Entertainment. Kana was silent for a moment and said. What? Chen Feng was holding his cell phone with his shoulder, preparing to smoke a cigarette out and light it up. This gang of grandsons. How Chen Feng did not expect this gang of grandchildren will expose him at this time. They are still psychologically prepared at this time. You wait a moment, wait for me to see. Chen Feng hung up the phone, and as a result, the next second, Li Kairan's phone also called in. Chen Feng did not answer it, but instead opened Weibo. As soon as he entered Weibo, on the hot search list, his name was very prominent. The true face of Mr. Xia. There was Rain in the Summertime, formerly known as Chen Feng, working in the creative department of Illusion Entertainment and had written songs for Yin Shui of American Entertainment. Who is Chen Feng? Chen Feng's live picture at the rookie competition. The entire hot search of 20 pieces of information. Summertime has Rain, Chen Feng, later, Forget You Forget Me took up more than a dozen. Chen Feng casually clicked into one and realized that there were pictures of himself underneath each tweet. The key, he mothered, these photos are also taken thieves ugly. Either he is sleeping, or playing games, and even a photo of himself picking his feet. At this moment, Chen Feng's face was black. Phantom Entertainment, this bunch of stuff in this node whole live, is really will play. Da! Li Kairan's phone call came in again. Chen Feng sighed and picked up. Little Feng, have you been screwed by Phantom Entertainment? Li Kairan will be very painful. I did not expect this gang of Illusion Entertainment to be so good at playing. What do you think, is there a way to block it off? Chen Feng asked. This situation, the god of heaven cannot block off. Li Qiyan on the other end of the phone thought for a moment and said, in fact, this seems to be a great thing for you. Before making this call, Li Kairan was still wondering if Chen Feng would be happy. This time, the wind and cloud ranking, the god of song and the god of lyrics had all come out, but in terms of popularity, who was better than Chen Feng? Even Li Luor and Yu Jia had to take a slight back seat first. Anyone else would have been thrilled and overwhelmed. But Chen Feng was really something else. If I want to be famous, do I still need to be so afraid? Chen Feng feels that this little old man has a little problem, likes to move to test others. It's all a fault of staying in the position of manager for a long time. Originally, I happened to think about this problem during the day today, and I was prepared to find someone to transition in front of me for a while, but I didn't expect to be exposed first so soon. Chen Feng felt somewhat passive at this time. You want to find a double? Li Kairan had a flash of light in his mind and said, I really do have a guy like that, do you want one? Chen Feng's words made Li Kairan instantly excited. Take over, don't do anything, I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. This guy on my side, if he knew he could be your double, I am afraid he would jump for joy. Li Qian felt that he was really lucky. No, another oddball could be sent out. Chen Feng felt strange in his heart as he listened to Li Kairan's tone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng sent a message to Kana that everything would stay put for now and wait for tomorrow. This kebab, Chen Feng was eating it sitting down. Finally, when Zhang Meng was full, Chen Feng pulled her back to his residence immediately. On the way, Chen Feng's phone rang non-stop. Li Fei's phone calls, Chen Feng would return a message, instructing them not to keep it on the line, and in addition to Li Fei's phone calls, there were dozens of other people's phone calls. Yan Shui's, Mo Guanlan's, Wang Jing, Zhang Yan and others. Even Li Yan's and some of his former colleagues' calls came through, and then there were a bunch of calls from classmates that he didn't recognize and hadn't said a few words on a regular basis. In the end, Chen Feng simply turned his phone off. This time, it was a real panic. The thought of the future every day by the paparazzi, by the agent what pestered, Chen Feng panicked very much. As a behind-the-scenes creator, he naturally knew that he could not hide for long, but at least not now. Chapter 67, Li Qian is happy. This night was hard. It wasn't just Chen Feng, but many others as well. For the listeners, Mr. Xia was a handsome man, what a scent. For the other peers, Mr. Xia was so young that they were somewhat skeptical if this was a smoke bomb put out by Illusion Entertainment. However, no one was more upset than those who knew Chen Feng. To make them believe that Chen Feng was Xia Shiyuyu, it was really quite a hard thing to accept. After all, it was unrealistic to be so bullish all of a sudden. What the others thought, Chen Feng didn't care. Right now, he was explaining to Zhang Meng that he wasn't Xia Shiyuyu. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Zhang Meng was like a tigress, lying on Chen Feng's back and strangling his neck. If I am Xia Shiyuyu, do I still live here? I would have lived in a villa a long time ago. Chen Feng was helpless and explained several times. Think about it, I either play games or sleep every day. Do you want this kind of Xia teacher? However, I really was an employee of Phantom Entertainment before. This is not false. My father should have said to you, Zhang Meng sniffed, thought about it, and loosened his hand, as if Uncle Chen really said it. I overlooked it. Chen Feng works in an entertainment company in the square. There is indeed such a thing. Then you really wrote a song for that Yen Shui? Zhang Meng looked at Chen Feng with some surprise. By this time, she had already believed that Chen Feng was not Xiaoshi Yaoyu. After all, she had been with Chen Feng recently, and Xiaoshi Yaoyu or something was just strange talk. Aye, this is true. Chen Feng was silent for a moment, not pulling away on this matter. After all, Yen Shui that, I'm afraid it won't be long before she's interviewed. Yen Shui will not say out that they used to be a couple. This estimate is unlikely, but do not have to think about it, will certainly suspect themselves. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt a bit of a headache. This situation was like a mediocre salaryman who had won $10 million and wanted to keep a low profile to maintain his life, and then the lottery station announced him all at once. Wang Jing? Obviously it wouldn't have been her and Zhang Yan who organized it, so it was only those at the top. The top management of Phantom Entertainment, in fact, knew about him so late. It was Wang Jing and Zhang Yan. This night was torturous. Chen Feng smoked cigarette after cigarette. Eventually, Chen Feng suddenly figured out that it didn't seem like much of a big deal, right? Thinking of this, he turned his cell phone on. As soon as he turned on the phone, a dense number of messages popped up. Those who were not familiar and did not recognize Chen Feng did not look at all. Li Fei and Zhou Qi, they also sent quite a few messages. Now there are quite a few people who have found them begging for confirmation of the authenticity of the matter of Chen Feng being the one who was rain in the summertime. However, none of them replied back, remaining silent. Then Wang Jing's message. Chen Feng only saw the last one. Wang Jing had resigned from Illusion Entertainment. Regarding this matter, Chen Feng did not feel surprised. This had all been foreshadowed long ago. Instead, Yen Shui had sent many messages. Chen Feng clicked on the chat box, and dozens of messages popped up. The one who was most shocked by the fact that he was summertime with rain was Yen Shui, wasn't it? Chen Feng pondered that Yen Shui was probably afraid that she wouldn't be able to sleep. In fact, after Chen Feng's message spread, Yen Shui really couldn't sleep. At more than 3 in the morning, in the dead of night, in a certain luxurious neighborhood in Guangzhou City, Yen Shui looked at her cell phone dumbfounded. She had sent many messages to Chen Feng today and called him many times. But the opposite side of the phone had long been turned off. Yen Shui was in deep thought, having known each other for so many years, and now someone was saying that he was summertime with rain? This beat to death and was not willing to believe. If Chen Feng was Xiaoshi Yaoyu, then after writing a song to her in the first place and then held back for 3 or 4 years, was it possible? This was clearly impossible. Chen Feng is what kind of a person? Yen Shui is more clear than anyone else, because in those years of youth, Chen Feng put all his heart on her. Although from very early on, she herself rarely looked for him, but whether Chen Feng had rain in the summertime or not, this point Yen Shui did not think that she would not be able to see it. Quite a few people had contacted her tonight, and Yen Shui had vetoed the matter. But she herself was somewhat unable to deny it. Must personally ask Chen Feng, only then would she believe if this was true or not. This night, the white moon was in the sky. The next day when she woke up, it was already afternoon. Zhang Mang woke up Chen Feng, then began to clean up the house. In a few days she would be going to school. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Mang, who was busy, and looked at the time. He had to deal with this matter of his own as soon as possible. Then there was also Zhang Meng's matter. Just as he thought about this, Li Kairan's phone call came. Xiao Feng, I had my assistant go pick you up. Your double and I are waiting for you. Li Kairan said. Trouble you, Mr. Li, I owe you a favor. Even if it wasn't dealt with in the end, Chen Feng was still grateful for Li Kairan's help. After washing up, Chen Feng took out a few $100s in cash from his pocket and put it on the table, and after talking to Zhang Meng, he went out. Half an hour later, Li Kairan's assistant drove up. Seeing Chen Feng again, Xin Du still had a hard time believing that this was really Mr. Xia. Last time when he asked Yu Jia, he all thought Yu Jia was joking. Get in the car, Mr. Xia, this would be the perfect time to take care of things. Xin returned to his professionalism at work. Chen Feng nodded, got in the car, and headed towards the suburbs. At this moment, Li Kairan was sitting with a fat man in the villa courtyard drinking tea. Today was really a good day. Li Kairan secretly marveled inwardly, and had to say that spending these tens of millions of dollars was so worth it. Not only did he bring back Yu Jie, who had been swinging for years, but he was also able to solve another hot potato in the company. Come on, drink more, this is from the ancient town to get the ancient tea. Li Kairan poured tea for the fat man in front of him. After drinking several cups in a row, Lu Wen was a bit flustered. Mr. Li, if you have something to say, just say it, I'm not comfortable with you. Lu Wen said with a bitter face. Li Kairan sniffed, slate face, said, what words? I invited my good employees to drink tea, what's wrong? You've done a great job for our company. Although these years like a salted fish, every day is playing games, picking up girls, writing songs, this thing deserted for a long time. But, I still remember you're good, cannot chill your heart off. Although the decline of Star Entertainment and your decadence has a little bit to do with, but I think it's nothing. How can a mere company compare to the importance of you in my heart? Li Kairen was saying one sentence after another, every sentence reciting your goodness, every sentence was about wanting to get you killed. Lu Wen listened to a little weak legs. I had heard that Li Qian is from a certain society, it is not going to sink the sea for him, right? I think back, I recently had plans to release a song. Lu Wen changed like a face, patted his chest and said, Don't! Don't! When Li Qijin heard this, he was dumbfounded and hurriedly stopped Lu Wen from doing something stupid. I called you over today, is going to arrange a good job for you. This job, you do not have to do anything, and then also can be famous. Is it good? Li Jiren said with a smile on his face. There is such a good thing? Lu Wen heard, muttered in a small voice, little cute. I don't believe it. Qi Jin Li. Waiting for you to believe, and then wait, Xin will come over later, you will know how much good things waiting for you. Li Kairen said smilingly. Chen Feng is still on the road at the moment, is looking for Li Kairen will get him what a good way, the phone rang again. Blocking the phone calls that he didn't recognize, nowadays the ones that call are basically the ones that he has had contact with. Chen Feng took out the phone from his pocket and frowned when he saw that it was Yen Shue's call, this woman had been looking for him recently. After thinking about it, Chen Feng directly hung up. Unexpectedly, precisely because of this action, Yen Shui instantly began to bombard with the usual frequency. Again, there were messages and phone calls. In the end, Chen Feng was made impatient by her, so he simply picked up and said clearly to avoid being pestered all the time. Chapter 68, Demigod Lu Wen. No one can be found without a trace. Chen Feng was well aware of this. In his previous life at Blue Star, none of the people he had stepped on were simple. A person's strength and future potential was predictable. You could suddenly be bullish, but it was impossible to say that you were suddenly so bullish that you couldn't see the end of it. This wasn't a fictional protagonist. Of course, Chen Feng was an exception. The setting sun was slowly lengthening, and Yen Shui on the other end of the phone nearly hung up the call. She was stunned, and hurriedly put the phone to her ear, and asked in a hurry, why haven't you answered my calls in the last 2 days? Chen Feng sniffed and looked at the name of the call, it's Yen Shui, I didn't answer it wrong. This woman coldly said such a sentence, Chen Feng almost had an illusion. You manage too much, right? Chen Feng's tone was cold. Yen Shui had thought that Chen Feng would explain something, but did not expect Chen Feng to have such a cold tone. She was silent for a moment and said, I will only ask one thing, just ask you to tell the truth, otherwise I can assume that together that will be your constant defense against me, right? Are you summertime with rain? Yen Shui held her mind at the moment and waited for Chen Feng to answer. You are retarded, right? Chen Feng breathlessly sprayed a sentence, if I were Xiaoshi Yu, I would enter your company, every day to write songs for others, but not for you. This brain of yours, nowadays, like those media, is amusing? Chen Feng said with displeasure. Xin, who was driving the car, looked at Chen Feng in the glasses and thought to himself that Mr. Xia is really a cow. This acting skill, it's a pity not to be an actor. Just this tone, Xin himself this would doubt if he was really Xia Shiyu. Yen Shui was dumbfounded by Chen Feng's words. She frowned, the lump in her heart never letting go. Why could she not be sure when she herself thought it was impossible? Aside from the song that Chen Feng had written when he went into Mirage Entertainment, he really couldn't listen to the songs behind him. It could be said that that was when Chen Feng was at his peak. What did Phantom Entertainment's side say? Yen Shui asked. Chen Feng sneered, this will be in the news later, you can see for yourself then. Also, don't call me if you're fine, diaphragm, affect my mood, know it? Chen Feng said, then hung up the phone. Yen Shui incredulously looked at the hung up call, holding a bellyful of gas. Pissed off, and in school that will be compared, really bad. Chen Feng rubbed his brow, only hoping that Li Kairen that there was some good way. In fact, what he wanted was not a stand-in, but a temporary transition stand-in. Not long after, the car slowly drove into a villa area, eventually stopping at the entrance of a villa halfway up the hill. At this time, Lu Wen and Li Kairen were standing at the door. Lu Wen saw this and came over to look hard at the inside of the car window. Chen Feng, who was about to get out of the car, saw this fat face. It was funny enough. The next moment, Chen Feng rolled down the window. What to look at, how to see her so handsome? Chen Feng said with a calm face. You. Lu Wen looked at Chen Feng, who came down from the car, and the expression on his face suddenly became very complicated. There is rain in the summertime? Lu Wen gazed at Li Kairen and asked him for confirmation. Li Kairen laughed and said, come in and talk about it, it's still a long time. You really have rain in the summertime? Lu Wen was a little shocked. He did not expect that the one he was going to meet today was Xiaoshi Yu. Lu Wen felt that there was some sense of sympathy between them even if they didn't know each other. Should I be? Chen Feng laughed. Now yes, not after today. Li Kairen said after a pause. After the four of them took their seats, the butler at the side poured tea for Chen Feng and Xin. Li Kairen picked up the cup of tea and sipped it, sighing, this tea, but it is a good thing, is too little. There are only 17 pounds per year, and each person can only bid for 1 pound, really can't understand. Why do you think those guys just think this stuff is good? Li Kairen was puzzled. Chen Feng picked up and took a sip, frowned, and said, too bitter. He wasn't a big fan of tea, sweet or bitter both felt like there was no difference in taste. Hey, right, I also feel too bitter. Lu Wen sniffed and nodded repeatedly. Sure enough, he and Chen Feng were very similar. Li Kairan laughed and drank a few cups one after another before opening his mouth to say the business of the day. Have you heard of Lu Wen? Li Kairan asked Chen Feng. Lu Wen sniffed and also looked at Chen Feng curiously, expecting that Chen Feng would recognize him. Don't know him, is he very famous? Chen Feng shook his head. Lu Wen expressed his hurt. Even though he hadn't written a song in 4 years ago, that was a creator who had taken half a step into the level of a great god. Haven't you heard the song Dawn? Lu Wen asked. Chen Feng thought about it and shook his head. Never heard of it, who sang it? Then what if you think? Lu Wen felt that this should always have heard it. This song, back then, was very hot on campus. Chen Feng frowned, thinking, is this fat man not very bullish, he should have heard his song? Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare to say that he had heard those songs personally. Lu Wen also thought the same way. Even though he had been brilliant back then, it wasn't that he should have heard of them, but Chen Feng was the creator. He was a member of the circle, so it would be too much if he hadn't heard of it. Looking at Chen Feng shaking his head, Lu Wen looked frustrated, it seemed like he had been away for too long. Seeing this, Li Kairan on the side had a fruitful expression on his face. Well, not to beat around the bush, let me tell you about this guy, don't look at him nowadays without a creator's look, back then it was almost a god. It was an achievement in both composition and lyrics. I believe you also know that in this circle, if you are a good composer, you can become a god of music, and if you are a good lyricist, you can become a god of lyrics. The only way to be called a god is to be at the top of your game in both composition and lyrics. And Lu Wen was half a step short back then, and was known as demigod Lu Wen. Li Kairan sighed and felt it was too bad. In these few years, he was either playing games, picking up girls, and running to the island all year round to chase after some anime voice actor. I don't think he can be saved. It can be said that Starry Night set sail because of him and Yu Jie, but it also fell because of the two of them. Over the years, although Starwood Entertainment still has a breath of fresh air, but peers know that this breath because of the existence of the Starwood Group. So Lee Ki-jin is both love and hate, these two guys are proper oddballs off. One could have walked onto the stage of the Heavenly Kings, and the other could have had the chance to become a great god in the creative world. But, both of them gave up before and after. When Chen Feng heard this, he immediately looked at Lu Wen incredulously, this fatty was so bullish? Lu Wen scratched his head awkwardly and said, voice actors are the cutest women in this world. At this moment, Chen Feng reacted to what Li Kairan wanted. Indeed, if Lu Wen was willing to cooperate, then he himself would be able to at least spend a period of time in the future in peace. Just would Lu Wen cooperate? Since he had abandoned his former glory, how would he be willing to hang on to his name to attract trouble? Thinking of this, Chen Feng gazed at Li Kairan. Li Kairan smiled slightly and opened his mouth. Lu Wen, would you be willing to help Chen Feng temporarily cover this name? Ah. Lu Wen was instantly stunned, looking at Li Kairan in disbelief. Chapter 69 someone. Lu Wen opened his mouth and was about to say something, when Li Kairan directly raised his hand and interrupted him. This guy, refusing to pester is very good, and in those years, was to write songs for whoever he saw as pretty. Writing songs depends on the face value, depends on the mood, you know not. Lu Wen also hangs the title in Tsinghua University, is your outstanding senior. Li Kairan said to Chen Feng. Lu Wen, you are the chosen son. Li Kairan looked at Lu Wen with a smile. Lu Wen was really surprised. Dare we all sit here drinking tea and chatting? In the end it was to make himself become Xiaoshi Yu. No, Mr. Li, I have my own pen name. Lu Wen thought it was better to refuse. It doesn't matter. Shin, who was at the side, interjected, placing the tablet in his hand on the desktop. This is your search volume over the years, starting in January this year as of today, only a few tens of thousands of searches. I've roughly looked at it, and there's probably a portion of renaming. Chen Feng lowered his head and pondered. He suddenly realized that this person, Li Kairan, was really not simple. From the time he received the call yesterday, to the time he thought of Lu Wen, it was only a few minutes. Then, now the entire process Li Kairan had a plan. Looking at Lu Wen who was hesitating, Li Kairan drank a mouthful of tea and slowly said, picking up girls requires capital, and even more so requires identity. You these years, playing games or not, go to the island to pick up voice actors or not, it is starting to become difficult, right? Past fame has been so dismal, if you now appear in the top of the summertime with the name of Rain, those girls still need you to chase? Li Ki-jin said laughingly. Lu Wen didn't want to write songs, but still liked to take the name demigod Lu Wen to go out and sneak around outside. From the information given by Shen, Li Kairan also knows that he likes to call himself demigod Lu someone. In the earlier years, Lu Wen was a fish out of water in the flower world, and that was because of his status of nearly becoming a great god, but now that he hadn't written any songs for so many years, many women naturally wouldn't be so easy for Lu Wen to pick up. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a substantial copyright share income every year, Lu Wen estimated that it would be a struggle to pick up a college student. Why did Lu Wen quit the creative circle? Li Kairan also roughly figured out over the years, when it was too radical, consumed too much potential in advance. The first song he created on his debut was a hit, and then 4 or 5 songs in a row showed a strong dominance. Once the opening is the peak, it is too easy to encounter bottlenecks. Thinking of this, Li Kairan looked at Chen Feng, wondering if Chen Feng would also encounter this kind of problem. How could Chen Feng not see what Li Kairan was thinking? Lu Wen's problem could be guessed with a little bit of speculation, standing too high in the beginning, followed by a downward spiral. The best way to come down safely was to shift positions. Lu Wen was shaking inside. These years of eating copyrights, he really does not worry, but the so-called demigod Lu Wen has also long since fallen. Nowadays he picks up girls by smashing money, more or less unattractive. Lu Wen recognized himself as a flirt, and the women around him changed one by one, but that was all at the peak. Last month, he was in the island. Inviting a voice actor to dinner is difficult. Identity is important. Li Kairan looked at Lu Wen and said at the right time, "You just temporarily divert the attention of the public, and then cooperate to accept an interview. I will handle the next." When Xiaoshu you this identity on your head, you are still you, want to do whatever you want to do, but I think the island's group of voice actors will take the initiative to look for you to eat it. Is it that simple? Lu Wen was a bit surprised. Otherwise? Li Qijin said, "You retired from the circle back then, isn't it that simple?" He. Lu Wen scratched his head in embarrassment. These past events are really embarrassing. And many people in the circle are not cuties. After a long time will definitely notice that there is rain in the summertime in person, that is, Chen Feng. Li Kairan is well aware of some of the twists and turns in this. In response, Chen Feng also understood that right now, what he wanted to do was to delay his exposure for a bit. As for the future, as he put out more and more songs, and Lu Wen's side would inevitably and naturally reveal himself, but that was already a future matter. For now, borrowing Lu Wen to temporarily hide his identity for a bit and let this matter fade away. But in the future, you cannot just mess with women in the country. How you come in the island, I do not care. Chen Feng solemnly said. That of course, nowadays these guys in the country I do not like, I am pursuing true love. Lu Wen said righteously. You say, how to hole, I have to do something? After realizing the benefits, Lu Wen couldn't wait for this to be dealt with quickly, and then he went back to the island to live happily ever after. Li Kairan smiled, satisfied with his operation, and said, you send a selfie video tonight, say a few words, and then Li Fei and the others will cooperate with you. This is easy, Lu, love to do this. Lu Wen said. Next, Li Kairan went over the entire process, which included Li Fei and their sayings, and even Chen Feng's sayings. After a series of operations, Chen Feng was surprised by this showbiz diversionary tactic of Li Kairan. To be able to mix in this circle to this point, the 36 stratagems were all well versed. Fortunately, the two were now standing together. Detective Xin, who was on the side, also sighed repeatedly, Mr. Li deserves to be Mr. Li. He single-handedly created the Starwood Group and had also nearly brought Starwood Entertainment into the top 5 in the country. This look is the treasure sword has not aged. At more than 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen Feng left from Li Jiren's villa. When he returned home, Zhang Meng was helping Chen Feng with his copies. Seeing Chen Feng return, Zhang Meng said, just now, that landlord beauty came to look for you. Yuan Shan? Chen Feng looked at the time. What was she doing looking for herself so late in the evening? So he opened his cell phone and looked at the messages. Yuan Shan looking for himself, most likely also the summertime there is rain thing. It's a fake. Chen Feng replied to Yuan Shan. Oh, got it. Not long after, Yuan Shan returned the message. Your sister is quite strong at playing games, but she just went to college, so play less. Yuan Shan said. Chen Feng counted, not many days before the start of the school year, looking at Zhang Meng who was playing games seriously, Chen Feng fell into deep thought. Dad repeatedly urged to take care of Zhang Meng, since her dad left and her mom followed someone else, this child is a little rebellious. But these 2 days with down, Chen Feng thinks Zhang Meng's character is still very good, the so-called rebellious, in fact, is on their own self-protection. Looking at Zhang Meng's innocent side face, Chen Feng asked, the school side of the problem? What is not a problem? Zhang Meng sniffed, puzzled asked. All aspects, the new student report as well as major and want to enroll in the club Chen Feng listed. This Zhang Meng put down the mouse, frowned and thought carefully, want to live with you, this counts as a problem? This counts, you are not going to socialize? Chen Feng said seriously. What is the use of socializing, I think it does not matter. Zhang Meng scratched his head, muttered, anyway, I never went to make friends. Chen Feng sniffed and frowned, saying, I'll give you $5,000 every month, of course, it's a loan, you'll have to pay it back later. You can't go out for a part-time job for the first 3 months of enrollment, and then what friends should you make? I don't think I need to tell you this. I don't think I need to tell you. Zhang Meng heard, stunned, said, brother, you are really good. Then let me play with the game number. The next moment, Zhang Meng's face expression changed, playful said, that number is not fun. Play without affecting your studies. Chen Feng couldn't wait to let Zhang Meng play for himself. That night, Chen Feng and Zhang Meng chatted for a long time. Zhang Meng had endless questions, such as why Chen Feng chose music, what happened to Yan Shui, and what to do now. Chen Feng patiently answered each and every one of them, but in his answers, half-truths and half-falsehoods, there were some things that it was not necessary to tell them all. Soon, it was already early morning. At this time when everyone was ready to sleep, a microblog that had been silent for a long time was suddenly updated. Lu Wen's microblog. At first, it was some concerned fans who noticed it, and after reading it, they were shocked and then hurriedly retweeted it and ran to inform. Within a short time, this tweet of Lu Wen spread quickly, and everyone in the circle noticed it. The first ones to come back to their senses were the managers of Phantom Entertainment's operations department, because Lu Wen had ate them. Is Mirage Entertainment taking me, Lu, for a bully? Breaking my pawns and wanting to snow my schoolmates? A few moments later, Lu Wen sent out a video, a 5 or 6 minute video about the things he encountered these days. The causes and consequences all stood up to scrutiny. In less than half an hour, Lu Wen became the top of the hot search list. Just as Chen Feng pushed through the details of the loopholes, Wang Jing and Zhang Yan of Phantom Entertainment suddenly released microblogs as well, and between their words, they played a big role in the authenticity of Lu Wen being a summertime with rain. With this outburst from Wang Jing and Zhang Yan, both Chen Feng and Li Jirun were surprised. In this regard, Chen Feng was very grateful. The two of them did so, almost standing on the opposite side of the company, ruthlessly hitting the top management of Mirage Entertainment in the face. All the truths pointed to Lu Wen at once. Demigod Lu Wen is Xiaoshi Yu after many years to re-emerge as to seal the god? What did Phantom Entertainment do? The truth is out, Xiaoshi Yu is Lu Wen. The first to react were the creators in the circle. They couldn't help but remember the glorious days when Lu Wen wrote one hit song. This made sense if it was Lu Wen who was secretly launching Chen Feng as a stand-in. The key Chen Feng the stand-in was originally going to be invisible as well. It can be said to be hidden within the hidden. Unexpectedly, Phantom Entertainment had pressed on, exposing Chen Feng for not writing songs for the company's first and second-tier singers. This is not, Lu Wen is also not spoiled, blood spray Phantom Entertainment. Many melon eaters looked at the showbiz that was spraying at each other and couldn't stop eating melon. I don't think there is anything wrong with it, no wonder it's so powerful, so it's a demigod Lu Wen song. Certain first-tier female singers stepped forward to help in the crusade, even though they didn't want to get involved. Then, after 1 a.m., Li Fei and Zhou Qi, Wang Xian also posted one after another. The executives of Mirage Entertainment were so angry that they were incoherent. How could they not expect that the rhythm was taken away all of a sudden, and then dumbfounded? Is it Chen Feng or not? The money did hit Chen Feng's account. Is Lu Wen assured to give him the money? And why was Lu Wen invisible? Many people in the circle were curious, but with the appearance of a hot microblog, the crowd quickly understood why Lu Wen wanted to be a stand-in. Over the years, Lu Wen's reputation could be said to be poor, winding up on the island. It must have been to borrow Chen Feng to make his debut and make money, otherwise with his reputation, he suddenly came out. I'm afraid that many people would not accept it. The executives of Mirage Entertainment were confused themselves. I did not expect to make such a mess. At this moment, the people of Illusory Entertainment felt a chill down their spine. This operation of theirs had plunged the company into the vortex of public opinion. In just a few hours, the dust of this matter settled. Many people eat melon heart also fell. And the event of the Phantom Entertainment, think a long time in the future, not good to mix. Demigod Lu Wen, I'm afraid to change his name. In the midst of this fiasco, the music world has not been idle as a result. Just a few minutes before the curtain fell on this matter, Per Luor's later killed in at number 2. Chapter 70, Chen Jiner's News. Lu Wen's appearance surprised many listeners, and more than that, many people didn't know who Lu Wen was because Lu Wen had been retired for 4 years. The audience had iterated a bunch. When these people went to search for the songs that Lu Wen had written before, they realized that many people had heard the songs written by this fat man, and then listened to the new songs of Per Luor and Yujia. They couldn't help but marvel. Can only say, this fat man disappeared these years suddenly once again, more cattle. Because of Lu Wen, in this night, many people because of curiosity, and go to repeatedly listen to the later, just like this, the later topped the Little Diva's song. This time, the fans of the chart-topping Lu Yufeng panicked. Although there was still a gap, that gap was slowly closing. Who would have thought that a day ago, Zhang Jia's fans were still thinking of going head-to-head with Lu Yufeng, and suddenly they were later squeezed out. With two songs of similar styles, the audiences could also overlap. Many of Zhang Jia's fans had listened to their favorite Bean song and then ran to listen to later, only to fall in love with the song instantly. Compared to Zhang Jia's song that wasn't as good, Perlo's later was more empathetic to them. Things settled down. Lu Wen is now in his top-floor duplex looking out over the entire Guangcheng, feeling a sense of pleasure that the world is mine. No, only 2 hours had passed, and at 2 o'clock this morning, there were quite a few calls coming in. However, according to what Li Kairan said, Lu Wen did not answer. One night passed. Today was the day Zhang Meng was going to school. After resolving this matter of his identity being exposed, Chen Feng was instantly much quieter, even though there were still acquaintances who occasionally found him to inquire about this. At least for a long time to come, he could write songs behind the scenes without worry. This would be the time when Chen Feng brought Jiang Meng to shop at the nearby mall, and in one round, Chen Feng bought Jiang Meng quite a few clothes and household items. Then there was the computer and art supplies. Jiang Meng was studying art. At first Jiang Meng was happy, holding Chen Feng's hand. As Chen Feng bought more and more, Jiang Meng suddenly became nervous and quickly told Chen Feng not to buy any more. Chen Feng's family's kindness to her, how could she really be so heartless to accept it naturally? Uncle Chen had a small notebook to keep track of every amount of money he gave her. Jiang Meng felt that she would be able to earn money to double back to Uncle Chen, but these days near the beginning of the school year, Jiang Meng became less confident. The more generous Chen Feng is, the more Jiang Meng worries that he won't be able to do it in the future. Looking at Jiang Meng, Chen Feng knew that Jiang Meng had a psychological burden. Because of these days together, he naturally treats Jiang Meng as a younger sister, so he uses his brother's thinking to spend money on her. Seeing this, Chen Feng said, "Clothes can be worn for a few years, so this will be more does not matter, school supplies cannot be less, right?" Aha! Jiang Meng was silent for a moment and nodded. After buying things, the two ate outside before heading back. Back to the residence, after packing things, Chen Feng accompanied Jiang Meng out to take the car. Today she will go to school early. The university in Guangqing, Chen Feng really didn't have any impression at all. On the way, Jiang Meng kept talking to Chen Feng about how this university was so-and-so, and then it was still in the neighborhood of Xingyue University, so Chen Feng could still go back to the school to play by the way at that time. Hearing Jiang Meng say so, Chen Feng just remembered, in the Star and Moon University neighborhood does have a fine arts university, seems to be quite bull, his own year seems to go over there to play. Brother, why did you choose music? Looking out the window at the passing scenery, Jiang Meng suddenly asked. Chen Feng was instantly silent, what to say about this? It's because of Yan Shui, right? Jiang Meng saw Chen Feng's silence, suddenly puffed up and said, "Loss, I still liked her, I will never listen to her songs again." Chen Feng sniffed, this girl is really interesting, but it is true that, as she said, back then, because of the pursuit of Yan Shui, wanted to write songs for her before choosing music. So nervous, do not know if my roommate will be difficult to get along with. Jiang Meng is a little nervous at this time. Brother, you will be nervous at first, how is your roommate? My roommate, Chen Feng scratched his head and said awkwardly, I forgot what my roommate was called. Brother, that you will be in college, what are you doing? Jiang Meng looked at Chen Feng, asked, you will not have a few college friends, right? Chen Feng felt that this girl how to talk so much, east one sentence west one sentence, he was asked dumbfounded. Asked so much to do what? Arrived, ready to get off. Chen Feng flicked her forehead. Ha, what a funny brother and sister. The driver looked at the two with a smile on his face and said, how nice it would be if my son and daughter could be as affectionate as you two. Study hard, little girl. The driver encouraged. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Meng nodded with a serious face. Because it was the weekend, there were many people who chose this time to go back to school. At this moment, the entrance of the Guangqing Fine Arts Academy was filled with cars, and many parents were unloading their luggage in large bags. Looking at these fashionably dressed students, Chen Feng felt that he was wearing a pair of slippers with a different flavor. On the contrary, when Jiang Meng saw so many people of her age, the tension in her heart increased. She pulled Chen Feng's hand tightly. Chen Feng pulled the suitcase and carried a bunch of things, letting Jiang Meng hold his hand and walked towards the campus. He had been busy until the evening, and only then was he able to fix the various procedures for Jiang Meng's enrollment, and then accompanied her to the dormitory floor. Because of the girls' dormitory, Chen Feng did not accompany Jiang Meng up. At the time of parting, he also didn't say a whole lot of sense to her. Chen Feng said to Jiang Meng, do what makes you happy, don't do the wrong thing. I know. Jiang Meng cheeks bulging, pulling Chen Feng's hand, pampered, brother, you have to come to me every weekend. Will do, go up quickly. Chen Feng nodded and waited for Jiang Meng to go upstairs before turning to leave. The new student enrollment was the most lively time. Leaving from the dormitory area, Chen Feng strolled through the campus, and in a short while, arrived at a square. The square was bustling with activity, with many stalls on the grass and people coming and going. Not far away, the crowd was crowded, and the sound of singing came. Later, I finally learned how to love. Unfortunately, you are long gone, disappeared in the sea of people. Later, finally understand in tears. Some people once missed will not be. Chen Feng looked at the sound, it was a girl holding a guitar singing, next to the music club sign. The girl won the attention of many freshmen with a song of Perlos later. Seeing this, the other members of the club rushed forward to entertain these freshmen. Such a thing was similarly being staged at other stalls with various means of pulling in new students. This scene made Chen Feng somewhat dazed. Such a life was close at hand, yet it seemed like it was a long time ago. Just as Chen Feng was sighing that he was somewhat fond of nostalgia, a call came in. Chen Feng took out his cell phone, saw the incoming call, pressed the call button, and then walked towards the periphery of the square. Guess where I am now? After the call was answered, Chen Feng said with great interest, "Where is it?" The lazy on the other end of the phone was stunned and asked, "It wouldn't be doing something obscene, right?" "Off." Chen Feng scolded, said, "In the university inside it, happened to be today's freshman enrollment day, a lot of people really nostalgic. Grass, you will miss?" Lazy doubt that he heard wrong. The two people have some mutual damage, not long. Lazy remembered the main thing. Chen Jiner went back to Yang Ming. "Have you dealt with the matter?" Lazy asked. Chen Feng was a bit surprised when he heard this. Back to Yang Ming? Wasn't she with Wang Jiachang? How did you suddenly go back to Yang Ming? Could it be that you went back to see your family? This matter, I also feel strange, but this is what her best friend said. Lazy said. Xiao Feng, how is the matter handled? I think this thing it, give a penny, you kid, back then, said do not mix with those people, the resulto's this kind of debt, right? Lazy sighed. I know, I think so too. Chen Feng said, I went to see her, and something happened. I have to understand it first. By the way, did she bring her boyfriend back? Chen Feng asked. This is not the case, it is a person who went back, the mood is still a little low, turn around I let her girlfriends to ask. Lazy said. Her girlfriends? Yes, the last time to check her information, contact her girlfriends, and then I hand in hand to her girlfriends to catch up. Lazy said resentfully. Well, then trouble you let her girlfriends to inquire about, last time we met, she left my phone, I'm afraid there is something, will not give me the phone. Chen Feng said. Since that last time, Chen Feng forgot about it for a while, thinking carefully, it seemed that Chen Jiner had sent him a text message. Thinking of this, Chen Feng opened the text message and looked at it, and as expected, it did send him a text message asking about the injury. Chen Feng touched the wound on his chest, fortunately, his recovery ability was fast and would not leave any scars. But Chen Jiner's matter, in the end, was still somewhat related to himself. Things hadn't gotten better because of his presence. And let's not even talk about repaying favors. Although Chen Feng felt that he had returned the favor to her, in the end, the fact that this kind of thing would occur was also a result of himself allowing Wang Jiachang to intervene. Chen Jiner had been stabbed back then because of her own affairs, so whether it was the original host or himself, he should have responded. Right now, let's see how to deal with it. Lazy. Chen Feng said affectionately, when I go back to Yangming, I will love you, give me a call anytime you have news. Chapter 71 The Group of Death. The next few days, Chen Feng leisurely chased the drama every day, salty. The music world, however, is very lively, and the Wind and Clouds list has already fought a fire. First, the supporters of Zhang Jiar and Li Luo were arguing with each other about which song was better. Then, listeners who supported Yu Jie joined the fray. Immediately after that, Lu Yufeng's fans also got involved. The other singers had nowhere to take their anger. At this moment, the Wind and Cloud chart was led by Lu Yufeng's Voice of the King, Li Luo's Later, Zhang Jiar's Better Than, and Yu Jie's Forget You Forget Me. The difference between the 5th place figure and the 4th place figure was almost 5 million downloads. Desperate figures. So much so that in the first stage, all the other singers gave up, and in terms of resource investment, they began to scale back, waiting for the second stage. The organizers, a dozen or so music platforms, looked at the situation and didn't know what to say. In the following days, such a fight was staged at all times. Luan returned to the island, the whole person don't mention how happy, help Chen Feng temporarily take over this name, bring the effect is really good. As Li Qijin said, Luan was too good at dealing with the agents and reporters who came to ask for a song. Before leaving the country, Luan was blocked by all sorts of long guns and short cannons, is not with the panic at all. After coming to the island, and then go to about those voice actors, is it about a yes? Luan every day to take to the Hotel Beauty, is often a variety of changes, and the face of the outside world's voice, his eyes are lazy to glance at each other. After a long time, these reporters and brokers are really no way out. This fat man, or the same as back then, water and fire, and, if you want to offer yourself, it is even worse. After he eats it, and doesn't write a song for you, you still don't have a place to cry. The protagonist of the original incident, Chen Feng, was quickly forgotten. For the audience who has various melons every day, a stand-in is nothing to be concerned about. After Luan was exposed, Chen Feng's role was naturally gone, and he was still a fallen songwriter. Chen Feng has returned to the game these nights, and Wu Yuan Shan is a full-time little milkmaid. Because Zhang Meng's side had just started school not long ago and was busier, Chen Feng had to rejoin the sanctuary and give warmth to the boss. In the blink of an eye, more than a week had passed in October. Just when everyone thought that the first stage of the Wind and Cloud ranking would just maintain the same rankings, a video suddenly circulated in the major short video platforms. The content of the video was that a college dormitory happened to have a power outage, and then everyone was cooling off in the corridor, and it was unknown who took the lead and sang later. Soon, more and more people joined the chorus, which evolved into a chorus of students from several dormitory buildings waving flashbulbs. The video instantly rushed to all the major hot search lists. This was the first time people had heard the later chorus, and besides being shocked, there was more empathy. The song was like magic, obviously there was no skill, but the chorus was better than any skill. For a while, various chorus versions sprang up. For example, the boys' version of the chorus, there were even middle-aged people, and even a group of old men joined in. Various forms of chorus took the internet by storm. This phenomenon made the entire entertainment circle feel incredible. This song was going to become a phenomenal song. It was extremely rare for a song to become phenomenal, because most of the songs had categorized listeners, and those who liked rock and roll didn't necessarily like the slow tempo. Some people like love songs and don't like sad songs. Because of this, songs are categorized. But there are songs that a lot of people will listen to, or even enjoy listening to, no matter what type of audience they have. To be able to absorb so many types of audiences, this kind of song was extremely rare. At the moment, Perlo's later was evolving towards this aspect. The vast majority of the audience's focus was on Perluor, but the crowd in the entertainment industry, their eyes were on Xiaoshiyuyu, also known as Lu Wen. Chin Feng, who was lazily lying on the sofa watching a movie, also noticed the video. Kana was the first to forward this video to Chin Feng. Seeing the dormitory chorus version that was initially spread out, Chin Feng also felt a bit shocked, not realizing that the chorus version had come out like this. One had to know that in Blue Star, this song was even more shocking when it was sung in a concert with a chorus of 10,000 people. Upon hearing Li Luor's voice, Chin Feng knew that Li Luor was very suitable for this song. She had a strange charm that drove everyone to open their mouths together. Chen Feng's preconception was that it didn't matter if Li Luor couldn't take the first place, in the future, this song would definitely be the first in the hearts of the crowd. Now that this was the case, it could only be said that things were in the right hands, and the rest depended on whose side luck was on. The 9th day of the Wind and Cloud ranking later topped the chart. Aside from the incredulous group of stubbornly resisting Lu Yufeng's fans, this result, most people felt that it was expected. In a certain villa in Yanjing, a handsome man's brows were furrowed at the moment as he looked at the result and remained silent for a long time. "What do you think?" he asked his assistant at the side. "It looks like it should be very difficult to retake it back. Her song is out of the ring and can be said to be unstoppable," the assistant said hopelessly. "This song of ours, it's also a big god's shot." He sighed and had to accept the result. "You say, this Luan is afraid that after the Wind and Clouds list, sealing the god, right?" On the 10th day, the first stage of the Wind and Cloud ranking officially ended. Li Luor's later led the way with nearly 50 million paid and was categorized as a love song. Lu Yufeng's Voice of the King was second and was categorized into National Wind. However, in desperation, Zhang Jia's Less Than and Yujia's Forget You Forget Me were all scratched into the love song category. For a while, the second stage of the love song category was known as the Group of Death. At least the others didn't have to compete for the top 3. "Why wasn't Yujia's song in the sentimental category?" someone asked under the organizers' microblog in disbelief. In reality, the organizers were also in a difficult situation. When they were dividing it, in addition to the judgment of the program team, they also referred to the author's words at the same time, but in the end, it was up to the labels given by the listeners. There's no way around it. Listeners live the whole thing, and it's hard to throw all 3 songs together. Zhang Jia's fans felt that their favorite Bean song was School Style, but there were millions of people who tagged it as a love song. So much so, Zhang Jia, who was far away in Haidu, saw the result and her face went black. Lu Lei on the side watched the result with interest. As early as in Guangqing, she had a premonition that that girl Kana might actually find Mr. Xia. After all, she always wanted to see results before she would stop doing things. "Mr. Lu." Zhang Jia innocently looked at Lu Lei. "What can be done? It's all like this, smashing more resources, but also cannot fight off," Lu Lei helplessly said, although the plan was disrupted a little, but the overall results are still good. This time, we have 6 singers who made it to the top 100 in the overall charts. And Lu Lei laughed and said, "If you want to talk about innocence, Xingyu's song is the one that is innocent and was thrown in to fight together." Yes, Li Qian feels innocent at the moment. Lu Wen was having a quickie on the island, and Chen Feng didn't pay much attention to the development of the Fengyan ranking. Li Qiren simply let things develop just like that, thus focusing his attention on Li Fei and Zhou Qi and Wang Xian. Wang Xian still carried the aura of the rookie competition, and his 2 songs had been sitting firmly on the Hot 100 charts now. Li Qijin gave Wang Xian temporary notices to brush up his face first. Focusing on Li Fei and Zhou Qi, in this aspect of looking at people, Li Jiren and those guys from Phantom Entertainment can be described as worlds apart. For the follow-up development of the 2, Starry Entertainment arranged for specialists to study and explore. In this regard, also enough to listen to the views of the parties and agents. When the program came out, Li Qiren sent a copy of this program to Chen Feng as well. After Chen Feng had read it, he inwardly sighed. It was amazing that Li Qiren's Xingyu Entertainment had managed to get to this point. Li Fei and Zhou Qi's plan was detailed and reasonable. First, they would ease the storm of their last song, and then participate in some public service variety shows, while the company began to customize new songs for the 2. After reading this plan, Chen Feng suddenly thought of a song. It seemed like it was almost time to write a song for little Fei Fei. But before that, Chen Feng wanted to see how the song that Star Yu came up with for the 2 of them was. If it wasn't ideal, then it would have to be on its own. Moreover, in the near future, Chen Feng planned to take a trip out. After lying down for a long time, it was time to go out and walk around. In his previous life, he was quite fond of historical sites. The history of this world was different from that of Blue Star. Chen Feng had long wanted to learn about it, and it just so happened that he had nothing to do recently, so he went to take a look at the prestigious ancient city. Chapter 72 Traveling. The second stage of the wind and cloud ranking began. As everyone expected, it was intense and miserable at the same time. At this stage, it was the time to smash resources to suck in fans, and it was also the easiest time to get traffic after the audience split. But there are also columns. For example, Lu Yufeng's song in the national win category doesn't smash resources much, because the new payment in the second stage is still very stable, and there aren't many that can fight. But the love song category is different. Originally, love songs are a very popular track, and the concept of love songs is very general. A little bit of emotional aspects can be thrown in this direction. So the number of love song tracks in the second phase reached over 400. Like a millstone, it took the confidence out of a lot of people. In the middle of October, Chen Feng was ready to go out, and he spent the last few days making preparations. The salty fish had to go out in the sun once in a while and walk around a bit more. A travel backpack would help fit everything needed for the trip. A computer and flash drive for eating, okay? 2 changes of clothes, okay? Cell phone, wallet, okay? Let's get going then. Chen Feng walked out of the door with his backpack and coincidentally ran into Yuan Shan, who was returning from a trip. Yuan Shan looked at Chen Feng with a surprised face. What are you going to do? Salted fish also need to travel to wash their souls. Chen Feng said. I also want to go, too. Yuan Shan sighed. Chen Feng pondered, if he took Missy there, would it be the most upscale spending the whole time? What, do you want to go? Chen Feng asked in a somewhat excited tone. Yuan Shan frowned, thought for a moment and said, forget it, I have no time recently, I have to go back home. The game cannot be left behind, all weekends have to come up to play progress. Yuan Shan reminded. Missy is really a good president. Chen Feng sighed, then I will leave first. By the way, how long are you going for? Yuan Shan asked. This? It depends, it'll be a week or so at most. Chen Feng said. Watching Chen Feng's back disappear into the stairway, Yuan Shan stood at the doorway fuming for a moment before taking out her key and opening the door. More than an hour later, Chen Feng arrived at the airport. Before he left, he just talked to Kana and Li Kairan about the fact that he was going out, and that he would contact them by phone if anything happened. As for Li Fei and the others, Chen Feng did not bother. Recently, these guys had been developing healthily, and after coming out of Phantom Entertainment, everything was on track again. Li Kairan had really saved Chen Feng a lot of things and was a big favor. This was something that Kana could have done as well, but she just didn't expect it to be done by Li Kairan first. Kana had realized that she was a step slow in the first place when she saw Starry Entertainment pay up the defaults of the trio. It was only when she approached Chen Feng first that she was thinking about this. Kana could only sigh at this old man, Li Qijin, for being close to the water. At this time, Wang Jing's call came in. The relationship between Chen Feng and Wang Jing could be said to be both a teacher and a friend, and to be able to be a marginalized person in Mirage Entertainment all these years, Wang Jing had also endured a lot of pressure. After picking up the phone, the two chatted a lot, for which Chen Feng was very grateful for the last time when Wang Jing and Zhang Yan sent out microblogs to clear their names. By the way, I am ready to get married. Wang Jing on the other end of the phone suddenly said. Wang Jing suddenly said. Chen Feng was stunned. I'm on my way to the airport, ready to travel, and you told me you're getting married? You are going to travel? Wang Jing was a bit surprised, and then said, don't worry, it's the end of the year, you should always come back. Chen Feng was relieved to hear that, and said, of course, the end of the year is definitely back. But I'm curious, is it someone from the company? Chen Feng thought about it, as if the company did not have such a person. No, it's a former classmate, and I have to thank you for that. Wang Jing laughed, we all went back to the past because of later. Chen Feng quietly listened to Wang Jing recount. It turned out that the two were together as early as the university period, but after graduation, they were separated because of their careers. One came to Guangqing and went to Haida together. Over the years, each was struggling silently, but each was paying attention to each other, and occasionally there would be contact. Originally this matter Wang Jing felt that everyone might not be able to return to the past. Some time ago, the pair lures later swept the internet, but also let a lot of people who regret for love to wake up and make up for the regret in time. Some regrets can make up. Some regrets cannot be made up. Wang Jing said, I forwarded an article to you, this song will become an indelible classic. You still think that I am rain in the summertime? Chen Feng laughed. At least it can't fool me. Wang Jing said quietly. Okay, I should go out, have a nice trip. On the other end of the phone, someone was calling Wang Jing. Well, I'll be there on time for the wedding, Chen Feng said. Chen Feng said. Hanging up the phone, Chen Feng looked at the scenery outside the window and opened the article forwarded by Wang Jing. A few minutes later, Chen Feng finished reading the article. The article was sent from 3 days ago, but the amount of retweets had already surpassed 1 million. The comments below the source alone had amounted to hundreds of thousands. The cause was that a boy who studied abroad listened later and eventually decided to come back to find the girl who broke up because he went abroad, and the result was surprising. The girl got married. Before and after only half a year, they love each other for 4 years, but in less than half a year, the girl loves other people, and also into the marriage hall. The boy couldn't accept it and found the girl. The girl is shocked at first, but after calming down, she firmly rejects the boy and says that the past is the past, so let's all let go of each other and not dwell on it. However, the boy who gave up studying abroad because of this is no longer willing to turn back and accept it. In the end, it was an embarrassing incident for everyone. The readers' comments about this became two positions. Some people felt that the girl was too heartless, and that the fact that she could forget about one person and marry another in half a year showed that she didn't love the boy that much. But some people feel that it is the boy himself who chose to give up. Why should the girl wait for this? This is not some fairy tale. But after reading it, Chen Feng felt that it was purely and simply an egg story. I don't know what Wang Jing was trying to say by sending it to him. Perhaps it was to tell himself that the impact of the song was already terrible. To be honest, Chen Feng also felt that it was a bit scary. In Blue Star, this song later did fall into the category of being highly recognized. But here, the spread was still too fast. What Chen Feng found shocking was this world's entertainment and culture, which deservedly flourished and was far too powerful than Blue Star. Soon, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Guangqing airport, the airplane that Chen Feng was traveling on began to take off. After 5 hours of sleep, the cabin resounded with the voice of the flight attendant. The airplane is preparing to land in the historical city of Luo City. Please remain seated and do not leave your seats. Chen Feng opened his eyes in a daze and looked out the window at the brightly lit city, hoping that in this world, the country's protection of history is better than Blue Star. Xia, tracing its origins, has experienced more than 7,000 years of dynastic changes. And the city in front of me, Luo City, standing here for 3,000 years, 13 dynasties change, witnessed how many turnover. Chapter 73 Luo City. After leaving the airport, Chen Feng chose to stay at a bed and breakfast. Not only did Luo City have a bustling bar street, but there were also countless BBS nestled in ancient and elegant buildings. Over the years, LA City had begun to shift the focus of its tourism industry to film and television. Nowadays, this historical city also had one of the top movie and television bases in the country, and it wasn't uncommon to run into celebrities on the streets. Checking into the book BB, Chen Feng took a shower and sat leisurely on the balcony, watching people come and go downstairs. This side of the bed and breakfast is generally a 2-story attic-style building, balcony from the ground, but only 4 or 5 meters in height. Thousands of meters of street, the first floor of the two sides are basically stores, shopkeepers stand to the street shouting. And upstairs, a remodeled BB. It looked as if such a BB was quite niche, but the interiors were quite good, and the prices were expensive, that is. Chen Feng lit a cigarette, inhaled, and slowly exhaled. In the smoke, from time to time, some girls' voices came from the ear, nothing more than, "Is some upstairs little brother is very handsome," and so on. Speaking of which, it was quite handsome. Chen Feng smiled slightly and touched his face. To say that in his college days, he was at least a passive candidate for the school grass. However, at that time, his temperament was too weak, resulting in not having a bit of sunny temperament and looking sickly. When writing Rush Hour, Chen Feng also made a point of recording his weight. With a height of 182 and a weight of less than 120 pounds, he could simply be described as skinny. After standardizing his diet and regularly running with Yuan Shan, this period of time, even if he stayed at home, had made a big difference. Nowadays, Chen Feng's body type is very good, and in terms of clothing, it is even more impeccable. Looking out at the square not far away across a few streets, after thinking about it, he decided to sleep first. A night without words. The next day, before 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Feng was woken up by the waiter of the BB. "Sorry, I didn't realize that you were still sleeping," the girl said with an apology. Chen Feng dressed in a daze, washed up, then shaved and went out to go downstairs. This BB he had booked was inclusive of meals. And it was also the owner who personally made the meals, and when Chen Feng came down, the food was just on the table. So fragrant. Chen Feng did not expect the boss's handiwork to be quite good, and the color and fragrance were already present. The girl beside him said happily, "Of course, my mom is a chef." The boss heard his daughter say so about her, could not help but feel a little embarrassed, gave her a blank look and said to Chen Feng, "Don't pay any attention to her, she just loves to talk nonsense. Come and try it, I don't know if it suits your taste." After she set up the dishes, she invited Chen Feng to take a seat. This feeling of being at home was the reason why Chen Feng had chosen a BB. However, many BBS did not have this kind of treatment. Before Chen Feng came here, he hadn't thought about the fact that the owner of this place was a woman, and the receptionist was the owner's daughter. From the looks of it, it seems that it is the mother and daughter who are running this small store. As for her husband, Chen Feng has no intention of asking. A little something, but also very normal. Chen Feng sat down, chopsticks clip a piece of braised pork into his mouth, gently bite, enjoying the delicious flavor of the gravy. It's great! Chen Feng slurred and said with a thumbs up. The two people who were watching from the sidelines were relieved when they heard Chen Feng's words. Then eat more and eat slowly. The boss laughed, then unclipped his apron and began to clean up the store. Are you traveling here? The boss's daughter asked curiously. Yes, here for traveling. Chen Feng nodded. Upon hearing this, she was instantly excited and asked, then you must have been to many cities, such as Haidu. Is it fun over there? No, Chen Feng awkwardly laughed. I am the first time I came out to travel. The first time I came was LA City. The girl was stunned. Then you can be considered to have picked a not so good city, she said quietly. Dead girl, again tearing down her hometown. The boss who walked in from outside carrying a mop bucket gave her a helpless blank look. The boss embarrassedly said to Chen Feng, just ignore her, this girl just has a problem with her hometown. It is not good, it was. The girl said with a beak, look at the transformation of these years, there is still a bit of the face of the ancient capital of the 13 dynasties, right? Quickly out of the front desk to watch, early in the morning here to annoy the guests, why? The boss sniffed, said with a stern face. Anyway, there are not many customers, what is the so-called? The girl reluctantly got up and left. Chen Feng will be quite interested. To say that the 13 dynasties of the ancient capital, Chen Feng really did not feel the corresponding atmosphere. Last night off the plane, from the airport to here, all the way to see is almost all modernization. Not to say that the ancient capital is to be primitive life as well. At least do not see the flavor of history. For example, this street, called the Lost Sun Village, Chen Feng booking BB saw this name, but also specially checked. Is that this was once a stone forest in Luochang? Through the baptism of the 13 dynasties, how much blood and chaos is going on here? In later times, this place was changed to Mystic Sun Village, and the batch of people who landed and took root here was already more than 2,000 years ago. But nowadays, there is no history that has been passed down anywhere. There is only that name. History is history after all, and people go forward, not backward. Chen Feng sighed. The boss smiled and did not say anything. After eating, Chen Feng did not return to his room, but prepared to go out and sneak around. When passing by the front desk, Chen Feng looked at the boss's daughter who was sleeping on her back and thought to himself that this was the salty fish. Walking out from the inside, it would be quite crowded on the streets, but many people were walking from the outside to the inside. Chen Feng took the travel guide given by the boss and then followed the crowd. On the road, from time to time, people came over to sell their wares, a situation that many travelers found disconcerting. Chen Feng sighed, this scene was all too familiar. Occasionally, there were travelers who were convinced to follow along. This gave Chen Feng the illusion of traveling with a group and being led by a tour guide to consume. Searching for this world, this set of play is also quite good at it. Through the streets, looking at the crowd also do not know where to go. Chen Feng stopped, looked around, not far from the street, a few young people into an alley. Seeing this, Chen Feng was somewhat curious. Coming to the entrance of this alley, Chen Feng realized that this alley was very narrow, coming and going was only enough for 1.5 body positions. And at the end, it seemed to be the same Guangqing that he had seen from the balcony. Chen Feng was a little surprised, then followed suit. The small alley encountered people coming from the opposite side. One another side could only turn sideways to the wall, letting the other person pass first. In a short alley of more than 100 meters, Chen Feng gave way twice. On the third time, Chen Feng sighed, a few more people came, this steady stream. Only to see the oncoming several girls with a face of consternation looked at Chen Feng. See, Chen Feng did not let the meaning of the space. One of the girls opened his mouth and said, handsome can let down? Chen Feng said with an apologetic face, just accidentally twisted his hand, inconvenient Forget it, let's move over. One of the girls sniffed and frowned, not wanting to stay here for too long. This alley made her feel bad. In the next moment, several voluptuous beauties sidled up against the wall. Chen Feng secretly sighed. I see, this is the essence of the alley. Thanks, I'm really sorry. Chen Feng said with a calm expression before brushing past the four small asses. After Chen Feng passed, the four looked at each other. It's all your fault, having to take some shortcut. The girl in the lead glared at her companions behind her before quickly walking away. Come on, I didn't know it was so narrow. Besides, who made your ass so big? The girl said innocently. The girl in charge stumbled at the words and didn't say a word, her face turning blue. Chapter 74, Meeting Again. Chen Feng crossed the alley and was surprised to find that there was such a quick shortcut to the square. When he had looked over from the balcony of the BB, he was still a few blocks away, and this time he had crossed over, he was already there. But since it was daytime, the square wasn't very crowded. Quite a few tourists were sitting on the seats in the plaza and chatting, and compared to the bustle of the streets, this place was much quieter. Chen Feng felt that this place was a bit like Blue Star's Rome, with large plazas leading in all directions. Not far away, a few young men maneuvered drones and shot overhead. Chen Feng found an unoccupied bench and sat down, lazily leaning there. Cloudy day, moderate temperature, really good weather for salty fish. Unconsciously, Chen Feng squinted his eyes and fell asleep. It wasn't until the voices of a few girls came from his ears that Chen Feng opened his eyes in a daze and turned his head to look. You see, he had woken up. A girl with a ponytail mischievously made a face at Chen Feng. Why don't you go ask for someone's social number? The girl with a ponytail said to the girl on the side. What are you babbling about? The ponytail girl's companion blushed slightly. Chen Feng sniffed and was sitting up, waiting for the girl to come to him for his social number. Hey, what a pain, handsome troubles are like that. Eyeing the three girls walking towards him. Eyes on the three girls walking past him. As the three passed in front of Chen Feng, the girl with the ponytail looked back and stuck her tongue out at Chen Feng. Well, I don't like girls who don't face their inner desires openly. Chen Feng opened his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 1 in the afternoon, so he got up to go back. However, once he remembered what happened just now, Chen Feng was a little depressed. Recently these beautiful women always loved to just say no. This kind of thing was not encountered too often. Chen Feng quickly forgot about it. At night, Chen Feng politely declined the dinner invitation from the owner of the BB, and after casually dealing with it outside, he continued to come to this alley. Arriving at the entrance of the alley, seeing the queue of people, Chen Feng was stunned, decisively choosing to go around in a circle. Scary, when it was first constructed, the guy who measured the scale must have had his own careful eyes. Circled around, came to the square. At this time the square has been a lot of people. Close to the 6 commercial streets, all the tourists in the neighborhood would almost pass through here. And at night, it was like 2 worlds from daytime. People were coming and going, and there were all sorts of stalls, selling the specialties of Luo City. At a glance, the square was filled with street singers, their voices mixed but happy. Chen Feng idly strolled around, perhaps he could come across a good seedling here and stock up on some cheap singers. However, in this short 10 minutes, Chen Feng heard 3 versions of Later and 2 versions of Forget You Forget Me. Many singers were occupying a small spot here, singing to their heart's content. Despite looking bustling, this just showed that the entertainment industry was cruel, and the ones that could truly make it were very few. Among them, there were also some bands formed by interest. Although the singing was not bad, the sound was dispersed too much, and in this kind of place, other than having more people, it was not a good environment for a residency. Chen Feng took a glance and visually estimated that at least 1 or 2 dozen singers were singing in this square. The advantages were probably the large number of people and the sense of atmosphere of an audience. The disadvantages would be obvious. Chen Feng felt a bit odd inside. He had come out to travel and see ancient sites, but instead of what he expected, he found himself in such a scene. At that moment, he had already walked around nearly half a circle, stopping to take a closer look at each singer. The next moment, Chen Feng heard a familiar song. It was Lu Yufeng's Voice of the King. This ancient-style song used a high-pitched voice in some parts, reminiscent of traditional opera from Blue Star. Chen Feng pushed through the crowd and spotted the singer. At that moment, the singer was just reaching the climax of the chorus. Hearing this part, Chen Feng felt goosebumps all over his body. It wasn't that the singing was bad. It was sung too well. As the chorus faded out, the crowd gathered around began to clap enthusiastically. Hey, look, it's him again. This guy has good taste. This singer sounds way better than the others. A girl with a ponytail looked at Chen Feng in the crowd in surprise. Chen Feng quickly noticed the girl as well, surprised to see her again, and gave her a slight smile. However, Chen Feng's expression at that moment was quite something. Upon seeing the singer from The Voice of the Singing King, Chen Feng froze in place, momentarily lost in a daze. Isn't he supposed to be back in Yangming? A few days ago, Lei Zi had mentioned Chen Jinyu to him. Chen Jinyu had recently broken up with her new boyfriend, and she had even told her best friend about her encounter with Chen Feng. When Lei Zi heard this, he initially thought it was Chen Feng staging the whole thing. But when he heard that Chen Feng had nearly been stabbed in the heart with a dagger, Lei was startled. However, he doesn't understand why they broke up. Chen Feng called Wang Jiaqing but found out his phone number had changed. Regarding this matter, Lei Zi said meaningfully, "This is complicated. You'll have to handle it yourself." Seeing Chen Jinyu in her long dress, alone with her guitar and holding the microphone, her face was calm. It seemed like she and Wang Jiaqing had broken up peacefully. Chen Feng furrowed his brows. This was too coincidental, almost life-threatening. He felt extremely awkward at that moment. Like a dried fish coming out to sunbathe, only to run into an acquaintance. This is hell-level difficulty. Chen Jinyu stared at Chen Feng in shock. She never would have imagined that she would suddenly run into Chen Feng here. She examined him carefully, afraid she had mistaken him for someone else. Their eyes met, and Chen Feng gave her a slight smile before waving at her. The next moment, Chen Jinyu said to everyone, "That's all for tonight. Thank you everyone." Chen Jinyu was a bit flustered. Could Chen Feng have come here specifically to find her? How did he know she was here? Could it be the boyfriend her best friend knew? It seemed like he was inquiring about her. For a moment, Chen Jinyu's mind was racing. Not long ago, this man was one of the men she hated the most. The injustices she had suffered were known only to her. Ever since she met Chen Feng, she had sacrificed her life for what she believed was a noble cause, only to end up in this pitiful state. The sudden end of the gathering left many people wanting more. Could it be the girlfriend running away, the boyfriend chasing, you run, I chase, you can't escape? A few girls nearby noticed the interaction between Chen Feng and the singing girl, as well as the unusual atmosphere. At that moment, a dramatic scene was unfolding in their minds. Chen Feng heard this and looked at the girls. Meeting them during the day and again at night was truly exasperating. However, since he had even encountered Chen Jinyu, Chen Feng didn't care about this matter anymore. Are you her boyfriend? The girl with the ponytail asked curiously. I'm single. Are you single? Chen Feng stared intently at the girl in front of him, sizing her up from head to toe. This girl hadn't caught his attention during the day, but now she looked like a complete beauty. Moreover, the two companions beside her were also stunningly beautiful. The girl with the ponytail paused for a moment, then smiled and said, all three of us are single. What's your social media handle? Add me as a friend, and I'll introduce you to my older sister, Xiaoyu. Or why sister is also fine, but she's a bit aloof, so it might be hard to approach her. Chen Feng was completely flustered by the girl. After exchanging social media accounts, Chen Feng glanced at Chen Jinyu, who was about to leave, and said, I'm here to meet a friend for something. Let us chat later. Saying that, Chen Feng followed after her. It doesn't seem like they're a couple. Watching Chen Feng leave, the girl with the ponytail thought for a moment and said, could they be enemies? At that moment, on the outskirts of the square, Chen Jinyu walked ahead silently, carrying her belongings. Chen Feng walked up and walked side by side with her. A few days ago, Muzi asked me where you went. Was it you who asked? Chen Jinyu suddenly stopped and looked at Chen Feng. I did ask my friend about you, but tonight was a coincidence. I didn't know I'd run into you here. It's really too much of a coincidence, Chen Feng said. Is that so? Chen Jinyu's mind was in turmoil at that moment, unsure of how to respond to this man. Did you inquire about me to see how miserable I am now? Chen Jinyu said coldly. Back then, I acted impulsively and got stabbed. You saved me from that man, so we're even now. You don't need to feel guilty anymore. Chen Jinyu said calmly. Chen Feng stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. That's right. Looking at it this way, we are indeed even. But Chen Jinyu didn't know that it was something she had done unintentionally. Sighing, Chen Feng said, do you like music? Besides financial compensation, Chen Feng wanted to do whatever he could to bring some positive change into this young girl's life. If he knew that Wang Jiaqing had fallen for her because of him, he would probably be furious. However, upon seeing him, she didn't react much. It seemed that Wang Jiaqing hadn't told Chen Jinyu about his own affairs. Perhaps that was the best decision the young man had made. Chapter 75, A New Song for Li Fei. Ever since that day at the square when he encountered Chen Jinyu, seeing that she was trying to distance herself from the past, Chen Feng felt a bit helpless. That incident from years ago had always weighed heavily on her mind. In the days that followed, Chen Jinyu did not return to the square to sing. Chen Feng came by a few times during that period but didn't see her, so he temporarily set the matter aside. There was always tomorrow, perhaps he could arrange to meet her in Guangqing someday to talk things over. Tonight was Chen Feng's last visit to the square, and he still didn't see Chen Jinyu anywhere. He had been in Luo City for 4 days, having done everything he wanted to do and seen everything he wanted to see. Although he was surprised to encounter Chen Jinyu here and had hoped to resolve the matter, it seemed that there would be no opportunity for now. The ancient capital of 13 dynasties, it just lacked something. Since it was Tuesday, Chen Feng once again chose this shortcut alley on his way back. However, this time, nothing interesting happened. At that moment, in the square, Chen Jinyu stood among the crowd, watching Chen Feng's departing figure, her thoughts racing. I'm sorry, I don't know how to face you. Chen Jinyu felt deeply tormented inside. Since the day Chen Feng saved her, her hatred for herself had actually faded significantly. But whenever she thought about how she had wasted her youth on a worthless man over the years, Chen Jinyu felt immense regret. 3 streets, number 9 guest house. The moonlight cast a delicate glow. Chen Feng sat on the balcony, opening his laptop and occasionally tapping on the keyboard. Phew! It wasn't until late at night that Chen Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the 2 edited documents, 1 sheet of sheet music and 1 set of lyrics, Chen Feng felt he had never been so immersed in his work before. This song had actually come to him when he first arrived in Los Angeles. Originally, Chen Feng had planned to write it for Li Fei. Since it was sung by the same artist as Those Hurried Years, Li Fei was the perfect choice. In Blue Star, this song might not be one of the most popular songs by that diva, but it was still considered one of her later representative works. The first time Chen Feng heard the song, he thought it was absolutely beautiful. The song was beautiful, and the diva's voice was beautiful as well. Chen Feng stretched his body, lit a cigarette, and went to the balcony to watch the people walking on the street below. Indeed, only Li Fei is the most suitable choice. Chen Feng considered a few people but ultimately decided on Li Fei. With that in mind, Chen Feng dialed Su Wei's phone. After ringing for a few seconds, the call connected. Ms. Xia. Su Wei exclaimed in surprise, having just finished her shower and applying a face mask. Is there anything I can help you with? Did I disturb your rest? Chen Feng asked. No, I just finished showering. For some reason, Su Wei felt a surge of excitement inside. It's like this, I wanted to ask if the company has arranged any songs for Li Fei recently? Chen Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Su Wei hurriedly said, Zhou Qi has a plan, but there's no idea yet for Li Fei. You know, if we give Li Fei an ordinary song, it'll just end up like last time. Su Wei sighed. Zhou Qi has an idea? Chen Feng was surprised and said, make sure to let me hear Zhou Qi's new song when it's ready. Then, I called you this time to tell you that I currently have a new song I'm planning to give to Li Fei. I'm currently out of town, so I'll send it to you later. You can handle the rest. Chen Feng said. Great. Su Wei was thrilled upon hearing this. In fact, since Li Fei and Zhou Qi's new song had failed, Su Wei had already been thinking of asking Chen Feng for help. But since Chen Feng didn't take the initiative to write a song, she dared not ask. Now Li Fei has a chance. Although Li Fei hadn't said much lately, Su Wei knew she felt guilty and regretful. But even so, she had never considered confiding in Chen Feng. Every time she approached Chen Feng, Li Fei would share some interesting stories. And Chen Feng's responses always made her happy for the entire day. Watching from the side, Su Wei couldn't help but sigh. Where could one find such a girl? But the person in question was Chen Feng. So Su Wei could tell that the girl was hiding all her thoughts. Liking someone doesn't mean you can have them. Mr. Xia, when should we record it? Su Wei asked. Let Li Jiren and his team of professionals handle it. I'll send you the files later. Make sure to send me a copy when you record it so I can listen to it first. Got it, Mr. Xia. Then, Chen Feng asked about some other matters regarding Li Fei, Zhou Qi, and Wang Xian. They chatted for about an hour and a half before hanging up. By then, it was already past 1 a.m. Just as Chen Feng was about to pack up and go back to his room to sleep, he suddenly noticed someone on the balcony next door. He turned his head and was completely stunned. When did you get here? Chen Feng was speechless. This was one of the girls he had encountered in the alley that day. And she was the prettiest one, with the best figure. He hadn't looked closely that day, but now, seeing her in her pajamas, the girl exuded an ethereal aura. At first glance, she gave off an air of a dominant, queenly older woman. Compared to Chen Feng's stunned expression, she was even more shocked. She took a few deep breaths before regaining her composure. From the moment you mentioned having a new song ready for Li Fei, the girl furrowed her brows and studied Chen Feng closely. Suddenly, she pointed at Chen Feng in shock and exclaimed, It's really you. The entertainment news from a few days ago, where a company exposed the person behind Xiaoshi Yu, was you. She finally remembered why she found him so familiar. Chen Feng was speechless. But wasn't it said later that Lu Wen was the real Xia teacher? Oh. I get it. She thought about it seriously and then said to Chen Feng, It's Mr. Xia who asked you to keep helping, right? Thank goodness he's not a smart guy. Chen Feng nodded calmly and continued packing his things. Yes, Ms. Xia wrote a new song for Li Fei, and I'm in charge of supervising the recording process. Please don't share it carelessly after all, the new song won't be released for a while. Chen Feng looked at her sincerely. Sure, can I add you as a friend? She replied solemnly, then took out her phone and held it out to him. Chen Feng took out his phone and scanned her friend code. My name is Lu Yun. She said happily, I know your name. You're Chen Feng, right? As she spoke, she added a note for Chen Feng. Are you going to stay here and play some more? Lu Yun asked curiously. After all, it had been 4 or 5 days since they last met. Chen Feng shook his head and said, No, I'm leaving tomorrow. Where are you going? We're leaving tomorrow too, heading back to Haidu. Lu Yun said. I haven't decided yet. I'll see after I wake up. Chen Feng yawned. Lu Shi saw this and said, If you're going to Haidu to play, you can leave with us tomorrow. I'll find you tomorrow. Good night. She waved at Chen Feng and tiptoed into the room. Good night, Chen Feng murmured, then thought for a moment. Haidu seemed like a good idea too. What about you? How will you decide? Chen Feng looked at the square in the distance and sighed. The night passed without incident. Today was the last time Chen Feng would taste his boss's cooking. Just a few minutes ago, he had decided to go explore Haidu. Chapter 76, Financial and Entertainment Hub. The flight to Haidu departed at 3 p.m. Before boarding the plane, Chen Feng took one last look at the city. After all, he hadn't expected any surprises before arriving. So when he left, he didn't feel any regret. Sitting beside Chen Feng was Yang Xiao, Lu Yun's sister. A lively and adorable young beauty. When Lu Yun's 3 friends saw Chen Feng, they didn't suddenly feel shocked. Instead, they looked at Lu Shi with joy, saying things like, Finally, she has come to her senses. This left Chen Feng completely confused. After the plane took off, Chen Feng closed his eyes and ignored Yang Xiao, who was chatting nonstop beside him. The flight from Los Angeles to Haidu wasn't very long. It only took 2 hours to arrive. Upon arrival, Chen Feng and Lu Yun walked out of the airport together, but they didn't leave together. Do you have any friends in Haidu? Lu Yun had originally planned to go with Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded and pointed to a car parked nearby. My friend is here to pick me up. $1 million sports car. Your friend is so rich. Yang Xiao exclaimed beside him. Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang. It was a call from Kana. Let's grab a bite to eat another time. Chen Feng waved goodbye and walked toward the sports car. The others watched Chen Feng leave and got into their cars and drove off. Chen Feng hadn't expected Kana to come pick him up in person today, let alone in a sports car. Upon reaching the car, Chen Feng confirmed that it was Kana inside before opening the door and getting in. Today, Kana was wearing sunglasses and dressed in a denim outfit, her figure perfectly outlined. Chen Feng noticed that he had only met Kana 4 or 5 times, but her style was different every time. Without exception, each one was stunning. No wonder the entertainment industry was abuzz with rumors that Kana had risen to stardom overnight upon her debut. Kana took off her sunglasses, glanced at the departing SUV, and asked, "Were those guys your friends?" Chen Feng shook his head. "I met them while I was in Los Angeles. They're staying at the guest house next to mine." "Oh." Kana nodded and started the car to leave. Along the way, Chen Feng got a taste of what it meant to be in the financial capital. Compared to a similar coastal city on Blue Star, the coastal city before him was far more prosperous. Skyscrapers towered into the sky, the layout was orderly, and the streets were clean and simple. Guangcheng and Hai City couldn't even compare, they were half a notch below. This place wasn't just the financial hub, it was also the entertainment capital. Kana said casually, 3 of the top 5 entertainment companies in the country are based here. 3? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Dream Entertainment has achieved this level of success? It's far beyond my imagination. Chen Feng exclaimed. I wonder how Kana managed to achieve that. Though he was quite accomplished in his previous life, there was still a significant knowledge gap in this industry, and he wouldn't have been able to achieve this on his own. Back in Blue Star, he would also occasionally participate in entertainment investments, but it was all about sitting back and reaping the profits. As for the inner workings, he had only heard rumors here and there. Back then, many people in this circle went to great lengths to get into his bed. This was also one of the reasons Chen Feng chose this industry and didn't want to be in the spotlight. If he had stayed at Huanyu, things might have been much simpler. Unfortunately, there were some foolish individuals at Huanyu, which led to the recent incidents. Thinking about it, Chen Feng sighed. You know, I hate unnecessary complications. Like what? Kana smiled and said, what about unwritten rules? Ha ha. Chen Feng smiled wryly. Does your company have people like that? Kana fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment, she spoke up, every industry has them, but this circle just has more. Actually, we can't control much, at least not in this area. We don't have the authority to do so. If a scandal breaks out, we can handle it, but before that happens, it's their choice. I understand why you don't want to become famous in this circle. The audience doesn't care what you look like, but the singers don't care either. What they care about is whether they can get close to you, and whether you're noble enough to resist temptation. Kana said softly. Chen Feng nodded. This was precisely what he didn't want to face. He wasn't a heartless or desireless person. If a woman goes to great lengths to climb into his bed, he might lose control and not care about anything else. Isn't there a saying? If something can be blamed on others, try not to blame yourself. Chen Feng said with a bitter smile. Kana thought about it for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, that's really interesting. But I've never heard it before. Oh, I made it up. Chen Feng said indifferently. The two continued chatting as they drove, and soon the car came to a stop in front of a luxurious hotel. Kana handed Chen Feng the room key she had already obtained and prepared to return to the company to handle some matters, planning to pick him up again tomorrow. By the way, I plan to bring Li Ruai to Haidu after the Wind and Cloud rankings end to develop her career there. As she was about to leave, Kana suddenly remembered this and mentioned it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded and said, these matters, you two can discuss among yourselves. See you tomorrow. Kana waved goodbye and drove off. Chen Feng sighed in relief, took the room key, and went straight to the 92nd floor. Upon finding the room, he realized that Kana had booked him a presidential suite. Money talks. Chen Feng sighed, this is comfortable. After putting his things away, Chen Feng looked out the window at the view of the entire city. Half an hour later, Li Jiren's call came in. Xia Xia, you little rascal, I absolutely adore you. Li Jiren gushed over the phone. You didn't come all this way just to confess your feelings to me, did you? Chen Feng asked, speechless. Li Jiren realized he had overstepped and awkwardly laughed before getting down to business. Today, I went to listen to the new song Li Fei recorded. Wow, that's terrifying. I have no idea how your mind works. Li Jiren had been thinking about it all day, and the more he thought about it, the more amazed he was. Chen Feng is someone you can't figure out, and you can't get a handle on him. Li Jiren, prided himself on having seen it all, but someone like Chen Feng was a first for him. Of course, such people exist, but Li Jiren had never had the opportunity to interact with them. And Chen Feng is exactly that kind of person. Even a master can have off days, right? The song wasn't bad, was it? Chen Feng said calmly. Li Jiren fell silent for a moment before saying, I think even if you put it on the charts, it would still be in the top 4. I think it's better than the first one. Maybe I'm just getting old, it suits my taste. Li Jiren sighed. Then it's up to you. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, assumed that Li Jiren already had a plan. Of course, a big director has taken an interest in it, and we're currently in talks. The director went crazy when he heard that. If we don't give it to him, he's even considering canceling the movie. Li Jiren laughed. Chen Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. Is this fate, that it will ultimately become the movie's theme song? Just handle it as you see fit, but remember, while the song can boost the movie, it can also be overshadowed by it. Chen Feng reminded him. Li Jiren, being the shrewd individual he was, understood immediately and said, of course. I'll make a decision after watching the internal screening tomorrow. I trust your judgment, Chen Feng said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng exhaled, lay exhausted on the bed, sent a message to Zhang Meng, and fell asleep. Tonight, I'm tired. Can you play a game with me? Chapter 77, Kaimingxin. Chen Feng slept for a long time. When he woke up, it was already 1 p.m. The sky was overcast and a light rain was falling. Chen Feng stretched lazily, got up, washed up, and grabbed his phone from the bedside table before heading out. He walked around the building for a while before finally choosing a cafe. Perhaps due to the weather, there were only a few customers dining at the cafe. As he walked in, several waitstaff immediately turned their attention to Chen Feng. Just as Chen Feng felt the stairs were making him uncomfortable, a woman approached from the bar counter. Meeting, she asked seriously, dispersing the gathered waitstaff and addressing Chen Feng. Sorry, sir, are you here alone or will you be joined by friends? Just one for now, Chen Feng replied. Please follow me, I'll show you to your seat. She led the way. After he sat down, she waited by his side until he had finished ordering before going to attend to other tasks. Throughout the process, Chen Feng felt quite at ease, though the few employees were an exception. Soon, a single-person set meal was served. In terms of taste, Chen Feng found it decent, but it didn't seem worth coming back for a second time. In the end, this restaurant just felt like it was missing something. After dinner, Chen Feng ordered a cocktail and took the opportunity to look around the bar while waiting. He soon identified the issue. The bar had only one bartender, who looked very young, and there was no music. Chen Feng realized that since he had entered, the bar had completely lacked any sense of atmosphere. Having a stage for live performances without a singer is understandable, but not even playing any music? Is that a characteristic of Haidu? Clearly not. Many customers who were looking for something to eat in the afternoon glanced at the entrance and left. There were customers, but none of them came inside. Noticing Chen Feng looking around, the elegantly dressed woman approached and asked, "May I help you?" Chen Feng shook his head and said, "I'm just curious why this cafe is missing so many things." She heard this, her face turned grim, and she forced a smile, because they all left, just a few days ago. Left? Chen Feng was puzzled and asked, were they important? Irreplaceable? Of course not, but before they left, they offended a big shot in the entertainment industry. She looked utterly helpless. Chen Feng immediately understood. They were blacklisted, right? Chen Feng smiled wryly. This really is a headache. A big shot in the entertainment industry could easily ruin a business like that. That's pretty scary. So, who was it? Chen Feng wasn't curious about who was right or wrong. Kaimingxin. Oh, I see. Thanks for clarifying. Chen Feng smiled slightly and didn't ask any further questions. Soon, Kana's call came in. Chen Feng had thought she wouldn't call today. Sorry, there's a singer in Haidu recently, so I went to meet them today to discuss a collaboration. Kana said apologetically. It's no big deal. I didn't come here just to see you. Chen Feng laughed. The weather isn't great today. Let's have dinner together tomorrow instead. Chen Feng glanced at the light rain outside. Sure, anytime is fine. Kana replied. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng stood up to pay the bill and was about to leave when he saw several workers preparing to move the piano nearby. This world also has Steinways, and they're just as amazing. This one, Chen Feng noticed, was a special limited edition. It must have had some good times here. Thinking about it, I haven't played the piano in ages. Chen Feng muttered to himself before turning and leaving. A woman standing nearby, watching the workers, heard his words and was taken aback. However, seeing Chen Feng's age and the current state of the store, she sighed. These days, who would dare come to her shop? After leaving the restaurant, Chen Feng took a stroll and returned to his hotel room. In the afternoon, it was quiet, and the weather was lazy. Chen Feng decisively turned on his computer. After logging into the game, he hadn't even had time to clear out the backpack full of materials. Zhang Meng must have subtly asked him to play the game last night and stayed up late. Chen Feng opened WeChat, saw her message, smiled, and sent her a red envelope. It's been ages since I've had a proper immersive gaming session. Chen Feng took all the alcohol from the minibar in the suite and piled the snacks together. That afternoon, Chen Feng spent the entire time playing games at his computer. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening, when the entire city was lit up, that Chen Feng snapped back to reality. Beep. The phone beside him rang, an unexpected call. Chen Feng looked at the caller ID. It was Chen Jiawen, his cousin. Why was she calling him out of the blue? After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng answered the call. Cousin. You finally answered. Immediately, Chen Jiawen's resentful voice came through the phone. Regarding the recent incident with Huan Yu, Chen Feng had ignored many calls, and this young lady was among them. Chen Feng sighed wryly. What can I do? I just didn't feel like explaining. Since his last visit home, this girl had left a decent impression on Chen Feng. Alright, I was thinking of going to Guangqing in a while, cousin. Chen Jiawen said over the phone. If you want to go, just go. So where are you now? Chen Feng asked, confused. Chen Jiawen paused for a few seconds before saying, in Haidu. Oh, Haidu, that's nice. What are you doing there? Chen Feng asked calmly. A few days ago, I went to an interview at Feihua to apply for a trainee position, but I didn't get it. Chen Jiawen said with a hint of disappointment. Before coming, she had been confident she could handle it, but the requirements for the trainee position were so stringent. They came together with a few classmates, but only one of them was selected. Disappointed, Chen Jiawen didn't want to go home right away, so she thought of her cousin in Guangqing. A few days ago, when she found out that Chen Feng was Xia Xiyu, Chen Jiawen was deeply shocked. The matter of buying a house made sense now. Even after it was clarified, it didn't stop Chen Jiawen from thinking her cousin Chen Feng was quite capable. Because he knew Mr. Xia. Now, on the rankings, Li Luo and Yu Jia are making a big splash. Although they are in the same group, no one has mentioned being overshadowed by either of them. It can only be said that they gain more popularity later, but don't forget that I'm still quite popular among men. Many industry insiders speculate that Lu Wen should be crowned the best this year. During Chen Jiawen's trial period at Feihua, many people in her company were discussing Lu Wen. And my cousin actually knows him. Does this cousin want to act? Chen Feng wondered, can this girl even act? Her emotions are written all over her face. However, having aspirations is ultimately a good thing, so Chen Feng didn't discourage her. When you come to Guangqing, give me a call. Chen Feng said. Definitely. I'll come over in a few days. Chen Jiawen was very excited on the other end of the phone. Chen Feng sensed something was off. His cousin seemed unusual. However, Chen Feng didn't think much of it. At the same time, at a private dining restaurant in Haidu, Dream Entertainment had reserved the entire dinner time slot. Inside the restaurant, Kana was discussing a collaboration with a singer who was currently at the peak of her fame. The two stunningly beautiful girls were sitting together, and if the place hadn't been reserved, it would have been swamped with fans in no time. Kana looked at the contract in her hands, and her expression began to grow displeased. I'm sorry, Mingxin, but I'm afraid I can't accommodate that request, Kana said apologetically, putting down the contract. Mingxin, the popular singer sitting across from her, frowned and glanced at her agent. The agent immediately understood and took over, saying, Miss Mingxin has agreed to accept your script invitation after much consideration. If Miss Kana can collaborate with Mr. Xia, why can't we ask him to write the theme song? Isn't that a reasonable request? The agent looked puzzled. Kana laughed upon hearing this and said, You all know that Mr. Xia is impossible to persuade. Over the past few days, many people have tried, including you, right? You probably haven't even seen him. Can't you do it either? The agent asked skeptically. Yes, I can't either. Kana said. Unless he volunteers, if there's a suitable song, we might consider prioritizing someone from my team. Even if he writes it, it might not be Mingxin who sings it. In that case, I need to think it over carefully. At that moment, Kai Mingxin spoke up. Upon hearing this, Kana's expression turned displeased, and she wanted to explode, but she managed to hold herself back. Alright, let me ask him? Kana said. Alright, don't worry, he'll definitely agree. The agent nodded repeatedly upon seeing this. Kana sighed, then put her phone on speaker and called Chen Feng. She had labeled Chen Feng as Ms. Xia and had the number set to private, so she wasn't worried about either of them seeing it. Chapter 78, Afternoon. Soon, the call connected. What's wrong? Mr. Xia, I have a script I'm working on, and I've invited Kai Mingxin to star in it. Since we don't have a theme song yet, I was hoping you could write one for us. Kana explained the reason directly. At that moment, Chen Feng, who was eating skewers near the hotel, froze. Who? Chen Feng asked uncertainly. Kai Mingxin, one of the 4 rising stars most likely to become a top female singer first. Kai Mingxin's agent excitedly interjected. So this future diva is asking for what? Chen Feng asked calmly. This role, Mingxin can take, but we hope that you, Mr. Xia, could also write the theme song for her. Oh, I see. That's how it is. Chen Feng said indifferently on the phone. So you agree? That's great. Having Mingxin sing the theme song will definitely make it a huge hit. The agent said happily. Kai Mingxin, who was listening, nodded in agreement. Only Kana sensed an unusual atmosphere. Sure enough, the next moment, Chen Feng on the other end of the phone continued, I don't know any Mingxin. Who is she? If you want a song, find someone else. Isn't she the diva? There are plenty of big names who can write songs for you. With that, Chen Feng hung up the phone. What a coincidence. The diva is so easy to come by these days. Chen Feng sighed and didn't bother with it anymore. As for whether he had offended Kana, Chen Feng wasn't the least bit concerned. This girl clearly knows his personality, she must have anticipated something before calling him. At that moment, the few people in the restaurant exchanged glances. Kana sighed wryly, as you can see, this is the situation. I wonder if Miss Mingxin still has any interest in collaborating? At that moment, Kai Mingxin and her agent were completely baffled. Even if they didn't want to write a song for them, it didn't have to be this way, did it? Kai Mingxin said coldly, this lady can certainly find other top-notch songwriters. I just didn't expect Lu Wen to be so arrogant. I'll think about the collaboration later. With that, she stood up and left with her agent. Watching the two leave, Kana sighed. Who should she find to star in the show now? Though she had known Chen Feng wouldn't write the song, she hadn't expected him to be so blunt, as if he had always been dissatisfied with Kai Mingxin. This play was a strategic production for Dream Entertainment, and now Kai Mingxin seemed difficult to persuade. For now, she'd have to settle for the next best option and contact the backup candidates. On the way back to the hotel, Chen Feng suddenly recalled what Kana had mentioned earlier, she seemed to be preparing for a film. Maybe he could ask for the script next time. If possible, Chen Feng wouldn't mind helping Chen Jiawen, that girl, get a small supporting role to try out. Since she enjoys acting, giving her an opportunity to try out might reveal her potential. That evening, Chen Feng received a call from Li Jiren. He had agreed with the director to use Li Fei's song as the movie's closing theme. Li Jiren briefly outlined the movie's plot, a modern urban romance, and thought it was a good fit. Chen Feng heard this and didn't say much, telling Li Jiren to handle it himself. This song was originally the end credit song for a movie by Blue Star, and it helped boost the movie's popularity. In fact, one of its scenes had even become a meme, a classic one at that. Li Fei's song was thus finalized for its promotional strategy. Nearly half a year later, Chen Feng was curious to see how this song would change Li Fei. In a way, Chen Feng's debut work was Li Fei's Those Hurried Years. From the moment he heard Li Fei's voice, Chen Feng knew that the song of Blue Star's Queen was probably best suited for her. Lying in bed, Chen Feng scrolled through his phone, spending the night in silence. The next morning, Kana arrived at the hotel entrance early, waiting for Chen Feng. When Chen Feng came down and walked toward the limited edition sports car, guests entering and exiting the hotel cast envious glances at him. Have you been paying attention to the charts lately? The second phase will end in 2 days, Kana asked. So soon? Chen Feng was surprised. I really didn't notice. I haven't checked it lately. Kana rolled her eyes at Chen Feng and said softly, at least they're singers closely related to you. Show them some care. That just shows how much I trust you. Chen Feng laughed. His collaboration with Kana's Dream Entertainment or Li Jiren's Star Universe Entertainment was a sign of great trust. As long as the copyright royalties for the songs are settled, they generally don't interfere much with other matters. Except when it comes to his songs. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of a small alley. Kana took her bag and said, "This is my best friend's store. It's definitely worth a visit." After getting out of the car, Chen Feng followed Kana into the alley, where there was a small staircase. As they climbed the steps, a Western-style restaurant was located above. The restaurant's location was several meters below street level, so it wasn't easily noticeable from the outside unless one looked closely. On the side facing the street, several banyan trees were planted. How about it? Does it feel a bit mysterious? Kana asked proudly. Chen Feng examined the small shop and, in the next moment, made eye contact with a beautiful woman on the second-floor balcony. She smiled and waved at Chen Feng, then turned to Kana and said, "Did you bring your boyfriend?" Kana took off her coat, walked over to the sofa, and sat down lazily, saying, "You didn't even look for me, so why would I? Just call her Xiao Su." Kana said to Chen Feng. "All right, sit down. It'll be ready soon." Xiao Su smiled from the balcony and turned to walk into the room. Soon, she brought out 2 steaks from the dining room. The wine is from Australia, a 10-year-old vintage, paired with Australian snow beef. "This is my finest work," Xiao Su said slowly. "I'll have to give it a try." Chen Feng took a sip of the red wine and then cut a small piece of steak. The next moment, Chen Feng exclaimed, "This is the best steak I've ever had. It's amazing." Xiao Su, hearing this, said happily, "Of course. This is something I researched and perfected after learning many different methods." Hearing Chen Feng's praise, Su Yao was very happy. "You're not bad either, handsome and with good taste," Su Yao said to Chen Feng. Kana, who was standing nearby, quickly interrupted their mutual praise. Calm down, we're here to eat. She looked at Su Yao in disbelief. Su Yao stuck out her tongue, stood up, and said, You two go ahead and eat. I'll go inside to prepare the ingredients first. She's just like that. She's the daughter of a wealthy family, yet she insists on running this small shop. Sigh. Kana said helplessly. That's great. You have money to spend and don't have to worry about anything. Chen Feng sighed. Isn't that exactly what I want? Isn't that your goal? Kana asked. Chen Feng paused and said, You really understand me. As they ate and chatted, Chen Feng casually asked Kana about the movie she was going to film. Learning that Kana held the film in high regard, as it was Dream Entertainment's next breakthrough project, he gained a deeper understanding of her. Dream Entertainment could focus so intently on this project and already be planning the next phase that was truly rare. It was clear that Kana had a clear goal and a rigorous plan. This made Chen Feng abandon his original plan to get a role for Chen Jiawen. Kana sighed, looked at Chen Feng, and asked, If it were someone else, would you consider writing a song for me? Sure, there's plenty of time. I'll write one for you then. This time, Chen Feng did not refuse. He wasn't against making money as long as he had the time, the right song, and the right person. It wasn't a big deal. Kana, who had expected to be refused, was completely stunned by his words. Thank you. I won't shortchange you a single cent. After a moment of silence, Kana spoke up. Of course, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Feng said calmly. After finishing their meal, Su Yao brought over 3 cocktails. On this leisurely afternoon, with no other guests around, the 3 of them sipped their drinks and chatted about the entertainment industry. Su Yao had once been part of the entertainment industry herself, so she had a precise understanding of its inner workings. Even Kana sought her advice on certain matters. Before long, the glasses were empty. Chen Feng watched the 2 of them engrossed in conversation and stood up, walking over to the bar in the restaurant. After double-checking the ingredients and tools needed for the cocktail, Chen Feng began mixing the drink. Su Yao and Kana, who were still chatting, noticed the movement at the bar and turned their gaze toward it. Su Yao glanced at Kana beside her and suddenly said, He's a pretty decent guy, but I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Kana, who had been daydreaming, snapped back to reality upon hearing this, glared at Su Yao, and ignored her. Soon, 3 cocktails of different colors were ready. Chapter 79, Return to Guangcheng. These 3 cocktails left Chen Feng deeply moved. Back on Blue Star, during his trip to Switzerland, he had specifically gone to a bar to learn how to mix cocktails. Thinking back, that was all so long ago. But just now, while mixing the 3rd cocktail, Chen Feng suddenly realized that he had also learned this in this world. Without thinking, he mixed another cocktail from his memory. Just as he was about to taste this unfamiliar cocktail, it was suddenly picked up by Kana beside him. Chen Feng was about to speak, but Kana had already taken a sip. Kana frowned and said, This drink is unexpectedly a bit unpleasant. Really? I think it's okay, said Su Yao, who had taken the first glass. Is it because the colors are different? Su Yao looked at her own blue glass and Kana's pitch black one. Chen Feng took a sip of the remaining cup and said softly, Yours is the experimental batch. But Yen Shui said it tasted pretty good back then? Looks like that guy used to like it too. Kana shot Chen Feng a disapproving glance. It wasn't until nightfall that the 2 of them left Su Yao's store. Kana drove Chen Feng back to the hotel and then went to the office to work overtime. Over the next 2 days, Chen Feng didn't bother Kana again, instead wandering around Haidu on his own. After 2 days, he had experienced everything there was to do and see. And the second phase of the wind and cloud chart had come to an end. As expected, the ballot group formed the true group of death, with the top 3 spots ultimately secured by Li Luo, Zhang Jiar, and Yu Jie. Among them, Zhang Jiar's data was very close to Yu Jie's, leaving Yu Jie's fans deeply disappointed. The former child prodigy singer's return to the stage brought many of his former fans back. During this time, another incident occurred. Media outlets revealed the inside story behind Yu Jie's departure from the music industry. This incident caused quite a stir. Due to this incident, Yu Jie, who had previously trailed behind Zhang Jiar, nearly caught up. Chen Feng took a quick look at what had happened over the past few days. The 3rd phase of the chart rankings would directly follow the 2nd phase, beginning at midnight on the 21st. Amidst the wild celebrations of fans from all camps, Wang Xian called Chen Feng. Bro, Li Zong told me to prepare for the follow-up plans for the new talent competition. Do you think there's any issue with that? Wang Xian asked. These matters are part of the rookie competition's championship arrangements. Su Wei will handle them for you. Chen Feng said. After all, it was precisely because of this matter that Li Jiren found him, leading to the subsequent events. That's true, it was always meant to be the reward for the new talent competition. Wang Xian finally remembered that. He won the championship fairly and squarely. What could possibly be wrong? We haven't seen each other in ages. Wang Xian suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for Chen Feng. Since he debuted and moved, he hadn't really crossed paths with Chen Feng much. Back then, all those classmates used to hound me every day. I was so scared I had to turn off that number. Wang Xin sighed wryly. Back then, who even remembered my number? Chen Feng, upon hearing this, told Wang Xin that he shouldn't bother with those people from the past. Just focus on what's in front of you. Work hard. Li Jiren still has big plans. Your future is still wide open. Got it, bro, Wang Xin said solemnly. At midnight, the third phase of the wind and cloud rankings began. However, Chen Feng didn't notice. At that hour, he had already gone to sleep. The night passed without incident. Today was the day Chen Feng returned to Guangcheng. Before Kana came to pick him up in the afternoon, Chen Feng went out to find something to eat and once again ended up at the same cafe he had visited before. Upon his return, the place had undergone a complete transformation. The bar counter, the live music stage, the bookshelves, and the wall murals had all been replaced. The server who greeted Chen Feng was a young woman. She smiled and led Chen Feng to his seat before stepping aside to stand by. Chen Feng opened the menu and found that even the dishes had been completely changed. Has the owner changed? Chen Feng asked the waitress nearby. The server shook her head and said, I don't know either. I wonder when you last visited, sir? Chen Feng shook his head and didn't ask anymore. He ordered a single-person set meal and waited for the food to arrive. Soon, the food arrived. Unfortunately, the taste wasn't as good as before. Such a place is gone, Chen Feng sighed. Though he didn't know the reason behind it, for a celebrity, it was all too easy to set the tone. After finishing his meal, Chen Feng left the cafe, returned to his room to pack his belongings, and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the entire city. It wasn't until Kana's call came in that Chen Feng packed his bag and left. The flight was at 5 p.m. On the way, Kana said regretfully, if you could stay a few more days, there's a supermodel fashion show with lots of beautiful women. Chen Feng smiled wryly, where could there be any supermodels more beautiful than you? Well, that's true. This lady can hold her own. Kana nodded in agreement. Come visit more often and see your Li Yuer. After a moment of silence, Kana said softly. I will. It's not too far to fly from Guangcheng. Chen Feng said. Upon arriving at the airport, Chen Feng didn't let Kana see him off and walked into the terminal alone with his backpack. Until the plane took off, Chen Feng still felt a bit regretful. The biggest unexpected turn of events on this trip was suddenly encountering Chen Jinyu, but unfortunately, he couldn't resolve the issue. Regarding Chen Jinyu's matter, Chen Feng could only ask Lei Zi to help him out by giving some money to her parents. Back then, Chen Jinyu's family had spent a lot of money on the incident, and their current living conditions weren't very prosperous. Lei Zi didn't say anything about it and did his best to help Chen Feng. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. Brothers are brothers, no matter how much time passes, they remain brothers. Flight from Haidu to Guangcheng, 6 hours. By the time they arrived in Guangcheng, it was already night. After getting off the plane, Chen Feng took a taxi straight to the Galan community. Until the moment he got out of the car, Chen Feng felt like he had finally come back to life. Ding ding. Suddenly, several messages came in one after another. Chen Feng opened his phone and was stunned. Why hadn't he logged into the game these past 2 days? Dungeon Run, hurry up. Your DKP is gone. Yuan Shan sent several messages to Chen Feng in quick succession. I just got home. I'll be over soon. Chen Feng replied, carrying his bag toward the stairs. Strange, has university been busy lately? Chen Feng thought Zhang Meng was helping him play the game recently. After thinking for a moment, he sent Zhang Meng a message. After a few minutes, seeing that Zhang Meng hadn't replied, he didn't think much of it, returned to his place, put away his things, and then took a shower. After finishing his shower, Chen Feng picked up his phone and checked his messages. Just got back, about to take a shower. Zhang Meng's message came back. Chen Feng glanced at the time, it was almost midnight. Just got back? What were you doing? Chen Feng replied, then turned on his computer and logged into the game. After completing a few simple quests with Yuan Shan, Chen Feng logged off, stretched his limbs, and picked up his phone as he walked toward his room. Lying down on the bed, Chen Feng checked his messages again. Zhang Meng hadn't replied yet. After a long day of running around, Chen Feng fell asleep quickly. Late at night, Zhang Meng lay in bed, hesitated for a while, and sent Chen Feng a message. Nothing much, don't worry, bro. After sending the message, Zhang Meng suppressed her urge to pour out her feelings and slowly drifted off to sleep. That night, Zhang Meng tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chapter 80, Explosive November. When she woke up, it was noon. Chen Feng woke up and saw Zhang Meng's reply. He thought about it for a moment but didn't ask any further questions. After washing up, he put on his headphones and went out for a run. October had already entered the latter half of the month. The heat of the popularity chart had also begun to cool down, and the third phase of the category competitions had little suspense left. The entertainment industry had returned to its usual state of constant news updates. The latter half of October was marked by a few major events. The top spot on the charts. Li Luo Yu Jia. Wang Xian's newcomer competition follow-up plans launched. Kai Mingxin declines an offer from Dream Entertainment for a fantasy drama and joins Kia Films for a new project. Chen Feng gave it a quick glance and found Wang Xian's rookie competition plan quite interesting. According to the rookie competition plan, Wang Xian's follow-up plan is divided into 3 parts. The first part is to invite Chushin and Xiaishan to custom write new songs for Wang Xian. Chen Feng learned from Wang Xian that both Chushin and Xiaishan were hired from outside the company. In other words, despite its size, Star Universe Entertainment doesn't have creators of this caliber. This was something Chen Feng hadn't anticipated. After all, Xingyu Entertainment was once a powerhouse, and even in decline, it should still have some residual prestige. Before long, the charts were down to their final day. Since returning to Guangqing, Chen Feng had resumed his previous lifestyle, playing games, fishing, and occasionally going for runs with Yuan Shan. During this time, Lei Zi had called Chen Feng twice, and the money had already been handed over to Chen Jinyu's parents. No one wanted to bring up that incident from the past anymore. No one wanted such a thing to happen, but it did. The Wind and Cloud chart deadline is tonight. The once dormant Wind and Cloud chart is once again in the spotlight. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was at Yuan Shan's house playing a game with her. For tea, keep an eye on the little healer. Yuan Shan emphasized in the voice chat. Tonight is the new dungeon in the Sacred Realm, and it's the final boss stage. If everything goes smoothly, Yuan Shan's team will secure the global first kill achievement. At that moment, countless players across the entire game were watching Yuan Shan's team. It was as lively as the rankings board. Compared to music, these gamers prefer to focus on the game. The official team is streaming the event live, with a small pig following the team. Before the start, a team member asked over the voice chat, "Isn't the little healer playing really well lately? Do we still need 4T? Indeed, she's been pretty strong lately, but that was last week, right? These past few days, she's been slacking off again." No. That cow is back again. Someone suddenly interrupted in the voice chat. In the game, Chen Feng staggered over to gather everyone, and the petite little healer had turned into a fat cow. Bull demon helmet, rhinoceros armor, crocodile arms, crowd-pushing shoes. Each piece, just by the name alone, looked incredibly heavy. The little pig following the livestream was wandering around the little healer. At that moment, the livestream was flooded with comments like, "I've never seen anything like this before." Yuan Shan looked at the livestream on another computer, with a flood of comments passing by, unable to find the words to describe it. "Forget it, no need for 4T. Yuan Shan said in the voice chat. Soon, the latest dungeon in the Sacred Realm was unlocked, and Yuan Shan's team began their final boss battle. After running around the map for a few minutes, they finally reached the boss's entrance. "Start aggroing the boss. 2T tank, the rest prepare to pull shadows," Yuan Shan commanded over the voice chat. This battle was intense and thrilling. Chen Feng controlled the chubby healer, swaying left and right while healing Yuan Shan. After 2 hours of intense combat, the final dungeon was finally cleared. As the boss fell, the entire team's voice chat and livestream erupted in cheers. Chen Feng's milk cow playstyle was particularly popular among players, who rushed to try it out. After looting the bodies, Yuan Shan distributed the best gear based on DKP. Chen Feng lazily stretched his limbs, grabbed some snacks nearby, and checked his phone. Li Luor and Yu Jia had sent him a lot of messages. Chen Feng saw this and opened Weibo, where the headline was the official announcement of the end of the Wind and Cloud rankings. The Wind and Cloud chart had ended, and Li Luor had secured the top spot with a strong performance. With nearly 80 million votes, she dominated the top spot and later set a new record for the Wind and Cloud chart. "Thank you," read Li Luor's final message. Chen Feng replied, "Keep up the good work. When you go to Haidu, we'll be waiting for the good news of your fame abroad." Ding. "I will, I promise, because Mr. Xia told me I can do it." Li Luor immediately replied. "That's good. I'll come visit you when I have time." Chen Feng and Li Luor chatted for a while before telling her to go to sleep. As he was about to shut down the computer, Chen Feng looked at his backpack in surprise and asked Yuan Shan, "Do I get a reward too? If not, that'd be pretty rough, right?" Yuan Shan replied calmly. Chen Feng laughed upon hearing this and said, "The boss is the best." Although his DKP had been deducted, Yuan Shan still managed to get him a few pieces of equipment. A healer in the guild sent Chen Feng a private message, saying, "The guild leader is so kind to you, he even bought this from me just for you." Chen Feng, seeing this, looked at Yuan Shan with gratitude. "Don't look at me like that. I just didn't want my dedicated healer to be too underpowered." Yuan Shan said expressionlessly. Yes. Thank you, Miss Yuan." Chen Feng said earnestly, then picked up his computer and got up to leave. After Chen Feng left, Yuan Shan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and opened the music platform. It's already past 1 a.m. Chen Feng lay on the bed, glanced at the schedule, and fell asleep. Well, it's time for us to make our move. Late at night, the operations department of Feiying Film and Television in Beijing set the automatic posting time for a Weibo post. The post was scheduled to go live at 10 a.m. When Chen Feng woke up, the internet was already buzzing with excitement. Director Li Lin's new film teaser. Li Fei's new song. The Return of the Divine. Can Lu Wen be crowned a legend? Li Fei's new song is no worse than the top 5 on the charts. Just as everyone arrived at the office, ready to take a break before starting work, Weibo exploded. In a teaser trailer for Li Fei's new film by Fei Ying Film, the moment her voice rang out, everyone who clicked in was hooked. Li Fei has released a new song. This time, she didn't disappoint her fans. In just a few dozen seconds, the quality of the new song is evident. This divine voice made everyone realize just how unique Li Fei's voice is. Ethereal and ethereal, it is something to be cherished. Combined with Li Fei's naturally cool and aloof demeanor, she has instantly gained a massive following. After the charts were released, here comes Li Fei again. Is there any room left for others? Is there no one out there who can challenge her? The creators and singers in the entertainment industry are all stunned. Unless something unexpected happens, Li Fei's song will dominate the November Hot Songs chart. This leaves singers who were planning to release their songs in November feeling helpless. At that moment, Li Fei was boarding a flight to Beijing. Over the next week, she would join director Li Lin for a promotional tour. Before departing, she informed Chen Feng of these plans as usual. As Li Fei departed, Xingyu Entertainment released 3 important announcements in quick succession. Li Fei's new song will be released on all major platforms in 3 days. Zhou Qi's new song will be released in 3 days. The Wang Xin new talent competition rewards program has been launched, with song god Zhang Qiu collaborating with lyricist god Shuelu to create a custom-made song for Wang Xin. The internet was abuzz with excitement. After years of silence, Star Universe Entertainment suddenly made a bold move, surprising everyone in the industry. For the fans of the 3, it's a day worth celebrating. At the beginning of this crazy November, Chen Feng is currently on his way to Guangqing Academy of Fine Arts. Just an hour ago, he received a call from his father, Chen Yong, who informed him that Zhang Meng had been unreachable and asked him to check on her. Chapter 81, How to Handle Matters. Returning to Guangqing Academy of Fine Arts, it was now much quieter. Chen Feng walked along the college path, and soon Zhang Meng arrived. Zhang Meng kept her head down, sitting quietly by the side, saying nothing. However, before Chen Feng arrived, he had already guessed what Zhang Meng had been up to during this time. Seeing her looking so haggard now, he was even more certain. Just started school? Must be busy with studies? Chen Feng asked. Not busy. Zhang Meng replied, still looking down. Really? You haven't been answering your phone lately. Is there something you can't even tell me about? Chen Feng looked at Zhang Meng in confusion. Bro. She came to ask me for money. If I don't give it to her, she'll come to school and hassle me. Zhang Meng couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself into Chen Feng's arms, crying. Her? Chen Feng patted Zhang Meng on the back, furrowing his brows and asked, Your mom came looking for you? Zhang Meng nodded tearfully. She had contacted her not long ago, and then suddenly came looking for me last week, demanding money. Just that? Chen Feng looked at Zhang Meng in disbelief, sighed in relief, and said calmly, I thought you had gotten involved with someone again. Upon learning that Zhang Meng had been working part-time every day for this reason, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. However, her mother's situation wasn't exactly uncommon. Evil in people has nothing to do with blood ties. Chen Feng didn't want to dwell on it too much and said, I'll transfer 500,000 yuan to your account tonight. But I have one condition, this 500,000 yuan is her future maintenance fee. You must ensure she disappears from your life forever before you can give her the money. Chen Feng said seriously. Bro, I can't do that. Zhang Meng paused for a moment and shook her head. If you can't, then keep working and spend your college years in agony. Chen Feng said. Zhang Meng fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Only by handling this trouble myself can I prevent it from happening again. Of course, Chen Feng could handle it faster, but he had no interest in dealing with such family matters. Out of gratitude, Chen Feng and his father had treated Zhang Meng this way. But that wasn't a reason for him to meddle in others' family affairs. If Zhang Meng couldn't handle it herself, there was nothing he could do. I understand. After a moment, Zhang Meng came to a decision. Thanks, bro. After coming to terms with it, Zhang Meng felt much lighter. She wrapped her arms around Chen Feng's neck and said, Let me give you a kiss, bro. Get lost. Chen Feng slapped Zhang Meng's hand away, looking disgusted. Hey, it won't hurt to give a kiss. Zhang Meng smiled at Chen Feng. Chen Feng took out his phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to her, saying seriously, Remember, if you can't ensure she won't show up again, don't give her the money. As for how to ensure that, you figure it out yourself. Got it. Zhang Meng nodded seriously. Then rest well tonight, and remember to help me play the game later when you have time. Seeing that she truly understood, Chen Feng didn't say anything else. Bro, our college has a choir performance today. Let us go check it out. Saying this, Zhang Meng took Chen Feng's hand and walked toward the school auditorium. Since it was a rare opportunity to go out, Chen Feng didn't refuse and decided to go along to check it out. The Fine Arts Academy and Xingyue were very close, and students from both schools often socialized. Chen Feng remembered that during his audition for the music program, he had often attended such events. Mainly because Yin Shui liked to come. Performances at Xingyue were usually crowded and required tickets, while the Art Academy didn't have such restrictions. The Fine Arts Academy's auditorium was very large, so even if there were no seats, many people could stand around the perimeter. Chen Feng was quite familiar with the layout of the Art Academy. When the two arrived at the auditorium, it was already packed. Zhang Meng held Chen Feng's hand as they made their way through the crowd, eventually finding a good spot. Look, they're already on stage. This is the most famous choir at our Art Academy, Zhang Meng said excitedly to Chen Feng. Compared to half an hour ago, she seemed like a completely different person. This girl has excellent emotional management and strong stress handling abilities. Chen Feng noticed that Zhang Meng's personality was well suited for corporate management. With a slight adjustment in her approach to handling matters, she would be just fine. However, she chose art. If she can't make it in the art world, starting a company and letting her manage it would be a good option. Click. Suddenly, the lights in the auditorium dimmed. Welcome everyone to tonight's performance. No further ado, let's get started. The host's voice faded away, and the lights immediately focused on the center of the stage. The entire auditorium fell silent. A girl slowly walked onto the stage and began to sing. Later, I finally learned how to love. But you had already left and disappeared into the crowd. 3, 2, 1. The entire auditorium suddenly broke into song, catching the lyrics below and singing out with all their might. Later, I finally understood through tears. Some people, once missed, are gone forever. Gardenia flowers, white petals, falling onto my blue pleated skirt. I love you. You whispered softly. This was the first time Chen Feng had heard thousands of people sing together in person, and he was deeply moved. It was completely different from what he had seen on his phone. Some students nearby were singing with such passion that it sounded like wailing, yet they were still part of the grand chorus. No matter how it was sung, with so many people, the song never sounded unpleasant. It was no surprise that Li Luor won the top spot on the charts. After the song ended, dozens of students took the stage to perform another choral piece. From start to finish, the audience in the auditorium was enthusiastic, often joining in with the choir. The event didn't end until 10 o'clock at night. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Meng was still in high spirits and excitedly said to Chen Feng, "If only you were Mr. Xia, I could ask Lilo for her autograph. She's truly amazing. She'll definitely become a big star in the future." Chen Feng sighed wryly. What's so great about being a big star? Every move you make is watched, and you have no privacy. That's true. For example, there's someone in our dorm who's obsessed with a celebrity, to the point where they even know where their idol's birthmark is. Zhang Meng sighed. The two continued chatting as they walked toward the dormitory. After seeing Zhang Meng off at the dormitory building, Chen Feng said, "If you really can't handle it, come find me, okay?" "Don't worry, bro." Zhang Meng, now feeling much better, said, "I know what to do." "That's good. I'll head back now. You go up quickly." Chen Feng waved his hand and turned to leave. By the time he got home, it was already past 11 o'clock. Chen Feng lay down lazily, opened his phone, and the first thing he did was reply to all the messages. These days, Chen Feng had developed the habit of checking all his WeChat messages at the same time and replying to them all at once. Li Fei and the others seemed to have noticed Chen Feng's habit. So whenever they sent him a message, they didn't wait for him to reply. Anyway, they knew they'd probably get a reply by evening. In a high-end hotel in Beijing, Li Fei, who had just finished showering, had checked her phone several times. He hasn't replied yet tonight, Li Fei muttered to herself as she stared at her phone screen. Su Wei, who was reviewing a contract nearby, smiled upon hearing this and continued sorting through the incoming event invitations. Ding! The next moment, her phone rang. Li Fei hurriedly opened it and saw the reply, a smile spreading across her face. Chapter 82, Old Lu, the Fishing Buddy. Since returning from school, Chen Feng had quickly put Zhang Meng's matter out of his mind. Chen Feng believed that Zhang Meng would handle it properly. He couldn't say much else, but Chen Feng considered himself pretty good at judging people. The river near the residential area had seen an increase in the number of older men fishing recently. Chen Feng noticed that the fish were getting harder to catch. He'd come back empty-handed many times recently. Damn, it looks like today will be another blank. As he let the bait sink, Chen Feng reeled in the line, but it came back empty. Don't rush. As long as you don't rush, the fish will lose patience. Old Lu, a fellow angler nearby, said leisurely. Chen Feng shot him a disapproving glance and said, "Could it be that you've made the bait pile too big?" He and Old Lu had met a few days ago and had been fishing together frequently lately. According to Old Lu, he was a retired teacher who had taken up fishing out of boredom. Seeing that he hadn't caught anything today, Chen Feng decided to pack up and head back. Old Lu, noticing this, said, "Leaving already? It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Don't you need to go home for dinner?" Chen Feng asked, noticing that Old Lu always seemed to stay later than him. "There's no one at home. What's there to eat? I'll just grab something here," Old Lu laughed. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully, sat down beside him, and watched old Lu fish. Just wait. It won't be more than 3 minutes before the fish can't resist anymore. Old Lu said with a smile. I'll see for myself, Chen Feng said, refusing to believe it. As time passed, suddenly, the float on the river's surface moved slightly. Here it comes. Old Lu whispered, then began to slowly reel in the line. A 5 or 6 pound fish was reeled in. See? I told you it wouldn't last. Old Lu said happily. Chen Feng looked dejected and asked, What do you teach? Fine arts, Old Lu said as he removed the hook. Don't underestimate me, I can hold my own in the art world. Oh? Chen Feng looked at Old Lu's hands and noticed some calluses, likely from years of painting. What, you don't believe me? Old Lu, hearing Chen Feng's tone, said, I even have my own exhibition hall at the art academy. That's impressive. Chen Feng was a bit surprised. Having an exhibition hall at university was indeed quite impressive. For a painter, shouldn't you be focusing on painting at this age? Chen Feng was a bit confused. Ah. Old Lu sighed and said, Never mind. This life is fine as it is. Want to grab a bite to eat, young friend? Old Lu suddenly asked. Chen Feng saw that he had nothing else to do tonight, so he agreed. Alright, let's wrap up early today. Old Lu poured all the fish back into the river, then stored the fish tank and bucket under a nearby rock. These fish are pretty dumb, I've caught them several times already. Lao Lu said with a smile. Chen Feng heard this and smiled wryly. This guy, he fishes the same spot every day, catches them, and then releases them. I wonder if the fish are stupid or smart. After packing up, Old Lu said, I know a good spot. Let's go there. The two hailed a taxi and headed straight for the city center, eventually arriving at a private dining restaurant. After sitting down, Old Lu looked around, searching for something. He then looked disappointed. Order whatever you like. I'll treat you today, Old Lu said gloomily. Chen Feng noticed everything but didn't mention it. He picked up the menu, ordered a few dishes, and waited for the food to arrive. Soon, a waitress approached. She saw Old Lu and smiled. Mr. Lu, don't look for her. She left as soon as you arrived. Old Lu looked dejected but forced a smile. It's okay. Today I just came here to have a meal with friends. The waitress glanced at Chen Feng and said, Alright, I'll have the kitchen serve your table first. After the waitress left, Old Lu smiled awkwardly. Don't laugh at me. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here looking for an old companion, you know. He explained. It's okay, I'm just here to eat. Chen Feng said casually. Soon, the dishes were served. Chen Feng tasted it and praised, it's indeed delicious. It's on par with a private chef's cooking. Of course. And there's piano music in the evenings too. Old Lu said with a smile, pointing to the piano nearby. Ha! That's interesting. Chen Feng looked over at the piano, which he hadn't noticed when he first came in. But I've never heard it before. Lao Lu said with a wry smile. I've been here over a dozen times, and every time she sees me, she stops playing. Is she your daughter? Chen Feng asked. Old Lu nodded, his gaze fixed on the piano, and said to Chen Feng, back then, I was obsessed with painting. As I grew older, I began to hope that my daughter would follow in my footsteps. So I constantly pushed her to paint, hoping one day she'd be better than me. But I didn't realize how extreme I was being, which made her hate painting and even sneak off to learn piano. When I found out, I flew into a rage, and we had a huge argument. Since then, there's been a rift between us. In fact, we haven't spoken to each other for a long time. Old Lu looked somber, and mentioning these things made him look haggard. Chen Feng listened quietly. This was a classic case of wanting one's child to succeed, but ending up achieving the opposite. However, unlike others, while others became worse, his daughter found a different way to grow stronger. This father-daughter duo must have some strong artistic genes. Chen Feng looked at the piano and smiled, saying, at our age, let the children do as they please. Besides, playing the piano isn't any worse than painting. I think the same way now, but she hates me and refuses to communicate with me. Old Lu said with a bitter smile. Well, I think I might have an idea. Chen Feng thought for a moment, feeling that there was something to this. Really? Old Lu, upon hearing this, suddenly gripped Chen Feng's hand excitedly. If you can help us reconcile, I'll give you anything. Chen Feng felt a chill and pulled his hand away. Take me as your disciple? Chen Feng asked. No problem. It's you? I can tell you're a promising young man with a bright future. Old Lu looked at Chen Feng and said seriously. It's not me, it's my sister. She's studying at the Academy of Fine Arts and I was just recommending her to you. Chen Feng said. Ha? A student from the Academy of Fine Arts? That's even better. She has a solid foundation. I'm still qualified to teach her. Old Lu sighed in relief. Chen Feng, seeing this, rolled his eyes at him. Alright, I'll talk to her about it. Let's handle your matters first. Don't worry, I'll get back to you in 3 days. Chen Feng said. Alright. Old Lu was both surprised and delighted. He truly placed his hopes in Chen Feng. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Chen Feng gave him a very steady impression and seemed to have a broad perspective. If it weren't for his age, he would have even thought that Chen Feng had gone through a lot in life. Since they couldn't wait for their daughter, after eating their fill, they exchanged contact information and went their separate ways. On the way back, Chen Feng had already figured out how to handle the situation. He also decided to find a teacher for Zhang Meng. This was a good deal. If he couldn't teach old Lu properly, he could always cultivate Zhang Meng's business talents. Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile proudly. He really was a talent. Midnight. Director Li Lin's new film, Time Like Sound, officially premiered in theaters nationwide. At the same time, Li Fei and Zhou Qi's new song was also released on all major platforms. To promote this, Xingyu Entertainment invested heavily in marketing. As soon as midnight struck, many people immediately paid to subscribe to both of their new songs. Chapter 83, Unstoppable. Given the impact of their previous song, major bloggers had expected another disappointment this time. However, just a few minutes later, these bloggers were completely blown away. Hurry up and share this as a great opportunity to attract attention. These influencers all added Li Fei and Zhou Qi's new songs to their playlists. Especially Li Fei's new song. People realized that Li Fei was taking another step forward. The Caspian Sea, the only inland sea city. Dubbed the most worthwhile destination in the country and the city with the highest chance of meeting someone special, it's a place where you can find someone who shares your every emotion. Thousands of tourists visit here every day, strolling along the coastal paths. Along the coastline are countless bars and quiet spots. Opening a business here comes with immense competitive pressure. Zhang Hu gazed out at the bustling crowd with a sense of melancholy. It had been 3 months since he arrived in Lehigh to open his shop. However, despite being drawn here by his dreams, he has been harshly dealt with by reality. He could see that the store was on the brink of closing down. As Zhang Hu idly scrolled through Weibo, adding songs to his store's playlist, Li Fei's new song was released. After listening to it once, Zhang Hu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, utterly amazed. After regaining his composure, Zhang Hu immediately added the new song to his playlist, connected it to the speakers, and also connected the speakers outside the store entrance. A leisurely evening. A gentle breeze blew by, caressing the faces of the few tourists sitting outside on chairs, chatting idly. Nearby, the sound of singing drifted over, drawing the attention of some of the tourists. Suddenly, a song began to play softly. You gave me an umbrella, quote, Wang Fei, you're waiting for me at the end. Holding back the pouring rain of loneliness. So I long to give you a stretch of riverbank. To wash away the regrets that corrode the soul. With the support of high-quality sound equipment, Li Fei's ethereal voice was like a dream, captivating all the passers-by. This song is so beautiful. This place has such good taste. Let's sit down here, I'm tired. Sit down and listen to the music. Many tourists were drawn by the music, stopped to listen, and then entered the store. Zhang Hu had already instructed his staff to prepare everything and immediately went forward to greet them. Who's singing? A curious tourist asked. It's Li Fei, the one who sang Hurry Up that year, Zhang Hu hurriedly replied. She's released a new song? Let's listen. The tourists who had sat down all took out their phones and searched for Li Fei's new song. In an instant, the once quiet bar, which had only had a trickle of customers, came alive. Zhang Hu bustled around the crowd, his face beaming with joy. In Haidu, under a certain overpass, a young man was singing this song, which had been released just an hour ago, with deep emotion. I've been following the footsteps of your heart. Even if everyone misunderstands you, I will understand you. Ready to shine like the clouds in the sky. You're waiting for me at the end, with raindrops in your smile. The boy screamed with all his might, venting his emotions, letting the tears flow freely, heedless of the mocking glances of passers-by. The night was already deep. Many people couldn't sleep because of Li Fei's song, and many cried uncontrollably in the night. In a villa, the living room lights were still on. Li Jiren had dozed off on the sofa, having been waiting for news from the operations department. However, the phone rang several times, but he didn't hear it. Soon, a girl came down from the attic. Dad, it's time to go back to your room and sleep. The girl gently shook Li Jiren awake. Ha? What time is it? Li Jiren opened his eyes groggily and asked about his daughter first. It's past 2 o'clock. Go back to bed quickly. Oh, okay. Li Jiren slowly stood up. Let me check. Li Jiren opened his phone. The next moment, a delighted smile spread across his face as he said to his daughter, Fantastic. This score is on par with the top rankings. Li Fei's Wait for Me at the finish line is unstoppably trending. In the dead of night, movie fans emerging from the cinema gazed intently at the beautiful woman beside them, wondering if there might be a story to be had. Li Lin's new film is sure to be a box office hit. The success of the premiere was beyond Li Lin's imagination. At 3 in the morning, Years Like Sound was trending on the hot search list. Chen Feng is asleep. The next morning, Chen Feng had barely opened his eyes when the phone rang. Chen Feng didn't even look at it, he just answered and held it to his ear. You're doing well. Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia, Kana said softly. Hearing Kana's changed tone, Chen Feng knew she was probably waiting at the finish line for him to become famous. Oh, it's okay, Chen Feng said calmly. On the other end of the phone, Kana was envious beyond words. In just one night, Li Fei's new song not only took the top spot on the November charts but even broke into the annual charts. You have to understand, this is November. With the annual chart nearing its end, Li Fei's new song had climbed into the top 100 in just over 10 hours, currently ranking at 97th place. To make it into the top 100 of the annual chart, the number of listeners must be at least in the millions. What kind of monster is this? Fans will go crazy for Li Fei, but insiders know that while Li Fei's talent is important, what's truly crucial is the songwriter behind it, Xia Shiyuyu. I think I need to start filming this show sooner so I can commission you to write the theme song as soon as possible. Kana is very excited about this. Don't worry, you won't be left out, Chen Feng said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng followed his usual routine, washed up, and went for a run. After finishing his run, he didn't go fishing today. After talking to old Lu, Chen Feng checked the time and hailed a taxi to the private dining restaurant he had visited the previous day. On the way, Chen Feng checked his Weibo. In November, Li Fei had almost monopolized all the attention, even Zhou Qi had to settle for second place. Chen Feng listened to Zhou Qi's new song and thought it was pretty good, with the quality of a hit song. Though the data showed he lagged slightly behind Li Fei, if released in a different month, he would have easily been a champion. Before releasing his song, Chen Feng had also discussed it with Zhou Qi. He knew he'd likely be overshadowed in November, but there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't just delay his release because of that. Zhou Qi had already prepared himself mentally for this. Li Fei's new song went viral, and Li Lin's new work also garnered significant attention. During the first roadshow in Yanjing, an unexpected crowd of nearly 10 times the expected number gathered. The cheers for Li Fei were deafening. Such a scene left Li Fei deeply shocked. She hadn't realized she had so many fans. Hua Luo's private kitchen. Chen Feng chose a seat near the window and, while there was still some time left, searched his mind for piano pieces from Blue Star. Having not played in years, Chen Feng wasn't sure if he'd feel rusty. In a situation like old Lu's daughter, Chen Feng thought it would be easy to mend the relationship. She liked the piano, didn't she? He'd play her a piece that would scare her out of her wits. And the person playing that piece would be her father's friend. Chapter 84, The Exam. Just as Chen Feng was thinking about what piece to play to attract old Lu's daughter, a business car slowly pulled up outside Hua Luo's private kitchen. As the door opened, an elderly couple stepped out of the car, and the girl who had been waiting impatiently rushed forward to greet them. Teacher, it's been ages. The girl excitedly hugged the woman in front of her. The woman smiled and patted the girl's hand, saying, "A few years isn't that long for old folks like us. Come on in. Today, my husband and I just wanted to come here to taste the cuisine and see how you're doing." She smiled kindly. "Yes, please come in. I've already arranged a seat for you." Saying this, the girl led the way and brought the two to a private room. After settling her teacher, the girl went out to give instructions to the kitchen staff. As she passed by, Chen Feng glanced at her, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. "Here you are, Lu Shireen." Chen Feng looked at old Lu's daughter and was unexpectedly surprised. Old Lu looks like he's in his 50s, yet his daughter is still so young? It must be because he had her late in life, so he is placing all his hopes on her. Chen Feng saw Lu Shireen chatting with a waiter and didn't rush to act. Instead, he slowly savored the dishes. As a private dining establishment, the quality was indeed impressive and could be considered quite high-end. Plus, it was in the evening, so there were quite a few people around. When Lu Shireen passed by again, she accidentally made eye contact with Chen Feng, and her expression seemed puzzled. "Have I seen him before?" Lu Shireen felt a sense of familiarity. But she didn't think much of it, as her teacher was here today not just for dinner, but to check on her. As her piano teacher, Lu Shireen needed her teacher's approval if she wanted to take things further. Only by passing the teacher's evaluation and obtaining a recommendation letter could Lu Shireen have a chance to climb higher. So she was very nervous at that moment. Because the teacher would randomly assign topics. Soon, back in the private room, Lu Shireen and her teacher started chatting, neither mentioning the assessment. Until the dishes were served and everyone was full. At that moment, Huang Qi looked at Lu Shireen and spoke calmly, "Shall we begin?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shireen's heart began to race wildly. She took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, let's go with the teacher." Lu Shireen stood up, opened the door, and led the two elderly people into the hall. "Please sit here." Lu Shireen invited the two to sit down, then walked to the piano and sat down. This sudden action caught Chen Feng off guard as he was deep in thought. Is there something else going on? Chen Feng hadn't expected two elderly people to suddenly appear. It seemed they were here to listen to Lu Shireen play. As soon as Lu Shireen sat down, Huang Qi's expression grew serious. It was autumn, and night was approaching. The last rays of sunlight were about to disappear into the darkness, and the maple leaves at the door were drifting in the dim light. Huang Qi suddenly realized she hadn't heard any piano pieces about autumn in a long time. As a piano professor at the Yenjing Conservatory of Music, she had students all over the world. Among the renowned pianists in the country today, many could be said to have some connection to her. Though she does like Lu Shirin, the child, in terms of piano talent, she still falls short. Huang Qi had originally intended to refuse Lu Shirin's request. However, her father called her and pleaded on her behalf, so she eventually agreed. As for Lu Shirin, she seemed unaware of the situation. Huang Qi thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you play a piece related to autumn?" Lu Shirin, who was sitting there nervously waiting, nodded upon hearing this and quickly searched for a few pieces. After some consideration, she finally chose a relatively novel piece. This piece was composed by a rising star in the domestic music scene, and many pianists had performed it. Moreover, the composer was the teacher's disciple, making him Lu Shirin's senior. When Lu Shirin told Huang Qi the piece she would play, Huang Qi nodded and gestured for her to begin. At that moment, many guests turned their attention to her, eagerly awaiting her performance. With a deep breath, Lu Shirin began to play. The room fell silent. The notes danced, their melodious sounds echoing throughout the hall. Guests in the private rooms, upon hearing the piano melody, also stepped out to gather around and watch. At first, Lu Shirin played with ease. As more people gathered around, her calm heart began to stir, and before long, she played a wrong note. In that instant, Lu Shirin felt her heart race. In just a few seconds, she quickly reacted, trying to salvage the situation, but another mistake followed immediately. In the end, after a few minutes, Lu Shirin was completely frozen in place. Despite the applause ringing out around her, she knew she had failed this time. That was good, much better than before. Huang Qi clapped her hands, praising Lu Shirin. However, if that's the case, I'm afraid the teacher's recommendation letter won't be enough for you. You still have room to grow, perhaps you should try again for a while. Huang Qi said. Huang Qi's words were like a thunderclap. Although Lu Shirin had already anticipated the fate awaiting her, she still found it hard to accept. Teacher, is it because of the mistake I made earlier? Lu Shirin asked, looking dazed. Huang Qi shook her head upon hearing this. Seeing her teacher's denial, Lu Shirin fell silent. Does that mean I'm not qualified yet? She suddenly couldn't understand. Shouldn't those who are allowed to take the exam be students who have already demonstrated the necessary skills? Teacher Huang Qi had watched her video and accepted her for the assessment. Lu Shirin still believed she could succeed. The next moment, Lu Shirin looked at her teacher in disbelief and asked calmly, "Is it because of my father?" Just moments ago, the man's figure flashed by, and Lu Shirin suddenly thought of something, turning to Huang Qi for confirmation. Only Chen Feng remained to watch the spectacle, seemingly ready for it to end. The next moment, he reluctantly stood up and walked toward the piano. Though the old man didn't give an answer, the subtle atmosphere seemed to have already decided the outcome. "Sorry, have you finished playing?" Chen Feng approached Lu Shirin and asked softly. Chen Feng's sudden interruption snapped Lu Shirin back to reality. She froze for a few seconds before standing up and stepping aside. "Please go ahead, I've finished playing." She stepped aside and let Chen Feng take her place. Huang Qi also sighed in relief. Despite Lu Hai's repeated requests for her to keep it a secret, she wasn't someone who was good at lying. If it weren't for this young man suddenly appearing, Huang Qi felt she was about to blurt out the truth. The next moment, Huang Qi looked at Chen Feng sitting at the piano, feeling puzzled. Was this young man intentionally interrupting their conversation, or did he really want to play? Lu Shirin frowned, recalling the man who had come with that guy last night. Chapter 85, Autumn Whispers. Actually, Chen Feng had many options. Before that, he had thought a lot about it. The piano was one of the indispensable elements of his previous life. This might also be the first time he revealed the talents of his former self. Chen Feng didn't consider whether he would be entangled in trouble or become an overnight sensation. After all, he didn't play the piano often, at least not in front of others. So when Chen Feng placed his hands on the keys, his entire expression changed. As the notes began to play, the entire hall fell silent, with only the music filling the air. It was as though autumn fairies were dancing. This was a piece played by Richard Clayderman, the piano prince of Blue Star. Its name was Autumn Whisper. On Blue Star, this piece is a rare classic, a melody worthy of being passed down through the ages. The moment it appeared in this world, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of peace within him. Vaguely, he recalled that the last time he played it felt like decades ago. Time seemed to have broken free from its cycle. The audience present seemed to be transported to different autumns of the past, watching the withered leaves repeat their inevitable fate. The falling leaves were as light as floating duckweed, but the memories were as heavy as mountains. Huang Qi stared at Chen Feng in awe, at this young man, for this was the most beautiful moment of her life. Until the sound of the music gradually faded away. Many people remained lost in thought for a long time. "Did you compose this piece yourself?" Huang Qi's voice broke the silence as she stood up, walked excitedly to Chen Feng, and grabbed his hand, asking. "It was just something I composed on a whim." Chen Feng replied calmly. "There's no such song in this world. It's better to just say I made it up than to make up someone else's song. Anyway, there won't be a next time. Chen Feng gently stroked the piano keys and said, I've embarrassed you all. My performance is over. Saying this, Chen Feng stood up and returned to his seat. At that moment, the onlookers finally snapped out of their trance and began clapping enthusiastically, marveling at the astonishing piece. Huang Qi remained silent. The next moment, she walked over and sat down in front of Chen Feng. I wonder if you'd be willing to play it again. I was too excited just now and didn't manage to remember it all, Huang Qi said awkwardly. Chen Feng shook his head and said, if you'd like, I can give you the sheet music. But you must promise not to reveal my identity. Of course, of course. Huang Qi agreed, nodding happily. Lu Shirin, standing nearby, was completely speechless. Is this really the guy who called him over? If so, that's too terrifying. Seeing her teacher's happy expression, it was something Lu Shirin and the other students dared not even imagine. A legendary figure in the domestic piano world was actually humbling himself to ask a young person. If anyone were to hear about this, no one would believe it. Lu Shirin felt a mix of emotions from every angle. Even setting everything else aside, this piece was far beyond her reach. Throughout the entire process, Chen Feng didn't glance at Lu Shirin once, instead engaging in conversation with Huang Qi. When Huang Qi asked about Chen Feng's past experiences, Chen Feng brushed them off vaguely. They chatted like this for several hours. It wasn't until Huang Qi's spouse spoke up that she reluctantly bid farewell to Chen Feng. Young friend, I really can't thank you enough. If you ever need anything in the future, just give me a call. Huang Qi took out a piece of paper and wrote down her phone number for Chen Feng, then asked for his number as well. After exchanging contact information, Huang Qi finally agreed to leave with her husband. As they were leaving, she looked at Lu Shirin, thought for a moment, and said, actually, the teacher came here with some disappointment, but I'm sorry. You're still missing something, perhaps you need more time to mature. Huang Qi said gently. She hoped Lu Shirin would realize it on her own. But at that moment, Lu Shirin was dazed and nodded blankly. Well, keep trying. Huang Qi sighed softly, waved goodbye to Chen Feng, and got into the car with her husband. After the car had driven away, Chen Feng also prepared to leave. Hello, teacher. At that moment, a heavy-set man suddenly appeared, smiling broadly as he approached Chen Feng. Would you mind adding me as a friend? I'm also a piano enthusiast. Chen Feng was about to refuse outright, but after thinking it over, he exchanged contact information with him. We can exchange ideas in the future. Chen Feng nodded. Sure, definitely, definitely. The man said repeatedly, then added, I won't bother you anymore. I should be going now. At that moment, it was already late at night. Hua Luo's private kitchen was also preparing to close for the day. Chen Feng walked toward the door, silently counting to 10 in his mind. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Shirin's voice rang out at the last moment. Chen Feng sighed in relief, turned around calmly, and looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Chen Feng asked. Lu Shirin hesitated before asking, do you know him? Who? Chen Feng was confused. Lu Hai, Lu Shirin said. Chen Feng looked at her thoughtfully and said, you're the daughter old Lu mentioned? Lu Shirin frowned and looked at Chen Feng. What's your relationship with him? Did he ask you to come here? Lu Shirin asked. Old Lu and I are fishing buddies. We met while fishing and came here for a meal. Don't read too much into it, Chen Feng said casually. And the food here is indeed quite good. How to put it, this piano is also in excellent condition, well maintained. As he spoke, Chen Feng looked at Lu Shirin, smiled, and said, but old Lu mentioned that you seem to really like pianos. I think you should give it up. It's an art that requires talent. Chen Feng sighed and turned to leave. Lu Shirin felt a mix of emotions she couldn't put into words, as if she had nowhere to vent them. In the end, she chose silence. She neither argued, nor agreed, nor denied. Having loved it for over a decade, she had indeed worked hard to get where she was, but her teacher had made it clear what she was lacking. What exactly was missing? Lu Shirin dared not ask and could not see it either. In the end, she turned her gaze toward Chen Feng, hoping for an answer. Chen Feng, seeing this, sighed and said, are you unsure about what you're missing? Let me tell you. You lack confidence, the kind of confidence to swim against the current in the face of stronger opponents. You get nervous in front of your teacher, but you can play freely among these guests? Do you only show your true abilities in front of those weaker than you? Chen Feng spoke these words calmly. Every word cut like a knife, leaving Lu Shirin pale and speechless. By the time she snapped back to reality, Chen Feng had already left. Lu Shirin felt her mind had never been so chaotic. The composure she had cultivated over the years of learning piano was shattered in an instant. Sitting at the piano, she ran her fingers over the keys but couldn't bring herself to play a single note. Finally, when the last staff member was waiting, Lu Shirin snapped back to reality, stood up, tidied up, and left the restaurant. As she was leaving, she told the staff member, I won't be coming here for a while. Please let Xiaoyu know for me. Got it, Miss Lu. The staff member nodded and watched Lu Shirin leave. At that moment, Chen Feng had just returned to the lobby of the Gallon Mansion and happened to encounter Yuan Shan, who had just come back from outside. Yuan Shan looked exhausted as she walked toward the community with her head down. Upon seeing Chen Feng, she was slightly surprised. So late? Where were you? Yuan Shan asked. Seeing his line taken, Chen Feng fell silent before saying, I was having a late night snack. Let's have another one then. Come on, I'll treat you. I have nothing planned tonight. She smiled slightly, looking much more energetic. Thank goodness someone's here to eat late night snacks with me. Otherwise, I'd be so depressed. Yuan Shan sighed in relief and stretched her arms. Chen Feng sighed wryly, saying nothing, and followed Yuan Shan as they walked toward the nearby snack street. Chapter 86, Invitation. At a time like this, drinking 2 bottles of beer and munching on some grilled skewers with Yuan Shan felt almost like a dream. Yuan Shan, who usually wears jeans, is dressed in a light yellow long dress tonight, with subtle makeup on her face. Chen Feng, noticing something off, couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Yuan Shan was clearly off tonight. She was too beautiful. What's wrong? Am I looking pretty tonight? Yuan Shan noticed Chen Feng's gaze and asked calmly. Indeed, you look beautiful tonight. Chen Feng nodded. Yuan Shan smiled upon hearing this, tucked her hair behind her ear, and looked at Chen Feng. So, are you moved? No, I'm not moved. My heart has long since grown cold. Chen Feng hurriedly shook his head. You've been hurt by your little girlfriend and haven't recovered yet? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even remember such a person. Chen Feng said softly, eating the skewered meat. The two chatted back and forth, talking about many things. But throughout the entire conversation, Yuan Shan never mentioned why she had dressed like that tonight, and Chen Feng didn't ask either. Chen Feng didn't like knowing too much. Girls, after all, always have their little secrets. Solve one, and another one pops up. So long ago, Chen Feng realized that if you don't address it, you'll only ever have to deal with one thing. It wasn't until midnight that the two of them headed toward the residential area. The night air was slightly cool. The autumn wind carried a hint of moisture, brushing against their faces with a touch of chill. Seeing Yuan Shan with her arms crossed over her chest, Chen Feng sighed and took off his jacket to give it to her. Thank you, Yuan Shan said, taking the jacket and putting it on, feeling instantly warmer. By the way, aren't you a songwriter? If you have time, write a song for me to see. Maybe one day when I debut, I'll sing your song. Yuan Shan suddenly said. Chen Feng only then remembered that Yuan Shan had been the lead singer in school. Lead singer? Are you the kind who is in a band? Chen Feng asked. Chen Feng had heard Yuan Shan's voice before, and it was quite good. Though he didn't know what had happened at school, her skills were still impressive after all this time. A band? Yuan Shan thought for a moment, shook her head, and said, I wasn't originally in a band. They invited me, and I sang with them for 2 semesters. What kind of style is the band? Yuan Shan asked curiously. Chen Feng paused, as he didn't have much of a concept either. It's like some people, if you take them out on their own, they just don't have that certain something. But when they're part of a band, they become full of charm, not just the people, but the music as well. So I guess that's the band style, Yuan Shan said thoughtfully. During my time in the band, I did sing better. But I don't really like singing too passionate songs. Yuan Shan said. I can tell. Chen Feng nodded and said, when you debut one day, I'll write a song for you. Yuan Shan stopped in her tracks, looked at Chen Feng, and smiled brightly, saying, something that soars to the heavens. Of course, if it's not that kind of song, I wouldn't even bother writing it. Chen Feng said confidently. After parting ways, Chen Feng returned to his residence, took a shower, and then lazily fell asleep. That night, Huang Qi found it hard to fall asleep. Although Lu Shireen hadn't given her any unexpected surprises, she had met a young man with extraordinary talent, who seemed to have a bright future ahead of him. A man sitting nearby, reading the newspaper, noticed Huang Qi's expression and laughed. What's wrong? Want to take him as your disciple? Huang Qi nodded upon hearing this, but shook her head quickly. Playing the piano, while it does require talent, is even more about one's state of mind. A child forced to grow up quickly may be able to play the piano well, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can play with true spirit. I can tell he doesn't want to become a pianist. Perhaps he came here tonight on purpose? Huang Qi speculated, smiling. Can someone who doesn't want to be a pianist play such a piece? Huang Qi's spouse asked in surprise. Of course they can. Who says the piece was composed by a pianist? Have you forgotten about composers? Huang Qi shot him a glance, but in her mind, Chen Feng seemed vaguely familiar. It feels like I've seen him before somewhere. Huang Qi thought for a moment but couldn't recall, so he let it go. November had only just begun. At that moment, Li Fei was leading the November new song chart by a wide margin, with Zhou Qi trailing behind, but the third place behind Zhou Qi was also far behind him. The strong momentum of Li Fei's new song also boosted the box office of Li Lin's new film. Many people felt that the movie had been elevated because of Li Fei's song. From Yanjing to Haidu, to Luochang and Xihua, Li Fei's final stop was Guangcheng. November 9th. That day, Chen Feng received a call from Su Wei. After a brief chat, Su Wei mentioned in a roundabout way that Li Fei would be holding her final promotional tour in Guangqing on the 10th, with a public performance scheduled. Would you like to come and listen? You've probably never heard her sing before, have you? Su Wei laughed. Chen Feng, who was lounging on the balcony, hesitated for a moment before saying, "No problem, I'll be there." Yay! A cheerful voice came through the phone. Ah! Too loud. Both of them on the call were startled. Chen Feng chuckled wryly, "This girl. She's almost a top-tier singer, yet she's still so nervous. This won't do." Her? Su Wei said softly. She's usually so aloof. People even call her the second Kana. Is that so? Chen Feng was a bit surprised. Li Fei's cool demeanor came to mind. To be honest, she does have a bit of Kana's style. However, Kana's aura is so powerful that people dare not approach her, while Li Fei's aloofness makes her seem like a fairy. Their auras are different, but to others, they both exude a sense of pressure. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng lazily stretched his limbs. He checked the time. It had been 3 days since his appointment with old Lu. Chen Feng glanced at his phone. There were still 2 hours left until 4 in the afternoon. By now, Lu Shirin should have made a move. Had he misjudged the situation? In reality, Lu Shirin was currently in a state of intense inner conflict. At a villa in Guangqing, Lu Shirin had been pacing back and forth outside the villa for nearly an hour. After an hour of internal struggle, she finally gathered her courage, carried the gift to the door, and rang the doorbell. Who is it? Soon, a voice came from the doorbell. It's me, open the door. Lu Shirin suddenly calmed down and said softly. Is that Xiaoyin? Lu Hai, who was painting, felt his heart race. He quickly put down his brush and hurried toward the door. The next moment, he saw Lu Shirin holding a gift, and nearly couldn't help but shed tears. However, Lu Hai remembered Qin Feng's words, if Lu Shirin came back to find him, he shouldn't act too emotional and should instead appear indifferent. Thinking this, Lu Hai put on a different expression and opened the door calmly. You're back. Come in, Lu Hai said indifferently. After opening the door, he turned and walked toward the house. This left Lu Shirin completely flustered. After a while, she finally calmed down and followed him inside. Chapter 87, Reunited. Lu Hai returned to his drawing desk, sat down, and continued to pick up his brush to finish the unfinished details. It's good that you're back. I've had someone clean your room for you. Take a rest first, Lu Hai said calmly, his eyes fixed on the paper. Lu Shirin, who had been away from home for so long, felt a mix of emotions and couldn't bring herself to speak. After sitting for a while, she stood up and walked over to Lu Hai's side, quietly watching him paint. Come to think of it, it was I who insisted on learning to paint when we were children. I used to watch you paint like this all the time. Lu Shirin smiled, her tone tinged with bitterness. Startled by his daughter's sudden words, Lu Hai paused with his paintbrush in hand and looked up at Lu Shirin. Yes, and I was so happy, thinking you'd be a better painter than me one day, Lu Hai sighed. However, the next moment, Lu Hai said, actually, I've always known that you don't seem suited to be a painter, but I just couldn't bring myself to admit it. Lu Shirin heard these words for the first time, and all the grievances she had felt over the years surged forth. Dad! Daughter! The next moment, the two embraced tightly. I'm sorry. It was my fault for not communicating. Ever since Mom passed away, I always felt it was your fault, Lu Shirin cried. I was also at fault. I always thought there were some things that didn't need to be said. We understood each other. Lu Lao's tears flowed freely, and the bitterness in his heart began to fade away. The father and daughter seemed to have endless things to say, wanting to share all the stories of the past years with each other. As the sun set, the two looked at each other and smiled. The past seemed to vanish, and they began anew. Dad, I met a piano master at Hua Luo Private Kitchen the other day. He was very young, and you were there with him. Lu Shirin asked. He said you were his friend. Oh, right, I often go fishing with him. After fishing that day, we went to your place for dinner. Lu Hai was a bit surprised. A piano master? Is he really good at playing the piano? Lu Hai was a bit confused. How did a piano master come up in this conversation? Lu Shirin, seeing that her father didn't know Chen Feng's piano skills, exclaimed, he's not just good, he's at the level where he can compose music. Tonight, my mentor is coming to evaluate me. Lu Shirin told Lu Hai everything that had happened that day. At first, Lu Hai was completely taken aback, especially when Lu Shirin mentioned whether he had asked Huang Qi for favors. Lu Hai's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Fortunately, Lu Shirin only mentioned it in passing. Upon hearing that his daughter hadn't passed the evaluation, Lu Hai also felt upset. My daughter plays so well, yet she didn't pass? That's ridiculous. Dad, that's a renowned figure in the country. Not passing is pretty normal. It just means your daughter still needs more practice, Lu Shirin said with a wry smile. What do you mean? Lu Hai looked at his daughter, sensing that things were taking an unexpected turn. Sure enough, the situation was spiraling out of control. I want to apprentice under him and learn from him, Lu Shirin said firmly. Lu Hai's head was spinning. Chen Feng, that guy, he knew him all too well. Back when he was teaching students, there were similar students with that kind of personality, afraid of trouble and lazy. But the thing was, they were geniuses. What others achieved through relentless effort and time, such students could accomplish effortlessly. Lu Hai, who had nurtured countless students, believed in the power of talent. He knew that effort often couldn't match talent, especially in certain fields where people either didn't do anything or did something that amazed everyone. Would Chen Feng agree to teach his own daughter? In just a minute, Lu Hai thought a lot. The next minute, he spoke calmly, of course. With your dad's connection to him, he'll definitely take you in. That's great. Thank you, Dad. Lu Shirin, upon hearing this, happily hugged Lu Hai's arm. Hee, no problem, no problem. Lu Hai couldn't care less about the details at that moment. His daughter was so adorable, how could he possibly refuse? Wait, your dad will go fishing tomorrow. Talk to him properly, and once everything is settled, you can prepare the apprenticeship ceremony. Lu Hai said confidently. Brother, that's how it is. Please, I'll teach you how to make a fishing hole and fish. By the riverbank outside Galan community. Lu Hai finished telling Chen Feng about yesterday's events with a happy expression on his face. The next moment, he was crying and begging Chen Feng. Being pulled around by an old man over 50, Chen Feng felt like he had accidentally gotten himself into a mess. Wait, let me think about it. Chen Feng looked at him speechlessly. Alright, take your time. Why don't we go somewhere else? I know a tea house with a nice atmosphere. Lu Hai suggested. Let's go. It's getting cold, and I don't feel like fishing lately. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. The two hailed a taxi and headed straight for the city center. Soon, they arrived at a private tea house. Lu Hai's arrival perked up the staff, who hurried over to greet him. Long time no see, Mr. Lu. The server smiled and led the way. Same as usual? Yes, same as always. Lu Hai nodded. Along the way, Chen Feng kept talking about how cute and smart his daughter was. Chen Feng listened until his ears were almost sore. However, as for Lu Shirin herself, he couldn't really say. Whether it was a matter of mindset or skill, Chen Feng needed to verify that further. The two sat down, and the waitress poured tea nearby. Compared to Lu Hai's urgency, Chen Feng sipped the tea leisurely. Time passed slowly. After drinking for over half an hour, seeing that it was almost time, Chen Feng finally spoke up and asked, Tell me, how do you think your daughter's talent is? Ah. Lu Hai was caught off guard by Chen Feng's sudden question. How is her talent for painting? Chen Feng rephrased the question. She was pretty good when she was young, but as she grew older, maybe she just didn't really like it. Her drawings have technical skill but lack soul, Lu Hai replied seriously. Chen Feng nodded upon hearing this and said, her mentor also gave the same evaluation. What do you mean by that? Lu Hai felt a hint of unease. If his daughter wasn't good at piano either, would it be a blow to her? Just speak your mind. No matter the outcome, I'll keep my promise. Lu Hai said. I think we need to observe her some more. Here's what we'll do, have her wait 2 days, and I'll go to Hua Luo's private kitchen. The assessment will be the same as the last time her mentor gave her, but she'll play the piece I played. Chen Feng said. Thank you, young friend. Lu Hai nodded solemnly and said, I'll tell her and have her prepare well. They stayed there until evening, had dinner there, and then left. As they parted, Lu Hai asked, What about your sister? When do you think you'll have her come meet me? That's easy. Let's do it on the day of the assessment. You can assess her too. Chen Feng said. Lu Hai nodded upon hearing this and said, That's a good idea. Though I've agreed to you, I also want to find an outstanding disciple. Of course, if she's not up to it, I'll probably have her do something else in the future. Chen Feng said. After parting ways, Chen Feng hailed a taxi and headed back. On the way, Li Fei sent a message, sending the location of tomorrow's roadshow to Chen Feng. Tomorrow was not only the final day of Li Lin's New Works roadshow but also Li Fei's first public performance. Xingyu Entertainment took this very seriously and had already begun preparing the venue in advance. Guanqing had many of Li Fei's fans, and in recent days, these fans had already organized themselves spontaneously to go to the venue to support Li Fei. Although many were envious, they had to admit that the emergence of Li Fei and her newcomers had brought some vitality back to Guanqing's entertainment industry. Chapter 88, Li Fei's Roadshow. The final roadshow of The Voice of Time arrived in Guangqing as scheduled. On the city's main thoroughfare, a stage capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people had been erected in the square. To secure this venue, Star Universe Entertainment and director Li Lin had put in a lot of effort. The event began at 7 o'clock in the evening. Chen Feng unexpectedly woke up early, enjoyed a rare breakfast, went for a run with Yuan Shan, and then lazily went back to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already afternoon. Chen Feng had planned to call Zhang Meng in advance, but decided to put it off for now. Today was Li Fei's first public performance, her debut concert as a singer. Although it was just a roadshow, there would still be at least 10,000 people in attendance. It could be compared to a professional concert. The entire afternoon, Chen Feng spent watching movies. For him, the world of entertainment was a vast treasure trove. There were many beautiful songs, movies, and TV shows that Chen Feng had never encountered before. Literary works are no exception. Any one of these would keep Chen Feng entertained for a long time. By evening, Su Wei called, and Chen Feng quickly got ready and headed out. He had a quick dinner downstairs and hailed a taxi heading toward the Central Axis Square. Going to watch the roadshow, right? The driver asked with a smile. I've already picked up a few passengers tonight. The last one was also in your neighborhood. What a coincidence. But is this roadshow really that popular? Chen Feng asked in surprise. It seems like Li Fei's roadshow is much more popular than he imagined. The driver said, yeah, it's pretty popular. That girl named Li Fei sings really well. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of the square. Chen Feng looked out the window at the dense crowd and was completely speechless. Young man, get out here. You won't be able to get inside tonight. The driver also sighed in frustration. After getting out of the car, Chen Feng followed the crowd, slowly making his way forward. Seeing the crowd, it was impossible to push forward. Chen Feng sent a message to Su Wei and Li Fei. I've arrived. Don't worry about me. I'll stay here and watch from the crowd. At that moment, Li Fei, who was in the makeup room, received Chen Feng's message and frowned upon reading it. How could there be so many people? Sister Wei Wei. Li Fei hadn't expected so many people to show up either. In such a crowd, she couldn't possibly find Chen Feng. Su Wei heard this and sighed. Yeah, there must be over 10,000 people here. This shows how influential you are as a top-tier singer. No problem, but make sure you perform well. Mr. Xia is watching from the crowd, you know. Su Wei smiled. Li Fei clenched her fists, encouraging herself, don't worry, I can do it. As she spoke, Li Fei's expression grew solemn, her gaze intensely focused. At that moment, the square was already bustling with people. Li Fei! Li Fei! Fei Fei is unbeatable. Fans from all directions gathered in the square, chanting Li Fei's name in unison. The shouts of tens of thousands of people were deafening. The staff from Xingyu Entertainment were overjoyed at the sight. Though the company now has some top-tier singers, none can match Li Fei's current influence. Since her debut, Li Fei has released 3 songs. While one was mediocre, the other 2 were hit songs. Based on streaming and download numbers, Li Fei has already earned the qualifications of a top-tier singer. However, she hasn't released an album yet or held a solo concert, so she still needs some more experience. Today's roadshow is the perfect stepping stone. After everything was prepared, the host walked onto the stage and kicked off tonight's event. According to the original schedule, the movie would be promoted first, followed by the main and supporting actors going through the formalities, and then Li Fei would perform. However, due to the enthusiastic fans, the movie promotion had to be cut short, with Li Fei only making a brief appearance. Chen Feng hadn't expected Li Fei's popularity to be so overwhelming. He was currently squeezed into the crowd, moving reluctantly, with people shouting loudly around him. Now, please welcome Li Fei, the singer of the movie's closing theme song, Time Flies Like Sound. I believe everyone here has been waiting impatiently. As the host's voice faded, the entire square erupted into chaos. Various lightboards and glow sticks were waving in the air. The lights focused on the stage. The next moment, Li Fei, dressed in a black long dress, walked onto the stage under the lights. Ah! I'm going crazy. Fei Fei is so ethereal. What kind of divine attire is that? I dare not even entertain a single impure thought. With her elegant demeanor, flowing dress, and 5 feet 7 inches frame, Li Fei stands at the center of the stage and waves to the crowd. Thank you all so much for coming here from all over. As a singer, I always keep my teacher's words in mind. I will strive to sing well and do what a singer should do. The rest is up to you all to judge. Thank you all. Li Fei bowed slightly. The next moment, the accompaniment began, and the entire square fell silent. Chen Feng felt a bit dazed. Just a moment ago, it was bustling with energy, and now it was as still as a lake. The glow sticks were waved in perfect unison. The melody of "Those Hurried Years" enveloped the entire square. How many times did we say those words back then? After saying goodbye, we kept delaying. Unfortunately, who knows if anyone did. Love is not just one thing, it is the eloquence of 7 emotions. This song is a graduation song. Chen Feng chose it because he had forgotten what it felt like to graduate. But upon second thought, compared to graduation season, those who have been away from campus for years are the ones who miss school days the most. Stepping out of campus, they felt as though they had entered another battlefield, a silent struggle. And today, many of those who have come here are battered and bruised. Former roommates, many have forgotten each other's names, and the last time they contacted each other is a distant memory. The games they played together, the girls they chased after, the embarrassing moments they shared. But on graduation day, most of them didn't get sentimental, didn't shed tears, and didn't get drunk to forget their sorrows. Many packed their bags, said goodbye, and dragged their suitcases out of the dormitory they had called home for 4 years. Since then, they've grown further and further apart. Li Fei's song is hailed as the best campus song of the past decade. Many people sang along with teary eyes. If we can't meet again with tears in our eyes, can we still blush? Just like that year, when we hurriedly carved forever together. Such a beautiful rumor. Some with red eyes sang of a past they could never return to. Some with flushed faces sing of the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Journalists watched the scene in awe. The live stream was going wild, with people refreshing the screen non-stop, wishing they could break through the screen and be there in person. As the song ended, before anyone could recover, the accompaniment for an unexpected song began. Many people snapped back to reality and looked at Li Fei in astonishment. Li Fei spoke calmly, "The next song is my second song, and it was written for me by a senior artist from Hwanyu. Though it's a bit disappointing and not quite suited to me, as a singer, there are always good songs and not so good songs. My teacher once said that a singer shouldn't just remember the good songs, they should also remember the not so good ones, because they're all my songs. So I hope everyone won't mind." Li Fei's words moved the fans present deeply. What others would avoid, Li Fei treated as her own children. As Li Fei began to sing, the crowd fell silent. "I don't think it's that bad, though." "Exactly, I think it's okay." "Is it because Fei sang it?" Despite the song not being great, the fans found it surprisingly decent at that moment. Chen Feng looked at Li Fei with satisfaction. She had really changed so much. Recalling the Li Fei of that day, she was like a shy, delicate young girl, but now standing on stage, she truly resembled a fairy. There was not a trace of artificiality, yet she captivated everyone's attention. Chapter 89, Encounter. The night wind cut like a knife. The crowd was warm. Chen Feng tightened his coat, watching Li Fei on stage, her floor-length dress flowing gracefully. But Li Fei's face remained calm, showing no sign of feeling the cold. As the second song came to an end, Li Fei did not immediately begin the third song. This was also the song everyone had been eagerly awaiting today. Li Fei stood at the center of the stage, her gaze searching for Chen Feng's figure. That day, when she felt it was time to leave, a phone call had pulled her back. When she heard she had been chosen, Li Fei hadn't even considered who the person was or their abilities. The fact that someone was giving her a song was already a tremendous honor. With that gratitude in her heart, Li Fei met Chen Feng, and then heard that song, Those Hurried Years. Her first song was recorded by Chen Feng himself. There were too many people today. Li Fei scanned the crowd below, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her calm face. "When I was a child, my mother once said that some stars can be seen no matter where you are." Li Fei smiled. "I am very grateful to have been chosen by director Li Lin for my new song, and I hope everyone will support it and watch the movie Time Like Sound. Now, let me perform the final song for everyone." As she finished speaking, the accompaniment began. Soft lights illuminated the stage, and Li Fei smiled gently. "You gave me an umbrella to shield me from the pouring rain of loneliness." The film tells the story of the emotions between three generations: the elderly, middle-aged, and young, and Li Fei's song elevates these three emotional arcs to a new level. Many believe this song is already a shoe-in for this year's Best Movie Ending Theme. Meanwhile, Jochi's Chrysanthemum Terrace is tipped to win Best Theme Song. In addition to the audience, many media reporters and industry insiders were also present today. Everyone is eagerly awaiting Li Fei's live performance. Now, everyone has their answer. Compared to the ethereal, otherworldly maiden on the screen, Li Fei on stage exudes the cold elegance of a queen. Standing there, she seemed like a celestial maiden whispering to the world. Such stage presence is utterly terrifying, and industry insiders seem to have already glimpsed the birth of a future diva. The entertainment industry has not seen a new diva in a decade. The closest contender was Zhang Jiar, but she lost to Li Luer on the charts and nearly fell behind Yu Jia. The Fengyun chart battle, in a way, brought Zhang Jiar more attention and buzz. But that was all. The championship is the most important thing. Without it, the gap to becoming a diva remains. Now, will Li Fei rise to the top? Thinking of this, everyone in the industry who came to the venue tonight felt a chill. It feels like the times are changing. Does that mean we now need gold medal winning creators to start from the bottom? The past decade of relative calm in the domestic industry has made everyone a bit too complacent. Soon, Li Fei finished singing her last song on stage. Below the stage, there was thunderous applause and cheers. Chen Feng was satisfied with everything. He took out his phone to send Li Fei a few messages, then pushed his way out with some effort. Leaving the square, Chen Feng headed toward the exit. Even as the crowd began to disperse, many people were still heading toward the square. Chen Feng wandered aimlessly, and before he knew it, he found himself near the Hwanyu building. So the Hwanyu building was right on the central axis. How convenient. Chen Feng looked at the somewhat dilapidated Hwanyu building and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. 26 or 27 years of his life, the most important years, had been wasted here. And a few more years were wasted on Yan Shui. Life wasn't as perfect as he had once imagined. When Chen Feng first arrived in this world, he felt like the chosen one standing at the forefront of the times. At that time, any greedy desire could have propelled him even higher. But Chen Feng made no choice. He lay in that dilapidated rental house for several days until Yin Shui came looking for him. Chen Feng considered whether to continue writing songs for Yin Shui and be her behind-the-scenes boyfriend, which seemed pretty interesting. But Yin Shui came to him to break up. Just as Chen Feng stood at the traffic light, lost in thought, a figure slowly approached. When he finally recognized the face at the traffic light, the other person spoke in surprise, "Xia Xiyu?" Chen Feng, who was mentally replaying his life, turned around upon hearing the name. There stood a familiar figure before him. Mo Guanlan? Chen Feng looked at her in surprise. How did she end up here? Seeing Chen Feng's surprised expression, Mo Guanlan felt a pang of bitterness inside, but she didn't show it. So you're Mr. Xia after all? Mo Guanlan smiled slightly, looking at Chen Feng. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, about to deny it, but nodded in acknowledgement the next instant. Seeing that Chen Feng had admitted it, Mo Guanlan felt her recent suspicions confirmed, but she didn't feel much emotion. Does your mother know about this too? Yes, she occasionally calls me to mention it, saying how amazing the song is. Chen Feng laughed. When I figured it out, I was also quite surprised. I never imagined I'd meet Mr. Xia. Mo Guanlan recalled, finding it hard to believe. That song you didn't give it to anyone else, so I wonder if there's still a chance to hear it. It was precisely because of that song that I chose this path. Chen Feng looked at the skyscraper behind Mo Guanlan and realized what she meant. You became an actor? Across from the Huanyu building is a film and television company in Guangcheng. I didn't realize we were so close before. Chen Feng exclaimed. I wonder if Mr. Xia would be willing to join us for a cup of coffee. Mo Guanlan asked with a smile. Of course, I know there's a good one nearby. Chen Feng nodded and led the way. Crossing the street and turning into the alley beside the Huanyu Tower, the two arrived at a small coffee shop. The shop was less than 10 square meters, with 2 tables set up at the entrance. The shop owner was a trendy middle-aged woman. Upon seeing Chen Feng arrive, she greeted him enthusiastically. It's been ages since I last saw you. No wonder. Upon noticing Mo Guanlan beside him, she gave Chen Feng a knowing look and said, we just launched a couples set. Why don't you give it a try? Before Chen Feng could say anything, she went back to her work. Chen Feng, seeing this, sighed wryly. She's always been so enthusiastic. Soon, 2 cups of coffee, one pink and one blue, were brought over. Chen Feng didn't bother to wonder why they were those colors. The two sipped their coffee and began chatting about what had happened in the past few days. It felt like 2 old friends who hadn't seen each other in ages. Compared to when he first met Mo Guanlan, Chen Feng felt that she had changed a lot suddenly. At first, Chen Feng could sense that this girl was interested in him. So he had intentionally avoided her. Now, upon meeting her again, he no longer felt that unusual sensation. They chatted for a long time. After several months of effort, Mo Guanlan had secured a supporting role in a moderately produced film. Choosing this path, she had finally taken her first steps toward her career. They chatted until late into the night. The shop owner, sitting nearby, had already fallen asleep, snoring softly. The two heard the snoring, looked over, and smiled at each other. Chen Feng got up to wake the shop owner, helped tidy up, and after a while, everything was finally sorted out. Looking up at the moon gradually fading from the sky, Chen Feng said to Mo Guanlan, I'll sit over here. We're not going the same way, right? Let's go out to eat together again sometime. Chen Feng smiled. Sure, when my movie comes out, I'll invite you to watch it. Mo Guanlan waved his hand and turned to leave without hesitation. As they were leaving, the shopkeeper quietly called out to Chen Feng and asked, What's going on? Are you two breaking up? She had overheard their farewell conversation and couldn't help but ask. Chen Feng looked at the receding figure and sighed wryly. We're just old friends who haven't seen each other in a while. What are you thinking? You should go back too. Chen Feng was puzzled. The shop owner didn't seem to care about business. This store must be worth tens of thousands of dollars. He's really rich and can afford to be so careless. The shop owner shook his head and said firmly to Chen Feng, You're wrong. She's made a big decision. I don't understand. Chen Feng said puzzledly. Never mind. It doesn't matter now. He sighed softly, gazing at the figure of Mo Guanlan that had already disappeared. Chapter 90, Undercurrents Stirring. Li Fei's roadshow was hailed as a textbook-level operation. As the final roadshow in Guangzhou concluded, the box office revenue 4 years like sound surged by over 30%. This was astonishing. This made industry insiders realize that roadshows could be this intense and this effective. The combination of the two produced a shocking effect. The November music chart rankings were unmatched, and searches related to Li Fei were also surging. Xingyu Entertainment capitalized on the momentum and unveiled several major announcements at this opportune moment. Wang Xian's newcomer competition first phase has been completed, with the new song set to be released soon. Yu Jia will appear on the 3rd season of Memories of Voice, sharing his story of stepping back from the spotlight in recent years. The relentless string of announcements left many caught off guard. However, Star Universe's resurgence is something many do not want to see. As the situation began to spiral out of control, several domestic entertainment companies also released statements in response to Star Universe's announcements. Overnight, terms like Queen of Pop and King of Pop dominated the top trending charts. The terms top-tier songwriter, melody genius, and lyricist extraordinaire were constantly mentioned. November hadn't even ended yet, and it seemed like a chaotic battle among the gods was about to begin. In all the years since the founding of Seogwa, such a lively entertainment industry was indeed rare. Many industry insiders who entered the field in the past decade had never witnessed such a large-scale event. The buzz of the music industry has forced the film and television industry to step back temporarily. At Gwangjing Airport, Chen Feng is being tightly hugged by a girl wearing a hat and a mask. "Brother Feng, will you come to see me?" the girl asked reluctantly. Chen Feng sighed wryly, "Of course. It's not that far, it'll only take a few hours. Once you get there, work hard. If you have any problems, just come find me." Today was the day Li Luor was heading to the coastal city. With the conclusion of the wind and cloud rankings, Kana had devised a series of plans. To ensure these plans are carried out smoothly, Li Luor must go to Haidu. "Hurry up and go inside, you'll be late." Chen Feng patted Li Luor on the head and said. Li Luor nodded with red eyes, waved her hand, and walked through the turnstile with her agent. Chen Feng watched Li Luor disappear from sight before hailing a taxi to return home. As soon as he returned to his residence and hadn't even had a chance to lie down, old Lu's phone rang again. Chen Feng finally remembered there was still something to handle with old Lu. After arranging a time with old Lu, Chen Feng called Zhang Meng. After ringing for about 10 seconds, the call was answered. "Brother, you finally called me," Zhang Meng said in a resentful tone on the other end of the line. "Tomorrow's the weekend. Come over, and I'll take you to meet a teacher," Chen Feng said. "All right," Zhang Meng said happily, but she only heard the part where Chen Feng invited her over to play. As for the teacher, Zhang Meng naturally ignored it. Within a few hours, several matters had been settled. Chen Feng felt pretty proud of himself lately. He'd been getting things done more efficiently. Since Zhang Meng had been helping him play games, Chen Feng noticed he seemed a bit busier. So, at that moment, Chen Feng lit a cigarette, lay back in the lounge chair on the balcony, and began to ponder. Why had things gotten so busy lately? Chen Feng pondered for a while and eventually came to a conclusion. It was because more people were singing his songs. On the bright side, however, Xingyu and Manhwa, the two companies he works for, are still doing okay. At least when it comes to scheduling singers, they're doing a good job. Soon, night fell. At around 8 p.m., Chen Feng's door was knocked on. Just as he was wondering who it could be, the door was opened. Just as Chen Feng thought it was Yuan Shan, the next moment, Zhang Meng pushed the door open and walked in. "Hey, I'm here, bro." Zhang Meng gave Chen Feng a surprise with a smile. Chen Feng furrowed his brows, thinking to himself that his place wasn't safe anymore. Two women, just walking in so easily. Phew, it's still more comfortable here. After returning, Zhang Meng immediately relaxed. The next moment, she lazily lay on the sofa, drinking Coke and eating potato chips. Chen Feng shot her a disapproving glance, sat down beside her, and began replying to the messages from the day. Li Fei and Zhou Qi, as usual, shared some amusing stories with him. Chen Feng's conversations with them were mostly about interesting daily events. Then there were messages from Kana and Li Jiren, which were usually about Li Fei's career plans. And some information about singers. As they explained, this was part of their daily routine. Every day, the artist department would send some singer profiles to the creative department. The hope was that some newcomers might be selected. Chen Feng found this approach quite considerate, as it provided newcomers with potential opportunities. However, Chen Feng rarely listens to the audio files of these profiles. After all, every time he listens, he feels that there are suitable songs for any conditions. Therefore, when it comes to songwriting, Chen Feng prioritizes having the song first and finding a singer afterward. As he scrolled through, Chen Feng came across Chen Jiewen's message. The message was sent just in the afternoon, and the content stated that she had only 1 hour left before boarding. Chen Feng was taken aback. He checked the time, it was almost there. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng stood up, grabbed his jacket, and said to Zhang Meng, who was lying beside him, "I'm going out to pick someone up. You'll have company to sleep with tonight." Zhang Meng paused for a moment before saying, "Bro, the small bed will collapse if 2 people sleep on it. It's fine. The 2 of you don't even weigh 200 pounds combined, and this bed can hold 300 pounds. Chen Feng said, then left. "Who is it? Is it your girlfriend?" Zhang Meng shouted loudly, but Chen Feng had already left. If it's a girlfriend, she has to pass my inspection first. I'll check her out and report back to Uncle Chen," Zhang Meng said with a mischievous grin, showing her 2 little fangs. At that moment, Chen Feng was sitting in a car heading to Gwangjing Airport. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a plane departing from Haidu landed in Gwangjing. Chen Jiewen, wearing a thin short-sleeved shirt, stepped off the plane, grabbed her luggage, and felt a bit lost. Before leaving, she had said goodbye to her cousin, Chen Feng. However, Chen Jiewen hadn't expected Chen Feng to come to pick her up, as she had been rather cold toward him in the past. If it were her, she would probably feel the same way, wouldn't she? Just then, Chen Jiawen's phone rang. She picked it up and saw the caller ID, her face immediately lighting up with joy. Brother! Chen Jiawen called out to Chen Feng for the first time from the bottom of her heart. Yeah, I'm here at the entrance. I was worried you might not have arrived yet. Chen Feng was waiting at the airport entrance. Come out immediately. Brother, I love you. Chen Jiawen said happily before hanging up the phone. Chen Feng paused for a moment, smiled wryly, and shook his head. Soon, Chen Jiawen dragged her luggage and ran all the way to Chen Feng. You're so kind, brother. Chen Jiawen said, her eyes red, as she held Chen Feng's hand and acted spoiled. Of course. Let's go back to my place first. Chen Feng helped her with the luggage and hailed a taxi. On the way back, Chen Jiawen tearfully told Chen Feng about her experiences in Haidu over the past few days. Chen Feng listened quietly. Soon, they arrived back at the Galan community. As soon as the door opened, the two girls began to size each other up. Chen Feng noticed this and realized he had forgotten to introduce them. Just as Chen Feng was about to introduce Zhang Meng to Chen Jiawen, he was suddenly interrupted by Chen Jiawen. I understand, bro. Chen Jiawen gave him a knowing look. What do you understand? Zhang Meng shot Chen Jiawen a disapproving glance, about to speak, but then realized, you call him brother? Brother? Who is this? Zhang Meng looked at Chen Feng in confusion. You called him brother? Who are you? Chen Jiawen froze upon hearing this. Finally, both of them looked at Chen Feng. After introducing themselves, the two became as close as sisters in less than 5 minutes, leaning against each other and chatting about gossip. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was left alone, feeling neglected. Chapter 91, Lu Shirin's Evaluation. 2 days later, when Chen Feng woke up, Zhang Meng was sitting on the living room sofa with dark circles under her eyes. Brother, are we really going to meet Professor Lu Hai today? Zhang Meng asked nervously. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Meng, who looked exhausted, and didn't expect that telling her about this last night would make her so nervous. Is Lu Hai that scary? Is it really worth getting so nervous? Chen Feng didn't quite understand. After all, he was just an art teacher. What was there to be nervous about? Looking at Chen Jiawen, she was sound asleep, completely undisturbed by the outside noise. You have no idea how influential Professor Lu Hai is in China. Zhang Meng exclaimed. Let me put it this way, 2 of the 3 great masters of the art world in China are Professor Lu Hai's disciples. And Professor Lu Hai is also the honorary president of the Global Art Association. When mentioning Lu Hai, Zhang Meng perked up immediately, knowing all about his achievements. When are we going? Zhang Meng suddenly asked. Let's leave at noon. Before we go, I need to tell you something. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said seriously to Zhang Meng, he will assess you. Only if you pass will he accept you. If you truly love painting, then go take the assessment. Otherwise, there's no point. As he said this, Chen Feng looked at her expression. Zhang Meng nodded firmly and said, I like it. I've always wanted to paint the things I dream of. Seeing this, Chen Feng sighed inwardly. It seemed the talented person he had set his sights on was gone. Alright, let's get ready to go. Chen Feng said. At the same time, Lu Shirin, who was with Lu Hai, was also extremely nervous. Chen Feng and Lu Hai had agreed to meet at an art and music training institution. When Chen Feng and Zhang Meng arrived, Lu Hai had already arrived first with his daughter Lu Shirin. The two nodded to each other without much formality. Seeing Professor Lu Hai, Zhang Meng felt a bit intimidated, as he was someone of the highest caliber in her field. Professor Chen Feng. Lu Shirin was also quiet, standing beside Lu Hai. However, Chen Feng and Lu Hai walked side by side in front, not discussing piano or art, but fishing. You haven't been around lately, and I can't seem to catch anything on my own. Lu Hai sighed. Chen Feng smiled. Fishing? No way. After the autumn equinox, the weather grew colder day by day. Experiencing the cold climate here for the first time, Chen Feng felt even lazier. If it weren't for some unfinished business recently, Chen Feng wouldn't have wanted to move an inch. Soon, the two arrived at the 2 rooms that had already been prepared, the piano room and the art room. Lu Hai and Chen Feng exchanged glances before parting ways, each leading a person inside. Keep up the good work, daughter. Lu Hai encouraged Lu Shirin. Zhang Meng glanced at Chen Feng and followed Lu Hai into the painting room. The next 2 hours would determine their future. In the piano room, Chen Feng entered and immediately noticed the Steinway piano, which had been polished to a spotless shine. A medieval-style piano with an exquisite tone. The fact that this training institution could provide such a high-quality piano spoke volumes about its prestige. Chen Feng had recently researched piano brands in this world, and although there were some differences, Steinway remained the top brand. The piano before him was priced at around 7 million. As soon as he entered, Chen Feng turned on the heater, then pulled over a chair and sat down. Before starting, Chen Feng decided to play it himself first. Stand beside me and watch carefully. Let me play through once, and see how much you can remember. Chen Feng said to Lu Shirin standing beside him. Lu Shirin took a deep breath, looked calm, and stood by his side. Seeing this, Chen Feng placed his hands on the keys and began playing Autumn Whisper. This piece isn't particularly difficult, it's a popular melody, so someone like Lu Shirin should be able to learn it after seeing it once. As the rhythm began, the beautiful melody filled the room. Outside, a light rain was falling. Chen Feng's hands moved like dancing fairies, each note he played brimming with vitality. As a master pianist, revisiting these pieces posed little challenge for Chen Feng. Lu Shirin watches the keys dance intently, while also savoring the impact of the high-level performance. However, this did not distract Lu Shirin in the slightest. After the piece ended, Chen Feng exhaled and waited for Lu Shirin's response. "I remember it, teacher," Lu Shirin exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brows slightly before standing up and stepping aside. "Now it's your turn to play at once," Chen Feng said calmly. Lu Shirin sat down. At that moment, though nervous, she was also excited. "Don't worry, I've got it," Lu Shirin silently encouraged herself. "Is the assessment starting now?" Lu Shirin asked. "Not yet. Just go through it a few times first." Chen Feng shook his head. Chen Feng looked at Lu Shirin, who was full of confidence. This girl seemed to handle exam-related matters with ease. In certain situations, she could get into the zone very efficiently. "Alright, I'll start now, teacher." Lu Shirin glanced at Chen Feng, received his instructions, and began moving her hands gracefully. A flawless rendition of Autumn Whisper was perfectly recreated under Lu Shirin's playing. Chen Feng was deeply impressed. It wasn't that Lu Shirin could memorize it in one go, that wasn't particularly difficult. What was surprising was that the level of skill Lu Shirin demonstrated in this performance was virtually indistinguishable from Chen Feng's. An incredibly powerful ability to replicate. Chen Feng suddenly understood why old Lu had placed such high expectations on her at a certain point. Lu Shirin was exceptionally talented in a particular field. However, while marveling at this ability, Chen Feng also felt a sense of disappointment. Because what Lu Shirin had demonstrated was all she had. Chen Feng immediately identified the issue. Lu Shirin's strength lay in her visual abilities, not her auditory ones. The reason he noticed this was because he had played a wrong note during his previous performance. However, Lu Shirin, who had only heard it once, failed to notice the mistake immediately, and even when she played it herself, she couldn't detect it. This meant that what Lu Shirin had memorized in her mind were the subtle visual changes she had observed. Which key to start with, how much force to apply? Lu Shirin had mastered these details with remarkable precision. All of this, she determined solely through her eyes. Is this considered a flaw? Chen Feng pondered whether it was reasonable to dismiss Lu Shirin based on this alone. Lu Shirin stood up and moved to the side, waiting for Chen Feng's judgment on her performance. At the same time, Lu Shirin was reviewing her previous performance, identifying which points needed adjustments in terms of force. In the end, the result was nearly perfect. After a short while, Chen Feng made his decision and sat back down. "Next, I will play a new piece, and your task is to listen to it once and then reproduce it for me," Chen Feng said to Lu Shirin. "A new piece?" Lu Shirin was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. "Let's begin." Before she could say anything, Chen Feng's hands were already on the keys. The piece Chen Feng was about to play was from a certain anime movie on Blue Star. Chapter 92, Separated by a Wall. Ethereal and desolate. Beautiful, yet despairing. After the once idyllic paradise crumbled, it became the homeland people longed for in their hearts. But utopia and eternity are inherently contradictory. This is the essence of the Sky City, and why Chen Feng was drawn to this piece of music in the first place. There is no eternal paradise, for human greed is an indelible part of our nature. Even if it does not manifest in us, it will take root in others. Desire can arise from nothing. Peaceful, yet melancholic, beautiful, and sorrowful. Years later, Chen Feng played this piece again, as if walking through an uninhabited land. Lu Shirin, standing beside him, followed Chen Feng's fingertips with her gaze. At first, it seemed not too difficult. But gradually, Lu Shirin's attention grew lazy, and her gaze became vacant. Ultimately, she became completely immersed in Chen Feng's melody. When she snapped back to reality, it had already ended. Chen Feng took a deep breath, stood up, and stretched his back. He turned to Lu Shirin and asked, "Now it's your turn. How confident are you?" "No chance," Lu Shirin replied after a moment of silence. Two breathtaking classics had left Lu Shirin feeling as though her brain was about to shut down. Both pieces were composed by the young man standing before her. Chen Feng nodded, thinking to himself, if you were to write that down, I wouldn't know how to describe it either. Fortunately, that didn't happen. I'll give you the sheet music and you can practice within the limited time to reach the level I want. That'll be enough, Chen Feng said, sitting down beside her to prepare the sheet music. Teacher, can you play it again? I can do it, Lu Shirin said upon hearing this. No, follow my instructions. Chen Feng refused outright. Soon, Chen Feng handed the written sheet music to Lu Shirin, checked the time, and gave her an hour. 1 hour. Use the remaining time for your formal performance. After speaking, Chen Feng no longer paid attention to her and walked to the balcony to smoke. Lu Shireen was utterly despairing. If Chen Feng had played it one or two more times, she was confident she could have memorized it. But Chen Feng had refused. As a result, she could only look at the sheet music. Tension surged through her, and Lu Shireen took several deep breaths to calm herself. It took her 5 or 6 minutes before she finally began her first practice run. Chen Feng wasn't watching her, giving her as much space as possible. Meanwhile, in another classroom, it was completely quiet. At the long table, Zhang Meng was bent over, painting a landscape. At this point, she was halfway through. In her focused state, Zhang Meng occasionally relaxed, especially when handling certain details. Looking at the slowly taking shape painting, she was momentarily stunned. Could she really have created such a piece? Don't get distracted, keep going. Lu Hai reminded her from the side. Zhang Meng heard this, quickly composed herself, and returned to her work. Over an hour had passed since she entered the classroom. Lu Hai spent 10 minutes explaining to Zhang Meng and 5 minutes setting the theme for her. Landscape painting simple yet complex. Without any reference points, Lu Hai instructed her to draw based on the landscape in her mind. This instantly raised the difficulty level by several notches. Everyone's mental image of a landscape is different, which not only requires imagination but also an understanding of the essence of painting and compositional skills. Lu Hai, who had set this condition, was deeply moved at that moment. Having nurtured countless talents, many of whom have grown under his guidance and gone on to achieve greatness worldwide, few were remembered by him, and even fewer could shock him. But Zhang Meng had made Lu Hai see himself. From a young age, he stood out among his peers, winning numerous awards along the way. Looking back, he has already become a renowned painter in the country. He held solo exhibitions, was sought after by top universities, and gained admission to prestigious global art associations. When compared to the achievements of his students, Lu Hai's own life is a legend. In fact, none of his students have surpassed him yet. But today, Lu Hai felt that this day might not be far off. This landscape painting, nearly 5 meters long, was rushed and some details were overlooked. Nevertheless, the overall outline is already formed, and it only needs additional elements to be added. Being able to create such a piece in just 2 hours was a skill he possessed only in his youth. Lu Hai suddenly felt that even if his daughter hadn't been noticed by Chen Feng, it wouldn't matter. But Zhang Meng, he must take her as his disciple. This will be his last disciple. Genius and prodigy are separated by a wall. Chen Feng had already listened to at least 10 different versions of Castle in the Sky. Being able to play the same piece from sheet music and evoke a different feeling each time, Chen Feng believed this also required innate talent. It seemed that Lu Shireen, without a reference point, struggled to maintain a consistent level of performance. This left Chen Feng at a loss. Was it worth teaching her? Maybe he should just say no and save himself the trouble? As time was running out, Lu Shireen still hadn't decided on a final tuning, so Chen Feng could only continue waiting. Lu Shireen was feeling overwhelmed inside. This was her first time playing a new piece. In terms of technical difficulty, she felt she could match anyone. But at the moment, she was at a loss. Even when looking at the sheet music, there were all sorts of unexpected issues. 2 hours passed in this state. Lu Shireen sat at the piano, dazed and speechless. It seemed like it was over. Chen Feng said softly. As he spoke, Chen Feng walked over, took back the sheet music, and said to Lu Shireen, "Perhaps you should go for a walk and come back later to see if you still enjoy the piano." "I love it." Lu Shireen looked up at Chen Feng and said. Chen Feng looked at her, said nothing more, and pushed open the door to leave the classroom. At that moment, Lu Hai and Zhang Meng were already waiting at the door. Seeing Chen Feng come out, Zhang Meng ran over happily, grabbed his hand, and said, "Brother, Professor Lu agreed to take me as a student. Now you know how amazing I am." Zhang Meng laughed triumphantly. "That impressive?" Chen Feng glanced at Lu Hai beside him, surprised that Zhang Meng had actually made it. "Did you go easy on her, old Lu?" Chen Feng asked softly. "Get lost. Even if the king himself came, I wouldn't go easy on her." Lu Hai retorted. "That's good. It seems this girl is really quite talented." Chen Feng laughed. "Now, my future management talent is gone." Lu Hai didn't see Lu Shireen come out with her, and a vague suspicion began to form in her mind. Both of them felt a connection. Chen Feng looked at old Lu and nodded. I understand." Old Lu sighed and said, "Make sure that little girl comes to see me every weekend." "I'll go in first." Old Lu said. Zhang Meng pulled Chen Feng's hand and asked, "Brother, is she not qualified?" While waiting at the door, Zhang Meng also learned about Chen Feng's situation. However, since it was Chen Feng, she seemed to have grown accustomed to it. For some reason, Zhang Meng felt that no matter what happened to Chen Feng, she wouldn't find it impossible. "I'm sorry, I've already tried to relax the conditions as much as possible. Perhaps I just couldn't find the right approach," Chen Feng said calmly. Lu Hai paused for a moment upon hearing this, said nothing, and walked into the classroom. "Let us go back first. He'll handle it." Chen Feng glanced at the classroom and then led Zhang Meng out first. In the quiet piano classroom, Lu Hai sat beside his daughter, Lu Shireen. After a long pause, Lu Hai spoke up. What did Chen Feng say? Dad, I want to go traveling, to explore different places. Lu Shireen suddenly said to Lu Hai. Alright, I support your decision. Lu Hai didn't hesitate this time and agreed immediately. Thank you, Dad. Lu Shireen said with a determined look in her eyes, when I come back, I'll make sure the teacher recognizes me. On a leisurely afternoon, Qin Jiawen woke up to find the house empty and began to question her life. Have I been abandoned? Chapter 93, Qin Jiawen's Day. December had arrived, and winter had set in. It had been several months since I left Huanyu, and in Guangqing, it was actually snowing. Chen Feng looked out at the snow-covered landscape, his hands moving faster. Soon, a transparent tent was erected on the balcony. Chen Feng looked at the tent with satisfaction, placing the pre-prepared lantern inside, followed by a small refrigerator and a snack box. Finally, he placed a blanket and a small table for the computer. Once everything was in place, Chen Feng couldn't wait to crawl inside and lie down comfortably. Comfortable watching shows like this was pure bliss. Chen Feng felt that the past 2 hours had been well worth the effort. In the living room, Chen Jiawen, who had just finished recording her personal introduction, looked at Chen Feng and fell into deep thought. It had been 2 weeks since they arrived in Guangqing, and all Chen Feng had done was binge-watch shows and drag her out for fancy dinners. Since leaving Huanyu, her cousin seemed to have no plans to work, and Chen Jiawen felt her own motivation waning. Sigh. Thinking of this, Chen Jiawen sighed heavily, looking listlessly at the snow falling outside. Maybe I should just skip today's audition? Chen Jiawen muttered to herself. Why don't you try singing instead? Chen Feng suggested upon hearing this. Chen Jiawen thought about it and shook her head. No, thanks, bro. Chen Jiawen felt hopeless just thinking about the songs she had heard. Besides the song she wrote for Yan Shui, the other songs her cousin had composed were utterly incomprehensible. Alright, then you better work hard. If you don't start working, your mom will send you back home. Chen Feng said softly. Please, don't make me anxious. Chen Jiawen felt overwhelmed. Soon, Chen Jiawen picked up her bag and stood up to leave. Alright, go ahead. If you need money, just ask me. Chen Feng waved his hand, his eyes fixed on the computer. Lately, Chen Jiawen had been running around all day, and Chen Feng had noticed it all. Seeing how hard she was working but still unable to land an audition role, Chen Feng was a bit surprised. As for looks, Chen Jiawen certainly had the face for it. As for acting, Chen Feng hadn't seen her perform. Is the entertainment industry really that ruthless? Guangqing, Mingyang Film and Television Company. When Chen Jiawen arrived, there were already over a dozen people waiting in line. Seeing the crowd, Chen Jiawen felt deflated. Today's audition was for a secretary role. Soon, a middle-aged man emerged from the office and scanned the crowd. Upon seeing Chen Jiawen, he immediately fixed her with a greedy gaze, swallowed hard, then returned to the office. The entire interview process didn't take long. Some people went in for just a few minutes before coming out, while others spent 10 or 20 minutes inside. Chen Jiawen could see it was almost her turn. She took a deep breath and composed herself. Next. As the interviewer called out, Chen Jiawen pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as she entered, she looked around and saw a middle-aged man sitting in the center. He smiled at her and said, since this is a secretary position, there are certain requirements for physical appearance. Please remove one item, he said calmly. The other 2 men nodded and stared intently at Chen Jiawen. Chen Jiawen's face darkened as she looked at the 3 men in front of her. I'm sorry, but it seems this isn't suitable for me. Chen Jiawen suppressed her anger and spoke calmly, then prepared to turn and leave. Wait. The middle-aged man at the front paused and said, I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought you'd be suitable. This is a role for the idol star Li Jumo. Since you don't want it, that's a real shame. He sighed and looked at Chen Jiawen. Li Jumo? Chen Jiawen heard this and felt a surge of excitement. If it's his show, wouldn't I have a lot of screen time? Yes, and it's a secretary role. There's plenty of screen time, it's a supporting role. Another man chimed in. A secretary, you know. At least your figure has to be decent, right? We're being fair about this. The 3 of them spoke one after another, leaving Chen Jiawen feeling at a loss. I'm increasingly convinced you're the right choice. If you're okay with it, we can finalize it for now. The middle-aged man spoke calmly. Under their relentless pressure, Chen Jiawen felt her mind spinning and was about to agree. Suddenly, her phone rang. Sorry, I forgot to silence it. Chen Jiawen snapped back to reality, reaching for her phone to silence it. It's my brother. I need to answer it. Sorry, I've thought about it and decided not to. Chen Jiawen looked at the call from Chen Feng and snapped back to reality. Saying that, she answered the call, opened the door, and left. You could have waited. The middle-aged man saw this and hurriedly said. However, Chen Jiawen had already left. Damn it, what a missed opportunity. Damn phone. Who didn't tell me to put it on silent? The middle-aged man looked unwilling. Just when he was about to complete the first step, it was interrupted by a phone call. The other two men looked at each other and asked, "Should we continue with the interviews? Interview them? The rest are just body only, no face. Send them away," the middle-aged man said angrily. Stepping out of the room, Shin Jae-won walked toward the exit. "Brother, what's wrong?" Shin Jae-won asked. "Do you need me to help buy snacks again?" Shin Fong, who was lying in the tent to keep warm, said lazily, "Mom said it's your birthday tonight. When are you coming back?" "What?" Shin Jae-won froze for a moment before saying, "I completely forgot it was my birthday. How did my aunt know?" "Of course your aunt told her. My mom can't even remember my dad's birthday, let alone mine," Chen Fong said. "You should reflect on why auntie went to tell mom instead of telling you," Chen Fong said softly. "Give her a call when you have time." "No way." Chen Jiawen refused immediately, then said happily, "I'll go back now." After hanging up the phone, Chen Fong frowned. The snow was falling heavily, and if he could, he really didn't want to go out. However, since it was the first time he was celebrating his younger sister's birthday, he felt he should take it seriously. He dialed the number for Hua Luo Private Kitchen and made a reservation. While waiting for Chen Jiawen, Chen Fong took a rare moment to check Weibo and catch up on the latest music news. Today happened to be the first day of December. Unconsciously, it felt like Li Fei's days of rampaging had been over for a long time. Even Chen Fong couldn't help but sigh, this industry really changes with the times. December was the month when Wang Xian and his idol singers, the kings and queens of the music industry, went head-to-head. From midnight onward, Weibo, forums, and major short video platforms were flooded with information about their new songs. The champion of the new talent competition teams up with the newly crowned songwriting god and lyricist god to make their debut. The queen and king team up to take them down. Headlines bombarded the internet's trending topics, and just as Li Fei's popularity began to fade, an even more brutal battle erupted. Chen Fong listened to Wang Xian's new song and found it overall quite good, balancing Wang Xian's vocal characteristics while maintaining the quality of a new release. However, on the charts, it hasn't shown a dominant trend. Curious media outlets compiled data from midnight until 3 p.m. this afternoon. When the song was released at midnight, a certain domestic music legend's new song immediately topped the charts. Less than 2 hours later, a female pop star surpassed it. Just when everyone thought Wang Xian would remain in 5th place, he topped the charts this morning. Following that, several artists engaged in intense competition. This intense competition left everyone stunned, as a newcomer from a talent show and a top-tier artist were going head-to-head. Moreover, Xia Shiyu did not participate in this event. Lu Wen, who had been hailed as a legend, was enjoying himself in Japan. Wang Xian had broken free from the constraints of specific creators and began to showcase his true potential. Chen Fong also found this encouraging. Wang Xian's development had brought him many surprises. This was all thanks to the planning from Xingyu's side. In the evening, Chen Fong brought Chen Jiawen to Hua Luo Private Kitchen to celebrate her 23rd birthday. She woke up early, got ready, and applied makeup multiple times due to technical difficulties. She prepared breakfast for Chen Fong, recorded various audition videos, and submitted them to companies in need. Then she went out. Fortunately, Chen Fong always gave her a few $100s, so her living expenses were more than sufficient. Another day wasted. Standing in front of the cake, Chen Jiawen blew out the candles, thought for a moment, closed her eyes, and thought to herself, if all else fails, singing the song my cousin wrote isn't a bad option either. Chapter 94, Singing Request. Brother, why don't I try singing? Chen Jiawen blinked her eyes and looked at Chen Fong. Chen Fong, upon hearing this, looked at her in surprise. You want to sing? Then sing one for me to hear, and I'll see how talented you are, Chen Fong said. Chen Jiawen nodded, took a deep breath, and began to sing. Too many excuses, too many reasons. For love, I betrayed everything. If you want to leave me, don't hesitate anymore. Chen Jiawen's clear singing brought some vitality to the quiet afternoon. Chen Fong, who had been lying lazily nearby, couldn't help but sit up straight and listen attentively. To be honest, there's something to this singing. Chen Fong, who had always believed that anyone who wasn't mute could find a suitable song, now felt a bit lost. With just this one song, Chen Fong really couldn't find a suitable one. How about it? My a cappella singing wasn't too bad, was it? After finishing the song, Chen Jiawen looked at Chen Fong with confidence. Let me think about it, Chen Fong said expressionlessly. Then I'll wait for your good news. Chen Jiawen assumed Chen Fong was considering what song to write for her. I need to tell Meng Meng the good news. I'm going to debut as a singer, Chen Jiawen said as she grabbed her coat and hurried out the door. Since her birthday had passed, Chen Fong had no idea what wish the girl had made. Chen Jiawen stopped going to auditions, spending her days watching dramas with Chen Fong or going out to play with Zhang Meng. Chen Fong left several $100s on the table every day, just in case she ran out of money and didn't say a word. Today was the day the copyright royalties were transferred. Chen Fong was leisurely lounging around, waiting for the money to come in. Ding! It wasn't until the afternoon that his phone finally buzzed with a text message. Chen Feng took a deep breath, picked up his phone, and the next moment, he was completely speechless. Whoa! Have I just become a billionaire overnight? Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel. The income from November, brought in by Li Fei, Li Luo, and Yu Jia, reached tens of millions. The previous songs were also continuing to generate income. In the blink of an eye, after being in this world for half a year, Chen Feng realized he was about to break the 100 million mark in net worth, and it was all cash flow. During this time, Chen Feng had never paid attention to his bank balance, and he ate and drank whatever he felt like. This amount of money was enough to launch numerous ventures. However, Chen Feng merely sighed before continuing to lie down. After winter arrived, Chen Feng hadn't gone fishing again. Lately, he'd been researching how to go skiing. As he was daydreaming about his graceful figure on the slopes, the phone rang at an inconvenient moment. Chen Feng picked it up. It was Kana's call. Are you busy? Kana asked as soon as he answered. Not busy at all. Chen Feng replied calmly. Kana, who was far away in Haidu, was sitting in her office at that moment. She tapped her forehead and said, "It's like this. One of our female singers is currently at a critical point in her career. I've found a few teachers, but I'm not very satisfied. Would you be interested?" If it had been before, Chen Feng might have refused outright. "Send me the audio file so I can listen to it." Chen Feng didn't refuse this time. "If it's suitable, why not make some money?" "Great, I'll send it to you right away." Kana on the other end of the phone didn't expect Chen Feng to agree. She had originally thought Chen Feng would refuse. Soon, a document was sent over. Chen Feng leaned back in his small tent, opened the file, and put on the headphones beside him. Name, Wang Ping. Age, 21. Representative work. Level, second-tier singer. After briefly reviewing the profile, Chen Feng clicked on 2 songs to listen to. Another promising talent similar to Yan Shui. As soon as he started singing, Chen Feng could tell the singer's level. Both songs were upbeat with a strong rhythm and good resonance. After listening, Chen Feng felt that giving more upbeat songs wouldn't be particularly impressive. Instead, a song that came to mind seemed quite suitable. Lately, Chen Feng had been humming a few lines of it occasionally. After thinking it over, Chen Feng called Kana. "What approach do you plan to take?" Chen Feng asked. Upon receiving Chen Feng's call, Kana didn't respond immediately but paused for a minute to think. Finally, Kana presented 2 options. The first option was 20 million in cash, with a 64% profit share. The album would be managed by Dream Entertainment, as all the other songs were already ready, and only the lead single was missing. The second option involved making minor adjustments to the previous profit-sharing plan, 37% of the profits plus an additional 3 million in cash. What do you think? Kana's 2 proposals caught Chen Feng off guard. This strong-willed woman was the real deal. Setting aside other factors, Chen Feng believed that these 2 proposals were unmatched in the industry. 2 million would make many people overlook many things. But Chen Feng wasn't just anyone. In business, he didn't think he'd lose to others, but he still admired Kana. The second one, Chen Feng said calmly. "Alright, I guessed it would be the second one." Kana didn't seem surprised. After all, the other person was Chen Feng. Doing something meaningless? It's not meaningless. If it were half a year ago, I might have chosen the first one. Chen Feng laughed. After finalizing the plan, Chen Feng said, "I have a rough idea for the song. When should we release it?" Kana glanced at Wang Ping and her agent sitting in front of her and said, "Hold on, let me ask." She pressed the microphone and asked the 2, "Do you think we have a chance to compete for the Best Album Award?" As the last month of the year, 10 days had already passed. The new song charts were fiercely competitive, and jumping in at this point would clearly be a disadvantage. On the sofa, Wang Ping was lazily leaning back and playing a game. At 19, she debuted in the industry, and by 21, she had already become a second-tier singer, appearing before the public with her upbeat and sunny songs, her smile radiant, earning her the nickname Sunshine Girl from her fans. "Who cares? I'll give it a shot," Wang Ping said casually while playing her game. Kana held her forehead, thinking that she couldn't let Li Ruo get too close to this girl lately. In private, Wang Ping was both terrible at games and loved playing them. However, that was all. In other aspects, the girl was still doing quite well. This is also why Kana wants to push Wang Ping harder to become a top-tier singer and help Dream Entertainment achieve a good performance this year. Additionally, the company's first film investment was about to begin production, and Kana would soon be too busy to personally handle matters related to her singers. That's why she called Chen Feng today. "What do you think?" Kana looked at her agent beside her. "I think it's better to avoid it. Right now, it's a chaotic mess, and while the album won't be affected much, the main lead single will definitely take a hit," the agent said. "Got it." Kana nodded and asked Chen Feng on the phone, "Is it up to Li Fei's standard from last month?" Chen Feng paused for a moment and said, "A bit better. I'll book the tickets right now," Kana said without hesitation. After hanging up, Kana looked at Wang Ping and said seriously, "Do you think someone is going to write a song for you?" "Who?" Wang Ping asked, confused. She had come with the agent today, and Kana hadn't told her what they were doing. "Li Yuer's teacher," Kana said softly. The next moment, Wang Ping, who had been lying lazily, suddenly sat up straight and said anxiously, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Lu Jia, book the tickets now. We're leaving immediately." The stunned agent hurriedly pulled out her phone to book tickets, asked Kana for the contact information, and the two rushed to prepare for their departure to the airport. It all happened in just 5 minutes, and Kana couldn't help but feel that life had been tough for her over the years. Guangcheng. Chen Feng stared blankly at the snow-covered streets outside. The song he had written for Wang Ping, to be honest. He was still a bit reluctant to part with it. Even during the chaotic era of the music industry, this song had fought its way through and won numerous awards. Originally, Chen Feng had planned to write one for Chen Jiawen, but this one wasn't quite suitable now, so he'd have to think of something else later. Chapter 95, Recording Part 1. Guangcheng, the first snowfall of the winter, which had been falling for 3 days, had begun to melt. A business car drove out of the airport and headed toward the city center. Ever since she found out that the lead song was written by Xia Xiyu, Wang Ping couldn't wait a moment longer and took the first flight over that day. By the time she arrived at the hotel, it was already 11 p.m. If she hadn't been worried about disturbing Mr. Xia, Wang Ping would have gone to find him right away. She tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. As dawn broke, Wang Ping hurriedly asked her agent, Lu Jia, to call Mr. Xia. Lu Jia looked at Wang Ping anxiously, then picked up her phone and dialed Xia Shi's number. Both of them waited anxiously for the call to connect. However, after a few seconds, the call was suddenly rejected. Lu Jia looked at her phone in confusion and called again, but this time it was hung up after just 2 rings. Now the two of them were completely confused. Could she have changed her mind? Wang Ping asked nervously. It shouldn't be. They might be busy right now. Let's try again later, Lu Jia said after thinking for a moment. So, the two waited for 10 minutes before dialing again. This time, after ringing for about 10 seconds, the call finally connected. The two of them relaxed a bit, and Lu Jia hurriedly said, "Hello, this is Wang Ping's agent. Can you stop calling? It's so loud, can't you let people sleep?" Chen Feng, who was clearly annoyed, answered the call on speakerphone and started yelling. After venting, he hung up the phone and went back to sleep. Lu Jia and Wang Ping, who had been suddenly yelled at, were left speechless. The two of them stared at each other in the hotel room. After a while, they finally came to their senses. "This Mr. Xia must have a terrible temper," Wang Ping said, patting her chest. "Yes, let's call again at noon," Lu Jia, the agent, said nervously. Thus, the two had no choice but to suppress their anxiety and wait in the hotel. It wasn't until a ray of warm sunlight streamed in that Chen Feng slowly woke up. Looking out the window at the melting snow, he felt like something was off. After a while, Chen Jiawen opened the door and walked in. Chen Feng lazily got up and began to wash up. Since the girls moved into the dormitory, Chen Feng had noticed a significant improvement in his quality of life. Every day, he woke up naturally, and the room was cleaned, and lunch was already prepared by Chen Jiawen. "Brother, do you have something to do today?" Chen Jiawen suddenly asked during dinner. "What do you mean?" Chen Feng was a bit confused. "Weren't there several calls looking for you this morning?" Chen Jiawen said. Chen Feng realized then that he had been called by an agent named Wang Ping earlier that morning. "Oh, it was just a little thing, I wrote a song for someone." Chen Feng nodded and said. "What? You wrote a song?" Chen Jiawen looked at Chen Feng and said. "Can't you give it to me first?" I'm still thinking about what kind of song would be suitable," Chen Feng said calmly. In reality, he had been thinking about it for quite some time. There were quite a few songs that seemed suitable for Chen Jiawen to sing, but upon further consideration, he felt they weren't quite right. Chen Jiawen had a good voice and a great appearance, but her pitch was a bit off. Without professional training, she couldn't control it well, and whether she sang well or not was just based on her feelings. "All right, no rush," Chen Jiawen said indifferently. After dinner, Chen Feng took the USB drive, left a few $100s for Chen Jiawen, and left. Today was his first time visiting the Guangcheng branch of Dream Entertainment. On the way, Chen Feng called his agent from this morning and asked them to gather at the company's recording studio. Since he was a well-known figure, Chen Feng didn't want to record at an external studio. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at an entertainment industrial park and found the location of Dream Entertainment. In the square, larger entertainment companies typically have their own office buildings, while those in the industrial park are mostly smaller companies. These smaller companies have become the aspiration of many newcomers, often producing a few promising talents. Chen Feng looked at the 2-story office building and thought to himself, Dream Entertainment isn't exactly broke, it's pretty interesting that they have an office here. However, this thought quickly changed in the next moment. Perhaps because it was the weekend, there was already a long line forming outside Dream Entertainment. Many young faces were waiting for interviews and auditions. The entire campus buzzed with energy. Young people with dreams in their hearts wore smiles on their faces, as if nothing could faze them. However, when another door opened and many people walked out disappointed, the smiles vanished instantly. The next group can come in now. A girl emerged from inside, holding a stack of resumes in her arms. Chen Feng was intrigued and sat on the bench across from the door to watch. A group of 10 entered, and when they came out, any missing person sparked whispers. Many people speculated and recalled who might be missing. Chen Feng was also reminiscing, and soon he noticed that one of the groups was missing someone very special. Among that group was a plump girl who had left a deep impression on Chen Feng. She looked ordinary, but her presence in such a place was already quite eye-catching. However, when Chen Feng noticed she wasn't among the people who came out, he immediately became interested. It was ironic that someone who had been the subject of so much discussion upon entering was now forgotten upon exiting. Just as Chen Feng was wondering if this person was connected or particularly skilled, his phone rang. "Teacher, have you arrived?" Wang Ping's agent asked cautiously over the phone. "I'm here, but I'm at the main gate." "Have someone come to pick me up," Chen Feng said. "We'll be right there," Lu Jia exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. After hanging up, Lu Jia thought for a moment, then stepped out of the recording studio, deciding she had to go and meet them personally. Lu Yanxin, 30 years old. She was very confident that Wang Ping would become the next little diva under her guidance. The youngest little diva. Lu Yanxin believed in talent, so when she received Chen Feng's call, she wasn't overly surprised, though her heart was racing. Wang Ping, a genius? If Wang Ping is a genius, then Chen Feng is a once-in-a-century talent. To the point where Xia Shiyu not being Lu Wen wasn't even surprising. Before they left, Na Zong also gave her a heads up. "Mr. Xia, what kind of song is this one?" Lu Yanxin snapped back to reality and asked. "Oh, a love song," Chen Feng said casually, glancing around. "Got it." Chen Feng quickly spotted the plump girl. Watching the plump girl dancing wildly, Chen Feng paused and asked, "Does your company have a dance troupe?" "Yes, we're currently in the planning stages," Lu Yanxin replied. "Alright, it seems promising." Chen Feng remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. "We're here, teacher." Lu Yanxin suddenly stopped and pushed open the large door in front of her. Chen Feng walked inside and was immediately amazed by the grand scale of dream entertainment. The recording studio spanned hundreds of square meters, lavishly decorated, with every musical instrument imaginable. Additionally, there was a small stage set up. A graceful girl was dancing on the stage, and the music began to play. Chen Feng walked to the front of the stage and sat down, watching Wang Ping on stage. Lu Yanxin, standing beside him, closed the door discreetly and stood behind Chen Feng, making a gesture toward Wang Ping on stage. Wang Ping paused for a moment but did not stop her movements. As the music began to play, she joined in singing. Chapter 96, Encounter. Her dance skills are excellent. Her vocal range is excellent. Singing technique is also well honed, highly professional. This is Wang Ping. After listening to a song that combines singing and dancing, Chen Feng could roughly understand why Wang Ping had achieved such a status at her age. Her radiant smile and energetic dancing have brought her significant benefits. Chen Feng nodded slightly and said to the agent beside him, "Let's go over the sheet music and lyrics. We'll start soon." As he spoke, Chen Feng handed the sheet music and lyrics to the agent beside him. "Teacher, am I okay?" Wang Ping, sitting on stage, saw that Chen Feng hadn't given any feedback, so she asked. "You're doing fine. It's good," Chen Feng replied calmly. Wang Ping, seeing this, pouted and muttered under her breath, "I thought I did pretty well." Lu Yanxin took the sheet music and lyrics, glanced at them, looked puzzled, then handed them to Wang Ping, who was eagerly waiting beside her. "Take a look and get familiar with it. We'll start soon." Lu Yanxin handed the materials to Wang Ping and went to find Chen Feng, who was fiddling with the equipment nearby. "Hello, Mr. Xia," Lu Yanxin thought for a moment before asking, "Is this song suitable for Wang Ping's character?" "Ha?" Chen Feng paused upon hearing this, then pointed at Wang Ping, who was engrossed in the lyrics, and said, "I think she likes it." Lu Yanxin turned back and saw Wang Ping looking serious, studying the lyrics and sheet music. After a moment, she sighed in relief and looked at Chen Feng with a serious expression, saying, "Teacher, please let me sing this song." Upon seeing the sheet music and lyrics, Wang Ping was increasingly shocked. Soon, she realized that the legendary Xia teacher was truly terrifying. As expected, as long as she performed well, this would be another hit song. Wang Ping suddenly felt incredibly lucky. If it weren't for Ms. Na's dissatisfaction with the previous teacher's work and her helping her make this call, she would have missed out. "Let's start the first round of auditions in 10 minutes. Chen Feng said nothing and began adjusting the equipment. Soon, Wang Ping jumped off the stage and walked over. "I'm ready, teacher." She was brimming with confidence at that moment. There was nothing that excited her more than recording this song. "Let us get started. Ms. Lu will be listening nearby, don't interrupt." Chen Feng glanced at Lu Yanxin, who was about to speak. Lu Yanxin immediately swallowed her words. As an agent, it wasn't appropriate to raise doubts at this moment, it wasn't a good sign. The next moment, Wang Ping entered the recording studio. As the equipment started up, Chen Feng handed a headset to Lu Yanxin beside him and made a gesture, signaling Wang Ping inside to get ready. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the gesture fell, the accompaniment began. The beautiful melody completely immersed Lu Yanxin, who was wearing headphones, in the music. Similarly, Wang Ping, standing at the microphone, also momentarily lost herself in the music. She hadn't expected the actual effect of the song to be so beautiful. For a moment, the melody played in her mind. Hearing the departure of winter inspired by Sun Yanzi. I woke up one day in a certain month of a certain year. I think I've been waiting and hoping. But the future cannot be arranged because of this. Chen Feng listened quietly, his gaze fixed on Wang Ping. The first time was a bit off-key, but she adjusted quickly. In terms of capturing the melody, Wang Ping demonstrated strong on-the-spot skills. This song was born in an era of musical geniuses and has won numerous awards. Therefore, Chen Feng had great confidence in it and high expectations. It was catchy and on par with songs of the same caliber that came later. The singer of this song on Blue Star is also a dance-savvy diva. Chen Feng originally intended to give it to Chen Jiawen. On the day it snowed in Guangqing, he unconsciously hummed this melody, and the idea for the song was born in his mind. If Wang Ping hadn't appeared, he might have given it to Li Luor. A few minutes later, the first take was finished. Wang Ping's heart raced, feeling uneasy, and she went off-key at the beginning. She looked at Chen Feng outside, waiting for his feedback. Not bad. Keep going. First, get familiar with the melody, then find the feel. Chen Feng said. Got it. Wang Ping sighed in relief, but immediately focused her attention. Let's start the second round. After a 5-minute break, Chen Feng signaled with his hands, ready for the second round. Wang Ping gave a thumbs up, looked at the lyrics in front of her, took a deep breath, and began the second take. Hearing the departure of winter. I woke up one day in a certain month. I think I waited and hoped. But the future cannot be arranged because of it. Who will I meet, and what will our conversations be like? The person I'm waiting for, how far into the future is he? I hear the wind coming from the subway and the crowd. I stand in line, holding a ticket of love. Lu Yanxin felt goosebumps all over her body. Hearing the sound coming from her headphones, she felt a wild excitement. She realized that what she had been dreaming of seemed to be within reach. This song will definitely have a wild effect on Wang Ping. The first and second times were worlds apart, a feeling Lu Yanxin had only experienced when she first encountered Wang Ping. To the point that, in the many days that followed, she would often tell Wang Ping, if you could perform at the level you did during the audition, you might already be a top-tier singer. Unfortunately, such a level of performance had not been seen in a long time. It wasn't until now that she finally understood. It wasn't that she had suddenly disappeared, it was that Wang Ping hadn't encountered a song that could make her so fully immersed. This time, Chen Feng was very satisfied. The sudden shift in emotion caught Chen Feng off guard, but it also delighted him. A singer with such artistic sensitivity was the first of its kind he had ever encountered in Wang Ping. The first time was just unfamiliarity. The second time was the real deal? It felt like he was seeing his own reflection, Chen Feng thought to himself. How about this time, teacher? Wang Ping looked at Chen Feng calmly. This time, Chen Feng didn't just say it was okay with a calm expression, he nodded and said, great. Let's keep this up and get it done in one go. Got it. Wang Ping flashed a bright smile before quickly getting back into her performance. This time went smoothly past on the first try. The moment the recording ended, Wang Ping's demeanor deflated like a deflated balloon, and she relaxed, running over quickly. Let me listen too. She opened the recorded file, took the headphones, and put them on. The next moment, she smiled and praised herself with satisfaction. I'm such a little genius. Chen Feng sighed wryly, transferred the recorded file to a new USB drive, and handed it to the agent beside him. Alright, if you want a chart, let's have Kana arrange the follow-up work sooner. Lu Yanxin took the USB drive seriously, and her professionalism as an agent immediately showed through. She then took out her phone and began arranging the follow-up tasks. Chapter 97, The Showdown. Lu Yanxin's expertise could resolve many issues. However, this was no longer Chen Feng's concern. After completing the handover, he just wanted to go home and relax. Chen Feng and Wang Ping, standing nearby, stared intently at Chen Feng, their faces brimming with curiosity. Teacher, are you Lu Wen's stand-in? Wang Ping suddenly asked. Chen Feng, who was packing his things, paused for a moment, shook his head, and said, what does it matter what the truth is? You're so young and handsome. Why don't you just go out and make a name for yourself? Wang Ping asked, puzzled. After transitioning from her singer identity back to that of a young girl, she started talking non-stop, showing no trace of her former singer's airs. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was curious. What changes have you noticed in your life since becoming a singer? Chen Feng asked. Every day, people tell me they love me, then they all ask Lu Jie to invite me out to eat and give me a lot of money. Does that count? Wang Ping said. It does. Looking at it that way, you have a pretty good attitude, Chen Feng laughed. What a load of crap. At first, I almost smashed a boss's face. Since then, Lu Jia has handled such situations herself. Wang Ping said, raising her little fists in a playful yet fierce manner. Just thinking about when she first debuted makes her so angry she wants to hit someone. Back then, when she first started out and gained a little fame, those so-called bosses were always trying to find ways to invite her out. Over the years, she was lucky to have met Lu Jia, otherwise, she would have left this industry long ago. Chen Feng nodded slightly in agreement. But precisely because of this industry is so frustrating. Whereas the privacy everyone talks about? Once you're a celebrity, there is no privacy left. Of course, this was just Chen Feng's inner thoughts. What mattered most was that he didn't like being in the public eye. Soon, Lu Yanxin returned with a smile on her face. The arrangements for Wang Ping's album were satisfactory. Teacher, let's have dinner together? Lu Yanxin said to Chen Feng. Sure, let's eat. Wang Ping chimed in from the side. Chen Feng shook his head and politely declined their invitation, saying, the most important thing right now is to finish recording the album as soon as possible and then give it our best shot. Though it was unrealistic to compete for the Best Album Award in the final 20 days, Chen Feng believed that if it were him, he would make the same choice. If we don't win this year, it's no big deal. Next year is still within the competition scope. Alright, I have to go now. Chen Feng took his USB drive and said to the two of them, then waved goodbye and left the recording studio. Wang Ping wanted to say something else, but Lu Yanxin interjected, don't disturb Mr. Xia. Before we left, Ms. Na specifically instructed us not to disturb him. Besides, Mr. Xia is right. We're very busy now and don't have time. Lu Yanxin said, then took out her phone to book tickets. Wang Ping looked toward the door, feeling a bit down, and sighed. By the time they returned to the residential area, it was already evening. Chen Feng was walking leisurely with some snacks in hand when suddenly, lights flashed behind him, and the next moment, the horn honked. Turning around, he saw Yuan Shan's Ferrari. Chen Feng was taken aback. It seemed like he hadn't seen Yuan Shan in a while, maybe since winter started, as he hadn't gone running either. Yuan Shan's Ferrari drove slowly toward him. As it passed by Chen Feng, she rolled down the window and said, set aside some time tomorrow for me. Let's go out together. Sure. Chen Feng paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Following a rich woman must mean good food. Alright, I'll find you tomorrow. Yuan Shan nodded, took off her sunglasses, and drove toward the underground garage. Looking at the elegant lines of the car, Chen Feng sighed, men really do love luxury cars. It seems this idea will never change. But forget it. Luxury cars in this world are too expensive, nearly twice as much as those on Blue Star. Thinking about the price, Chen Feng immediately abandoned the idea. Even though he had money now, he couldn't afford to spend tens of millions just to buy a luxury car and let it sit there gathering dust. Back at the residence, Qin Jiwen hadn't returned yet. Chen Feng took a deep breath, lay down lazily, and savored the solitude. The feeling was indescribably comfortable. However, this sense of freedom was short-lived. The next moment, the door opened, and Chen Jiwen and Zhang Meng returned with bags in hand. The two glanced at Chen Feng lying on the sofa, rolled their eyes in disdain, and then crawled into the tent on the balcony. Why do I feel like I'm being looked down upon? Chen Feng stared at the two girls in confusion. Chen Jiwen and Zhang Meng lay in the tent, cuddling up together to watch a TV show, with snacks and drinks piled beside them, chatting about the plot. Chen Feng saw this and could only continue lying on the sofa. Soon, drowsiness overtook him. When he woke up again, it was already midnight. The two girls were asleep in the tent, and the computer was still on. Chen Feng got up, tidied the snacks on the table, took a blanket to cover the two of them, and then quietly lit a cigarette nearby. The night was deep and quiet, with a cold wind howling. Before he knew it, it was time to go back for the new year. Chen Feng felt a bit dazed, and his thoughts began to wander. Since arriving in this world, Chen Feng had taken things as they came with his relatives. He would repay those who had done him favors, but as for his uncles, like his first and second uncles, he had long since pushed them aside. After moving to Hohai, news of Chen Feng buying a villa there spread throughout the entire family. However, not a single call reached him. As for the WeChat contacts, Chen Feng had already blocked them all, except for a few close relatives and friends he still kept in touch with. Those so-called uncles who tried to contact Chen Feng's parents were met with nothing but rejection. As for his own parents, Chen Feng thought they were absolutely amazing. Once they made up their minds, they could cut all ties completely. Even if the Chen family no longer had the names Chen Yong or Chen Feng, it didn't matter to them. Family ties were all nonsense. That's precisely why, after hearing this, Chen Feng could only smile wryly. He didn't care, but his father and mother would effectively have no relatives left to visit. On his mother's side, there were still a few normal relatives. As long as the old couple didn't mind, Chen Feng was happy to see things this way. However, recently the situation had taken a turn for the worse. His mother had started meddling in his marriage affairs. Every time she calls these days, it's to ask when he's getting married and if he has a girlfriend yet. Every time Chen Feng had to deal with these questions, he felt like his head was about to explode. In his previous life, he was also not good at handling such questions. Now, it's even worse. If his mother found out that he believed women would only hold him back, she'd probably be so angry that she'd come all the way from Yangming to Guangqing to settle the score with him. Meanwhile, Wang Ping and Lu Yanxin, who had returned to Haidu, weren't thinking about such things. As soon as they landed, they rushed back to the company and discussed until the early hours of the morning, finally settling on the tone for the music video of the lead single. Next, the recording work must begin immediately. December 11th. On the music charts, the new song rankings were still fiercely contested. Wang Xian's tenacity was something many had not anticipated. Despite the relentless attacks from others, he managed to bounce back occasionally, causing them no small amount of trouble. However, even so, Wang Xian faced a significant challenge in securing the December championship. Among the many singers on the chart, they all share the same goal: they do not want to see anyone associated with Xia Shiyuyu at the top of the chart anymore. Chapter 98, Showing Support. Weekend. A Ferrari speeds through the city streets. Occasionally, while waiting at a red light, Chen Feng hears people outside the window discussing the joys of being kept by a wealthy woman. But more often, he heard beautiful women say, "If I had money, I'd gladly keep someone as handsome as him." Ha, at least you know how handsome I am. Chen Feng checked himself in the mirror. Not that he was not only handsome but also exceptionally talented. Meanwhile, Yuan Shan, wearing sunglasses, gave off an icy aura that made no one dare to approach her. Early that morning, Chen Feng was woken up by her and followed her out. As for where they were going, Chen Feng didn't ask. He and Yuan Shan were like good brothers, they didn't need many words. If they could do something, they did it. If they couldn't, they just said so. They never had to worry about much. "You don't seem to be short on money," Yuan Shan suddenly asked curiously while driving. "It's okay, I have some savings," Chen Feng replied casually. Yuan Shan looked at Chen Feng thoughtfully. "My sister is playing the game, and recently another cousin joined in, and she is also the type who just lies around. The monthly rent and expenses add up. A regular office worker couldn't afford that kind of expense." As for how Chen Feng manages to afford such a lifestyle, Yuan Shan didn't pry further. Everyone has their own secrets, and she was no exception. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of a tall building in Guangcheng. Chen Feng looked up at the towering skyscraper and was a bit overwhelmed. It turned out he had arrived at Guangcheng's tallest building. Standing over 600 meters tall, it could be seen from almost any location in Guangcheng. Yuan Shan stopped the car, grabbed her bag, and said, "Today, my friend's shop is opening, so I'm taking you to experience some top-notch cuisine." "I knew it. Following you always means good food," Chen Feng smiled slightly. "Here, even a Ferrari isn't that rare." After getting out of the car, Chen Feng looked at the line of luxury vehicles behind him and marveled at how many wealthy people there were in this world compared to Blue Star. Some of the cars were even unfamiliar to Chen Feng. Yuan Shan and Chen Feng walked toward the entrance, drawing many glances. Many young playboys envied Chen Feng. Compared to Yuan Shan by Chen Feng's side, the women they brought along seemed less attractive. Chen Feng, however, remained calm. While waiting for the elevator, his phone rang. It was Kana calling him. As soon as he answered, he heard Kana's excited voice. "I listened to the song you gave Wang Ping, it's amazing." Wang Ping had gone to Guangcheng and brought back a song of gold hit caliber that had already spread throughout the entire company. By the time she called Chen Feng, Kana had already dismissed at least 10 agents. Other singers under the agency, upon learning that Kana had arranged for Xia Shiyu to write the lead song for Wang Ping, all wanted it. After growing tired of the requests, Kana directly sent an email to the company's agents and singers. "Mr. Xia writes songs based on his mood, don't keep bothering the company over this." After witnessing the frenzy of her own singers, Kana realized she couldn't let Chen Feng be bothered by this. "Just let them work hard." Chen Feng said to Kana. "I'm about to eat. We'll talk later." After hanging up, Chen Feng followed Yuan Shan into the elevator. After pressing the button for the 109th floor, Yuan Shan asked, "From the way you sound, you still have a company?" "Company?" Chen Feng looked at her in confusion, then realized what she meant and said, "Writing songs. I wrote songs for singers under other companies." "All right." Yuan Shan nodded upon hearing this. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 109th floor. The entire building had 110 floors, with the top floor being an open-air observation deck. Yuan Shan's friend had opened a store on the 109th floor. It was easy to imagine that her friend was quite powerful. The 109th floor was currently quite crowded, as it was the best dining floor, attracting many wealthy individuals. Looking at the various dishes from around the world, Chen Feng rubbed his stomach. Soon, Yuan Shan led him to a sleek, upscale bar. Since it had just opened, there weren't many people inside, only a few scattered guests. Under the guidance of the server, the two entered the bar and sat down. After sitting down, Chen Feng looked at the tools on the bar counter and felt an urge to try his hand at it. This bar had a very high-end vibe. In Blue Star, he had only seen one or two bars like this. One of them was the bar he frequented while studying abroad, which also followed a modern luxury theme. By luxury, he didn't mean that the prices were slightly higher, but rather that the spirits used for mixing were all rare brands. The various bottles of alcohol displayed on the shelves were the most intriguing items for cocktail enthusiasts. Yuan Shan glanced at the menu and ordered a set meal, which included drinks and a main course. Where did that girl go? She is probably busy. Yuan Shan looked around but didn't see her friend. No big deal, as long as there's something to eat. Chen Feng just wanted to savor the moment and have something to eat. If he could go up and mix his own drink later, that would be even better. After waiting for a moment, a server finally brought over the prepared drinks. Please enjoy your meal. The main course will be served shortly. The young, handsome waiter said softly. The atmosphere in the entire bar leaned toward a quiet style. Chen Feng picked up the cocktail on the table and took a sip, finding it quite satisfactory. At least the drink was well made. He wondered how the main course would be. The way the drinks were mixed also made Chen Feng want to make himself another one. Here it comes. Yuan Shan suddenly stood up and waved toward the door. Chen Feng turned around at the sound and saw two beautiful women walking in, looking quite dazzling. One of the women spotted Yuan Shan and immediately ran over with a delighted expression. I thought you weren't coming. She hugged Yuan Shan tightly and said with a pout, if you hadn't come, I would have been so miserable. How could that be? We're lifelong best friends. Yuan Shan said happily. Is this your boyfriend? The woman noticed Chen Feng sitting beside Yuan Shan and asked in surprise. Before Yuan Shan could respond, Chen Feng interjected, no way, I'm not that lucky. I'm just here to tag along. The cocktail is excellent, I'm sure you put a lot of effort into it. The decor is also flawless. Chen Feng said sincerely. This is my friend, Chen Feng. Yuan Shan said beside him. And this beautiful lady is my best friend, Tingting, whose full name is Li Ting. Li Ting smiled slightly, sizing up Chen Feng, and exclaimed in surprise, it seems you have some expertise in mixology? Yeah, I studied it a bit and learned from others, Chen Feng said. Actually, he's not just a novice. If you were to rate him, he's definitely professional level. If you're interested, you can try making one yourself. I've opened up the bar for free mixing. Li Ting pointed to the bar counter nearby. Chen Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this and said, that's great. I've been wanting to mix my own drink since I walked in. Saying that, Chen Feng stood up and walked toward the bar. I didn't know you could mix drinks. You've got some secrets. Yuan Shan said in surprise. Let's have a few more drinks later. I'll arrange for the singer to perform first. Li Ting said to Yuan Shan, then led the beautiful woman beside her toward the stage in the center of the bar. Chen Feng was currently familiarizing himself with the various tools at the bar, while behind him were a bunch of unfamiliar bottles of alcohol. At that moment, Chen Feng was thrilled nothing could be more interesting to him. After a short while, having become familiar with the tools, Chen Feng began selecting the drinks. Since he hadn't tried many of them before, Chen Feng poured a small glass of each new drink to taste first. Finally, Chen Feng selected 4 drinks, placed them in front of him, and prepared to begin. What? Is this really the beginning? Yuan Shan looked at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression. Just watch, as a professional bartender, mixing drinks is second nature to me. Chen Feng said confidently, picking up the tools and beginning to mix. Suddenly, the quiet bar was filled with the sound of piano music. For a moment, the few customers present looked over curiously. Unbeknownst to them, someone had already taken the stage. A beautiful woman sat at the piano, playing a world-famous piece with elegance and beauty. Chen Feng looked over. This piece was a rare gem, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the entire bar. Some passers-by were also drawn inside. In no time, the place was bustling with people. Under the elegant and moving melody, many people had gathered around Chen Feng's bar counter without even noticing. Some of the guests who had been drawn in by the piano music quickly noticed Chen Feng, who was busy mixing drinks. Handsome, masculine, and with elegant mixing motions, he caught the attention of many beautiful women. Chapter 99, Stunning. Thrilling, overwhelming. The previously serene melody suddenly became fiery and passionate. Chen Feng's hands paused for a moment, and he looked at the girl playing with a look of surprise. This piece of music took on a new meaning in Chen Feng's heart. There are such outstanding pieces of music in this world after all. Chen Feng marveled to himself. As the song ended, Chen Feng had already mixed a cup of deep blue cocktail. When this unique cocktail was placed on the table, it immediately caught everyone's attention. How much is it? I'll take it, someone immediately spoke up, eager to taste the cocktail. I was here first. Yuan Shan, standing nearby, heard this and immediately picked up the cocktail from the table, took a sip, and the next moment, her face lit up with satisfaction. It's delicious. It's clearly alcohol, yet it's fragrant, smooth, and sweet. How strange. Yuan Shan stared at the drink in disbelief. It's changing color. Although someone had beaten them to it, seeing that it was such a beautiful woman, no one felt like arguing anymore. Everyone stared at the cocktail in Yuan Shan's hand. The deep blue liquid swirled like a vortex, gradually changing color under external force. Blue gradually turned to purple, then, to everyone's astonishment, it turned pink and finally settled into a clear sea blue. I get it, it's the colors of the 4 mixers on the table. Someone immediately figured out the reason. Chen Feng looked at Yuan Shan with a sigh. The cocktail he had spent over 10 minutes carefully mixing was gone in an instant. These 4 types of wine don't exist on Blue Star. What's wrong? Yuan Shan noticed Chen Feng's expression, looked at the cocktail in her hand, and reluctantly handed it over, taking only a sip. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at her and began mixing another one himself. It's my turn now, right? The beautiful woman who had been there earlier spoke up. Sorry, beautiful lady, this is a personal mixing station. If you need a drink, you can go to the bartender. Li Ting, who had finished her business, stepped out of the crowd and said. Li Ting looked at the cocktail in Yuan Shan's hand, took a sip, and then stared at Chen Feng in disbelief. You're not just a beginner. Li Ting was amazed Chen Feng's skill was on par with hers. Upon learning that Chen Feng was a customer, the onlookers were both disappointed and delighted. Several beautiful women immediately wanted to approach him, but upon seeing the 2 beautiful women standing on either side of Chen Feng, they immediately backed down. Yuan Shan need not be mentioned, even Li Ting was already a first-rate beauty. In the end, the onlookers dispersed. If you want a job, come work for me. I'll give you a generous salary, Li Ting said to Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. I'll pass. I'm not looking for a job right now. The girl you hired is quite talented. Chen Feng glanced at the girl who was intently playing the piano and said. Li Ting nodded, looking at the girl on stage, and said, of course. She's the only woman considered the most likely to become the future master of the piano world. Why is she here? Yuan Shan looked at the girl curiously. That was a while ago. I don't know why she withdrew. I went to great lengths to bring her here. Li Ting said. Chen Feng looked at the girl thoughtfully. Everyone appreciates talent. 3 pieces in a row, each one quite challenging, but this seemingly frail girl played them with such power. How to put it? In terms of talent, perhaps Huang Qi would really like this kind of student. Soon, Chen Feng mixed 2 cocktails, handed one to Li Ting, and returned to his seat. Yuan Shan and Li Ting seemed to have endless topics to discuss, catching up on old times and sharing various amusing stories. Chen Feng was occasionally asked a question or two. Before he knew it, Chen Feng's attention was drawn to the stage beside him. The girl on stage paused, wiped her hands on the piano keys, stood up, and temporarily stopped playing. Chen Feng, seeing this, couldn't help but get up and walk over. Upon reaching the stage, Chen Feng glanced at the sheet music on the piano, sat down, and began to caress the keys. Mastering the 4 arts, painting, calligraphy, music, and chess is everyone's aspiration on the path of literature. Back then, Chen Feng had a period where he discussed this with a friend and made a bet. To prove to his friend that these 4 things didn't necessarily have to be learned from a young age, Chen Feng dedicated his free time to learning them. He started with the zither, then moved on to the piano and violin, spending half a year on each. Then came Go and chess. Finally, he took up calligraphy and painting. In less than 3 years, Chen Feng proved with facts that even without a foundation from childhood, he could master all 4 arts. This achievement left his friends speechless. At first, it was all about the bet, but gradually, Chen Feng found that learning brought him a sense of inner peace. This tranquility made his thoughts clearer. Yet beneath this calm surface often lurked a storm, silent and invisible, more brutal than a hail of bullets. Clang! Suddenly, as the first key was pressed, the urgent rhythm of piano music echoed throughout the entire bar. Everyone was captivated by the unexpected melody. Some customers who had been watching Chen Feng stared in disbelief as his fingers danced across the keys, playing such an electrifying melody. Those who came here to spend money typically started at several $1,000s for a meal. These people were either the children of wealthy families or managers from various industries. In their daily lives, they are constantly faced with pressure from all sides. Chen Feng's peace made them feel even more tragic, and their blood boiled with excitement. Li Ting and Yuan Shan, who were chatting, looked on in astonishment as Chen Feng's fingers danced across the keyboard. Tang Xan, who had just finished playing 4 pieces, sat in the rest area, contemplating whether she had chosen the wrong path, when she saw Chen Feng walk onto the stage. This friend of Mr. Li seemed to have an interest in playing the piano as well. Moreover, during her performance, she had always felt this man's gaze on her. Just as Tang Xan was curious about what Mr. Li's friend intended to do, he sat down and suddenly began playing such a piece. It was a song she had never heard before. Tang Xan was certain she had never heard it before. Could it be that some big shot had released it recently? With that thought in mind, Tang Xan pulled out her phone to search, but found no records of any prominent pianists or composers releasing new pieces in recent days. That left only one possibility: had Li Zong's friend composed it himself? That's unlikely. This piece seemed to depict a tragic war, shocking and unimaginably brutal. The defiant, unyielding roar of anger was venting itself upon the enemy. This isn't something someone of his age should have experienced. The music is passionate and soaring, the winter moon is gloomy, and a storm sweeps through the bar. Everyone's heartbeat quickens. As the final note fades away, Chen Feng suddenly stops playing, satisfied with his performance on the piano. This Croatian Rhapsody was a piece he had always enjoyed playing from time to time back on Blue Star. After all, his path was as brutal as war itself. Wow! Amazing! Oh my god, I was so engrossed in listening that I forgot to record it. Little brother, I love you. After a brief moment of silence, the entire bar erupted in cheers and applause. Chen Feng looked at the customers in astonishment, nodded slightly, then stood up and returned to his seat, thinking to himself, I should really buy a piano and put it in my house. It's too conspicuous out here. This piece wasn't difficult to play, but it was also very classic. In this world, Chen Feng felt it belonged among the top-tier pieces. Chapter 100, Advice from a Lazy Fish. Back at their seats, Yuan Shan and Li Ting looked up and down at Chen Feng, their expressions filled with curiosity. Yes, it was curiosity. Chen Feng understood this feeling. In the past, when he interacted with such people, he would feel the same way. It wasn't about why they could do it, but why they could hide it for so long. Some people can do certain things without others being too surprised. Don't look at me like that. Everyone has some hidden strengths, right? Chen Feng said calmly. You're right. You're no ordinary guy. Li Ting agreed. Yuan Shan nodded upon hearing this, saying nothing more. The meal was delicious. Before they knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Chen Feng yawned and said to Yuan Shan, why don't we head back? I'm feeling a bit tired today. At that moment, the bar was bustling with customers. Li Ting had already gone to work. Yuan Shan had drunk 2 cocktails mixed by Chen Feng, her face slightly flushed, and said, alright, let's go. In reality, Chen Feng was feeling uneasy. Ever since he had come down from the stage, he had felt a pair of eyes on him, coming from the beautiful woman playing the piano on stage. Tonight, Tang Xian's playing seemed a bit distracted. Though others couldn't sense it, Chen Feng could feel that ever since he played the Croatian Rhapsody, the girl had been struggling to contain her restlessness. Seeing Chen Feng about to leave, Tang Xian couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, walking toward him. Hello, may I ask for your contact information? Tang Xian blocked Chen Feng's path and handed her phone to him. Chen Feng paused for a moment, then took out his phone and scanned her QR code. After adding him as a friend, Tang Xian smiled contentedly. Thank you. Your piece was amazing. The teacher who taught you must be an excellent teacher, right? Sure, I'll introduce you to them someday. Chen Feng smiled slightly, chatted for a moment, then left with Yuan Shan. Watching the two walk away, Tang Xian felt both admiration and envy. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, what an enviable couple. On the way back, Yuan Shan didn't drive, Chen Feng was behind the wheel. This was Chen Feng's first time driving a Ferrari here, and he felt a different sense of control. The car sped along, and they were back at the Galan community in less than half an hour. After parking the car, the two walked and chatted. As they passed by Yuan Shan's house, Yuan Shan called out to Chen Feng and said, I've been thinking lately, should I try singing again? Finally, she said it. Yuan Shan suddenly felt a sense of relief, with a faint smile on her face. In truth, she had been hesitating, but now that she had spoken it aloud, she felt much better. Write me a song sometime, Yuan Shan said. Chen Feng was taken aback for a moment before saying, of course, we're good brothers. But once you debut, you won't have time to be a slacker anymore. Thinking about losing a lazy friend, Chen Feng felt a bit reluctant. From the moment he wrote a song for Li Fei for the first time, to the recent one for Wang Ping, Chen Feng would subconsciously keep his distance from the person he wrote a song for. It wasn't out of dislike, but rather because he didn't want to become the focus of media attention. If he ever wrote a song for Yuan Shan, Chen Feng wouldn't go running with her either. That's true. Yuan Shan heard this and hesitated, then smiled and said, maybe we should think about it some more. Being suddenly in the spotlight of all the media would feel awkward. Alright, good night. There's nothing planned for tonight. Yuan Shan waved her hand and opened the door to go inside. Chen Feng looked thoughtfully at the closed door. After taking a shower, Chen Feng lay lazily on the sofa, picking up his phone out of habit to check the latest entertainment news. Besides the daily rivalries between Wang Xian and other big names, there were a few new trending topics today. Several of them were actually related to him. Dream Entertainment's first movie has started filming, and reporters spotted Li Luo at the scene. It has been confirmed that Li Luo will play a supporting role in the film. Wang Ping's new album teaser was released, set to debut on all major platforms in 2 days, with the lead single produced by Xia Xiyu. Yu Jia is set to kick off his tour, themed racing toward the past. Outsiders are gossiping, but insiders have realized that Dream Entertainment and Star Universe Entertainment are using every trick in the book to dominate the trending topics. Chen Feng checked the date, there's only half a month left until the end of the year. Wang Ping releasing a new album at this timing is quite bold. After browsing the news for a while, Chen Feng opened WeChat to reply to various messages. Li Fei, teacher, I've been invited to the New Year's Eve concert. Chen Feng, that's amazing. Keep it up, little Fei Fei. When you become a diva, I'll be there in person to congratulate you. Joe Chi, the entertainment industry is so exhausting. We haven't had a meal together in ages. Chen Feng, we'll make it happen. When we go back for the new year, let's have a proper family gathering. Yujia, I'd like to invite you to the first show of my concert tour. Chen Feng, I'll check my schedule. If it works out, I'll definitely come. Replying to messages at this time every day has become a routine for Chen Feng. After replying to the messages, he would lie in his small tent and binge watch his favorite show. With Chen Jiawen not at home these past few days, things have been much quieter. Since Zhang Meng started learning from Lu Hai, Chen Jiawen has joined in the fun, occasionally dropping by to check things out. Chen Feng thought about how Chen Jiawen had been relaxing lately and wondered if he should find her something to do. Thinking about it, Chen Feng picked up his phone, scrolled to Mo Guanglan's number, hesitated for a while, and ultimately didn't dial. Calling Kana or Li Jiren would be the same. Chen Feng thought to himself. At that moment, at a film studio in a city near Guangcheng, Mo Guanglan and a few companions were leaving the set. After a tiring day, Mo Guanglan just wanted to return to the hotel to rest, but her companions wanted to go out for a drink. Reluctantly, she followed along to join the fun. Being an actor was like that without status, you had no say. Mo Guanglan sighed inwardly. Was this really the life she had chosen? Every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but recall the song Chen Feng had sung in the alley of the small town. She suddenly longed to hear it again. Before she knew it, a few days had passed. During this time, Chen Feng had completely given up, and Chen Jiawen found it quite frustrating. I came to Guangqing full of confidence, but I don't know why I've suddenly become so lazy. Chen Jiawen leaned against the balcony, looking out at the sky with a sad expression. Chen Feng, who was nearby, frowned and said, "Why don't you try singing at a live venue first?" Singing at a bar? Chen Jiawen's eyes lit up, and she smiled at Chen Feng. "Brother, let's go together. We can do a duet. I'll be the pretty one, and you sing." Chen Jiawen grew more excited as she spoke, thinking it was a good idea. "Brother, let's go to some bars tomorrow and ask around, okay?" "No way, I can't do that." Chen Feng immediately rejected the girl's suggestion. "Alright, then I won't go alone." Chen Jiawen sighed. Chen Feng gave her a disapproving look. It seemed like this girl had just dug a hole to refuse his suggestion. In the end, the two of them chose to lie in front of the computer and start another day of binge watching. It wasn't until evening, when the sky grew dark, that Chen Jiawen reluctantly got up to cook dinner. Chen Feng, exhausted, stretched his limbs and opened his browser to check the news. As soon as he opened Weibo, Wang Ping's name was everywhere. Chen Feng paused for a moment, then opened the music platform and discovered that a song had already climbed all the way to the top 10 on the new releases chart. Chapter 101, Reaching the Top. The music video for Wang Ping's song Encounter caught Chen Feng's attention with its unique style. In the narrow alleys of an ancient town, they kept missing each other, and love was always just one encounter away. A cloudy day, evening, outside the car window. Someone is waiting in the future. Left, right, look ahead. Love takes a few turns before it arrives. And this music video was featured on the platform's homepage, topping the music video charts. On the December New Songs chart, after half a month of fierce competition, all the top artists were caught off guard by Wang Ping's song. Even Wang Xin was once again stunned by Chen Feng's talent. It seems that from the very beginning, every new song Chen Feng releases is of gold song caliber, and a few of them even surpassed that standard. Wang Ping's Encounter is exactly such a song. It shares similarities with Li Luo'er's Later, being easy to sing, highly infectious, and deeply resonant. Last night, within just a few hours of Wang Ping's new album being released, things spiraled out of control. With an existing fan base, Wang Ping's lead single Encounter quickly went viral thanks to her fans' spontaneous promotions. This morning, it was almost impossible to go anywhere without hearing someone humming a few lines. The comments on the new song broke the 100,000 mark overnight. The momentum is too strong. Another song of the same caliber has entered the new song charts, leaving many feeling immense pressure. The executives at Dream Entertainment are over the moon. Meanwhile, the singers under their label are itching to get involved, but there's nothing they can do ultimately, it all depends on Ms. Na's decision. Among them, some singers are trying to find Xia Teacher privately to connect with Lu Wen. Lu Wen, who is currently in Japan, received numerous calls today. Some were even inviting him to hotels for discussions, making Lu Wen feel tempted. However, the moment he saw the voice actor in front of him, he immediately forgot about those invitations. At his level, beauty is no longer the main factor. What matters most is whether he likes her. The outcome was predictable. Those seeking to contact Lu Wen were all turned away. Meanwhile, journalists who came to the island nation to follow Lu Wen found that he was unyielding, even asking if they wanted to come in together. The music industry is currently at the peak of its popularity. Some bigwigs who have grown accustomed to a comfortable life are now starting to feel dissatisfied. With the emergence of Xia Shiyuyu, the entire industry is now forcing many to step up and compete, and some believe this has disrupted the balance. Soon, someone took the initiative and approached Li Jiren. Just after finishing his meal and enjoying the pleasure of sipping tea, Lee Jiren saw the incoming call, furrowed his brows, and pressed the answer button. The call was from some of the industry's most influential figures. This person was known for his sharp tongue. While he had some restraint in the past, his attitude had completely changed after retiring from the public eye. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end eagerly said, "Little Lee, your star universe is really making waves lately." "Oh, it's just a small operation," Lee Jiren laughed. "Nothing compared to you, Mr. Yang." "Haha, really? I think I'm no match for you." These days, everyone in the industry feels the pressure. Your star universe and dream entertainment are one after another. Everyone says that if this continues, we'll all be finished by your star universe and dream entertainment. Yang Lao's sharp question made Lee Jiren feel uneasy, but he forced himself to respond, "That's just because the big players haven't moved yet. Once they do, I'll have to step aside." "So if they don't act, does that mean the two of you can keep playing around?" Yang Lao suddenly changed his tone. The atmosphere became tense. Lee Jiren had thought these old men were just here to give a friendly reminder, but he never expected them to try to intimidate him. "Are they trying to warn me in a roundabout way?" Lee Jiren's temper flared, and he snapped into the phone, "Don't rely on your age, old man. I, Lee Jiren, respect you as an elder, that's why I called you an elder. Otherwise, you're just an old man about to be buried in my eyes," Lee Jiren said coldly, then hung up the phone. At that moment, in a private club in Haidu, several entertainment industry heavyweights looked at the disconnected phone and exchanged glances. Yang Zhongming was so angry his chest rose and fell, unable to speak. "That brat is too arrogant. It seems he really thinks we're old." After a moment, Yang Zhongming regained his composure, his expression turning fierce. "But there's nothing we can do about this, unless old Master Lee steps in." One of the old men sighed. "Then let's go find Mr. Lee." Yang Zhongming's eyes narrowed as he came up with a plan. Lee Jiren, who had just hung up the phone, felt relieved after venting his anger at Yang Zhongming, but his heart was filled with worry. He never expected this circle to become so opportunistic. Lee Jiren had considered calling Chen Feng, but upon second thought, he realized he couldn't help either. As Lee Jiren tossed and turned restlessly through the night, Chen Feng had already fallen asleep. In the dead of night, snowflakes began to fall outside. The second snowfall of the season had begun in Guangcheng. Chen Jiawen stood by the balcony, staring blankly at the snowflakes drifting outside. After a long while, she finally got up to go to bed. The next day, Guangcheng was once again blanketed in snow. When Chen Feng woke up, he looked out at the snow-covered landscape and sighed, "This place is really strange. Why is the climate so different from Blue Star? It actually snows in the south." Chen Feng felt it was necessary to study geography further if needed. In December, the entertainment industry was in even greater turmoil. In the blink of an eye, only 2 days remained until the end of the month. That evening, Chen Feng brought Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen to Hua Luo private kitchen. As soon as they entered, they noticed significant changes. The decor was more refined. The piano on the stage had been removed, replaced by a girl singing. "The north wind blows wildly, and the night is still young. Your shadow cannot be severed. Leaving me alone on the lake, in pairs." A female version of Chrysanthemum Terrace caught everyone's attention. After sitting down, Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen curiously watched the girl on stage. After the girl finished another song, Chen Jiawen noticed the food hadn't arrived yet, so she stood up and walked toward the stage, chatting with the girl. The girl smiled slightly, stood up, and moved aside. Then Chen Jiawen took the microphone, sat down, and began selecting songs. "Brother, look at your sister," Zhang Meng exclaimed in surprise, pointing toward the stage. Chen Feng, who had been looking at his phone, looked up and smiled slightly, saying, "That's not bad. You can listen to your sister's singing." "I've heard her before," Zhang Meng said with a strange expression, whispering, "You might as well listen." Soon, Chen Jiawen seemed to have chosen a song. The next moment, the accompaniment began. Zhang Meng's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "How did I not think of that?" Chen Feng, upon hearing the familiar instrumental music, suddenly felt like he had caught onto something. Chen Jiawen's voice immediately drew the attention of the restaurant's customers. "When you said you were leaving and I didn't want to wave goodbye. Love is ultimately an empty dream. Who said our past was left unsaid? Don't forget that I once had you, and you once loved me. When you left me with pain I couldn't accept. Love, in the end, is just a dream." Chen Jiawen chose a song sung by Yu Jie called "Forget You, Forget Me." The effect was something Chen Feng hadn't anticipated. This girl, how could she sing a man's song and sound so unexpectedly good? Soon, the song ended, and applause erupted from the audience, with many customers clapping enthusiastically. Chen Jiawen, who had been completely engrossed in the performance, snapped back to reality and saw so many people clapping. Her face turned slightly red, and she hurriedly stood up to give her seat to the singer beside her, then ran back to her seat. How terrifying! The feeling of being watched by so many people is awful. Chen Jiawen patted her chest, feeling embarrassed. "I shouldn't sing anymore. I shouldn't act either." In the next moment, she suddenly changed her dream. Chen Feng and Zhang Meng looked at her speechlessly, not knowing what to say. Finally made it to first place. That's amazing. Zhang Meng, who had been staring at her phone since leaving Hua Luo's private kitchen, suddenly exclaimed happily. Really? I bought a few tickets too. Chen Jiawen heard this and quickly pulled out her phone to check. Both of them felt proud that their favorite song had made it to the top of the charts. Chen Feng, who was walking ahead, paused for a moment. This time, he truly didn't expect Yu Jian to have made it to the top. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been possible. Though he had confidence in Yu Jian, he didn't believe it could break into the top spot in just half a month. After all, the current chart toppers weren't pushovers, and among them was Wang Xin. Xingyu Group Tower. Li Jiren sat in his office, staring at the data on the screen beside him, clenching his fists and silently growling. Look at that. Those damned old men. If you want to play, I, Li Jiren, will play with you until the end. Chapter 102, New Year's Eve. Brother, I want to go to Yu Jie's concert tour. I want to watch Fei Fei's New Year's Eve show. On the last day of December, Chen Feng was woken up early by his two younger sisters, who looked at him with pitiful eyes. Chen Feng rubbed his eyes. He had stayed up until 3 a.m. watching the finale of a TV series. Yet they were still so full of energy. No problem, no problem. Let me sleep a little longer, and I'll take care of it for you two when I wake up. Chen Feng said painfully, then turned over and went back to sleep. All right. We agreed. I'll wake you up at 12. Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen, who had received Chen Feng's promise, said happily. It seemed as though, from some point onward, Chen Feng had become someone who could accomplish anything in their eyes. Their older brother, on the other hand, had no job, just lounging around at home, either binge-watching shows or playing video games, and only occasionally going out for some exercise. Yet despite that, he would leave them a few $100s every day, treat them to big meals, and buy them cosmetics and clothes. It seemed like Chen Feng didn't need to work to have so much money. When they went out together, Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen each held one of Chen Feng's hands, feeling completely safe. Chen Feng, who had been woken up, thought to himself, another year is almost over. This period felt both incredibly long and incredibly short. When he was shaken awake again by the two girls, Chen Feng exhaled deeply, feeling much more alert. After getting up and washing up, he sat on the sofa, thought for a moment, and then sent messages to Li Fei and Yu Jie, each asking for a ticket. Yu Jie's concert tour was scheduled for New Year's Eve. Li Fei was participating in a New Year's Eve concert hosted by a TV station, also taking place tonight. Huang Cheng had invited many well-known singers to perform. Among them were Li Fei, Zhou Qi, and Yan Shui from Meiyu Entertainment. Wang Xin, however, had gone to Haidu to attend the New Year's Eve concert hosted by Haidu TV. Chen Feng sent the messages and soon received replies from both of them. Both Li Fei and Yu Jie were very busy today, but despite that, they kept their agents constantly monitoring their phone messages. Upon seeing Chen Feng's message, they immediately arranged for several tickets to be prepared and sent them to Chen Feng by taxi. Thank you. Chen Feng replied. Bro, when can we go? Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen sat in front of the computer, waiting for Chen Feng's message. I've already had a friend send the tickets over, Chen Feng said calmly. The two, who had been wondering if Chen Feng was going to buy scalped tickets at a high price, heard this and immediately jumped up and down, rushing over to hug Chen Feng. We love you so much, bro. Zhang Meng hugged Chen Feng's neck and asked, so are you going to watch Fei Fei's New Year's Eve concert with me? What? Chen Jiawen puffed out her cheeks and said, brother is going to watch Yu Jie's concert with me. You can go with your classmates. Take me with you. Zhang Meng pouted and asked, right, bro? No, no. Chen Jiawen answered for Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who was being tormented by the two of them, tapped each of their foreheads, causing them to let go and hold their foreheads in pain. I'm not going either. You two go ahead. There seem to be extra tickets. You have friends, so just take them with you. Chen Feng said calmly. Although Chen Feng also wanted to go, he thought to himself, there's plenty of time later. No need to rush. Besides, I have other things to do today. The two of them pleaded and begged, but Chen Feng remained unmoved. In the end, the two had no choice but to give up. Soon, the doorbell rang, and Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen rushed excitedly to open the door. Two people stood at the door, a man and a woman. Upon seeing Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen, they smiled and pulled out some tickets from their bags. Hello, I'm here to deliver the tickets on behalf of Mr. Yu Jie, the woman in glasses said with a smile, but she didn't know who to give the tickets to. Yes, they're mine. Chen Jiawen happily took the tickets and said, thank you. I'll arrive early tonight. Hello, I'm here to deliver the tickets for Li Fei. The man beside her paused for a moment before taking out the tickets from his bag. Zhang Meng saw this, quickly took the tickets from the man's hand, and exclaimed happily, these are for Fei Fei. First row. My brother is a genius. Thank you. Zhang Meng said to the man delivering the tickets. After a while, the two people who had left the building exchanged glances, feeling that something was off. You delivered Yu Jie's, and I delivered Li Fei's? The man looked at the woman who had delivered Yu Jie's tickets and muttered to himself, feeling something was off. Do you feel something's off too? The woman asked after a moment of silence. Yes, something's off, the man nodded. The same place, but tickets for two different singers. Plus, the girls' places aren't exactly where wealthy people live. At that moment, Zhang Mang and Chen Jiawen, who had received the tickets, were extremely excited. Thinking about seeing their favorite singers perform live that night, they couldn't contain their excitement. Chen Feng, seeing this, quietly slipped into his own small tent. The two tried to persuade Chen Feng to go with them, but he refused, so they had no choice but to let their friend from Guangqing go instead. Brother, we're leaving. You have to go eat on your own. As night fell, Zhang Mang and Chen Jiawen, dressed up and ready, prepared to head out. Alright, go have fun, but don't go chatting up other guys. Chen Feng poked his head out of the tent and said, We will. Bye. The two waved casually and hurried out. Once they were gone, the room fell silent. Chen Feng looked out at the night scenery gradually lit up by streetlights and decided to continue watching the movie. Soon, the movie ended. Chen Feng shifted his body, stepped out of the tent, checked the time, and decided it was time to go out and find something to eat. Yuan Shan had gone back to her hometown for the past 2 days and hadn't logged into the game much. Looking at the lonely house, Chen Feng thought for a moment and decided to go out and treat himself to a nice meal tonight. He had originally planned to treat the wealthy woman to a meal, but decided against it. Chen Feng sighed softly before grabbing his jacket and heading out. Tonight, Guangqing was bustling with activity. Not to mention the New Year's Eve concert, there were 5 or 6 venues hosting events tonight. Even young people who usually prefer to stay home occasionally venture out. Chen Feng hailed a taxi and headed to the nearby commercial district. After getting out, he checked the time. It was just past 7, still early. However, UGA's concert seemed to be starting in half an hour. At the same time, Li Fei's New Year's Eve concert on TV was also set to begin at 8 p.m. Chen Feng watched the bustling commercial street, strolling alone. Soon, a quaintly decorated Western restaurant caught his attention. It was dinner time, so Chen Feng walked inside. Welcome to the medieval restaurant. As soon as he stepped inside, a loud voice greeted him. Chen Feng was startled by the voice but couldn't see anyone. The next moment, a young man dressed all in black emerged from the side of the bar, bowed formally to Chen Feng, and said, Please follow me to your seat. This damn sense of ceremony. So spot on. Chen Feng thought this was a medieval obsessed teenager. Nevertheless, Chen Feng followed him and eventually chose a seat. In this bustling street, the restaurant only had 6 or 7 customers. To be honest, it was a bit bleak. The other diners, who were already eating, covered their mouths and laughed. Clearly, they had seen Chen Feng's expression and felt a sense of relief. May I ask what you'd like to eat? Why not try the Earl's special I recommend? The man politely handed over the menu. Chen Feng took the menu and looked at the names on the so-called Earl's meal, feeling a bit at a loss. What does top-tier blood mean? Chen Feng asked calmly. It refers to the finest wine. Then what about the premium offering meat? Premium steak. The green bits are broccoli. The man said softly. Seeing that the other person was about to continue, Chen Feng hurriedly stopped him and said, Let's go with the Earl's meal. All right, sir, please wait a moment. The man smiled and put away the menu, then spoke into the intercom, Table 23, one Western meal. Chen Feng had nothing to say. Chen Feng gazed out the window at the passing crowd. It was already 8 o'clock. Yu Jie must have started performing by now. Chapter 103, The Day I Woke Up. At that moment, the sports arenas in Guangqing were filled with cheers that grew louder and louder. 8 o'clock, the party had begun. Under the enthusiastic send-off of a middle-aged man with a medieval complex, Chen Feng, well-fed and content, stepped out of the store, checked the time, and strolled down the street. Occasionally, girls would approach him to strike up a conversation and ask for his contact information. Every time this happened, Chen Feng would smile and exchange contact information with these cute girls, though he rarely replied afterward. He walked and stopped, occasionally trying on clothes. Such leisurely days, wandering the streets alone, were something Chen Feng used to do frequently. Of course, that was during the time he was with Yin Shui. Back then, whenever he got paid, Chen Feng would come to places like this to look at clothes and cosmetics, hoping to find something suitable for Yin Shui. However, Chen Feng wasn't here tonight just to wander around. As he wandered through the commercial street, Chen Feng eventually arrived at Guangqing's largest antique and collectibles market. Adjacent to the commercial street, the area was bustling with people. The ancient-style buildings attracted many young people to shop and take photos. Chen Feng looked up at the large characters on the archway and walked inside. Upon entering, it was a whole different world inside. Compared to the bustling commercial street, although there were still many people here, the atmosphere was filled with a sense of tranquility. There were no loud hawkers. Small antique shops lined the streets, with shop owners quietly going about their work. Passers-by who were interested would go in to look around, and no one would bother them. Only when a customer asked about the price would the shop owner engage in conversation. This shopping atmosphere is actually the most comfortable kind, though some people prefer being attended to by a crowd. Chen Feng took out his phone and quickly arrived at the entrance of a shop based on the address. Inside the shop, there was only a young girl minding the store. Chen Feng walked in, looked around, and furrowed his brows slightly. The girl noticed Chen Feng's expression change, closed the book she was holding, and asked, "May I assist you with anything? Is the Fengming bracelet available for sale?" Chen Feng asked. "Phoenix chime bracelet?" The girl thought for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, that bracelet has been taken off the shelves and is currently unavailable. Do you have any similar ones you'd like to see?" she asked softly. Chen Feng shook his head, feeling a bit disappointed. That bracelet was something he had seen in a science documentary while watching a show. Some jade forms with unique patterns during its formation, and such bracelets are often very rare. Even if the jade isn't of the highest quality, if the pattern is beautiful enough, it's still worth collecting. Chen Feng was very interested and immediately searched for places in Guangqing where such bracelets were sold. After some filtering, he found this store had one such bracelet. He had planned to buy it and give it to his mother when he returned to Yangming City, but it seemed that this wish would go unfulfilled. "You really like that bracelet?" the girl asked curiously. "Not really, but it's a pity to have made the trip and not been able to buy it," Chen Feng said calmly. Since he couldn't buy it, Chen Feng naturally lost interest. "Might as well go home and watch a movie." Just as Chen Feng was about to leave, a middle-aged man walked in from the door. Noticing Chen Feng about to leave, he asked, "Wasn't there anything suitable, young man?" "The gentleman over there wants to buy that Fengming bracelet," the girl said from the side. "Phoenix crying bracelet?" The middle-aged man frowned upon hearing this and said, "That bracelet has been taken off the shelves because it was reserved by a VIP customer. If you offer a suitable price, it might be possible to transfer it." "How much?" Chen Feng asked. 5 million. The middle-aged man spread his hands. "Oh, I'll take a look then." Chen Feng nodded calmly and left without looking back. As he stepped out of the shop, Chen Feng shook his head and thought to himself, "Now I finally understand why these shop owners don't care about those young people just looking around. It's because those young people can't afford them, right? When someone with real intent comes along, they rip them off mercilessly. Sigh, never mind. Cash is king." Chen Feng thought to himself, realizing he'd made the trip for nothing tonight. The middle-aged man had wanted to call Chen Feng back, but hesitated and eventually gave up. After all, he had only guessed that the young man might be wealthy, but upon closer inspection, he didn't seem like someone who could afford it. 5 million was just a random price he threw out, but it was indeed reserved. It was just that the price was a bit high, over $1 million. The girl beside him sighed and said, "Dad, do you really have to do business like this? What do you know? Do you think the monthly rent of tens of thousands comes from nowhere?" the middle-aged man said impatiently. "That bracelet, pack it properly. We'll take it back to Yangming in a few months. It's meant for an important person. Whether your brother can marry a good wife depends on this bracelet. I know, you don't have to say it so many times a day." The girl shook her head and returned to her seat to continue reading. Despite missing out on the bracelet tonight, Chen Feng didn't feel particularly regretful. After leaving the antique market, Chen Feng didn't go back the way he came. Instead, he went to a nearby bar street, found a spot to sit down, and had a few drinks alone. The world was bustling with activity, but Chen Feng couldn't feel the same excitement. Along the hundreds of meters of street, there were over a dozen street singers performing. Passers-by would occasionally stop and toss a few bills their way. Often, more than a dozen different songs were sung simultaneously, creating a cacophony of noise. Some customers sitting at outdoor tables couldn't even finish a sentence before their voices were drowned out by the noise, leaving them to shake their heads and sigh. This situation left the merchants feeling utterly frustrated. The street authorities could only try to persuade the street singers to leave, avoiding conflicts as much as possible. Chen Feng, however, found this intriguing. Amidst the chaos, he heard a few singers who were quite talented. But this thought was quickly dispelled. Lei Zi called. "Hello? I can't hear you, hold on." Chen Feng shouted into the phone before quickly leaving the bar street. After finally finding a quiet spot, Chen Feng crouched by the roadside and said into the phone, "All right, you can talk now." "Damn it, where were you? It's so noisy here." Lei Zi cursed a few times before getting to the point. "Bro, I have 2 pieces of information. One is good news for me, and the other is good news for you. Which one do you want to hear first?" Lei Zi said mysteriously. Chen Feng paused for a moment and said, "Tell me mine first." "I knew it." Lei Zi laughed and said, "The good news for you is that we have news about Qin Jinyu. She went to Guangqing 2 days ago. Her whereabouts must be the good news for you, right? She went back to Guangcheng?" Chen Feng was taken aback for a moment, then said, "It's good news, but there must be more to it, right?" Lei Zi chuckled, "Of course not. Who do you think I am? I'm not that unreliable. It seems to be because of a certain man returning. I think it's probably not you." Lei Zi said. Chen Feng immediately realized why she had returned and roughly knew where she had gone, but even so, it seemed unlikely they would cross paths. "Never mind, we'll deal with her later." Chen Feng had wanted to ask Lei Zi for more details, but quickly dismissed the idea. "Are you sure? I have her address this time." Lei Zi sounded a bit confused on the phone. Forget it. What good news do you have? Chen Feng sighed inwardly and asked. Hee, I hooked up with her best friend. Lei Zi's excited voice came through the phone. Chen Feng was surprised by the news, but his surprise quickly turned to joy. You finally found the right person. Any plans for when you're going to get married? Not yet. I need to wait for you to come back and take a look first. Lei Zi said. By the way, when are you coming back? I was thinking maybe we could handle this back in Yangming, it might be easier there. Lei Zi said seriously. That's true. Chen Feng thought the same. The two chatted for a long time, until the sound of a girl's voice came through the phone, and Lei Zi hung up. Coming back to his senses, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Only a little over an hour remained until the end of the year. Recalling the day he woke up, staring at the already yellowed walls of the rental apartment and the damp smell of the blankets, Chen Feng felt a bit dazed. After confirming he wouldn't see that girl again, Chen Feng spent several days coming to terms with it. However, when he finally accepted it, Yan Shui, whom he hadn't heard from in a long time, invited him out to eat. Chen Feng wondered if his marginal status could be of any help to Yan Shui. However, at that time, Chen Feng had little recollection of the original hostess memories. Otherwise, Chen Feng would have broken up first and Wu Ti have ended up being the one dumped. Thinking of this, Chen Feng pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled, humming a tune under his breath. If those two words hadn't trembled, I wouldn't have realized how much it hurt. How could I say it out loud? It's just a breakup. If there were no expectations for tomorrow. Holding hands is like going on a trip. Among thousands of doorways. Someone has to leave first. Chen Feng hummed a tune, puffed on his cigarette, stood up to leave, but the next moment, his gaze locked with that of the girl sitting on the nearby bench. The girl stared at Chen Feng in shock. Damn, when did you get here? You didn't make a sound. Chen Feng said calmly, then extinguished his cigarette and turned to leave. The girl looked innocent, thinking to herself, did I do something wrong just because I was tired from walking around and wanted to rest for a moment? Chapter 104, Everyone, into the top 50. Despite this, she hesitated for a few seconds before getting up and chasing after him. What was the name of that song just now? She called out to Chen Feng, asking urgently. Earlier, she had almost burst into tears. The few lines Chen Feng had hummed felt like something was beating against her heart. What song? Chen Feng looked at her with a puzzled expression. The one you just sang. The girl looked at Chen Feng suspiciously and said, if those two words hadn't trembled. Chen Feng looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a serious expression, shook his head, and said, I've never heard of it, but it sounded nice. The other person stared at Chen Feng with wide eyes, feeling something was off but unable to put her finger on it. But you were humming it just now. She said, puzzled. Sorry, I heard someone humming it on the way here and just mimicked it. I only know a few lines. Chen Feng shook his head and turned to leave. But the girl wanted to call Chen Feng back, but didn't know what to say, so she could only stare blankly as he walked away. But I really want to know what this song is called. She sighed, then exclaimed in surprise, how could I forget to look it up? Thinking of this, the girl immediately took out her phone and searched for the lyrics the man had hummed earlier, but there was no song with those lyrics. She then asked her friends about the lyrics, but the results were the same. Who was he? After confirming that the song didn't exist, the girl couldn't help but wonder about the man's identity. What a pity. If only I had added him as a friend. The girl shook her head and reluctantly left. Chen Feng had already boarded the bus home. Recalling that someone had heard him humming the song earlier, he felt a bit awkward. Though he would occasionally hum a few lines in the dormitory, Chen Feng rarely sang to himself when Chen Jiewen was around. Tonight, on a whim, he had hummed a few lines, never expecting anyone to hear him. Shortly after the car departed, traffic began to jam on the road. Many people took to the streets, cheering and starting their New Year's Eve street parade, causing the traffic to slow down significantly. Sigh, really? The driver saw the situation, sighed, and didn't say anything. Chen Feng could only smile wryly. One or two people were crazy, but a whole crowd was just normal. If anyone had the time to say anything, they'd probably get yelled at. Beep. Time to start the countdown. With only 1 minute remaining until the arrival of 2051, Guangqing Television will now begin the countdown for you. 59. 58. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Welcome to 2051. A new year has begun. Wishing all our listeners the best of luck in the coming year. Bang! As the radio broadcast ended, the night sky over Guangqing was suddenly illuminated by various fireworks. Fireworks from all directions continuously rise into the sky and burst into brilliant displays. Pedestrians on the street stopped in their tracks, pulling out their phones to take photos and capture the moment. Guangqing Xinhai Sports Arena. So, this is the last song of the year. Before that, let's enjoy Guangqing's fireworks. Yu Jie, who had been singing all night and was soaked through, sat on the stage and addressed the fans present. After returning to the stage after so many years, I've always worried that I've grown old. But tonight, it's you who have given me endless energy. I want to keep singing, and I will keep singing forever. Amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of people, Yujia began his final song of the night. Forget you, forget me. I can stand here again because of teacher Xiaoshiryu. After years of silence, Yujia returned to the stage and once again entered a new phase of his singing career. At the same time, the other two singers from Xingyu, Li Fei and Zhou Qi, also caused a surge in online streaming traffic when they took the stage at the New Year's Eve concert in Guangcheng. Their popularity was undeniable. On this night when superstars, kings, and queens of the music industry took the stage, Li Fei, Zhou Qi, Wang Xayan, and Yujia's names also made it onto the trending charts. Meanwhile, Lilo and Wang Ping from Dream Entertainment also stole the spotlight. Even when facing superstars at the peak of their careers or established kings and queens of the industry, these rising stars did not let themselves be overshadowed. As the New Year's Eve event came to a close, the December New Songs chart was officially finalized. On the annual Hot Songs chart, Li Luo's later ranked 17th on the overall chart. Wang Ping's Encounter debuted in mid-December with unstoppable momentum, sparking industry speculation that Star Universe Entertainment was behind the push. Li Jiren and Yang Zhongming's little affair couldn't be hidden on such a big stage. Under the joint promotion of Dream Entertainment and Star Universe Entertainment, Encounter broke into the 19th position on the overall chart, leaving everyone in disbelief. Li Fei's Those Fleeting Years and Waiting for You at the End both entered the top 30, ranking 27th and 29th respectively. Zhou Qi's Chrysanthemum Terrace is at 34th place. Wang Xayan's Too Much and Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart are at 38th and 45th, with Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart even selected as the theme song for the next newcomer competition. Yujia, who returned to the music scene with a pre-existing fanbase, also made it to 49th place with his new song Forget You, Forget Me. And these figures all began in the second half of the year. The top 10 songs on the overall chart are almost all from the first half of the year, with a few released during the spring festival period. They had the advantage of timing and circumstances. This should have been a cause for celebration, but few could find much to cheer about. When it comes to data growth, Li Fei, Li Luo, and Wang Ping songs are all capable of surpassing them. Just as everyone was wrapping up their New Year's celebrations and heading home, the three major domestic music award organizations each released their announcements. The official list of nominees for the 2050 Golden Hits Awards has been announced. The announcements from the three institutions were like a massive boulder dropped into water, causing a huge stir. Before netizens could jump on the bandwagon, major media outlets had already reposted and edited everything that could potentially go viral. Amidst the overwhelming trending topics, the names Xiaoshiryu, Xiaolaoshi, and Luwen appeared frequently. Many creators sighed, how have netizens changed this generation? Among them were some renowned composers and lyricists who felt a bit wronged. They're talented too, yet few netizens remember them. In reality, this isn't the fault of this generation of netizens. Someone specifically compiled a list of songs under the stage name Xiaoshiryu, and the results speak for themselves. The singers of these songs all made it into the top 50 on the overall chart. A song called Hurry Up that year debuted out of nowhere, propelling newcomer Li Fei into the spotlight. The movie theme song Chrysanthemum Terrace made Zhou Qi famous, and his voice also left a deep impression on fans, who talked about it endlessly. Too many contestants scored extremely high marks in the new talent competition. Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart, selected as the theme song for the next new talent competition, earned Wang Xayan the title of Strongest Newcomer Champion. Forget You, Forget Me brought the once promising talent Yujia back to the pinnacle of his career. Waiting for You at the End elevated Li Lin's new drama and propelled Li Fei into the ranks of top-tier singers. Just when everyone thought it was time to take a break, Li Luo came out of nowhere and sent everyone into a frenzy. Wang Ping's Encounter once again caused immense pressure on all the top contestants within just half a month. Almost every other day, it was trending on the hot search list. Under such circumstances, the name Xiaoshiryu is hard to keep low-key, and netizens have been deeply impressed. Before adopting the stage name Xiaoshiryu, Lu Wen's debut songs were also classics, leaving those who recognized his talent in awe of how one person could achieve such heights. An article titled The Entertainment Industry in 2050 quickly went viral, becoming the hottest trending topic on the first day of 2051. Chen Feng saw the article at 2 a.m. Zhang Meng and Chen Zhewen had been excited all night after returning home and taking a shower. They collapsed into bed. Chen Feng finished his last cigarette on the balcony, turned off the light, and returned to his room. Chapter 105, The Smiling Devil. As the new year began, the entertainment industry continued to churn. With the three major agencies announcing the nominees for this year's Golden Melody Awards, it attracted a lot of onlookers. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's small apartment had already entered a quiet period. In the silent room, the only sound was the movie playing on the computer. Chen Feng was engrossed in watching a horror film. Before he knew it, after finishing the movie in a state of shock, it was already 11 p.m. Chen Feng glanced at the time, stood up, stretched lazily, grabbed his jacket, and stepped out the door. He hailed a ride and headed to Tomorrow Bar in the city center. 2 days after New Year's Eve, Chen Jiawen suddenly decided to try something new and take on a part-time job singing. Chen Feng, of course, wholeheartedly supported this decision. That day, after returning from Yu Jie's concert, the girl had thought a lot. Perhaps she had caught a glimpse of the charm of singing and the passion of letting loose on stage. Regardless, Chen Feng fully supported Chen Jiawen in changing her perspective. So, Chen Jiawen went to the bar and decided to start by learning how to be a DJ, to see how others felt about music. When Chen Feng heard the result, he wasn't too keen on Chen Jiawen taking this kind of part-time job. However, since it was an apprenticeship, Chen Feng eventually agreed. The journey from Gallant Community to Tomorrow Bar wasn't too far, just a half-hour drive. After getting off the car, Chen Feng looked at the bar street in front of him. On the sidewalks, he occasionally saw people lying there, drunk and unconscious. Today was Chen Jiawen's first day working part-time at Tomorrow Bar. Chen Feng quickly found the bar, which wasn't too big or too small. He had planned to wait outside, but decided to go in and take a look. To be honest, he hadn't been to places like this very often back in Blue Star. Mainly because it was too noisy. You couldn't discuss business here, but there were plenty of biologists studying human anatomy. At midnight, it was the peak of the crowd. Chen Feng stood in the crowd and waited for nearly 10 minutes before it was his turn. After passing the security check, he entered the bar. The next moment, a deafening roar filled the air. In a space of several hundred square meters, the place was packed with people, with various ambient lights flashing. On the dance floor, many people were twisting their bodies. Chen Feng furrowed his brows slightly. At 1.8 meters tall, he was quite tall in the crowd. After scanning the area, he quickly spotted Chen Jiawen's figure. Not far away, on the DJ booth, a beautiful woman wearing headphones was dancing, setting the tone for the entire bar. Beside her stood a girl looking lost and confused. It was Chen Jiawen. At that moment, Chen Jiawen was staring at the instruments on the table, feeling overwhelmed. Yet throughout the entire process, it seemed as though she had never used these instruments before. Occasionally, the DJ would press a button, but there didn't seem to be much change. To be honest, the DJ teacher seemed to be dancing more than anything else. Chen Jiawen couldn't help but feel that she wasn't here to learn music, but rather to learn how to dance and create an atmosphere. In the end, Chen Jiawen could only stand by idly. Since it was her first day on the job, she had no experience and no one told her what to do. I'm tired. It's your turn next. At that moment, the DJ teacher suddenly stopped, leaned close to Chen Jiawen's ear, and shouted. What? Chen Jiawen looked at her in confusion and asked, My turn? What should I do? Start moving, be more seductive. You know what I mean, right? Tomorrow, come back in something sexier. She said loudly. Chen Jiawen shook her head firmly upon hearing this, refusing the request. Are you kidding? Why would I do something like that? Seeing that there was nothing to learn from this job, Chen Jiawen immediately took off her work badge and turned to leave. Where are you going? The DJ teacher froze for a moment, then gave a nod to the security guard beside him. The security guard followed Chen Jiawen out. Chen Feng, who was below, saw this and pushed through the crowd to follow them. There was a passageway on one side of the DJ booth. Chen Jiawen entered, followed by the security guard. Soon, Chen Feng also followed in, acting as if nothing had happened. After walking through a corridor dozens of meters long, they reached a staircase leading upward. Here, it was much quieter, almost completely blocking out the sounds from outside. A sign indicating the restroom was posted beside the staircase. Just as Chen Feng was wondering where everyone had gone, a voice suddenly came from above. Do you think this is some kind of place? You come and go as you please? If you're leaving, at least compensate us for our losses. A man's voice echoed down from the loft above. Immediately afterward, Chen Jiawen's voice rang out. I'm just a part-time worker. You want me to pay compensation? Are you joking? Get out of the way. I need to get my bag and go home. Compensation of 10,000 yuan. If you don't have the money, call your friends to borrow it. Oh? 10,000? Just then, a voice came from outside the door. The next moment, Chen Feng pushed open the door and walked in. Brother! Chen Jiawen heard the familiar voice and her heart sank with relief. She pushed aside the security guard blocking her and ran to Chen Feng's side. They're extorting me. Chen Jiawen said tearfully, I'll make them pay, brother. Chen Feng. Do you think I'm Superman? Chen Feng rolled his eyes at her and said to Chen Jiawen, Now, go downstairs, step outside the door, and call a good car to wait for me. Got it? But what about you? I want to go with you. Chen Jiawen pulled at Chen Feng's clothes nervously and shook her head. Go downstairs. I don't want to see blood. I don't hold back when I fight. Chen Feng said, urging Chen Jiawen to leave. Haha, are you here to make a joke? At that moment, the man sitting on the sofa snapped out of his daze, heard Chen Feng's words, and found it hilarious. Suddenly running in and trying to play the hero? Do you think I only have 2 security guards? He glared at Chen Feng with a fierce expression and said to the security guard beside him, Call more brothers to come and show him what we're made of. Got it, Mr. Chan. The security guard immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and notified the other security guards. Soon, the sound of many footsteps could be heard downstairs. Chen Feng sighed and gestured for Chen Jiawen to step aside. 10,000 yuan? Chen Feng looked at the man calmly and said, I assume you're not short on 10,000 yuan, right? The man thought Chen Feng had suddenly backed down and laughed. If she's willing to spend the night with me, I wouldn't need the money. I'd even give you 10,000. How about it? To be my woman, Chen Dafei, many women in Guangqing would kill for it. He crossed his legs, leaned back on the sofa, took out a cigar, lit it, and smiled at Chen Feng and Chen Jiawen. At that moment, the small restroom, barely 50 square meters, was already filled with 7 or 8 security guards. Each of them was dressed in suits, holding steel rods in their hands. Those who didn't know would think a gang was negotiating here. So that's how it is. There are such good things in this world. It seems I've been in the spotlight too long. I've forgotten that darkness exists everywhere. This life of complacency has made me too comfortable. Chen Feng lowered his head and muttered to himself. The next moment, Chen Feng raised his head, his gaze fixed on the man in front of him. His calm face suddenly broke into a smile as he said softly, Good thing I've been running lately. As he spoke, Chen Feng shifted his body, moved forward quickly, snatched the steel rod from the security guard beside him, and in the blink of an eye, swung it down toward the man's thigh. Bang! Ah! Damn it, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. The man, caught off guard by the sudden attack, clutched his thigh in pain, rolling on the ground and screaming at Chen Feng. Is that so? Come on, try again. Chen Feng chuckled, swinging the steel rod toward the man's arm once more. The force was so great that the security guards nearby were terrified. Their boss was being beaten like a dead dog, cursing on the ground, and looked like he was about to faint from the pain. A group of security guards snapped out of their daze, gripped their steel rods, and charged toward Chen Feng. However, the next moment, cries of pain echoed from the break room. Chen Feng's movements were sharp. Every time he dodged, he would strike back with his steel rod, often aiming for the hands or feet. 7 or 8 security guards were lying on the ground in agony in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng, still smiling, held the steel rod in his hand and struck whoever was crying the least loudly. In an instant, everyone began crying frantically, afraid that if they cried too softly, they would be hit again. Brother, let's get out of here once you're done. Chen Jiawen, who had been standing nearby in a daze, snapped back to reality and said anxiously, Let's go, brother. We can't kill anyone. Chen Jiawen, who had grown up in a greenhouse, had never seen such a thing before and was completely at a loss. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, threw the steel rod aside, knelt down, patted the so-called chin zone, and smiled. Now, do you still want the 10,000 yuan? Chen Dafei was sweating profusely, clenching his teeth in pain. Seeing Chen Feng's smiling face, he was so scared he almost wet himself. He shook his head frantically and managed to squeeze out the words. No, I'm sorry, Grandpa. Chen Dafei was truly terrified. This man was too terrifying, a true smiling devil. That's right. Go to the hospital yourself. Is that okay? Chen Feng asked. No problem. Chen Dafei replied immediately. I have to go now. Come again next time. Chen Feng smiled slightly, stood up, and left with Chen Jiawen. After leaving the bar, Chen Feng hailed a taxi and returned home with Chen Jiawen. Once in the car, Chen Jiawen felt a chill run down her spine. She clung tightly to Chen Feng's hand, clearly nervous. Brother, did you beat them up? Chen Jiawen asked worriedly, fearing that Chen Feng might get into trouble. Of course not, I saw how they came. Chen Feng said, then clenched his fist, sighing inwardly. It seems I need to work out more, my movements were too slow. He never imagined he'd end up using the results of his rigorous training from Blue Star in such a situation. In Blue Star, due to various business reasons, he often had to travel abroad, sometimes even to places like Africa. Although he had bodyguards, he had trained with internationally hired martial arts experts for several years for safety. However, those were killing techniques, and once he got serious, every move could be fatal. When Chen Feng acted just now, he had already restrained himself as much as possible. If it were his original body, his body would have reacted violently instinctively. Forget it. If you really want to sing, give it a try. I'll ask my friend to arrange for you to report to Xingyu Entertainment tomorrow. Chen Feng suddenly said. To avoid such situations from happening again, and since he wouldn't be there every time, Chen Feng thought it would be better for Chen Jiawen to report directly to Li Jiren. Ha! Still in a state of tension, Chen Jiawen froze, staring blankly at Chen Feng. Chen Jiawen, still in a state of tension, froze and stared blankly at Chen Feng. Chapter 106, Trainee Chen Jiawen. Chen Jiawen had joined Star Universe. It wasn't until Li Jiren's assistant came to pick her up and take her to Star Universe Entertainment that Chen Jiawen finally accepted the reality of the situation. Despite believing that Chen Feng was capable of anything, even taking down 7 or 8 security guards and leaving them sprawled on the ground, Chen Jiawen didn't think it was impossible. After all, he was her cousin, maybe he had trained with someone. After all, TV shows often portray bodyguards of foreign presidents as able to take on 10 men at once, and Chen Feng was only one short of that, right? However, when Chen Feng told her to come to Xingyu to learn, Chen Jiawen still found it hard to believe. This unlikely idea had now completely shattered. Because Chen Jiawen was currently sitting in the office of Xingyu Entertainment. To her left was the new recruit training camp, and to her right was the recording studio. Soon, Li Jiren's assistant, Xian, returned with a stack of documents and said to Chen Jiawen, "Here are your documents. Your employment has been processed. I'll take you to meet Li Jie from the training camp." "Oh, okay." Chen Jiawen nodded blankly and followed him nervously. They walked through the corridor and entered a large training room. At that moment, the training room was filled with people practicing. These were all interns who had passed the auditions and joined Star Universe Entertainment. With Star Universe Entertainment's rise in recent days, it had become a popular choice for many newcomers. Star Universe also strategically selects promising candidates with potential. As an intern, there were many restrictions, such as intensive training, centralized accommodation, and strict control over lifestyle and diet. When Chen Jiawen walked in, it was just break time, and many people immediately turned their gaze toward her. The men, of course, first noticed her appearance. Seeing another beautiful woman arrive, they began whispering among themselves. The girls, on the other hand, instinctively started comparing her to others. "She's so beautiful. She must be the most attractive one here," some boys were discussing. A group of guys gathered to chat, sizing up Chen Jiawen. One of them, with blonde hair, laughed and said, "Liao, she's your type. Let's see how you, the so-called love expert, can charm her." "Right, Liao, show us what you've got." A few boys egged him on from the side. In the crowd, a relatively handsome guy smiled and looked at Chen Jiawen, who had just entered, and said, "I'm pursuing true love." "You don't understand." Chen Jiawen, following behind Xian, felt the stares of everyone and felt her nerves tighten even more. Xin led the way to a woman and said, "Li Jia, this is the newcomer. She's all yours." Li Yalan, who was sitting on the sofa, glanced at the girl behind Xian and said indifferently, "All right, I understand. Thanks for coming all the way." Speaking, Li Yalan coldly addressed Chen Jiawen, "What's your name? Don't you know how to introduce yourself on your first meeting?" Chen Jiawen hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said, "Hello, my name is Chen Jiawen. Don't you know how to use honorifics?" Li Yalan said coldly. At that moment, the other trainees who were resting nearby couldn't help but smile secretly. Li Jia is about to lose her temper. Exactly. She's late for her first day, and they should just cancel her qualification outright. A group of girls whispered among themselves. "Liao, your chance has come, go give her some warmth." The boys all saw this as an opportunity. Just as everyone was speculating wildly, Xian snapped back to reality. Ms. Li, I think you've misunderstood." Xian said calmly. "This is the new recruit personally arranged by Mr. Li to come for training. After completing the training, she'll be promoted directly." Li Yalan, who had been thinking about how to use this girl to establish her authority, was immediately stunned. "What? Why didn't you say that earlier? Look at me, I just can't keep my mouth shut sometimes." Realizing what had happened, Li Yalan immediately smiled, walked over, and took Chen Jiawen's hand. "You're getting more and more beautiful the more I look at you. You'll definitely have a bright future. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you and teach you everything." At that moment, Li Yalan wished she could be Chen Jiawen's mother. Being personally arranged by Mr. Li to work here must mean she's at least a close relative. Mr. Li doesn't have a daughter, but he has a sister, maybe she's his sister's daughter. Mr. Li, who never interferes in these matters, specifically instructed this. Could she be an ordinary person? The same thoughts crossed the minds of the other newcomers present. Those who had been secretly rejoicing earlier now couldn't wait to go up and claim her as their sister. Once they latched onto her, wouldn't they have a bright future ahead? Chen Jiawen was completely baffled at the moment. The next moment, a name flashed through her mind, Li Jiren. Could this Mr. Li be the CEO of Xingyu Group, the chairman of the new talent competition, Li Jiren? There was no doubt about it. The only person who could make this opportunistic person act this way was that Li Zong. Could it be that the young man who had picked her up today was Li Jiren's assistant? Chen Jiawen's head was spinning. Who was her older brother? In the time that followed, Chen Jiawen found herself spacing out. On her first day, she didn't have to start practicing right away and instead sat aside to observe. Throughout the afternoon, every time there was a break, a group of people would come over to chat with her, constantly referring to her as sister, which made Chen Jiawen feel that this hypocrisy was pointless. However, thinking about how this was arranged by her older brother and that she might get to meet Yu Jia and work with him, Chen Jiawen could only smile at the hypocrisy. Before she knew it, it was finally time to go home. Afterward, many were exhausted and panting, eager to return to their dorms to rest. One, let's go back to the dorm together. Which room do you stay in? Let's see if we're close. A few girls approached Chen Jiawen and said, "Sorry, I don't live in the dormitory. I need to go back," Chen Jiawen said apologetically. "I'd heard that trainees all live together, but I didn't realize it was true." However, when she left earlier, Chen Feng had told her she could take a taxi back on her own. Oh, I forgot. You don't have to stay in the dormitory? I'm so jealous. The girl said enviously. Well, I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. Chen Jiawen blushed and waved goodbye before picking up her bag and leaving. The few boys walking behind her felt a bit deflated. Especially Li Ao, who had heard that she was personally arranged by Mr. Li, felt even more excited, thinking that his charm should have left a good impression. However, when he tried to strike up a conversation with Chen Jiawen this afternoon, he was completely ignored. When Li Ao approached her, Chen Jiawen immediately stepped back to keep her distance. Bro, can you handle it? The boys teased. Who said it won't work? It's only the first day. Li Ao retorted, unwilling to admit defeat. At that moment, Chen Jiawen just wanted to get home as soon as possible. When she reached the lobby, the car she had called was already waiting there. As soon as she got in the car, Chen Jiawen urged the driver to start the car. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Galan Community. Chen Jiawen paid the fare and hurried toward the elevator. Brother! Who are you? Chen Jiawen opened the door and threw herself at Chen Feng, grabbing his neck and demanding. It was the middle of winter. Chen Feng had just woken up from a nap after watching a movie and was feeling hungry. He wondered why the girl hadn't come back to cook yet. But why come back and choke me like this? You little brat, let go. You're going to choke me to death. Chen Feng broke free, rubbed his neck, and gave Chen Jiawen a light tap on the forehead. Ouch. Chen Jiawen covered her forehead, looking at Chen Feng with a pouty expression and said, Brother, are you a god? Chen Feng, who had thought his identity as Xia Shiyu was about to be exposed, froze for a moment before nodding. My brother is a god. Chen Jiawen, seeing this, happily pulled Chen Feng's hand and said, You didn't see how those snobby people suddenly treated me so nicely today. I hadn't even started acting yet, and I almost thought I was a celebrity myself. Chen Jiawen thought back to today's scene and found it amusing. But I really hate it. Plus, the moves they did were so hard, and they had to be able to split their legs. Chen Jiawen kept chattering on to Chen Feng. Chen Feng listened quietly, nodding occasionally, and sometimes even looked surprised. That must be so tiring, having to go through all that for an entire afternoon. Exactly. Just watching made me feel like I'd be sore all over tomorrow night. Chen Jiawen thought about having to do the same tomorrow and felt a bit hopeless. But the next moment, her gaze grew determined. As the sky grew dark, Chen Feng rubbed his stomach and said, Let's go out to eat. After dinner, go to bed early. You have to start work tomorrow. Right, I can't watch shows with you anymore. Chen Jiawen felt a bit wronged, but she accepted the reality. After all, this was her choice. Although she had initially said she didn't want to sing at the restaurant, she ultimately wanted to give it a try. Now that she had this opportunity, how could she give it up? Chapter 107, The Golden Melody Awards Controversy. A leisurely afternoon. A gentle breeze blew in from the balcony. The hot water on the coffee table was boiling. Soon, Chen Feng brought out a bag of tea leaves from the room and began the process of brewing tea. He rinsed the teapot, washed the cups, and even brought out a teapot. After using up an entire kettle of water, he finally brewed a pot of tea. He lifted the teapot, slowly pouring from low to high, and poured a cup of tea. It was gone in one sip. Chen Feng savored it carefully, feeling it lacked vigor. This way of drinking was truly lacking in vigor. So he poured another cup, then another, and soon the entire pot of tea was gone. After finishing, Chen Feng didn't bother to brew another pot. He lay lazily on the sofa, boredly staring at the ceiling. Besides playing games on weekends, which he did himself, the rest of the time was spent with Zhang Mang helping him play, and then it was time to binge-watch shows. Chen Feng felt like he had nothing to do lately. It seemed like he had truly become a slacker. On weekends, Zhang Mang went to Lu Hai's place to study, while Chen Jiawen seemed to be busy every day. From initially coming home and chatting non-stop, she now came home and didn't even bother to move. On such a leisurely afternoon, Chen Feng closed his eyes, listening to the sound of the wind, and fell asleep without realizing it. When he woke up again, a figure was busy at work. Chen Jiawen was tidying up the room and heating up the groceries she had bought, then serving them on the table. You're awake, bro. It's time to eat. Chen Jiawen said. Seeing how her cousin had become so capable and thoughtful, Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction. She was so different from the girl he had met when he first returned home. What are you looking at? Come and eat quickly, or it'll get cold. Chen Jiawen gave Chen Feng a playful glance. Alright, I'm coming. What's for dinner tonight? Chen Feng smiled and stood up. Isn't this exactly the life I've always wanted? The music industry has been so competitive lately it's like hell. While eating, Chen Jiawen looked at her phone and exclaimed in surprise. It had been a week since the 3 major award organizations announced the nominees. Over the past week, fans of various singers online have launched one spontaneous campaign after another to help their favorite singers secure nomination qualifications. Out of thousands of songs released each year, only 100 or so make it to the shortlist. And out of those, only a mere handful are nominated. However, this year is shrouded in mystery and filled with suspense. In previous years, nominations were typically drawn from the top 20 of the annual charts compiled by major platforms. But this year is different. The reason for this difficulty is the sudden emergence of Xia Shiyuyu in the second half of the year. While online voting was underway, the judging panel was also in heated debate. Some argued that Li Fei and his group should not be included, as this would be unfair to others. However, this suggestion was immediately countered by others who argued that Li Fei and her team's songs are absolutely deserving of a nomination, and even winning an award would be perfectly normal. The judges were debating, and the audience was also arguing among themselves. Chen Feng has also been keeping an eye on the news regarding this matter, finding it quite interesting. Li Jiren and his group have also mentioned these matters to him several times on WeChat, especially Kana, who even threatened to withdraw from the Domestic Music Association if Li Luer and Wang Peng were not nominated. Li Jiren from Xingyu Entertainment also jumped in to support Kana's statement. This has left some of the industry's veteran figures seething with frustration, but since the old patriarch shows no intention of intervening, they can do nothing about it. Yanjing, a suburban estate. In the courtyard, the sound of a lute drifted through the air as several elderly men sat together, listening to the music. Soon, the piece came to an end, and the eldest elder waved his hand, signaling the performer to leave. "Mr. Li, what should we do about this?" someone couldn't help but ask the former chairman of the music association. The elderly man seated at the head of the table furrowed his brows slightly, looked at the person before him, sighed, and said, "You are putting me in a difficult position. Why not ask the current chairman? Normally, I'm happy to chat and drink tea with you, but this matter, I'm afraid I can't help." He shook his head and gave his answer. At this, the other elderly gentlemen gathered around laughed and said, "This matter can only be resolved by you, Mr. Li. Please give us your opinion." Li, upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment before smiling slightly and saying, "Well, out of friendship, I'll share my personal opinion." Of course. This is just a personal suggestion." The others chimed in. "My opinion is to proceed as usual," Li Yi said after a moment of contemplation, speaking calmly. Several industry veterans present were taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That makes sense. This plan is good, it won't offend anyone. This is merely my personal suggestion. It does not represent my intentions. Please do not misunderstand," Li Yi said softly. Everyone exchanged glances, smiled, and understood without needing to say anything. A few days later, under the watchful eyes of the public, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the three major award-giving institutions announced the nominees for the 2050 Golden Melody Awards. As soon as the list was released, many people flooded onto Weibo, eager to see if their favorite songs had made the cut. "Ha! Where's Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart?" Fans of the song searched everywhere and were left speechless. Soon, other voices of doubt began to emerge. "My goodness, where's In a Hurry Those Years? In 2050, is there anything better than campus style?" Listeners who had been reminiscing about their school days because of In a Hurry Those Years left comments. At the same time, supporters of Chrysanthemum Terrace. Support for the later songs. Support for Encounter. Everyone was shocked to discover that none of the songs by Li Fei, Li Luer, Zhou Qi, Wang Ping, and others were nominated. In the past, these listeners would have just enjoyed the show and not paid much attention to the creator, Xia Shiyuyu. But tonight, these listeners sensed something was off. That's because all the songs performed by these singers were written by Xia Shiyuyu. Even the most oblivious listener should have noticed this issue. Why were Xia Shiyuyu's songs excluded? Even if they weren't written by Xia Shiyuyu alone, wouldn't they still qualify? Nowadays, who doesn't know how to hum a few lines of Later, I Finally Learned How to Love or Gray Sky, Evening, Car Window? These songs that went viral weren't even nominated. It's a joke. In an instant, the listeners' anger erupted on the award committee's Weibo and official website, and even the nominated songs were boycotted by Li Fei's fans. This is a shocking result. I am here today to officially announce my withdrawal from the annual Golden Song Awards committee. Amid the silence, someone finally spoke up. One of the judges, a veteran figure in the industry, directly announced his withdrawal. Following his statement, Xingyu and Dream Entertainment issued announcements simultaneously. All music-related businesses under Xingyu Group will be suspended immediately. Dream Entertainment has withdrawn from the Music Association and will no longer register any copyrights through the association in the future. One is a long-standing powerhouse, Star Universe Entertainment, which is showing signs of a potential return to the top 5, and the other is a current top 5 entertainment company in the country. The announcements from both companies have pushed the situation to a climax. Behind the scenes, many wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, clenched their teeth, and chose to remain silent. All three major award-granting institutions remained silent as the situation unfolded. It wasn't until the following evening, 5 days before the ceremony, that the three major award-granting bodies finally issued a statement. However, the statement made no mention of the summer rain incident, instead emphasizing that the nominations were fair and impartial, and that the selected works had been validated by the market. This announcement sparked intense debates among fans of both camps. Within the industry, however, the majority remained silent. The matter had escalated to a higher level, and many dared not get involved. As singers, they were even more reluctant to take sides and speak out. That night, the cold wind cut through the air. Lee Jiren stood on the balcony of his villa, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in Haidu, Kana continued with her usual routine, filming the movie as scheduled, while also handling matters on the other side in an orderly manner. It wasn't until late at night that the filming wrapped up. Kana, exhausted, got into the car and headed home. On the way, she thought for a moment and called Chen Feng. She had assumed Chen Feng would already be asleep and that the call wouldn't go through, but to her surprise, it connected immediately. So late at night, is there something wrong with Li Yuer? Chen Feng answered the call, sounding a bit nervous. After all, the girl had been filming recently. What if she had fallen and hit her head? Chen Feng's question completely threw Kana off track. After taking a few seconds to compose herself, Kana said with a hint of resentment, "Don't you have anything else to worry about?" "Huh? What else?" Chen Feng asked, confused. "Oh, you're still awake this late. Take care of yourself." Kana said in a feigned sad tone, "I've been so busy with the Golden Melody Awards that I'm all over the place." "Don't you care that they didn't get nominated?" "Oh, that?" Chen Feng sighed in relief and said, "It's just the Golden Melody Awards. Does winning it make you instantly famous? But this isn't right. I'm sure many people feel the same way. Did you guys handle it well?" "Of course not," Kana said, but the next moment, a figure flashed through her mind, and she hesitated. "Maybe it's okay." "I don't know. Are you feeling dizzy?" Chen Feng found Kana's words confusing and said, "Go back and rest properly. There's no need to worry too much about this." "Let's hope so. After all, it starts in 5 days." Kana sighed. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng took a drag on his cigarette, leaned against the balcony, and held a cup of hot tea in his other hand, lost in thought. After a long while, Chen Feng downed the tea in one gulp and turned back into the house. "These guys, bringing this down on me, watch out, I might turn the tables on you." Chen Feng smiled wryly, shaking his head. This kind of outdated power game was the lowest form of cheap tactics. However, this method was surprisingly effective. Chapter 108, Mentorway Xin. The Golden Melody Awards scandal was escalating, and it seemed like it was about to spiral out of control. Those who had been secretly fueling the fire quickly backed off, afraid of provoking the wrong people. On the surface, it seemed like Xingyu and Manhwa were clashing with Yang Zhongming's group, but everyone knew who was backing Yang Zhongming's faction. Even the singers under Xingyu and Manhwa's management were cautious, waiting to see how the situation would unfold. With only 3 days left before the Golden Melody Awards selection process begins, some are growing impatient, while others are simply watching the show unfold. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was watching Zhang Meng paint. Today marked the end of Zhang Meng's month-long apprenticeship with Lu Hai. As an art student, she now exuded an indescribable aura. This weekend, Lu Hai had to go out, so Zhang Meng came to Chen Feng's place. After lunch, she volunteered to paint a portrait of Chen Feng. Chen Feng posed for her, sitting on the balcony with his gaze fixed on Zhang Meng. "Just wait a moment, hold on a bit longer, it'll be done soon." Zhang Meng occasionally glanced at Chen Feng, and her paintbrush paused from time to time. Chen Feng had been holding the same pose for over half an hour. If it weren't for Zhang Meng, Chen Feng would have given up long ago. Thinking that this was the first personal portrait Zhang Meng had ever drawn of him, he endured the discomfort and remained still. Finally, after an hour, Zhang Meng smiled and said to Chen Feng, "It's done, bro." Zhang Meng turned the easel around to show Chen Feng. "Phew." Chen Feng exhaled in relief, looking at the portrait on the easel. "It turned out surprisingly good." "It's good. It's good," Chen Feng exclaimed. "You've captured my real-life handsomeness. This is already passing." "Of course, I've learned a lot," Zhang Meng said proudly upon hearing this. During the time she spent learning from Lu Hai, she had truly learned a lot, and most importantly, her understanding of painting had expanded greatly. You don't know until you compare the difference between what Lu Hai teaches and what the school teachers teach is huge. It's like two completely different levels of instruction. Zhang Meng cherished every weekend she spent with Lu Hai, and she was always very focused during his lessons. Seeing Zhang Meng's progress, Chen Feng was also very pleased. After all, the person at home has been inquiring about Zhang Meng's progress from time to time. Chen Feng thought to himself that when he returns home for the new year, his father might be quite surprised. They say a girl changes a lot as she grows up. When they first met, Zhang Meng still had a touch of innocence, but now she has become very emotional. In just a few months, she had become so remarkable. After a pleasant yet tiring weekend, Monday brought back the usual quiet. That day, Chen Feng woke up very early. The first thing he did after waking up was check his phone. Then, Chen Feng opened Weibo and checked the latest trending topics. The Golden Melody Awards had been dominating the trending list for nearly a week. Even with just 1 day left, the discussions were mostly between fans arguing with each other, with few industry insiders participating. Li Jiren sent Chen Feng a message late last night, filled with apologies. Kana and Li Fei had also sent messages. Kana's tone was filled with anger and seemed to be torn about something. At that moment, Chen Feng was brewing tea, glancing at his phone from time to time. Ding! After an unknown amount of time, his phone buzzed with a text message. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat as he picked up his phone to check. The next moment, a smile spread across his face. The text message contained an address. Upon receiving the address, Chen Feng felt both delighted and conflicted. Originally, at this final moment, Chen Feng had been hoping that Kana or Li Jiren could handle it. But now, it seemed unlikely. Although Chen Feng didn't care whether Li Fei and the others won the Golden Melody Award, since the other party had come after him, he had to find a way to retaliate. Since the other side was playing the power game, and he happened to have some resources in that area, why not use them? With that thought, Chen Feng exhaled deeply, sighed to himself, stood up, grabbed his coat, and prepared to leave. Standing by the roadside, he soon hailed a taxi. The destination was South City, a neighboring city of Guangqing. It was only an hour's drive away. Departing at noon, by around 1:30 p.m., Chen Feng had already arrived at a suburban area of South City. Stepping out of the car, Chen Feng walked toward the mountain villa ahead, strolling toward the entrance. Please register your name before entering. The security guard at the entrance stopped Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded, registered his information, and waited nearby. The security guard glanced at Chen Feng and then asked a colleague at the security booth to confirm with Villa number 3. Soon, the security guard at the booth confirmed the visitor's identity with Villa 3, and the gatekeeper at the entrance stepped aside to let Chen Feng enter. Throughout the entire process, Chen Feng remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts about how he should approach the situation. Lost in thought, Chen Feng found himself already at the entrance of Villa 3. In the open courtyard, the fence was adorned with many flowers. An elderly woman in her 60s or 70s was leisurely watering the flowers. Upon seeing Chen Feng at the door, she paused for a moment, put on the old glasses hanging around her neck, and looked surprised. "You've changed," she said, sounding surprised. "It seems that after 5 or 6 years, a person can indeed change." She smiled slightly, her face lit up with a smile. "Come in quickly. It's been a long time, teacher." Chen Feng smiled as he pushed open the small gate and walked in. Seeing that the teacher still needed to water the plants for a while, Chen Feng sat down in the pavilion in the courtyard. After sitting down, Chen Feng looked at the flowers and plants in the courtyard inside. The teacher said after graduation, she wouldn't bother studying music anymore. It seems she really meant it. Flowers and plants are quite enjoyable. The woman said upon hearing this. "But you came here today without any reason, right?" Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't very well say that the old Chen Feng didn't have the nerve to come, and now he didn't either. The former had completely turned the other person's expectations into disappointment. The latter simply no longer felt that way. If it weren't for this incident, Chen Feng hoped he'd never have to face this day. After all, in Chen Feng's eyes, this teacher was simply too formidable. Even on Blue Star, Chen Feng had rarely encountered someone like this. It was as if he had the magical ability to see through people's hearts. In her eyes, many things had no place to hide, as if they were non-existent. In the music world, she was a figure as towering as Mount Tai. It wasn't just about her abilities, it was also because she had another identity. The chairperson of the Entertainment Industry Disciplinary Committee. A title as heavy as a mountain. With a single stroke of her pen, she can decide the fate of anyone in the entertainment industry, crushing any behavior or those who violate the rules. This is a lock that Blue Star lacks. Here, this lock is extremely rare in everyday life. Once it appears, it means the situation is already beyond salvage. Chen Feng was curious, why did those guys dare to play such a dangerous game? Did Li Jiren and Kana not report it to the disciplinary committee? Today, Chen Feng finally figured it out. It wasn't that they hadn't reported it, but that they hadn't been able to report it to their mentor. The current chairman of the disciplinary committee is Wei Xin, a lifetime professor at Tsinghua University and the most brilliant singer of the early 21st century. There were many other titles associated with his mentor, Wei Xin, but one was enough to send everyone into despair. Chen Feng looked at his mentor Wei Xin. Coming here today, he didn't know if it was right or wrong. Soon, after finishing the last bit of watering, Wei Xian put down his tools, wiped his hands, and walked toward the pavilion. Her calm gaze betrayed a hint of surprise. What surprised her was Chen Feng, who was sitting there admiring the flowers a former student she had once held high hopes for, only to be disappointed. Chapter 109, Rage. Wei Xian, who prided himself on his ability to judge people, found himself unable to see through Chen Feng today. She rose to fame at the beginning of this century, reaching the pinnacle of the music industry, both as a singer and as a teacher. Among the students who had graduated from her, there were those who were still active in the music industry, including song gods, lyric gods, and even great gods. Among singers, there are divas, kings, and even crossover stars who have become film queens and film kings. Back then, this naive student who would seek her guidance after every class had once filled Wei Xian with high hopes, making her believe she had found another exceptional talent. In fact, during the graduation period, Chen Feng did write a decent song, which he gave to another student of hers, the current Yin Shui. You and that girl Yin Shui broke up, didn't you? Wei Xin asked. Yes, we broke up at the beginning of last year. Chen Feng paused for a moment before nodding and saying, but how did you know about that, teacher? Yin Shui definitely wouldn't have told anyone, and as far as he could recall, he hadn't mentioned it either. You can see it with your own eyes, can't you? Wei Xin said indifferently. Wei Xin sat down, took a sip of the tea Chen Feng had brewed, and asked, so, what brings you here? Wei Xin didn't think the student had come to catch up after so long. If it were just to catch up, the kid wouldn't have waited this long to come. Did he have something to ask of him? Wei Xin thought that was the only possibility, but given his status, there was no way he could help them. Otherwise, he'd be driven crazy by all the students under him. Chen Feng wouldn't be so foolish as to make such a request. Wei Xin thought about it for a moment but couldn't figure out what Chen Feng wanted. He decided to let him speak first. Rarely does one have such fine teaware. Chen Feng leisurely brewed the tea, not responding immediately to his teacher's words. You little rascal, don't play it cool with me. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Wei Xin shot Chen Feng a disapproving glance and said seriously. Seeing that the time was right, Chen Feng stopped what he was doing and sighed. Teacher, it's not that I'm playing hard to get, I just haven't figured out how to say it yet, Chen Feng said helplessly. Then explain it step by step, starting with the cause and then the effect. Wei Xin said dissatisfiedly. Didn't I teach you these principles before? Did I say that? Chen Feng realized suddenly. Speak up. Don't keep me in suspense. Wei Xin, seeing this, was about to lose his temper. Alright, I'll say it. Chen Feng chuckled, then his expression turned serious as he said to Wei Xin, Teacher, how long has it been since you last paid attention to the entertainment industry? The student believes that you've completely lost touch with the entertainment industry. Chen Feng's sudden change of expression left Wei Xin stunned. After a long pause, Wei Xin frowned and coldly asked, What do you mean? Though I haven't paid much attention to the industry lately, the people I'm keeping tabs on are those I trust the most. Wei Xin finished speaking but felt something was off. I think I haven't paid attention for a while. Wei Xin wasn't entirely sure and tried to recall. There's no need to think about it. I'm surprised, but I can guess that Mr. Wei hasn't paid attention to the entertainment industry for over a year, right? Chen Feng said calmly, looking at Wei Xin. Seeing Wei Xin's expression, Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. As the chairman of the disciplinary committee of the entertainment industry, he hasn't paid attention to the entertainment industry for so long? Who did he entrust it to, and how much does he trust them? It seems he is getting old. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. Seeing his mentor Wei Xin's stunned expression, Chen Feng said, You haven't even heard the new songs that came out recently in the industry? Wei Xin was momentarily at a loss for words. Recalling the last time he had paid attention to the entertainment industry, it had been a long time ago. I'm sorry. Since the day my daughter passed away, I haven't paid any attention to this circle anymore, Wei Xin said after a long pause. Perhaps I should have stepped down long ago. It seems I really am getting old. Wei Xin laughed self-deprecatingly. A memory flooded Chen Feng's mind, and his expression turned ugly as he silently cursed himself. Wei Xin, noticing this, shot Chen Feng a disapproving glance. Looking at you, it seems like you haven't paid much attention to your old teacher either. She regained her smile and looked at Chen Feng helplessly. So you came here today just to make this old man step down? Chen Feng looked at his elderly mentor, now with white hair, and said, Of course not. I'm sorry, teacher. I forgot about that. Chen Feng said guiltily. The past is the past, I've long since let it go. As for you, if you don't explain yourself properly, don't blame me for spanking your hands even though you're almost 30. Wei Xin laughed. There's a lot to tell, I'll tell you bit by bit. Chen Feng took a deep breath and began to recount the story from the day he wrote the song for Li Fei. Of course, Chen Feng didn't tell it from his own perspective. He was like an outsider. From the sudden emergence of Xia Xiuyu, an unknown creator who had never made a name for himself, a singer who had been in the industry for years without any works, to the song Hurry Up, that year, that dominated the entire year's campus scene. Today, it's unusually mild. The breeze blowing through the courtyard carried the scent of flowers. Chen Feng placed his phone on the coffee table, turned on the speaker, and when he reached the part about Hurry, that year, he played the song for Wei Xin to listen to. The story of half a year isn't very long. But every time he mentioned a song, Wei Xin would listen carefully, lost in thought. Chen Feng brewed tea while recounting the story in detail. Before they knew it, the sky had grown dark. Wei Xin tightened her clothes, startled awake by a chill. Take mine. Chen Feng saw this and took off his own jacket to give her. Wei Xin took the coat with a serious expression, stood up, and walked toward the house. Come in. It's cold outside. After drinking tea all afternoon, I've been holding it in all afternoon. She smiled apologetically and went to the bathroom first. After finishing, Wei Xin stood at the sink, washed her hands, and quietly looked at herself in the mirror. Her youth had faded, and she had so many wrinkles. As she touched the wrinkles on her face, Wei Xin drifted off in thought. After a moment, she stepped out of the bathroom. She sat down on the sofa in the living room, her expression pained. Chen Feng noticed her expression and walked over, saying, "Let me give you a massage." "Just sit there." Wei Xin nodded slightly, and the pain on his face eased somewhat. "By the way, Ran, what happened after that?" Wei Xin asked curiously. "Then what happened?" Chen Feng said calmly. He continued telling the story until the part where Wang Ping's encounter in the final half-month sent all the singers on the rankings into a frenzy. Wei Xin's expression turned astonished. Half a month to break into the top 17 of the overall chart? That's truly unbelievable. Wei Xin found it hard to believe. Even I, back then, only made it to third place on the overall chart in a month. Chen Feng. That's right, she's one of the greatest singers of the early 21st century. Chen Feng laughed. "She still can't compare to you, sir." "But what's the issue?" Wei Xin pondered. "Isn't he a highly accomplished creator?" "The problem is, in this year's Golden Melody Awards, none of the songs he wrote were nominated," Chen Feng said calmly. "What?" Wei Xin turned around in disbelief, staring at Chen Feng. "Not a single song?" "Yes, not a single one." It seems that due to some issues, these two companies and some veteran figures in the industry have had a falling out. It seems to be a group of old-timers led by someone named Yang Zhongming. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "Yang Zhongming?" Wei Xin quickly recalled the man, whose reputation wasn't great, but could he really change the situation? In my opinion, Later an Encounter and That Year in a Hurry should have been nominated. Unless the other songs are even more classic than these. Wei Xin said. Soon, Wei Xin thought of someone. "Hand me the phone on the desk." Wei Xin said to Chen Feng. After taking the phone, Wei Xin opened the contacts list, and the first name was her disciple, the person she now trusted enough to hand over the position of acting chairman to. "Don't say a word," Wei Xin told Chen Feng, then dialed the number. Soon, the phone rang. "Master, is something wrong?" A steady male voice came through after the call was answered. "What's wrong? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong?" Wei Xin's demeanor suddenly became very domineering, her words filled with authority. Seeing that familiar profile, Chen Feng stood quietly by the side. On the other end of the line, Wang Lang was taken aback by the question. He pushed the woman in his arms away and sat up straight, speaking cautiously. "How could that be?" "No matter when you call, I'll come immediately." "I was just thinking about coming to see you recently," Wang Lang laughed. "Don't try to pull that on me." Wei Xin's tone had grown contemptuous. She coldly asked, "Wang Lang, have Li and the others been looking for you recently? You should know the consequences of lying to me." Wang Lang's heart sank at that moment, as if he had been struck by something. Why did this matter reach her ears? In those brief seconds, Wang Lang felt as though he had gone through life and death. Finally, he steeled himself and said, "No, what could they possibly want with me?" Hearing this answer, Wei Xin sighed inwardly. At this point, she roughly understood what had happened. "It seems everyone thinks I'm getting old." Wei Xin sighed and said the final words to Wang Lang on the phone. "Have everyone come back tomorrow for a meeting. I'll be there. The time is set for 10 o'clock. After hanging up, Wei Xin thought to herself, "If you don't come looking for me, I might end up being replaced soon." Wei Xin laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'll handle this tomorrow." Chen Feng nodded slightly and said, "Of course, I trust you, sir. I just didn't want to see things handled this way, so I came to tell you. If you don't mind me disturbing you, that's a relief." Wei Xin nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng. The words on the tip of his tongue were ultimately swallowed back. "Would you like to stay here for the night?" Wei Xin asked. Chen Feng shook his head and said, "I'm used to sleeping at home. If I want to chat with you, I can come anytime." That's true. I'll walk you to the door." Wei Xin slowly stood up, rubbing his sore waist, and escorted Chen Feng to the door. He didn't turn around until Chen Feng had left, his figure disappearing around the corner. Back inside, Wei Xin entered his music room, which he had arranged himself, turned on the computer, downloaded the songs Chen Feng had mentioned tonight, and listened to them again on his top-of-the-line sound system. As the music filled the air, Wei Xin seemed to see herself from long ago, over 40 or 50 years back. The next moment, the corners of her mouth curled upward. "Those little rascals are quite capable. If you dare to bully my adorable students, you'd better be prepared to face the wrath of Wei Xin." Chapter 110, Swift and Decisive Action. Is this settled then? On the way back, Chen Feng pondered, if even bringing out his own mentor, Wei Xin, couldn't he resolve this, then that would be absurd. Clearly, Wei Xin wouldn't let this matter end so easily. Let us hope they can make it in time for the Golden Melody Awards nominations. Chen Feng didn't really care about such things, but since the game had been started, he had to play it to his advantage. He not only had to turn the tide but also win outright. Otherwise, if he gave up halfway through, it would only make those guys think he was just going through the motions. I wonder if she realized I was talking about myself. Chen Feng thought to himself, feeling that Wei Xin had been too calm in the end. Though it's easy for her to investigate someone, the most terrifying thing is that she doesn't need to. That's why Chen Feng didn't want to face such a person. Too cunning. In every aspect, if they were in the same era, such a person would be the trendsetter at the forefront of the times. Destined to fight to the death, with one always emerging slightly victorious. Of course, that person could only be oneself. Chen Feng even felt a bit eager to try, but alas, it was a pity. Otherwise, it would have been quite interesting. Upon returning to Guangcheng, it was already midnight. Chen Feng strolled along the streets of the residential area, thinking to himself, but he didn't mention it to Li Jiren or Kana. That night, Wang Lang was restless. He regretted his decision, as his momentary greed had led him to help Li Yi and the others in a scheme, never expecting it to escalate to such a degree. He endured the agony until morning, arriving at the Guangqing Disciplinary Committee headquarters with dark circles under his eyes, feeling utterly dejected. Today, the disciplinary committee was in turmoil. The chairman of the disciplinary committee, Wei Xin, had arrived. After more than a year, this legendary figure had unexpectedly resurfaced. Originally, everyone else in the disciplinary committee believed that Wang Lang was the obvious choice for the next chairman. What was he doing here at this critical moment? In the morning meeting room, many eyes turned to the listless Wang Lang. They were hoping Wang Lang would hint at something. After all, he was the chairman's protege. Wang Lang noticed the stares and shook his head, saying nothing. If we're going down together. Wang Lang looked calmly at the other members of the disciplinary committee. He couldn't be the only one to take the blame, could he? Just as he was thinking this, the door was knocked on. The administrative staff opened the door and announced to everyone, Mr. Wei has arrived. Everyone in the meeting room stood up and went out to greet him. A few minutes later, a business car slowly pulled up and stopped at the entrance of the building. Wei Xin, dressed in a long skirt, stepped out of the car. Though it had been a year since they last saw her, everyone still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wei Xin adjusted the hem of her skirt and scanned the crowd. When her gaze fell on Wang Lang, she paused for a few seconds before addressing the crowd. You have 15 minutes to compile a report on recent events. Then come to the meeting room. I'll be waiting for you in the meeting room. Remember, everything. Wei Xin said calmly. Stepping back into the building, Wei Xin felt a pang of emotion. The mottos hanging on the walls, once so clear, now seemed blurred. Even he could barely make them out, let alone the people below him. I'm getting old, Wei Xin sighed, feeling that this position really needed to be handed over. Wang Lang, whom he had once held in high esteem, was no longer an option. But there were few in the disciplinary committee who possessed the necessary capabilities. Suddenly, Chen Feng's figure flashed by. Wei Xin furrowed his brows slightly but ultimately dismissed the possibility of Chen Feng. 9:50 p.m. In the meeting room, Wei Xin sat in the main seat, waiting quietly. At 9:55, the first group of 5 people entered, each holding some documents, which they handed to Wei Xin. Sit down, Wei Xin said indifferently, flipping through the documents. One after another, more people entered with documents in hand. Wang Lang was the last to enter, holding only one document in his hand. Wei Xin, who was sitting there flipping through the documents, now had his brows furrowed, his face covered in a frosty expression. Before she could even glance at Wang Lang's document, the ones already in front of her had already left her deeply disappointed. In the over a year she had been away, many matters had been left unresolved and in disarray. Seeing this, Wei Xin looked up at Wang Lang and said, Yours. Let me take a look. Wang Lang tremblingly handed over the documents in his hands. After taking the documents, Wei Xin flipped through Wang Lang's report. After only a few minutes, she closed it. Wei Xin stared blankly out the window for a long time before speaking. The top priority now is to handle the Golden Melody Awards. Li Yi and his associates have maliciously manipulated the Golden Melody Awards selection process. Immediately terminate all business dealings with any companies associated with them. For the next 5 years, Li Yi, Yang Zhoming, and others are prohibited from entering the entertainment industry for any commercial activities. The Golden Melody Awards selection process will receive a severe warning from the 3 major institutions, with a penalty of 10% of their operating revenue, and all judges involved in the Li Yi incident will have their qualifications revoked. This decision must be implemented immediately. The Golden Melody Awards selection process will begin tonight at 7 p.m. Do not delay the proceedings, ensure that the renomination process is expedited. If you understand, take action immediately. Wei Xin put down the documents in his hands, sighed, and ordered. The department in charge of the matter immediately stood up and left to make arrangements. Other matters will be addressed at a later date. Dismissed. Wei Xin waved his hand and dismissed the meeting. However, as everyone left the room, only Wang Lang remained standing aside, motionless. After everyone had left, Wei Xian took off his glasses, looked at Wang Lang, and said, "When I look at you like this, it's blurry. Without my glasses, I can't see your true character clearly." Wang Lang's heart skipped a beat, and his head buzzed. After a moment of silence, he bowed deeply and said to his once most respected master, "I'm sorry for disappointing your expectations. Please take care of yourself in the future. I am grateful to have been by your side," Wang Lang said heavily, lifting his head to look at Wei Xian with tear-filled eyes, then removing the name tag from his chest and placing it on the table. Soon, the conference room fell silent. The meeting room, which had seemed crowded just moments ago, was now empty except for Wei Xian sitting alone. The disciplinary committee acted swiftly. Just when everyone thought everything was settled, several announcements appeared on major forums, Weibo, and short video platforms. Within just a few minutes, the news spread throughout the entire entertainment industry. The speed of dissemination was far from limited to that it broke through circles in the blink of an eye, becoming common knowledge in no time. The last time the disciplinary committee took such drastic action was over a decade ago. Li Jiren, with a worried expression, heard the news and froze for a moment. What the hell is going on here? Li Jiren couldn't believe it as he opened his computer and read the online announcement, completely baffled. Haidu, Dream Entertainment Tower. Kana was in a state of intense turmoil today. She clutched her phone, hesitating to make the call. As time ran out, she was about to dial when her assistant rushed into the office. "Ms. Na, you have to see the news," the assistant exclaimed excitedly. "What's going on?" Kana, seeing her assistant's excited expression, felt puzzled. She moved the mouse and opened the computer, only to see the trending topic on Weibo, leaving her speechless. "How could the disciplinary committee act so suddenly?" she said in disbelief. The assistant beside her side, a classmate of mine who works at the disciplinary committee, told me that Ms. Wei Xian, the chairwoman of the disciplinary committee, came to the company this morning. Wei Xian? No wonder. If it's her, things will be different. But how did she suddenly find out about this? Isn't it rumored that she's been living in seclusion and doesn't pay attention to such matters anymore? Kana asked in confusion. "I have no idea." The assistant shook his head and said, "Anyway, this is a good thing. Now things are getting serious. Some rejoice, others grieve." Those who were grieving were nearly fainting from anger at that moment. Guangqing, small balcony. Chen Feng stood on the balcony wrapped in a blanket, smoking a cigarette. He thought to himself, "My teacher sure moves fast. He's decisive and doesn't give anyone any face." After all, they were industry giants, and even the association president was involved. Yet they were completely crushed with a single notice. Truly worthy of being my teacher. Chapter 111, The Beginning of a Golden Age. The disciplinary committee storm came too quickly. The wind began to blow in the morning, and by noon, everything was silent. Silent and still. The three major selection committees swiftly replenished their judging panels and subsequently released their new nomination lists. This time, Li Fei's hurried youth made the cut. Li Luo's later. Wang Ping's Encounter. Zhou Qi's Chrysanthemum Terrace. Wang Xian's Too Much. Except for Yu Jia, almost all the singers associated with Summer Rain that year were nominated. This time, the online fans caused a stir, and things took a sudden turn. Because there were only 10 songs nominated. 5 songs were suddenly replaced, and the fans of the songs that were pushed out were immediately unhappy and began to retaliate. However, the fans of Li Fei and others ignored them. Yandu. Century Hall. The Golden Melody Awards were announced at 7 p.m., with the red carpet already set up. An entire afternoon was sufficient for singers from all over the country to arrive in Yancheng. In Guangqing, as soon as the storm from the disciplinary committee began, Li Jiren arranged a flight for Li Fei and the others to Yancheng. By 6 p.m., Yancheng Airport was already swarming with journalists. Every time a singer arrived, a crowd of journalists would swarm around them. Li Fei and Zhou Qi have arrived. Hurry up! When Su Wei led Li Fei, Zhou Qi, and Wang Xian onto the airport tarmac, the entire airport erupted in chaos. Fans and journalists crowded the area, leaving no room to move. Su Wei had no choice but to follow the security guards, slowly making her way through the crowd with the three of them, and then boarded the company-arranged vehicle to leave. At another airport, the situation was the same. Xingyu had obtained Li Fei, Wang Xian, and Zhou Qi, plus Yu Jia, making them the talk of the town. However, the Dream Entertainment led by the Ice Queen, Kana, was equally formidable. The company already had its ace, and with the addition of Li Luo and the rise of Wang Ping, Dream Entertainment was beginning to lose its grip on the 5th position. Some predicted that within half a year, Dream Entertainment would swap positions with the 4th-place company. The delicate and charming Li Luo and the sunny Wang Ping, following the Dream Entertainment team out of the airport, were immediately greeted by deafening cheers from their fans. Their fan base isn't just girls, boys make up nearly half of the crowd. Even before the event began, fans in Yen City were already cheering and rallying support for their idols. Tonight, the Dream Entertainment entourage was led by the Ice Queen, Kana. Dressed in all black, wearing sunglasses, and with her hair tied in a bun, Kana walked ahead, and numerous journalists instinctively made way for her. Many people felt overwhelmed in her presence. Her aura was so powerful that even the journalists present dared not approach her for interviews. In the end, the journalists could only slip in between the gaps to intercept some lone singers and dig for information. Night falls. At the Century Hall, cameras and flashes were everywhere, and judges from the 3 major award organizations had all arrived. Shortly after, the limousines carrying celebrities from all over the country began arriving one after another. A grand event was about to begin. Over the next 3 hours, multiple awards would be presented. Among them, Best Song of the Year, Best Male Singer, Best Female Singer, Best New Artist, and awards in the creative categories are the most highly anticipated. Each award has only 10 nominees. Tonight, there are hundreds of singers and creators present at the venue. Most of them are not nominated and are there to walk the red carpet and provide support. Guangqing, Galan Community. Chen Feng sat leisurely on the sofa, brewing tea. Tonight, his small house had a distinguished guest. Beside him, Qin Zhewen sat there blankly. From the moment this woman entered, Qin Zhewen felt like her brain couldn't keep up. At the moment, she dared not utter a word, listening quietly. "Teacher, this tea is different from yours, isn't it?" Chen Feng asked with a smile. It's a bit different. I didn't expect such an affordable tea to have such a good taste," Wei Xin remarked. The two sipped their tea and chatted casually, reminiscing about the past. Wei Xin mentioned something about Chen Feng's university days and couldn't help but laugh. Did my brother really do that?" Chen Zhewen, who was curious, leaned in and asked. "Of course, there are plenty of such things." Wei Xin laughed. With Chen Zhewen joining in, the two started chatting animatedly, leaving Chen Feng to laugh awkwardly on the sidelines. In fact, many of the things Wei Xin mentioned were unfamiliar to Chen Feng. He remembered the events, but there was little emotional resonance. After all, in Chen Feng's current perspective, these memories felt more like a movie, with scenes flashing by like a slideshow. Of course, not everything was like that. Speaking of which, what's the deal with Wang Xin? Wei Xin, who was chatting with Chen Zhewen, suddenly turned to Chen Feng and asked. His voice is surprisingly good. How come I never noticed that before? Chen Feng froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. What? Wang Xin? Chen Zhewen tilted her head, looking at Chen Feng. She sensed that something big was about to happen tonight. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "Last year at the class reunion, when we were leaving, I ran into him in the town across from where the reunion was held. He was singing there alone. That scene must have been so lonely." Chen Feng laughed. "Then you wrote a song for him?" Wei Xin smiled slightly. Chen Feng fell silent. Seeing this, Wei Xin smiled without saying a word. Since Chen Feng didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't bring it up either. However, Wei Xin was deeply shaken inside. She had to admit that she had underestimated him. Such a huge change in just a few short years. Could it be that everyone else is like this too? It's really startling. Wei Xin thought to herself. Before she knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Chen Zhewen, who was staring at her phone, exclaimed in surprise, almost all the awards had already been announced. Li Luor won the Best Newcomer Award. Wang Ping won the Best Female Singer Award. Unfortunately, Zhou Qi and Wang Xin didn't win any awards. Chen Zhewen said as she watched. Chen Feng listened quietly. Li Luor and Wang Ping didn't find it surprising, but Wang Xin and Zhou Qi not being nominated was quite disappointing, indicating that there were strong competitors among the male singers. Best Arrangement and Lyrics? Wei Xin asked from the side. Let me check. Chen Zhewen flipped through the list and exclaimed in shock, "Xiaoxiu. That's spot on." Wei Xin glanced at Chen Feng and nodded approvingly. This stagnant circle has finally been shaken up by such a strong competitor. Things are going to get interesting from now on. Upon hearing the award he had been hoping for, Wei Xin suddenly felt tired and prepared to leave. This time, Chen Feng escorted her out. He watched the car leave until it was out of sight before turning back. Back in the room, Chen Zhewen tilted her head and stared blankly at Chen Feng. "Brother, are you really that good?" Chen Zhewen asked curiously. This question left Chen Zhewen puzzled. However, tonight, seeing the arrival of Ms. Wei Xin, the no-nonsense chairwoman of the disciplinary committee, who also held another identity as one of the greatest singers of the early 21st century. However, she was also Chen Feng's university professor. Such a figure, and now Li Fei and the others could take the stage in Yindu to receive their awards, all thanks to this woman's notice this morning. After handling such a matter in the morning, she appeared at Chen Feng's place in the evening. It all seemed to happen naturally. Chen Feng hadn't expected this girl to suddenly take an interest in such matters tonight. Yes, I'm actually pretty capable. Chen Feng thought for a moment and nodded. Are you Xia Shiyuyu? Chen Zhewen saw her older brother nod in acknowledgement of her skill and wasn't surprised. Yeah, that's right. This time, Chen Feng didn't deny it either. Of course, that makes sense. Chen Jiawen smiled happily upon hearing this, feeling much more relaxed. So her cousin was really Xia Shiyuyu. Chen Jiawen's doubts were instantly cleared. Seeing the girl so calm, Chen Feng was a bit surprised. Could it be that being Xia Shiyu isn't such a big deal after all? As night fell, Chen Feng went to bed early. This year's Golden Melody Awards made many people realize that the dawn of a golden age for the entertainment industry had arrived. At that moment, in the living room, Chen Jiawen tossed and turned, muttering to herself, "My brother is a god." Chapter 112, January. The Golden Melody Awards have come to a successful conclusion. Overall, the results were satisfactory, and as the awards ceremony came to a close, the commotion gradually died down. Following the Golden Melody Awards, there was a gala dinner, where Li Luor and others became one of the standout figures of the event. Numerous business contracts were eagerly presented, with companies hoping to secure their desired brand ambassadors as soon as possible. This is the busiest time for singers. This year, Dream Entertainment and Star Universe Entertainment secured numerous major contracts at the Golden Melody Awards, enough to make others envious. However, the storm caused by the disciplinary committee left a lasting impression. No one dared to cause trouble at this time. Everything quickly returned to normal. But Chen Feng was the only one who experienced some changes. Lately, Chen Jiawen, that girl, has been coming back from the company every day and staring at him with a strange look. For 4 or 5 days straight, Chen Feng grew anxious. "Just say what's on your mind. This is making me uncomfortable," Chen Feng said helplessly. "Hey, I'm just waiting for you to write a song for me," Chen Jiawen said with a smile. Ever since she found out that Chen Feng was Xia Shiyu, Chen Jiawen had been thinking that once she debuted, she could become a top star in no time. "Let's practice some more and wait until the new year," Chen Feng said after thinking for a moment. Chen Jiawen's recent training results have been quite good. Rather than rushing things, it's better to wait until after the new year. After all, Chen Jiawen has good potential, and if there's a song, giving it to her would be a good idea. Writing it for anyone would be a gain. Writing it for his own sister was only natural. Chen Feng looked at Chen Jiawen thoughtfully. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Jiawen met Chen Feng's gaze, smiled slightly, and said, "How about it? The more you look, the more you see the star quality, right?" Putting it in quotation marks would work. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at her and lay back down. Since the Golden Melody Awards, the entertainment industry had fallen into a long-awaited lull. These days, Chen Feng had been studying the literature of this world. In a world where the entertainment industry is so developed, good works are a dime a dozen. After flipping through some books, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Compared to the works from Blue Star, there weren't many that could hold a candle to them. Perhaps those classic masterpieces from other worlds could also be considered masterpieces here. The problem is, I can't remember them. He spent the entire afternoon sitting in front of the computer, trying to write something. By the time night fell, he had only managed to write a few lines on the document, and he immediately gave up on this money-making idea. Literature is out of the question for now. Besides, writing literature is a very time-consuming and mentally draining endeavor. Chen Feng was deeply troubled. Besides writing songs, he couldn't think of much else he could do. Perhaps business is what I'm truly good at, Chen Feng muttered to himself, but the next moment he shook his head and dismissed the idea. He didn't want to relive those days on Blue Star. In the end, Chen Feng could only temporarily set aside other thoughts. In January, the music scene was peaceful. At least there was no rain in summer. Many people felt relieved, as the January new song chart was suddenly flooded with numerous singers. Many of these songs had been recorded in the previous 1 or 2 months. Due to the presence of summer rain, no one dared to release their songs during those months. Even on the January new song chart, many songs were released a few days later. Despite the intense competition, there aren't too many standout tracks. Li Luor is currently filming a movie. There are occasional updates about her on Weibo, and her first film with Dream Entertainment has sparked a lot of interest. Meanwhile, Li Fei and others, having taken on numerous commercial advertisements, have begun a hectic schedule of traveling across the country. Time flies. Before you know it, January is almost over. Apart from the weather still being a bit cold, the atmosphere in Guangcheng has changed significantly. Zhang Meng was on vacation and had been staying at Chen Feng's place recently. On the last day of the month, Chen Jiawen's company also officially closed for the holidays. The two of them got together and suddenly had a lot to do. For example, asking Chen Feng to sing a song. Every night, Chen Feng's small room was the liveliest place around. Ever since both of them found out about Chen Feng's identity, they've been holding concerts every night, waiting for Chen Feng to choose them. A few days later, February arrived. That day, Chen Feng took the two girls out shopping to start preparing gifts for their return to Yangming. Guangcheng has 3 major commercial districts. One of them is a commercial street near the central axis, catering to the mid to high-end market. The other 2 are more down to earth. As the Lunar New Year approached, the commercial street was bustling with people. That evening, Chen Feng walked down the street with Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen, attracting nearly 100% of the passers-by's attention. Everyone coming their way couldn't help but glance over. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, that's probably what people think of Chen Feng, Zhang Meng, and Chen Jiawen. Go ahead and buy whatever you want tonight, your older brother is treating. Chen Feng said calmly, allowing the two to indulge themselves a little. Brother, do I look like a coward? Chen Jiawen teased, then pulled Zhang Meng toward a large shopping mall. Brother, I'll keep an eye on her, Zhang Meng said. Chen Feng gave them both a supplementary card, then found a spot to sit and waited patiently. Everything to buy for the new year was left to them. In fact, Chen Feng didn't even want to carry anything. Sitting outside an open-air cafe, Chen Feng leisurely watched the passing crowd, eventually fixing his gaze on the music bar across the street. Chen Feng saw a familiar figure. To say the least, it was truly unbelievable. Chen Feng stared at the figure inside. Holding a guitar, standing among the crowd, he exuded the same loneliness Chen Feng had felt when he first met Wang Xin. Chen Jinyu. To encounter her again in Guangqing, he never expected her to return. Looking at Chen Jinyu, Chen Feng felt a bit helpless. This girl was too stubborn, he had no idea what was going on. After the incident in Luoyang, the money he had given through Lei Zi was accepted by her parents, but they treated Chen Jinyu with disdain. Not a single penny had reached Chen Jinyu's hands. From Lei Zi, I learned that there must be deep-seated conflicts between Chen Jinyu and her family. That money seemed more like a token of apology from her parents for what had happened. Chen Jinyu had accepted her parents' attitude. Lei Zi told Chen Feng that after Chen Jinyu found out about the money, she didn't say anything, but had her best friend pass on the message that no matter how long it takes, she will return it to Chen Feng. That's this girl's attitude. Soon after, Chen Jiawen and Zhang Meng returned with a lot of things. Zhang Meng, who was observant, noticed Chen Feng's gaze and followed it to a girl across the crowd. Brother, do you know her? Zhang Meng asked curiously. Yeah, I know her. Chen Feng didn't deny it and nodded. Because these two girls might be able to help. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng said to Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen, one of you two, use your social skills and go make friends with her and add her as a friend. Chen Jiawen quickly located the girl and asked in surprise, you like her? No way, you fell for her just by glancing at her in the crowd? Chen Jiawen said disdainfully. What are you talking about? I'll tell you later. For now, just figure out how to add her as a friend without mentioning me. Chen Feng gave her a disapproving look. Let me handle this. Zhang Meng volunteered, handing the items in her hands to Chen Feng before walking over. Zhang Meng's way of making friends was quite unique. After pushing through the crowd, Zhang Meng got a closer look at the girl in front of her and was a bit surprised. She looked young, but seemed to have gone through a lot. Hello, I think you sing very well. Can we be friends? Zhang Meng waited until she finished singing, then walked up to her with her phone and asked directly. For a moment, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Could this be the legendary lesbian couple? Someone whispered. Chen Jinyu looked at Zhang Meng in shock. What's wrong? Can't we be friends? Zhang Meng asked curiously. Sure, why not? Chen Jinyu snapped back to reality, took out her phone, and scanned Zhang Meng's QR code. Thanks. Let's go shopping and eat together next time, Zhang Meng said with a slight smile after accepting the friend request, then waved her hand and pushed her way through the crowd to leave. To avoid being seen returning to Chen Feng, Zhang Meng deliberately changed her route and returned to Chen Feng from a distance. See, it's that easy. Zhang Meng waved her phone at Chen Feng, but she looked so weathered, as if she had been through a lot. You don't happen to know her, do you? That's great, let's go. Keep shopping. You can buy whatever you want. Chen Feng patted Zhang Meng on the head and stood up to leave. Earlier, Chen Jinyu had sung a song. Chen Feng looked it up and found that the song had an interesting origin. It seemed like she had also often sung that song when they were in Luo City. However, Chen Feng couldn't help but think of another song. Chapter 113, She Doesn't Deserve You. Zhang Meng has been getting very close to Chen Jinyu lately, as if they had suddenly become best friends. There were only a few days left until the new year. The house was filled with various items. All of this is to take back home for the new year. Chen Feng thinks it's time to buy a car. But he doesn't want to learn how to drive. So lately he's been researching a way to skip the driving lessons. In the end, Chen Feng paid the tuition fees. In this world, learning to drive takes nearly half a year. Chen Feng suddenly realized that for the first time, he thought the old Chen Feng was a waste of space for not even learning to drive. Didn't you ever think about buying a car to pick up girls? Bro, I'm going out. Zhang Meng was dressed up nicely, pulling Chen Jiawen out the door. Going to see her again? Lately, these two girls have been meeting Chen Jinyu quite often. This is just friendship between girls, okay? Chen Jiawen said softly. However, Chen Feng was afraid that they were too close, and one day, Chen Jinyu might find out that he was their older brother. The thought was too terrifying to imagine. Chen Feng wondered if Chen Jinyu would feel completely betrayed if she went through this again. Of course, Chen Feng was just thinking about it. Betrayal? That's not uncommon, is it? It's not a big deal. After the two left, the room fell silent. It had been a long time since he'd seen Yuan Shan. What had the wealthy woman been up to lately? Chen Feng thought of Yuan Shan. It's been ages since he paid attention to her. Since he stopped playing games, his interactions with Yuan Shan seemed to have dwindled significantly. The reclusive rich woman who rarely went out used to be so idle, but now she seems to have become quite busy. Sure enough, the only one who is a slacker is me. Chen Feng furrowed his brows slightly. The next moment, the lazybones sprang into action. Chen Feng stood up, sat down at the computer, pulled out a sheet of A4 paper from under the desk, took a pen, and began writing lyrics. That day, when he heard Chen Jinyu sing that song, Chen Feng had happened to heard it before. And this song had a story behind it. It was written by the singer as a form of self-redemption. The regrets of growing up are irreparable losses. Chen Feng knew that Chen Jinyu regretted her life. If she hadn't developed that kind of personality, she never would have ended up with such a scumbag. Much of Chen Jinyu's life was shaped by what happened after that incident. Though I don't know why she broke up with Wang Jiacheng, it must have been an inevitable setback for her. I accidentally gave her a double buff. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. No wonder Chen Jinyu wouldn't face him as a child, she had been stabbed for helping him. Even though he saved her in a critical moment, he had unknowingly repaid her with a knife. But she must be deeply conflicted inside. If she knew the one responsible was Chen Feng. A plague-like existence. Chen Feng had to admit that he was like a plague god to Chen Jinyu. Then, let this song be for her. Soon, Chen Feng finished writing the lyrics. May her future be as fairy tale-like as possible. But this sounds a bit like cursing someone out of a good romance, doesn't it? Chen Feng frowned as he thought to himself. If he hadn't happened to hear that song Guardian, Chen Feng wouldn't have thought of this song right away. Although the lyrics were done, the sheet music hadn't been written yet. Chen Feng set the lyrics aside and temporarily put the music composition on hold. The timing wasn't right. It wasn't the right time yet. He'd wait a bit longer. Giving the song to someone else might be well-intentioned but end up causing trouble. He would wait until he was certain that Chen Jinyu was serious about pursuing a singing career before giving it to her. With that thought, Chen Feng closed his laptop, lay down lazily, and took a nap. When he woke up, it was already dark. Opening his eyes, he saw Chen Jiawen and Zhang Meng sitting at the table, looking at the lyrics Chen Feng had written. "Brother, where's the sheet music?" Chen Jiawen asked in surprise upon seeing Chen Feng awake. "This song feels similar in style to the one Jinyu likes to sing, doesn't it? Brother, did you write this specifically for Jin's sister?" Zhang Meng looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Chen Feng nodded and said, "This song feels right for her, but I didn't plan to give it to her so soon." Chen Jiawen, who was standing nearby, heard this and her expression darkened. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke up, "Brother, if you like her, I can't say anything, but personally, I oppose it." This time, Zhang Meng also nodded in agreement with Chen Jiawen's words. "Ha? Why would you say that?" Chen Feng saw the two of them speaking in unison and immediately became interested. Jinyu has someone she deeply loves, and she's also been used by someone who deeply loved her. In love, she's been through so much suffering. Zhang Meng said, her tone filled with anger, resentful of the unfairness of fate toward Chen Jinyu. "Are you afraid your older brother is a scoundrel?" Chen Feng asked curiously. "No, she doesn't deserve you." Zhang Meng said firmly. "Right, she doesn't deserve you." Chen Jiawen nodded solemnly, fully agreeing with Zhang Meng's words. Chen Feng was speechless. So all that was about this? But Chen Feng was satisfied. It meant that these two girls still had high standards for his girlfriend. "Don't mention this in front of her," Chen Feng said seriously. "Besides, she's a good girl, but I'm not pursuing her. Come, sit down. I'll tell you both about it." Chen Feng sighed, gathered his thoughts, and slowly recounted the events that had unfolded over the past 6 months when he first met Chen Jinyu. Of course, he started from the day he became a failure. Mentioning these past events again, Chen Feng felt much calmer. However, Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen, who were listening, glared angrily at Chen Feng. The story took over an hour to tell. After over an hour, Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen were still fuming and filled with conflict. "My brother used to be such a loser," Chen Jiawen said, furrowing her brows. "I think that's why I used to hate seeing you so much, Chen Feng. But now, aren't you even more dangerous?" Zhang Meng immediately zeroed in on the crux of the matter. "You made us to be friends with her. Once she finds out about you, she might start developing complicated feelings for you." The two sisters were deeply troubled. Feeling sorry for Chen Feng, Chen Feng was deeply moved. These two sisters hadn't been raised in vain. But Chen Jinyu's situation shouldn't have escalated to this point, right? There are only 2 days left until the new year. Recently, Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen haven't gone to look for Chen Jinyu. Over the past 2 days, Chen Feng has received many messages, and Li Fei called him. It had been a long time since they last met. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Li Fei's invitation. Tonight was the night he was going out to dinner with Li Fei. Chen Feng left some money for his two younger sisters and then went out. As soon as Chen Feng left, the two of them secretly followed him. They followed him all the way until he arrived at the entrance of a luxurious residential complex and walked inside. It wasn't Jiner's sister, so who was it? Zhang Meng stared blankly at Chen Jiawen. Chen Jiawen narrowed her eyes, watching Chen Feng enter the residential complex. As she read the name of the complex, Li Fei's figure flashed through her mind. "We're here to find your sister Fei Fei," Chen Jiawen said to Zhang Meng. "What?" Zhang Meng was stunned, saying in disbelief, "Sister Fei is my brother's girlfriend? It's hard to say. I don't think so. Maybe there's something going on," Chen Jiawen said uncertainly. Chen Feng was completely unaware that his two sisters were so concerned about him. At that moment, he was sitting on the luxurious sofa in the living room of the duplex, waiting for Li Fei to serve dinner. "Just wait a moment, it'll be ready soon, teacher." Li Fei was busy in the kitchen at that moment. Soon, the soup was served first, a clear broth. Before Chen Feng could serve himself, she poured it for him. Next came the main courses. Chen Feng enjoyed the meal greatly and remarked, "My younger sister at home only knows how to buy ready-made dishes for me. Since she's the teacher's sister, she probably didn't learn much, but she's still quite skilled." Li Fei smiled. After eating their fill, the two sat on the sofa on the balcony and chatted idly. "It's been so long since I last saw the teacher," Li Fei said, looking at Chen Feng. "You've become so outstanding." Chen Feng smiled slightly. Since giving her that song "Hurry Up" those years to Li Fei, her behavior and demeanor have become much more composed. Her demeanor has also changed a lot. There's not a trace of the naive innocence she once had. She's as cold and pure as a snow lotus. Li Fei told Chen Feng about what had happened during this time, even though she had already mentioned it to him on WeChat. Chen Feng listened quietly. When she mentioned the Golden Melody Awards, Li Fei's expression grew somber, and she said, "I'm sorry, teacher, I won the Best Newcomer Award." At the Golden Melody Awards, Li Fei had only won the Best Film Ending Song Award, though it was already a great honor. But what Li Fei really wanted was the Newcomer Award, and this time, it went to Li Yuer. Though both songs were composed by Chen Feng. By the time she left Li Fei's place, it was already past midnight. Chen Feng looked up at Li Fei, who was staring at him, waved his hand, and then left. Perhaps this was the first and last time Chen Feng would come to Li Fei's place. There were only 24 hours left until the new year. Chen Feng rented a business car and set off. If everything went smoothly, he would arrive back in Yangming by evening, and tomorrow would be the Spring Festival. Although he had chosen the last day to return, it wasn't too late. As soon as they got into the car, the three of them fell asleep. Only the driver was left, bored behind the wheel, hoping to chat with the two beautiful women. Oh, right, Gina returned to Yangming yesterday. Zhang Meng, who had just closed her eyes, thought of this and told Chen Feng. Chapter 114, Home. Yangming is a coastal city. Coincidentally, Chen Feng was also born in a coastal city, so he felt a sense of familiarity toward Yangming. Upon returning to Yangming from Guangcheng, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Although the three of them were all from this small town, they were from three different villages. The first to get off the car was Zhang Meng. Among the gifts he had bought, Chen Feng gave all the nutritional supplements to Zhang Meng to take home, and he would visit her again in a while. "Brother, remember to come find me to play." Zhang Meng waved goodbye reluctantly, then carried her bags and returned home. Having not seen her grandmother in a long time, she was eager to return home. Then, when Chen Jiawen got off the car, Chen Feng also gave her a bunch of things to take back. Although Chen Jiawen wanted Chen Feng to come inside for a visit, he refused. Whether they were relatives from her mother's side or her father's side, Chen Feng didn't really want to face them. The reason was simply that he didn't want to waste his energy dealing with them. The sun was setting in the west. On the way back to Hohai, the twilight spread across the sky, which was a deep crimson. When the car pulled up at the villa's entrance, the lights were on inside, and a figure hurried out. Xiulian's figure appeared at the door, urgently looking at the people inside the business car. Upon recognizing her son inside the car, Xiulian's face lit up with a smile. "Why so late? You must be starving." Chen Feng rubbed his stomach and laughed awkwardly. "Don't mention it, I'm really hungry. Coming back at this time is just right. Dad must be cooking dinner right now, right? You really know him." Xiulian laughed. After getting out of the car, Chen Feng opened the trunk, took out the remaining gifts, and placed them aside before settling the fare with the driver. "You're back and you're not coming in?" Chen Yong's voice came from inside. "You bought all this stuff and didn't come in to help carry it in?" Xiulian glared at Chen Yong and said disdainfully. Chen Yong saw this, scratched his head, and walked over to help carry the things. After a while of busy work, looking at the dozen or so gifts piled up in the living room, Chen Yong said, "Next time you come back, just bring yourself. There's no need to buy all these things. Besides, give me the money you gave me and your mom. If you want anything, we'll buy it ourselves. You talk too much. Go on, hurry up and bring the food out," Xiulian said from the side. Chen Feng smiled without saying a word, eagerly awaiting his father's dishes. Soon, one dish after another of Chen Yong's signature dishes were served. Chen Feng couldn't help but drool at the sight. Having grown accustomed to the ready-made meals bought by Chen Jiawen, it was a rare treat to enjoy a hearty home-cooked meal. With a table full of dishes, Chen Feng ate with relish. After dinner, Chen Feng and Chen Yang sat on the sofa in the living room watching TV. His mother, Xiao Lian, was busy organizing the gifts Chen Feng had brought back, while speaking to him. Sometimes when I go out, I see those neighbors always showing off their children, and I almost can't resist telling them, my son is a very talented composer. Like Later, Encounter, and Pursuit of Dreams, all of those were written by my son. You have no idea how much I had to hold back. Those people just know how to show off their kids. Chen Yong patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and pointed to the TV table. Your mom went all the way to the city just to buy the singles you wrote. Chen Feng looked at the singles on the table and felt a bit moved. After all, such things were rarely released, and even if they were mostly sold in big cities. Though the entertainment industry is quite developed nowadays, the internet has become the mainstream. Most literary works or music albums are sold online. Of course, physical albums are still being released. Physical copies remain a significant part of the mainstream. However, singles are extremely rare, so it was quite surprising that Xiao Lian was able to get her hands on one. Xiao Lian, who was standing nearby, heard this and said happily, the couple next door often go to the city, so I asked them to give me a ride up there. It's not that hard to buy, they still sell them. But it took 4 or 5 trips to finally get it, didn't it? Chen Yang said helplessly. Mom, next time they release a song, I'll have them send you a copy by mail. It'll be the first copy, the freshest. Chen Feng said. Xiao Lian shook her head quickly upon hearing this. No need. I can buy it myself. I'm already very familiar with the shop owner. I'll just ask her to mail it over next time. Knowing that Chen Feng didn't want to draw too much attention, Xiao Lian didn't want to trouble him. However, Chen Feng didn't pay attention to her words and mentally noted it down. Soon, Xiao Lian had organized the gifts, sorted them, and sat down to watch TV with the two of them. Tonight was the New Year's Eve variety show. At 8 o'clock, it started right on time. This was Chen Feng's first time watching the Spring Festival Gala of this world, so he watched it with great interest. The programs were unfamiliar, and the people were strangers. Seemingly familiar, yet completely unfamiliar. Xiao Lian is lying on the sofa, her feet resting on Chen's, occasionally peeling an orange. Xiao Feng, try some. The neighbors brought them from their hometown. Xiao Lian handed the peeled oranges to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took a bite and exclaimed, it's delicious. So sweet. Right? I can't find anything this sweet in the stores. Xiao Lian exclaimed. This year's Spring Festival Gala was boring, the songs they chose weren't good. They should have let Xiao Feng sing one of his songs. The director is no good. Xiao Lian frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this year's Spring Festival Gala. Chen agreed with this statement for the first time. Chen Feng acted like a spoiled child, nodding in agreement from time to time. They watched until past 11 p.m. As the host on the show reminded everyone, the new year was just 20 minutes away. I'll go take a shower first. Chen Yong checked the time and stood up, heading toward the room. Once Chen Yong had left, Xiao Lian leaned close to Chen Feng and whispered, your father seems a bit nostalgic. Chen Feng frowned upon hearing this. He had already guessed as much when he returned. It was simply a matter of not being accustomed to change, after all, they had lived that way for decades. The customs associated with the new year are not something you can just abandon overnight. But don't let his nostalgia fool you. If you asked him to go back, he'd never agree. Xiao Lian laughed. I've been thinking this year whether it's even necessary to go back to my parents' home. My siblings aren't exactly easy to deal with. If you ask me, it's all because your grandmother had too many children back then. Chen Feng was chatting with his mother in the living room about family matters. After a while, Chen Yong came out after taking a shower. At that moment, the TV was starting the countdown. Xiao Lian saw this and quickly got up to move a few chairs to the courtyard. She said to the two of them, hurry up, I've checked this spot has a great view of the fireworks. So, the three of them sat in the courtyard, huddled around a small fire pit, waiting for midnight to arrive. As they waited, suddenly a burst of light shot into the sky. Whoosh! Bang! A burst of sparks bloomed in the night sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately afterward, countless sparks rise into the sky. The night was as bright as day. The ground was illuminated by various shapes. Many people stepped outside to watch from their doorways. Since fireworks were prohibited in this residential area, everyone could only enjoy this year's fireworks from their courtyards or balconies. This year has officially come to an end. Xiao Lian held Chen Feng's hand and said happily, son, Happy New Year. You too, Happy New Year. Chen Feng laughed. Chen Yong stood nearby, hesitating to speak. Is that your son? He's quite handsome. At the door, several figures approached. Xiao Lian saw them and happily greeted them. Yes, that's my son. Your daughter is also very pretty. The family of 4 from next door had come over to visit. Chen Feng saw this, smiled slightly, and invited the four neighbors inside. Come in and sit down. The smoke is too thick outside. Li Zhu had originally planned to bring her daughter and son over to Xiao Lian's place tonight to say hello, but she didn't expect Xiao Lian's son to be back, and he looked quite handsome. Facing their visit, she politely invited them inside to sit down. Looking at her own son, who was slouching around, Li Zuxian sighed inwardly. It seemed that Xiao Lian was right, her son was truly outstanding. Chapter 115, Day 1. His speech, knowledge, and appearance. Every single aspect was flawless. Moreover, Li Zuxian noticed that the gifts piled up nearby were all extremely valuable items. Jewelry necklaces worth tens of thousands of dollars. Cosmetics worth tens of thousands of dollars and coats costing over $10,000, among other things. This clearly indicates that Xiao Lian's son must have a high-paying job, which explains why he can afford a villa in Hohai. It seems that his net worth should be in the millions. After all, the house was purchased in full. Li Zuxian silently pondered this, then glanced at her own daughter. While Chen Feng was chatting with his son, Li Zuxian quietly pulled Xiao Lian aside and asked, Xiao Lian, does your son have a girlfriend yet? What? Xiao Lian looked at Li Zuxian in confusion. A moment later, she realized what he meant and exclaimed in surprise, are you trying to set them up? At this point, Xiao Lian glanced at Li Zuxian's daughter sitting on the sofa watching TV. Well, how should I put it? My son is so much more outstanding. He's written so many beautiful songs, and the singers who perform his songs are all so beautiful. I wonder if Xiao Feng will marry a celebrity in the future. But Li Zuxian's daughter doesn't seem that great. In fact, Li Zuxian's daughter is also quite beautiful. She works at a large company and holds a mid-level management position. There are many people who pursue her daughter on a daily basis. What is wrong? My daughter isn't bad, is she? She earns 5 or 6,000 a month. Li Zuxian looked at her daughter with satisfaction. Having such an outstanding daughter was the most satisfying thing in her life. By the way, your son's salary must not be low either, right? He could afford to pay in full. How much does he make a month? At least 10,000, right? Li Zuxian asked curiously. Xiao Lian frowned and said, I think so, but I haven't asked him. Young people's feelings should be left to them to decide. As parents, we shouldn't interfere too much, Xiao Lian said. That's true. Let them get to know each other first, then let them decide for themselves. Li Zuxian thought about it and agreed. She had worried about her daughter's affairs several times, but nothing came of it. Now, she had simply let things take their course. At that moment, Chen Feng was smoking and chatting with Li Kuang in the backyard. Ever since Li Kuang found out that Chen Feng also played Sacred Domain, he had become very enthusiastic and immediately struck up a conversation. Chen Feng rarely encountered someone so enthusiastic, and the two chatted happily. By 1 a.m., the smoke had dissipated quite a bit. Li Zuxian saw that it was getting late and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Li Zuxian had originally wanted her daughter to exchange contact information with Chen Feng, but seeing that her son had become so close with Chen Feng, she abandoned the idea. Next time, she'd have that kid bring his sister along to play with Chen Feng. Brother, remember to add me as a game friend. Li Kuang said excitedly. Sure, I will. I'll call you for the New Year activities, Chen Feng nodded. After seeing off Li Zuxian's family, Chen Feng's family also went to bed. That night, Chen Feng slept like a log. After sitting in the car all day, he hadn't had a proper rest since returning home. He even forgot to reply to a bunch of New Year's messages. The next morning, he woke up at noon. Chen Feng didn't have the concept of waking up early on New Year's Day. After waking up, he lazily leaned against the bed and reached for his phone. Suddenly, 2 red envelopes caught his eye. Seeing the red envelopes his parents had placed beside him early in the morning, Chen Feng smiled slightly, tucked the envelopes into his pocket, and then opened his phone to reply to the messages. Li Jiren sent a few family photos, introducing the members of his family to Chen Feng. When he saw the young man in the photo was Li Jiren's son, Chen Feng couldn't help but wonder if he was really his biological son. Li Jiren's son was so innocent and kind-hearted, completely lacking the domineering aura in Li Jiren's eyebrows. Upon closer inspection, it turned out he took after his mother. Kana had gone abroad to England and sent Chen Feng a congratulatory video. In the video, she was dressed in a British-style denim outfit, looking poised and confident. She looked like a supermodel, with a supermodel's figure and an absolutely stunning face. The title of Ice Queen of the entertainment industry wasn't given to her for nothing. However, she clearly couldn't let go, only saying a casual Happy New Year in the video. Chen Feng marveled at Kana's beauty, saying she was absolutely flawless, with no angle that wasn't perfect. He wondered what window God had closed for her. Li Fei's New Year's message featured a variety of delicious dishes in the video, accompanied by a playful expression. Suddenly, Li Fei burst into the frame wearing a cute red cartoon-themed outfit. The usually cold Li Fei now looked like a cute little kid, making one want to take a bite. Zhou Qi skipped over it. Wang Xin skipped. Yu Jia skipped. However, Wang Xin, that guy, didn't even say hello when he came back. He must be busy, after all, he's become a big star. Chen Feng thought to himself, maybe he should find some time to visit him, that way there'd be fewer complications. Meanwhile, Li Luo's New Year's greetings were full of creativity. She sang a New Year's song for Chen Feng and set off fireworks at home, reminiscent of a village in the mountains. There were many companions around her, but they didn't seem to know much about what Li Luo was doing outside. Just like when he first met her, the girl was still so innocent. This was precisely what worried Chen Feng. She was easy to deceive and slow to act. He hoped she wouldn't get hurt on set. After all, he still wanted to keep writing songs for her. Finally, there was a message from Wang Ping. Wang Ping was dressed in layers, walking outside with her family. Fame brings trouble. Chen Feng replied to each message one by one. After finishing, he was about to get out of bed to wash up when Lei Zi's call came in. Are you back yet? Lei Zi asked over the phone. Yeah, I was just about to get up and wash up. Damn it, hurry up and come out. I'm waiting for you at the town square. Lei Zi hung up the phone. Chen Feng was completely confused. After thinking for a moment, he decided that since he hadn't seen his friend in a while, he should go meet him. After getting up, brushing his teeth, and having a quick lunch, Chen Feng chatted with his parents for a while, checked the time, and then headed out. Returning to Yangming, especially at this time of day, Chen Feng truly experienced the inconvenience of not having a car. Just as he was thinking about how to get there, Li Zhuxian's daughter drove out of the courtyard in her car. Are you going out? Li Zhuxian's daughter, Li Meng, asked. Yeah, I'm planning to go to town. I can't get a ride, and it's pretty inconvenient during the new year. Chen Feng nodded and said. Why don't you come along? I'm heading to town too. Li Meng said upon hearing this. Thanks a lot. Chen Feng sighed in relief. After the car left, Li Zhuxian cautiously peeked out, a happy smile on her face, thinking to herself, could Li Meng be interested in Xiulian's son? Soon, Li Meng dropped Chen Feng off at the town square. Thanks. Chen Feng said gratefully. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to get there. Li Meng shook her head slightly and said, it's no problem. We're neighbors. If you need a ride back, just give me a call. I'll be heading back around 7 in the evening. Alright, I'll give you a call if I need your help. Chen Feng said. Alright, bye. Li Meng waved goodbye and drove off. Chen Feng stretched lazily, breathing in the fresh air, then began searching the square for Lei Zi's figure. Xiao Feng. Soon, a voice called out from behind him, stopping Chen Feng. Wow, you've gotten so handsome. Lei Zi walked up from behind, playfully punched Chen Feng, and looked at him in amazement. You're not bad either, you're handsome. Chen Feng laughed, and the two hugged, their childhood friendship requiring no formalities. By the way, this is my girlfriend, Huang Xiuxi. Lei Zi introduced the girl beside him to Chen Feng. Lei Zi's girlfriend smiled slightly and said, hello, Lei Zi has mentioned you often. You better be prepared today. She smiled meaningfully. Lei Zi glanced at Chen Feng with a sly smile and said, no need, she's already here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Zi's girlfriend, Huang Xiuxi, waved her hand in a certain direction, over here, over here. Chen Feng found their words puzzling and turned to look. The next moment, he froze in place. And the person walking quickly toward them was equally stunned. Chapter 116, A Song for Chen Jinyu. Lei Zi and his girlfriend had truly given Chen Feng a huge surprise. Turning around, Chen Jinyu arrived. The two locked eyes for a few seconds. Chen Jinyu looked panicked and turned to leave, but Huang Xiaoxi stepped forward to hold her back and said something to her. In the end, Chen Jinyu sat down. After years of separation, Chen Feng and Lei Zi dined at a newly opened Japanese restaurant in the square. During the meal, Chen Jinyu and Chen Feng did not exchange a single word. Seeing her suddenly, Chen Feng was a bit surprised at first, but everything else was fine, no awkwardness, no discomfort. Lei Zi kept trying to find topics to talk about, hoping Chen Jinyu would join in, but she remained silent the entire time. In the end, only Chen Feng enjoyed the meal thoroughly, eating until he was completely full. When they left the Japanese restaurant, it was almost sunset. In the center of the square, many people were busy setting something up. It seemed like there was a small concert tonight, with a band from Yangming performing on stage. Let us grab something to drink at the nearby beverage shop and enjoy the show together. Lei Zi suggested. I don't mind, I'm actually a bit thirsty. Chen Feng nodded. Alright, let's do that. I'll go order, you guys stay here. Lei Zi saw this and walked toward the store. Wait, I'll go with you. Huang Xiaoxi followed him. For a moment, only Chen Feng and Chen Jinyu were left sitting there. What's wrong? After all these years, do you still see me the same way you did at first? Chen Feng broke the silence after a moment. Chen Jinyu, who had been staring elsewhere, paused upon hearing this, then said, I'm sorry, I think you misunderstood. It's not because of what happened before. Just as I said in Luo City, you saved me once and helped me completely escape that man. You owe me nothing now. Chen Jinyu said calmly, looking at Chen Feng. Chen Feng listened quietly. This was the first time he had heard Chen Jinyu say so much. The 500,000 yuan, I'm very grateful for it. It also allowed my family to see me again and put on a fake smile. Now, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that I no longer owe them anything and can pursue what I truly desire. As Chen Jinyu spoke these words, she was calm and composed, with a faint smile on her face. From Chen Jinyu's words, Chen Feng realized how much she had been carrying on her shoulders all these years. Do you like music? Last time I saw you in Luo City, you sang quite well. After a long pause, Chen Feng asked. I guess so. Music feels like a sleeping pill to me, bringing me peace. Chen Jinyu nodded. Soon, Lei Zi and his girlfriend returned. Perhaps because she had opened up, Chen Jinyu spoke more freely, chatting with her best friend Huang Xiaoxi and occasionally smiling. Lei Zi watched the scene with a smile. It seemed like Chen Feng had already handled everything. Hey, hey! Friends passing by, the square will host a concert in 10 minutes. Please stop by and enjoy the music. During the event, we will randomly select audience members to perform on stage. As the host finished speaking, many people stopped in their tracks, curiously waiting. Perhaps because it was the holiday season, many people were at the square at that time. Soon, the stage was surrounded by a crowd. As the band took the stage, the small concert reached its peak. The local band, consisting of 3 musicians and a female lead singer, delivered a high-quality performance. Even Chen Feng and others were intently watching the stage and listening to their performance. They sang 6 or 7 songs in a row, and the crowd below was extremely enthusiastic. At that moment, the female lead singer suddenly stopped and addressed the crowd, saying, Next, I'll have the lighting technician randomly select an audience member to come up on stage and sing a song for everyone. If the selected audience member doesn't want to come up, we'll just pick the next one. She smiled slightly and began counting down. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the lighting technician's lights began to randomly sweep across the audience below. Stop. The next moment, the lights stopped on an open-air seating area at the edge of the stage. Many people looked over. Chen Feng looked stunned. This was too much. How did the lights end up on him? Wow, he's a real hunk. The female lead singer on stage looked at the screen and exclaimed in surprise. That handsome guy, should he come up and show everyone something? At that moment, Lei Zi, standing beside Chen Feng, excitedly said to him, Bro, go on, show them what you've got. You graduated from Star Moon, right? Don't chicken out. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Feng remained silent for a few seconds before standing up. In an instant, everyone made way for him. Hee, watch my brother perform. Lei Zi, seeing this, exclaimed excitedly. If it were any other time, Chen Feng would have shaken his head without hesitation. But tonight, he actually wanted to go up and sing. Fairy tales are just made up, after all. Although this song was meant for Chen Jinyu, he decided to sing it himself for the sake of the past. Such treatment was something others didn't get. Chen Feng stood up and said to Chen Jinyu, I have 2 gifts for you. This is the first one. I want to sing it for you. Remember it well. After speaking, under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Feng walked onto the stage. What song would you like to sing? Our musicians will accompany you. The female lead singer asked. Chen Feng walked straight to the piano in the center of the stage and sat down. No, the piano is enough, Chen Feng said calmly. Wow, a piano solo? So you're a talented guy after all. Let's give him the stage for a while. The female lead singer paused for a moment before saying. Soon, the stage was empty except for Chen Feng sitting at the piano. The lights focused on him. Under the moonlight, Chen Feng's profile looked incredibly handsome, and many girls in the audience couldn't resist taking out their phones to take photos. Chen Feng's mood was as calm as water, his hands gently caressing the piano keys. In the bustling square, Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen, who had planned to go out together tonight, were surprised to see Chen Feng walk onto the stage. The next moment, they saw Chen Jinyu sitting there. It's really you, Jinyu. Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen looked at Chen Jinyu in surprise, then at Chen Feng on stage, feeling a bit off for a moment. Chen Jinyu was also surprised to see Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen. What a coincidence to run into the 2 of you here. Chen Jinyu immediately pulled the 2 of them to sit down. Lei Zi and his girlfriend didn't know Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen. Thinking they were Chen Jinyu's friends, they smiled slightly and greeted them before continuing to watch Chen Feng on stage. So, the 5 of them sat down, and soon all their eyes were fixed on the stage, watching Chen Feng. Before beginning to play, Chen Feng spoke up. What I'm about to play isn't a piece of music, but a song. The title is Fairy Tale. This song is for a friend. Today, I will sing it for her first. May every love we have lost continue to watch over us from beyond. Chen Feng finished speaking, and the next moment, his fingertips danced. Ding! As the piano music began, the entire square fell silent. Chapter 117, Fairy Tale. A lie. I can't remember how long it's been since I last heard your voice. Tell me your favorite story. I've thought about it for a long time, and I'm starting to panic. Did I do something wrong again? When the piano began to play, Chen Feng slowly sang the words, and everyone looked surprised. Just a few short lines, but they sounded beautiful. I've never heard this before. The band members waiting nearby were deeply moved, and the lead singer couldn't believe what he was seeing. What on earth did they pick at random? A song they never heard before, and he sang it flawlessly from the first note. However, Chin Feng's voice was flawless, completely holding his own against these professional singers. In the silent square, Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen exchanged confused glances. Clearly, Chen Feng's earlier words were directed at Chen Jinyu. Chen Jinyu looked completely stunned. Seeing Chen Jinyu staring blankly, Zhang Meng asked, "Jinyu, do you like singing?" Chen Jinyu, who had just snapped out of her shock, remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. "Then do you want to become a singer and sing songs like this?" Zhang Meng continued. Chen Jinyu looked at Chen Feng on stage, her mind racing with thoughts, but she eventually nodded. "What are you trying to say?" Chen Jiawen, standing nearby, realized something was off and asked. "There's nothing wrong with that, is there?" Zhang Meng looked at Chen Jiawen in confusion and said, "Obviously, my brother wants to give this song to Jinyu." "Ha?" Lazy suddenly looked surprised, staring at Zhang Meng and said, "Your brother? Who, Fengzi?" "Yes, the one singing. He's our older brother. I'm his cousin, and she's his adopted sister," Chen Jiawen said softly from the side. Before Lazy could react, Chen Jinyu froze in shock. At that moment, Chen Feng on stage sang with deep emotion. Many people fell silent, their hearts racing silently, their emotions unable to escape the tugging of Chen Feng's voice. "I wish to become the angel you love in a fairy tale. Spread my arms to become wings and protect you. Believe in us, believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the ending. You cried and told me, fairy tales are all lies. I can't be your prince. Perhaps you won't understand, but since you said you love me, my sky is filled with shining stars." In the brief span of a few minutes, some couldn't help but shed tears. Chen Jinyu remained silent, her eyes red. At that moment, her heart was filled with a mix of emotions as she looked at Chen Feng on stage, unsure of how to face him. Does she hate him? After all these years, whether she hated him or not, it was impossible to go back to the past. Yet here he was, Chen Feng, suddenly reappearing before her and doing things that left her at a loss. As the song came to an end, Chen Feng stood up, nodded, and walked toward the stage. At that moment, the lead singer and host snapped out of their daze and hurriedly called out to Chen Feng to stay. However, Chen Feng ignored them, waved to Lei Zi after leaving the stage, and departed. Soon, Chen Feng left the square and got into Li Meng's car. At the beginning of the event, Li Meng's car had already arrived at the square, and she was about to call Chen Feng when she saw him on stage. On the way back to Hohai, Li Meng didn't say a word, but she was deeply surprised inside. Upon returning home, Chen Feng said thank you and went inside. Suddenly taking the stage to sing tonight, he was sure to gain sudden fame, and Chen Feng instantly regretted his hasty decision. Soon after, Kana's call came in. Picking up the phone, Kana immediately said, Why did you suddenly decide to sing on stage? You scared me half to death. Are you planning to debut? If so, I'll come find you right away." Chen Feng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "Did it spread that quickly? Can you help tone down the buzz?" Chen Feng pleaded earnestly. "Don't worry, Li Jiren and I have already handled it. It won't spread too widely." Seeing that Chen Feng wasn't planning to debut, Kana felt a bit disappointed. "Which young girl did you give the song to?" Kana asked. I gave it to a friend, but it's up to her to decide what to do with it," Chen Feng said. Before leaving, Chen Feng handed over the song's arrangement, lyrics, and a bank card to Lei Zi. He instructed Lei Zi to deliver everything to Chen Jinyu. Soon, Chen Feng received a text message from Chen Jinyu. In response to Chen Jinyu's refusal, Chen Feng replied, "If you don't want to be a singer, then let this song be buried forever. The money is my way of compensating myself for the past. I hope you won't refuse. Use this money to address the lingering issues from the past, and the rest might be enough to open a store of your choice. May we each find peace." Soon, Chen Feng lay down and fell asleep. As for the messages Chen Jinyu had sent back, he didn't bother to read them. During this time, Li Meng brought Li Zhu Xian to visit. Hearing that Chen Feng was asleep, Li Meng looked dejected and left shortly after. At the square, the performance continued, but with Chen Feng gone, the crowd had lost much of its enthusiasm. The Yang Yang band was also helpless. Not only did they draw a legendary level audience, but they also sang a song no one had ever heard before. The concert ended in a hurry. After the concert ended, Yang Yun, the lead singer of the Yang Yang band, approached Zhang Meng and the others, wanting Chen Feng's contact information. Lei Zi was about to give her Chen Feng's contact information, but Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen interrupted him. "Sorry, my brother doesn't want to. Maybe we'll meet again someday," Chen Jiawen said. "Right, my brother wouldn't be happy about it," Zhang Meng nodded. Hearing this from his brother's two sisters, Lei Zi could only smile awkwardly and apologize to Yang Yun. "Sorry, you heard that too. They're his two sisters, so there's nothing I can do." Yang Yun frowned and said to Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen, "He's very talented, and it seems like he's singing his own compositions. I can provide him with a good platform. Perhaps Yangning City will see another rising star. Isn't that a good thing?" Yang Yun felt that under these conditions, they had no reason to refuse. "No need. My brother doesn't need it at all. Chen Jiawen waved her hand, refusing firmly. Are you kidding? What kind of opportunity are you offering? If you knew her brother was Xia Xiyu, wouldn't you be the ones begging for opportunities? Chen Jiawen found it hilarious that her brother actually needed someone else to offer him an opportunity. Zhang Meng, standing nearby, blinked her eyes but said nothing. Yang Yun saw this and furrowed her brows even deeper. Forget it. It seems like you're just going to ruin your brother's future. If you ever regret it, call this number. Yang Yun left a note and walked away. Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen didn't even bother to look at the note. As the sky grew dark and Chen Feng still hadn't replied, the two decided to head home. Jinyu, we'll head back first. Let us do as my brother said. As they were leaving, Zhang Meng said to Chen Jinyu. At that moment, Chen Jinyu felt as though something was blocking her chest. Looking at the USB drive and bank card in her hands, her mind was filled with thoughts. Was it him who sent the two of you to find me? Chen Jinyu suddenly called out to Zhang Meng and Chen Jiawen and asked. Seeing that this matter couldn't be avoided, Chen Jiawen hesitated for a moment before saying to Chen Jinyu, at first, yes, but later I truly wanted to be friends with you. My brother has always remembered what happened back then, so don't blame him. Now, it's all worked out for the best. This way, we can all put this matter to rest, right? Chen Jiawen said. Chen Jinyu watched the two walk away, then sighed deeply after a long moment. Xiaoxi, I'll go back first. I'll come find you later to play. Chen Jinyu rose dejectedly and left. Lei Zi and Huang Xiaoxi exchanged glances, surprised that things had become so complicated. But it seems resolved now. That's good. Whether Chen Jinyu wants to be a singer or open her own little shop, it's all fine. Lei Zi sighed. When did Xiao Feng become so successful? Writing songs and giving away millions. Lei Zi's mind was consumed by this thought, and he couldn't care less about Chen Jinyu's affairs. After thinking for a moment, Lei Zi spoke up. Since this matter has been resolved, let's go. Huang Xiaoxi shot Lei Zi a disapproving glance and said, your friend is so talented. You should learn from him. Chen Feng slept until 2 in the morning. When he woke up, everything was quiet. Chen Feng got up groggily to use the restroom, took a sip of water, then returned to bed. He glanced at his phone messages before drifting back to sleep. That night, a phrase emerged online and quickly became a hot topic. It all started with a Weibo user posting. Fairy tales are all lies, I could never be your prince. At the end, the blogger added softly, fairy tales are all lies. The phrase was quickly shared widely. Many people were curious and searched for the origin of the phrase, tracing it back to the blogger's Weibo account. Suddenly, so many users flooded in, and the blogger was overwhelmed. Under everyone's inquiries, he posted the video of that concert. Then, it went viral. By the time Kana and others noticed, it had already spread widely, and they could only try their best to downplay the matter. Chapter 118, The Long Journey. Chen Feng was all over the place. The internet was flooded with videos of the incident. His performance in the small town, with his striking good looks and flawless vocal abilities, left everyone convinced that Chen Feng was born to be a star. When Chen Feng woke up and saw all the messages, he immediately felt a headache coming on. He truly regretted it. Chen Feng silently vowed to himself that such a situation must never happen again. Fortunately, the situation wasn't too difficult to resolve. After some thought, Chen Feng decided that the best course of action for now was to ignore it. The internet has a memory, but it also forgets easily. In the days that followed, Chen Feng rarely left the house. He ate, slept, and repeated the cycle. Occasionally, he helped his mother water the flowers or chatted with his 2 elders to broaden their horizons. This year was truly a pleasant one. During the New Year period, Chen Feng mostly spent his time playing games. However, he was disappointed to rarely see Yuan Shan online. Every time he logged on the next day, he had already missed her online time. Lately, Yuan Shan hasn't reached out to Chen Feng much. In the game, it was mostly just daily activities, and he didn't do many dungeons either, suddenly entering a laid-back, relaxed state. Everything was running smoothly. Xiao Feng, come over here. I need to talk to you about something. That day, Xiaolian suddenly called Chen Feng aside. What's wrong, Mom? Chen Feng noticed she seemed to be avoiding his father. Xiaolian confirmed that Chen Yang hadn't gone out for a walk and wouldn't be back so soon, then whispered, you suddenly became popular for singing in the square a few days ago, right? Yeah, I'm just letting it die down. Give it some time, and people will forget. Chen Feng sighed. Do you remember my good friend? Xiaolian sighed. When you were 6 or 7, she used to come over often and even held you many times. As Xiaolian spoke, Chen Feng quickly recalled 2 figures, one tall and one short. In his memory, when he was 6 or 7, there was a beautiful aunt who often brought her daughter to visit their home. At the time, Chen Feng didn't have many playmates, so he would always play with the little girl. I remember. Surprisingly, Chen Feng remembered this incident quite clearly. Back then, we used to watch the 2 of you playing together so happily and joked about arranging a child marriage for you too. Xiaolian's expression grew somber as she said, she's not doing well. Over the years, she's been through so much. I want to visit her once. She really liked the song you sang at the square and was very happy when I told her it was you. Mom, I want to see her. Xiaolian said uneasily. Go see her. There aren't many chances to be together in life. Chen Feng was deeply moved and agreed with his mother's idea. Xiaolian frowned and said uneasily, she lives so far away. Though I don't know the reason, I checked the route, you can't take a plane, and the train takes 2 days. Chen Feng understood immediately. His mother had never traveled that far before. And his father suffers from motion sickness and couldn't endure a several-day train ride. Mom, let us leave tomorrow. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said. An unexpected journey. Chen Yong was even more surprised when he heard the news. He had intended to object, but upon learning that Xiaolian's sister was not long for this world, he no longer objected. Make sure you take good care of your mother. Chen Yong urged. Of course, don't worry. Chen Feng nodded solemnly and said. Seeing this, Chen Yong felt reassured. Chen Feng had become very reliable, and he didn't worry at all. Since they might be gone for a while, Xiaolian brought along quite a few things. Soon, the car arrived. After bidding farewell to Chen Yong, Chen Feng and his mother boarded the car heading to the train station. This time, the destination was very far away. A 2-day, 2-night train ride. From the southern tip to the northern tip, it takes a long time even on Blue Star, let alone in this world. Such a distance required a train to traverse it, which spoke volumes about the place. As evening fell, the two boarded the departing train. Xiaolian held Chen Feng's hand, looking out the window at the slowly receding scenery with a touch of nervousness. She said to Chen Feng, the farthest place I've ever been is the next city over. I never imagined I'd end up so far away. When Ayu left Yangming back then, I really admired her. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it. Xiaolian recalled those past events and enthusiastically shared them with Chen Feng. It's been decades since we last saw her. That old woman's sister left and never returned to Yangming, her hometown. If she hadn't mentioned it suddenly, Chen Feng wouldn't have thought about these things at all. Fortunately, the train wasn't too uncomfortable. The first-class seats were like airplane chairs. They could be reclined, and even had massage functions. The middle section of the train had a small bar and a restaurant. Every 5 stations, the train stops for a half-hour break. Chen Feng would always get off the train with his mother at this time to take a stroll and check out some local specialties at the station. Occasionally, he would buy some delicious snacks to bring back. Along the way, Xiaolian unconsciously bought quite a few gifts for her sister Ayu. When she came to her senses, the space under her seat was almost full. Even so, when they reached the next station, she would still look around to see if there was anything suitable. Such a pleasant and quiet time, enjoying the scenery along the way. Chen Feng sent a message to Li Fei and the others, saying he was going on a trip for a while and wouldn't be paying attention to the entertainment industry anymore. Soon, there was only 1 day left until they reached their destination. As the morning sun rose outside the window, Chen Feng glanced at his phone and saw that his mom was still asleep, so he got up to freshen up. Though his mother hadn't said anything, the past 2 days had been quite tiring. A woman with an infant had boarded their train car midway, and the baby had been crying non-stop. After finishing his routine, Xiaolian had already woken up. She was holding her phone, filming the sunrise outside the window. She recorded a short video and sent it to Chen Yong. The two of them have always communicated this way, always sharing interesting things with each other. That's why Chen Feng felt he should keep this atmosphere going. By the way, Aunt Ayu, how much longer? Chen Feng sat down and asked after thinking for a moment. Xiaolian, who had just put down her phone, looked downcast and sighed, saying, it's probably going to be this month. Chen Feng looked at the calendar. Only 10 days left. That beautiful older sister from his childhood only has 10 days left. Eat, sleep, wake up, and eat again. When she woke up again, the train was already making an announcement. Less than half an hour left to the final destination. Xiaolian pulled out a phone number from her pocket and said to Chen Feng, this is my daughter, your younger sister Zhang Xini. She'll be coming to pick us up later. Give her a call when you get there. Chen Feng took the note and entered the number into his phone contacts. In his mind, he pictured the cute little sister, wondering how she was doing now. Soon, the train arrived at the station. There weren't many people getting off at the final stop. Seeing the train station with its rustic charm, Chen Feng recalled that phrase. Poetry in distant lands, perhaps both could be found here. Chen Feng held his mother's hand, dragging his luggage, and walked slowly. In the setting sun, their shadows stretched out. After exiting the station, Chen Feng was about to make a call when he saw a girl standing across the street, waving her hand, her face beaming with joy. Chapter 119, Yi Yu. Long time no see. This was the first time she had seen Chen Feng since she left Yangming with her mother at the age of 6. If it weren't for her mother suddenly telling her a few days ago that the boy singing fairy tales was the son of Xiaolian, the aunt she used to play with as a child, Zhang Xini wouldn't have recognized him at all. The memories weren't entirely unfamiliar, but the person was. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that this was the first time Zhang Sini had ever seen Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled slightly, speaking as if he were an old friend he hadn't seen in ages. "Hello, Aunt Xiaolian," Zhang Sini said to Xiaolian. "Good, good." Xiaolian looked at Sini with satisfaction and sighed. "I never thought that in the blink of an eye, you've grown so much." After some small talk, the three of them hailed a taxi and left. On the way, Xiaolian held Sini's hand tightly, asking about IU's life over the years. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was taking in the rural charm of the city. They had taken a long ride from the train station. It took over an hour to reach their destination. In front of a wooden house, two old friends who hadn't seen each other in 20 years finally reunited. Unfortunately, one was nearing the end of his life, while the other remained as spirited as ever, though his face was now filled with sadness. The two old friends held hands, silent for a long time. After a moment, Xiaolian pushed the wheelchair and smiled, saying, "This place is truly a wonderful place. When I grow old, I will find a place like this with Chen Yong." As she spoke, she pushed her long-lost sister along the forest path. Chen Feng sat on the steps, watching his mother's expression, feeling reluctant to face such a scene. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and quietly gazed toward the forest. Behind him, there was the sound of rustling. Soon, Sini came out holding a guitar, sitting down to wipe it clean. Suddenly, she began to play the guitar and hum a song. Tears trickled down the corners of her eyes. Chen Feng listened quietly. It was a folk song, though Chen Feng had never heard it before, he could recognize it. Though the accompaniment was incomplete. "Brother, how did I sing?" Sini asked Chen Feng after finishing the song. "Did you write it yourself?" Chen Feng asked in surprise. Zhang Sini nodded and said happily, "After my mother fell ill, I've been trying to compose my own songs. It's really hard, though. It took me several months to finish this much." As she spoke, she handed the arrangement to Chen Feng to look at. This was the first time Chen Feng had ever looked at an arrangement from a professional perspective. Though it wasn't necessarily professional, Chen Feng could still discern some elements of the lyrics and melody due to his extensive knowledge. The entire piece was accompanied by guitar music. If it were someone else, they might have immediately assumed the composer lacked knowledge. But Chen Feng quickly realized why it was because of money. Zhang Sini didn't have the financial means to experiment with various musical arrangements for the composition. If given time and sufficient creative freedom, this could be a great song. Whether it's the lyrics or the melody, it could become a beautiful folk song. "Do you like folk songs?" Chen Feng asked curiously. Sini looked at Chen Feng and said, "Because this is the hometown of folk songs. Folk singers from here account for about half of the country's total." "Wow. That's pretty scary, but you know what? This place is actually pretty suitable for the birth of folk songs." Along the way, Chen Feng saw many wooden-style bars. These bars often have singers performing live. Plus, it's far from the city, making it a great spot for tourism. It's no wonder so many folk singers have emerged here. "Bro, did you write that song all by yourself?" Zhang Sini asked the question she was most curious about. Ever since she first heard Chen Feng's song, she hadn't been able to stop thinking about it. The first time she heard it, Zhang Sini cried for a long time on the street, afraid her mother would see her. When he arrived, Chen Feng had already heard about it from his mother. So he didn't deny it. "That's amazing." Seeing Chen Feng admit it himself, Zhang Sini looked at him in disbelief. "How did you come up with that? It's amazing." "Oh, this one?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "I originally wrote it for a friend, but they didn't need it anymore. I felt inspired, so I just wrote it down." Zhang Sini blinked her big eyes and nodded blankly. After that, Zhang Sini kept asking Chen Feng about music-related knowledge, and Chen Feng always provided unique insights. They chatted for quite some time before Xiaolian and IU returned. Upon returning, Xiaolian's eyes were red, and she forced a smile, saying to Chen Feng, "Fenger, let us go out to eat tonight?" "Sure, I'll pick a place." Chen Feng nodded, took out his phone, and searched for nearby restaurants. Finally, he booked a highly rated restaurant. And the location wasn't too far either. It was only a 15-minute walk, so the four of them walked there. On the way, Chen Feng pushed Aunt IU. Chen Feng had seen many such situations before, but this was the first time he had encountered someone facing death with such composure. Of course, everyone has regrets. Auntie IU, despite her calm demeanor, was no exception. And that regret was likely Sini. The two walked ahead. Ayu occasionally chatted with Chen Feng about some amusing incidents from his childhood. As they talked, she suddenly asked, "I heard from Xiaolian that you don't have a girlfriend yet?" Chen Feng's face flashed a hint of surprise as he replied, "Yes, my girlfriend from university broke up with me last year." "Oh, I see." Aunt Ayu said softly, then paused for a moment before asking, "What do you think about Sini?" Chen Feng, who had already guessed what she was thinking, didn't answer immediately. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Of course. She's beautiful and kind-hearted. I'm sure there are plenty of people who would love her. I like her very much, but I prefer to watch her grow up as an older brother, meet someone she loves, and then walk down the aisle. I'll make sure nothing unfortunate happens." Chen Feng said calmly. Upon hearing this, IU received her answer. Though it was a pity, she was also very happy. IU said with a smile. Yes, it's a pity. Everything Chen Feng had said, she wanted to see happen. But she was also happy because she believed Chen Feng would make it happen. Soon, when they arrived at the pre-booked restaurant, there were no other guests yet. Only a few waiters were preparing for the evening service. Chen Feng and his group were the first customers to arrive. The entire process was handled entirely by Chen Feng. What to eat, what dessert to pair with it. Soon, the dishes that were served were all quite delicious. The four reunited friends didn't feel too sentimental, it was more like a casual dinner among friends. The topics of conversation were mostly about the interesting things that had happened to each of them over the years. After finishing their meal, while waiting for the dessert to arrive, Antai looked at the piano on stage and said, "Xiao Feng, would you mind singing that song for me?" That song. Of course, I'll give it my best. This time, Chen Feng didn't resist. Fortunately, there were no other guests in the restaurant, so it wouldn't cause any trouble. Chen Feng asked the nearby waiter for permission, and after receiving it, he walked onto the stage and sat down at the piano. I can't remember how long it's been since I last heard you tell me your favorite story. I thought about it for a long time. I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? Yiyu, sitting in her wheelchair, quietly watched Chen Feng, her thoughts racing like a slideshow. Hello, my name is Yiyu. Can we be friends? Many years ago, on that afternoon, she was alone with her daughter in the park, watching Xiaolian play with her son. She gathered her courage and walked over. Because her daughter really wanted to play with Chen Feng. Chapter 120, February Flowers, March Sunshine. Yiyu, her mother's only good friend, had passed away. February flowers bloom across this small town, and folk songs are its symbol. The paperwork was handled by Xiaolian, who accompanied her daughter Zhang Xini. Behind the small house, a modest grave was erected. After everything was done, March had arrived. Having been away for so long, it was time to return. Xiaolian wanted Zhang Xini to come with her, but she refused. Are you really not coming with me? At the end, Xiaolian still couldn't give up. Auntie, I want to stay here and search for something. If I ever find it, I'll leave, Zhang Xini said calmly. Seeing her determination, Xiaolian no longer mentioned the matter. Over the next few days, Xini kept asking Chen Feng about musical instruments. After this period of study, she now yearned even more to compose her first song. Despite the challenges. If you ever decide to leave, come find me in Guangcheng. Chen Feng gave her an address. Then, Chen Feng left the city with his mother. On the way back, the scenery along the route had lost its charm. Feng, I still can't help but worry about her. Xiaolian said uneasily to Chen Feng. Chen Feng held her hand and smiled, don't worry, she'll be out soon. How do you know? Xiaolian looked at Chen Feng in confusion, feeling that her son seemed to have everything under control. Chen Feng smiled and didn't answer his mother's curiosity. Oh, you little rascal, keeping secrets from your old mother. Xiaolian gave Chen Feng a playful glare. But she didn't ask any further. Because Chen Feng had said that Xini would be out soon, and Xiaolian believed him. On the way there, 2 days and 2 nights felt like an eternity. But on the way back, it seemed to go by quickly. Even though the time was the same, it felt like they had arrived in an instant. She woke up a few times, and then they were already in Yangming. When the two emerged from the train station, Chen Yong was waiting nearby. Xiaolian saw this and happily ran over to hold his hand. The three of them headed toward their home. After staying in Haicheng for a few days, Chen Feng also had to leave. He had been back for quite some time, and before he knew it, it was already mid-March. During this time, things were very quiet. Many singers in the music industry felt that they had finally seen a clear sky. Although the competition on the charts had become much fiercer, it was still easier without Li Fei and her group. Xingyu Entertainment had placed Li Fei and Zhou Qi in a period of hiatus. They are currently preparing for their album. Meanwhile, Wang Xian is following the procedures of the new talent competition, promoting his work in an orderly manner. Yu Jie's concert tour has already reached its 6th stop. Since adding Li Fei and others to its roster, Star Universe Entertainment's competitiveness has surged, with business advertising deals flowing in steadily. While Star Universe Entertainment is taking a steady and cautious approach, Haidu's Dream Entertainment is on a roll. In mid-March, Dream Entertainment officially swapped positions with 4th place Fini Entertainment, moving up to 4th place. Kana looked at the data on her desk and was not satisfied with these achievements. Because breaking into the international market was her ultimate goal. By the way, how's the filming progressing? Kana asked her assistant beside her. The assistant glanced at the documents in her hands and said, we're almost done filming. If everything goes smoothly with scheduling and distribution, we should be able to release it in May. Before that, we still need a theme song. Upon hearing this report, Kana furrowed her brows. The progress was below expectations. But there's nothing we can do about it. There have been quite a few issues during filming. I'll handle the theme song. I'll make sure to send the finished product to the director for review. Kana said calmly. All right. The assistant nodded and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to go, he suddenly remembered something and said, "Next month is theme month. Do you need to review it, Ms. Na?" "What theme?" Kana also remembered this. "It's already decided, folk music month. That's not our strong suit. Let's just go with the flow. If anyone wants to participate, they can give it a try," Kana said upon hearing this. After all, the folk music capital is in Black City. When it comes to folk music, there are plenty of talented people from there. Dream Entertainment also wanted such talent, but ultimately decided against it. Commercial value is crucial. For a company aiming to establish a foothold in the international market, folk music is an indispensable element, but it needs a folk singer with commercial value. Guangcheng. Chen Feng arrived at the station, got into the car, and returned to the Galan community. The first thing he did was go to sleep. When he woke up, Chen Jiawen had already returned. The table was set with fragrant dishes. Chen Feng looked at it in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. "Did you buy this from a restaurant?" "I practiced properly at home, you know." Chen Jiawen stuck out her tongue and looked down on Chen Feng. "Your sister isn't incapable of cooking, she just didn't want to learn before." "Try it," Chen Jiawen said, looking at Chen Feng expectantly. With a nervous expression, Chen Feng sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite. The next moment, he raised his thumb. "Not bad, pretty tasty. Much better than the pre-cooked dishes we buy. Now we don't have to eat ready-made dishes every day," Chen Feng said happily. However, the next moment, Chen Jiawen interrupted his daydream. "I have to go on an internship with the team tomorrow. We'll be visiting 5 or 6 cities and it'll take about half a month." Chen Jiawen pointed to the suitcase beside her. "Is that so?" Chen Feng felt a bit disappointed, but he knew it was a good opportunity for practical experience. "Then go ahead. I'll give you a supplementary card later. If you need anything, you can buy it yourself," Chen Feng said. Chen Jiawen, upon hearing this, looked at Chen Feng with a happy expression. "You're the best." "Of course. If I'm not good, who is?" Chen Feng agreed. That evening, Chen Feng took out a prepared spare card and handed it to Chen Jiawen. The next morning, Chen Jiawen dragged her luggage and set off. After a long time alone in the small house, Chen Feng felt that the house wasn't very big, but it was quite comfortable to live in. As March brought warmer weather, Chen Feng packed up the tent. The small balcony, after some renovations, had been transformed into a nice spot for drinking tea. Sunlight, afternoon. Chen Feng sat cross-legged, sipping tea leisurely, scrolling through the latest news on his phone. The impact of that incident had largely subsided. As he scrolled, an article caught his eye, and Chen Feng immediately became interested. The 7th Folk Music Festival was about to begin, and submissions could be uploaded 3 days later for online voting. Upon seeing the announcement, Chen Feng thought this was quite a coincidence. However, what was even more coincidental was that the phone suddenly rang. Chen Feng picked it up and saw that it was Zhang Sini calling. "Brother, I want to come to Guangqing to find you." Zhang Sini spoke nervously on the other end of the line. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. "Of course. Let me know before you leave, and I'll come pick you up." "Okay, thanks, bro." Zhang Sini's mood brightened instantly upon hearing Chen Feng's response. After hanging up, she began tidying up the room. After spending over an hour tidying everything up, Zhang Sini looked at the sheet music in her hands, carefully placed it in her backpack, and then pulled her suitcase out of the room. Before leaving, Sini went to her mother's grave and stood there motionless for a long time. "Mom, I'm leaving now. If one day our promise is fulfilled, I'll come back." Sunset, twilight, a gentle breeze, and the scent of flowers. Chen Feng held the pen, lowered his head, and quietly wrote the lyrics for the next song. Soon, the lyrics for a folk song were completed. Looking at the lyrics, Chen Feng wasn't sure if they were suitable for the market. For this reason, he listened to several well-known folk songs. After listening to 5 or 6 songs, Chen Feng felt that his own song should be fine for a competition. Chapter 121, Zhang Sini's Special Training. Guangqing University was filled with cherry blossoms. In March, cherry blossom petals drifted down, creating a romantic and beautiful scene. Many people come here to take photos or search for their special someone. Chen Feng had also come here with Yen Shui back then. Because this university is located near Xingyue University. Looking down at the cherry blossom tree below, Chen Feng couldn't help but think of this. When he first moved in, Chen Feng had curiously asked Yuan Shan why there was a cherry blossom tree there. Yuan Shan explained that when she was investing in the construction of this residential area, the workers told her there was a small tree and asked if it was hers. When Yuan Shan saw the young cherry blossom tree, she was a bit surprised. Despite the harsh winter, it stood tall, swaying in the wind with a resilient determination to survive. So Yuan Shan decided to keep it and had it specially protected during construction. Before long, the cherry blossom tree had fully matured. This is a tree with a story. One day, Chen Feng saw his downstairs neighbor and another neighbor having a great time playing under the tree. Sometimes, drunk tenants would lie on the bench under the tree. More often than not, the tree stood alone, swaying in the wind, blooming its most beautiful self when the flowers were in full bloom. Chen Feng suddenly understood why he had thought of Yan Shui. Because she was the same kind of person for the sake of pursuing her goals. If she had to go it alone, she would choose that path without hesitation. She was more like a lone traveler who didn't need companions. But in this world, one cannot go far without companions. So during university, Chen Feng became her ideal choice. After graduation, agents and seniors became her preferred companions. But she, of all people, chose to play it safe. After spending several years together, Chen Feng never even touched her. I suppose it's the same now that she has entered the entertainment industry. To have risen to the ranks of a top-tier singer under such circumstances truly speaks to her strong-willed nature. But that's all there is to it. Chen Feng suddenly thought of her, perhaps because the scenery reminded him of her. Sometimes, the body reacts on its own, misleading one's emotions. He calculated the days it should be tomorrow, right? Before Zhang Xini arrives in Guangcheng, Chen Feng needs to finish arranging that song first. But then again, maybe waiting until she arrives to work on it would be a better idea. Zhang Xini was different from Li Fei and the others. She had a strong obsession with her own creations. Chen Feng wanted to use this opportunity to broaden her horizons and let her try the creative process firsthand. Soon, the day Zhang Xini arrived in Guangcheng arrived. Chen Feng timed it perfectly, arriving at the train station and picking her up at 7 o'clock in the evening. After not seeing each other for over half a month, Zhang Xini became a bit shy upon seeing Chen Feng again. On the way back in the car, she finally couldn't help but speak up. "Brother, why don't I just rent a place on my own?" She hadn't originally planned to live with Chen Feng when she came this time. In fact, Chen Feng was also hesitating. The house isn't big enough. With Zhang Men gone, Chen Jiawen arrived, and now Zhang Xini was here too. The room was a bit cramped. If all three of us are here on the weekend, the extra bed outside won't be enough. Don't worry about it, I'll handle it. This is the fastest solution, Chen Feng said. Soon they returned to Galan community. After getting out of the car, Chen Feng carried Xini's luggage and led the way. While waiting for the stairs, he unexpectedly ran into Yuan Shan. "Wow, you've been so busy lately. I haven't seen you in ages." Chen Feng looked at Yuan Shan in surprise. "Let me think, it's been 2 months since we last saw each other. You got a new hairstyle." Chen Feng finally noticed that Yuan Shan had cut her hair short. Suddenly, he felt like his dreams had been shattered. What is wrong with Yuan Shan? Yuan Shan was also surprised. She looked at the beautiful woman behind Chen Feng and said, "Is that your sister again?" "Yeah, my younger sister." Chen Feng nodded and suddenly thought of something, asking, "Do you have a bigger place? Sometimes Meng Meng comes over on weekends, and I'm worried there won't be enough room for them to sleep." Is that so?" Yuan Shan lowered her head in thought and said, "Why don't you stay at my place? I have extra rooms, and I've been busy lately and haven't been back much." "That sounds pretty comfortable." As she spoke, Yuan Shan glanced at Zhang Xini. Zhang Xini had originally intended to refuse, but after seeing Yuan Shan's house, she felt it might be acceptable, especially since Chen Feng's room was only 3 rooms away. "It's just a few steps away." So Zhang Xini agreed. Although Yuan Shan didn't ask for rent, Chen Feng wouldn't really refuse. After settling her in, he transferred the rent to her. "It's rare to have a roommate, so let's have a good barbecue tonight. You're in charge of that, Xiao Feng," Yuan Shan said happily. "Alright, I'll go buy them." Chen Feng shrugged and left. Once Chen Feng had left, the room fell silent. Zhang Xini sat there nervously, not knowing what to say. "Are you her sister? A relative?" Yuan Shan spoke up. Looking at this beautiful girl, Zhang Xini felt a bit dazzled. She had always thought of herself as pretty, but Yuan Shan's beauty was unique. Her lazy demeanor complemented her appearance, giving her the feel of an older sister next door. This unfamiliar yet familiar feeling made Zhang Xini lower her guard and tell Yuan Shan everything about her relationship with Chen Feng. When Yuan Shan heard Chen Feng sing a song, she specifically searched for the video. Upon hearing the song, Yuan Shan felt a strange sensation in her heart. A name quickly came to mind, and the truth seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. It all seemed to make sense now. If Chen Feng was Xia Shiyuyu, thinking of this, Yuan Shan couldn't help but smile, feeling that she had reacted too slowly. It wasn't until Zhang Xini mentioned wanting to join the folk music show and asked Chen Feng to teach her in Guangcheng. Yuan Shan looked at the girl 2 years younger than her with a touch of pity. "Alright, keep it up," Yuan Shan said softly to Zhang Xini. "Stay here with me. If Xiao Feng treats you badly, let me know right away." Zhang Xini heard this and was a bit surprised. She asked softly, "Shan's sister, are you Feng's girlfriend?" "Ha?" Yuan Shan was taken aback and joked, "I'm her sugar daddy. I sponsor all his gaming gear. But this guy is really bad. He doesn't even need my sponsorship." "Sugar mama?" Zhang Xini tilted her head, her face filled with confusion. Yuan Shan saw this and explained to her. "Oh, I see." After understanding, Zhang Xini's reaction finally caught up. "So my brother is a freeloader. Yuan Shan. What are you guys talking about? You seem so happy. Soon, Chen Feng returned with a bunch of things. Upon opening the door and seeing the two of them laughing and chatting, he felt a sense of relief. He had been worried that Yuan Shan and Cindy might have some difficulties getting along, but he didn't expect them to become so close so quickly. It's none of your business. When I have time, I'll have to give you a good grilling. Yuan Shan shot Chen Feng a disapproving glance. Ha! Under Chen Feng's puzzled expression, the three of them sat together, eating midnight snacks and chatting freely. Late at night, on the way back, Chen Feng said to Zhang Cindy, "Time is a bit tight. I was planning to take you to see the cherry blossoms tomorrow and discuss the creative work. But let us handle the creative work first. Come find me at 10 tomorrow morning," Chen Feng said. Zhang Cindy suppressed her excitement and nodded. That night, Yuan Shan, who had fallen asleep, dreamed of the mysterious Chen Feng. She quietly grabbed a sack, put it over him, and beat him before running away. How thrilling! The next morning, the sun rose. Zhang Cindy knocked on Chen Feng's door early in the morning. Chen Feng woke up groggily, washed up, ate the breakfast Xine had brought, then took her out, hailed a taxi, and headed to the music studio. After more than half a year, they returned to the music studio, but the front desk had already been replaced. It was a young boy. Before he could introduce himself, Chen Feng asked to book Studio 3. The receptionist paused for a moment, then took the deposit and handed Chen Feng the keycard for Studio 3. Clearly, this was a returning customer. Chen Feng led Cindy into the recording studio and said, "Take a moment to familiarize yourself with the instruments. I'll call the band to see if they're available." As he spoke, Chen Feng took out his phone and dialed Yang Fei's number. The call connected quickly, and Yang Fei seemed to have been waiting for this call for a long time. "In the recording studio? Yeah. I'll be right there." Then he hung up. Chen Feng looked stunned. These guys are really reliable. Back in the recording studio, Zhang Cindy was exploring everywhere like a child, filled with curiosity. This was her first time stepping into such a professional recording studio. There were many instruments she had never seen before. She couldn't wait to try them out and see what kind of music they would create. "Can we start now, bro?" Cindy looked at Chen Feng with sparkling eyes. "Don't rush. The teacher I called is on his way. You can show them the unfinished piece you've been working on, and they'll help you finish it." Zhang Cindy looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. "Brother, thank you," Zhang Cindy said softly, her face turning red. "Let us give it our best shot and see if we can make it into the folk voice competition." Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Soon, Yang Fei and the others arrived. A group of men rushed in and started searching everywhere. Finally, under Zhang Cindy's stunned gaze, 4 people gathered around, looking at the manuscript they had taken from Zhang Cindy. "HM?" After a moment, Yang Fei looked at Chen Feng in surprise. "This, your composition? It seems pretty rough, doesn't it? It seems a bit monotonous, like something a beginner would do." Everyone chimed in with their comments. Zhang Cindy, standing nearby, lowered her head, her face slightly red. Chen Feng smiled wryly and said, "Don't worry, this is my sister's piece. She hasn't had much exposure to other instruments before, so it's not very polished and quite simple. She's participating in the folk music competition, so I thought I'd have you teach her and see how quickly she picks things up." "Oh, I see. I knew it couldn't be yours." Yang Fei and the others sighed in relief, nearly thinking Chen Feng was about to lose his divine status. The next moment, the 4 of them looked at Zhang Cindy. "This girl has a folk vibe, not bad." The others grew more impressed the more they looked at her. "Do you have the lyrics?" Yang Fei asked. Zhang Cindy stood there like a little rabbit, staring blankly. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly nodded and pulled out a copy of the lyrics from her bag. After reading the lyrics, Yang Fei and the others thought they were pretty good. "All right, let's get started. There's no time to waste, we don't have many days left. Intensive training. Intensive training." The men suddenly felt their old passion reignite. The next moment, they dragged Zhang Cindy onto the stage and began explaining instrument arrangements and other details to her. Chen Feng saw this and smiled contentedly, watching from the side. This online folk music competition was only the first round. His song was too good to be used in the first round, it would be a waste of talent. Therefore, Chen Feng wanted to see Cindy's true abilities. If she could pass the first round through her own efforts, Chen Feng would then give her that song. Chapter 122, Natural Talent. Cindy's talent was unexpectedly powerful. After just a few hours of intensive training, everyone was amazed. After becoming familiar with the use and proper combination of various musical instruments, she proposed several ideas and sought guidance from several teachers. Yang Fei and the others looked at her in disbelief. Of course, these ideas were excellent. Let's try them out now. Yang Fei and the others felt their blood boil with excitement and immediately began experimenting with the ideas. Watching the frenetic activity, Chen Feng dozed off beside them. This seemingly endless energy made it hard to believe that Yang Fei and the others were already in their 50s. Chen Feng was also young and full of energy, but he felt little passion for such matters. Soon, the first version of the product was completed. When Zhang Xini stood on stage and sang a complete song for the first time with her teacher's accompaniment, she almost burst into tears. However, there was no time for tears at the moment. After the first version was finished, everyone began to summarize, noting the shortcomings, and then continued to improve. Before they knew it, it was already past 7 in the evening. Chen Feng glanced at the time, took out a cigarette, and went out to order food and buy water for everyone. The location of the Little Nest music studio wasn't too bad. But the boss had never been seen around. But the foot traffic seemed insufficient to cover the studio's expenses. Chen Feng had been to this studio a few times before, and most of the time, there weren't many people around. Out of the 5 recording studios, only one was in use today, and that was the one he was in. A prime location spanning nearly 1,000 square meters. Only someone with deep pockets could afford it. Sorry, no smoking here. Chen Feng stepped out of the recording studio, just about to light a cigarette, when he was interrupted by a beautiful woman. Oh, I'm used to it. Sorry. Chen Feng nodded apologetically, put away his lighter, and headed toward the elevator. After buying a few business meals nearby, Chen Feng strolled back leisurely. These days, Chen Feng had been thinking about one thing. It seemed that besides writing songs, he could do something else. Back in Blue Star, there were things he wanted to do but never tried. He had many such ideas, but putting them into practice was no easy feat. The technological development in this world was no simple matter, bringing these ideas closer to realization. As Chen Feng has been researching this field recently, he has been considering these factors. Artificial intelligence is now on the verge of becoming mainstream. Even biomimetic robots are gradually integrating into daily life, with various technologies surpassing Blue Star by at least 30 years. Over the past 30 years, there are even more possibilities. At least in Chen Feng's mind, there are 2 things he wants to do that can be implemented at this stage. However, funding is a major issue. Sigh. This is absolutely critical. I completely forgot that the available funds now are not the same as those from my previous life on Blue Star. Just thinking about investments that could easily reach the hundreds of billions left Chen Feng speechless. Can writing songs earn billions? Obviously not. Is there any way to make a lot of money while just coasting along? Chen Feng pondered seriously. As he stepped out of the elevator, he saw a beautiful woman cleaning the floor and snapped back to reality, staring at her in surprise. What's going on? Is this studio so extravagant now that they have beautiful women working as cleaners? Just as Chen Feng was having this thought, a young man nearby noticed and hurried over, saying, "Sir, let me do it." Saying this, he took the broom from the woman. Oh, so she's the boss. Chen Feng couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. He never expected the boss he hadn't met before to be this beautiful woman. Judging by her appearance, she was probably no more than 30 years old. The next moment, their eyes met, and she gave him a slight smile and nodded. Chen Feng politely nodded in response. Carrying his dinner back to the recording studio, he found Yang Fei and Xini sitting together, deep in thought. Hearing the noise at the door, everyone immediately looked at Chen Feng with excitement. Come here, Xiao Feng. There's a problem we need your help with. Yang Fei hurriedly called Chen Feng over. Why don't we eat first? Chen Feng handed the dinner he was holding to the others. Sure, we are a bit hungry. Yang Fei and the others rubbed their stomachs and laughed awkwardly. You guys eat first. I'll take a look. Chen Feng said, sitting down at the computer, putting on his headphones, and listening to the latest version of the recording. After listening, Chen Feng pondered. This version is already quite good. It's Xin Yi's first attempt, and it's hard to believe how talented she is. Given time, she'll definitely become an amazing original singer. However, this version is still missing something. After much deliberation, Chen Feng incorporated his own knowledge and made a few minor adjustments in a few places. These minor adjustments took him half an hour to think through. The others, who had already finished eating, watched quietly from the side for a long time. When they saw Chen Feng's changes, Yang Fei and the others, along with Yang Xini, were speechless, feeling as though everything suddenly made sense. Come on, try again. Chen Feng handed the lyrics sheet to them. That's amazing. With you around, I suddenly feel like Xini isn't that great after all. Yang Fei said with a wry smile. They had clearly thought Xini was already quite talented, a natural-born creator. But when Chen Feng stepped in, Xini seemed to pale in comparison. Even Xini herself thought the same. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Feng, thinking he was so talented, truly someone who could write fairy tales. But why hasn't someone this talented debuted yet? This was something she couldn't figure out. Soon, with the help of Yang Fei and the others, the latest version began recording officially. As the background music began to play, the 5 people on stage immediately fell into character. The melody and lyrics. This time, everything was excellent. Chen Feng listened carefully, nodding occasionally. This time, it was mostly solid. They were sure to make it through the first round of evaluations. After the recording ended, Xini put on her headphones and listened carefully to her own recording. The more she listened, the more amazed she felt. Why did such minor adjustments to the details make such a huge difference? And just like that, her first original song was completed. Looking at the finished product, Cindy couldn't help but shed tears of joy, hugging Chin Feng tightly. "Thank you, brother. And thank you to all the teachers for not giving up on me and always helping me." Yang Fei and the others smiled as they watched Cindy and said, "What's the big deal? We haven't been this immersed in something in ages. Hurry up and get ready to upload it." Yang Fei urged from the side. "Got it." Cindy opened her computer nervously, logged into the Folk Voice official website, registered an account, found the registration page, and uploaded the finished recording. The name was one she had already chosen earlier. In the creator section during the upload, Cindy added the name of Yang Fei and the others' band. She had originally wanted to include Chen Feng's name, but Chen Feng stopped her in time. After completing everything and successfully uploading the file, the next step was the selection process after the registration period ended. By the time she stepped out of the Small Nest Music Studio, it was already 11 p.m. That night, lying in the luxurious bed, Zhang Cindy found it hard to fall asleep and told Yuan Shan about today's events. Yuan Shan listened and laughed, saying, "He's not just that you've known that for a long time." Regarding the matter of Chen Feng being Xia Shiyu, Yuan Shan was both surprised and found it reasonable, as Chen Feng had mentioned several times before that he was very talented at songwriting. But she hadn't asked him about it in detail. Come to think of it, this was her own fault. At that moment, Chen Feng was smoking on the balcony, reflecting on Cindy's performance today, and felt a bit moved. Yang Fei and the others had underestimated her. A newcomer who could handle various instruments in a single day and then compose so many arrangements, her talent couldn't possibly be inferior to his. Zhang Cindy, barring any surprises, would undoubtedly become a wildly successful original singer in the future. Chapter 123, The Competition Begins. A few days later, the online voting for the Folk Music Awards officially began. To ease her nerves, Zhang Cindy arrived at Chen Feng's place early in the morning to use his computer. By 10 o'clock in the morning, an hour had already passed. Zhang Cindy kept refreshing the page, checking the data for her entries. After an hour, the play count had reached several hundred, and there were dozens of comments. Looking at the numbers, she felt both happy and nervous. As a newcomer participating in her first official competition, this data was more than enough for her. She had been working on this since early morning. When Chen Feng woke up, it was already afternoon. He rubbed his stomach and thought to himself, "If I go out with Chen Jiewen, no one will cook dinner." The next moment, he saw the meal on the table. And it was still steaming hot. "Eat quickly, brother," Zhang Cindy, who was staring at the computer, said upon hearing the noise. Chen Feng smiled slightly. "See? There's still something to eat." After washing up, Chen Feng sat down to enjoy the hearty lunch. The taste was quite good. It was much better than the ready-made dishes Chen Jiewen had bought. "What place are you in?" Chen Feng asked Zhang Cindy. Zhang Cindy, who had just refreshed the page, said happily, "We've broken into the top 100, ranked 98th. That's amazing. If this keeps up, I'll be able to advance." This ranking was something she had never dared to imagine before coming here. Chen Feng heard this and thought, "This is a good result, it means the audience recognizes her skills." But if everyone knew that Cindy had spent an entire day on this, they'd probably be even more surprised. Before giving her the song, Chen Feng had been thinking about where to send her. "If you had the chance to become a singer, which company would you choose to develop your career in?" Chen Feng asked. "Me?" Zhang Cindy thought for a moment and said excitedly, "Of course, Dream Entertainment, or maybe Star Universe Entertainment. But I don't think I have that kind of luck." Chen Feng nodded and said, "That's not necessarily the case. After all, you're quite talented. Since those are the two companies, I can show them to Kana later." Chen Feng thought to himself. After all, to him, Zhang Cindy was like a younger sister. On the day of the competition, Zhang Cindy's song ranked 76. Securing a spot in the top 100, it was almost certain she would advance, unless something unexpected happened. The entire online voting process only lasted 4 days. It would conclude on Thursday, with the second round of voting beginning on Saturday. Before that, it was time for everyone to go all out to get votes. Chen Feng had originally planned to ask Li Fei and the others for help if things didn't go well. But it seems that won't be necessary now. As the competition progresses, Zhang Cindy has been coming to Chen Feng's place every day after waking up. Starting from 76th place on the first day, she has now secured 49th place on the final day. She successfully advanced to the second round. Among the top 100, there are many well-known singers. While some are here to try out new styles, their talent should not be underestimated. Most of them come from Black City, the birthplace of folk music. They represent the pinnacle of folk music in the country. The annual folk music competition is their time to shine. This grand event has attracted significant attention. On the very night the first round concluded, Zhang Cindy received over a dozen phone calls inviting her to join. All of them were from major entertainment companies. These companies immediately obtained the singer's information and conducted an initial screening. They aimed to sign talented and promising singers first. Especially someone like Zhang Sini, who had just debuted and had no prior background, was the most sought after. However, after consulting with Chen Feng, Zhang Sini declined all the offers. Brother, will Dream Entertainment and Star Universe Entertainment really come after me? Zhang Sini asked nervously. Because today she had already turned down many companies. If Dream Entertainment and Star Universe don't contact her in the end, she doesn't know what to do. Don't worry, the second round hasn't even started yet. Chen Feng said calmly from the side. Regarding the songs for the second round, Chen Feng halted Zhang Sini's creative thoughts. I've prepared a song for you. It's already recorded. You can sing it during the second round. Chen Feng handed her the USB drive. This sudden stroke of luck left Zhang Sini speechless with disbelief. Just as she was about to listen to it, Chen Feng stopped her. Wait until the last day to listen, Chen Feng said, putting a stop to Zhang Sini's curiosity. Saturday arrived as scheduled. The folk music voice competition officially began its second round of live performances. The second round featured 3 rounds of cover songs and 1 round of original compositions. 2 days of competition. The Guangcheng Grand Hall welcomed many guests and onlookers today. To avoid drawing attention, Chen Feng did not go with Zhang Sini. Ultimately, just before the event began, Chen Feng arrived at the venue to watch the competition. Blending into the crowd, he sighed in relief when no one recognized him and quietly watched the performances on stage. After the lengthy opening remarks concluded, the competition officially began. 100 contestants took the stage in reverse order of their rankings to perform, with scoring conducted over 3 rounds. The top 10 were ultimately selected. It was no easy feat. Chen Feng remained optimistic about Zhang Sini's chances of winning the cover song round. However, he was unsure about the abilities of the others. After all, cover singing and original composition are 2 entirely different things. The competition began at 10 a.m. After the scores for the first contestant were announced, the online buzz reached a fever pitch. Many people joined the discussion. At first, Chen Feng listened to a few songs, but as the competition progressed, he eventually fell asleep. Fortunately, there were many people around, and he blended into the crowd while sleeping, so few noticed. He slept straight through until the midday break, when he woke up groggily and followed the crowd out to find something to eat. Chen Feng? Suddenly, someone called out to Chen Feng from behind. Chen Feng, with his hands in his pockets, turned around at the sound and frowned. Why are you here too? Chen Feng looked at Yan Shui, who was wearing a mask. Let us go talk outside. It's been so long since we last saw each other. Let us have a meal together. Yan Shui gave her agent a few instructions and then walked ahead. Chen Feng thought for a moment and followed her. After leaving the venue, the two headed toward a cafe across the street. On the way, Yan Shui broke the silence and asked, the song you sang was really nice. That song? Chen Feng paused, then said, oh, you mean the one recorded at Yangming? That song isn't for sale, you know. Chen Feng glanced at her and said softly, I didn't say I wanted to buy it. Yan Shui rolled her eyes at him. Alright, I thought you wanted to talk to me about that. Chen Feng smiled awkwardly. Since their last phone call, the two hadn't seen each other for a long time. After arriving at the cafe and finding a seat, Chen Feng ordered 2 set meals. During this time, Yan Shui didn't mention anything about work. Instead, she talked about many things from her school days. Chen Feng occasionally stumbled, needing to recall details before responding to Yan Shui's topics. They chatted sporadically. When they left the cafe, a car was already waiting at the entrance. Yan Shui's agent was waiting for her. Chen Feng, Lu Wen is fake, you're the real one. Right? As she was about to leave, Yan Shui looked seriously into Chen Feng's eyes and asked. Chen Feng looked at her calmly. Yes, lately it seems like everyone around me has figured it out to some extent. Chen Feng thought to himself, probably the wealthy woman Yuan Shan has also guessed it. So the only one left who doesn't know is Zhang Sini, right? Sure enough, but why did you stay silent for so long? Yan Shui, upon learning that Chen Feng was Xia Shiyu, felt the knot in her heart untie. Probably because of you. It seems that being apart from you has made me see things clearly. Chen Feng joked. Yan Shui paused, remained silent for a moment, then said. I should go now, I have an event to attend. Alright, go ahead. Chen Feng waved his hand. After watching Yan Shui leave, Chen Feng headed toward the Grand Hall. When he returned to the inner venue, the competition had already begun. After sitting down and listening to a few contestants, it was finally Zhang Sini's turn. At that moment, Zhang Sini, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans, stood on the stage and instantly ignited the internet. Zhang Sini. 25. Newcomer, first-time participant. Original song, Wheel of Life. Some even commented that among the top 100 contestants, Zhang Sini's appearance could rank in the top 5. Chapter 124, No Way to Find Chen Feng. Zhang Sini, who had gained some fame in online voting, immediately drew more attention when she stepped onto the stage. Since the second round required 3 cover songs to assess the contestants' range, each song selection was crucial. However, the power to choose the songs did not lie with the singers themselves. 3 songs were randomly selected by a large screen, played twice for the singers to listen to, and then they had to perform the third time officially. This system was no less brutal than the elimination rounds of a talent show. As Zhang Sini took the stage, the song selection was already decided. When the audience saw the 3 songs, they had varying opinions. The judges below were also somewhat surprised, as one of the songs was quite challenging and required vocal modulation. As for the other 2 songs, they were also not simple pieces. Many people felt that Zhang Sini was in trouble this time. Luck wasn't on her side. Sometimes, luck is also part of a singer's performance. However, Zhang Sini remained calm. Under the host's guidance, she took the headphones and began listening to the first song. Since there were only 2 takes, the audience below also fell silent when it was time to start listening to the song. Chen Feng sat among the crowd, quietly watching everything unfold, though he hadn't heard any of the 3 songs before. However, he believed that Zhang Sini wouldn't be held back by such a minor issue. When it came to judging people, Chen Feng rarely made mistakes. So while everyone else was underestimating her, Chen Feng felt that this girl might just surprise everyone. "I'm ready. I'll sing the third one first." 10 minutes later, Zhang Sini took off her headphones and spoke up. "Wow! Starting with the hardest one first?" The judges were all a bit surprised. After all, if you start with the hardest part, any mistakes could severely affect your performance later on. After the judges confirmed several times, Zhang Sini chose the hardest opening. Soon, Zhang Sini began her performance. Chen Feng found it quite interesting. On stage, Zhang Sini demonstrated excellent emotional control. Calm and composed. There was not a single ripple. This was an excellent stage presence. As the accompaniment began, the moment Zhang Sini opened her mouth, her lazy voice immediately captured the attention of everyone present. A highly challenging folk song was performed with ease and grace by her. The online buzz reached a new peak at that moment. Highly attractive, a unique voice, and a well-executed musical style. Folk music, to gather all these qualities, is truly no easy feat. After finishing the song, following a discussion among the judges, Zhang Sini secured the highest score so far. In the subsequent 2 songs, she also scored well. With half of the contestants having performed, Zhang Sini temporarily ranked first. The competition continued until the afternoon, and the top 10 finalists were finally decided. Zhang Sini predictably secured first place, earning an extra hour of composition time compared to the others. At this stage, external support could now enter the competition. No competition is complete without company involvement. Among the top 10 folk singers, only 2 were not affiliated with a company. The rest all had companies backing them. In this round, many audience members and judges were not very optimistic about Zhang Sini and another contestant. After all, it's hard to produce a good piece in just 3 hours. Despite having ample time to prepare in advance, how could they compete with the professional composers and lyricists arranged by the companies? After all, in online voting, what matters most is original songs. Being able to create 2 songs in such a short time is largely due to the company's influence. During the intermission, Chen Feng stood up and left the inner venue. He found a staircase outside, sat down, and lit a cigarette, waiting for Zhang Sini. Soon, Zhang Sini arrived. "Brother, what should I do? I can't think of anything." Zhang Sini looked at Chen Feng with a troubled expression. She was content to have come this far. But she wanted to go further. Despite how difficult this step was, even something as simple as a guitar arrangement left her clueless, and she felt completely overwhelmed at that moment. Zhang Sini never imagined she could get this far. "Why don't you try to figure it out on your own?" Chen Feng asked. "No, I can't think of anything right now." Zhang Sini replied directly. "Just before we were about to leave, Sunny told me that if there is no way out, then you're the solution. So what should I do?" She looked at Chen Feng helplessly. Chen Feng felt that lately, all his younger sisters had stopped trying. With a wry smile, Chen Feng took out the USB drive he had prepared from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Take it. I've already prepared everything for you." Zhang Sini took the USB drive from Chen Feng in surprise. "Brother, did you write this? Is it a fairy tale?" Zhang Sini's heart was racing. "What fairy tale? It's a new song. Listen to it a few times, check out the arrangement, and the rest is up to you," Chen Feng said. "Brother!" Zhang Sini froze, staring blankly at Chen Feng, then suddenly blurted out, "I love you. I'll go prepare." After saying that, Zhang Sini ran off as fast as she could. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Sini running into the venue in astonishment. "There are plenty who like me, but you're the first to say you love me. Never mind, I'll go home and watch some shows." After a while, Chen Feng stood up, patted his pants, and walked toward the entrance. At that moment, the competition was in the mid-interview phase. The 10 contestants were all in the recording studio creating their performances. On the live stream, millions of viewers were waiting for the results, speculating about this year's champion. However, the truth was harsh. No one was rooting for Zhang Sini or the other contestant. On the other hand, the folk singers who already owned their own companies were leading by a wide margin in the vote count. In Studio 1, Zhang Xini sat at her computer, inserted the USB drive Chen Feng had given her, and put on her headphones. The next moment, a beautiful melody began to play. Immediately after, Chen Feng's voice echoes around her ears. Zhang Xini sat there quietly, listening to the first take. She didn't remember a single note. She only felt that the distance between her and Chen Feng was insurmountable. Now she understood what Senior Yang Fei and the others had meant. Setting the song aside, Chen Feng's vocal skills alone were enough to terrify Zhang Xini. He seemed capable of mastering anything. And the song itself was breathtakingly beautiful. A folk song of this caliber, in her hands, left Zhang Xini feeling overwhelmed. I finally understand what my mother said before she passed away. Zhang Xini murmured to herself, then studied the arrangement carefully while listening to Chen Feng's singing techniques. Soon, the doorbell rang. As the audio cut off, Zhang Xini snapped back to reality and walked onto the stage with a determined expression. Since she was the last to perform, she had no idea how the previous singers had done. Despite this, when asked by the judges, Zhang Xini calmly replied, "I'm going to win the championship." As soon as she finished speaking, the venue erupted in chaos. Online, many viewers found it hard to believe, even going so far as to exaggerate the situation. Many viewers thought Zhang Xini was unrealistic. "Do you know how many people are talking about you?" the host asked Zhang Xini, glancing at the comments on the big screen. "I know, so what?" Zhang Xini looked at her in confusion. The host was caught off guard and didn't know how to respond, eventually ending the conversation abruptly and letting the competition begin. Zhang Xini walked to the center of the stage and gripped the microphone. At that moment, her heart was incredibly calm. She knew that from today onward, she would finally embark on the path she had promised her mother. Chapter 125, Champion or Loser. Clouds turned to rain. When Zhang Xini's song title appeared on the big screen, the crowd was still pondering the meaning of the name when the beautiful instrumental music began to play. If everything has turned into mist and rain, can I become mud? And touch you once more? If life is like a fleeting movie, how well will this song be sung by Zhang Xini in the end? Chen Feng believes that she will ultimately be no worse than the original author from Blue Star. In terms of vocal tone and technique, this girl is better, having undergone professional training. It turns out that this transporter has such a deeper meaning. At that moment, Chen Feng, sitting on the balcony, watched the live stream on his phone and couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Some works find better development here. Whether it's in terms of reach or the significance of the work, they receive more recognition. At that moment, a storm was sweeping across the internet. "I wish I could see you again. Even if it's just a fleeting glance before we part." The silhouette under the streetlight at dusk. The path through the forest grows longer with each step. "I wish I could see you again. At least we could still exchange jokes." Zhang Xini's lazy voice captivates all listeners at this moment. No one could remain indifferent after hearing this song and still comment calmly on the girl. A classic folk song, everyone had already anticipated it. Folk music has produced many excellent works over the years, but it has never received proper promotion. This is precisely the purpose of the Folk Music Festival. Now, people feel that perhaps this important role will be fulfilled by Zhang Xini. Because online, it has sparked unprecedented heated discussions. The winner of this competition has already been decided. The other singers present may be reluctant to accept the outcome, but the result is clear. Many companies have already set their sights on Zhang Xini. Once she steps off the stage, major companies will rush to sign her. Chen Feng is very satisfied with this outcome. This song has been entrusted to a capable singer. And in the future, Zhang Xini will continue to rise, eventually reaching the heights that belong to her. Tonight, the moonlight was somewhat faint. Chen Feng turned off the live stream on his phone, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the balcony. This song was inspired by Zhang Xini when he heard her experimenting with her own compositions while he was in Black City. After writing it, Chen Feng felt a bit tired. Lately, he didn't feel like writing songs anymore. As for what to do next, Chen Feng wanted to open a high-end coffee shop, the kind where passers-by would glance in but dare not enter. Then, he'd hire a few employees. Mainly beautiful women. Have them spend the day with him, just hanging out. Thinking about it, Chen Feng thinks this idea is great. So, the first step was to find some really expensive coffee beans, the best quality available, then decorate the shop, and he'd handle the design himself. That night, the folk music performance came to an end. While many companies were extending offers to Zhang Xini, representatives from Dream Entertainment and Star Universe Entertainment also approached her. Upon receiving the invitations from both companies, Zhang Xini immediately agreed and headed to their offices for interviews in the coming days. Originally, Zhang Xini wanted to bring Chen Feng along. However, Chen Feng declined. Nevertheless, Chen Feng offered some advice, stating that if she had to choose, these two companies were good options. Zhang Xini stared blankly at Chen Feng, with many questions swirling in her mind. But in the end, she didn't ask. Zhang Xini knew that adults always have some secrets they don't want others to know. Even Chen Feng's older brother. In the end, Zhang Xini buried her curiosity deep within her heart. The folk singer who was trending on social media ultimately chose Dream Entertainment. Everyone was puzzled, because Dream Entertainment had never signed a folk singer before. However, when everyone saw the author's name under Zhang Sini's song Clouds Turn into Rain, the mystery was solved. It was Xia Shiyu again. This incredible author, just how high is the ceiling for their talent? Clearly, we haven't seen it yet. Lu Wen, who was enjoying himself with a voice actress in Japan, angrily shut off his phone, looking utterly bewildered. What on earth is this guy thinking? Chen Feng's talent is truly demonic. Lu Wen felt he wasn't even worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as him. It turns out they're not even in the same league. Lu Wen felt deeply hurt. The next moment, he wrapped his arms around the voice actress's waist and walked into the hotel with a smile. Who cares about him? Who knows? Maybe one day he'll become the god of gods. If that day ever comes, Lu Wen wouldn't be the least bit surprised. The folk singer's career had finally settled. Dream Entertainment had once again gained an outstanding singer and one who was also a songwriter. Li Jiren felt completely innocent about this. Just because he called a little late, this folk singer was snatched away by that girl Kana. Chen Feng completely ignored Li Jiren's complaints. I want to open a coffee shop. Help me pick a location. Do you have any suitable places? Chen Feng came to see Li Jiren today specifically for this matter. Li Jiren carefully broke off a small piece of tea cake and began brewing tea nearby. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, he stopped what he was doing and exclaimed in surprise, "You're not going to give up your creative career, are you?" "No, I just want to change my environment," Chen Feng said. Change your environment to become a deadbeat? Li Jiren asked tentatively. Chen Feng nodded calmly. He had always been firm about this. Seeing that Chen Feng wasn't planning to leave the music industry, Li Jiren sighed in relief. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Actually, I do have a shop available." Saying this, Li Jiren stood up and walked toward the room, rummaging through boxes and drawers. Soon, he returned with a pile of documents and tossed them onto the table in front of Chen Feng. It's a standalone house on Yuejiang Road. I loved it so much back then, but it's been abandoned for so long. Li Jiren said, pulling out a deed from the pile. Chen Feng looked at the deed in surprise. That's a great location. Such a nice shop. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Chen Feng didn't want to take something good from someone else. Li Jiren sighed and said, never mind. I realized that kind of life doesn't really suit me. I still prefer the hustle and bustle of the shopping mall. Alright, whatever it costs, just tell me. Let's not drag this out. Seeing this, Chen Feng accepted Li Jiren's kindness. Originally, Li Jiren had only intended to make a token gesture, casually saying, just give me 2 million. Chen Feng looked calm on the surface, but his mind was racing. This was too hasty. He never expected a storefront to be so expensive. It was going to cost him a fortune. But the words were already out. Seeing how casual Li Jiren was, he must be asking for more than that. Chen Feng calculated the funds he had on hand, roughly around 60 million. In the end, Chen Feng offered Li Jiren 40 million yuan, keeping 20 million for future renovation expenses. When he left Li Jiren's villa that evening, the calm expression on Chen Feng's face gradually faded. Damn it! This money doesn't last long. I hope I didn't make a bad investment. Chen Feng thought to himself. It seems he'll need to find other ways to make money while handling this matter. Currently, the revenue from copyrights was approximately 10 million yuan per month. While this was enough, it would be insufficient for any major investments. He had to make a big move. As he arrived at the nearby bus stop to catch a ride, Chen Feng glanced at the movie box office report and was completely stunned. 80 billion? Chen Feng counted the zeros. That was truly eye-opening. Thinking about this, Chen Feng quickly pulled out his phone to search for information on movie and TV show revenues. The results completely shattered Chen Feng's understanding. Currently, the domestic box office record in China is 13 billion. After deducting costs and theater revenues, investors must still have at least a few billion in profits, right? Chen Feng suddenly felt that writing songs was just a small-time endeavor. Maybe he should try making a movie instead? But right now, isn't Kana just filming a movie? Why not go check it out? Chapter 126, Connections. After obtaining the deed, Chen Feng immediately put his plan for the coffee shop into action. Located along the Yuejiang River in Guangcheng, it offers views of the central axis. This plot of land stands independently along the open riverside road. The moment Chen Feng saw the plot, he already had a clear vision of how to develop it. Over the next few days, Chen Feng made a rare early start and headed to the site to draw up the design plans. Meanwhile, as the folk music scene began to fade, Zhang Sini joined Dream Entertainment and officially started her new role. To ensure better privacy protection, Dream Entertainment provided Zhang Sini with an internal apartment. When Zhang Sini left, Yuan Shan felt a bit reluctant to let her go. Recently, when she came back in the evenings to chat with her, Yuan Shan felt that the quiet house had become a bit more lively. However, before she left, Chen Feng and Yuan Shan organized a farewell party. In the end, only Chen Feng and Yuan Shan were left, two professional homebodies. But such matters didn't dampen their spirits for long. Chen Feng wasn't the type to get sentimental over partings. In his memory, such an incident had only happened once before. He had seen too many scenes of people coming and going in his life. After a few days of silence, Chen Feng finally finished the design plans for the plot of land in Yuejiang. It must be said that design work in this world was incredibly convenient. The powerful AI features almost guided the entire design process, making the work of designers seem almost obsolete. However, top-tier designers still exist. For something like a small villa design, someone like Chen Feng, who was still a novice, could complete it alone. With the design plans finalized, Chen Feng began contacting construction teams. Before he knew it, half of March had already passed. During this time, the entertainment industry was in a state of flux. Zhang Xinyi's clouds turn into rain brought new insights to the folk music scene. That is, folk music can also incorporate pop melodies. Chen Feng had carefully considered this before deciding to pursue the song, as he had noticed this trend after listening to some other tracks. In today's entertainment industry, the style of folk music is somewhat restricted. There are certainly many good works, and one could even say that Yunyan Chanyu isn't particularly standout. However, the sudden emergence of folk songs with pop melodies has made them more accessible to the general public. That's why Yunyan Chanyu became a hit. Seeing how Li Fei and the others are developing so healthily, Chen Feng is also very pleased. At the moment, there's no need to write songs for them. Chen Feng also wants to take a break for now. A movie seemed like a good option, but Chen Feng realized he only had a script and no knowledge in that field. Therefore, he needs to wait for the right opportunity. Given the population size and payment habits here, Chen Feng has good reason to believe that the outstanding works from Blue Star can shine brightly here. This is something he'll have to find time to learn from Kana. After everything was settled, construction finally began on the Yuejiang site, and with the necessary permits in hand, the renovation team officially started work. From then on, Chen Feng no longer needed to visit the site frequently. After confirming that the construction team had no misunderstandings regarding his design plans, Chen Feng returned to his home life. As for material-related matters, Chen Feng had already advanced the funds in advance. After all the hassle, Chen Jiewen was returning. After a month-long tour, she would be back in Guangqing tonight. Chen Feng is enjoying the last day of peace and quiet. In the evening, Chen Jiewen returned. After being away for half a month, Chen Jiewen happily threw herself into Chen Feng's arms and said, "Brother, can I graduate now?" Chen Jiewen blinked her eyes at Chen Feng. Chen Feng pushed the little girl away, rubbed his neck, and looked at her speechlessly. "Are you trying to strangle me?" He he. Chen Jiewen stuck out her tongue playfully. "Wait a moment, I'll go prepare right away." Saying that, she dragged her suitcase into Chen Feng's room. Soon, Chen Jiewen emerged from the room wearing a dress, standing before Chen Feng. Before Chen Feng could react, the girl started singing. Surprisingly, this time, Chen Jiewen sang quite well. The months of training hadn't been in vain. Chen Feng nodded approvingly and said, "Very good, you've passed. Then hurry up and write a song for me." Chen Jiewen said happily. Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I've temporarily stopped writing songs for now." Chen Jiewen. Looking at Chen Jiewen's innocent expression, Chen Feng ruffled her hair and said, "Why don't we have Li Jiren arrange something first? Let's see how the songs they write for you turn out. If it doesn't work out, I'll write one for you myself." "Alright, but I still want to sing the one you wrote." Chen Jiewen puffed out her cheeks, looking hurt. However, she knew that her older brother had become too famous in the past year. Recently, he had written a folk song, and she had listened to it immediately and called Chen Feng right away. Chen Jiewen had thought Chen Feng had found a girlfriend while she was away. After hearing Zhang Xinyi's story, Chen Jiewen, as a girl, felt deeply empathetic. Unfortunately, she didn't get to meet her this time. "Never mind, let us watch a TV show. It's been ages since I last watched one." Chen Jiewen decided to just give up and dragged Chen Feng along to binge-watch the show. They watched until late at night, both too tired to stay awake, and finally fell asleep. The next day, Chen Jiewen went out with dark circles under her eyes. Chen Feng, on the other hand, slept until noon. Seeing Chen Jiewen, who had been busy for half a month, rush straight to the company upon returning, Chen Feng remarked that this trainee really had no rights. But this wasn't something he could comment on. After getting up and freshening up, Chen Feng lit a cigarette and dialed Li Jiren's number. At that moment, Li Jiren had just finished a meeting. Seeing Chen Feng's call, he thought Chen Feng had a new song. "What's going on now?" Li Jiren was quite eager. Without Chen Feng's ruthless interruption, Li Jiren spoke up, "Isn't my cousin working as a trainee at your company? Last night, after she returned from her tour, I noticed her skills had improved significantly. Why don't you arrange for someone to write a song for her and see how it goes?" "Ha?" Li Jiren was a bit taken aback, but his assistant Ixin reminded him that Chen Feng had arranged for his younger sister to come to the company for training earlier. "Aren't you going to write a song for her?" Li Jiren asked, puzzled. Leaving a top talent unused and having him arrange for others instead seems a bit off. We can't have me handle everyone. Occasionally, we need to see how they perform under others. Chen Feng said. Li Jiren nodded in agreement. He immediately instructed his assistant, Xin, to call back the manager from the artist department. I'll handle this. As for you, if you need me, don't hesitate to ask. Li Jiren said. Of course, I'll need you soon. Chen Feng was thinking about asking him to invest in him later to gain some experience. After hanging up the phone, the director of the artist department at Xingyu Entertainment returned to Li Jiren's office. Mr. Li, is there anything else? Li Jiren tapped the table, pondered for a moment, and said, among the trainees, there's one named Chen Jiewen. Take a look and see if she's ready for someone to write songs for her. Ha? The director of the artist department looked puzzled. Who is Chen Jiewen? He had no idea, but as a director, not knowing wasn't a big deal. The important thing was how to respond. The next moment, he immediately said, I'll arrange it right away. How about a top-tier songwriter? Are the company's lyricist and composer available recently? Li Jiren thought for a moment and asked. Don't worry, they're available. I'll arrange it right away. The director thought for a moment before giving his answer. After leaving Li Jiren's office, he didn't say a word and headed straight for the Xingyu Entertainment office building. In reality, the company's top executives were indeed quite busy at that moment. However, since Li Jiren had personally inquired about it, they had to make time to arrange it. Still, who was this newcomer? The director of the artist department was curious when had such a well-connected newcomer joined the trainee ranks. Chapter 127, Li Yalan's Broken Heart. Xingyu Entertainment, Classroom. Chen Jiewen felt completely exhausted. The aftermath of binge-watching last night left her feeling drowsy. In her opinion, coming back and immediately starting practice was completely against human nature. However, aside from her occasional complaints, the others dared not speak up. Regarding Chen Jiewen's complaints, Li Yalan could only turn a blind eye. After all, Chen Jiewen was a connected person. But this connection of hers seemed to have never really come into play. This has made Li Yalan start to doubt whether she had made a mistake. Could it be that she is just a relative of the general manager's assistant, who is using the general manager's name to back her up? Ever since the thought crossed her mind, Li Yalan felt it was increasingly likely. Snap out of it, Chen Jiewen. Li Yalan glared at Chen Jiewen, who was lost in thought, and snapped at her. If her suspicions were correct, it would be infuriating. Even if he is Mr. Li's assistant, she, Li Yalan, isn't someone who can be manipulated like this. You're good for nothing, completely useless, and yet you want to be a singer? Li Yalan sneered. The atmosphere in the classroom was eerie today. Many remained silent, dared not speak up. Why had Li Yalan suddenly turned her attention to Chen Jiewen? Isn't this supposed to be about connections? Did Li Yalan find out something? Only Chen Jiewen looked at Li Yalan in confusion. What's wrong with her? Earlier, she was so kind to me, but today she's acting like she's on her period? So fiery. Chen Jiewen said with a stern expression, we've been running around for over half a month, just got back, and you're already coming to work the next day. You're not tired, but we are. Li Jie, all you have to do is hold the coffee and watch from the side, but we have to sing and dance. Chen Jiewen's words resonated with many people present. Still, no one dared to speak up in agreement. Chen Jiewen was unfazed by this. She wasn't going to tolerate the company's bad habits. Li Yalan was so angry that she glared at her and said, if you're not satisfied, you can take it up with the company. If you don't comply, you can leave. Of course, if that's the only option, I'm more than happy to do so. Chen Jiewen shrugged her shoulders, indicating she didn't care. In fact, Chen Jiewen only wanted to sing the songs Chen Feng had written for her. As for being a trainee, go to hell. Saying that, Chen Jiewen took off her trainee uniform, opened the door, and left directly. This is better. One less untalented person means it'll be easier for me to teach. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can follow her. Li Yalan looked at the others and said coldly. The classroom fell silent. Though many secretly agreed with Chen Jiewen's words, no one dared to speak up for her. Lei Xian had just returned from Li Jiren's place, thinking about how to persuade those two old men. Before that, he decided to go identify the person first. Upon reaching the door of the trainee classroom, he prepared to open it, but the door swung open the next moment. A girl walked out cheerfully. Lei Xian looked at the departing girl in confusion, wondering if being a trainee was really that easy. As he entered the classroom, Li Yalan, who was nearby, saw him and immediately ran over. Mr. Lei, what brings you here? Seeing Lei Xian arrive suddenly, she was a bit surprised. Normally, the director of the talent department never bothered with trainees. Nothing, I just haven't been here in a while. I came to see how our new talents at Star Universe are doing. Lei Xian said calmly. The next moment, he scanned the classroom. However, as for the person Li Zong mentioned, just by looking, he couldn't really tell anything. After thinking for a moment, Lei Xian asked, are there any standout trainees recently? He decided to get straight to the point, as he didn't want to seem too eager to please. Lei Xian wanted to gather some information first. If it was someone Mr. Lee had his eye on, they must have some real talent. At that moment, the others in the classroom perked up upon hearing the words of the artistic department director, immediately putting on their best faces. Lee Yalan hadn't expected Lei Xin to come for this. She immediately curled the corners of her mouth upward, revealing a smug smile, then looked at the group of trainees. This was the moment she enjoyed the most. She held the power over these trainees' futures, and a single word could decide their fate. Thinking back to the past few days of having to teach Chen Jiawen that girl in a subservient manner, Lee Yalan felt extremely annoyed. Looking at the eager-eyed trainees, Lee Yalan paused for a moment before calling one of them forward. This one is quite good, I think she has potential. Lee Yalan said to Lei Xin. Hello, Mr. Lei, the trainee said, batting her eyelashes and glancing at Lei Xin. I graduated from Hai Duo Arts Academy, specializing in singing and dancing, and I won a silver award in the newcomer competition. Upon hearing this, Lei Xin's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, she comes from a prestigious background and has won an award. This must be the one I'm looking for. She's quite good. It seems she's ready to be promoted. Lei Xin nodded and said, By the way, what's your name? Upon hearing Lei Xin's question, the trainee grew excited and hurriedly replied, My name is Li Xiaohong. Ha? Lei Xin looked at her in confusion. Li Xiaohong? What kind of demon is that? The person he was looking for wasn't named Li Xiaohong. Lei Xin nodded calmly and then turned to Li Yalan beside him and asked, Are there any other good students? The fleeting expression on Lei Xin's face was noticed by Li Yalan. At that moment, she felt a bit puzzled. Something seemed off about Lei Xin, but she didn't think much of it and immediately called over a trainee who had been quite attentive to her in the past. However, after listening to the trainee's report, Lei Xin's expression fluctuated wildly, and he continued to ask if there were any other decent trainees. This time, Li Yalan was completely baffled. Several more came forward, but none were what Lei Xin was looking for. He furrowed his brows and began to grow impatient. Is there anyone surnamed Chen? There are two. Step forward. Li Yalan hurriedly called out upon hearing this. Lei Xin's expression eased slightly as he looked into the crowd, but the next moment, he was about to explode. I meant women. Why did you bring men? Lei Xin glared at Li Yalan in frustration. What? Li Yalan said, her face pale. Mr. Lei, there are only these two men. Ms. Li, does Chen Jiawen count? Someone among the trainees reminded her. Right, her. Where is she? Seeing that Li Yalan was so uncooperative, Lei Xin couldn't help but lose his temper. Li Yalan, who had been feeling uneasy and restless, was stunned. What's going on? Lei Xin noticed the sudden silence and furrowed his brows, asking. Xiaowen had to leave earlier for something. Li Yalan hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile. Was she the girl who just opened the door and left when I came in? Lei Xin finally remembered that there had been a girl skipping away earlier. Yes, it should be her. Li Yalan wiped the cold sweat off her forehead, regretting her actions deeply. Why does this always happen at the worst possible moment? Li Yalan felt like giving up. So it really was her. She's a nice girl, clearly in the same league as Li Fei and the others. Lei Xin sighed. Hearing Lei Zong praise her so highly, Li Yalan felt her heart sink. The others were all stunned. If even the director of the talent department said that, it must be true that Chen Jiawen is definitely connected. No one knew why Li Yalan had suddenly lost her mind and started causing trouble for Chen Jiawen today. In the end, after causing trouble, Lei Xin came looking for her. When she comes to work tomorrow, have her come to my office. I'll have the company's top composer and lyricist take a look at her and discuss how to write her song. Lei Xin said to Li Yalan before leaving. As for Li Xiaohong, the one he had initially favored, Lei Xin didn't even bother to acknowledge her. After Lei Xin left, Li Yalan didn't bother to maintain her composure. She quickly took out her phone, left the classroom, and called Chen Jiawen. At that moment, Chen Jiawen was already on her way home. Seeing Li Yalan's call, she turned off her phone and didn't bother to answer. She had long been fed up with this inhumane trainee training. After being rejected by Chen Jiawen, Li Yalan quickly called again, but the phone was already turned off. Li Yalan felt her life had suddenly grown dark. Why did she always make the worst possible choice at the most critical moments? Chapter 128, Study Plan. In the small one-bedroom apartment, Chen Jiawen was holding Chen Feng's hand tightly, crying and begging not to become a trainee anymore. It's just that being a trainee is boring and exhausting. Chen Feng furrowed his brows, thinking she was just losing patience, but upon further reflection, he realized she had persisted for so long there must be another reason. With that, Chen Feng dismissed the thought from his mind. Since arriving in this world, Chen Feng had initially believed that everything in the world was unrelated to him. However, over time, his perspective had begun to shift. At least some family and friends are still important. Life is still long. If he always remained aloof and alone, it would make him seem too self-important. Chen Jiawen was one of those important people. From his initial disapproval, Chen Feng now sees Qin Jiawen as someone who has changed a lot, and he truly regards her as a younger sister. If you don't want to go, then don't go. It's fine. Chen Feng said calmly. Yay! That's great. Chen Jiawen, upon hearing this, happily made a heart shape with her hands toward Chen Feng and said, then I'll go catch up on some sleep first. Watching the girl's mood swing so wildly, Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Soon, Chen Jiawen fell asleep. Chen Feng sat on the sofa, lost in thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and checked it. At noon, he called Kana. Kana, who was on set, saw Chen Feng's call and her expression relaxed. She immediately answered the phone. Why did you call me? Kana returned to her temporary office and lay lazily on the sofa. When will your movie be finished? Chen Feng asked. After calculating the dates, it seemed like Kana's movie had been in production for nearly half a year. Chen Feng considered picking a time to visit the set. As for how to make a movie, Chen Feng had no plans to direct it himself. But learning how to bring his ideas to life was something he felt was worth exploring. Kana was a bit taken aback that Chen Feng was asking her about other things for the first time. Don't worry, I've been keeping an eye on Liruo all along, she won't be taken away by anyone. Kana said softly, thinking Chen Feng was asking about Liruo. Oh? How has that girl been lately? Does she have any talent for acting? Chen Feng only remembered that she was also acting when Kana mentioned Liluo. What? Aren't you here specifically to ask about her? Kana, upon hearing this, seemed to have misunderstood. Chen Feng said calmly, I was just thinking of going to see how you guys film movies. Since you're here, I thought I'd drop by if it wasn't over yet. These words instantly perked up Kana, who had been lying down. It's still early. We've encountered some issues and are currently handling them. We'll restart in a couple of days. Should I have someone pick you up? Kana asked. Oh, that's perfect. I'll come over in the next couple of days. Is it in Haidu? Chen Feng didn't know where Kana's movie was being filmed. Yeah, it's in Haidu. I'll wait for you. Kana said with a cheerful tone. Alright, see you then. Chen Feng said. After hanging up the phone, Kana's mood improved significantly. This was a good opportunity to show Chen Feng the theme song she had been working on. The film was nearing completion. As the first film produced by Dream Entertainment, Kana placed great importance on it. So much so that she, as the CEO, often appeared on set. Things were going so smoothly that Chen Feng was a bit surprised. However, this was perfect, he could go ahead and familiarize himself with the process, then take on a behind-the-scenes role. That evening, during dinner, Chen Feng asked Chen Jiawen, my brother and I are going to Haiduo for a while. Do you want to come along, or should we make other arrangements? Chen Jiawen was surprised to see a pile of missed calls on her phone. When she heard Chen Feng's question, she looked at him innocently. How long will you be gone? What for? Well, I'm going to Dream Entertainment to observe their film production. Chen Feng replied honestly. What? You're planning to make a movie? Chen Jiawen looked at Chen Feng in shock. The next moment, she hurriedly said, I want to go too. I want to go. Alright, that's fine. You'll be in charge of packing the luggage. Chen Feng said. The decision to go to Haidu was made. That evening, Chen Jiawen happily packed her luggage, while Chen Feng booked the plane tickets. Over the next few days, Chen Jiawen got in touch with her friends in Haidu. It's rare to return to Haidu, so we must gather together. As for Xingyu, Chen Jiawen had already forgotten about it. Seeing that she couldn't get in touch with Chen Jiawen, Li Yalan was nearly driven to madness. Lei Xin kept asking her about it every now and then. By the end of the day, Li Yalan was pacing back and forth, unable to sit still. Unfortunately, no one knew where Chen Jiawen was staying. To prevent the situation from escalating, Li Yalan had no choice but to go to Lei Xian's office and tell him the truth. She had thought Li Yalan would bring her some good news. After listening to Li Yalan's account, Lei Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and didn't bother to scold this ignorant woman. Listen, I don't need you to do anything right now. Just take good care of those trainees. As for Chen Jiawen, you're no longer needed. I'll settle the score with you later. Lei Xian said angrily. After dismissing Li Yalan, he sat alone in his office for a while, eventually deciding to call Li Zeng's assistant, Xian. Xian, there's something I need your help with. After dialing Xian's number, Lei Xian got straight to the point. Without giving Xian time to react, Lei Xian briefly explained the situation and asked him to contact Chen Jiawen and have her come back to the company in the next couple of days. Did you guys get into trouble with her again? Xian paused for a moment, sorting out the situation. Yes, it's all our fault. Please help us out. Lei Xian said helplessly, thinking to himself that this time he had really been screwed over by that girl, Li Yalan. I've told you before, the intensity of your trainee program needs to be adjusted. Xian sighed and said, I'll contact her, but I don't know when she'll be able to come back. Yes. Thank you for your trouble, brother Xian. Lei Xian replied repeatedly. After hanging up, Xian, who was handling matters outside, called Chen Jiawen. Soon, the call connected. At that moment, Shin Jae-won was at Zhang Meng's place. She had come over today mainly to tell him about her plans to go to Haidu with her older brother. Seeing Xian's call, she eventually answered it. Xiaowen, are you outside? Xian heard other voices on the other end and asked. Yeah, I'm out shopping with friends, Shin Jae-won replied. Here's the thing. Our company was planning to have the director of the artist department contact you yesterday to arrange for a custom song for you. But when he went to find you, he found out you had already left. Xin said calmly. There was no mention of the trainee incident in his words. Upon hearing this, Shin Jae-won immediately said with dissatisfaction, it's all because that Lee's sister suddenly flew into a rage, acting like she was on her period. Besides, it's indeed unreasonable, the intensity. Is that so? I didn't even know about that. Xin said in surprise. Alright, I'll have someone look into it and see if changes need to be made if what you said is true. What about the teacher? When would you be available to come back? Xin asked uncertainly. Shin Jae-won, who was in the middle of complaining, paused. She didn't expect the company had already arranged a teacher for her yesterday. What kind of teacher? Shin Jae-won hesitated for a moment before asking. It's the lyricist and the composer. Xin said. Ah. Shin Jae-won heard this and immediately felt excited. Her older brother was really helpful, arranging such renowned professionals for her. But maybe I should just forget it. I probably won't have time soon. I need to go to Haidu with my older brother for a while. After hesitating for a moment, Shin Jae-won said. Chapter 129, on set. In the end, Shin Jae-won decided to return from Haidu and make another trip to the company. Upon receiving this update, Xin informed Lei Xin, who then relayed the situation to Lee Zong. When Lee Jiren heard about this, he was furious. He had initially planned to fire the trainee supervisor outright, but after Xin's persuasion, he ultimately imposed some penalties and ordered adjustments to the trainee's training schedule. Now that Xingyu Entertainment had returned to normal operations, some things needed to be changed. However, the issue of trainee training intensity has long been a sore point in the industry. This time, Xingyu Entertainment may be able to use this incident as an opportunity for reform, which could yield unexpected results. Lee Jiren immediately accepted this suggestion. And the one who proposed it was his assistant, Shin. After Shin left the office, Lee Jiren fell into silence. He had known Shin for 7 years. Over the years, this young man had played a significant role by his side. In terms of talent and vision, Xin was truly exceptional. He couldn't help but wonder why Xin had chosen to stay by his side. If he were to pursue further opportunities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to succeed. Thinking about this, Lee Jiren shook his head. The young people these days were becoming increasingly hard to read. First there was Chin Fong, and now there's Xin. Sometimes, Lee Jiren really has to admit he is getting old. At that moment, at Guangqing Airport, Chen Feng and Shen Jiawen had just finished checking in their luggage and were waiting in the departure lounge. This trip to Haidu was a chance for Chen Feng to let Shen Jiawen try her hand at acting, to see if she had any talent under the guidance of a director on set. As for whether Chen Jiawen wanted to sing or act, Chen Feng didn't really care anymore. If it doesn't work out, once the cafe on Yuejiang Road is renovated, he'll have her work there as a reliable business assistant. Soon, it was time to board the flight. The flight from Guangqing to Haidu takes approximately 7 hours. As the plane slowly took off, Chen Feng once again headed to Haidu, and it hadn't been that long since his last visit. Looking out the small window at the scenery growing smaller, Chen Jiawen marveled at her first experience in first class. Well, what can you do? My brother's the one with the money. Thinking of this, Chen Jiawen smiled at Chen Feng. Oh, right. Chen Jiawen suddenly remembered today's matter and said to Chen Feng, the company said they've arranged for the song god and the lyric god to write a custom song for me. Brother, did you arrange this? That's so great. Chen Feng was a bit surprised and said, I only mentioned it to Lee Jiren. I thought maybe you could try writing a song. But arranging for a composer and lyricist was quite unexpected. Though the most crucial connection between singers and creators is mutual benefit, sometimes, as an outstanding creator, who you write songs for also matters. Xingyu went out of his way to hire a composer and lyricist to write a song for an unknown newcomer that must have taken a lot of effort. What do you think? Chen Feng asked. Ultimately, it all depends on Chen Jiawen's own decision. I'll go back to Haidu first and then head over there to take a look. Chen Jiawen honestly shared her thoughts. Alright, that's fine. Do as you see fit. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. In the time that followed, Chen Feng put on his headphones and went to sleep. It wasn't until midnight that Chen Jiawen woke him up. We're in Haidu, bro. Chen Jiawen was a bit excited. It wasn't just because she was coming to Haidu with Chen Feng, but more importantly, she would get to meet Li Luo and Wang Ping, those celebrities. Since her older brother had a collaboration with Dream Entertainment, Chen Jiawen had been disappointed for days when she found out. At that time, she had been struggling in Haidu. After retrieving their luggage, the two boarded the private car arranged in advance by Kana and checked into a luxurious hotel in the city center. By the time they settled in, it was already 2 a.m. After settling in, Chen Feng sent Kana a message and then went to rest after a quick wash. The next day, Chen Feng was still sound asleep when Chen Jiawen woke him up. Opening his eyes, two stunningly beautiful faces appeared before Chen Feng. Chen Jiawen, who had dressed up specially for the morning, smiled at Chen Feng and asked, "Brother, do I look pretty today?" The other face, as cold as ice, belonged to Kana. "I called you several times, but you didn't answer, so I came up," Kana said calmly. Chen Jiawen, standing beside her, looked at the so-called ice queen with some surprise, thinking to herself, wasn't she pretty shy when she opened the door just now? Chen Feng looked at the two of them in disbelief and said, "Going to a film set? Do you really need to be here so early? It's only 10 o'clock. Chen Feng glanced at the time on his phone. "What 10 o'clock? The set starts at 8 in the morning," Kana said softly. "That's terrible," Chen Feng exclaimed. With the two of them staring at him, he couldn't continue sleeping, so he got up to wash up. After finishing his routine, he had a quick breakfast, then the two of them left for the set with Kana's car. On the way, through Kana's explanation, Chen Feng gained a general understanding of the kind of movie Dream Entertainment was filming. It sounds so interesting. Chen Jiawen was very intrigued by Kana's overview. However, after listening, Chen Feng felt something was off. What Kana was saying felt familiar, as if he had heard it before. However, after a moment, Chen Feng realized where that feeling came from. After all, it was a fusion of two memories, so some movies from Blue Star must have had similar plots. After all, it's just movies. There are plenty of films with similar plots released in the same year. Soon, the car arrived at a large film studio on the outskirts of Haidu. Spanning tens of thousands of square meters, the film studio could accommodate multiple production crews working simultaneously. Since vehicles weren't allowed inside the base, Chen Feng and Chen Jiawen followed Kana as they walked through the film studio. Looking at the rows of extras sitting around, Chen Jiawen felt deeply moved. Just a short while ago, she had been in their shoes. Extras were the cheapest form of acting opportunity, yet countless people would do anything to get even a brief moment on screen. Getting a few seconds of screen time or uttering a line or two was the greatest joy for them as extras. Chen Feng and Kana, however, remained calm. They showed no emotion toward the extras scrambling for opportunities. Soon, the group arrived at the Dream Entertainment filming location. Since it was already late, the production crew had already started filming. Kana's arrival didn't interrupt the filming, she simply stood by and watched quietly. "Whoa! It's Li Luo'er." Chen Jiawen tugged at Chen Feng and whispered excitedly. Chen Feng followed her gaze and saw Li Luo'er rehearsing her lines. After so many days apart, this girl has changed quite a bit. Since she sang later, Li Luo'er had been absent from the music scene for quite some time, appearing only occasionally in commercials. Dream Entertainment hadn't allowed her to appear on variety shows. From time to time, journalists would release some news about Li Luo'er's life on set, but otherwise, she remained fairly quiet. "Alright. Let us start the second take." A few minutes later, the director sitting in front of the camera gave the command. Suddenly, everyone sprang into action, taking their positions. Then, under a sea of cameras, the second scene of the day began. As the lead actor and actress entered the frame, a few minutes of filming passed before Li Luo'er, playing the supporting role, walked into the camera's view. Due to the nature of the role, Li Luo'er was portraying a heavily made-up bar girl. In this scene, she needed to engage in a fight with the female lead. Upon learning of this plot, Chen Jiawen felt deeply moved. How could Li Luo'er, her idol, agree to play such a role? She truly had a spirit of sacrifice. Chen Feng, however, watched with great interest. Especially when Li Luo'er and the female lead were wrestling on the street, ending up disheveled and dazed, it made Chen Feng feel quite moved. Perhaps this girl is more suited for acting. Seeing Li Luo'er's authentic performance, Chen Feng was deeply impressed. However, acting was indeed no easy feat. Chen Feng thought it was pretty good, but ultimately, due to issues with other supporting actors, they had to reshoot the scene. And one take being ruined meant all that effort went to waste. This short scene, lasting only a few minutes, was red-hot nearly an hour. Chen Feng's legs were already aching from standing, but the actors on camera had to keep going. Good. That's a wrap. Only when the director spoke did the entire crew on set finally relax. Li Luo'er tidied her clothes and patted her cheeks. The next moment, she heard Chen Feng's voice and thought she was hearing things. "Brother!" Li Luo'er followed the sound and looked up. When she saw Chen Feng, she thought she was seeing things, but when he waved at her, she realized it was real. In an instant, the fatigue from the early morning vanished, and she ran toward Chen Feng. Chapter 130, Extras. On the film set, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Luo'er hopped and skipped her way to Chen Feng. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Chen Feng hadn't expected this girl to act so recklessly, suddenly disregarding her image. He quickly reached out to hold her head, preventing her from suddenly throwing herself into his arms and causing a scandal. After all, Li Luo'er was currently at the peak of her fame. Even if she didn't choose to make a special appearance, her influence continued to grow. This song was even named the most widely spread song of the year in late February. Here, widest doesn't just refer to downloads, but also to its ability to break into mainstream circles. Many people who don't usually listen to music could hum a few lines of it. It could be heard playing in shops and on the streets. Now, on the top charts of major platforms, Later and Encounter have consistently ranked among the top few. A song becoming a sensation is the kind of impact a phenomenon-level song brings. Cough. Kana cleared her throat, promptly reminding Lieroa. Lilo, realizing what had happened, stood awkwardly in front of Chen Feng and gave an embarrassed smile. Brother, why did you suddenly show up? The next moment, Li Luo regained her composure and asked nonchalantly. The speed at which she changed her expression left Chen Jiawen secretly impressed. No wonder she had failed the audition so many times. This is a true talent. She's beautiful, sings well, and acts effortlessly. It's been a while since I've been out. I thought you were filming, so I came to visit and learn a thing or two. Chen Feng said. Alright, let's go to my office to chat. Liar doesn't have any scenes this afternoon. Kana said from the side, leading the way, and the group arrived at the restroom on the set. Li Luo leaned closely against Chen Feng, suddenly becoming very talkative, chatting non-stop with him. In the break room, Li Luo immediately sat down next to Chen Feng. Chen Jiawen wasn't surprised. Seeing the two catching up, she greeted Chen Feng and went to the set to observe. Kana sat aside, realizing she couldn't get a word in, so she just listened to the two of them chat. Brother, are you going to write a song for Najia's movie? Li Luo suddenly asked. As a supporting role, Li Luo could personally feel that the script was quite good, but for this type of movie, the choice of songs was crucial. Kana heard this and looked at Chen Feng. She had already asked Chen Feng to write the song for her earlier. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, yeah, I'll write it once filming wraps up. Kana, standing nearby, sighed in relief. As the first film produced by Dream Entertainment, the songs were indeed crucial. The three of them chatted for over an hour, with Li Ruo speaking most of the time, and Kana occasionally chiming in. Chen Feng listened intently the entire time. Until the door to the break room opened, and a young man walked in. He nodded at Kana and said, Ms. Kana, about the matter I mentioned last time, have you had a chance to look into it? I'll think about it. This person is hard to get in touch with. Kana sighed and asked puzzledly, does it have to be her? She could make this show a lot more popular if she makes a guest appearance. Of course, if we can't get her, there's no need to look for someone else. The young man said. As he spoke, the young man noticed Chen Feng standing nearby. Who is he? He asked curiously. He's a friend of mine, here to observe and learn, Kana explained. Chen Feng nodded slightly, surprised that the director was so young, looking about the same age as himself. You two continue talking. I'll go check out the set. Seeing that the other person seemed to have something to say, Chen Feng stood up and said, heading toward the door. Aren't you here to learn? Why not stay and chat later? Kana asked. Before Chen Feng could respond, the young director interjected, directing isn't something you can just pick up. It requires proper training and recognition from a reputable mentor. If you want to learn, go to school and study properly. Chen Feng was a bit surprised that the other person had rebuked him so harshly without him saying much. However, he didn't say anything in response and simply opened the door and left. Li Luo saw this and got up to follow him out. The young man frowned, watching Li Luo leave, a displeased expression on his face. He asked Kana, what's the relationship between Li Luo and him? Ha? Kana was wondering why Bai Ming was so upset with Chen Feng. Could it be because of Li Luo? Director Bai, I think there are some things we should discuss first to avoid any misunderstandings later that might damage everyone's reputation. Li Luo, at this stage, I won't let her start a relationship so quickly. Kana glanced at Bai Ming and said indifferently. Bai Ming smiled slightly and said, of course, but it ultimately depends on the person. Bai Ming didn't take the Ice Queen's words to heart. Chen Feng was currently strolling around the film studio, with Li Luo and Chen Jiawen by his side. To avoid causing a commotion, Li Luo was wearing a hat and a mask. The entire film studio was bustling with people, mostly extras moving around and shuttling between various film crews. Sometimes, a single scene required hundreds of people, creating a truly spectacular sight. A large group of extras would swarm like locusts, moving swiftly from one set to another. Coincidentally, Chen Feng and his two companions happened to be there. They saw hundreds of people rushing toward them, with no room to move, so Chen Feng and his two companions were forced to follow along. Today, at Haiduo Film City, there was a large-scale historical drama scene being filmed. Chen Feng, Chen Jiawen, and Li Luo, looking completely bewildered, followed the crowd to the location. Just as they were thinking of leaving, Chen Jiawen pulled Chen Feng back, wanting to take a look. She thought to herself that this was a rare sight. Chen Feng was also somewhat interested, so the three of them stood aside and watched quietly. Hundreds of extras were currently lined up in an orderly fashion, waiting to be selected by the production team. At that moment, a man holding a megaphone walked out of the set with a few people, addressing the extras. Those who don't meet the appearance standards, stand to my right. No lines, 100. Those with decent looks and some acting experience, stand on my left. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of people began to move. In just a few minutes, the crowd had split into two groups. The right side was dominated by the majority. On the left side, there were only about 20 people. The director, seeing this, turned to his assistant and asked, "Is there enough for the foreground?" The assistant glanced at the list in his hand and shook his head. "We're still short by about 10. All right, call some more people over." After speaking, he glanced around and immediately fixed his gaze on Chen Feng and the two others standing nearby. "You three, come over here and stand on the left side." "What are you doing?" he said to the three of them. "And you, the one wearing the mask and hat, you're here to be an extra, not an assassin." For a moment, many people looked over. Li Luor looked around. The one wearing a mask and a hat, wasn't that herself? "What? I'm not. Hurry up and get in line. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me?" At that moment, a staff member walked over and urged them. "Bro, let's go play around?" Chen Jiawen reacted and said excitedly. Being mistaken for an extra, Chen Feng was pretty speechless. With his looks, shouldn't he be the lead? However, he actually found it quite interesting. He immediately said, "She's not feeling well, so she won't participate." "You two, hurry over here." The staff member, seeing this, said impatiently. "You wait over there. Let me try it out, and you can give me some guidance." Chen Feng said to Li Luor. "All right, go ahead." Li Luor saw that Chen Feng was quite interested. Though she really wanted to join, she feared that removing her mask might cause a commotion, so she could only watch from the sidelines. Soon, Chen Feng and Shen Jiawen joined the group with decent looks. Chapter 131, The Clown. Though they were called the decent-looking group, Chen Feng took a closer look and found that most of them were above average in appearance. This level of looks already qualified them as handsome guys and beautiful girls. Among them, there were one or two who had model-level looks, which showed just how fierce the competition in the film industry was. Among the hundreds of people, there were no shortage of graduates from prestigious universities. However, in this industry, opportunities are crucial, and even graduates from prestigious universities have to compete with others here. Everyone else is rushing to get on this side, but Chen Feng and Chen Jiawen couldn't care less, even discussing whether they'll have any lines or dialogue later. Others are tense, waiting cautiously. Seeing their casual attitude, someone couldn't help but complain, "Do you think this is a marketplace? Can't you just wait quietly? Dialogue? You should be grateful just to get a close-up. Just because you think you're good-looking, what good does that do here?" Chen Jiawen, who had been interrupted, turned around angrily to find the source of the voice, eventually locking onto a woman who was average-looking but had a sharp, bitter expression. "Sorry, but I'm not only beautiful, I'm better than you in every way. If you don't agree, keep it to yourself," Chen Jiawen said coldly. For a moment, everyone else looked at Chen Jiawen in surprise. After all, the woman who had just mocked her was known for her sharp tongue in this group. Many had argued with her and lost. Sure enough, the next moment, she started cursing, "What else do you have besides your looks? Of course, as an extra, you've fallen so low that sleeping your way up is your only advantage. However, I advise you not to come to this production crew to seek attention. If you really want to sleep with people, you can go to other production crews, especially those with many bigwigs." Chen Feng stared at the woman in shock. With such a level of education, she must have gone to school, but it was a complete waste of time. After hearing all this, Chen Jiawen's chest rose and fell with anger. In the past, she might have burst into tears right then and there. Just as she was about to retort, Chen Feng pulled Chen Jiawen aside, glanced at the woman, and said to Chen Jiawen, "Arguing with someone like that will make you seem just as foolish as she is." "That makes sense." Chen Jiawen paused, nodded, and no longer looked at her. "Oh, can't argue with her, so you have to comfort yourself like this. What a pity. What has become of me? Still here, obediently waiting to be an extra like me." Seeing that Chen Feng and Chen Jiawen had backed down, she grew more and more animated in her speech. Facing such words, Chen Feng could truly treat the other person like an ant as long as they didn't bite him. As for the commotion, could the sound of ants even reach his ears? At that moment, the event coordinator was addressing the hundreds of people, outlining the rules. After finishing, they moved on to the group with decent looks, ready to assign roles. The lines for the roles varied in length. "Those I point to should come forward and take a script," the stage manager said, scanning the crowd with his gaze. "You, come here." The next moment, he pointed to someone in the line. The first person called stepped forward, excitedly took the script, and then a look of disappointment flashed across their face. Everyone witnessed this scene. As the director called out names one by one, only 5 or 6 people remained. At this point, everyone noticed that the later in the process, the more lines the characters were given. Seeing that she was about to be called next, the woman suddenly spoke up, "Teacher, I think these two aren't very good. They're just here to collect a paycheck, they have no relevant experience at all." At this critical moment, her words caused the director to immediately turn his gaze toward Chen Feng and Chen Jiawen. "Is that true?" he asked, clearly displeased. Chen Jiawen glared coldly at the sharp-tongued woman and said, I've had some experience from previous auditions at the company. That's just no experience at all. They're here to leech off the role, the woman beside her laughed. The director frowned and stared at Chen Jiawen. Earlier, he hadn't noticed, but now that he looked closely, she was indeed quite beautiful. You haven't filmed before? No problem. I'll give you a chance. Here's what we'll do, I'll switch your role to a supporting female role, he said indifferently. Add my assistant's WeChat. She'll arrange everything for you. The role is for tomorrow. Just watch from the sidelines today. As for the other one, we didn't plan to use them, but since you know them, we'll give them a chance. He glanced at Chen Feng and said coldly. Chen Feng remained calm as he watched the director in control, wanting to see what else he had up his sleeve. It must be said, this guy is a seasoned veteran of the industry. If the person standing here today were the former Chen Feng, he would have lost both his wife and his army. Director, what's this? The sharp-tongued woman heard this and looked at the director in confusion. What's this? I've heard you're a sharp-tongued woman. Keep quiet on my set, or I'll blacklist you permanently. He glared at the woman and said coldly. Get everything ready. We're starting soon. After speaking, he looked at Chen Jiawen and walked toward the director. Chen Jiawen looked stunned and said, Brother, if I had known these crew members were so easygoing, I would have come here to be an extra instead of going through the audition. Third female lead? That's great. I can just coast my way into a third female lead role. Chen Jiawen couldn't believe it. Let's see what my brother has to say first. Li Luor spoke up at the right moment, glancing at Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked calmly at the middle-aged man who was talking to the director. Upon hearing this, he said, It's okay, I'll keep an eye on this girl. Yay! Chen Jiawen clenched her fist excitedly, stuck her tongue out at the sharp-tongued woman, and drove her into a rage. In the end, Chen Feng got a mediocre role with only a few lines, clearly having been replaced. Xiaohu File Anti-Piracy Protection used the Xiaohu selection robot to find reliable sources, stable and trustworthy, no pitfalls. But that didn't matter much. Chen Feng's initial goal was simply to gain some experience and see what it's like from a different perspective. Soon, filming began. Playing the role of a villainous spy, Chen Feng overheard the main character's secret plans, returned to inform the villains, and was killed on his way back. The entire process took only 2 minutes. Since he was wearing a mask, his face was barely visible, making it a role where his face wasn't shown. Chen Feng took his role seriously, immersing himself in the character's mindset. This action caught the director's attention, who was sitting at the computer, and he was slightly surprised. These 2 minutes were nailed in one take. In fact, he performed exceptionally well. After Chen Feng stepped down, the director asked his assistant to call him over and ask if he was willing to join the crew. Many people witnessed this and couldn't help but envy him. Among the 20-odd roles, Chen Feng's role wasn't particularly good, and he didn't even get a close-up, but Chen Feng was the only one who passed on the first try. No wonder the director took notice of him. The sharp-tongued woman in the crowd was furious, and the on-set coordinator waiting nearby was equally annoyed. However, when he saw Chen Jiawen, he thought to himself, if it weren't for wanting to get rid of that woman, I wouldn't have let you get the upper hand, haha. As for joining the crew, Chen Feng wasn't interested at all and refused on the spot. Wow. No way, he refused? This was a chance to become famous. Many people looked at Chen Feng in confusion, wishing they could switch places with him. Even the assistant was surprised. A background actor turned down a follow the crew invitation? This is someone who works 10 to 15 hours a day for just $100 or $2? The lowest rung of the entertainment industry. Such an opportunity, and it was turned down. The director, who was studying the next scene, heard the commotion and asked his assistant. The assistant relayed Chen Feng's refusal to him. The director, puzzled, looked at Chen Feng and asked, Do you know what you've turned down? Those I deem worthy are few and far between. I never repeat myself. You have one more chance to answer. As he spoke, he glanced at his watch. Chen Feng furrowed his brows, about to speak, when a commotion arose in the distance. A stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the crowd, and many people made way for her. Why did you come here? If you wanted to experience it, just tell me. Kana, wearing black sunglasses, pushed through the crowd and approached Chen Feng, speaking calmly. Well, that's quite a coincidence. I was suddenly dragged here to be an extra. Do you believe me? Chen Feng said with a wry smile. I believe you. Let's go back to the company and check it out. Kana glanced at the people present, her gaze landing on the director, but she didn't recognize him, so she didn't bother to acknowledge him. Alright, let's go, Luor, 1-1. Chen Feng nodded, called over Chen Jiawen and Li Luor, who were chatting nearby, and followed Kana out. The entire film set fell into complete silence. Lur, could that be Li Lur? The one earlier was the boss of Dream Entertainment, Kana, Ms. Kana. Dream Entertainment's debut film, which they invested hundreds of millions in, is being filmed here. It must be Li Luor. The others, realizing what had happened, looked at each other in shock. Does that mean the other two were Ms. Na's friends, and might even be investors? Did you hear that? They're just here to experience it. For a moment, everyone wisely kept their mouths shut and instead turned their gaze toward the few people who had been jumping around earlier. Especially the sharp-tongued woman, the one in charge of controlling the crowd, and the director who had just spoken so boldly. Feeling the stares of everyone, their faces turned ashen, and they couldn't say a word. They kept pretending, but eventually, they ended up in front of the Ice Queen. Though their production had received significant investment, it paled in comparison to a major company like Dream Entertainment. It was well known that among the top 5 entertainment companies in the country, Dream Entertainment had the healthiest cash flow. This means that Dream Entertainment is in a phase of rapid and sustained growth. At that moment, Chen Feng and the others were leaving the set and heading toward the parking lot, chatting and laughing as they discussed their experiences from earlier. Chen Jiawen, however, was walking behind them in a sour mood. Kana noticed Chen Jiawen's low spirits and asked Chen Feng, "What's wrong with your sister?" Chen Feng laughed and said, "The production team just told her there's a role for a female lead, and they added her on WeChat." Ha ha. Ha. Upon hearing this, Kana stopped in her tracks, her face turning icy cold as she coldly said, "Setting your sights on my sister? How amusing." Chapter 132, The Visit. Kana made a phone call, but Chen Feng had no idea what would happen with the event coordinator and director. Since the incident at the Golden Melody Awards last time, Chen Feng had come to realize that Kana was not just a simple boss. No doubt she had significant influence behind her. After leaving the film set, Chen Feng and Chen Jiawen followed the car to the headquarters of Dream Entertainment. Starting from scratch less than a decade ago, the company had grown from a small operation to one of the top 5 in the country. Under Kana's leadership, where the company would go in the future was a topic of much speculation among many people. Chen Feng looked at the brand new skyscraper and felt a mix of emotions. Compared to Dream Entertainment, Phantom Entertainment had truly fallen into decline, quickly becoming a minor player in Guangcheng. But that's just how the business world works. Changes can't be predicted overnight. Especially for a company that relies on creativity, its greatest asset is the stars and creators beneath it. This has also led to unreasonable contracts binding the company to its singers. Even Li Yuer's contract, in Chen Feng's view, is a binding one. If Li Luer wants to break away and establish her own studio, it will be impossible for her to do so in the coming years. Kana led the way, introducing the company's operations to Chen Feng. Soon, the group arrived at the creative department of Dream Entertainment, where the lights were bright and many people were working on their computers. A large company like Dream Entertainment has at least hundreds of artists under its umbrella. Among them, the creative department writes songs almost every day. Songwriting had almost become an assembly line process. To alleviate the pressure this process puts on creators, Kana opted for a different approach. That was to encourage originality. New singers who have never released a song can try writing their own songs and find ways to make their debut. Those who perform well will have songs written for them by the creative department. This is competition. Artists must take initiative to pursue opportunities, and to help them learn how to create, the creative department has established classroom instruction. Chen Jiawen, standing nearby, listened intently and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. This competition is too intense. Is this industry really this cutthroat? Kana smiled upon hearing this. After all, many people come for auditions every day, but we always manage to find some good ones. Should we give them a chance? At first, we thought we should avoid that and focus on nurturing the talent we have, but that led to complacency, making the company's artists feel that the resources were too stable. Looking at the situation now, it seems pretty good. It's like a catfish. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, that's surprisingly apartment. The others nodded in agreement with Chen Feng's words. An environment that's too comfortable, without competition, can't bring vitality. While Chen Feng acknowledged the merits of this system, he personally disliked it. Creators should be free to express themselves. Fortunately, Kana's company hadn't reached that level of intense competition yet. She arrived at the creative department without causing any unnecessary commotion. The creators in the company didn't disrupt their own rhythm because of her arrival. The group walked through the creative department and arrived at the recording studio of Dream Entertainment. Chen Feng toured the facilities and marveled at how much more top-notch they were compared to Dream Entertainment. The sound systems were all top of the line, costing millions. Recording, rehearsing, and even live performances could all be handled with ease here. As they walked and chatted, several figures emerged from a recording studio. The next moment, everyone noticed Kana approaching them. "Ms. Na, are you here to watch Fei Ge's rehearsal?" Fei Ge just finished and is about to leave. Kana nodded slightly and said, "I'm just showing my friends around the company." At this time, Fei should be almost done, right? As they spoke, a figure emerged from the recording studio. He was handsome, with an assistant by his side. Upon seeing Kana, he spoke calmly, "It's almost time to leave. My flight is at noon today." This performance is important for you. I've arranged for a few teachers to meet you. Do your best." Kana said. Alright, you go ahead. I'll take my friends around for a look. After saying that, Kana led Chen Feng and the others toward the elevator ahead. Haifei looked at Chen Feng and Chen Jiawen, feeling a bit surprised. These two people were unfamiliar to him. It seemed like their first time at the company. Being personally escorted around the company by Ms. Na must mean they have a good relationship, and even the company's rising star, Li Luor, is accompanying them. Seeing this, Haifei nodded slightly and smiled at Chen Feng. Chen Feng returned the smile. This man's eyes held a hint of surprise and a touch of disdain. But he couldn't tell what the disdain was directed at. Lately, it seemed like there were always people trying to show off in front of him. Chen Feng wondered if the word mockery was written on his face. Entering the elevator, Kana led the three of them to her office. Located on the top floor, the only person working there was Kana. As they stepped into the spacious office, Chen Feng and Chen Jiawen were both taken aback. It was enormous. A 200 or 300 square meter office, facing the bustling night view of the city. If anyone else were here, they might feel lonely. But Kana was clearly different. Chen Feng exhaled, sat down on the sofa, and lazily gazed at the night view of the city before him. The bustling cityscape reflected how lively the nighttime Haidu was. Below the Dream Entertainment Tower in the CBD lies the famous bar street of the CBD. Almost anything one could desire could be found on this bustling bar street. The roar of sports cars echoed constantly, trying to pierce through the thick glass and stir the passion of the white-collar workers sitting in their offices. Chen Feng stared blankly. Li Luor sat beside Chen Feng, quietly watching the scene with him. I never expected that from Ms. Na's office, we could see such a different view, Li Luor exclaimed. On weekdays, she was always busy, either on set or filming commercials, and her only free time was spent in her apartment. Since becoming an actress, she had rarely gone out. Fame brings trouble. Occasionally, senior colleagues from the company would suggest going out for drinks, but they always made it sound like an excuse, which was rather uninteresting. Looking down at the bar street below, Li Luor felt a pang of longing. Chen Feng noticed her expression and asked, "Want to go have a drink?" "Yes." Li Luor answered without hesitation, but the next moment, she puffed out her cheeks and said, "But every time I go, I have to wear a mask, which is so annoying." "Then don't wear one. Just go and enjoy yourself." Chen Feng laughed. People who drink often don't even notice who's sitting next to them. "I want to go too." Chen Jiawen, who was chatting with Kana, heard this and immediately joined in. "I should go have a drink too." Kana hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The group agreed instantly, and Kana immediately had someone arrange a reservation. Chen Feng saw this and said, "Just go over there. There's no need to make a reservation in advance." "Oh, okay." Kana nodded and stopped her assistant. A few minutes later, the four of them emerged from the building and strolled toward the bar street on the adjacent street. The warm March breeze blew gently against their faces. Chen Feng's phone rang. He pulled it out of his pocket and glanced at it. For a moment, he hesitated before answering the call. Chapter 133, Online Friend. After answering the call, Chen Feng glanced at Chen Jiawen and the others walking behind him. Seeing that Li Luor wanted to come over and walk together, Chen Feng made a gesture to her, pointing at the phone in his hand. Moments later, Chen Feng placed the phone to his ear. "I'm really surprised to receive your call," Chen Feng said. This was truly an unexpected call. If it hadn't been for the call, Chen Feng would have completely forgotten about her. There was silence on the phone. After about half a minute, a voice finally came through. "Yes, if I hadn't seen you, I wouldn't have dared to believe it was really you." Hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar voice, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, since he had come to this world, even during his aimless days, he had tried to make up for some regrets. First, to live without regrets. Second, he wanted to resolve some old issues to prevent them from resurfacing unexpectedly in the future. But there was one thing Chen Feng didn't want to deal with. Receiving her call today brought back a flood of memories for Chen Feng. "Did you see me?" Chen Feng was a bit surprised and asked, "Was it today at the film studio?" "Yes, I saw you at the film studio. For that, I followed you all the way. I was really surprised to see how reliable you've become. It seems that the only one who has always been a good-for-nothing is me. Why haven't you replied to my letters for so long? Is it because you're no longer a good-for-nothing?" A string of words made Chen Feng furrow his brows. If he could, he really wouldn't want to remember this incident. It was simply too shameful. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Chen Feng spoke up. "A lot has happened since then. Everything happened so suddenly. I'm sorry." "A casual sorry is supposed to heal the pain you caused me by abandoning me without warning," the voice on the other end of the phone said calmly. The calmer the other person sounded, the more uneasy Chen Feng felt. After all, this was the kind of person who could speak calmly about terrifying things. The next moment, Chen Feng glanced around the room. Seeing no suspicious figures, he said, "Of course, if you have time, we can meet up tomorrow and talk about what's happened these past few days." "Really? Were you looking for me just now?" The voice on the phone sounded icy. Chen Feng's skin prickled with goosebumps. He felt a chill run down his spine. This guy was indeed nearby. Had he been following him all day? Don't worry, I'm not around you. The other person seemed to have read Chen Feng's mind. Tomorrow at noon, I'll be waiting for you at the usual spot. Don't be late. After a moment of silence, the other person spoke again before hanging up. Chen Feng looked at the disconnected call, furrowing his brows. This is truly an unbelievable situation. Chen Feng sighed. In a country with nearly 200 million people, he had actually encountered someone he knew in a city with only a few million residents. The odds of that happening were higher than winning the lottery. The sudden encounter left Chen Feng in an awkward position, as he didn't recognize this online acquaintance. He didn't know her. Yet the other person recognized him, and he recalled having sent her numerous photos in the past. During the 2 years they were chatting enthusiastically, Chen Feng had shared almost everything with her. They were as close as brothers. He had no secrets from her. Most of it was negative, more like two world-weary souls colliding and being drawn to each other. If it weren't for Yan Shui's existence, the two of them might have met in person and ended up together. For this, Chen Feng silently thanked Yan Shui in his heart. What's wrong, bro? Chen Jiawen noticed Chen Feng's expression darkening and walked over to ask. Chen Feng shook his head and said, nothing, just thinking about some things. Jin-er? Chen Jiawen assumed Chen Feng had been talking to Jin-er. But Jinyu Jia has been back in her hometown recently. Why would she suddenly contact Chen Feng? After the incident at the square last time, she contacted Zhang Meng once. Chen Feng is Xia Xiyu, and Zhang Meng told Chen Jinyu about it. Though she didn't know how Chen Jinyu would react. But Zhang Meng just wanted to tell her. After hearing it, Jin-er just laughed it off, and since then, the two haven't spoken much. No, it's about something else. Chen Feng tapped his finger lightly, giving Chen Jiawen a nudge, and said, what else with all the curiosity from such a kid? Hurry up, or there won't be many seats left. Chen Feng said, picking up his pace and following behind. That night, Chen Feng drank without any enthusiasm. But he rarely got drunk. He eventually stumbled back to the hotel, collapsed onto the bed as soon as he entered, and fell asleep. Chen Jiawen rubbed her shoulders, looking at the drunk Chen Feng, and couldn't help but feel that her older brother was hiding something from her. The next morning, when Chen Feng woke up, he found a note left on the table. Big brother, I'm going out to hang out with friends. Chen Jiawen left. Looking at the note Chen Jiawen left, Chen Feng complained, does she not have a phone? Why use a note? The sun was already high in the sky outside. The clock beside him showed 11:30 a.m. Chen Feng looked at the time and realized he had forgotten something. The next moment, he suddenly sat up. Damn it, isn't he almost late? Chen Feng hurriedly got up to wash and brush his teeth. In the tight 30 minutes, he thought for a long time but couldn't figure out where the so-called old place was. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng left the house. After hailing a taxi at the hotel entrance, Chen Feng still had no idea where to go. Sir, have you decided yet? The driver asked impatiently after 2 minutes. Chen Feng rubbed his head, trying to recall the memories from that time, constantly searching for keywords. Finally, he remembered a keyword. The bookstore in the sky. Chen Feng said the name of the bookstore. All right. The driver nodded upon hearing this and started the car. Along the way, Chen Feng was worried about being late. Fortunately, they arrived at the bookstore in Haidu just 5 minutes before closing time. But he wasn't sure if this was the right place. Over the past 2 years, the keyword mentioned most frequently in Chen Feng's chats with this online friend was this bookstore. And this bookstore only had 5 branches nationwide. The one in front of him was the Haidu branch, while the main store was in Guangqing. The so-called bookstore sent to the sky likely refers to books meant for one's future self. Chen Feng and this online friend had discussed the store's name back then. Chen Feng still remembers saying, it's for my future self after I die, right? This remark made the netizen exclaim, you're my soulmate. Now, the netizen whom the former Chen Feng never got to meet is about to meet her. He doesn't know what she looks like. I don't know if she is tall or short, fat or thin, ugly or beautiful. Chen Feng entered the bookstore with a mix of excitement and anxiety, hoping he hadn't come to the wrong place. Otherwise, the gallant community might have to hire a few security guards to keep an eye on him. Don't end up getting stabbed. As he entered the bookstore, there were quite a few people inside, with dozens of people browsing the books. Most of them were women. Occasionally, there were a few men, who seemed more like lonely souls seeking solace in the corners. Chen Feng's arrival drew many glances. Many eyes were fixed on Chen Feng. After all, someone like Chen Feng, who doesn't look the least bit melancholy and even seems quite wealthy, appearing here is rather out of place. The store clerk at the counter was buried in a book, completely unaware that someone had entered. Chen Feng scanned the crowd with his gaze. He tried to find her. Unfortunately, after making eye contact with everyone for a few seconds, they all went back to reading their books. Although it's not very reasonable for such a handsome guy to be here, that's all there is to it. Even among handsome men, there are those with a melancholic disposition. It wasn't uncommon for someone who seemed sunny on the surface to be a depression sufferer in private. Chen Feng looked around but didn't notice anything unusual, so he decided to head up to the second floor. As he was climbing the stairs, a poster on the wall caught Chen Feng's attention. Paradise for depression patients? Reading the slogan on the poster, Chen Feng felt an indescribable sense of unease. This place doesn't feel right. Thinking this, Chen Feng hesitated and turned to leave. What's the matter? Aren't you coming up? At that moment, a voice came from the attic. The next moment, a stunningly beautiful girl appeared before Chen Feng. Chapter 134, A Century of Solitude. Seeing Chen Feng's expression, she smiled slightly and turned away. This online friend he had been chatting with for 2 years was actually such a beautiful girl. Chen Feng was truly surprised. Such a beautiful girl, what could possibly be so negative about her, even to the point of feeling depressed? This must be what they mean by the more outstanding, the lonelier. Looking at her back, Chen Feng sighed inwardly and walked over to sit across from her. He had come today to resolve some misunderstandings. After sitting down, the other person studied Chen Feng, her eyes filled with curiosity. In the photos you sent me before, you were handsome, but that air of world weariness and exhaustion was clearly visible. Why did you suddenly change so much? She asked, puzzled. Chen Feng knew exactly what she was referring to. When he first arrived in this world, he looked in the mirror and was startled by his own reflection. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked utterly exhausted. He had no idea what he'd been up to. It means I've figured things out and found the meaning of life, Chen Feng said. She looked at Chen Feng in confusion. The next moment, she shook her head, clearly not believing what Chen Feng had said. Then tell me, why did I become like this? Chen Feng asked with interest. I don't know either, but it's definitely not what you said, she said softly. This girl Chen Feng didn't know how to address her. What's your name? Chen Feng asked. Is your name important? She sighed, looking a bit disappointed. This isn't what I wanted. I feel like we have nothing in common, she said regretfully. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he looked at her in surprise. Could it be that doing nothing was the best solution? Thinking this, Chen Feng closed his mouth and scanned the surroundings. The next moment, his gaze settled on a book. 100 Years of Solitude. Seeing the book, Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this place also have that book? Chen Feng stood up and walked toward the bookshelf, picking up the book and flipping through it. The opening was a self-narration. However, it was not the same 100 Years of Solitude from Blue Star. Seeing this, Chen Feng sighed in relief, thinking he had stumbled upon that book in this world. If it were the one from Blue Star, that would be strange. It must be a glitch. Finding the self-narration boring, Chen Feng closed the book and put it back. A netizen beside him furrowed his brows. Seeing Chen Feng pick up the book 100 Years of Solitude and put it back down, he felt even more uneasy. Don't you like this book? She asked. Chen Feng scanned the other books on the shelf and replied, I don't like it. It's just average. Just okay? She was surprised that Chen Feng would say such a thing. Do you know how popular this book is? The author has portrayed loneliness to its extreme, allowing readers to empathize and truly feel that loneliness. A netizen told Chen Feng. Hearing her words, Chen Feng picked up the book again and flipped through the table of contents. From the table of contents, Chen Feng only saw self-pitying ramblings. In 100 years, the joys and sorrows of a single person are nothing but a ripple on the surface of time. Is loneliness really that easy to describe? Chen Feng said calmly. He was currently reading another book. A book on mythology, quite interesting, with some deities he had never heard of before. Different from those on Blue Star. The myths here feel more like a form of inheritance. Everything around him was quiet. Chen Feng's words earlier had left the netizens deep in thought. It was because of what Chen Feng had said that made her feel both unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar. Chen Feng's definition of loneliness left her speechless. Indeed, a century of solitude for a single person is but a ripple in the vastness of time. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Such an incredibly long span of time, what does 100 years of loneliness amount to? That Chen Feng seemed to have returned. The netizen muttered to themselves. Chen Feng pricked up her ears, hearing this, feeling odd inside. It was as if another Chen Feng had returned. People share common traits. The person I am now is not the same as the person I once was. You simply refuse to acknowledge the present me and are searching for traces of the past within me. Chen Feng held a book in his hand and looked at the netizen. The netizen paused for a moment and nodded gently. Indeed, I'm just looking for commonalities between us and the person you are now. She sighed. The next moment, she stood up and walked toward Chen Feng, her long dress flowing gracefully, her demeanor cold and melancholic. She took the book Chen Feng had been reading, 100 Years of Solitude, and reopened it to the preface. After a few minutes, she couldn't continue reading. It was a bit melodramatic. She was surprised by her own change of perspective. Right, life isn't about being lonely or not. Whether you're walking or sitting, even laughing with others can be lonely. People, this species, their joys and sorrows are incomprehensible to one another. Chen Feng spoke up. Those were the words of the tree man. After saying it, she didn't know if there were any tree people in this world. The joys and sorrows of the human species are not interconnected? The netizens pondered Chen Feng's words carefully. The next moment, she stared at Chen Feng in shock. This statement was deeply philosophical. In just a few words, it captured the joys and sorrows of human relationships. What about between you and me? The netizen looked at Chen Feng in confusion and said, we even made a pact to die together. Isn't that a connection? Suicide pact? Chen Feng was startled by the netizen's words. What's going on? Suicide pact? Has this guy ever done something like that? Though it's hard to believe he'd commit suicide with a beautiful woman. But really? Yeah, but on the day we agreed to meet, you just disappeared. She said. The agreed upon day? Disappeared? Chen Feng suddenly remembered, could it be the day this guy died alone in his dorm room? That was pretty lonely. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. Facing the netizen's shocking remarks, Chen Feng could only smile wryly and said, it's not needed now. After all, the world is beautiful, and there are still many things waiting for us. Like what? The netizen asked in confusion. Like making money. Chen Feng thought it was such a happy thing. But I don't need money. The netizen shook his head. All right. Chen Feng thought for a moment and continued, what about traveling, food, games? There's plenty of those. There must be some things you want to try, right? The netizen looked at Chen Feng disappointedly. I don't need any of those. She sat down, opened the book in her hands, and said calmly, have you forgotten what I want? Isn't this the thing we know best about each other? Chen Feng looked utterly bewildered. The thing they were most familiar with? The next moment, Chen Feng searched his mind and quickly found another keyword. This was interesting. Chen Feng hadn't expected her to like this, and for a moment, it caught him off guard. The sudden silence made the netizens look up and meet Chen Feng's gaze. From Chen Feng's gaze, she saw a hint of something different. Sorry, I know exactly what you want. Chen Feng sat down, now genuinely intrigued by the young woman. Do you have any new scripts lately? Chen Feng asked. Who would have thought that this girl wanted to be a screenwriter? However, for some reason, her scripts always seemed to have flaws, lacking the necessary emotional depth. Chapter 135, The Story of Ning Kaichen. Screenwriter. Chen Feng suddenly found this netizen quite endearing. She had become disillusioned with life after being rejected so many times. But isn't being a screenwriter all about having money? Have you ever tried investing your own money, assembling a team, and filming your own script? Chen Feng was a bit confused. If the money is there, shouldn't it be no problem? Do you think I'm that shallow? She frowned and said to Chen Feng, I want to write a script that people can relate to and think is worth filming. Money isn't everything. She retorted angrily. I have an idea. Want to give it a try? Chen Feng asked cautiously. After all, before this, Chen Feng had only ever thought about it. If we were to actually implement it, the choice of people would be crucial. Chen Feng hadn't expected to have to write the script himself and direct a TV series. After all, writing and directing were too exhausting. Especially after witnessing the real filming process on set. What's the plan? The netizens looked at Chen Feng curiously. After all, in the over an hour we've known each other, the solutions you've proposed have always been terrible. Let me first outline the story for you, then you can consider it. Chen Feng said confidently with a smile. Under her curiosity, Chen Feng took a deep breath, then borrowed a pen and a sheet of white paper. The story begins with a down-and-out scholar. The setting is a time of war and chaos. Chen Feng drew a long line on the white paper. The starting point of the line was the protagonist, the destitute scholar. Driven by poverty, he set out alone on a journey to a small town to collect debts. This scholar was named Ning Kaichen. As he spoke, Chen Feng made a mark at the starting point of the line and wrote the three characters Ning Kaichen. Main character, Ning Kaichen. Upon hearing this name, the netizen silently repeated it a few times, finding it quite pleasant to the ear. However, such a simple beginning cannot be said to have much creativity. Such scripts are not uncommon in China, and many have already been produced into films. It seems a bit better than mine. She thought to herself. Chen Feng's story wasn't over yet. Soon, he encountered problems in the small town, had no place to stay, and ended up at Lanrua Temple. On this storyline, the words Lanrua Temple appear. Shortly after, he encountered the madman Yin Xixia, who, in a dilapidated temple, muttered incoherently and told Ning Kaichen to leave. Until Xiao Qian appeared. At this point, the netizen sitting across from Chen Feng had somehow moved to sit beside him. Then what happened? Seeing Chen Feng suddenly pause, she asked anxiously. Chen Feng paused and said, Are you interested? The netizen paused, puffed out her cheeks, and looked unconvinced. All right, then I won't tell you. Chen Feng said softly, seeing her reaction. The next moment, the netizen was completely convinced. I give up. Please, keep going. Xiao Qian is a demon, right? She was eager to know what happened next. It's quite a long story. How about this? Chen Feng thought for a moment and said to her, I'll write out the basic outline for you, and you can take it to film it? Do you have confidence in it? Chen Feng asked. What? The netizen looked surprised and shook her head wildly. I can't do it. I don't have the confidence, but I think this script would be great if it's completed. You should film it yourself. Aren't you acquainted with Kana, the CEO of Dream Entertainment? Why not have her invest in you, the netizen suggested. It seems you often appear on set, so it's no wonder you met me there. Since recalling this crazy girl's screenwriting dream, Chen Feng could understand why she kept showing up at the film studio. I have other things to do. Screenwriting is just an idea for now. Even if I had a complete script, I wouldn't have time to shoot it. Chen Feng sighed. Forget it, just forget about this script. Chen Feng shook his head. The netizen was deeply conflicted, watching Chen Feng seem to be erasing the script from his mind. Ultimately, he couldn't resist and gave in. I was just giving it a try. I can't guarantee anything will come of it, she said softly. Hearing this, Chen Feng was overjoyed inside. But on the surface, he remained calm and said, That's great. Now I can entrust this story to you with peace of mind. However, I'm only entrusting it to you because I trust you. I hope you also believe in yourself. Chen Feng stared at her intently. Up close, this crazy girl was undeniably beautiful. She looked like a female lead straight out of an anime. Her long hair flowed gracefully, and her every movement had a touch of nobility. The more Chen Feng looked at her, the more he felt she resembled a noble young lady. But this crazy girl probably wasn't that kind of person. She is almost on par with Kana and Yuan Shan. Chen Feng sighed, thinking how lucky he was back then, first Yen Shui, and now this girl with depression. His luck with beautiful women was off the charts. Are you confident? Chen Feng asked seriously. Yes, I am. Facing Chen Feng's gaze, she answered instinctively. The next moment, she immediately regretted it. Because she might not be able to do it, she hadn't even tried. But since she had already agreed, she couldn't bring herself to refuse, and could only silently blame herself. That's good. I'll send you the complete script later, Chen Feng said. By the way, do you have any money? Chen Feng thought for a moment before suddenly asking. The netizen tilted her head, hesitated, and then said. You should be pretty well off, right? Do you need to borrow some money? She asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng calculated in his mind and said, investing in this play might require 1 or 200 million. If you're both the investor and the screenwriter, I'll only take 30%. Chen Feng said nonchalantly. The netizen stared at Chen Feng with wide eyes. What's wrong? Don't you have the money? Chen Feng looked at her expression, thinking she didn't have enough, so he'd have to find other investors. The netizens shook their heads and said, Money? I have it. But why does it feel like you're taking advantage of me? She looked at Chen Feng suspiciously and said, I may look naive, but I have a business school degree. Chen Feng. A business elite. This is definitely a human elite. How could someone like this have depression? Chen Feng was even more satisfied. That's true, 30% is a bit much. Chen Feng nodded, then changed the subject and said, But don't forget, the script I gave you isn't something you can film in one go. You mean it's a series? The netizen exclaimed in surprise. Chen Feng nodded. 3 parts. That should be enough for you to practice. I'm confident that after handling 3 of them yourself, the scripts you write will inevitably fill in those missing pieces. So, do you still think 30% is too much? Chen Feng said softly. Not expensive, I can accept that. When should we start? At that moment, she was completely convinced by Chen Feng and couldn't wait to see the complete script. No rush. I'll be here for the next few days. I'll finish writing it and go over some key points with you, Chen Feng said calmly. Clearly, the netizens hadn't expected their meeting with Chen Feng to turn out this way. She found it magical. And this sense of wonder was brought by the man standing before her. By the way, did you break up with her? She suddenly asked. Yeah, the girlfriend I told you about earlier, we've broken up. Chen Feng nodded. Then, among those people yesterday, who was your girlfriend? Liaruo? None of them, Chen Feng said indifferently. As Chen Feng spoke, she kept staring at his expression, confirming he wasn't lying. For some reason, she felt a strange sense of relief. The two of them then talked about many other things. She was surprised to discover that many books they had once shared similar views on, Chen Feng now almost completely rejected. What was even more troubling was that after Chen Feng explained the reasons, she subconsciously accepted his explanation and agreed with his viewpoint. Night fell. Looking out at the darkening sky, she knew it was time to leave. Soon, the two of them emerged from the bookstore. Chen Feng rubbed his stomach, thinking to himself that today had been strange. He had spent the entire afternoon chatting with this girl and was now feeling hungry. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Want to come with me? Chen Feng asked. I should head back. She hesitated for a moment before declining. Alright, let's stay in touch. Chen Feng nodded and prepared to leave, planning to stroll around the area and find something to eat. Just as he was about to leave, she suddenly called out to Chen Feng. Don't you want to know my name? She asked curiously. Oh, what's your name? Chen Feng realized he hadn't asked. Chan Yeshue. She smiled slightly. That's my name. Chang Yeshue? That's a nice name. Chen Feng nodded and said, then I'll count on you, Yeshue. Let's have dinner together sometime when you've finished filming a great movie. Chen Feng said, waving his hand, and disappeared into the night. Chan Yeshue stood quietly, gazing at the end of the street. Soon, a luxury car worth tens of millions appeared at the bookstore's entrance. A butler got out of the car, walked up to Chan Yeshue, and opened the door for her. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Chan Yeshue smiled slightly, lifting her skirt and getting into the car. The butler stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing. Did the young lady just smile? He was utterly shocked, snapped back to reality, and hurried back to the car, eager to relay the news to the master. Chapter 136, the script is complete. Having unexpectedly gained a talented young screenwriter, Chen Feng lost all interest in learning how to direct. Over the next few days, Chen Feng spent his days writing the script in the hotel. To achieve the desired effect, Chen Feng realized he still needed to learn from a screenwriter. Kana arranged a screenwriter for Chen Feng, who spent his days learning from the screenwriter and his nights refining the script. The TV series Qian Nu Yu Han can be described as groundbreaking. Because the world had never explored the concept of a love story between humans and ghosts before. The well-established mythological traditions had portrayed demons and monsters as purely evil beings, to the point where no one had ever considered the possibility of a ghost like Xiao Qian. While writing the script, Chen Feng thought that if the final result was good, perhaps the story of the white snake could also be adapted. Watching Chen Feng write the script so seriously, Chen Jiawen rarely interrupted him. Chen Jiawen frequently visited Dream Entertainment, where she had become quite close with Li Luer. Every day, she either went to watch her act or to Dream Entertainment to learn how to sing. Now, many people in the company knew that the beautiful woman who came to the company every day to attend classes was the friend of the company's CEO. Soon, Chen Feng polished the script for The Legend of the White Snake. After going through it himself and confirming there were no issues, Chen Feng sent a message to Chan Yeshue, inviting her out tonight. Got it. Same place as usual. Chen Yeshue replied quickly. Chen Feng checked the time, it was just past 1 o'clock, still early, so he decided to go out for a stroll. These days have been pretty busy. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. On one hand, he occasionally checked in on Zhang Meng's studies. He also replied to Li Fei and the others' messages. If there was one thing that surprised him most in recent days, it was probably Zhang Xini. Chen Feng hadn't expected Zhang Xini to release her new song so soon after Yun Yin Changyu. And it was quite good. From her debut to releasing her own new song, it had only been a little over a month. As a folk singer-songwriter, she was quickly recognized by the public. Zhang Xini's success was within Chen Feng's expectations, but how quickly she achieved it was something he hadn't anticipated. A talented singer who relies on her natural gifts. As he strolled down the street, Chen Feng looked at himself in the mirror and thought, when it comes to talent, I'm not that bad either. Besides, without this foundation, Chen Feng might have ended up repeating the same mistakes. Though the outcome might not be what he desired. After all, money still had to be made. More or less. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at a square. On a weekend afternoon, the square was bustling with people. A boy was fiddling with a sound system in the square. After getting everything ready, he began to sing. Passers-by heard the music and instinctively turned to look. However, they soon moved on, uninterested. Chen Feng bought an ice cream cone and sat down on a chair to watch. This square was always bustling with people. Behind the boy singing was the entrance to a large shopping mall. The curved shape of the square made this spot the best location. If he sang well enough. Chen Feng listened to several songs but felt something was missing. Upon listening more closely, he finally figured it out. This guy lacks emotion. However, his voice is truly excellent, and his technique is spot on. As a song, it's technically correct, but it doesn't touch the heart. If I were to recommend him to Kana, it wouldn't be a bad idea. He's someone with potential. Just as Chen Feng was thinking this, the singing suddenly stopped. The boy looked at the passing crowd with disappointment, as only a few people stopped to listen to a song. However, there was one person who had been listening the entire time. He looked at Chen Feng, who was sitting less than 5 or 6 meters away, having listened to him sing 5 or 6 songs. Maybe he knows whether I sing well or not. Thinking this, he put down his guitar and walked toward Chen Feng. The next moment, the two locked eyes. Chen Feng looked at him in confusion. Hello, did you happen to hear me singing just now? To avoid overthinking things, he decided to ask first. Yes, I did. I heard everything. Chen Feng nodded in response. What do you think? He asked nervously. Not bad. You must be from a music academy, right? Although your technique is solid, there's no emotion in it. You can't convey the true meaning of the song at all. Chen Feng said. He nodded slightly and asked, what should I do? He didn't know why he asked, but he felt that the person in front of him seemed to know a lot. Chen Feng shook his head and said, I don't know. If you want to learn, join a company and get proper training. Hearing this, his expression grew somber. I've tried, but no one wants me. Chen Feng furrowed his brows slightly. That's not so bad. Why wouldn't they want you? However, there must be a lot of professionals in that field. For a music academy student, professionalism is a basic requirement. But some flaws in singing might actually make a company willing to invest time to help polish them. At this, Chen Feng sighed. Well, there's nothing you can do about it. All you can do is figure out a way to improve the situation on your own. You must know someone who can help me, right? He grew even more convinced that Chen Feng must be very talented. Chen Feng looked at him, sizing him up from head to toe. In the end, he refused. No, I don't have time to teach you. You'll have to figure it out on your own. If he had certain specific conditions, Chen Feng might have considered it. I'll give you money. He insisted, I really love music. There are plenty of people who like music. Chen Feng sighed. But just because you like someone doesn't mean you have to teach them. What's the logic in that? Some people have talent, others don't. If you don't have talent, you should give up early. Of course, I was thinking that when it comes to singing and expressing emotions, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? If there's something you can't get over, why keep trying? Chen Feng asked, puzzled. Alright, I should go. Bye. Chen Feng checked the time, it was already past 3. There's nothing else to do, so maybe I'll go read a book. The other person was speechless and lowered his head. Seeing Chen Feng get up to leave, he wanted to stop him but couldn't bring himself to speak. Because what Chen Feng had said had hit him right where it hurt, word for word. After leaving the square, Chen Feng hailed a taxi and headed straight to the bookstore. When he arrived at the bookstore, there were only a few people there. After browsing the first floor, Chen Feng went up to the second floor and picked up the book on mythology he had been reading recently. On this quiet afternoon, Chen Feng sat quietly in the bookstore, flipping through the pages of the mythological history of the world. The more he read, the more shocked he became. Apart from a few deities that were the same as those on Blue Star, most were unfamiliar. Different mythological tales. Among them, some were also well known, such as the 3 pure ones of Taoism, and the past, present, and future Buddhas of Buddhism. In Western religions, such as Norse and Greek mythology, the same phenomenon occurred. Among them, there are deities with similar functions, but their developmental trajectories are different. For example, the matchmaker god of the Xia kingdom and the god of love in other countries. In their origins, both were born from humans who had suffered from love. This is quite interesting. These different accounts immediately caught Chen Feng's attention, providing him with an interesting way to pass the time. Soon, after finishing one book, Chen Feng grabbed a few more to continue reading. He kept reading until he noticed someone had quietly joined him. Startled, he stood up and realized it had grown dark. Today, Zhang Yeshue was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, ripped jeans, and stood at around 1.7 meters tall, showcasing her figure. Compared to last time, Zhang Yeshue looked much more cheerful today. It seemed as though, with her heart unburdened, she had become more inclined to smile. Do you really like mythological history? No wonder you wrote such a script. Zhang Yeshue picked up the book Chen Feng was reading and said, not really, but sometimes it's necessary to know a little. It can be useful to have something to pray to in times of need. Chen Feng laughed. As he spoke, Chen Feng handed the folder he was holding to Zhang Yeshue. Take a look first. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Zhang Yeshue's eyes lit up. She took the folder, feeling very excited, immediately opened it, took out the script, and sat down to flip through it quietly. In the past few days, she had been going through a lot of stress and had almost called Chen Feng several times to him about the script. Now, she could finally see it. Compared to being a screenwriter, Zhang Yeshue was more eager to read the rest of the script. Chapter 137, Disruptive. The path of life is long, like a beautiful dream. The path is filled with wind and frost, which blow harshly against the face. In the dusty world, how many directions do dreams take? Seeking the beloved at the heart of a foolish dream. The path is vast and uncertain. When Zhang Yeshue saw this voiceover suddenly inserted into the script, the rhythm of his reading came to a halt. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yeshue was plunged into confusion. Because this paragraph, which Chen Feng had specifically highlighted, she simply couldn't understand. She felt like she understood it, but she didn't. Zhang Yeshue could grasp the general meaning of the passage, but it didn't flow smoothly when read aloud. She wanted to ask Chen Feng for clarification, but seeing him searching for a book on the bookshelf, Zhang Yeshue could only try to figure it out on her own. Perhaps it was in another language? Thinking this, Zhang Yeshue tried reading it in the local dialect of Haidu, but it didn't sound right. She then tried English, Japanese, French, and other languages, but none of them made sense. Seeing that none of them were right, she became stuck in a dilemma. Because this passage seemed important. It connected the plot from the previous scenes. Could it be the language from Guangzhou? Zhang Yeshue's eyes lit up, and she read it aloud in her less than fluent Cantonese. Instantly, she got the feeling. Could it be a song? Zhang Yeshue thought uncertainly. Thinking back to Chen Feng's previous identity, Chang Yeshue was surprised that he had even included a song in the script. After repeating it several times, Chang Yeshue was increasingly moved. These few lines of lyrics perfectly captured Ning Saisen's state of mind. Last time she heard Chen Feng recite it, Chang Yeshue had already found it intriguing. Now, reading the script, the visual imagery was even more vivid. Unlike the fragmented script, Chen Feng's script felt more like a short story. The details were all meticulously crafted. From Ning Saichen's encounter with the swordsman on the road, to his inquiries about lodging to the townspeople, and the astonished reactions of the passers-by when Lanrua Temple is mentioned. Immediately afterward, Lanrua Temple becomes the most important backdrop of the play. This is quite peculiar. Chang Yeshue felt that such a story was truly unprecedented. Xiao Qian's actions under her grandmother's coercion, and her reluctance after meeting Ning Kaichen, constantly subvert the public's perception of ghosts and demons. So ghosts can be coerced too. This thought emerged in Chang Yeshue's mind, leaving her deeply shocked yet also feeling terrified. It felt as though something was about to be overturned. By the time she finished reading the script, over 2 hours had passed. The bookstore was now bustling with people. On a weekend night, many people gathered here to meet friends and discuss the knowledge found in books. Chang Yeshue noticed that Chen Feng had disappeared without her noticing. Carefully putting away the script, Chang Yeshue stood up and went to the second floor to look for Chen Feng. Finally, she found him on a sofa in a corner. Chen Feng was lying on the sofa, sound asleep, with several books still in his hands. Chang Yeshue knelt down to examine Chen Feng's profile. Thinking back to how she had once tried to persuade him to commit suicide together, her face flushed slightly, and she felt a bit embarrassed. If only he hadn't had a girlfriend back then. Chang Yeshue thought to herself. In that case, she might have ended up with Chen Feng naturally, and there wouldn't have been any suicide plot, even though her father might not have approved. Chang Yeshue stared blankly, then suddenly Chen Feng moved. The next moment, she quickly stood up, pretending she had just arrived. Chen Feng opened his eyes dazedly, looked at Chang Yeshue standing in front of him, and laughed awkwardly. Reading really is tiring. I didn't realize it had put me to sleep. But he hadn't really liked reading before either. Having read 5 or 6 books in a row, Chen Feng felt he had reached his limit. Chang Yeshue nodded slightly and said, I finished reading the script. Oh, how do you feel about it? Do you have confidence in filming it? Chen Feng stood up, stretched his limbs, and asked. It's an amazing script. It's sure to shock everyone, but I'm not sure if it's suitable for me. Chang Yeshue replied honestly. Suitable? Chen Feng was a bit confused. Chang Yeshue sat down beside Chen Feng, took the books from his hands, and said, You've read quite a few mythological histories today, haven't you? Yeah, I read quite a few. Chen Feng nodded. You probably haven't studied them much before, have you? Chang Yeshue looked at Chen Feng and said, Otherwise, you wouldn't have written such a script. All myths have a lineage. Gods are gods, bringing blessings to all beings. On the other hand, those who bring harm to the world are demons and monsters. Chang Yeshue spoke calmly. Chen Feng furrowed his brows, understanding what Chang Yeshue was trying to say. Does this mean the script is challenging everyone's basic understanding? Interesting. Chen Feng suddenly found this matter quite intriguing. To be honest, the mythological history he had read today was indeed overly idealized. Do you want to film it? Chen Feng asked. Chang Yeshue hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, Yes, I think it's very interesting. If it's accepted, the scene would be unimaginable. For Chang Yeshue, she knew all too well what kind of changes would come if Chen Feng's script became a hit. It could be revolutionary. And so, Chang Yeshue officially accepted Chen Feng's commission to film the script. Chen Feng smiled, feeling that coming to meet this online friend had been the right decision. This girl's personality was truly suited for this industry. Given time, Chen Feng had no doubt that Chang Yeshue could rise to great heights. As a screenwriter and director, daring to challenge the status quo and present something unique to the audience is the right path to take. Let us talk about some of your doubts. Chen Feng perked up immediately. Yes, the first one is about that song. Chang Yeshue had already listed all her questions in her mind. Oh, that one? It was just a whim. The budget originally included a song, but I thought it would be better to write it into the script so you can feel it directly. Chen Feng explained and told Chang Yeshue about the song's arrangement. After listening, Chang Yeshue felt utterly overwhelmed. Then, Chang Yeshue gradually brought up the other questions she had. Chen Feng patiently explained each one to her. After each explanation, Chang Yeshue felt like a cloud had been lifted, and everything suddenly made sense. The more she listened, the harder it was for Chang Yeshue to believe it. If Chen Feng were to handle this himself, how far could he take it? What a pity. Precisely because of their once close friendship, Chang Yeshue understood why Chen Feng didn't want to do it. She didn't know how long they had been talking, but the bookstore was getting emptier. Excuse me, we're closing now, the clerk approached the two and reminded them. Coming to their senses, the two looked at the time and realized it was already 11 p.m. Chen Feng took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. It's late. We've said everything we needed to say. The rest is up to you. Chen Feng said. Chang Yeshua nodded solemnly. What had started as a casual attempt had now turned into something she took very seriously. As they exited the bookstore, Chang Yeshua noticed a car across the street and asked Chen Feng, "Shall I drive you home?" "No, I'm used to taking a taxi." Chen Feng smiled slightly, noticing a car passing by, and flagged it down. After getting into the car, Chen Feng said to Chang Yeshua, "The split will be as I mentioned earlier, 3 parts for you. As for the song, I'll give it to you once the filming is mostly wrapped up. The rest is up to you. You can handle it as you see fit." "Aren't you coming to oversee it?" Chang Yeshua asked in surprise. "No, I probably won't have time. Maybe I'll drop by if I have the chance. It's getting late. The car across the street is here to pick you up, right? I'll go ahead then." Chen Feng glanced at the luxury car across the street, waved his hand, and left. "Bye." Chang Yeshua waved her hand and watched the car drive away. She never expected Chen Feng to be so observant. He had guessed right away that the car was there to pick her up. At that moment, the butler from the Chang family got out of the luxury car across the street and approached Chang Yeshua. "Miss, is he the friend you mentioned?" Li, the butler, asked curiously. Chang Yeshua nodded and said, "Mr. Li, please make arrangements for me. I'm preparing to shoot a movie." Li Yi paused, his heart racing, nearly shedding tears. He couldn't believe how many years had passed since the young lady had called him Mr. Li again. "Don't worry, I'll handle it immediately. Miss, just wait for the crew to arrive in a couple of days." Li Yi couldn't wait to make the call. "All right, thank you, Uncle Li." Chang Yeshua couldn't wait to start filming the movie. Though it was regrettable and disappointing that Chen Feng couldn't join her for the shoot. Chang Yeshua knew that everything had to be done patiently. After all, she had only met Chen Feng twice. When he returned to the hotel, Chen Jiawen had already come back. Seeing Chen Jiawen asleep on the sofa, Chen Feng picked her up and placed her on the bed, then took out a cigarette, lit it, and sat on the balcony. This time, he found himself thinking about writing the screenplay, which surprised him. After all, it wasn't part of his plan. To avoid any issues, Chen Feng decided not to include his name in the script this time, leaving all responsibility to Chang Yeshua. Chen Feng would simply reap the benefits behind the scenes. Before he knew it, a week had already passed since he arrived in Haidu. Over the next few days, Chen Feng accompanied Kana to the film set for several visits. Due to the busy schedule at Dream Entertainment and the fact that it was the busiest season of the year, Kana wanted to spend more time with Chen Feng, but she simply couldn't manage it. Lately, she hasn't even had time to visit the set. Chen Feng looked around and realized he had been there for some time, and most of the matters were handled. It was time to return to Guangcheng. Before leaving, he should write the theme song Kana requested first. Chen Feng thought about it and realized that the song he had come up with last time was perfectly suited for the plot of the show. However, he hadn't decided yet who should sing it. This time, Chen Feng wanted to look for some new singers, see if there were any promising newcomers, or even consider established singers who wouldn't demand a high commission. Chapter 138, Selecting Talent. During the final few days back in Guangcheng, Chen Feng completed the song composition. This was the theme song for Kana's new work. It was also the song Chen Feng was most satisfied with. It was simply perfect in terms of fit, as if it had been tailor-made for her. After writing the lyrics and arranging the music, Chen Feng had planned to record it first. But upon realizing that the singer for this project hadn't been selected yet, he decided that choosing a singer was the most important task at hand. After some consideration, Chen Feng dialed Kana's phone number. Kana, who was about to leave for a meeting out of province, heard the news and immediately arranged for someone to assist Chen Feng. Soon, within 2 hours, Chen Feng received an email from Dream Entertainment. The first batch of singers consisted of 20 candidates. Given the stringent criteria Chen Feng had set, finding singers with such vocal qualities in the current music industry was not impossible, but certainly rare. Sweet-sounding voices had already dominated the mainstream of the music industry. The person handling the coordination with Chen Feng was the director of the artist department at Dream Entertainment, one of the most influential members of the company's management team. When Xiaoli received the message from Kana, she learned that Xia Teacher was selecting candidates and immediately prepared herself. After adding Chen Feng as a friend, he immediately sent a request. A deep, slightly hoarse voice. Upon seeing this requirement, the candidates Xiaoli had already lined up were immediately thrown into disarray. She had originally planned to use this opportunity to recommend some high-quality singers to Xia Teacher. However, she quickly abandoned that idea. After all, the other party was Xia Teacher, who had immediately dispatched someone to gather information upon receiving the request. After over an hour, she finally found 20 candidates. Some of them might barely meet the criteria. Upon receiving the materials, Chen Feng sat in the hotel, leisurely sipping the cocktail brought to him, opened the singer profiles, and played the audio alongside Chen Jiawen. This new song had Chen Jiawen crying her eyes out. She had thought this time it would be her turn. Upon hearing that Chen Feng wanted a low, hoarse voice, Chen Jiawen was speechless. "Brother, do you think I'm raspy enough now?" Chen Jiawen asked weakly. Chen Feng looked at the girl in disbelief. She had forced herself to sound like a male duck, though it did seem somewhat fitting, but it was only temporary. Shu, be quiet and listen. This time, I'll let you pick two. As the voice rang out, Chen Feng listened quietly. Selecting people is a difficult task. Chen Feng felt it was like collecting treasures in advance. In the future, whenever he had a new song, he could quickly find someone to sing it. The first singer's demo wasn't ideal. After listening for about 30 seconds, Chen Feng immediately rejected this candidate. There was hoarseness and a low tone. But when combined, it sounded too eerie. Just thinking about her singing this song made Chen Feng laugh, as it would easily sound like a funeral dirge. After listening to 4 more singers' demos, the results were all unsatisfactory. Chen Feng sighed, took a sip of his cocktail, and continued. Before long, he had listened to all 20 singers' demos. What Chen Feng didn't expect was that none of the 20 were suitable. No suitable candidates? Let us keep looking. Chen Feng sent a message to Xiaoli, the artist director at Dream Entertainment. Xiaoli, who was sitting in her office waiting for news, saw the message from Xia teacher and was taken aback. Not a single suitable one? Teacher, is there no restriction on the singer's level? After thinking for a moment, she sent a message to Mr. Xia. No restrictions. Soon, she received a reply from Mr. Xia. Xiaoli sighed in relief and then posted an announcement in the internal singer group. The company's first movie theme song is currently casting, with no restrictions this time. The requirements are as follows. Female singer, voice characteristics, deep, slightly hoarse. The requirements are simple, but they must be something you possess. If interested, please record a short sample and send it to me as soon as possible. This theme song is being composed by Xia Shiyu. As soon as the announcement was posted, there was a brief moment of silence, followed by an immediate uproar in several of the Dream Entertainment singers groups. Upon learning that Xia Shiyu was handling the project, nearly all singers expressed interest in trying out. However, upon seeing the gender requirement for females, a group of male singers immediately sighed in disappointment. Meanwhile, the female singers had already started preparing. By the way, the first batch of submissions don't need to participate. Xiaoli added. The first 20 singers who had submitted their entries were deeply disappointed. At that moment, Dream Entertainment became bustling with activity. Ranked 4th in the country, Dream Entertainment now has 200 direct affiliated singers and a large number of collaborating singers. Among these 200 singers, there are over 120 female singers. However, Xiaoli wasn't sure if any of them would be suitable. Within an hour of the announcement being posted, Xiaoli's email inbox had already received 40 applications. To avoid any mistakes, Xiaoli had to listen to them all herself first. Her screening method was quite ruthless. She listened to 5 applications at a time. 5 pieces of music were played simultaneously on the computer, with a rough initial screening. Soon, 12 applications were eliminated, leaving 28, which were sent to Mr. Xia. Chen Feng received the new materials and didn't hesitate, opening them immediately to listen. This is the tedious part of selecting people. To increase his chances of finding suitable candidates, Chen Feng slightly lowered his standards, keeping those who could be trained. This time, Chen Feng labeled each singer with a compatibility rating. Chen Jiawen watched quietly from the side, occasionally exchanging a few words with Chen Feng. Most of the time, she was making comparisons. Among the materials sent in, there were many second and third tier singers, and even a few first tier singers. Such singers inevitably had their own unique characteristics and abilities. Through comparison, Chen Jiawen also identified her own shortcomings and quietly noted them in her mind. Seeing Chen Jiawen's reaction, Chen Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he was aiming for. Only by listening more can one truly feel the differences between them, as this is a cappella, free from the influence of equipment, which makes it easier to identify issues. After lowering the standards, by the 8th performance, Chen Feng had already marked 3. Among these 3, if scored on a scale, one had already reached 85 points. The other 2 were just barely passing. Considering this, it was quite decent. However, an 85-point candidate would only meet the minimum requirements in Chen Feng's standards. The main issue is that this singer lacks the potential for further training. As a second-tier singer, they are already established, and their voice is of the type that is difficult to change. This is also why Chen Feng doesn't want to work with established singers. These established singers are either a perfect fit or just a bit off. In the next dozen or so submissions, Chen Feng selected a few more, one of which was quite good, scoring 90 points. However, since they were also established singers, this left Chen Feng slightly disappointed. If they were newcomers, perhaps they could be trained. Only 3 left. Chen Jiawen said from the side. Chen Feng nodded and then clicked on the third to last one. Singer, MOU. Debut age, 2 years. Debut work, none. Seeing this information, Chen Jiawen couldn't help but feel sorry for the singer. Without any works, it must be because they lack the necessary qualifications, she thought. Thinking this, Chen Jiawen clicked on the audio file and began playing it. As the a cappella began, a glimmer of light flashed across Chen Feng's eyes, who had been sitting there lost in thought. Chapter 139, Choose One of Two. The moment he heard that voice, Chen Feng was deeply moved. He knew he had found what he was looking for. However, there were still two left, and Chen Feng wanted to listen to them all before making a decision. As the third to last piece finished, Chen Feng turned his gaze toward Chen Jiawen. Chen Jiawen thought for a moment and said, "It's okay, pretty good. I don't know why there's no work, but at least it doesn't sound too bad to me." "How many points should I give it, bro?" Chen Jiawen asked. 95 points. Chen Feng said calmly. 95 points. Chen Jiawen nodded and made a note under the file. 95 points? Chen Jiawen, realizing what she had said, was a bit surprised. That's the highest score today. After Chen Feng confirmed again, Chen Jiawen marked the young woman with a high score of 95. The current highest score. The second highest score was 92, achieved by a top-tier singer. Yet this 28-year-old young woman had scored 95. It's unclear why she hasn't released any works yet. Having been in the industry for so long without any releases must be incredibly stressful. I'll keep going then. Next, Chen Jiawen played the second to last audio file. 88 points. A minute later, Chen Feng gave his score. Chen Jiawen marked it down, feeling a bit emotional. It seems another newcomer is emerging. I noticed that you've been discovering almost all newcomers, except for Yu Jie. Chen Jiawen said, opening the final audio file. Singer, Xin Anqi. Debut age, 4 years. Debut work, 5 songs with over 1 million downloads each. Another rising star, and a second-tier one at that, on the verge of breaking into the first tier. Chen Jiawen felt this one might not be very promising. Because among all the materials today, it seems that Chen Feng doesn't hold much hope for these famous singers. Soon, the audio began to play. The moment the voice came on, Chen Feng's expression grew focused as he listened intently. This one could work too. Chen Feng was a bit surprised inside, not expecting 2 out of the last 3 documents to have such a high level of compatibility. After listening, Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, 95 points. Chen Jiawen looked surprised. Another 95? After marking the score on Xian Anqi's materials, she looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Now that there are 2 singers with 95 points, how will you choose? Chen Jiawen was curious. Chen Feng lowered his head in thought. Indeed, choosing between 2 95-point singers was difficult. One is a newcomer with potential for development, and the commission can be lower. The other is an established singer with solid skills, at least she's low maintenance. If the voice is suitable, this type of singer with strong skills is better at conveying the true essence of the song. Let us bring both of them in for an audition. Chen Feng thought it over and decided to spend more time selecting the best one. After all, if they could select the right person this time, it would mean that the songs for the diva from Blue Star wouldn't need to be selected by anyone else in the future. She has plenty of great songs. As a cover artist, her songs can't be ignored, Chen Feng thought to himself. Ultimately, the theme song singer for Dream Entertainment's new work was decided. When Xiaoli received Chen Feng's message, she took a moment to process it before realizing that Xia Teacher had chosen the 2 most unexpected candidates. One was Mo Yu, who hadn't released any new work in years, and every time she auditioned, she caused headaches for the songwriters. She simply wasn't suitable. She had considered forcing Mo Yu to release a song, but the creators were reluctant to give her their songs. This is why she still has no works to her name. This time, she also participated, and Xiaoli hadn't noticed it today, but she was selected anyway. The other one was equally unexpected. Xin Anqi was chosen by teacher Xia. It seems her fate wasn't meant to end this way. A girl who should have been able to advance to become a top-tier singer was instead dealt a devastating blow due to changes in her voice. Seeing her selected, Xiaoli felt a pang of emotion. After all, Xian Anqi was someone she had watched grow up. Which of these 2 candidates Xia Teacher would ultimately choose left Xiaoli eagerly anticipating the outcome. From her own perspective, she hopes Xian Anqi can rise to the occasion. But the final decision rested with Xia Teacher. Soon, Xiaoli privately shared the results with Mo Yu and Xian Anqi. Upon receiving the results, both of them found it hard to believe. After all, over the past 2 years, they had participated in the company's talent selection process, but almost none of their efforts had yielded results. Today, learning that Xia Shiyu had made the selection and that it was for the theme song of the company's first film, they had only entered with a try-and-see attitude. The 2 of them immediately headed to the company's recording studio upon receiving the notification, waiting there. Mo Yu and Xin Anqi, 2 singers who had never met before, met for the first time. Compared to Mo Yu's underdog status, Xian Anqi's fame was well known to Mo Yu. This Phoenix girl had once been on the rise, nearly breaking into the ranks of top-tier singers. Unfortunately, certain events occurred later, causing her voice to change drastically, leaving her with a low, hoarse tone. Compared to her once sweet voice, fans couldn't accept the change and quickly turned into casual observers. Even those who initially vowed to stand by her only held out for a short while. The entertainment industry is just that ruthless. Once you lose your edge and exposure, you quickly fall to the bottom. Even so, MOU dared not greet her casually. After all, she wasn't even as good as those at the bottom. Hello, let's work hard together. Xiananchi smiled and greeted MOU. MOU was overwhelmed by the attention and nodded slightly. Hello, my name is MOU. My name is Xin Anchi. Xin Anchi said. The two quickly became acquainted. In the bustling recording studio, the two of them were almost completely ignored by everyone. Passing singers pretended not to notice them. Losers have no connections. No one cared why they were there after all, everyone there was there to record songs. And these two, in the eyes of other singers, were just looking for someone to write songs for them. Of course, they were bound to be disappointed. Chen Feng and Shen Jiawen were currently on their way to the Dream Entertainment building. As a regular here, Chen Jiawen knew her way around like the back of her hand, leading the way confidently, as if she were at home. She quickly brought Chen Feng to the recording studio. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Chen Jiawen walked toward a middle-aged woman standing nearby. Hello, Shaoli's Chen Jiawen greeted her. Shaoli was surprised to see Chen Jiawen suddenly appear. Why are you here at the recording studio today? You can't just come in here and eavesdrop on the recording, you know. Shaoli smiled. Chen Jiawen, hearing this, puffed out her chest and said angrily, What do you mean, eavesdrop? Please, I have my principles. I brought my brother to see you. Chen Jiawen pointed to Chen Feng beside her. Everyone knows that Xiaoshi Yuyu is Lu Wan. However, Kana didn't tell Shaoli who was standing in front of her. Who are you? Shaoli looked at Chen Feng with some confusion. He's pretty handsome, though. But if you're auditioning, you don't need to come all the way here, do you? Let's get started quickly, they're both here, right? Chen Feng asked. The two of them? Shaoli was completely confused. My brother. Xia Shiyu. Chen Jiawen said beside her, speechless. Ha? The next moment, Shaoli was completely speechless. What's the matter? Do you think I come here every day for free? Didn't Najia tell you about this? Chen Jiawen asked in confusion. Ding. As soon as Chen Jiawen finished speaking, Shaoli received a message on her phone. She picked up her phone and opened it to find that it was a message from Kana. Oh. Right, I forgot to tell you Lu Wan isn't Xiaoshi Yuyu Chen Feng is. He's Chen Jiawen's older brother. Sorry. Looking at the message Kana sent, Shaoli's mind nearly froze. Such a young and handsome guy, he's Mr. Xia. Chapter 140, The Top Student Xiananchi. Despite her professional demeanor telling her to stay calm, Shaoli was still very surprised. Singers can be naturally gifted, and actors can be naturally gifted. But a creator's talent is hard to realize, let alone that of a versatile one. Some songs, without certain life experiences, are simply unimaginable to write. However, Shaoli quickly regained her composure. After confirming the news and letting the storm in her mind subside, her focus shifted back to the audition. Alright, we're already waiting for you. Let's go over there. Shaoli said, leading the way. While MOU and Xiananchi were still nervously thinking about today's audition, the recording studio door opened. The next moment, Shaoli walked in with a man and a woman. Chen Jiawen curiously examined the two singers. The two of them, in turn, also looked at her with curiosity. Chen Feng, however, was completely ignored by them and stood quietly to the side. Let's begin. Chen Feng, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up and walked toward the recording equipment. This time, Chen Feng had asked Yang Fei and the others to help with the arrangement. And he had only received the finished product last night. The reason he didn't borrow the venue from Kana was that he had considered other factors. After sitting down, Chen Feng began fiddling with the equipment, quickly uploading the arrangement and then proceeding with the device calibration. Chen Feng's actions caught MOU and Xiananchi, who were staring at Chen Jiawen, off guard. Xiao Jia, what's this? Xiananchi asked. Shaoli looked at the confused expressions on their faces and said, This is Mr. Xia. What are you still looking at? Go get ready. This is the lyrics sheet. Shaoli handed each of them a copy of the lyrics sheet. Do your best, don't be nervous. This is your best opportunity. Shaoli said solemnly. Having read the lyrics, she realized that this Mr. Xia was the real deal. Having worked with so many artists, Shaoli could immediately grasp the core of the matter. If these two girls put in the effort and are chosen by Chen Feng, the next Li Fei could very well emerge. In those few short minutes, MOU and Xiananchi were completely overwhelmed. Taking the lyrics sheet, the two looked utterly bewildered. It took them a while to come to their senses, and there was no time left to marvel at it. They quickly got into the zone, focusing on the lyrics and sheet music in their hands. Being able to see the entire song during an audition was likely a unique privilege of Ms. Xia. However, they probably never imagined that they would be stunned once again in just a few minutes. The quality of this song was simply outstanding. Even without hearing the melody, it was evident. Chen Jiawen seemed to have grown accustomed to their astonishment. She had already sensed this would happen when she arrived, though she couldn't help feeling excited at the time. Her older brother must often encounter situations like this, where people react like startled rabbits. Yet he remained calm. Chen Jiawen sat down beside him and watched Chen Feng adjust the equipment. After a short while, Chen Feng put on his headphones and gave it a try. He nodded in satisfaction. Everything was working perfectly. The equipment was top-notch. Chen Feng glanced at the two women memorizing lyrics but didn't rush them. Instead, he waited patiently nearby. Upon seeing the two of them, Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Mou looked quite good, with a demure, innocent vibe. If she were walking down the street, she'd definitely turn heads. This kind of innocent girl is irresistible to guys. Xin Anchi, however, was different. Though she seemed similar to Mou in demeanor, her aura was far more unique. How to put it? A straight-A student? Chen Feng looked at the two of them thoughtfully. Brother, take a look at this information. Chen Jiawen, who was flipping through the profiles of the two singers, suddenly called out to Chen Feng. Xin Anchi's resume is really impressive. Chen Jiawen handed the document to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the singer's profile with some curiosity and began flipping through it. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed as Chen Jiawen had said. Xin Anchi's resume was truly impressive. Born into an intellectual family. Both parents are university professors. She had also demonstrated extraordinary talent from a young age, excelling in the sciences. A true science prodigy. She participated in the National Mathematics Competition and won a silver award. Despite being a science prodigy, she also excelled in sports. During her school years, she won almost every tennis honor available and was even selected for the provincial team, competing in matches. Before graduating from university, Xian Anchi had no connection whatsoever with singing. After graduation, she embarked on a musical career at her aunt's recommendation. From there, she rose rapidly through the ranks. In just 3 years, she has won numerous awards, received many honors, and claimed the championship title at a new talent competition. 5 of her songs have achieved over 1 million paid downloads. She reached the level of a top-tier singer and was dubbed the Phoenix Girl. She reached the pinnacle of success from the moment she was born. However, her resume does not mention the crucial details. Chen Feng had heard her music before, and initially, her voice was not like this. It was primarily sweet. A few love songs were also quite well sung. Now, her voice has completely transformed. At today's audition, Chen Feng was curious to see how she would perform. After all, a sudden change in a singer's voice can affect their technique and other factors. Moreover, singing requires emotion and the right mindset. Xiaoli stood quietly behind Chen Feng. She hadn't included any information about Anchi in the singer's profile. She was considering whether to explain the situation to Chen Feng. Teacher, there's something I think I should tell you. After hesitating, Xiaoli finally spoke up. Are you referring to Xian Anchi's voice? Chen Feng asked. Xiaoli paused for a moment and nodded. That's fine. Her voice isn't important. What matters is that she now has the voice I want, and whether she can sing the effect I want is the core issue. Chen Feng said calmly. You're right, I was overthinking it. Xiaoli nodded upon hearing this and said nothing more. Soon, the quiet 15 minutes passed. Chen Feng stood up, clapped his hands, and snapped the two out of their trance. Let's begin. Who will go first? Chen Feng asked, looking at the two of them. Mou and Xin Anchi exchanged glances, and the former stepped forward. Teacher, I'll go first. Mou spoke up. All right, go ahead. Watch my signals. Chen Feng nodded. Mou took a deep breath, exhaled gently, and then walked into the recording studio holding the lyric sheet. Standing in front of the microphone after half a year, Mou couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. For a singer, entering the recording studio only once a year is, to be honest, a rather tragic thing. Even if this attempt doesn't succeed, being able to audition for Xia Shiyu's new song was already enough for Mou. Xin Anchi, who hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, felt guilty as she watched Mou inside, knowing that the first person to sing would inevitably be more nervous. Chapter 141, There are so many people in this world. When everything was ready, the accompaniment began. The first time she opened her mouth, Mou went off key. She looked nervously out the window at Chen Feng and the others, waiting for his instructions. The next moment, Chen Feng signaled for her to start over. Singing a song perfectly on the first try is unrealistic. Of course, there are still many singers who can do it. Chen Feng didn't expect every singer to be a natural talent, so this was perfectly normal. A brief dozen seconds passed, and the accompaniment began again. The piano melody was beautiful and ethereal. It seemed to surround her ears. The next moment, Mou softly began to sing. There are so many people in this world. In the crowd, a door stands open. In my hazy eyes, there remains the first sight of your blue morning. As Mou sang more smoothly, the song began to take shape. Chen Jiawen stared blankly at Mou, who was immersed in the song. Sure enough, what I see is never wrong. Hearing this voice, Chen Feng sighed softly, recalling that incident. Ever since he heard Kana talk about this movie in the car, Chen Feng had been surprised. Though the same events could unfold in countless ways. But for it to happen around him was truly rare. This song was performed by Mo Wonwei, the Queen of Blue Star, and was also the theme song of a movie. What a coincidence! The movie was unexpectedly similar to the one Kana was filming. Back in Blue Star, Chen Feng hadn't watched that movie, but he had listened to the song many times and was quite familiar with it. In fact, he was quite familiar with Mo Wonwei as well. However, the original story behind the movie was something Chen Feng knew all too well. Chen Feng was also an avid forum user, though he stopped visiting them after his career took off. In his youth, he often shared stories on forums. At one point, he could even write posts with thousands of replies. When he heard his good friend Mo Wonwei mention singing the theme song for a movie, Chen Feng was surprised to learn that the movie was actually adapted from a long post on a forum. This piqued Chen Feng's interest. At that time, forums and online communities were no longer mainstream. More young people were spending their time on gaming and short video platforms. That night, Chen Feng went to find the original post. However, the original post had been up for a very long time. When it was posted, during the peak of forum sharing, the thread had already gained significant popularity. When Chen Feng saw it, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Because at that time, he was busy traveling everywhere, having just broken up, and woke up one day determined to start making money aggressively. So what about this story now? Tomorrow never comes. This is the source material for the film Kana, a story shared by a Weibo blogger. The story is very fragmented. The blogger would share snippets of his daily life with his girlfriend every day. At first, not many people paid attention. Until one day, when the blogger's post started to feel off, people finally took notice. Within a few days, these diary entries went viral. Unfortunately, just as the diary gained popularity, the story came to an abrupt end. Chen Feng, who received the song last night, took the time to read the original story as well. Compared to the story from Blue Star, this one carries a deeper sense of tragedy. There's no one to blame, there's no right or wrong here. Amidst the casual, everyday sharing, there were so many desperate cries, but no one noticed. By the time people noticed, it was already too late. This story was eventually purchased by a screenwriter. It went around in circles, never able to be made into a film. Last year, the adaptation rights to this diary fell into the hands of Dream Entertainment. Kana, for some reason, overruled everyone and insisted on acquiring the rights to this story, determined to make it the company's first film. Despite facing numerous challenges in the early stages. Fortunately, it was eventually filmed. Now, all that is left is to wait for Chen Feng's theme song. Once filming wraps, that's when the real show begins. Thoughts drift back to the recording studio, where Chen Feng listens quietly to Mou's performance. The song ends. Chen Jiawen, Anqi, and Xiaoli all looked at Chen Feng, feeling both nervous and eager. Alright, next. Chen Feng didn't offer any feedback, keeping his thoughts to himself. He'd wait until after listening to Xian Qi before speaking. Xian Anqi nods and stands by the door, waiting for Mou to come out. Once she emerged, the two exchanged a brief nod before Xian Anqi stepped into the glass-walled room. For her, the good news was that she knew how to sing it. The bad news was that knowing how Mou sang made her feel even more pressure. Alright, let us begin. Once Anqi was in position, Chen Feng gave the signal, and the countdown began. The next moment, the accompaniment began. This is the world with so many people. In the crowd, a door was open. It remains forever in my hazy eyes. The first time I saw you in the blue morning. There are so many people in this world. How lucky I am to have us. As soon as Xian Anqi spoke, she captivated everyone present. Talent. Indeed, it's a truly magical thing. She mastered the technique perfectly, but she didn't capture the emotion. Chen Feng furrowed his brows slightly. After the song ended, Chen Jiawen and Xiaoli couldn't help but clap their hands. Mou sighed inwardly. She can't compare. Mou thought to herself. However, in the end, all their eyes turned toward Chen Feng. Once Xian Anqi emerged from the recording studio and everyone was gathered, Chen Feng finally began his critique. Let me start with the results, he said. In terms of technique, Anqi is the best. In terms of conveying the song's original intent, Mou is the best. They seem evenly matched, but if I had to choose, I would probably pick Mou. Chen Feng looked at the two of them calmly and said. Xian Anqi's heart trembled, and she couldn't speak. Mou lowered her head, deep in thought. No matter who it is, they are not perfect and have not met the standards set by teacher Xia Shiyu. Seeing their reactions, Chen Feng felt a sense of relief. Let's continue until one of you can't go on anymore, or until one of you meets my requirements, then we'll end this singing trial. Chen Feng said. The world is cruel.